Chapter 1, Advanced Stomach Cancer. Master, step on the North Mountain Village in front. A Chinese bus that had to have 20 years of history clicked a sharp brake. The people inside the car shook for a while, and Yi Xiaoda, who stood in the doorway of the car, was almost directly thrown out. A meter 8 head, this will be 100 pounds, the wind can blow. Still, that set of dark blue jeans, plus white short-sleeved, only bone thin as a wood, he already really cannot hold up this ordinary clothes, looks empty. Slightly handsome features, has been thin out of the depression, the expression is also very painful. North Mountain Village, beautiful scenery, surrounded by mountains on all sides, a large reservoir, a natural oxygen bar. At the entrance of the village, Yi Xiaoda carried a bag of case information and got off the bus in a trance. In his mind, he was still recalling the few words that Director Wang of the hospital said to him before saying goodbye. Young man, I believe you should know your condition yourself, and I'm not going to hide it from you. You're in the advanced stage of stomach cancer, it is spread all over your body, and you probably have less than a month to go. Director Wang sighed, took the tablets out from a pile of reports, and said, look, the cancer has spread all over the body, and you're also experiencing symptoms such as vomiting blood and nausea. There's nothing I can do about it, there's nothing anyone can do about it. I'm going to prescribe some painkillers for you in hopes of easing your pain. Go home. Go home and have a good reunion with your parents, eat whatever you want, do whatever you want, don't have any inhibitions. Although he had already anticipated this outcome, Yi Xiaoda didn't even know how he got back to the village from the hospital, and had been in a trance. After seeking medical treatment for a month, Yi Xiaoda chose to return to the village to spend his last month. Or less than a month. Entering Beishan village in a daze, Yi Xiaoda met a group of grandparents sitting on the stone pier at the entrance of the village. Crossing their legs, one person with a bushel fan, they were exchanging words. This was the Beishan Village Intelligence Center. As soon as he saw Yi Xiaoda appear, this group of village communication soldiers instantly focused their eyes on him. Yi Xiaoda had to take a deep breath and greeted respectfully, third aunt, fourth mother, fifth aunt, sixth grandmother, seventh grandfather. When you see this group of people, you have to greet them honestly even if you're about to hang up, otherwise you'll immediately become the target of the village Amazons crusade. Little Day is back. Want to sit down? How's the body? Yi Xiaoda shook his head, smiled and left. However, after turning the corner, he stopped. The Amazons thought he had gone far away, and their voices were not small. Little Day is going to the city hospital for a checkup, right? It should be, that bag in his hand, it's from the city center hospital. Look at his face so pale, it shouldn't be good news. Thin into what kind? What's the point of going to the hospital? Stomach cancer is in its final stages, so going to the hospital is a waste of money. That's right, his family is already in trouble, this time he is sick, his family has borrowed a lot of money. They also took 5,000 from me. Don't worry, Xiaoda's father won't lose your money. That's true, it's his father who suffered. It's a pity that the village's first university student got a terminal illness. Every day outside socializing, sooner or later his body will collapse. Why don't we just stay in the village? The air is good, the food is green. It's a pity that Yi Liheng and his wife have to be sent away. The only son in the family to be gone, you do not see Liheng this month, hair are white. Hey, it's too bad. Around the corner, leaning against the wall, Yi Xiaoda took a long breath and smiled bitterly. Saying himself, he didn't care, but when he thought of his parents' white hair, Yi Xiaoda's heart ached and his fist smashed the wall hard, bending down and continuing towards the door of his house. The distance was still 500 or 600 meters. After walking less than 10 meters, he had to stop, propping up the wall with one hand and covering his stomach with the other. Stomach pain. This kind of pain that had been going on for a month. It hurt when it didn't move. After enduring it with a grim expression for a dozen seconds or so, after the pain passed, Yi Xiaoda vomited towards the ground at the base of the wall. A mouthful of dark purple bruised blood appeared at the root of the wall. With his hand, he wiped the residual blood at the corner of his mouth clean, bent over, and set off again. After passing the Lu family, the richest family in the village, Yi Xiaoda's waist straightened up, took a deep breath, and showed his best condition. Only after passing the Lu family did his waist continue to bend. Not long after, he came to a layer of 20-years-old building in front of a low fence, surrounded by a basketball court-sized yard, although it is a yellow soil, but it is very clean. On top of his own steps, Yi Xiaoda's father, Yi Liheng, sat with his head down, smoking a cigarette one after another, and Su Hui, who also has a head of white hair, sat next to him, looking mute. The pile of cigarette butts under Yi Liheng's feet showed his inner anxiety. As soon as he saw his son, Yi Liheng hurriedly put out the cigarette in his hand and stood up anxiously, and Su Hui also looked at Yi Xiaoda with eyes full of hope. Yi Xiaoda moved closer to the two old men, gently placed the information bag on the steps, then also sat directly on the concrete steps and said, Mom, help me cook a few dishes tonight, I want to have a drink with Dad. You've got a disease, and you're still drinking. Before Su Hui could finish her words, she was stopped by Yi Liheng with a wave of his hand, glancing towards her, saying, Go ahead, kill a chicken, stir-fry a few more dishes, stir-fry some chili peppers. Xiaoda hasn't eaten spicy food for a month, he must be craving for it. In the evening, I'll drink a few cups with Xiaoda. Su Hui, eyes dumbfounded, also understood, pale cheeks, instantly covered with tears, back to the kitchen, before secretly sobbing. Father and son, sitting on the concrete steps, no one spoke for a long time. Dad, how much money does our family owe now? More than $100,000. How much did the two sisters take for my treatment? Your eldest sister contributed over $300,000, and your second sister over $100,000. Dad, after I leave, the company should have a sum of money. My friend will send it to you at that time. It might not be quite enough. Pay back the others first. As for the two sisters, I can only be sorry. Yi Lihong nodded. He had his own ideas, although the family has been penniless, but he still has a way. His own daughter's account there, although the son is gone, but the account he recognized. All the accounts he recognized, the son is gone, there is still the old man. Two daughters, has also paid all, cannot let them cold. At night, the food is very rich. And they are all Yi Xiaoda's favorites. Inside the hall, the light red table was filled with bowls of various colors of vegetables. Stir-fried pork with chili pepper, braised pig's feet, stir-fried earth chicken with chili pepper, earth chicken soup, spicy stir-fried chicken miscellaneous, stir-fried sweet potato leaves, braised salted fish pieces. For him who had been eating light for a month, these were all excellent, yet he had no appetite at all. It wasn't that he was in a bad mood, it was his body's reaction that told him that he really didn't have an appetite. The dishes filled the table, and soon, Yi Lihong pulled out a bottle of white wine from inside the bedroom cabinet and put it on the table. This is what your brother-in-law gave us when he first came to our house, let's drink it today. A bottle of Wulianye was in his collection. It was originally intended to be drunk when the second aunt came to the door, but at the moment, Yi Lihong's best stuff, he wanted to take it out. Good. Dad. Let's not get drunk today. Su Hui, who was on the side, not only didn't stop this time, but instead hurriedly brought 2 wine glasses. Mom and Dad, the first cup, I'll toast you both. Thank you both for bringing me up. Yi Xiaoda picked up a cup and drank it all in one go. His stomach was hurting, and his heart was hurting even more. Yi Lihong also gave him a rare pat on the shoulder and nodded heavily. Second cup. Apologize to you too. Can't repay you both. Third cup. To myself. In my next life, I'll return as your son. After 3 cups, Yi Xiaoda instantly slumped on the table. Chapter 2, Transcendental Trading Platform. He wasn't quite able to drink white wine, let alone in such a hurry. Opposite him, Yi Lihong had a head of white hair and had also long since burst into tears. For him, the vicissitudes of a difficult life for decades, he had suffered everything, but at this moment, he could no longer hold back. On the side, Su Hui was even hugging Yi Xiaoda, who was already drunk, in agony, bawling her eyes out. God! Injustice! Injustice! Why did you let me send a black person away in vain? Xiaoda, how did I mess with you? God! While saying this, Su Hui raised her hands high and continuously slammed them heavily on the table, venting out the pain she had been feeling for the past month. In the middle of the night, it was not known what time, Yi Xiaoda woke up in a daze. This would not only have a stomachache, because of drinking, his head also hurt, and he was also thirsty. Hard to get up from the bed, Yi Xiaoda intends to go downstairs to drink some water, not yet out the door, the stomach is another burst of severe pain, a moment to plant on the ground. Instantly lost consciousness. Ha! Is this heaven? So white. When Yi Xiaoda became conscious again, he found himself within a room with pure white walls on all 6 sides. It was especially white. It was even whiter than the opposite sister-in-law's thighs that Yi Xiaoda had seen. It seems that this is heaven. Since he was already dead, Yi Xiaoda let go and shouted, is there anyone? No, is there an angel? Angel sister, hurry up and come out and let me see. Are you white? As soon as the words fell, inside the pure white room, a mechanized voice suddenly rang out. Welcome to the Superspace Trading Platform, please ask if you are bound to become a Blue Star agent. Scratch that. What the hell? Yi Xiaoda was startled and directly retreated back to the corner of the house. Could it be that when people die, they all have to come to this? Shouldn't it be to the Naiha Bridge? How did it come to a place so white? No matter, anyway, idle is idle, people are dead, still afraid of a bird. Bind. After saying that, within the white space, 1 meter in front of Yi Xiaoda, a screen suddenly appeared. On the screen was some introduction about this hyperspace trading platform. Supertemporal trading platform, dedicated to making all realms, all eras interchangeable. Each time the trading platform will give a certain amount of trading points based on the items you provide and the impact it has on the other world. The points can be used to purchase items within the platform. The trading items will be communicated by both parties, an agreement can be reached, and the platform will supervise the authenticity of the items. This white space can be used to store trading items. Primary agent, every 7 days can randomly match the trading object, or choose the object that has been traded to trade again. After 10 valid transactions, you can become an intermediate agent, and your authority on the platform will be greatly enhanced. The top of the screen was all this stuff, and Yi Xiaoda quickly finished reading it. Does it start matching the first transaction object? Yi Xiaoda directly shouted, match. Come are here, dead or dead, afraid of what, is to play. Trading object matching in progress. Done. Congratulations, Blue Star Agent, the match is from the primitive Stone Age, with ample natural resources. As soon as the words fell, Yi Xiaoda realized that the entire room had undergone a heavenly change. Right in front of his own eyes, the room was like a transformer, turning into the shape of a conference room, and there was even an extra white table in the center. There was also a white chair at both ends. At that end of the table, a figure suddenly flashed out. Bald even if it was, this dude was still bare-chested, with just a grass skirt on his body, his muscles were like bricks, and that figure killed all the bodybuilding trainers in Blue Star who would only be mistresses. A proper King Kong image. My name is Xiong Hong, an agent of Garden Stellar. Xiong Hong touched his big bald head and said. Yi Xiaoda hurriedly stood up, bent over, and extended his hand out. Yi Xiaoda, agent of Blue Star. Xiong Hong also awkwardly stretched out his hand and hesitated for half a day before touching Yi Xiaoda's hand. In his opinion, it was a bit awkward. We are both trading for the first time, what do you want? Xiong Hong was also trading for the first time. Junior agents, who were generally matched, were also junior agents. Inside this platform, that was a novice. What do want? If this what's it platform was real, what Yi Xiaoda wanted the most was naturally something that could save his life. Does your place have any medicine that can cure stomach cancer? Stomach cancer? What is stomach cancer? Xiong Hong touched his big bald head with a puzzled face. Excuse me. Yi Xiaoda then remembered that people were still in a stone age, there must not be any stomach cancer in existence. Then do you guys have anything that can improve your health, or what do you usually eat when you get sick? Yi Xiaoda thought about it and changed his statement. Xiong Heng this time heard and understood, his body leaned forward, and hurriedly said, as long as we get sick there, no matter what kind of sickness, anyway, we eat this. After saying that, in front of Yi Xiaoda's eyes, a projection appeared very abruptly. At a glance, it seemed to be a plant, the size of a wrist. Next to it was the platform's introduction about this thing. Wild ginseng. From the primitive Stone Age. 100 years. Certain benefits to the body. What the hell? 100 years of wild ginseng? Isn't this thing a radish? Anyway, Yi Xiaoda had never seen such a huge wild ginseng in his life, and the year was too long. Although he lived within the 10,000 miles of mountains, ginseng was considered plentiful in the whole country, but inside the village, from the beginning to the present, the longest ginseng found was only 70 to 80 years old. Is this okay? Xiong Hong asked cautiously. After all, this ginseng, near his home, simply not too much, just like Yi Xiaoda's village inside the dog's tail grass, everywhere. To look for it, bigger ones with longer years were also all over the place. Row. What do you want? Weapons. Xiong Hong said without hesitation. Weapons? Yi Xiaoda frowned, a little embarrassed. This thing, he didn't know where to get it. In this era of peace, where to find an AK-47? That is a knife, okay, AK-47 is really impossible to get off. Yi Xiaoda also touched his head. Sharp will do. Then, Yi Xiaoda thought about the kitchen knife in his home kitchen, and then the projection of the kitchen knife appeared in the air, and next to it, there were some parameters about the kitchen knife. The thief was intelligent. Xiong Hong was getting more and more excited, and when he saw the back, he directly stood up and pointed at the chopper projection and shouted, I want this one. I want this. This is a divine weapon. AK-47 is nothing. Just this chopper? Yi Xiaoda skimmed his mouth with a look of disgust. This thing is still considered a weapon? Aha! I'll take this one. The people from the Boer tribe next door dared to come and steal my daughter-in-law. With this chopper, I'll be able to hack them all to death. Daughter-in-law defense with a chopper? Anyway, Yi Xiaoda was confused for a while. Then how do I exchange it? I can provide 10 choppers. Then redeem 10 of these ginsengs? Yi Xiaoda nodded his head in a hurry. Xiong Hong was even more afraid that Yi Xiaoda would regret it, as if he turned his head and ran away while saying, within an hour, I'll put all the ginsengs on the trading platform, this one will be considered a gift to you ha. This one transaction ended so scribbling. Yi Xiaoda also felt that this heaven seems to be quite interesting, at least there are still people who can chat, and the body does not have any abnormalities, the stomach pain is gone. As for what space-time trading platform, that should be a game to pass time inside the paradise. Chapter 3 Chopper for Ginseng? The next day, Yi Xiaoda woke up in a muddle. Ha? Not dead? When he opened his eyes, the roof of the old house's colorful tarpaulin was unusually familiar. It turned out to be just a dream. Covering his stomach, Yi Xiaoda then climbed up from the bed. Just sat up, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that in the puddle of vomit by the window, there was a green oily thing. Yi Xiaoda fixed a clear look. This is a plant. There are 7 leaves, the stem is as thick as a small thumb, and underneath, there is a well-developed root system. The thickest part had to be the size of an egg. Ginseng. This thing, Yi Xiaoda naturally recognized. But how did a ginseng plant suddenly appear beside his bed? And it was still a superb 7-leaf wild ginseng. He couldn't help but recall the dream he had last night. A hyperspace trading platform? Yi Xiaoda muttered. After muttering, he then suddenly realized that he had once again entered within the pure white room from yesterday's dream. The only difference was that this time, inside the room, there was a pile of wild ginseng neatly placed. It was only covered by a halo of light. Xiong has submitted the items for this transaction, 10 wild ginseng. Please submit 10 iron weapons as soon as possible to complete this transaction. After completing this transaction, you can trade again 7 days later. Yi Xiaoda heard the system prompt. Exit. With a thought, Yi Xiaoda once again returned to his bed. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he didn't react for a long time, even his stomach pain was forgotten at the moment. A month ago, when he went for a checkup because of his stomach pain, when he saw the checkup report, he just froze for a long time, and then there was endless fear and despair. But this time, it was the same shock, but after reacting, Yi Xiaoda started to become more and more excited. Protagonist. Old me is finally the protagonist? Looking at the wild ginseng on the ground again, he directly picked it up, shook off the stains on it, and stuffed it inside his mouth. Didn't even wash it. Anyway, it's all from his own vomit. The platform had also said that this stuff was good for the body. Wild ginseng over 100 years old, surely someone has used it, but surely it is not directly not raw like Yi Xiaoda. The flavor is average, even a bit bitter, with a bit of earthy fragrance, and the soil on top is still a bit stuffed. The taste is not as good as radish. After half an hour, I don't know if it's a psychological effect, or this ginseng does have a little effect on the body. Anyway, Yi Xiaoda felt that his stomach pain, as if it was slightly relieved. Breakfast was made by Yi Xiaoda himself. Last night so many dishes, he didn't even eat a bite before getting drunk. This will all be lying in the refrigerator. After heating up a chili pepper stir-fry, cooking a bowl of noodles, and stirring it, a bowl of delicious chili pepper stir-fry with noodles was completed. Yi Xiaoda rarely ate a big bowl. While her stomach hurts, she lowers her head and eats furiously. It's all about to die, so what's the point of abstaining from food? Thinking about heaven, there is no more of this deliciousness. In this month, Yi Xiaoda had never eaten so much. One is the mood is not good, appetite is not good, the other is the stomach cannot eat too much. After eating breakfast, Yi Xiaoda slowly came to an uncle's house across the street. In fact, he was in a hurry, but had no choice but to move over step by step. This body of his, 10 meters, would have to take a break. Uncle Jian, is there still a chopper at home? Yi Xiaoda asked as soon as he entered, holding the big iron door. This is Kai Jianjia, the only blacksmith in the village, and Yi Xiaoda's father's good brother. Hey, Xiaoda, why are you here? Quickly sit down. There are still a few more choppers at home. An old man in his early 60s, but very stout, with a leather skirt around him, said with a smile. After saying that, he also hurriedly came over to help Yi Xiaoda sit on a chair. After sitting down, Yi Xiaoda asked, Uncle Jian, I want 10 kitchen knives, do you have any? What the hell? 10 kitchen knives? Why do you need so many kitchen knives? You don't have any here? Kai Jian nodded, who had nothing to do with 10 kitchen knives at home. Then the other ones that can be used as weapons are fine, can you get 10 together? As weapons? Kai Jian turned his head, looked seriously at Yi Xiaoda, even unclasped his apron, walked to him and said, Xiaoda, although the Lu family sometimes does not do anything, but we are not guilty of being too angry, there are some things that are over by enduring them. After all, his family still has an a bit of power. If you were to kill people, you are good, anyway, also gone, but your parents, in the future in the village inside will not be able to raise their heads, no chance that they also have to pay compensation, which will certainly make Li Heng worse. Moreover, the chopper as a weapon is not very effective. If you really want to do this big thing, Uncle Jian can give you a special build. Think of the years I built the weapon, kill wild boar are more than enough. Seeing that Uncle Jian is getting more and more outrageous, Yi Xiaoda quickly raised his hand, shook it weakly, and said, Uncle Jian, you think wrong. I won't take the weapon you sold me to kill people. Even if I were to kill people, I would have to use poison. Right now, this body of mine, I can't even beat a child. Kai Jian thought about it, it made sense, and finally handed Yi Xiaoda 5 kitchen knives and 5 scythes for cutting pig grass. Uncle, how much is it? What money does this cost? This can't be. I remember last year my dad bought 21 of them. Right, this is $200. Here you go, haha. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda went out. As for the 10 weapons, he couldn't hold them. Uncle Jian delivered them to his door. Back home, after the weapons arrived, Yi Xiaoda entered his bedroom, then locked the door. Curtains were pulled down. Staring at the weapons on the ground, platform, recover. At the thought, the 10 kitchen knives and scythes on the ground instantly disappeared. When Yi Xiaoda entered within the pure white room of the superspace trading platform, all the weapons were already gone, and the pile of ginseng in the center, the halo on it had also disappeared. At this time, the platform's voice also sounded. Congratulations Blue Star Agent, for completing the first transaction, and based on the impact of these 10 iron products on Xiong, reward points plus 11. Halo. Yi Xiaoda rolled his eyes. Only rewarding points 11 for helping someone snatch back his wife. One must know that a primary agent, for a successful transaction, can award up to 100 points. As for intermediate, it was even more. Yi Xiaoda went in and out of the platform several times, and finally figured this platform out a little bit. The things that were traded, such as the ginseng this time, could be placed in the white room, or could be taken out at any time. After taking it out, it could be put in again. However, items that were not traded could not enter the space. Yi Xiaoda put these 10 ginseng plants into the space, realizing that any one of these plants, when sold, could help the family pay off their debts. Just this point let Yi Xiaoda extremely excited. At least, their parents raised themselves for more than 20 years, before leaving, did not involve their parents. Next, was the most exciting moment for Yi Xiaoda. Chapter 4, Is This Wild Ginseng? Points Exchange. This was a supratemporal trading platform, there was everything in it, from all realms, even different eras of all realms, and it could all be exchanged with points. Platform, I want to exchange. Yi Xiaoda directly shouted within the pure white room. The intelligent platform was just as good as a direct conversation, and it was also proficient in all dimensional languages. Please state the item you want to exchange, the platform will give you a recommendation according to your points balance. I want a drug that can cure my stomach cancer. After asking, Yi Xiaoda's eyes were motionless as he looked at the place not far away, inwardly apprehensive, immensely hoping that a variety of cancer-curing drugs would appear. It was like the mood of checking the scores in the high school exam back then. As a rural child, the score that appeared on the computer at that time directly decided the direction of his life. And now, the decision was whether he could continue to live or not, which seemed even more important. However, after waiting for a while, there was no hair. Platform. I want a drug that can cure my stomach cancer, just have an effect. Yi Xiaoda reluctantly continued to ask. The platform still didn't have any response. He sat paralyzed on the white ground. The eyes were lifeless. Very frustrated. There was still a bit of hope, but now, the hope came a bit too quickly by breaking so quickly. I didn't realize that these points wouldn't do much for his terminal illness. Let's just die, the ginseng still has to be sold. Not so much that when a person dies, they still leave their parents with a mess of debt, that would not be the way to be a son. Lying on the recliner in the hall, Yi Xiaoda closed his eyes and thought. The body does not allow, otherwise, this batch of ginseng certainly can be sent to the ginseng trading market to sell, absolutely can sell a high price. But now if he goes himself, he would probably have to die halfway. And taking so many superb ginseng to sell in the market is also very unsafe, the money didn't get, maybe the ginseng is also gone. Pulling out 3 ginseng, Yi Xiaoda first sent a circle of friends, not knowing the circle of friends of the noble people, will there be people to buy? Shot 3 photos, Yi Xiaoda also with a text, on the mountain pulled out a ginseng nest, found 100 years of wild ginseng 3, interested in buying please contact. This does not seem to be enough, after all, Yi Xiaoda's friends inside, in addition to some of the small girls selling tea may be a bit of strength, the other, may not be able to afford this 100 years of wild ginseng. Therefore, he simply directly opened the live broadcast. In this era of everyone broadcasting live, what's wrong with opening a live broadcast to sell ginseng? Anyway, he does not intend to speak, and does not intend to show his face, the camera inside is 3 ginseng, know the goods naturally understand, love to buy not buy. Something good, is so stubborn. The first fermentation is Yi Xiaoda's friend circle, sent less than an hour, has shown dozens of replies. Xiaoda Z, you are thinking about money like crazy. Big white carrots sold as ginseng? Not to mention, this planted ginseng of yours grows quite big. 300 years of wild ginseng? Digging all over the entire northeast might not have any, and Yi Xiaoda you're still from the southwest, right, where the ginseng there is not this big. It should be worth $10 or $20. Stop it, I'll take it for $20. Yi Xiaoda. Hurry up and sell your home base to me. Or I'll break your legs. Lu Baonan. What are you shouting at a man with terminal stomach cancer for? Sorry. I'm going, duh, you're selling ginseng live? Let's see. It's the first time I've started a live broadcast, isn't it? Must support. Sending you a little red heart. Seeing these comments, Yi Xiaoda lying on the recliner also smiled with relief. He's not looking down on it. It's all dulled down. However, when seeing his sorry appeared, Yi Xiaoda's heart still cannot help but tighten, very uncomfortable. I don't blame you. Blame it on this world. And even if you don't have cancer, it must not be so easy to get together, after all, your family is the city people. All day long, the people in the live room are just 2 or 3, come in and take a look, and also immediately go out. Who would believe that one time digging 3 wild ginseng or more than 100 years? The appearance of a plant that is the ginseng world this year's biggest news. At night, Yi Xiaoda also did not close the live broadcast, anyway, do not need to stare at their own, they should sleep. Must not know, his this live broadcast room, this night, but very lively. Woke up early the next morning, Yi Xiaoda while brushing his teeth, while picking up the live with the cell phone, open a look, the endless private messages and comments, directly drowned him, toothpaste along with saliva, constantly downstream. It flowed for what had to be more than 10 seconds. The number of people online, 14,675. Mind you, it was still early in the morning. The pop-ups were still in the midst of refreshing. It was too hot. After watching for half a day, Yi Xiaoda realized what exactly happened this night. The reason is simply that some people who love ginseng saw this live broadcast room, because Yi Xiaoda's ginseng is strange, it attracted more and more people's attention. The live broadcast room people are also more and more. Good things, there is never a lack of people who are discerning. These 3 ginsengs, so big, at a glance, they are definitely planted, but at a closer look, there seems to be some traces of wildness. This is not the strangest thing. In Dacia, there are only 2 places that produce ginseng, and the appearance of this ginseng is definitely not from the northeast, nor is it like the southwest. Some people who dealt with ginseng every day had never seen it before. This ginseng is definitely not wild. Wild ones are obvious at a glance, it's definitely not this big. Foolish. This ginseng is wild regardless of its body or color. Do you believe that a person can dig up 3 wild ginseng plants at once? Or one that's over 100 years old? This is at least 100 years old if it's really wild. Moreover, if it's really wild ginseng, then where are the roots of these ginsengs? How come one of them is missing? This was the point that everyone felt most skeptical about. A wild ginseng for good reason, this will be a ginseng whiskers or not, completely is a relatively ugly radish. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoda was also a bit speechless. Xiong Hung, that rough man, digging ginseng and pulling carrots is not any difference, which will have what ginseng whiskers. Other people are carefully digging ginseng, Xiong Hung is directly pulling 1 plant per second. That's right, people's yards are full of them, just like weeds, who would be careful? There are also many people who want to buy directly, asking Yi Xiaoda the price. After thinking about it, Yi Xiaoda directly wrote 10W in the live broadcast. This is really not expensive. If sent to the market, at least millions. But ginseng, this thing, come too simple, Yi Xiaoda is in a hurry to use money, it is cheap out. However, even at this price, no one in the live broadcast room bought it at all. Well, seeing this price, more convinced that this is fake, if it is real, at least worth $1 million. At this price, if I can sell one, I'll eat it too. It's clearly cultivated by itself. Anchor, 100,000 is too expensive, 1 less 0 can be considered. For these people who wanted to haggle, Yi Xiaoda didn't care at all. I'm coming to fight the fake. In the live broadcast room, a reddish subtitle came. I'll go, isn't this fake Soaring brother, this is a big V. Brother Soaring has counterfeited many selling fake ginseng before. Counterfeit Soar brother quickly brushed in the live broadcast again, this ginseng, it's definitely fake. I'm not far away, everyone wait for me for an hour, I live directly fight fake. This, Yi Xiaoda did not see, he went to eat. An hour later, just finished drinking porridge, Yi Xiaoda saw his home on the ground, driving into a car that has been his dream. Big G. The domineering front face and square appearance attracted attention. Of course, it was the license plate that got the most attention. With a different license plate, the car would probably be worth a few $100,000. 3 people came down on top of the black Big G. At the front was a young man with a full body designer label, combing a big back hair and hanging. It felt that this young man appeared carefree and free, not bound by any constraints. A look at the family is good. Behind him was a middle-aged man with his eyes darting around, revealing brilliance. Finally, there was a photographer. These 3 people hadn't even met Yi Xiaoda yet before they started the live broadcast. A wild ride. Hello everyone. I'm Counterfeit Soaring brother. Today, we're here to counterfeit a seller of wild ginseng. I have arrived. I've arrived at the ginseng seller's house, we'll be able to see the 3 ginseng plants soon. This person even said that he dug up 3 wild ginseng plants over 100 years old. This is not purely deceiving us consumers. The internet is not an illegal place. That's why today I've specially found Uncle Gang, who's been in the ginseng business for decades and can tell the difference between real and fake ginseng with his eyes closed. Go! Let's go educate this fake seller. He must be made to apologize on the live broadcast. The young people were filled with righteous indignation, and the live broadcast room was also filled with shouts of approval. Chapter 5, I'm Counterfeit Soaring brother, all the way to the rapture. Walking into the hall, seeing Yi Xiaoda lying on a chair, the 3 of them couldn't help but stop in unison. At this moment, Yi Xiaoda, because he was right at home, was just wearing a pair of shorts. On his calves, not a bit of meat could be seen, completely skin and bones. The face was even so thin that it was sunken. The whole person lying there, as if a corpse that has been many days, the only difference is that the eyes are open, and there is no stench. Rather, because of the thinness, it appeared that the eyes were still quite large, and looking at it like this, it was quite scary. Guahai froze for a moment, his expression a little less natural, turned his head to signal the live camera to press downward first. Walking forward, stretching out his hand, he said, I'm Counterfeit Soaring brother, you're the young man selling ginseng? The lad who sells ginseng is the screen name of Yi Xiaoda's live broadcast. Yi Xiaoda, who was lying down, did not get up, really lazy, and did not have the spirit to move, shook hands and nodded slightly. You are? Guahai hesitantly asked. Advanced stomach cancer, sorry, can't get up. I'm going to start a live broadcast, do you mind? I won't be on camera, you can do whatever else you want. Guahai signaled for the camera to go up, and the people in the live broadcast room all saw Yi Xiaoda lying on the recliner, only they couldn't see his face. Why is this person so thin? Didn't you hear, advanced stomach cancer? terminally ill. That's too pathetic. There's no meat left on his legs. Advanced stomach cancer can't eat much at all, it's natural to be thin, this person shouldn't have long. Gua Hai glanced at the bone-thin Yi Xiaoda, then looked at the 3 wrist-sized ginsengs on the ground, took a deep breath, and made up his mind. In the live broadcast, he said with righteous indignation, "Hello everyone, this is the young man who sells ginseng, he's really not very old, he has advanced stomach cancer, it's very pitiful, but that's not a reason to sell fake goods. In short, deceiving consumers is just not right. Let's look at the stuff first. This stuff, at first glance, is fake. I have fought fake ginseng not once or twice, this is a fake to do serious." The camera focused on the 3 ginseng plants on the ground. This head, it's just not wild ginseng-like. Also, all the ginseng whiskers are missing. If it's really wild ginseng, how could it be so careless? It must be fake. Come on, what I say doesn't count, Uncle Gang, take a look. The middle-aged man who had been staring at the ginseng since he entered the door hurriedly squatted down, carefully picked up one of the ginsengs and looked at it seriously. Uncle Gang has been engaged in the ginseng industry for decades. Whether it's wild or fake, one glance will be able to tell, right Uncle Gang? Song Gang, who was squatting on the ground to look at the ginseng, didn't say anything, just nodded. What Gua Hai couldn't see was that Song Gang's eyes had been flickering, and he already had countless thoughts inside. "Uncle Gang, this ginseng is fake, right?" Gua Hai asked excitedly. Once again, he succeeded in fighting counterfeiting, adding another colorful stroke to his Netflix life. "The ginseng is real," Song Gang said decisively. Gua Hai's eyes went wide when he heard those 5 words, his jaw almost dropped, and he was able to stuff goose eggs inside his mouth. His face also turned red with a brush, a look of complete shock, turning his head to look at Song Gang with a shocked expression. Pointing to the ginseng on the ground, 100,000 reasons appeared on his face. "The ginseng is real, but of course it's not wild, it's self-grown," Song Gang added. "Uncle Kong, you almost didn't scare me to death. Can you not talk in half? If it's not wild, it's naturally fake." Gua Hai breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling like he had come back to life. There was also a burst of laughter in the live broadcast room. This twist, it came too fast. Ginseng is ginseng, it's definitely not wrong, but it's not wild, it should have been planted in the mountains, it grew so big, maybe it used some kind of medicine, I'm not too sure about that. Song Gang stood up after saying that, but with a glance from the corner of his eye, he secretly memorized the account number of Yi Xiaoda's live broadcast. Yi Xiaoda on the recliner was extremely speechless. He knew that this Song Gang should know something. For his own ginseng, he was extremely confident. Gua Hai came energized, squatted on the ground, directly picked up a ginseng, threw it up in the air and caught it again, threw it up again, and caught it again. Looking at Song Gang, it was a heartache. Everyone see clearly, ginseng is ginseng, but not wild. These days, wild ginseng is extremely rare, and it is almost impossible to buy such a large plant. Now everyone knows it, you can't buy ginseng online. It's all a scam. If this ginseng is really wild, it's more than $1 million. Gua Hai turned to Yi Xiaoda again, his tone was not very harsh, persuading, "Young man selling ginseng, although we are in difficulty, we can't sell fake goods. To be a human being, we still have to be honorable. Alright, our counterfeiting action today, it ends here, haha." Gua Hai turned around in style and left the room, not even looking at Yi Xiaoda again, causing Yi Xiaoda to want to curse. Walking to the car, after thinking about it, Gua Hai said to the camera again, "Brothers, this person is indeed too miserable, he has advanced stomach cancer at a young age, I see that he sells things as if he is also trying to cure himself, let's do it this way, I'll sponsor him $10,000. After saying that, he took out $10,000 from the car, returned to the house, and threw the money into Yi Xiaoda's hand. "This money, you keep it and spend it." "Ha? This is?" Holding a stack of money, Yi Xiaoda couldn't help but ask. "Consider it my condolence money." "Condolence money?" When Yi Xiaoda heard these 3 words, his eyes instantly grew several sizes larger and his pupils contracted. The impact of these 3 words was a bit big for him. Being miserable is miserable, but there is no need to give condolence money. Seeing Yi Xiaoda's stunned expression, Gua Hai smiled and even patted his shoulder. "No need to thank you, get well. We won't cheat people in the future, ha." Yi Xiaoda rolled over, not wanting to bother with him anymore. See, this man must be so excited that he's about to cry. What's a big man crying for? He even turned his head and cried. "I'm excited to get $10,000 for nothing. I'm crying too." Excited? Crying? I'm crying. I'll cry my ass off. I am not happy to take care of you. When Gua Hai walked to the door, Yi Xiaoda suddenly said, "Take a ginseng for yourself and go." "I don't want it, keep it for yourself, but don't take it out and cheat again. Take it if I tell you to take it, or else I don't want this money." Yi Xiaoda's little temper also came up. If one really takes $10,000 for nothing, then it doesn't really become condolence money. This is completely unacceptable. Okay. Just take it." Gua Hai casually picked up a ginseng plant and then threw it directly inside the trunk at a distance of 4 or 5 meters. The 3 of them then drove off. For Gua Hai, this was the simplest of counterfeiting live broadcasts, but for Song Gang, the few minutes at Yi Xiaoda's house could be no less than an earthquake. Watching it online and watching it live still wasn't quite the same. Chapter 6. This makes $10,000. This rotten road. While driving, Guahai cursed. He had already cursed all the way when he came. With a reservoir on one side and a big mountain on the other, it was just a dirt road, and the road leaving Beishan village was not too good. But the scenery was naturally excellent. Along this huge reservoir, one had to keep walking for 40 to 50 minutes. The road was extremely bad. Guo Xiao, that ginseng in the trunk, sell it to me. My wife just happened to buy a chicken today, I'll take it back to stew it. Shay, you can pull back, definitely want to go out to cheat people, do not give. Guahai smiled and scolded. He wasn't stupid, but his IQ didn't look like a lot either. Although Song Gang was unwilling inwardly, his surface appeared unusually calm, and joked with a smile, Guo Xiao, how could I possibly go out and cheat people, this ginseng, everyone knows it's fake. Then I won't give it to you either. With a sideways glance at Guahai, Song Gang wanted to kill someone. Making 1 million less for nothing. But thinking that there were still 2 million waiting to be earned, the mood was excited again. This broken road, also not to repair, delay me back to Grandpa's house to eat, old man will be dead. After Guahai left, Yi Xiaoda continued to open the live broadcast. Only after a live counterfeiting action, the popularity of the live broadcast began to fall down. His circle of friends, on the other hand, was lively again. There were quite a few people who replied. Ha, Xiaoda, now you become a netizen, tens of thousands of people are watching you. It's you and that fake sore brother just now, isn't it? You are really good. You made $10,000 for nothing. What, $10,000? He sold fake ginseng and made $10,000. Yi Xiaoda. How can you sell fake goods and make money? Hurry up and donate the money, you don't feel bad about spending this money. That's right, aren't you afraid of going to hell in the future? Not only is the circle of friends lively, the small village of North Mountain also knew in an instant about Yi Xiaoda's selling of fake goods. The key is to sell fake goods also harvest $10,000, this is even more shocking. Among them, Lu Banan made an indelible contribution. Most of the people were saying that Yi Xiaoda shouldn't have done it, and there was also a part that was envious that he could earn $10,000 selling fake goods. There was even a village dilettante who came straight to the door and asked, Yi Xiaoda, how did you make $10,000 selling fake goods? Teach me. Off. Rubbish. Give your face no face. No wonder you have cancer. Go home and watch out for your well, I'll poison it tonight. You. What are you doing? Apologize and get out. Or else I'll take you away. Yi Xiaoda laid down on the recliner and roared with all his strength. Lu Zi was confused. What do you mean by moving to take me away? Standing in the doorway, thinking for dozens of seconds, Liu Zi turned his head and left, leaving 3 words behind in style, sorry. Yi Xiaoda's parents also returned home after finishing their day's labor. As soon as they returned home, they saw the 3 ginseng plants on the ground, and Yi Liheng politely said, Xiaoda, let's not sell the ginseng, okay? Dad, you don't also think that this ginseng is fake? Yi Xiaoda was speechless. Is it real? I've seen a lot of ginseng, but the ginseng from the big mountain behind us doesn't seem to be this big, and the varieties don't seem to be quite the same. This was already very euphemistic. If it wasn't for the fact that this was his own son, he would have already cursed. If it is not his own son has reached the late stage, it is possible that this will he has already shot. All the way back, the people in the village were all pointing their fingers. A lifetime of upright image in the village, now there is very little left. Selling fake goods is what Yi Liheng has always disliked. Dad, this $10,000 is for you, I'll keep selling the ginseng. Yi Liheng did not take the stack of money in Yi Xiaoda's hand, instead, he shook his head and directly left. Su Hui, who was on the side, hurriedly took Yi Xiaoda's money over and said with a smile, our Xiaoda is just awesome, a planted ginseng can be sold at this high price. It's awesome. Yi Xiaoda smiled bitterly. Su Hui came to the kitchen, and after seeing Yi Liheng, she whispered, Dad, pay attention to your attitude, Xiaoda's days are numbered, don't give him a hard time, he can do whatever he wants. So what if others are pointing fingers at us? You'll lose a piece of meat. Xiaoda just wants to make some money for our family, right? He can do whatever he wants. As she said this, Su Hui wanted to cry again. Yi Liheng also squatted on the ground and nodded after lighting a cigarette. Just say it, as long as your own child is happy. Guahai drove the car for 2 hours before arriving in the city, and when he arrived in the city, he left Song Gang behind. Uncle Gang, you find your own car to go back, huh? Today's payment will be sent to you at night. Guo Xiao, the payment is not necessary, or take the trunk that ginseng? He still hasn't given up. It's at least $1 million. Don't even think about it. I'll feed this ginseng to rabbits at home and not give it to you. Don't go out and hurt people. Guahai leapt out with a kick of the gas. Song Gang, who ate a faceful of exhaust, cursed as he pulled out his cell phone. It's so damned. Million-level ginseng feeding rabbits. After opening the live streaming software, Guahai searched Yi Xiaoda's live room in one go and then kept sending him private messages. Little brother, I'm Song Gang who just went to your house to see the ginseng. I want to acquire your ginseng, please contact. After swiping for what had to be 3 hours, Yi Xiaodao replied, "Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, come to my house." When Song Gang saw this reply, his heart was relieved, then he started to think of tricks. Prioritize the low price purchase, if it does not work, then it can only be on some means. Call a few more brothers to go tomorrow. After all, it's just a small mountain village that's extremely remote, and the opponent is just a bony, terminally ill guy, so it shouldn't take more than a few people. As for Guahai, he sped all the way towards his grandfather's house. Today is the Gua family's old man's birthday, although it is not organized, but the family is necessary to be there, not to go to the leg broken. Not only is the leg broken, the family property must also have a hair. The big G quickly came to a villa complex. As soon as he entered the door, Guahai saw his own mom, the Gua family's third daughter-in-law, Lu Mei. "Mom, why are you so late? Everyone has arrived." Lu Mei asked with a frown. "This is not going out live. Tell me about you. Gua family's youngest, going out live, is it a disgrace?" "Mom, don't say it or we'll have to fight again today." Lu Mei had a helpless face. For this only son, she was worried sick. "Have you prepared the old man's gift? If not, I still have some there." Lu Mei asked again. "Prepared? Where is the trunk? You help me take it, I'll find big sister to play. Go." After Lu Mei watched Guahai leave, she walked to the car and opened the trunk. The first thing she saw was the ginseng that Guahai had casually thrown in the trunk, revealing a pleased smile. This child finally knows to buy something good. Such a big wild ginseng, it should be quite expensive. Ginseng flavor is still very strong, just right for tonight. After a while, inside the Gua family's huge dining room, there were almost 20 people, filling up the huge round table. All the power and wealth of the Gua family was in the hands of Elder Gua, who wasn't too young, and would naturally come for his birthday. "If you don't come, don't you want your inheritance?" Chapter 7, The Old Master's Nose is Bleeding. At the first place, an old man with gray hair and twinkling spirit was chatting happily with a wonderful woman sitting on his right-hand side. As for Guahai, sitting at the very end, his own grandfather happened to be invisible because of the blockage of the flowers on the dining table, so he was playing the game recklessly. Everyone else was sitting upright, but he was the only one who was having fun. The people around him were all looking at the loser's expression. "Everyone is here. Today, let's eat vegetarian. This is the usual practice every time I have a birthday. Those who are not accustomed to eating are not forced to do so." Elder Gua said with a loud laugh. Every year, on Elder Gua's birthday, the whole day, the Gua family did not see blood. "Dad, how come? Let's eat vegetarian, it's good for the body." "Yes, Grandpa, there's no meat on the table at all, it's also very comfortable. If you don't see any blood, God must think you're pious and wish you a long life. It's good to be a vegetarian." Everyone was kissing ass, just playing the game. Guahai had already started ordering takeout. Who can get full on vegetarianism? Seeing that Guahai couldn't even say a doggy word, Lu Mei sighed. If her own son doesn't know how to do it, then she'll help herself. So, she stood up, went to the kitchen, brought out a bowl of ginseng soup, and placed it in front of Elder Gua. "Dad, this is the birthday present Guahai bought for you, a very large wild ginseng. It has to be the size of your wrist, try it." Guahai was a bit baffled when he heard this. "I brought ginseng? The size of a wrist? Isn't that fake?" Guahai looked up in panic and quietly lowered his head again. Although it is fake, but it is also ginseng, should not be able to eat what the problem, at best, is not effective. However, judging from his trembling hands, at this moment, he was panicking to a fault. "Beautiful, this wrist-sized ginseng of yours, it's a bit exaggerated." "That's right, Guahai doesn't have this kind of money even if he came across it. It can't be fake. Now I've heard of people selling fake ginseng." "Fake? Of course it's fake. The ginseng that Lao Zi just got from Counterfeiting is naturally fake." Guahai was fortunate that none of the people here were watching his live broadcast, otherwise he would have been exposed long ago. Elder Gua picked up the bowl, smelled it, and looked at the ginseng in the bowl in surprise. "This ginseng flavor is very full than I have eaten before, are quite a bit better. Guahai, this time, you've got heart." Guahai hurriedly stood up. "Grandpa, this is all what I should do." "Alright, sit down." After saying that, Elder Gua took a sip of ginseng soup. His expression was all much soothed and satisfied, and he even directly finished the bowl of soup, and the ginseng slices in it were all eaten. "Haha, not bad. This ginseng, it's really good." Elder Gua laughed. Guahai lowered his head and didn't chime in, he was afraid of revealing himself. The meal began. Although there wasn't any meat or fish, the food was still good. "Xiaohan, try this, it's good." Elder Gua took the initiative to hold a bean curd and handed it to Guahan next to him. This made everyone extremely envious. "Thank you, Grandpa." Elder Gua had just turned his head, intending to take another bean curd, when all of a sudden, it felt as if his nose seemed to be a bit moist, as if something was about to fall out right away. As soon as he lowered his head, on the white dining table, there was instantly an extra drop of bright red blood mark. Then Master Gua's nostrils were like a faucet with an open valve, blood gushed out, a big push on the dining table, and his clothes were also full of it. This scene stunned Elder Gua directly. Those who were seated, one by one, all looked as if the pause button had been pressed. Elder Gua's birthday banquet saw his own blood, and there were quite a few. Ah! Dad! Grandpa! Quickly call an ambulance! Inside the restaurant, there was instant chaos. Elder Gua's nostrils soon had 2 more strips of cloth, but the blood continued to stab. Gua Hai on the opposite side of the table was already confused. Nosebleed? Ginseng. Fake goods. Song Gang seems to have also said that this ginseng seems to also ginseng medicine. Thinking of this, Gua Hai, with a grunt, from his seat, paralyzed on the ground. Ginseng. There must be something wrong with the ginseng. Isn't it, Gua Hai? Someone shouted. Is it? Naturally. Gua Hai sat paralyzed on the ground, speechless. A group of people seemed to be planning to come over and eat Gua Hai alive. One who was eager to show off had already rushed to Gua Hai's side and directly picked up his collar. Gua Hai! Why did you harm Grandpa? Why did you give him poison? There were a few more, looking to come over and beat him up. The scene was chaotic. In the end, it was Gua Han who said in time, hurry up and send Grandpa to the hospital. Have the hospital get ready. The Gua family's boss carried the old man on his shoulders and headed out, and the others hurriedly followed, everyone's eyes furtive. After all, today seemed to be a day to fight over the family fortune, and one walked faster than the other. It was just a day that came a little too quickly. The vast majority of the people here had been looking forward to this day, and were still a bit confused when it suddenly appeared. Some even gave Gua Hai an appreciative glance, as if to say, well done. Before Gua Han left, he glared at Gua Hai and said, get up quickly. Go to the kitchen and bring the remaining ginseng. Come with me to the hospital. Gua Hai nodded numbly and suddenly shouted, Ginseng seller lad. Old me is going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. In the distance, in Beishan village, Yi Xiaoda, who was lying on a recliner and playing with his cell phone, suddenly sneezed, and Su Hui, who was on the side, hurriedly lifted the blanket to him. In summer, Yi Xiaoda already needed to use the blanket to add some temperature to his body. Downtown hospital, top floor intensive care ward, big night, very lively. Everyone from the Gua family was here. Inside the large ward, Elder Gui was lying on the hospital bed, his nose was still spiking blood outward, unable to block it, and the doctors didn't have any solutions. The only way was to immediately transfuse blood. The nose is bleeding, the wrist is constantly transfusing blood into it. The blood of the whole body may have been changed more than once. If it wasn't for the Gua family's money and power, the hospital wouldn't have been able to transfuse so much blood. Strangely enough, Elder Gua's spirit was okay, but he was also really frightened. Will. I want to make a will. After I die, Gua clan group will be left to Gua Han, and all the other Gua family members will not be allowed to enter Gua clan group, and will only be allowed to share the dividends according to the proportion. In accordance with the distribution program I've already set, in addition, Gua Hai, not a dime of dividends. Lying on the hospital bed, Elder Gua spoke out the things that the Gua family was most concerned about. Within the entire ward, almost 20 people, excluding Gua Han, none of them were happy. All of them did not talk. Displeasure was written all over their faces. As for Elder Gua's condition, they didn't care. The ginseng that Gua Hai brought was also taken away for testing. As for Gua Hai, he sat on the ground outside the ward, his eyes lifeless. This entire journey, he had this expression on his face, in which he made a phone call and shouted out a group of people, intending to go to North Mountain Village tomorrow to kill people. Chapter 8, he's not dead, he's even more spirited. Seeing that Elder Gua was going to hang, the Gua family didn't give much thought to his aftermath. Instead, they had already communicated with each other with their eyes 800 times. The matter of the will. Especially the 3 brothers from the second generation of the Gua family, those eyes were on fire. The blood-bearing lasted for more than an hour, and in the end, it slowly stopped. When the blood-bearing stopped, Elder Gua jumped up from the bed in a flash. Why do I feel like my body is much lighter? Elder Gua said suspiciously. One of the grandchildren on the side shouted, Grandpa, it must be because you bled too much, causing you to lose too much weight. Well, going back to the will still needs to be changed, and there's no need for you, Gua Song, to share the dividends. Go get Gua Hai in here for me. Soon, Elder Gua knew everything about this ginseng from Gua Hai. Fake? How could a fake ginseng have such a thick ginseng flavor and make me bear my blood for so long? Grandpa, but Song Gang said that it was fake. Humph. You're still counting money after being cheated. Soon, the ginseng's inspection report also came out. Once again, Elder Gua was shocked, even the inspectors were shocked. Mr. Gua, this ginseng is very strange, it contains a lot more ingredients that are beneficial to the human body than normal wild ginseng, and the medicinal effect exceeds that of 100 years of wild ginseng, and you've bled too much, so you're actually overcompensating. A small sip a day will do. It's good for the body. That night, the ginseng was once again sent to the city's Ginseng Research Institute. This was the most famous place in the whole country to study the effects of ginseng. A thumb-sized piece of ginseng shocked the entire institute. The result of the test was that this ginseng was extremely good for the human body, and could even have a very good healing effect on some hidden diseases and chronic illnesses within the body. The reason why Mr. Guo felt a lot lighter is because some of the problems in his body have been greatly relieved. On the way home, Elder Guo very rarely called up Guo Hai and asked him to get in the same car as himself. You said that the young man selling ginseng had 2 other ginsengs, right? Guo Hai nodded his head in a hurry. Contact immediately. Tomorrow, you personally make a trip to the door. Make sure to buy back all of his ginseng. Okay, Grandpa. Good job on this. After saying that, Elder Guo squinted and rested. Guo Hai looked at Guo Han on the co-pilot side, and then at his grandfather next to him, and finally sighed in relief. His legs and hands had been shaking since his grandfather started bearing his blood, and this was only slightly better. After Elder Guo went home, the second generation of the Guo family, the 3 brothers, coincidentally came to one of the top private clubs in the city. Soon, the sound of arguing came out from inside the box. Big brother. We can't do this. Lao San, I don't care if you do it or not, but just don't talk nonsense. Big brother. This is treasonous. Do you want that little ninny Guo Han to be in charge of you and me every day? Give you tens of thousands of dollars in dividends every year? If you run out of money, your family, Guo Hai, won't even be able to find a daughter-in-law. The third member of the Guo family was silent. After Guo Hai came out of Elder Guo's home, he had been contacting Yi Xiaoda. Because there is no phone number, how can not be contacted? Simply do not sleep. The night, driving alone, he drove to the North Mountain village. Less than 5 o'clock in the morning, has arrived at the door of Yi Xiaoda's house. Cough cough. You better give me a satisfactory answer. Cough cough cough. Yi Xiaoda lay on the bed, coughing while asking. Because of the stomach pain, it was a big night, and he didn't fall asleep until more than 4 in the morning, which was less than an hour's sleep. When he heard a horn at the door, he met Guo Hai. Sorry, it's indeed a bit early. Guo Hai rubbed the back of his head, a little less than kind. This is a bit early? Horses only 5 o'clock. If it wasn't too much effort to hit someone, Yi Xiaoda would really be unable to resist punching him. I'm here to send you money. Guo Hai hurriedly said. Sending money? Hearing the word money, Yi Xiaoda instantly sobered up. Yi Xiaoda understood. What? You know that the ginseng is real wild ginseng? Guo Hai hurriedly nodded his head, took a step closer, even squatted down, and said excitedly, the effect of this ginseng of yours is simply not too good. My grandfather bared his blood for a night, just a tiny piece. After checking, he found that some of the body's chronic diseases have been greatly relieved. The effect is a thief. After all, it's a wild ginseng over 100 years old. Where did you dig it up? My backyard. How many? I'll take them all. Guo Hai, who had brought $5 million in cash, had a confident look on his face. Quite a lot. I stabbed a nest of wild ginseng. Guo Hai rolled his eyes, but when he came downstairs under Yi Xiaoda's guidance and saw the 8 ginsengs on the ground, his right thumb and index finger rubbed together. It felt like he didn't bring enough money. Sell them all to me. You name a price. There's no rush, there's another buyer later, it just so happens that you know them too. Who? Song Gang. After he left yesterday he frantically sent me a private message. Today I asked him to meet me at 9 o'clock. Guo Hai is not a cutie. When he heard Yi Xiaoda say this, his face became more and more gloomy. He directly pulled out the phone. Brother Mang, I still need to trouble you. I'll send you an address. Bring 10 brothers over here. Guo Xiao, you're playing with me. Last night you asked me to prepare 10 people. The operation was cancelled in the early hours of the morning, and this will be resumed, teasing me. Sorry, double the price. Okay. Guo Xiao. I'll be there in 2 hours at the most. Thank you, Brother Mang. After making the call, Guo Hai drove his big G to the back and hit it. Young man, it's early in the morning, you haven't eaten yet, have a bowl of congee. Su Hui carried a bowl of mung bean porridge and found Guo Hai. Thanks a lot, auntie. Just haven't eaten yet. In the time it took Yi Xiaoda to finish a bowl, Guo Hai had already gone down 5 bowls. Your family should be quite rich, why are you starving like this? Yi Xiaoda was extremely speechless. It's mainly because auntie's porridge is too good. You are really. Horse can eat. It's not that Guo Hai can eat, or how delicious Su Hui's mung bean sprouts are, it's purely hunger. Last night, he didn't eat anything, but he also went from heaven to hell, just like riding a roller coaster, so he could not be hungry. After eating breakfast, the two were waiting for a good show. Only, before Song Gang came, Yi Xiaoda met someone he was extremely annoyed with. Lu Baonan. The only son of the richest man in the village, and also his own elementary school junior high school classmates. High school is not, this buddy did not even get into high school. Yi Xiaoda, who got into a major high school, was his mom's best example of education before. Chapter 9 Scolding, you two are not rivals. Wearing short clothes and shorts, a foot of slippers, Lu Baonan slowly walked to Yi Xiaoda, looked up and down from the head, and sked. Yo! Isn't this our village's college student? Why, what's the point of returning to our small mountain village? How did you become so thin? Too hard outside? Drained? Early in the morning I heard a dog barking, what bad luck? Yi Xiaoda said angrily. Seeing this person, Yi Xiaoda was suddenly in a bad mood, every time. TSK, college students can also curse. Oh. Feel free to curse, you won't be able to curse a few times anyway, I'll just send my condolences. Tell me, what does it really feel like to have cancer? Does it hurt? You are already in the late stages, how can you still talk, unscientific Lu Baonan cheaply continued. When he learned that Yi Xiaoda had advanced stomach cancer, he was so happy that he almost didn't jump up. The next door family's child, this is finally the end. No matter what famous university you went to, this will not be the same dead, and also died earlier than my old man, think about it as happy. Your mom gave you a mouth, can't speak properly, just can eat. You. Yi Xiaoda. What are you talking about? Lu Baonan yelled at Yi Xiaoda. I said you eat. You're looking for death. Now that you're this small, I can kill you with one punch. You try. You'd better kill me. I'll die crawling in front of your house to die. This was Yi Xiaoda's killing move. If he really died in front of Lu Baonan's house, the Lu family would probably have to move out of this village. Inside a traditional village, bad luck was never allowed to appear in front of the house. Now, Lu Baonan, who had already raised his fist, exasperatedly put his fist down. No need for me to beat you up, you won't live through this year. The point is that I've lived until now, it's already more exciting than you living your whole life. Do you know what it's like to be a female college student? Lu Baonan pointed at Yi Xiaoda, his middle finger was trembling, being angry. Seeing the two men arguing, Lu Baonan seems to be no match at all. Another snarky voice came from outside the fence. Baonan, what nonsense are you talking to a dying man? It's bad luck to see him. Hurry up and get down to business, go home and take a bath after that. Accompanied by this voice, a big fat middle-aged woman wearing big red clothes with 10 pounds of flesh on her face walked in. Okay, Mom. Gotta hurry and wash up, or I'm afraid the cancer will be contagious. When the backstage came in, Lu Baonan seemed to line up again and continued to say to Yi Xiaoda on the recliner, Yi Xiaoda, you're dying anyway. Your Yi family is also without a descendant, so why don't you just sell your family's mansion to me? On the side, the big fat pig is also echoing, that's right, you two are still good classmates, anyway, you can't use it, your family is also the mansion base is still worth a few dollars, sold so that you can pay back the debt and prepare for the aftermath. A college student not only did not give money to the family, but also let the family borrow money to cure the disease, really out of breath. If you die, your parents may go with you, the house base is useless, hurry to sell it. Now, Lu Baonan's words have touched Yi Xiaoda's scales, he hatefully turned his head to stare at the mother and son, gritted his teeth and said, believe it or not, I'm going to pull your family together before I die. Che, a sick kid, I'll kill you with one hand. Lu Baonan didn't believe it for a million years. Oh, then your family be careful, my house still has a bottle of dichlorvos, your vegetable field and water well, it is best to be watched at all times. Now, Lu Baonan panicked, Yi Xiaoda, what do you want to do? What do you want? I don't want to be so lonely in heaven, I want to take your family with me, can't I? You're breaking the law. Then you let people go underground to catch me? Seeing that Yi Xiaoda didn't look like he was lying, Lu Baonan was dumbfounded and incomparably afraid. He felt that Yi Xiaoda was the one who could do this. Seeing that the mother and son were afraid, Yi Xiaoda snorted a little. The mother and son, who didn't dare to say another word, slipped away. Just after leaving his house, Lu Baonan nervously asked, Mom, he won't really poison us. Nonsense. Of course it's possible. He is now barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. Then, what should we do? Lu Baonan was completely flustered and couldn't speak well. Let's not go to the vegetable field to pick vegetables, let's buy vegetables to eat. Don't use the water from the well, buy mineral water. How much will that cost? He won't live for a few days anyway, so don't mess with his family during this time. Although they have thought of a way for the time being, this mother and son, the few steps home, their legs are shivering, afraid that Yi Xiaoda will take them away if he is not happy. After Lu Baonan mother and son left, Hua Hai pointed and asked, who is this guy? The son of the richest family in the village, Lu Baonan, my classmate, because of envy and jealousy, has always hated me. Kawawa, the richest man in the village, my old man is not even the richest man yet, how many assets must his family have? Hua Hai asked with great interest. Yi Xiaoda thought very seriously and said, there must be about 1 or 2 million? His own pocket money for a year? Hua Hai shook his head and said, sorry for the intrusion, with this crap or the richest man? The assets are just my pocket money for a year, a ginseng plant on the ground for you is worth this much, right? Yi Xiaoda looked down and smiled back. He, himself, seemed to have become the richest man in the village. He just said he wants your family's homestead? Yi Xiaoda nodded, one of his family's aunts wants to build a villa in the village, and has taken a fancy to my family's mansion base, and has been wanting to buy it. Your mansion base is really good, in front of the water, behind the mountain, the terrain is still high, excellent view, if I will be behind a piece of land, and next to the parcel of land are bought, directly build a manor. It's done. Hua Hai's words let Yi Xiaoda a little moved, however, it seems that the money is not quite enough. And even if the money is enough, this matter is not that simple. It's that the road leading to your house is too broken, and the straight line distance is 40 kilometers, a navigation, good guy, directly dry to 60 kilometers, it's too winding. Our village is actually not far from the highway entrance, which is just 1 kilometer, but there is no road over there, can only go around along the reservoir. This reservoir just happens to be a pocket shape. Beishan village just happens to be in the pocket position. Unfortunately, the highway entrance to the city just happens to be on the other side. If you want to get on the highway, you have to walk around the reservoir, and the other side is simply impassable. There is a 100-meter wall between the two mountains, which is simply impassable. Unless there was a bridge. Of course, for the sake of the small mountain village of Beishan village, no one or power would be willing to spend that much money to build a bridge. The two of them just chatted and then waited while they did so. After hearing the sound of a car at the door, Wahai hurriedly hid inside the utility room at the back, and Yi Xiaoda quickly met Song Gang once again. Only, the people following Song Gang were a bit much, 6 or 7 strong men. And one by one, either flower arm or bald head, standard city rascal. The only difference with the village second rate is the clothes, these people's clothes, to be cleaner. Yi Xiaoda remaining 8 ginseng, placed in the corner of the hall inside, Song just came and naturally saw. Originally thought that he could only earn $2 million, he could not help but breathe a lot more sharply. Chapter 10 $10 million. Song Gang directly swooped down to the corner where the ginseng was stacked and carefully began to check them out one by one. It was as if he was investigating a woman's body for the first time. It was called a meticulous. So excited that his legs were trembling a little. After a long time, Song Gang walked to Yi Xiaoda and said faintly, "Sell me these ginsengs." Yi Xiaoda nodded, "Yes, what price do you offer?" 10,000 per plant. After this price was said, the few big men at the door all took in a deep breath of cool air. A farmed ginseng was able to sell for $10,000 a plant? This money was faster than robbery. How about changing careers? Go back to the village to grow ginseng? What they didn't expect was that Yi Xiaoda snorted and then looked at Song Gang. "You're kidding me. $10,000 and you want to buy away my 100-year-old ginseng? Dream on you. Then what price do you want? Adding 2 zeros is more like it. $1 million a plant?" Song Gang thought about it. Indeed, even if he bought it for 1 million a plant, he would definitely not suffer a loss and could still make a profit. But why should one earn less? This time by himself, he didn't come alone. Don't toast the wine, but don't eat the wine. Give you 10,000 is to look down on you. I do not give you a penny. As usual, will you these ginseng away? Do you believe it? Song Gang spoke with a threat. Yi Xiaoda smiled and said, This I really don't believe. He is aware of, Wahai has already arranged for people to come over. This Song Gang, absolutely nothing good to eat, then also afraid of a bird. You are now in the late stages of lung cancer, right? Do you want to be in advanced lung cancer with disabled legs? Doesn't matter, I won't live for a few days anyway. Seeing Yi Xiaoda's deathly insubordination, Song Gang thought about it and planned to rob it by force. The ground was $10 million. If you snatch this $10 million, you can go abroad. By the way, he threw his big fat daughter-in-law at home, and when he arrived abroad, he could still change his daughter-in-law. How good. One move, many gains. So, Song Gang glared viciously at Yi Xiaoda, then said towards the strong man behind him, "Get him for me. Just don't beat him to death." As for himself, he was already planning to go and pick the ginseng up. A group of strong men walked towards Yi Xiaoda with a cheeky smile. Dealing with a person with advanced stomach cancer, this did not seem to them to have any psychological pressure at all, but instead, they were glad. This money, easy to earn. Before they could do anything, there was a loud noise from outside the house, and a moment later, a group of people appeared in Yi Xiaoda's hall. The leader of the group is clearly the opposite of Uncle Jian. Yi Xiaoda also bought kitchen knives in his house. The rest were all villagers from Beishan village, holding either hoes or scythes in their hands, with an aggressive look on their faces. However, such an imposing face was unusually amiable in Yi Xiaoda's opinion. "Uncle Jian!" Yi Xiaoda hurriedly shouted. "Xiaoda! Are you alright? Uncle Jian, why are you here? I was just there at your family's fence cutting pigweed, and when I saw these people coming to your house, they didn't look like good things at first glance, so I called them over." After Uncle Jian finished speaking, he looked at Song Gang who was frozen in place and drank. "Who are you? What are you doing here at Xiaoda's house?" "I came to buy some ginseng," Song Gang hurriedly explained. The crowd's eyes also looked at the 8 ginseng plants on the ground. Hee, isn't this the ginseng that Xiaoda live-streamed before, and there are so many of them? Farmed ginseng, and there are still people who come over specially to acquire it? Acquiring is just acquiring, why are we still fighting? Anyway, it doesn't matter if we buy it or not, we, the people of Beishan village, can't be bullied by outsiders. The crowd was talking. The more closed a village is, the more xenophobic it is. Usually, every household in the village had conflicts, but it was all the village's own business, and as long as outsiders came, then all of them would be united against each other. At this time, even the Lu family didn't dare to side with the outsiders, or his family wouldn't be able to raise their heads in the village for the rest of their lives. Song Gang's eyes rolled, and he said in an aggrieved manner, I sincerely came over to purchase ginseng, and the price also gave mega high, gave him 10,000 a plant. He not only didn't sell, but even scolded me. I was really furious, and only then did I let someone educate him, and it wasn't even a fight yet, and you guys just came. Uncle Jin scratched his head, and the hoe in his hand was put down. Looking at the ginseng on the ground, he whispered to Yi Xiaoda, this is a good price, right? However, he added to Song Gang stubbornly, no matter what, it's just wrong for you to do it. It's not the turn of outsiders to bully the people of our Beishan village. As for these ginsengs, if Xiaoda is willing to sell them, then sell them. If not, you can't force them to buy them, no matter how high a price you offer. That's right, why are you still buying and selling by force? Even if it's a high price, people Xiaoda doesn't want to, you can't force them, can you? Right Xiaoda, you just sell it, this 10,000 a plant, this buyer is already blind, you hurry up and sell it. Little cute these days. Can't be seen too often. That's right, $80,000. By the way, you still want ginseng, I still have a few plants at home, bigger than this. Guahai, who was hiding in the inner room, could not hold it in anymore and laughed out directly, and Yi Xiaoda on the recliner was also extremely speechless. As for Song Gang, inwardly incomparably despised this group of peasants, but his face showed a happy face, and continued to persuade Yi Xiaoda, little guy, my price is really not low, you sell it. No sale. Yi Xiaoda directly shook his head, I'm 100 years of wild ginseng. One plant is worth millions. Ha, this young man of yours, how can you still joke about it? You are stomach cancer and not brain cancer, how can the spirit still do the problem? Let's do it this way, seeing as you are not in good health, I will give you $100,000. How is it, this price can it? Song Gang laughed loudly. Uncle Jian on the side, seems to be a little moved, secretly to Yi Xiaoda said, Xiaoda, this price I feel really good you'd better sell it. Uncle Jian. But this one of mine is really 100 years of wild ginseng, worth from $1 million. Yi Xiaoda had already explained a bit speechless. You child. What nonsense are you saying? Xiaoda, sell it. $100,000, it's almost enough for your family to pay off your bills. Still wild ginseng, if it's really wild, the ginseng here, it's worth $10 million. Yi Xiaoda smiled bitterly, how can he explain this? These people just didn't believe that their ginseng was wild. And it was still a wild ginseng that was over 100 years old. What's more, this was not a normal 100 years of wild ginseng, it was from the primitive tribes, and the effect was a lot better than the ones unearthed on Earth. Young man, just sell this ginseng to me, $100,000, quite a lot, there won't be anyone offering a higher price than me. Song Gang continued, he felt that he had already won. What did you say? No one will offer a higher price than you? Didn't you offer 100,000? I'll bid $10 million. An incomparably arrogant voice came out from the inner room. Along with this voice, the crowd also saw a suave young man. Guahai couldn't hold back any longer and walked out. As soon as he came out, he shocked everyone. As soon as Song Gang saw Guahai, he knew that he had revealed himself, but thinking that there were many of them here, his heart relaxed a little more. This kid, good looking, how come there's something wrong with his brain? That's right, it's still $10 million. Maybe it's Xiaoda's special arrangement. Also yes, people Xiaoda is a college student, maybe there is a way to sell these ginseng as wild ginseng. This young man must be his trust. Guahai listened with a black line. Yi Xiaoda listened and laughed outright. Not to blame everyone, blame it on the fact that $10 million is too much for the village people. Using this money to buy planted ginseng is really like a joke. Chapter 11, 2 bags of cash. Guahai didn't bother to talk nonsense to everyone, and directly went to the car to get the money. In order to buy the ginseng, he had brought cash with him. These days, it's best to trade in cash in the village. A few moments later, he laboriously carried 2 black suitcases into the hall and threw them in front of Yi Xiaoda. He also said with embarrassment, brother sorry, I brought less money, I have 5 million here, the remaining 5 million, I will transfer it to you, okay? $10 million. Yi Xiaoda was satisfied and nodded. Song Gang was even more flustered. He knew that Guahai was really serious, and it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to make any money here in Guahai in the future. Stealing a chicken didn't work. Doing a full set of theater the black bags are getting it. Still have to be a college student, acting are great. Everyone was talking, but as Guahai opened one of the black bags filled with large red bills, the room instantly fell silent. Countless pairs of eyes were staring straight at the bag full of red banknotes. Yi Xiaoda naturally also saw so much cash for the first time. After freezing for a while, he also covered his forehead. Now, he seems to be the richest man in the village. The wealth is not exposed. This night's sleep will not be solid. This is really money? 2 bags of money? Uncle Jian said with a trembling voice. Guahai nodded and said, of course, here's 5 million, I'm still short of das 5 million, transfer the money immediately. These ginseng, are they really wild? This uncle, of course, this is 100 years of wild ginseng, the effect is extremely good, 1 million out of the first one, I'm taking advantage of it. Counting the ginseng Guahai took away yesterday, there were a total of 9 ginsengs, and at a price of $10 million, he really wasn't taking advantage of it. This price was something that he and Yi Xiaoda had already discussed in the morning. The street skaters behind Song Gang were also looking at the 2 bags of cash without moving, and a few of them even took a step forward. When they took a step forward, the villagers of Beishan village took several steps forward. Don't look at the North Mountain villages. More than 20 people are all old people. Hands are also agricultural tools, but one by one, not afraid of death. Not to mention, strength is absolutely not worse than these young people. All of them work on the ground, and there are even iron workers, and one is stronger than the other. Song Gang could only lead the people to leave in disgrace, but he didn't see Guahai's strange eyes as he looked at them. Duh, I have to go too. Find Song Gang and talk to him. Then you be careful. Don't worry, back to the city must pass on the place. My more than 20 brothers have been in place. Song Gang dead. Dead? Then Yi Xiaoda said he would not participate. Right, you should have a way to be able to buy some Maotai. Guahai nodded. For him, it wasn't a difficult task. You help me buy 100 bottles of Maotai and 100 strips of Huazi, just deduct the money from my $5 million. What are you talking about? I'll give it to you. After saying that, Guahai left in style. The people inside the house were still looking at the money for a second. Yi Xiaoda's parents also rushed back at this time. Seeing the 2 bags of money on the ground, they also froze in place. After a long time, only then hastily greeted, everyone left and right. Neighbors, please drink tea, we first go to the bank. With so much money, it was naturally the safest to put it in the bank, otherwise tonight, I don't know how many people would patronize the Yi family. Everyone also expressed their understanding, and even Uncle Jen brought a few familiar neighbors along to accompany Yi Liheng and Su Hui to the bank as bodyguards. Some of the neighbors did not leave, instead they looked at Yi Xiaoda with enthusiasm. Xiaoda, you dug all these ginseng from the back of the mountain? Where were they all dug up? Tell me quickly. Yi Xiaoda smiled bitterly and said, it's the back mountain where the creek is, but it's all been dug up by me. A few people sneaked away. Leaving the Yi family, they headed towards the back mountain. A few smart ones, who knew it was impossible to find ginseng again, hit on Yi Xiaoda again. Xiaoda, my family Lily is graduating from college soon, you know ha, or else the 2 of you should tie the knot to flush out the joy? Yi Xiaoda's mind immediately conjured up the little girl from this big mom's house. The face of the cake is big, and there are pockmarks on it. Even if it is 17 or 18 passionate like fire age, such a 200 pounds of women placed in front of Yi Xiaoda, then he really cannot get down. Yi Xiaoda said, Auntie Lu, forget it, I'm going to die soon, so I won't delay your girl. Can't. How is it delayed? Maybe you'll get better after the wedding. A wedding ceremony? Waiting for Yi Xiaoda to die, and scraping the $10 million is what Auntie Lu really thinks. Don't look at the person's life in the village, this kind of routine is still playing very slick. A look no usually dog blood TV series did not watch a lot. The surrounding big moms and dads have also reacted, scrambling to introduce their own family's age-appropriate and not age-appropriate over. Yi Xiaoda did not expect that he is so popular now. It's even more popular than when you graduated from college and got a job in the city. In the past, even if the clothes returned to their hometowns, there are not many over to introduce the object, which is like now, a group of people around, to give a person with terminal stomach cancer to introduce the object. Also, in their view, Yi Xiaoda at most 1 month, $12 of marriage license only, can be divided into 10 million, no loss. These days, a divorce is nothing, or a widow. On the same day, an SUV came to Yi Xiaoda's home again, moved down more than 20 boxes of Maotai, and several boxes of Huazi. The rest of the 5 million, Guahai also hit Yi Xiaoda's account. Together with the more than 4 million saved by his parents, looking at his bank card of more than 9 million, Yi Xiaoda also smiled happily. Whether dead or not, at least a fortune was left behind. Xiaoda, now we also have money. I think you are not going to go to the Eagle country to cure the disease? Yes, go to Eagle country to find your brother Feng, let him arrange it. $10 million, how can it be enough? Spend the money first, you can earn it again later. The parents were persuading, but Yi Xiaoda shook his head. With advanced stomach cancer, it's the same wherever you go. Dad, Mom, there's no need to persuade me, with this disease, it's the same everywhere I go, I might as well just stay at home this month. Seeing that Yi Xiaoda's mind was made up, Yi Liheng and Su Hui didn't say anything else. After dinner, Yi Xiaoda said to Yi Liheng, Dad, you go and pay back the money, each family, counting 10% interest, and then send a pair of Maotai and a pair of Huazi. Su Hui on the side of the simple calculation, after learning that the pair of Maotai is worth 7 or 8,000, it is a little hesitant. But Yi Liheng instead said, good. They sent charcoal in the snow, and now our family has a bit of money. The kindness of a drop of water is repaid by a spring of water. Xiaoda, this is something you did not have a problem. Chapter 12, let's pick the expensive ones to buy. Yi Liheng first came to his second brother's house. As the village's old mayor, with a few rich sons and daughters at home, the house was naturally extremely luxurious, even a bit bigger than the richest Lu family's house. The first money Yi Xiaoda borrowed for the treatment of his illness was from here. As soon as Yi Liheng entered the house, he put a pair of mutai and a pair of huazi on the table, and then said to an old man with pale hair, second brother, this is $50,000. Then this is a small red packet, this pair of wine and a pair of cigarettes are Xiaoda's filial piety to you. Yi Lihui took the $50,000, but the red packet was not asked for. Li Hang, what's the point of being polite with me? There's no need to give the red packet. Both sides tugged for a long time. In the end, Yi Lihui reluctantly accepted the cigarettes and wine, but the red packet was resolutely not asked for. By the way, second brother, Xiaoda has also earned a little money. I want him to go to Eagle Country to see the disease. Can you on your side? Before leaving, Yi Lihang hesitated and asked. Let's put it this way, I can't decide. Soon won't I be celebrating my birthday? Yifeng will also come back from the Eagle Kingdom, ask yourself. Yi Lihang nodded his head in a hurry. He felt that he was still quite lucky. The youngest son of his second brother's family was in the Eagle Country, and he didn't come back even once in a few years. This time his old man's 80th birthday was a sure thing that he would come back, but it was a very good opportunity. He still didn't want to give up, and wanted to send Yi Xiaoda to Eagle Country for treatment. The next time, Yi Lihang was carrying cash as well as Maotai as well as Huazi, wandering around the village with a smile on his face. No matter whose family, no matter how much money was borrowed, anyway, not only was the money repaid in full, but each family also had a large red envelope, as well as a pair of Maotai and 2 Huazi. Even the few families that had only borrowed $500 all received the same treatment. In the entire village, it was only the Lu family and one other family that didn't receive the Maotai. In Beishan village, Yi Lihang's popularity was extremely good. Li Heng. You're getting rich. This is Mao Tai. Brother Hung. You really don't need Mao Tai, and you don't need red packets either. Li Hong, do you have enough money at home? If not, don't worry about paying it back. Li Heng's family is rich. The wild ginsengs that Xiaoda found in the back of the mountain were sold for $10 million. What? $10 million? Wouldn't that make you the richest man in the village? Where did Yi Xiaoda dig all the ginseng from? Let's go dig it too. He won't say. It looks like he's dying. God is pitying him. It's good, even though he's gone, at least the family won't be in debt, and Li Hang will be able to spend the rest of his life well. On what grounds? Why was Yi Xiaoda able to find the ginseng? Fake. It must be fake. Lu Baonan, couldn't even find it. Why can he find it? Humph. So what if he's rich? He's dying anyway. His house is still ours. Throughout the village, Yi Xiaoda's earning $10 million became the topic of everyone's long talks all night long. $10 million, for the people in the village, this is something that is impossible to earn in a lifetime, or even heard of. Even for the richest family, the Lu family, all their assets combined, plus the assets of their 2 daughters and son-in-laws, barely amounted to $10 million. Cash is certainly not so much. These wild 100-year ginseng that Yi Xiaoda had obtained from inside the trading system had not only set off shockwaves in Beishan village, but even in the city, it had also startled many big names. After Elder Guo went to the hospital for a nosebleed and eventually learned about the special effects of this wild ginseng, the Guo family was targeted by an extremely large family. When Guo Hai returned to the Guo family with the remaining ginseng, one of the collateral members of this family showed up and took away the vast majority of it. The Guo family, on the other hand, was instead grateful for all sorts of things, not only giving away the ginseng, but even groveling. Guo Hai didn't understand. Because he hadn't been involved at this level yet. And Yi Xiaoda's information also appeared in the intelligence system of this huge family. Advanced stomach cancer? Send someone to pay attention to this Yi Xiaoda. Brother, why? All this ginseng, it should have some effect on cancer, and it's also effective on the old man. You say, for a person with advanced stomach cancer to suddenly take out so many centuries-old ginseng and still have a unique effect, don't you think it's strange? Yi Xiaoda didn't know that he had been targeted. Early in the morning of the next day, Yi Xiaoda started his big purchase. Money in the hands, that is waste paper. If he didn't use it to improve his quality of life, after the lung cancer took him away, his parents probably wouldn't be able to spend all this money in their lifetime. Because the body cannot go out, then only online shopping. Most of the purchases were things that his parents could use, whether it was clothes or food, and the appliances in the house, all of them were bought in a big way. From washing machines to refrigerators, to air conditioners, to televisions, anyway, just buy the expensive ones, by brands that the village had never heard of. These days, the North Mountain Villagey family, there is a steady stream of all kinds of delivery cars. If it wasn't for the fact that his old man couldn't drive, Yi Xiaoda was planning to buy a car straight back. This loser thing, a bit of money to spend to death. Isn't that so? Like him, this kind of spending method, it won't take long for the family money to be spent. People die, the money is spent in advance, how tragic. He didn't know to leave a little for his parents, he really screwed up. You guys probably don't know the purchasing power of $10 million, the things Yi Xiaoda bought these days probably add up to less than $500,000. $10 million is enough for him to buy more. Thomas, when will I be able to earn $10 million too? Oh, unless you die now and someone burns $10 million for you, that's the only possibility. Even his own parents were complaining a bit. Yi Lihong said to Yi Xiaoda, inside our village, why do we have to buy a big double-door refrigerator? Really can't use it. You're also buying two at once. This money still has to be kept for your treatment. Dad, if we have money, we'll spend it. But you don't have to buy me such a heavy bracelet. It's 50 or 60 grams. It's a bit uncomfortable to carry. It's too heavy. Su Hui also said at the side. Mom, it's okay, stick to wearing it for a while, just get used to it. It doesn't matter if it's heavy or not, it just has to be expensive. It had to be the heaviest gold bracelet in the village. Previously, the Lu family that thing bought a new 30 grams of gold bracelet every day to wear, cannot wait to raise their hands all the time. We now have money, it must be the village Nanwo Wang. 7 days after the first transaction, Yi Xiaoda once again chose to trade with Xiong Hang. Only, this time when he saw Xiong Hang, Yi Xiaoda obviously felt that Xiong Hang seemed to wither a lot and looked very weak. This was very strange. After obtaining the weapon, how did it still fail? The daughter-in-law didn't snatch it back? Chapter 13, A Ton of Gold. After greeting, Yi Xiaoda asked with a smile, Xiong Hang, what's wrong? It looks like you're not in too good of spirits, could it be that your daughter-in-law didn't snatch it back? It's okay, this time I've prepared more weapons for you, I'll definitely let you snatch your daughter-in-law back. Xiong Hang laughed bitterly, shook his head, and said, No, the daughter-in-law was snatched back. Then what are you? It's because my daughter-in-law came back that I'm so tired. As a 0 times boy who didn't have a girlfriend in college and hasn't had a woman even after graduating and working all the time, Yi Xiaoda didn't understand. Xiong Hang could only explain, my daughter-in-law snatched back, and in order to thank me, she didn't let me go out for 2 days. Then the tribe inside after this time, think also should let me leave an heir. 4 days again did not let me go out, the 6 days, almost did not exhaust me. Yi Xiaoda came to his senses and laughed out loud, so, you are in pain and happy. After the jokes, there was the deal. Xiong Hang still didn't have any other needs, just weapons. According to him, he was going to clean up all the surrounding tribes, expand his tribe, and pick more wives. It was the same woman for the past 6 days, but it was suffocating him. Yi Xiaoda thought about it, this ginseng thing, if there are some more, selling doesn't seem to sell very well. The whole ginseng market is so big, wild ginseng is not good to find at all, let alone more than 100 years. You just sold 10 million wild ginseng, and then take out another 100 million, it will be taken away in minutes to be sliced and studied. So, this time, he was going to change something different. But the value definitely had to be higher. Do you have a metal there, yellow in color, not very hard? After saying that, Yi Xiaoda put the look of dog head gold into the air. Even if there were gold veins in primitive societies, that couldn't be mined. But if there was really dog's head gold, that would be different. This thing, directly can be sold for money. Naturally formed gold nuggets, some with unique shapes or large weights, were even more expensive than pure gold. Isn't this thing a yellow stone? It's soft, it's hard to cut things, and it can't be used as a weapon, it's useless as. Xiong Hang had a disdainful look on his face, completely unable to look at the dog's head gold. But from Xiong Hang's tone, Yi Xiaoda knew that in his world, there should be dog head gold. You have this stuff there? There is plenty of it. No, because it's not very hard, a lot of us take it as a stool table or something, just hammer it, and then be able to use it, my stool is made of Yellowstone. You take dog head gold as a table stool? Seeing the stool that Xiong Hang projected, Yi Xiaoda's breathing roughed up quite a bit. Ginseng is not good to sell. Is gold still not good to sell? The purity of the dog's head gold is not very high, but as a college student, refining can still be done, minutes to get out some gold. Moreover, dog head gold is sold directly at a higher price. I'll trade this, you guys should have quite a lot of it. Okay, there are some in the back of my house, the big ones can be a few £100, I'll prepare 10 or 8 of the heaviest for you. Yi Xiaoda nodded excitedly. Soon, Xiong Hang brought in the gold that Yi Xiaoda needed. Even with Xiong Hang's physique, he could only hold 2 pieces at a time. 1 piece in one hand. The size had to be as big as a computer monitor, weighing over 100 pounds. What's more, there is a golden stool, at least 1 meter wide, Xiong Hang is tired enough to move in. That thing, over 500 pounds. 10 pieces of dog's head gold, adding up to more than a ton. In the end, 10 axes for 10 pieces of dog head gold. Each dog head gold is over 100 pounds. Adding up to over a ton. After Yi Xiaoda saw the glittering dog head gold all over the ground, his eyes glowed. Even at the price of gold, that 1 piece was $20 to $30 million. With a low purity, even if it was cut in half, that 1 piece would still be more than $10 million. That's 10 pieces, that's a small goal. Or even 2 small goals. And, dog's head gold is far more expensive than pure gold. Because this thing is extremely rare. When Yi Xiaoda finished searching for some information, he was a bit confused. Why? This damned thing, don't dare to sell it. Don't dare to sell it. It's too big. It's really too big. Really dare not sell. The whole of Dasha appeared more than 10 kilograms of dog's head gold, it seems that there is no. There are not many more than 10 kilograms in the whole world, just a handful. You are good, directly to 100 kilograms, minutes to be sliced and studied. The price of dog head gold, what concept? Yi Xiaoda searched. Dog head gold 312G, price tag 4.7 million yuan, the unit price reached 15,000 yuan gram. Dog head gold 185G, the price is $2.25 million, the unit price is also at 12,000 yuan gram. Just these two, it scared him enough. Grabbing his cell phone, he began to search for dog head gold purification methods. Electrolyte purification. Convenient, easy to operate, basically foolproof. The equipment was naturally purchased online. Equipment to still need a few days, but these days, Yi Xiaoda also did not idle. In addition to learning the purification method, is to begin to think about the subsequent sale of gold method. As for Yi Lihong, even the entire Yi family. These days, even more lively. Because, the Yi family's second oldest, that is, Yi Xiaoda's second uncle, was about to celebrate his 80th birthday, the entire Yi family was starting to prepare. This was a big event in the entire North Mountain village. The Lu family is only the richest in the village on the surface. To say that the assets of all the people in the family add up, it is still Yi Xiaoda's second uncle's family. It is said that the son of the Eagle Kingdom is a year is 10 million level of income. A day in advance, the second uncle's family outside the two daughters and a son, are back, one by one. The specifications are very high. Yi Xiaoda's second sister also came back, early in the morning, was drafted. Together with Yi Lihong, they went to the second uncle's home. Killing chickens. If it wasn't for Yi Xiaoda because he wasn't well, then today, that more than 100 chickens, there would have to be a share for him as well. Because it was a prestigious family, the chickens at that banquet, naturally, couldn't be bought frozen goods, so the second uncle's house, which had very high specifications, directly bought native chickens. And so, there was a need for someone to kill the chickens. Relatives are naturally the best choice. Yi Lihong and the second sister, early in the morning with a kitchen knife to help. Killing chickens has been busy until 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At noon did not come back. As soon as they returned after killing the chickens, the second sister completely exploded. Chicken, chicken, chicken. Old mother will be covered in the smell of chicken. Kill, 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 old lady has turned into a killer. It had to be said that the smell was indeed a bit strong. Yi Xiaoda couldn't help but cover her nose. This scene, moreover, caused second sister to directly rush to the bathroom. After coming out, there was another complaint. You have to buy a local chicken, forced. It's so high class. Just buy it, and ask us to kill it. Why don't they go kill it themselves? Yi Xiaoda asked, didn't they do it themselves? His family as the boss has been busy, but sometimes there are other things to worry about. The rest is me and dad has been getting. His daughter and son-in-law did not all come back. Oh, the daughter in the city has been sweeping the floor with a broom, sweeping all day. As for the son-in-law, even more people did not see. The second sister continued, they all act like they're city people, and his eldest daughter, she keeps saying that she just doesn't work, and his eldest son-in-law is just the same, he's got a great mouth. Just kill it. Killing chickens isn't really that hard, but they even said they wanted chicken mash. 100 chickens, chicken morsels, a full sack, all have to be cleaned up, all chicken, pissed me off. No wonder second sister was angry. Anyone else would be angry. On the side, Yi Lihong was relieved and said, it's not just a favor, they can't kill the chickens themselves, so get ready and go over for dinner later. Chapter 14, City people are really elegant. The main banquet was tomorrow, but tonight, the Yi family, naturally, had to go over for a dinner. Yi Xiaoda was self-aware, looked at himself and asked, Dad, if I'm like this, am I not going? Go! Why don't you go? Su Hui shouted. If I'm like this, isn't it not too auspicious? This time, even Yi Lihong didn't say anything, pulling Yi Xiaoda towards the opposite side. His own son, what's auspicious about it? If you don't accept it, then we can't be brothers in the future. When we arrived at the opposite house, there were already a lot of people. Build a theater, all kinds of delivery, cooks, and some close relatives. Yi Xiaoda's arrival has attracted a lot of attention, and many people have cast their eyes. Everyone wanted to see how this person with terminal stomach cancer was doing now. Yi Xiaoda was already used to this kind of gaze, and walked to a table in the far corner and slowly sat down. Yi Lihong and Su Hui also sat beside their son, the second sister also sat down. Not long after, the eldest son of the second uncle's family came to Yi Lihong's side, pulling him up and leaving, Uncle Hong, go to the main table. Yi Lihong turned his head to look at Yi Xiaoda, and without a second word, followed and left. In fact, if Yi Xiaoda did not have stomach cancer, he could have sat at the main table. After all, he was the only male member of Yi Lihong's family, and he was also a college student who had made his way outside and was qualified to sit at the main table. But now, no one invited him, so he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to come over. Seeing that no one took care of Yi Xiaoda, the second sister was a bit unhappy and grunted for quite a long time. Yi Xiaoda smiled bitterly and said, Second sister, it's good that people didn't kick me out, after all, I'm a bit ominous. Who dares to say that you're unlucky, my old lady will get him killed. Hearing second sister's defense, Yi Xiaoda smiled and did not say anything more. Although he was seriously ill, his family, whether it was his parents or his two sisters, made him feel warm. Fortunately, with the transcendent space and time trading system, even if he was spared from death, but at least he could leave a fortune for his family, so that when a person died, he would not be left with an outstanding debt. It would allow the family to have a good life. Soon, the banquet began. The food was naturally good, after all, it was a rare big feast in the village. However, when Yi Xiaoda saw his father eating quietly at the main table without many people hitting on him, naturally he was not very comfortable inside. The main table is basically the second uncle's family, son, daughter and son-in-law who came back from the outside. All of them look like city people. All of them were chatting about things in the city. Yi Liheng couldn't get a word in and didn't want to, looking a bit lonely. Humph. What the hell? Eating and bringing your own pot. Second sister suddenly snorted as she looked at the main table. Yi Xiaoda also turned his head to look, only to see the second son-in-law of the second uncle's family, standing, holding a large iron basin he brought with disposable chopsticks. Before anyone else started to eat, he pinched some of each type of dish and put it into his iron basin. Then he sat down and ate on his own, and then he never reached out and pinched the dishes on the table. As for the second daughter of the second uncle's family, that is also very sophisticated, 2 salty dishes, but also deliberately called a pot of hot water, while swishing while eating, really do not know what to eat. People are more sophisticated, think the village is dirty, don't want to eat with us. Su Hui laughed. The second sister chimed in, don't eat if you think it's dirty. The second uncle hasn't moved his chopsticks yet, he's a junior, he's flipping the dish from the beginning to the end. The quality of this, it's also absolute. People are said to be a few million a year, live in the city villa, or what investors, look down on the village food, understandable. Seems like he doesn't come once in a few years, this time I'm surprised. This time is your second uncle's youngest son opened up, people said, almost returned. Then his own daughter-in-law's son why did not return? Isn't he abroad? It's more trouble to come back. For Yi Xiaoda, this meal, tasteless. Although things are quite a lot, the price is also expensive, but it is not as comfortable as my mom's fried vegetables. After eating, Yi Xiaoda followed the family to leave. The second uncle's house is still very lively, there are still many things that need to be arranged. Early the next morning, Yi Xiaoda just got up, found his parents and the second sister have gone to the second uncle's home to help. If it wasn't for his health problems, this would have gone as well. After eating, he didn't go over right away, instead, he waited until it was almost time for the banquet to start, then he slowly went over. As soon as he arrived at the front door, he found his old man greeting the guests at the door, so busy that he kept turning around. As for his second sister, she was also busy collecting gifts. The crowd was endless. Yi Xiaoda found a remote corner and quietly sat down, quietly viewing the village's big events. Isn't this Xiaoda? How's his health? Still getting by. Little Dai. Long time no see. How's your health? I'm fine. The one who bought ginseng last time was a lovely size. Do you still want ginseng? No. Many people greeted Yi Xiaoda. To be honest, many of them, Yi Xiaoda simply do not know, go out too long, some relatives are not too recognized. Just feel familiar face, called what is really do not know. However, he is a celebrity. College students, good job, lung cancer, can only live a month, ginseng sold 10 million. These keywords make him a well-known figure in the village. When it was time for the auspicious occasion, the eldest and youngest sons of the second uncle took the stage. The eldest son, as the actual organizer of this time, instead did not say much. Welcome everyone. Let's all eat and drink well and watch the theater afterwards. The younger son, as the one who had paid for the show, had quite a lot to say. Thank you all for coming to attend my father's 80th birthday. Today we have 60 tables, so feel free to eat as much as you like. After eating, everyone will watch the theater. Today's flower drum opera lasts until 9 o'clock in the evening. Everyone will eat dinner here. Hearing this, the elder son obviously frowned a little. The younger son continued, I seldom return to my home country, but since I've returned today, I must make some contribution to my hometown. Today, some leaders from the city have also come over, so if you have any requests, you can mention them. Just after saying that, a unified voice erupted from the stage. Repair the bridge. Repair the bridge. Repair the bridge. Repairing the bridge was what Beishan village wanted the most. If the bridge could be repaired, then the time to get to the city would be almost an hour less, and the benefits to the village were obvious. The youngest son on the stage was embarrassed for a moment, but he didn't expect the village people to be so realistic. I'm just being polite and courteous, and you're really mentioning it. Just mention it. It's so difficult to mention. At least tens of millions. I'll ask the leaders later, as long as the policy agrees, money is not a problem, I can pay the big head. Having been forced to this point, he could only talk first. The banquet began. Indeed, the dishes were rare in the village. Surprisingly, there was abalone. As a small village in the interior, who had ever eaten this? Although it was only the size of a wrist, it was snatched up as soon as it was served. The other dishes, too, were all of the highest specification in the village. Yi Xiaoda ate quietly, with only Su Hui by his side. As for Yi Liheng and his second sister, they were all still helping. If he was in good health, he would be the one who would be cooking. As for those sons and daughters of the second uncle's family, they are all eating in the hall, or else they are accompanying the leaders, every one of them moving, are as steady as Mount Taishan. In their opinion, today can go home from the city, that is to give the whole North Mountain Village huge face. Chapter 15 North Mountain Village's Big Event. It had to be said that Eagle Country's youngest son still had energy. There were quite a few leaders. Halfway through the meal, a group was personally sent away. When the village held a banquet, it was natural that there would be no shortage of hiccups. Quite a few vagabonds come to eat, and even young boys with a bit of a mental problem come. There were also some singers and dancers who knew that there was a banquet here, and they all came as well. These scenes, the eldest son-in-law of the second uncle's family that handled them with ease. As the village secretary of Beishan village and the director of the coal plant, he was a household name around the area. After the meal, there was the flower drum opera. As a local opera, it was loved by the villagers of Beishan village. Even people from quite far away came. A small ground floor was crowded with 400 to 500 people. Densely packed. Because, it was said that this opera troupe was the best around and spent a lot of money, so there were quite a lot of people coming. Yi Xiaoda naturally had little interest and followed his second sister back home. As for Yi Lihong and also Su Hui, they grabbed a good spot early. For dinner, as a relative, Yi Xiaoda naturally had to go eat as well. Only when he arrived, he realized that the seats seemed to be a little less than adequate. Not only him, but all the relatives and friends seemed to be out of seats. The seats were all taken by those watching the theater. Yi Xiaoda took a look at the dishes on the table and left. It was all left over from noon, and it was also very little, probably not enough food. Soon after returning home, the second sister and her parents came back. No nonsense, down the noodles went. The night was intended to just open 15 tables, so I prepared 15 tables of food. This is good, the theater watchers stayed. Open more than 40 tables, people have not even sat down. Yi Lihong complained. Second sister smiled and said, who let Brother Feng say at noon that all those watching the theater could stay for dinner? Brother P, the youngest son of the second uncle's family. Developing in the Eagle Kingdom, he was said to be a thief and rich. It was an 8-figure income all year. Watching the theater in the afternoon, even melon seeds and water are not enough, too many people have come. Hurry up and eat, you still have to go and occupy a seat after eating. The opera today was really good. In the end, there were only second sister and Yi Xiaoda left in the house. Listening to the lively scene at the second uncle's house, and looking at the fireworks that were set off from time to time, the second sister couldn't help but snort. These fireworks are purely a waste of money, and the same goes for the flower drum opera. It would be better to go on a trip if you have the money. This time, at least spent more than $200,000, the second uncle's family has lost a lot of money. From second sister's tone and look, Yi Xiaoda saw something called envy. Sis, dad will be 70 next year, right? Second sister nodded. Or else we'll give him a birthday next year as well? When Yi Xiaoda finished speaking, second sister turned her head to look at him, and suddenly there were tears in the corners of her eyes. He understood in an instant as well. Next year. Whether or not it would last until next year, it was really hard to say. Good. Next year. We'll organize Dad's birthday next year. It must be even more lively than second uncle's. Yi Xiaoda nodded. Should be able to live until next year. At least, these past few days, Yi Xiaoda felt as if he was comfortable instead. There was still quite a lot of wild ginseng from the primitive society, and he was eating a little bit of it every day, and the effect seemed to be good. If it wasn't for the fear of nosebleeds like Master Gua, Yi Xiaoda would have eaten wild ginseng as a meal every day. When Xiong Hong was trading gold, he sent another batch of ginseng to Yi Xiaoda, which will still be placed in the trading hall. In Xiong Heng's opinion, he was a little too sorry for Yi Xiaoda when he exchanged some yellow stones for a peerless weapon, so he took the initiative to send dozens of ginseng plants. There was even one of them that was quite a bit bigger than a radish, and it seemed like it had to be 500 or 600 years old. It wasn't until more than 9 o'clock in the evening that the flower drum opera came to an end, and with the 5 minutes of continuous fireworks, this extravaganza of Beishan village was declared to have come to an end. It's really good, this flower drum opera was really good today. Yes, it was sung very well, quite a few people from your uncle's village came. This is kind of a big event that doesn't happen in our village for 10 years. It's so lively, there are really a lot of people. Just now when the opera was being sung, his youngest son threw several thousand directly onto the stage. The fireworks were good too. It said that for just these 5 minutes, tens of thousands of dollars were spent. Yi Lihong and Su Hui's faces were excited and quite envious. Yi Xiaoda on the side listened and also silently took notes. The next day, the second uncle's youngest son came to the door. The first was to express his gratitude, after all, he helped yesterday, and the second was that he hadn't been on the door yet this time when he came home. According to etiquette, one should come to the door on the first day back. Before, every time Yi Xiaoda came back, he would go to the second uncle's house on the same day. It was only because the family was busy this time that Peek had just gone to the door. This time, Peek came to the door and received the highest etiquette from Yi Lihong. Little Feng is here, sit down, sit down. Uncle, I won't sit down. Yesterday there was some button meat left in the house. To give you a taste, yesterday my dad's birthday were specially purchased wild boar meat. The flavor is still good. Saying that, Yifeng handed a bag of buckled meat to Yi Liheng. Yi Liheng hurriedly brought over a stool and pressed his shoulders to make him sit down. You've only been back once in years. Come to Uncle's house. How can you not sit for a while? Uncle, then I'll just sit for a short while. Immediately I still have to go back to Eagle Country. Are you in such a hurry? Well, the road will take 2 days. Have to hurry. Yi Liheng shook his head, expressing regret, but quickly said, Little Foma, you also know, your little brother now has cancer. A few days ago my family even earned a little money. I thought of letting you help. This time we'll be Xiaoda together to bring to Eagle Country. Eagle Country's treatment technology is not the best. Yi Feng glanced at Yi Xiaoda, also very sorry. Although they had met only a handful of times, they were still brothers after all. However, he still shook his head and said, although it is true that the technology in Eagle Country is much better, but Xiaoda's disease is advanced stomach cancer. I guess Eagle Country doesn't have too good a solution. There might still be hope earlier. And the Eagle Country treatment cost is not you can imagine. He is not like me. I am now already Eagle Country people. Treatment basically does not cost money. But he went, even if it is a simple blood test, that has to be tens of thousands of dollars. Although your family has just earned $10 million. But in the Eagle Country, it is just $1 million at the beginning of the cure cannot cure the disease. And because Xiaoda doesn't have a green card, I guess the passport doesn't have one either. Eagle Country is not something you want to go to. Yi Feng still wanted to say, Yi Xiaoda instead said directly, Brother Feng, no trouble, I know my disease, going to Eagle Country is useless, I will not go. Xiaoda. How can this be? Yi Liheng was the first to refuse. Dad, it's the same if you go or not, don't waste money. Uncle, Xiaoda has a point. After saying that, Yi Feng directly left. In his opinion, if it wasn't for the fact that he had to go back for his dad's 80th birthday, he wouldn't be willing to go back to Daxia again in his life. Chapter 16 More than 20 pounds of dog head gold. With the big events in the village over, Yi Xiaoda had to need to think about himself again. Money. Still need to make money. I don't know if the body can be treated, but with money, my parents can enjoy their old age. After 2 transactions, the transaction points are now just over 30. Want to exchange to the primary immunotherapy potion, do not know when. Making money is the way to go. Ginseng can't be sold anymore, or it will be easy for people to slice it. But there is still gold. If the gold inside the trading space could be sold, Yi Xiaoda felt that 200 to 300 million should not be a big problem. The gold inside was at least 1 ton. The tools for gold refining have also arrived, and the learning is almost complete. In short, everything is ready, even the east wind is not bad. From the trading space inside break down a large piece of dog head gold, Yi Xiaoda began in his bedroom to refine. While refining, he thought about selling channels. After searching for half a day, Yi Xiaoda huffed and unplugged the power of the electrolysis cell. Why? Bought it for nothing. Because he couldn't think of a way to sell gold in large quantities. Sending it to the gold acquisition store, that time was at most a few hundred grams, such a small fight, he really couldn't see it. After all, he was already a person with $10 million. The other thing he was worried about was that selling gold all the time would definitely be targeted. Even if you change a store every time, but your source of income is definitely not related to gold, as long as someone wants to investigate, you will be invited to tea in a minute. The risk is too great. After thinking about it, it is better to directly sell the dog's head gold. Sell it once and call it a day, earn him a fortune. So, he broke off a piece of dog head gold from the pile of gold inside the trading space. It was probably more than 20 pounds, and looked like the shape of a lion. Then, he contacted Guahai. According to his understanding, was Group was the one that made its fortune in gold jewelry. Receiving Yi Xiaoda's call, Guahai was quite happy. Because of the Ginseng, his family had gotten the attention of the most mysterious and huge family in the city, so he couldn't even think of not developing. So although Guahai still knew nothing, just because he provided the Ginseng, he had already been looked up to by Elder Gua, and his monthly pocket money had skyrocketed. Brother did you find wild ginseng again? Guahai said jokingly. Yi Xiaoda looked at the 300-year-old wild ginseng in his hand that had just been gnawed on and said indifferently, Ginseng is not that easy to find, but I found another good thing. What good thing? Did your family start out with gold jewelry? Yes. Then does your family accept dog's head gold? I found a piece of dog's head gold in the back of the mountain. What the hell? You found a piece of dog's head gold in your backyard? Yes, it's quite heavy. Your back mountain can ginseng are 100 years wild, and dog head gold, say it, how heavy I can consume it for you. I didn't weigh it, it must probably be more than 20 pounds. On the other end of the phone, Guahai, who was rubbing a young woman's flesh, heard this and even stopped rubbing. Duh, you're kidding me, which dog head gold is more than 20 pounds, you don't find it kind of some other kind of ore. Let me take a picture to show you. After seeing the photo, Guahai still didn't quite believe it, after all, it was too fantastical. Then I'll mail it over, you can see if it's real, you give me a price. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda directly hung up the phone. Then he simply wrapped this 20+ pounds of lion-shaped dog head gold and express mailed it. Guahai didn't take it seriously. He thought that this was just a metal similar to brass that Yi Xiaodao found. As for the dog's head gold, more than 20 pounds, he did not even dare to think about it. It had never appeared in the whole of Daxia. When he received Yi Xiaodao's courier, he couldn't wait to go out and head directly towards Gua Group's headquarters. He felt it was real. When he arrived in front of a dozen-story Daxia in the city center, Guahai stood at the door and froze for a moment. Although he was a member of Gua's family, he really hadn't come to this Gua's Group headquarters building many times. "Hello, I'm looking for General Manager Gua Chanshan Gui." Guahai brought the dog's head gold package and arrived at the front desk. "May I ask if you have an appointment? Gua Chanshan is my sister." "Sorry sir, no one can see General Manager Gua without an appointment." Guahai was speechless. His own company, he couldn't get in by himself. He had no choice but to call Gua Chanshan on the phone. "Sister, I have a piece of extreme treasure that I want you to see." "What kind of treasure can you find? Hurry up and go home, I'm busy." As the head of Gua's jewelry, the most important part of the Gua Group, Gua Chanshan didn't have a good time this time. The resistance from home was just too much. 3 days later at the industry auction, if there was no more breakthrough, this old boss of his own, it seemed to be the end of the line. "Sister, I found a piece of dog's head gold. 3 days later is not our group to participate in the auction. This is an excellent treasure. Definitely can become the finale of the thing. I was so hard to find for you." Hearing this, Gua Chanshan let Guahai go upstairs. Although, she didn't really believe in the treasure Guahai said. The dog's head gold naturally could be on the auction, but the weight and shape was very important, and she didn't believe that her foppish brother would be able to help himself. After the panting Guahai ran to Gua Chanshan's office, he threw the package in his hand onto the desk, sending out a loud bang. "Even if it's dog head gold, there's no need to wrap it so tightly. Sister, open it and take a look." Gua Chanshan gave her brother a look full of skepticism before opening the package. When she saw a hint of yellow color, her expression became a lot more excited. She was able to tell at a glance that this was indeed dog head gold. As the package opened, her mouth could already stuff down any giant object after this piece of dog head gold fully appeared in her eyes. This piece of dog head gold, where on earth did you get it from?" Gua Chanshan was so excited that she was a bit incoherent. She had seen the world, all kinds of treasures, especially jewelry, had seen countless, tens of millions of them, had also seen a lot. But like such a big dog head gold, it was the first time she had seen it. "Sister, do you still remember the ginseng I got from a brother last time? This dog's head gold is what he mailed to me, and he said that he also found it from his family's back mountain. His family's backyard is really powerful. This is more than 20 pounds of dog's head gold. Do you know, in the whole of Daxia, there has never been more than 20 pounds of dog's head gold. Sis, is this really dog's head gold? It shouldn't be a big problem, however, I still need to send it out for testing." "That's good, it's good that it's dog's head gold. After 3 days, sis, you'll be able to deliver." Gua Chanshan gave Guahai a serious look and suddenly asked, "Why don't you give this piece of dog head gold to your dad? If you give it to your dad, I believe your family's status in the Gua family can climb dramatically." "Sis, I think what my dad and the others did to you is wrong," Guahai said seriously. Gua Chanshan patted Guahai. "Thank you. By the way sis, the origin of this dog head gold still help keep it a secret huh? That brother of mine doesn't want to be known too much. This you don't worry." Chapter 17, The Auction That Decides the Future. Gua Chanshan, who got this unrivaled dog head gold, immediately sent this thing to her group's testing lab. A moment later. "Mr. Gua. This is real dog's head gold. The total weight is 25 pounds. This is a weight that has never been seen before in Daxia. Our Gua group is going to be rich this time." Soon, the head of the lab found Gua Chanshan with an excited face to report. Forced to hold back her excitement, Gua Chanshan urged, "Remember to keep all of this a secret. Even the other executives inside the company are not allowed to tell." "Understood." The person in charge hurriedly nodded. Only, after Gua Chanshan left with a face of excitement, the person in charge pondered again and again, but still made a copy of the research report on the composition of this dog's head gold and handed it over to one of his teachers. Because, within this dog head gold, he had discovered an ore component that was desperately needed by Daxia. The importance of this ore component was extremely exaggerated, and the value of the dog's head gold could not even be considered a younger brother compared to it. It was no longer something that could be measured in terms of money. It was a supreme treasure that could be traded between nations. There was also another wave of people who had their eyes on Yi Xiaodao. Inside a quaint room inside an extremely low-profile but incomparably luxurious interior of a manor in the city, a copy of the latest document about Yi Xiaodao was also submitted to the hands of the butler who was specifically in charge of Yi Xiaodao's investigation. Obtained over 20 pounds of dog's head gold? And this dog's head gold also contains a large amount of minerals that are extremely needed by Daxia. The butler knew the importance of the matter. If one were to say that finding some ginseng with strange effects could still be explained by luck, but this was dog's head gold and mysterious minerals, this was not something that could be explained by luck. Soon, he took this document and found someone who could speak in this family. After briefly scanning the document, this middle-aged man said, I know, there is no need to investigate this Yishoda first. As for the minerals there, tell Dasha that there is no need to go after the origin first. This person, let it go for now. Although the butler did not understand, he still bent down and nodded to leave. After leaving, the middle-aged man in the house muttered, Ginseng, dog head gold, could it be that this young man has a mysterious and unpredictable master? Then is there hope for the old man's illness? He was in no hurry. After the old master had taken the young man's ginseng, his body had indeed improved in the past few days. As a figure who spoke in the Dasha capital, he was aware of some hidden secrets. It couldn't be more normal to have a mysterious old man in the Miles Mountain. And it just so happened that this young man also had cancer, which was also terminal, so as long as he kept an eye on him, there might be a chance in the future. This kind of person, he felt that even with their family's energy, that couldn't be messed with. 3 days passed by in a flash. On this day, Gua clan group's headquarters, that was also bustling with activity. Apart from Elder Gua who was physically ill and recuperating at home, everyone in the Gua family came and crowded in Gua Chanqian's office, even Gua Hai came. The others had come over to force the issue. As for Gua Hai, he had purely come over to watch the fun. Xiao Qian, what's wrong with you? Jewelry and gold is our Gua family's pillar industry. How come after the old master handed it over to you, one day is not as good as the other? The boss of the Gua family's 3 brothers spoke up. Gua Chanqian are lazy to take care of. If it wasn't for your 3 brothers' mischief, could it be like this? That is, Xiao Qian, the old man will be this industry to you, that has trusted you but look at you, take over less than half a year, our share price fell more than 20%, a loss of more than 100 million. You have to take the responsibility for this. Tonight's auction, but your last chance. If you still can't pull Gua Group's share price up for me, I think you'd better step aside and give way. It's not easy to have a big jewelry and gold auction held in our city. If you can't grasp this opportunity, you'll go home and plant flowers. In fact, this gold jewelry auction is not that important. It was only that it was said to be very important by the Gua family. Under the Gua family's 3 brothers' various tactics, if this auction, Gua Chanqian couldn't get anything decent to pull up Gua Group's fame, she should really go home and plant flowers. Therefore, during this period of time, her most important task is to find a treasure that can be on the auction, or even can become the finale, but unfortunately has not been found. It wasn't until Gua Hai brought over Yi Xiaoda's more than 20 pounds of dog's head gold that this dilemma was solved. Thinking of this, Gua Chanqian glanced at Gua Hai again, his eyes filled with relief that at least there were still people of his own in the family. However, he was even more curious about Yi Xiaoda behind Gua Hai, then. As for Gua Hai, as soon as he saw his big sister, who the entire family hated to get killed, looking at him with a face of relief, he hurriedly turned his head away for fear of being discovered. After this auction, if my Gua Group stock doesn't rise 10% tomorrow, I will resign from my current position and go home to serve my grandfather. Gua Chanqian finished speaking and turned her head away. That's what you said, huh? But I have already recorded it. Gua Chanqian, you can't renege. For those agitated voices behind her, she didn't want to hear a single thing anymore. Gua Hai, why don't you join me for a bit? Gua Chanqian pulled on Gua Hai before leaving. Gua Hai had no choice but to follow behind with a dead pig's face, instantly becoming the target of the family as well. Soon, the two arrived at one of the largest auction sites in the city. This place gathered almost all of the country's jewelers, and the semi-annual auction was full of popularity. As long as one made their family's name here, then there would be no problem at all with a 10% increase in shares tomorrow. And to make a name for themselves, they naturally had to have the most precious treasure. Gua Chanqian brought Gua Hai and quickly sat down in a corner. Here, the Gua family was nothing more than the most inferior existence. However, today, Gua Chanqian and also Gua Hai, that were full of confidence. After learning about the preciousness of the dog head gold, Gua Hai hadn't slowed down for days. In a matter of minutes, he treated Yi Xiaoda as his lifelong idol. Yo, isn't this the Gua family's eldest miss? Why are you sitting so far out of the way? Do you want your brother to take you to the front to sit? A young man with a pink face and greasy head purposely walked over to Gua Chanqian's side. Upon seeing this man, Gua Chanqian and also Gua Hai were too lazy to take care of him. Song Jifei, the crown prince of Song's jewelry. Song's jewelry volume can be several times larger than the Gua family, and people Song Jifei is the only son of the Song family, the status of the natural than Gua Chanqian much higher. As for Gua Hai, the qualifications with him than not. Just because Gua Chanqian's appearance and body, let Song Jifei is very interested. Seeing that no one took care of, Song Jifei wasn't angry. Instead, he sat down beside Gua Chanqian and said with a smile, Chanqian, it's said that your Gua family isn't very happy with you. Gua old man doesn't seem to be able to do anything physically. If you really can't mix it up, come and join me, give me a junior, surely you won't be treated poorly. Song Jifei, you're eating. Why does your mouth stink so much? Gua Hai couldn't help it and started to dislike him. Humph. Who are you? The Gua family's oldest third family? Your old man wouldn't even dare to talk to me like that. If it wasn't for your surname Gua, you would have starved to death by now. Unlike me, I'm so young, I can still run a company without relying on my family. Gua Hai was unable to refute this statement, because it was indeed the truth. See, no matter how much he said, what Qianqian also do not take care of himself, Song Jifei also can only be angry in return. Anyway, he felt that this superb woman, in the future, would definitely be his own. Chapter 18. A luxury car comes to the village. Soon, the auction started. Guo Qianqian sent a link to Guahai. Let your brother take a look as well. There is a live broadcast of this auction. Let him see for himself how much his stuff can sell for. Guahai hurriedly sent the link to Yi Xiaoda. Yi Xiaoda also hurriedly opened the live stream. After all, this was the moment he made a lot of money. He had to feel it. The few gold jewels at the beginning were nothing peculiar. This is a jadeite bracelet from Guo's group, glutinous ice seed with a bit of floating flowers. The starting price is $1 million. Hearing this, whether it was Song Jifei or the Guo family members who were watching the live broadcast, they couldn't help but snicker. This is the treasure that Guo Qianqian searched for half a year to find? It's just $1 million bracelet. The ones I carry on my hands are worth more than it. Song Jifei on the scene even turned his head to look at Guo Qianqian and even made some secret glances. In the end, this Guo's bracelet just sold out more than $2 million. This was a bit of a disgrace for a big gold jewelry group. Next, until the last 3 lots, there were no more things from the Guo group, which made the Guo family members breathe a sigh of relief, and then began to discuss who would take over the group. This person, it should be me. Big brother, I agree, but the vice president must be me. Big brother, I want the management of the downtown store. Big brother, I want the management rights of several branches. The Guo family had already begun to divide up on it. Because they knew that it was impossible for the last 3 lots to come from the Guo family. Even the Song family, it was impossible. The final finale could only be provided by those first-class jewelry groups. This was also the best chance for them to consolidate their reputation every time. The penultimate lot was a piece of dog's head gold that weighed more than a kilogram. This was already considered rare in Daxia. Usually dog's head gold that weighed a lot, that came from Australia. In the end, it was auctioned for $6 million. This is already much higher than the price of gold, basically 10 times, belongs to the premium. The price wasn't too expensive, but it was rare, making it one of the finale items. The penultimate lot is a full green bracelet, not even counting the Emperor Green, directly auctioned more than $10 million. This was exciting for Yi Xiaoda. A broken bracelet can be sold at this price? Next time we trade, we have to find Xiong Hang and ask if his side is also full of Imperial Green. This is another way to get rich. Next was the heaviest final lot. At this time, even the host was much more excited. The next lot, I've been in this industry for more than 10 years, but this is the first time I've seen it. Precious. It's really too precious. Soon enough, a picture of a yellowish color appeared on top of the screen. This is a piece of dog's head gold. It weighs 25 pounds. The shape resembles a large lion. Extremely precious. What? 25 pounds of dog's head gold? How could this appear in Grand Xia? There was a lot of discussion under the scene. Soon, the physical object was carried up, and when the crowd saw it, they were all envious and jealous after marveling at it, and those who had money went to raise money. Here, once again, thanks to Guo Group's Mr. Guo, this piece of dog's head gold is exactly what Guo Group provides. Thank you Guo Group for your trust in this auction. After the host finished speaking, everyone's eyes on the scene turned to Guo Qianqian. It is Guo Qianqian has seen a big scene. This will be a little bit of fear or not. Instead, stood up, smiled and greeted the crowd. He also deliberately locked eyes with Song Jifei, full of teasing. As for the Guo family who watched the live broadcast, they had frozen in place, killing them couldn't believe that Guo Qianqian, this little ninny, had always been in their attention. How in the world did she find this extremely valuable treasure? The atmosphere of the scene was up all of a sudden. $10 million. $20 million. $30 million. $40 million. Soon, the price soared to $40 million. Beyond this price, there weren't too many more bidders, basically some big powers. Don't look at these listed companies, the market value of tens of billions of dollars, really want them to come up with 100 million cash out is really difficult. And even if they did, they wouldn't be able to purchase a dog's head gold so easily. Although, this piece of dog head gold is already the most precious treasure. But the time given to everyone to consider is not too enough. If the auction before the first publicity for a few months, this dog head gold auction out a small target is not a big problem. In the end, this piece of dog head gold sold for $50 million. North Mountain Village, inside a dilapidated 2-story building, Yi Xiaoda held his cell phone and was also in a trance. This was another tens of millions of dollars in the books? The next day, Guo's group's stock price really began to climb rapidly, and at the beginning, it had already risen by more than 10%. At noon, in front of the Yi family in North Mountain Village, a luxury car came. A luxury car that had never appeared inside the village before. A deep purple color, a Cullinan. A multi-million-dollar luxury car. Down came Guo Qianqian in a red dress, and the driver, Guahai, who was in love with nothing. It happens to be in the lunch. Lihang and Su Huiwen have seen such a beautiful temperament of the woman. The mouth of the dishes do not know whether to swallow. Even Yi Xiaoda had a baffled look on his face, looking at Gua Hai, wanting an answer. Uncle and auntie, brother De, this is my sister, had to come over to thank brother De personally. Gua Hai helplessly explained. Qianqian right, have you eaten? Su Hui hurriedly greeted. Auntie, we've already eaten. This made Gua Hai, who had already sat down, stand up again in a frenzy. Then Xiaoda, you don't eat either, hurry and entertain the girl. Yi Xiaoda was even more speechless. Gua Hai was, at most, left without a midday meal, while he, who had just eaten, was forced to shut down. The three came upstairs and entered Yi Xiaoda's bedroom. Probably also hadn't seen such a humble bedroom, the roof was still tarpaulin. Gua Qianqian all looked at it for a while before saying, you should know that your dog's head gold sold for $50 million. Yi Xiaoda nodded his head in a hurry. Give me the bank card number. Yi Xiaoda hurriedly gave out a card number. I'll give you 38 million, the 12 million, most of which was extracted by the auction house, and the rest I've already paid the tax for you. Our Gua group didn't earn a dime. Gua Hai at the side also nodded his head in a hurry. $12 million less? It was quite a lot, but Yi Xiaoda could understand. After all, no matter if it was the auction house's handling fee or the tax, that was what had to be given. Many thanks to Mr. Gua. Otherwise, this dog head gold of mine wouldn't have sold for more than $30 million. The three of them chatted for a while longer, basically being polite. Before leaving, Gua Qianqian suddenly said to Yi Xiaoda, the price of dog's head gold is a lot more expensive than gold, don't ever purify it yourself and make it into gold nuggets. When saying this, Gua Qianqian also looked at the pile of purification equipment in the corner of Yi Xiaoda's bedroom. People could see what it was at a glance. Dog head gold is not good to sell, but gold nuggets are the same. Even if you sell it out at zero, your income is also something to come from. Don't lose out on a small amount of money. If there is still dog head gold in the follow-up, you can give it to me, and I will be able to help you to sell it out, and it is absolutely confidential. In addition, your piece of dog head gold in the shape of a lion, the edge obviously has traces of artificial breakage. Don't worry, I have already dealt with it. After saying that, Gua Qianqian directly left. It caused Yi Xiaoda to be dumbfounded. This, a little too shrewd. Obviously, she already knew that Yi Xiaoda had other dog head gold in his hands. That lion-shaped dog head gold is indeed Yi Xiaoda from a more than 100 pounds of huge dog head gold broken down, also thought that no one can find out, did not expect this woman even a glance out. Chapter 19 to repair the bridge to $15 million. What Yi Xiaoda didn't know was that right now, there were more than one or two people who had their eyes on him. It seems that the dog's head gold can no longer be sold. However, enough. The money is really enough to spend. With an income of $10 million from selling ginseng, and another $30 million this time, now inside Yi Xiaoda's bank card, there were already more than $40 million in deposits. Even if he was healthy and worked for the rest of his life, he wouldn't be able to earn this much money. And this is only the harvest of 10 days after he obtained the hyperspace trading platform. On the day Yi Xiaoda became a 40 millionaire, the village was also extremely lively. Because the city came. The transportation department came with a special working group. The whole morning was spent measuring the feasibility of the construction of the bridge to the north of Beishan village. In fact, it is just to get a bridge in the narrowest part of the reservoir. The difficulty is naturally not great, and the feasibility is extremely high. If this bridge is built, the distance from Beishan village to the city can be reduced by half, from more than 2 hours, directly to within 1 hour. The effect is naturally extremely significant. The key problem is money. At Yi Xiaoda's second uncle's home, the city's working group directly said, everyone, the bridge can definitely be built, but it will require quite a bit of money, because the people who can benefit from building this bridge aren't too many, that is, your Beishan village and a few other villages nearby, and the number of people is less than 1,000, so, it can't be scratched. The second uncle hurriedly said, leaders, this bridge is really too important for our village, you see if there is any other way? The people from the city thought about it and said, unless someone donates money, we estimate that this bridge will probably cost around $10 to $20 million, our ministry will probably just contribute $1 million, but we can help you coordinate it, and the rest of it will need to be solved by your village itself. And more than $10 million? The second uncle was planning to send off his guests. Well, the distance between the two banks is more than 100 meters, and it's still a water construction, it needs fixed steel cables on both sides, and the width of the bridge has to be 5 or 6 meters, the cost is more than $15 million. Less than 1,000 people would be able to benefit, one person would have to pay several $1,000s, or even tens of thousands, and a large number of families would have to pay several tens of thousands, which was an almost impossible amount of money to raise. Old village chief, let's put it this way, you see, to find someone to organize it, I see that there are quite a few rich people in the village, see if it is possible to get together this money. If we get it together, we can start the construction right away. The duration of the construction period doesn't need much time. We will first send the mapping data back and then get a construction plan. You guys get the money together, we can start the construction right away. The second uncle also nodded. This matter is no longer something he can solve, let the town get it. On the same day, the village began to count how much each family could contribute to the construction of the bridge. This was also a big deal in the village. A small list was able to tell too much. Especially the status of the village. For example, the second uncle's family, the second uncle himself was planning to contribute 10,000. That's already a lot. An old man, contributing 10,000, no comment. Next was the second uncle's youngest son, the city's working group was called by him, naturally the first to give money. A whole million. This money, in fact, is not bad, enough to buy a small house in the city. Even the two daughters who have been married off also contributed a lot. The eldest daughter contributed 20,000, and the youngest daughter contributed 100,000. The second uncle's family, that's more than $1 million. Of course, it's still too far from $15 million. The rest, not so much. The most each family has is a few $1,000s. The obvious richest family in the village, the Liu family, has several children, which adds up to $10,000. The entire Beishan village, not counting the second uncle's family, added up to less than $100,000. This kind of money, used to repair the bridge, basically a steel cable cannot buy. As for Yi Xiaoda's family, there is no special, the village average, right, wrote 5,000. Once the list came out, the village was instantly buzzing. TSK, 1 million, the Jifeng of the Yi family is really rich. His family is indeed rich. But it's not enough, he gets tens of millions a year abroad, what's wrong with donating more? That's right, it's said that his little girl is also worth tens of millions of dollars a year, just $100,000, to pay off the beggar. We've screwed up the bridge repair. The city is called by Yifeng, and then they do not pay, really take off their pants and fart, superfluous. Liu family 10,000, not much. Look at Yi Liheng's family, it's only a few thousand, didn't they just make $10 million? So petty, if I earn $10 million, I must take out at least half to benefit the townspeople. That is, Yi Xiaoda's ginseng is still dug out from the back of the mountain, originally belongs to all of us, now not a penny, really stingy. No wonder he got sick, this Yi Xiaoda is also too inhuman, God can't stand it. Selling ginseng is considered ill-gotten gains, it's only right to donate it all. Even if people donate it all, it's still a little short. That's not much, the city will contribute a little, and then the other villages will also contribute some, so it's really close. Yeah, if Yi Xiaoda takes out all $10 million, it doesn't seem to be that far off. Originally, the things in the back of the mountain belong to all of us, the money he sold should naturally go to the collective as well. After the bridge is repaired, that's a great thing for everyone in the village, why don't we go up to Yi Liheng's house and talk about it? I think so, let's go and talk about it. In this way, a group of people, in the village, led by an old man with some prestige, came to Yi Liheng's home. This time, the three members of the Yi family had just finished eating dinner. Yi Xiaoda was still thinking about how to spend his money. The two sisters definitely need to give some, the rest is not to get a big villa in the village. Let his parents have a comfortable place to live for the rest of their lives. Then the foundation problem has to be solved. Although his family has the best piece of land in the village, Yi Xiaoda felt that it seems to be a little small. It was only 2 acres in size, and it didn't seem to fit the millionaire's style. Character. As soon as he saw a dozen people coming to his home together, Yi Xiaoda inexplicably felt that it was not a good thing. Sure enough, after all of them were seated, the head of an old man said, Liheng, this time the city came to organize us to repair the bridge, do you think it's a great thing? Yi Liheng quickly said, Fifth uncle, this is definitely a good thing, if we can build it, it will be a lot more convenient for us. Yes, but right now the money raised in the village is not quite enough. Yi Liheng knew why this group of people had come, and so did Yi Xiaoda. Su Hui knew even better, and her face was already a bit unhappy, saying, if the village hasn't raised enough money, then the bridge won't be repaired, it's been like this for hundreds of years anyway. That's not the same, now that we have this opportunity, shouldn't we work hard? Fifth uncle, just tell us the purpose of your visit to my house today. Yi Liheng asked directly. Chapter 20 Don't blame me for dying in front of your house. The village's fifth uncle looked at Yi Xiaoda and said, didn't Xiaoda earn $10 million some time ago, but your family only took out a few thousand for this bridge repair, isn't that a bit low? Yi Liheng looked embarrassed to ask, but Su Hui didn't spoil him and said, Uncle Yi, how much does your family intend to donate? I think it's only 2,000 on the list, but your family has a lot of sons and daughters who are making a lot of money outside. It's different, isn't Xiaoda's money earned from selling ginseng, the whole 10 million, in fact, the things in the back of the mountain should have belonged to all of us in the first place, everyone says right. That's right, fifth uncle is right, this $10 million, it should have belonged to all of us. This time to repair the bridge, you guys should have contributed more. $10 million, this belongs to ill-gotten gains, it should all be donated, so that the cost of repairing the bridge will basically be enough. This is considered ill-gotten gains, it must be donated. Everyone was a bit indignant, extremely lively. Hearing that Yi Xiaoda's home was bustling, the Liu family next to him, naturally, would not miss this bustle and also came to their home. Once heard because of this matter, Liu Baonan on the vigor, directly to Yi Xiaoda said, everyone is right, you this 10 million, are from the back of the mountain, should have been owned by everyone, if you are not willing to donate, then take out everyone together to share it. That's right, our village only has more than 200 people, each person can share several tens of thousands. Hurry up and take it out and share it. Humph. Yi Xiaoda, you also took our money to buy so much manhwa, and China, you have to make up for all this money. To be honest, hearing this, Yi Xiaoda was really pissed off and laughed. Things dug from the back of the mountain should belong to everyone? If you don't donate it to build the bridge, you have to give it to everyone? This argument was really a joke for people to hear. When Yi Liheng heard that everyone wanted to take away the family's life-saving money, he was the first one to quit. What do you want to do? That's the ginseng dug by my Xiaoda, it belongs to him, this money, we are going to use it for curing the disease, don't even think about it. As for Su Hui, she had already gone to the door to get a broom. At the drop of a hat, she intended to directly sweep everyone out. Lu Baonan stood at the door, leaning on the doorframe, said cheaply, Uncle Hang if you don't take out this money, it's easy to be condemned by the heavens, not to mention your family's Xiaoda's treatment, the rest of your life is not good for you two old people. That's right, your family's Xiaoda's illness is probably because God is not happy with your family's stingy. Liheng, it's better to take the money out to repair the bridge, maybe the bridge is fixed, your family Xiaoda's disease is also cured. Yi Liheng was speechless. Su Hui was already planning to make a move. Yi Xiaoda, who was lying on the recliner, said indifferently, this $10 million, it's mine, I'm willing to donate as much as I can. The stuff in the back of the mountain, whoever finds it is whose, fifth uncle, I remember when you were young you often went up to the mountain to hunt wild boar, right, is the wild boar meat that you hit also give everyone a share? Lu Baonan, I remember that your mom still goes to the back of the mountain every day to pick up mushrooms, your family picked up mushrooms should not also give everyone a share? Who hasn't picked up something in the back of the mountain, who hasn't gotten something good from the back of the mountain? Now that I've found some ginseng, you guys are not happy about it and want me to hand it over? It's okay to make me hand it over, anyway, I'm like this now, a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, whoever makes me hand it over, I'll just go up to whoever's house and stay there, anyway, I don't think I can live for a few days. Yi Xiaoda said this, these old guys instantly caved in. When people reach old age, what they fear the most is bad luck. A look at Lu Baonan eyes around in the turn, Yi Xiaoda knew that he did not hold back any good farts, directly disliked. Lu Baonan, your family this time to drink is to buy mineral water, right, their own family vegetables are not afraid to eat it, I am a college student, I know it can be in the air to spread the good things, in the future your family may have to be bought, or else they all have to die with me. You guys have so much money, what's wrong with donating more? Lu Baonan panicked. Your family is not bad money you do not say every day that your two brothers-in-law are right and are rich it, this way, how much money your family donates, my family certainly follow, if your family out of $10 million, I also follow. The eyes of the crowd looked at Lu Baonan quickly ran away. I can't afford to mess with it, but I can't afford to run away. The remaining people, seeing that Yi Xiaoda is dead set on not giving money, are also cursing one by one and left. This group of people, how dare they think about my son's life saving money? Su Hui cursed. Yi Liheng was also visibly uncomfortable. Our family's money, what right do they have to use it? Yi Xiaoda was understandable. Money this thing, we all do not have can still get along, but as long as a person has money, especially still so easy to obtain, the rest of the village is instantly envy and jealousy. This group of people, Yi Xiaoda have written down, especially Lu Baonan. The bridge is definitely going to be repaired. But not now. When the bridge is fixed, I'll make you all come over one by one and beg me. Otherwise none of you will be able to pass. Under Yi Xiaoda's strength, no one dared to ask the Yi family for money to repair the bridge, but the village people seemed to have a different look for Yi Liheng and Yi Xiaoda. These days, money is trouble. The matter of repairing the bridge is also put down, the money is not enough. Everyone in the village, except Yi Xiaoda, thought that it was impossible to see the bridge in their village repaired in their lifetime. In the next few days, Yi Xiaoda was thinking about what good things he should prepare to trade with the primitive society's bears. Weapons didn't seem to get much trading points. If you wanted to save yourself, then you had to get a lot of trading points. And the amount of trading points gained from each trade was related to the item traded. If the impact on the other world was greater, the more points would be obtained. Therefore, Yi Xiaoda felt that he should make a good decision on the items to be traded next time. What was most lacking in primitive societies? After thinking about it, Yi Xiaoda decided on it. When it came to the day of the trade, Yi Xiaoda once again chose the Bear Crossing's primitive society. Otherwise, if he changed it, he might not even be able to gain a single trading point. Brother die. Long time no see. Ha, it's only been 7 days, looks like you're living a good life here. Xiong laughed out loud, with the weapons you provided, no one dares to mess with us at all, and our tribe is getting food much faster, and we don't have to starve too much, so naturally I'm happy. Starving? Yi Xiaoda hurriedly asked, Xiong, what is your tribe's usual food mainly? It basically relies on hunting, and then it's collecting some fruits. Is hunting easy? There are a lot of prey, but before there was no handy weapon, it was hard to hunt, now it's much better, a week of good luck, it is possible to hunt a sheep, there is still some meat. To Yi Xiaoda's knowledge, the tribe where Xiong was from had to have 50 to 60 people, and now there was only one sheep a week, so it seemed that there wasn't enough to eat. Therefore, Yi Xiaoda projected the bow and arrow and introduced it in passing. This weapon can attack from a long distance. It should be good for hunting or conquering other tribes. Any interest? There is. There. Yes. Xiong Hong was drooling. Give me a few days, I'll get you over a batch. Yi Xiaoda planned to ask Guahai to get a batch of compound bows for himself. This stuff didn't sell well online, but Guahai, as a dude, had a knack for this kind of thing. Weapons alone were still not enough. Yi Xiaoda planned to trade some more things. Knowledge. After the primitive society, wasn't it a slave society? Society needed to develop. Xiong Hong, if your tribe captured the other tribes or wiped out the other tribes, what would you do with their captives? Although Xiong Hong didn't know why Yi Xiaoda asked this, he still said, basically either kill them or put them back in exchange for some food. It seems that this is not yet a slave society. Yi Xiaoda assiduously seduced, don't put them back, don't kill them either, let them work for you. How good? Work for us? Well, I'll give you some seeds, the follow-up can be planted, and then it can be harvested. Just let these captured people plant for you, and the animals that you have hunted, can you also farm them? Yi Xiaoda spent a long time talking to Xiong Hong about many crop cultivation as well as farming, and also projected many modern agricultural crops. After seeing that a small piece of groundnut could feed many people, Xiong Hong became interested. Don't look at him as a big man, but his mind was very delicate, so he naturally knew what kind of impact what Yi Xiaoda said would have on him and his tribe. Chapter 21, Such a Big Imperial Green. Yi Xiaoda continued, when there is enough food, you can form your own army, I can take care of the weapons for you. With an army, you can keep training and then go conquer other tribes. After conquering the tribes, those people must not be killed. People can be so much more useful than wild boars or whatever, let them work for you, plant crops for you, and then breed wild boars and rabbits for you. You can also keep expanding your armed forces, it won't take too long, I think you can become the boss of that large area of yours, the boss who says there's no other. After thinking about it, Yi Xiaoda added, I can also give you the method of firing pottery. After seeing what the pottery could do, Xiong Hong had become a bit unable to sit still, it was just too exciting. Brother die. Thank you so much, these things are too important to me, tell me, what all do you want? I'll go get them for you. What do you want? Forget about the dog's head gold, there's still a lot of it on the trading platform and it's all unsold. Ginseng can be had some, but it doesn't need to be much. Let's switch to something that makes money. Do you have this kind of stone there? Green and a bit transparent? Yi Xiaoda projected a picture of the jadeite raw stone. This kind of stone? We have quite a few of them there, but the ones we have there seem to be much more transparent than the ones you projected, and they are also much greener. I don't know if it's the same as what you said. When we have nothing to do, we also like to polish some of these stones and use them as decorations. Bring some over to me. A few moments later, Yi Xiaoda had a few more fist-sized stones in his hands. How to describe it? It was similar to a beer bottle when polished. Thief green, and very transparent. Imperial green? Yi Xiaoda couldn't help but have this conjecture. Brother De, we also have purple ones there that are also very transparent, but in slightly smaller quantities. This kind of very green, do you have large pieces there? Yes, there are, all over the place. Sometimes we often use it as a stool, the biggest one may be taller than me, but only some places are green, whether it's all green inside, I don't know. Okay, let's trade such a stone this time, the greener the better, and then give me some ginseng as well. Good. These things, for Xiong Hong, that basically didn't have any value, they were all over the place. To be able to exchange from Yi Xiaoda here to get the weapons and also the seeds, it was simply not too cost effective. 2 days later, Guahai sent a lot of composite bows and arrows to Yi Xiaoda, plus some corn and groundnut potatoes. Yi Xiaoda completed this transaction. There were quite a few things to give to Xiong Hong, but there were also things to trade subsequently. You are not helping you to the slave society, there is still a feudal society to follow. Didn't you just give you a pottery craft, there is also an iron-making craft to follow. You want to build an army, you have to have weapons, and you don't know how to make weapons yourself. The things that can be given to Xiong Hong in the future are simply not too much. After giving so many things, the benefits are obvious. Because, Yi Xiaoda gained 86 trading points, which was more than the points from the previous 2 times combined. It seemed to be influential enough for the bear crossing world. It was a pity that these points were still not enough to exchange for a beginner's immunity potion to cure one's cancer. But with the ginseng in place, it should be no problem to hold on for a while that. Moreover, inside his platform space, there was also a whole lot more stones. Picking up a random one, although the outside was numb and had a layer of stone skin, several places carried a distinct green color. When you hit the light, they were all green. The light is able to directly penetrate through. Yi Xiaoda got a small piece off the top of a stone with a polisher, which was the size of his thumb, then polished it from end to end and mailed it to Guahai. Guahai, I mailed you a piece of emerald, I don't know its true price, help me look at it. My family is doing this, there are many expert thieves. Where did you buy it from? From a live broadcast, but also said it is what Emperor Greenit, spent a lot of my money, I'm afraid it's fake, let you look. On the other end of the phone, Guahai froze for a moment and said, you may have been cheated. Cheated? Well, live where there is what Emperor Green to buy, even if it is the thumb size of a piece of Emperor Green, but also to 6 figures, live sold or fake, it is estimated that all beer bottles do. In that case, you'd better help me look at it. Okay, but you don't hold too much hope, haha. Good. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xiaoda looked at the other large piece of stone that had to be the size of a basketball at his feet and fell into deep thought. Sending a piece to Guahai was just a reconfirmation. Because it was traded on the Transcendence trading platform, the platform above was regulated. If it was said to be emerald, then it was definitely emerald. According to Guahai, a thumb-sized piece of imperial green stone, which was already enough to make an egg surface, was worth 6 figures. What about the basketball-sized one under your feet? The bottom of their feet, this is a completely green glass ball look. The skin of the stone has been knocked off by the grinding machine, and the remaining basketball-sized stone is all green. Once the lamp hit, directly completely through the past. And there is no impurity in it, and there is no crack at all. Such a large piece, it is estimated to do a dozen bracelets is not a big problem. An Emperor Green bracelet, at least is also 8 figures it. Then the bottom of their feet now lying 100 million small gold? Even more than that? When Yi Xiaoda thought of this, his breathing became much rougher. When he thought about his own space, there were at least a dozen more such stones, then his breathing became even louder. The biggest one seemed to weigh more than a few tons. However, how to sell it was still the biggest problem. Right now, Yi Xiaoda had a lot of things worth money. There were a dozen or so wild ginsengs that were over 100 years old, and this was still a small gift from Xiong Hung in this transaction, and one of them, which had to be half a meter long, felt like it was over 1,000 years old. The value is simply unmeasurable. What about the dog's head gold? That is also a large pile. A small piece sold 8 figures, here head of the dog head gold if all sold, estimated more than a dozen small targets, certainly more than. And then there's the jade. If you sell them all, it is estimated to be worth dozens of small golds. Of course, the premise is that they all have to be sold. Otherwise, that is all scrap. Jadeite, Yi Xiaoda is not going to sell directly to the Gua family, although the Gua family is engaged in this. But there is no good excuse. You can dig from the back of the mountain to Ginseng, and even see the dog's head gold, this is able to use luck to explain. But you directly from the back of the mountain to see the best Emperor Green Jadeite raw stone, this cannot be explained. When Guahai received the thumb-sized stone that Yi Xiaoda mailed over, he also studied it for a while. Extremely translucent, and also green, at first glance is a beer bottle, but he is not too little cute. But he is not the second little cute, but at least his family is engaged in this industry, a little I still have. The first thing you need to do is to take a closer look and feel a little bit like the legendary Emperor Green. Although it is the young master of the Gua family, but Guahai really have not seen the Emperor Green jade, even the Gua family treasury, this thing is just a small piece. To make a bracelet is not quite enough. Now, with more and more people love jade, but mining out of the jadeite raw stone is less and less, the market has been bad to find a good stone, let alone the top of the Emperor Green. Even in the north of Myanmar, it is not good to find. Guahai is still not sure, but he knows several masters in his own group. On that day, he got an extremely unexpected result. Yi Xiaoda mailed him the stone, really is jade, and still extremely rare Emperor Green, although small, but at least is also 6 figures. Chapter 22, finally someone comes to borrow money. From which live broadcast room did you buy this stone? What got it? Not much, I want to buy it too. So, what I bought is still real. Well, it's properly imperial green, it can be made into an egg face, at least from over $100,000. That's not bad, I bought it for $120,000, no loss right? No loss, even make a little profit, you bought the live room is really quite good. It seems that my vision is not bad. Then this imperial green, do you want me to find someone to make you an egg face? And then give you a few diamonds inlaid, proper send women good goods, change a few nights of sexual happiness no problem at all. This is not troublesome, put it at your place first, I'll go find you when I have time. Okay day. Confirmed. It was indeed the imperial green emerald. It seems that there is a need to find an opportunity to go to the north of Maine. However, the security issue has to be resolved first. Moreover, it seems that one's own illness has to be cured before one can go, or else one would probably have to die halfway there. More than half a month had passed since Yi Xiaoda went to the hospital for his last test. Originally the doctor said he only had a month left, but half of the time had passed. Instead, he felt that his body seemed to have gotten a lot better. Of course, the pain in his stomach still accompanied him from time to time. Thanks to the effect of the special ginseng, the cancer cells were still spreading, but his body felt better instead. However, going on like this was not a solution. Sooner or later, the cancer cells would spread all over, and at that time, it was expected that even the immortals would not be able to save him. Just when Yi Xiaoda was still thinking of a solution, there were guests at home. His great-uncle and his great-uncle's mom, Su Hui's brother. Mom Su Hui's own brother. Only, this time when he saw his great-uncle and great-aunt, not only Yi Li Hung, but even Su Hui, did not have a good face. Sister, brother-in-law. Great-uncle very rarely carried a bag of fruits and placed it on the table. Yi Lihong nodded and didn't say anything. Great Aunt looked at Yi Xiaoda and said excitedly, yeah, Xiaoda's health is in good shape. Not bad. That's good, God has eyes, little do you will definitely get better. Great Auntie even folded her hands as if she was praying to the heavens. This scene, on the contrary, made Su Hui's face look a lot better and chatted with her own brother and siblings. As they chatted, Great Aunt brought the topic to the ginseng that Yi Xiaoda had dug up. Xiaoda, it said that you dug up a lot of wild ginseng from the back of the mountain and sold it for a large sum of money? Great Uncle's mom, how do you know? Great Uncle's house is several villages apart, it's a 20-minute drive. Ha, you made $10 million in the backcountry, the whole town knows about it. Yes, it's a top priority in the town. Look at your home, the new refrigerator, this air conditioner is also new, and sis hand bracelet, I see that there must be 50 or 60 grams it. Looking at the gold bracelet on Su Hui's hand, Great Aunt had a look of jealousy. Our Xiaoda has God's blessing, good luck, and made some money. Great Aunt has been making eyes towards Great Uncle. Seeing that Great Uncle didn't move at all, after humming a bit, she directly said to Su Hui, sister, you should know Su Chang has found a girlfriend, and will soon get married, but hasn't bought a house yet, and is still close to making a down payment. Last time I went to find you to borrow money, you did not say that the money to stay for Su Chang to buy a house and will soon buy, what, now not buy? Su Hui knew the reason why her sibling had come and snorted. Sister, originally intended to buy a 2-room hall, but people girls are not satisfied, must be 3 rooms, the down payment is still a little short, Xiaoda is not making a lot of money yet, I'm looking for sister to borrow a little. Yi Xiaoda happy. The ultimate is still here. They make money, there will always be someone over to borrow money. After more than 10 days before coming, this is considered late. No, Xiaoda's money has to be kept for his treatment, no one will borrow it. Su Hui's attitude is very resolute. At first, when Yi Xiaoda was sick and lacked money, the first person Su Hui asked was her own brother, and in the end, her great aunt refused on the grounds that she wanted to buy her son a house and get married. Now, it was Su Hui's turn to refuse. Didn't your family just buy so many electrical appliances, and Xiaoda's illness? It doesn't matter if it's cured or not. This was what great auntie meant. Su Hui wasn't willing to take care of her anymore, and Yi Lihong was also very rare in drinking tea while squinting, without the slightest idea of opening his mouth. Seeing that there was really no chance, her great aunt stood up, glared at her great uncle, and said, let's go. People didn't keep you for dinner either. They don't even treat you as a brother, and you're still here embarrassing yourself. Great aunt left in a huff, and great uncle hurriedly followed. From the beginning to the end, great uncle did not say a word. There is no way, the family is not at all his master, originally wanted to borrow money to Yi Xiaoda treatment, but the hand is really no money. Seeing his brother and sister-in-law turned his head away, Su Hui grunted, very unhappy, for his brother has completely given up. A look at the family in anger, Yi Xiaoda quickly changed the topic, asked, Dad, our next-door Uncle Zhang's family is not already settled outside for a long time have not seen their family someone back. Yi Lihong nodded, yes, it seems to have settled outside, there is only one youngest son left, who has also bought a house in the county, that old house of theirs should not have anyone coming back to live in it, why are you asking this? Dad, I want to buy their homestead down. This was Yi Xiaoda's first step to change the quality of his family's life after thinking about it for a day. His family's homestead? His family's mansion base is nestled at the foot of the mountain, far inferior to our family's location. What are you buying that Thai place for? Su Hui also chimed in, even if you want to build a new house, our home base is enough. Mom, isn't Uncle Zhang's place inside our house, with mountains on 3 sides and a reservoir on the other? If we buy this place, not only will our house be much larger, but there will be no more outsiders passing through our place. Further in the Yi family was the Zhang family, which was right below the cliff and the location where the bridge was built. Before there was a bridge, if the Zhang family wanted to go home, they had to pass through the Yi family. Yi Lihong and also Su Hui still didn't understand. Yi Xiaoda continued, even if it's used to grow vegetables, isn't it quite good? You're afraid you have too much money to spend. What's the use of that Thai place? We have a place to grow vegetables. What on earth did you have in mind? The parents had their doubts, but eventually agreed. In their opinion, Yi Xiaoda was probably just too idle. Let him muana casually during the last hours. After arriving at his second uncle's house, Yi Xiaoda directly asked, Second uncle, I want to buy the Zhang family's house base, is there any process? You buy his family's home base for what? That place is not very good. Uncle, I have some use for it. Okay, as long as you and the Zhang family agreed on the price, and then go to the township to go through a procedure on the line, but I have to tell you even if you will buy his family's home base, you cannot build a house. Why? Because your family's household in the village is just your mom and dad, you can't build too big a house, the specific requirements of the town have, rural houses can't exceed the specifications. Yi Xiaoda nodded. This was a problem. Inside the city, the civil servant's office had specifications, but his own house was not. Instead, in the countryside, it was not that you could build a big villa if you wanted to. Let's solve it later. The method should still be there. Chapter 23 Trading for Another Person. After letting Yi Liheng contact the Zhang family, the next day, the formalities were completed. Don't ask why it's so painless, blame it on the fact that Yi Xiaoda gave really too much. Originally $100,000 was almost enough. Yi Xiaoda took the initiative to offer $200,000. Frightened Zhang family members rushed back the next day early in the morning to complete the formalities, for fear that Yi Xiaoda backtracked. When I learned that Yi Xiaoda bought a piece of useless residential base, the village people look at Yi Xiaoda's eyes, with a trace of pity. Hey, this kid, the cancer must have spread to his head. Isn't that so? There must be something wrong with his brain, otherwise he wouldn't have bought that place. Do you think it could be that Yi Xiaoda wants to build a big house? After all, he has money now? Build a fart big house, his own home base is enough, now, but do not allow over-specification to build a house. So, could it be that Xiaoda wants to be buried there after 100 years? Also that location is still just right for. What 100 years? It's just a month. You say pretty good a child, how come he won't live more than a month? The key is that people die and the money is not spent. Everyone didn't understand why Yi Xiaoda bought such a residential base. That piece of land, in Beishan village, was considered the most wasteful. Yi Xiaoda didn't care about that much, he simply cleaned up the old house and then set up a few cameras outside. In the future, this place would be his warehouse. There would definitely be many more transactions with other worlds in the future, and it was still inconvenient to not have a warehouse of his own. Inside his trading platform, it was now stuffed with emeralds and dog head gold. All of these things would need a place to be stored in the future. His rank as the spokesperson of the Blue Star did not increase, and the trading platform's space was only so big. Without taking things out, there was no place to put them afterwards. This place was extremely hidden. To enter, one had to pass by Yi Xiaoda's house, the others were either cliffs or large reservoirs. Safety that is not to be said. Days passed day by day, soon came the day when the trading platform opened again. This time, Yi Xiaoda intends to change a trading object. Has been trading with Xiong Hong, seems to gain little. Primitive society, there is also no Yi Xiaoda urgent need of things he now urgently need to solve is his own body problem. Otherwise, even if he managed to get a large amount of extremely high quality emeralds from Xiong Hong, then he simply wouldn't have the life to spend them. Therefore, he chose random this time. After entering the trading platform, he chose random for this time within the system. I don't know if Yi Xiaoda is the chosen one, or if God is taking special care of him. Anyway, this time, Yi Xiaoda once again saw people. On the trading platform, there were not only people. Demons are there. The probability of a random match being able to conduct a smooth transaction was not very high. A person soon appeared on the opposite side. A person covered in silver battle armor, with only a melon face exposed. A proper image of an Iron Man, only the armor was silver, and the face, a woman. And it was still an extremely good-looking woman. The features were very three-dimensional, similar to the white Europeans and Americans Yi Xiaoda had seen in some movies. This woman, who was covered in silver armor, stood up, and after stretching out her hand, the mecha on her hand receded like Mercury, revealing her small white hand. Hello, I'm from the Lock Ice World, the Corps Commander of the 2nd Corps of the City of Hope. My name is White Ice. Hello, I'm from the Blue Star, one with advanced stomach cancer. My name is Yi Xiaoda. Yi Xiaoda's self-deprecating introduction caused White Ice to frown. Cancer? What a long time ago, your society still has cancer now. Well, the disease with the most deaths, and I don't expect to live long. Then it seems that your world's civilization is very backward in its development. White Ice then introduced their world. It was very advanced, extremely advanced. The technology was unknown how many generations ahead of Blue Star. Because it was too far ahead, then the planet was almost destroyed. This time, the entire planet, only a few cities still had survivors. Completely as a post-disaster world, city shelters outside either radiation clouds or mutant beasts, people live simply not too difficult. Thinking about it was still the current Blue Star comfortable. The thing I need is food, anything that can fill my stomach. Finally, Bai Bing said to Yi Xiaoda eagerly. Grain? Lousy has a lot of it. It mainly depends on what stuff is cheap. After thinking about it, Yi Xiaoda projected some parameters of the corn. The more he looked at the parameters and saw the ingredients of the corn, Bai Bing became a little excited. Even after seeing the steamed buns made from corn, there was even a hint of shiny liquid at the corner of his mouth. It was either that or saliva. This will do, all we've been eating is nutrient solution. Having this will not only fill up my warriors, but it has a flavor that will also greatly enhance their fighting strength. It was obvious that Bai Bing was very satisfied. Being very satisfied was good. Yi Xiaoda felt like he could mouth off. I don't want anything else, I want drugs or instruments that can cure my body's cancer. You guys are so technologically advanced, treating cancer, it should just be a matter of minutes. Yi Xiaoda had high hopes. But what he didn't expect was that Bai Bing shook his head and said, this cancer has been too long away from us, we will have special preventive injections since we were born. It's impossible for us to get cancer in our lifetime, and our genes are analyzed, and it's impossible for us to get cancer, so we really don't have any drugs that can cure cancer. After all, we've also never researched it. But I can let the people in the city start researching. I guess it won't take long. It is possible to develop a drug. After all, it's just a minor problem. Yi Xiaoda was incomparably disappointed. Research it, you guys research it. If it can be successful, I can definitely provide you with endless food. White Ice hurriedly nodded his head in agreement, then after disappearing for a while, he immediately came back and threw Yi Xiaoda a wrist. This is a healing wrist from our world. There are miniature healing robots inside. Isn't cancer the unlimited spreading of cancer cells? The healing robots here should be somewhat useful. It should be able to inhibit the continued spreading of the cancer cells, or at least be able to alleviate the rate of spreading. And not only cancer cells, this healing robot has a very good effect on killing bacteria and viruses. It's completely another immune system of the body, and it's even more powerful. I think it should be useful to you. Able to inhibit the spread of cancer cells? Yi Xiaoda hurriedly looked at the trading platform's introduction of this wrist. Sure enough, the effect was similar to what Bai Bing had said. Chapter 24, renting a reservoir for $1,800,000. This made him very excited. As long as the cancer cells didn't continue to spread, it seemed that he would be able to have some hope. Even if he wasn't able to completely contain the spread of the cancer cells, as long as he was able to delay the rate of spread, then he would be able to live for a longer period of time. Yes, how much corn do you need? 1,000 tons. Are you kidding? Just a small watch, although it is a medical watch, but in your world, at a glance, it is not a precious thing. This price is too expensive. Yi Xiaoda hastily shook his head. Indeed, this medical watch is not very precious in our world, but it is precious in your world, isn't it? Well, you have a point. In the same way, corn is not valuable in my place, but in your world, it's a life-saving thing, so you should give a suitable price. Bai Bing thought about it and finally said, 800 tons then. 1 less 0 is more like it. Deal. 80 tons deal. Bai Bing said in a hurry. Scratch that, careless. Sure enough, can't do business with women. Mom had said that pretty women were the easiest to cheat. But it's okay. 80 tons of corn wasn't worth a few dollars anyway. Give me 3 days and I'll give you the corn. Okay, let's trade again next time, huh? I'll definitely bring you something better. Yes, as long as what you provide is good enough, I'm not lacking in food. White Ice nodded excitedly. That was how this trade ended. In the end, Yi Xiaoda gained 58 trading points. It could be seen that these 80 tons of corn were still very important to Bai Bing. There seemed to be only 10,000 people under her. These 80 tons of corn were enough to feed her people for a week. For White Ice, a primary medical watch that was all over the place was just a primary medical watch. It wasn't worth anything at all, and to be able to exchange it for enough high-energy food for her people for a week was definitely cost-effective. It wasn't that she didn't have better medical equipment, just like this top-notch set of armor on her body, which was equipped with top-notch medical equipment. As long as she didn't die on the spot, she would be able to recover in minutes. However, she felt that she couldn't give Yi Xiaoda too much at once. Just as Yi Xiaoda thought, she couldn't feed Bai Bing all at once. Women, if you feed them all at once, how can you trade in the future? Because it was something that had been tested by the trading platform, Yi Xiaoda didn't have any worries and directly put the medical watch on his watch. There was no difference from an ordinary watch. Even after putting it on, there wasn't even a hint of pain, except that the screen showed that the medical robot had started working. As for how effective it was, it couldn't be detected for a while. 80 tons of corn. 1 ton is less than $3,000, and it's also delivered to your home. 80 tons is just over $200,000. For the multi-millionaire Yi Xiaoda, it is just a drop in the bucket. However, the excuse is still needed. Yi Xiaoda first found a wholesaler on the internet. After delivering the deposit, tomorrow 100 tons of corn will be able to deliver to the old house just purchased. He bought an extra 20 tons. But naturally, he didn't give it to Bai Bing for nothing. He still had a use for it. He also had a use for it. Beishan village was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and on the other side was a huge reservoir. This reservoir was very deep. It was surrounded by countless large mountains. Exactly how deep no one knew at all, but the size, at least there must be thousands of acres. There were several villages around the reservoir. So, the ownership of the reservoir is the town's. This reservoir has not been contracted for several years. When Yi Xiaoda came to the town with difficulty and said he wanted to contract the reservoir, he instantly became the guest of honor at the town hall. Of course, everyone looked at him with a bit of other meanings. It felt like they were looking at a big joke. Leader, I want to rent this reservoir. How much does it cost roughly a year? It was originally $500,000 a year, but if you rent it for a long period of time, it can be reduced by a little bit. But if you want to rent it, you need to provide $1 million of fish money. After all, we have spared a lot of fish before, and all of them are still in the reservoir now. This point, Yi Xiaoda agreed. There were indeed quite a few big fish in the head of this reservoir. Because this place was relatively closed, outsiders weren't too good at coming in, and the village was tightly regulated. Unless the village people, everyone else wasn't allowed to fish in it, resulting in the number of fish still being quite a lot. What if I want to rent it for 10 years? Then $400,000 a year. Good. Sign the contract. Good. But this reservoir is one of the sources of drinking water for our city. The environment is something that must be protected. You can raise fish, but the water quality must be guaranteed or there will be a big problem. We will go and test it every month. Yi Xiaoda nodded. This did not have any difficulty. After paying 2 years of money first, Yi Xiaoda obtained the contracting rights of this reservoir. The people from the town government, with a smiling face, then sent Yi Xiaoda to the car, and even had a special car to send him back. Great! Great! This reservoir finally has someone to rent it. This is a revenue generator. Good, good, good. Finally, a little cutie. That's right. You can't raise fish in this reservoir. It's useless. The town was still very efficient, and the next day, notices were sent out to several villages around the reservoir. The notice was that the reservoir was now occupied, so don't fish and trap in the reservoir every day, it's all owned by others now. After learning that the reservoir had finally been contracted, the people of several villages were happy. After all, they were all able to share some of the money from the contracted reservoir. However, Su Hui and Yi Liheng were not happy. Because, the one who contracted this reservoir happened to be their good oldest son, Yi Xiaoda. Yi Xiaoda! Are you out of your mind? Such a big thing, why don't you find us to discuss it? If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xiaoda was really thin and pitiful, Su Hui would have already taken a broom. Tell us, how much did it cost? Yi Liheng, who had been smoking with a sad face, kept shaking his head, directly a rattle. Yi Xiaoda truthfully confessed, the rent is $400,000 a year, I contracted for 10 years, except that I only need to pay 2 years of money first. In addition, the fish in the head of the reservoir is worth $1 million, and this money I also contributed, so I contributed $1,800,000. Yi Liheng pinched the cigarette out of his hand and lowered his head, really not knowing what to say. As for Su Hui, she was already so heartbroken over the money that she couldn't breathe, and directly held onto the wall and left this place. Anyway, today she did not want to see Yi Xiaoda again. It's sad to look at. Xiaoda, this reservoir is so big, in fact, $400,000 a year is really not much, but do you know why for so many years, this reservoir has never been contracted? Yi Liheng asked. Yi Xiaoda really didn't know much about it and shook his head. Because, the fish in this reservoir, no matter how many you raise, you simply can't catch them. Why? Because the reservoir is too deep, simply can't get off the net. There are many people who have raised fish here before, and none of them have lost their money. So that's how it is. Yi Xiaoda actually knows a little. But it doesn't matter. I really don't have a lot of money. Fish farming is just a front. Chapter 25 Nesting with dozens of tons of corn. All of this, however, couldn't be told to anyone. Dad, you also know that I like fish and fishing, and doesn't my brother-in-law also like fishing? Just think of it as renting a reservoir for a bit of fun. I won't live much longer anyway, so you can let me be capricious for once. Hearing this, Yi Liheng could no longer say anything. His own son is happy, let him toss it. However, the village could be a bit of a joke. Especially Lu Baonan, after seeing the village notice and learning that the contracted reservoir is Yi Xiaoda, he laughed so much that he ate 2 more bowls of dinner. He told everyone that Yi Xiaoda's cancer cells had invaded his head. Now his head must be a bucket of paste. Otherwise, a normal person would not be able to spend over $1 million to rent such an unproductive reservoir. There's actually nothing wrong with what Lu Baonan said, this reservoir, indeed, can't make any money. Could it be that Xiaoda doesn't know that the fish in this reservoir can't be caught? It shouldn't be, he definitely knows. The last contractor who contracted the reservoir, didn't he lose millions of dollars, put in millions of fish fry, and finally netted a few small white fish? The reservoir is too deep, and there are many places where it's simply impossible to net. Could it be that Xiaoda has other high-tech methods? You can pull that off, he's just out of his mind. After the reservoir came down, the corn was delivered. 10 whole carts. There was no way, too big a car couldn't get in. All of the corn was put into the mansion that Yi Xiaoda had just bought. In addition, a feeding machine was also installed. It was installed directly inside the old house, and the pipe led to the reservoir. After the electricity was turned on, a steady stream of corn kernels began to be scattered from the warehouse of the old house to the reservoir. It was as if the heavenly maiden was scattering flowers. Only, what Yi Xiaoda scattered was corn, was money. This daytime has been so scattered. Contracting a reservoir that can't catch fish, even if it's okay, now it's also starting to feed the fish, even if it's okay to feed the fish, it's still using corn. It's not like you're making a nest. Feeding fish should also be used to feed fish feed not only cheaper and more, and fish also more like, nutrient composition is more uniform. This time, even Yi Liheng and Su Hui did not understand. Su Hui even directly touched her hand to Yi Xiaoda's forehead, strange, no fever. Yi Xiaoda cried and laughed. Child we lost more than $1 million already, like fishing there is no need to buy so much corn nesting, dozens of tons of corn used for nesting, I still saw it for the first time, you were addicted to watching short fishing videos. That is, fishing is not so nesting, you are raising fish, the key is to raise the fish you cannot catch. Is it for your brother-in-law to fish? That's too much, the corn money is more than $100,000. Yi Xiaoda said with embarrassment, almost $300,000 of corn. When Su Hui heard that $300,000 was just thrown into the reservoir, her eyes went black and she almost didn't directly precede Yi Xiaoda to meet her ancestors. In broad daylight, the place where Yi Xiaoda feeds the fish has become a popular attraction in the village. The old ladies and old men in the village, as long as they were idle, all came to see the fun. Xiaoda is feeding the fish? How much corn must this be? It doesn't stop for 24 hours, right? I see that a few more carts have been delivered today. It's estimated that there must be dozens of tons. Wouldn't that be over $100,000? I don't know, it's quite a lot anyway. 100,000 or so fed in one day? That's feeding fish, isn't it? I know, this must be Yi Xiaoda accumulating virtue, wanting God to spare him. Isn't accumulating virtue supposed to release life? He's raising fish. That I'm not too sure about. Purchasing a home base again, renting a reservoir, and feeding fish, then there's only one possibility. What? It must be that the cancer cells have spread inside the brain. Yi Xiaoda's brain must not be working well now. It shouldn't be. Xiaoda still looks smart, his eyes are very bright. There might be other purposes for him to feed the fish this. Don't you guys see, feeding the fish is only the second day, there are a lot more fish here, even able to clearly see some big fish. Yi Xiaoda, if he has a good fishing method, maybe he can really catch these fish up. But the cost is too big, right? The fish caught are not as valuable as the corn. We do have a lot of fish in the reservoir. I estimate that several million pounds must be there. In fact, the value is not low. It's just that I don't know whether Yi Xiaoda has any method to be able to catch the fish or not. No matter what these people said, Yi Xiaoda's fish feeding action still didn't stop. Catching a damn fish, he never thought of catching the fish inside the reservoir. Even if it was a few million pounds, so what? At most, it would only be a few tens of millions of dollars, or the money for a stone on his trading platform. Of course, after everyone left, Yi Xiaoda stopped feeding the fish and put all the remaining corn inside the house into the trading platform. He would definitely need more corn in the future, so Yi Xiaoda decided to keep buying corn in the future and continue feeding the fish. Anyway, not many people knew how much corn he had fed, and the corn he gave to Bai Bing was saved without him realizing it. Once again, a transaction was taken care of, and Yi Xiaoda also felt that his body really didn't deteriorate any further. Whether it's breathing or appetite, it seems to have maintained the status quo. Of course, the stomach pain is still persistent, and the body's weakness hasn't changed in the slightest, and in the middle of the summer, it has to be covered. But this was already a miracle for someone with advanced stomach cancer. In his free time, he also fishes in the reservoir. Right where he nested himself, of course. Nesting all the time, not particularly much, but still a ton a day. A ton of nesting a day. In this world, there should be no one who fishes like this. Mr. Demao wouldn't even dare to hit the nest like this. The effect is naturally remarkable. At least where the nest was made, very large fish could often be seen. As for the fish bubbles, it was even more. Yi Xiaoda originally liked fishing. If not for his physical inability, he could catch dozens of pounds of fish here in a day. This is wild fish. It's also worth a few $100s. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the money spent on nesting. That's why there are always people who look at him funny. Laugh, you guys laugh all you want, I'll keep my head down and get rich. Among the group of people watching, there was a big mom who still had her grandson with her, only this grandson, it seemed like he wasn't in good spirits. Auntie, what's wrong with your grandson? He looks a bit shriveled. The grandma looked down at her grandson and said indifferently, he has a bit of a fever, went to the hospital and said something about a viral infection. Then you still brought him out, let him go back and have a good rest. It's fine, which kid doesn't have a cold, come out to see the fun. Yi Xiaoda moved closer to the child, raised the watch in his hand and shook it, attracting his attention. Dadden, do you like Uncle's watch? Dadden nodded in a daze. Yi Xiaoda reached out and touched it. This will be Dadden still have a fever, at least 38 degrees more. This damsel is also can, heart really big. Then Uncle give you to wear a bit ha. Yi Xiaoda put the medical watch he traded from Bai Bing on Dadden's hand. The watch started flashing after it was put on and kept flashing for 2 minutes before Yi Xiaoda took it off. Everyone still thought that Yi Xiaoda was teasing a child, so naturally they didn't take it seriously. At night, Yi Xiaoda asked Su Hui, who had slipped back, Mom, went out for a walk again. Aha! With whom? The same people. Oh, today I saw Dedun seems to have a fever, how is it now? Su Hui said, his grandmother said it has gotten better, after going back from the place where you threw the money, and now there has been no fever, very lively, as if he is not sick at all. Oh, that's good. Yi Xiaoda suddenly reacted, what? The place where I threw money? Isn't that so? You threw corn into the reservoir, isn't that throwing money? Su Hui was very dissatisfied and glared at Yi Xiaoda. Grandma Dadden still went on a trip to the place where you threw money. Dadden got well, this is God's blessing, it is because you are doing a good deed, it is not likely that your illness can also be good right away. Yes, there is this chance ha. Su Hui also came to vigorously it, I think this is really an opportunity, or else we in addition to scattering corn, and then go to buy some fish fry released into the reservoir? Without waiting for Yi Xiaoda to say anything, Su Hui nodded to herself, we should buy some turtles and Wang Beos too. Su Hui was a man of action, and the next day, several cars of fish fry were put into the reservoir, and there was even a car full of Wang Beos. The cost had to be more than $100,000. In Su Hui's opinion, this is already a huge expense, but for her son, she was generous, and even decided to buy a few more cars. Yi Xiaoda is also persuaded half a day, only to persuade their own mom not to buy Wang Bashi, replaced with bluegill grasscarp mandarin fish fry. The king of 8 in the reservoir is not expected to catch, but the fish, at least there is hope. Yi Xiaoda does not want his family money really thrown into the reservoir. Chapter 26: Fishing for Money. Yi Xiaoda's fish feeding operation continued. Of course, the amount of corn bought far exceeded the amount spread into the reservoir. The rest was secretly put inside the old house and hidden away. On this day, the North Mountain village once again rang with fireworks. It was just a few days after second uncle's 80th birthday, and there was another happy event in the village. This time, the fireworks came from Uncle Jian's house. Of course, the quantity was not much, just one bucket was rung. However, from this bucket of fireworks, Yi Xiaoda really realized the happiness of Uncle Jian's family. At night, after Uncle Jian's home was quiet, Yi Xiaoda carried a pair of moutai, slowly came to Uncle Jian's home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a young man with a cubic inch of 1 meter 9, and Yi Xiaoda's grade is about the same, full of tendon meat, waist straight, at first glance is the military origin. Ah Long. Seeing Kai Long again, Yi Xiaoda was very happy, opened his hands and walked over. Kai Long was a little short of breath, squirming, Xiaoda, you stay away from me, I just came out, bad luck. Ha, you just came out, I have terminal stomach cancer, who are we with who? Kai Long heard this before he let out a laugh, and then the two of them hugged each other tightly. Two old men. One with terminal stomach cancer, one just released, plus years of not seeing each other, a little bit of emotion is normal. Kai Long was Yi Xiaoda's best brother since childhood. When they were young, they pulled out birds' nests together and stole cucumbers together. Let's have a drink. Yi Xiaoda put the moutai in his hand on the table. This is good wine. It looks like you're getting rich, but your body now? What do you care, I don't abstain from food anymore. Kai Long nodded heavily, then Uncle Jian prepared several dishes, and the two of them sat directly on the ground and drank. Brother Long, what's going on, how come you went straight in after retiring? Yi Xiaoda didn't avoid it at all and asked directly. Hey, the human heart is sinister, see a man in the molestation of a woman, and then I went up to the theory, and finally fought, I did not expect, that woman even ended up retracting her confession, had to say that everything was caused by me, and then I was locked up for 3 years, and it is said that the woman has married this rich kid, and the child has too. This is a bit of dog blood. The two of them were kind of in the same boat, and they were both quite excited as they drank. Although he drank a lot, Kai Long didn't say a word more about what he did in the army, even if Yi Xiaoda asked, he didn't say a word. By the looks of it, it shouldn't be any ordinary place. Brother Long, is there anything to consider for the follow-up? Kai Long smiled bitterly and said, what can be considered, I already have a record, out cannot find any work, and I stayed in the army from high school, simply have not entered society, what will not, maybe at home farming it. Originally Kai Long demobilized, you can take the civil service examination, or go directly to other departments, but now there is a record, these departments are unlikely to want him. The family also didn't have much money at all, and doing business wasn't realistic either. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoda thought of a good solution. Brother Long, you should know that I rented out the reservoir in our village. Kai Long nodded, I heard from my dad, the fish in this reservoir can't be caught at all, when we were young we couldn't catch much as fishing kings, why did you still spend money to rent the reservoir? Who said it can't be caught, you help me go fishing, you can always catch some. Ha? Fishing? Fishing can catch a few cannot catch up with your nesting material money. How many can I catch? Brother Long, I'm not in good health, so do me a favor. Tell me. If I can do it, I will definitely do it. I contracted the reservoir every year, spent a lot of money, the head of the fish really quite a lot, but now there are still people in the head of the fishing, under the cage and so on, I'll buy you a boat, you help me watch the reservoir. This was already thought of when Yi Xiaoda came to the Kai family. The relationship between the two families was very good. Kai Long he absolutely trusted. To put it bluntly, even if Yi Xiaoda died right now, his own parents would have Kai Long to take care of them in the village in the future. This one is no problem. I'll watch over it for you. Then in your spare time you can help me fish, I've already started to make heavy nests, catching a few dozen pounds a day isn't much of a problem. Kai Long also nodded. These days, reservoir fish were at least $10 a catty, especially mackerel, warbler and whatnot, at least 20 upwards. If it was 20 pounds or more, it was sold by the bar, and the price was even higher. Brother Long, I'll give you $5,000 a month first, and then there's a cut for the fish you catch, $5 a catty I guess, you get $5 for a catty of fish. $5,000 a month as a base salary, and a share? This salary, in the city is considered high, Kai Long shook his head repeatedly. Xiaoda, I'm doing some work for you, just watching the reservoir, how can I still ask for money? Brother Long, if you don't want money I won't let you do it haha. It's not an easy job, and you should know that I have this amount of money. Then you don't need that much. Give it to you and you take it. No, no. Just give me 1 or 2,000 a month, and I don't want the cut. If you don't want it, don't do it. Yi Xiaoda huffed and stood up and left. Kai Long was helpless. Early the next morning, Yi Xiaoda found himself feeding the fish place, more a figure, fishing there. Walking in to take a look, wasn't it Kai Long? Brother Long, promise? Yi Xiaoda said with a smile. You hurry to buy a boat. Okay, right Brother Dragon, when I'm not there, you don't let people enter the house behind you inside I put some things. Kai Long nodded solemnly, don't worry, no one dares to enter the house with me, I won't go in myself. For this, Yi Xiaoda was very relieved. Thinking back then, Kai Long was the child king of several nearby villages, a thief who was righteous. Together with the 7 or 8 years in the army, this matter was not difficult for him. Because the boat bought online hadn't arrived yet, today Kai Long's task was just fishing. The targets are naturally all big fish. Several ISO rods, hung with sweet corn, were thrown to the place where they had been hitting heavy nests. There were a lot of fish here. Xiaoda, I think back in the day, when we were kids, we used to fish in this reservoir every day. That's right, back then, the money from selling fish was enough for both of us to have pocket money. When they were young, Yi Xiaoda and Kai Long were known as the two kids who knew how to fish the most in Beishan village, and they used to hang out in this reservoir every day. The fish they caught were all sold and exchanged for childhood toys. Thinking about that time, it was the most wonderful. Your daily nesting is too much, and it's all corn. Kai Long did not understand. It's not much, it's just for a while every day. If we don't make a nest, the fish here won't come. The key problem is that the fish we catch may not be worth as much as this corn. It's okay, what we enjoy is a pleasure. Soon, there were fish on the hook. Here, it had turned into a paradise for big fish. A big fish was hooked. This was for the sake of making money. The lines and rods were very thick, slipping the fish basically didn't exist much, hard plucking would do. Eventually, a 6 or 7 pound carp was pulled up in less than 5 minutes. Looking at this yellowish carp, Yi Xiaoda and Kai Long were both very excited. Xiaoda, this fish can be sold for 70 or 80 anyways. It must be able to this is a reservoir fish, although it's a carp, it's not a big problem to sell it for $10 a catty. It seems that we can also earn money. Brother Long, fishing float, let's fish for some warble mouth and grass carp or something, that's worth more. Good. Kai Long was also energized. Chapter 27, Fishing for a Good Harvest. One day passed, and Kai Long harvested a lot. A carp, 2 7 or 8 catty warble mouths, and 3 grass carp of about 10 catty. With these fish, it was almost $700 to $800. All of the fish were raised by Yi Xiaoda inside the pool of his house. A 3-meter long by 1 meter wide cistern, which was originally used to water the ground, was now turned into a place to raise fish. Mom, let's start selling the fish tomorrow. Good. I didn't think my son would actually have a way to make money from this reservoir. That must be When the boat arrives, I'll buy some ground cages and some silk nets, and it's still no problem to earn $1,000 a day. Great. Su Hui might not know that earning thousands of dollars a day, but Yi Xiaoda was spreading more than a ton of corn inside the reservoir every day. That was more than 3,000. A loss of roughly 2,000 per day. Not bad, not much. Sell fish to their own mom. The shrewd mom certainly will not sell cheap, and reservoir fish never worry about selling. As expected, do not need to be put on the road. When I heard that the Yi family has a reservoir fish to sell, early in the morning, the people of North Mountain Village will buy it all. There were even a lot of people who had already started to make reservations. This early in the morning, harvested a small 1,000, the whole Su Hui that is a smile on his face, said to everyone, see, my son is capable of it, contracting this reservoir, or can make money, they lose money, that is not my son's ability it. Small dragon fishing less than a day, on $1,000, today is estimated to be more. Later my son said he also want to get some of the ground dragon and silkscreen, the follow-up fish more than it. Come to buy reservoir fish, that is also a little confused, did not expect Yi Xiaoda really can still earn money from the reservoir. Thinking about who spends hundreds of thousands of dollars to contract the reservoir, it won't be just fishing Sister Hui, Xiaoda contracted reservoir so much money a year, just fishing can come back. Definitely can In the future, not only fishing, there are nets, there are also ground dragons, which is more than 1,000 a day, a year is not 4 or 500,000 this reservoir contracting fees out. But that Kai Long is not also a salary, 5,000 a month, and share, is not too much. That's my little day is taking care of his brother, for my son, this is small money. Xiaoda has really grown up. He still needs to study. He has a lot of ideas. Sister Hui, does your Xiaoda need anyone else? My son can also help you fish. Yes, my son can do it too. With a basic salary of 5,000 a month and a share of the profits, he can probably earn tens of thousands of dollars a month. Then I have to call my son back, working part-time doesn't have that much money yet. Su Hui was instantly a bit embarrassed. With so many of you coming back, I can't afford to pay the wages. So, she quickly said, there is no hurry, wait first, in the future Xiaoda will definitely have a way, after all, is a college student. This day, the effect is better. Maybe it's because no one fishes in the reservoir for too long, or maybe the nesting effect is too good. This day, just the warble beak, Kai Long caught 5, a proper small $1,000. The warble in the reservoir is more than 21 pounds. Together with other fish, this day, basically over 2,000. Even Yi Xiaoda didn't expect that the fish in this reservoir were so good that he earned 2,000 in one day. This is a lasting business. This huge reservoir, the fish in it, you want a fish like this, it is estimated that a few hundred years cannot be finished, much more. The village people from Jokes Yi Xiaoda contracted reservoir, to he began to feed corn, that is already when Yi Xiaoda is a psychopath. However, since Yi Xiaoda started fishing to sell money, the village people instantly changed their thinking, and have complimented on it. Attitude changes extremely fast. Of course, when someone makes money, naturally there will be someone who is jealous. On this day, the people of Beishan village, suddenly there were quite a few more who came to the reservoir to fish. There was even a village dilettante who came directly to where Kai Long was fishing. One must know that the place where Kai Long was fishing was the place where Yi Xiaoda was scattering corn, and this place, the fish were the most abundant. Big Dog, you're looking for death. Kai Long indifferently put away his fishing rod and walked over to Big Dog who was carrying a bunch of fishing gear. Kai Long, I advise you to mind your own business, this reservoir isn't yours, let me catch a few fish and I'll leave, otherwise. Or else what? Otherwise, you might still have to go back to jail. Not to mention, not having been out for a few days, I kinda miss it. Rumor has it, after I left, you became the big brother in the village? It seems that you've forgotten about the things that happened before when I took off your pants and beat your ass red. The Big Dog was the object that Yi Xiaoda and Kai Long cleaned up when they were young. Only after growing up, Yi Xiaoda went to college, Kai Long became a soldier, and Big Dog stayed inside the village with nothing to do, a typical second rate. I'll just catch a few fish, if you stop me, you're blocking my way of wealth, whoever blocks my way of wealth, I'll make it bad for them. The Big Dog still didn't leave, instead he headed right towards the shore, intending to start fishing. As long as you dare to lay your rod, I will pout and break your rod. Looking at the faintly smiling Kai Long, the Big Dog really didn't dare to continue to lower his pole, having already been beaten up and scared as a child. And now Kai Long is full of tendon meat, on the Big Dog like this, come to 3 or 4 probably are not a match. The Big Dog was driven away, but there are still many people fishing fish, especially the elderly, especially more, for these old people, Kai Long do not dare to speak loudly, for fear of the voices too loud will be scared to the head of the reservoir. Kai Long had to find Yi Xiaoda. Xiaoda, what to do? There have to be a dozen people in the village who have gone fishing. All old people? There are also a few children. The boat is already here, get off the boat and go warn them, tell them all to leave for me or I'll call the police to arrest them. Kai Long also nodded and went. Those who were fishing on the shore soon saw a search of speedboats, coming directly towards where they were fishing. Xiaolong, what the hell are you doing, can't you see I'm fishing? You scared my fish away, go back and I'll find your father to settle the score. Second master, the reservoir is now contracted by Xiaoda, no one is allowed to fish, you'd better put away your rod and go. Humph. I'm over 70, what's wrong with coming to fish? Do you still want to drive me away? This. What's this? Get the hell out of here. This was leaning on to this old man, Kai Long really couldn't lay his hands on him. He would lie on the ground in minutes. Seeing Kai Long leave, a few old men laughed out loud, haha, little brat. Hurry up and fish, this reservoir fish is delicious. But can we catch them? Do we have to follow Yi Xiaoda's example of hitting a heavy nest? Hit a little, too much will be a loss. The crowd all started to hit the nest. Kai Long had no choice but to go back and tell Yi Xiaoda. Brother Long, please make a trip, isn't there a large amount of bamboo in the mountains behind your house, go cut some and throw it into the reservoir. Kai Long nodded heavily. The entire reservoir, within the boundaries of Beishan village, was just a handful of fishing spots. The other places, either the water was too deep, or people couldn't get close at all. The next day, when these old men continued to come to the nesting place to fish, they were confused. They just threw it down, and it was hooked. Threw it down again, hooked again. What's going on? An older woman next to her said, last night, I saw that Kai Long kid throw a lot of bamboo here. Old woman, why didn't you say so earlier, causing me to hang a few pairs of hooks? Lost $12. Get lost. A few old men got angry. Last night, they had just made a nest, and today they hung up a few hooks, how can they tolerate this? A group of people went directly to Yi Xiaoda's home. At this time, Yi Xiaoda's house was selling fish, and Kai Long was there. As soon as he saw Kai Long, these old men almost took their canes to start beating people. On the side of Yi Xiaoda muttered, reservoir I contracted, continue to fish is equivalent to theft, steal more than $200, I can call the police, in the future you all have to have a record, your grandson cannot take the civil service examination. You. The old men went crazy. Don't point at me, I'm not in good health, you steal my fish, in case I die, I have to sue you, just say that I was pissed off by you, you'll pay out at least $1 million or more. A few old masters looked at the smiling Yi Xiaoda, blew their beards and left. Not to mention scaring Yi Xiaoda to death, these few old masters themselves were almost pissed off. Chapter 28, Making an example out of someone. The village's problems should have been solved. There was no way Yi Xiaoda would let them fish as they pleased. This kind of thing can't start this. Otherwise, if anyone came to fish, they would still contract the reservoir to do chicken feathers. Xiaoda, just now I drove the boat around the other villages. There are quite a few people fishing, even all kinds of fishing rods are on. There are also those who build fishing platforms. It looks like they are ready to make a big effort. This really needs to be addressed. Seeing that they could make money from fishing, it looked like many people had already been unable to hold back. Otherwise, I'll go on patrol all the time, and when I come across fishing, I'll scold and throw stones, just no more fishing. Brother Long, there's no need, we can make an example of them, then I'll buy you another drone, so you can patrol the reservoir when you're fishing. That's a good idea, but how do we kill the chicken to make an example of the monkey? Who is the most arrogant person who steals fish? Song-er from Linshan village, with a few people, the fishing platform was all set up, I went to let them go, and they even dared to throw stones at me. Good. Quite bold. After thinking about it, Yi Xiaoda quickly thought of a good solution. Brother Long, is there a way to film how many fish they caught every day? Of course, in the army, I was the one who worked as a scout, this is too easy. Alright, let's film him for 2 days first. After 2 days had passed, seeing the harvest that Kai Long had filmed, Yi Xiaoda felt that it was almost time. Taking out the phone, he called the person in charge of the reservoir in the town. When Yi Xiaoda contracted the reservoir, he left the phone number of the person in charge. As soon as he saw that it was the phone of Yi Xiaoda, the god of wealth, Wu Hao immediately connected. Isn't this boss Yi? How did you remember to call me? Leader, this reservoir, I can't rent it, can I get a refund? Wu Hao on the other end of the phone was startled, and quickly asked nervously, what's wrong? What's wrong? This thing can't be refunded. I was planning to raise fish, but there are simply too many people stealing fish, I don't dare to rent it off. Leader, think of a way, can you refund the rent to me? This refund is definitely not refundable, we signed a contract after all. Yi Xiaoda sighed and said, hey, then there is no way out, the next few years I designated is not rent, cannot afford to lose. Don't, I'll think of a way, is not just someone stealing fish it, I now bring the town police station people over to warn them. Well, great leader, I'll go pick you up, Yi Xiaoda brought Kai Long and picked up the townspeople, and then came to Song-er's fishing spot. Song-er led a few people and was concentrating on fishing. Behind them, inside a large bucket, there were many confused loaches. It's on again. One warble, worth 200. As soon as Song-er raised his rod, the inside of the fishing rod turned into a circular shape. The big fish was hooked. Second brother, awesome. This is the 8th big warbler today, isn't it? The 8th one, this loach is good, isn't it? That's right, we've earned several $1,000s in less than 2 days. How exciting. Yi Xiaoda contracted this reservoir completely is to give us money. That punk, who can't even fish, still dares to rent the reservoir, what a piece of trash. Whoever contracts this reservoir is going to lose. In the future we will rely on stealing fish to get rich. What's stealing fish? The fish in this reservoir originally belongs to everyone. The crowd was excitedly fishing for fish, and from time to time, they also despised Yi Xiaoda. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoda helplessly glanced at Wu Hao and whispered, Leader, I really have no way out. This group of people is really too arrogant, I went to drive over them, they even used stones to stone me. This fishing with loaches, one day they fish away my thousands. Wu Hao patted Yi Xiaoda and said, leave this to me. Then he walked out with a few men in uniform and came directly in front of Song-er. Who told you guys to fish here? Song-er also froze for a moment, but this was his village, he wasn't afraid of things. Who are you? What do you care? I can fish if I want to. This tone of voice made Wu Hao inside the system very uncomfortable. This reservoir has been contracted out, no one is allowed to fish privately, the notice was sent out a long time ago, you guys dare to steal fish. What do you mean by stealing fish? I am just fishing some fish for myself, there is no need to send out you guys. A man in uniform walked to Song-er's side, opened his cell phone to a video, and handed it to him. In the past 2 days, you caught more than 50 fish, according to the current market price, it's almost about $8,000, you've already been involved in breaking the law, come with me. Breaking the law? Song-er was flustered now, but he didn't realize that just fishing was already illegal. If you steal more than 2,000, you'll have to go in and stay there. Hearing that he still had to go in, Song-er froze. Song Hao also said on the side, jail, have a record, in the future, your children will probably hate you. Now, Song-er was completely flustered. Leader, I'm just fishing a little bit, it's not that serious. Song Hao didn't care, but his eyes still looked at Yi Xiaoda who had followed him over. Yi Xiaoda would still be weak, it had been a long time, but it was the first time he had walked such a long distance. Seeing everyone looking at a weak person, Song-er naturally knew who this was. Are you the big boss of this reservoir? Yi, what did to come? Yi Xiaoda. Yes, it's Yi Xiaoda, this body of yours, you're still alive? Before I die, I will definitely send you in. Song Air hurriedly said awkwardly, misunderstanding, I'm just fishing a little bit here, there's no need to still call the leaders over. Have I already told everyone that this reservoir, no one is allowed to fish in the future? Really? I didn't see the notice. Song Air made up his mind that he could not admit it to death. Once he admitted it, he absolutely had to go in. As the saying goes, those who don't know are not guilty. Yi Xiaoda sneered and said, I don't care if you don't know, I just know that you stole a few $1,000s of my fish, it's enough to get you in. Boss Yi, it's not necessary, we are all from the nearby villages, we don't see each other's heads, in the future, maybe we still have the chance to meet each other, even if we don't, there will still be in the future. Song Air's tone was vaguely threatening. Song Hao on the side also secretly said to Yi Xiaoda, this kind of thing, it's actually hard to say, if people say that they really didn't receive the notification, we actually can't force him to be arrested, otherwise, you'd better let him compensate some money. Yi Xiaoda thought about it, anyway, it's okay, this Song Air is a chicken in his own kill chicken warning monkey, more compensation, everyone will naturally not dare to come to the reservoir to fish in the future. Fake 1 compensates 3, you steal my fish, worth 5,000, accompany me 15,000, this matter is so forgettable, otherwise, you have to go in for a trip. What? 15,000? No way. I don't have that much money. Whatever, if you don't pay, you go in. Song Air was not afraid to go in for a few days, but he still had to leave a record, which he was a bit worried about. It's possible that he will have a child in the future. Cannot leave a record. In the end, several people still put together $15,000 to Yi Xiaoda. The same day dinner, Yi Xiaoda in the town's best restaurant, spent 5,000 of them, and Song Hao's relationship is also better. Chapter 29, Go in and stay there. As for Song Air, after spending so much money, the dinner was a little bit more simple. 5 cases of beer, and 5 pounds of peanut rice. Why? When Yi Xiaoda dies, I must go to his grave and laugh for a few days. That's right. This kind of person, good death. More than $10,000. How long do we have to earn it? The more they said, the more they drank, the more angry these people were, and they couldn't wait to go and kill Yi Xiaoda. No, we still need to get back at him. The more Song Air thought, the more angry. What can be done, and then how to fish is not possible to fish more than $10,000, and once again fishing, that estimate really have to go in. A few people really seriously began to think of ways. Soon, a little brother with a big gold chain whispered, in fact, there is no way to get more than $10,000 in one night. Old 4, speak human. Song Air drank. Second brother, I still have a new energy roadside rod left at home from before, 15,000 a night, easily. New energy lure rod? What is this thing? Yeah, it's an electric fishing machine. Ah, this is really illegal. At night, who knows? Moreover, we can even connect an external power supply and make $15,000, easily. Saying that, Song Air was moved, and without even drinking the wine shouted, get it up. Get up. Said to do, a line of people began to act. Less than an hour later, they regrouped at the reservoir. And not far away, Yi Xiaoda also brought all the leaders who were originally still eating to watch as well. Kai Long had felt before that these people wouldn't be so tolerant, and had never left. Eavesdropping was just a matter of eavesdropping. For him, who was born as a scout, it was simply not too easy. So, when Song Air and the others gathered, Yi Xiaoda also called the leaders who were still eating over. Humph. This group of people, how dare they use an electric fish machine? This is a direct violation of the law. Song Hao was very unhappy. He had a good drink of mutai, but he still had to come out to arrest people. Leader, let's wait when they catch some fish, let's also take a few videos and then arrest them. Not long after, Song Air's suppressed laughter came from the side of the reservoir. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I should have known that I would have used this thing in the reservoir earlier, it's so fast. Second brother, it's a must, I've added a battery here, people can be electrocuted. Yi Xiaoda was able to see from afar that a big fish that had turned white was floating up on the lake from time to time. Seeing this big fish, he not only didn't feel pity, but instead, he had an inner burst of joy. Catch it, the more you catch, the more miserable you will die later. After watching Song Air catch for a while, Yi Xiaoda nodded at Song Hao. Next, there was no need for Yi Xiaoda to be responsible. Song Hao took away Song Air and the others, and also took away a pair of Mao Tai by the way. What awaited Song Air and the others was at least half a month of public meals. Early the next morning, people in several nearby villages knew about Song Air. After all, inside these closed mountain villages, when someone was arrested, it was still a top priority. Especially after learning that Song Air and the others were caught for stealing Yi Xiaoda's fish, that day, the entire reservoir was clean. There were even fewer people washing clothes, let alone fishing. There wasn't a single one. That Yi Xiaoda from North Mountain Village is so ruthless. Song Air was caught fishing for a fish. I heard he was caught electro-fishing. Song Air isn't a good thing anyway, he deserved to be caught. But Yi Xiaoda is also quite powerful, there must be someone behind him, otherwise he wouldn't be able to take someone away just by fishing. It is said that last night there are people who saw Yi Xiaoda and some people dinner, drinking wine or Mao Tai it. With money, Yi Xiaoda found that the people he drank with seemed to have really changed. Although Songhao wasn't a big shot, the Yi Xiaoda of the past wasn't even qualified to drink at a table with others. The effect of Song air being taken away was excellent. The entire reservoir, now there really wasn't a single fisherman left. Not even children or old men. The old man's greatest fear was to be taken away at the age of enjoyment, and as for the children, if they dared to approach the reservoir, they had to be scolded by their own parents. Even Yi Xiaoda has become synonymous with the village bully, and can be used to put children to sleep at night. Yi Xiaoda also clearly felt that the villagers look at their eyes, with a little other meaning. In the past, it was pure pity. Pity that he had a terminal illness. Later on, after seeing Yi Xiaoda earn $10 million through ginseng, there was uncontrollable envy in those eyes. There are even many who want to marry their daughters over. When Yi Xiaoda contracted the reservoir, everyone in the village thought that he had turned his brain into mush. As soon as they saw Yi Xiaoda really start to reap the rewards of the reservoir, they were once again envious and jealous. After Yi Xiaoda sent Song Air to prison and enforced strict control over the reservoir, the eyes that looked at Yi Xiaoda were a bit disdainful. After Yi Xiaoda sent a reservoir fish to every household, excluding the Lu family, all the villagers looked at Yi Xiaoda's eyes, then once again filled with recognition. Sure enough, college students are still powerful. That's right, this reservoir can make money. The one that Xiaoda sent to my house is a warthog. The one that was sent to my house was mandarin fish, which is even more expensive. I don't know if there will be any more. Xiaoda said that he'll send fish to every household again for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Mid-Autumn is only less than a month away, right? I don't know if Little D can still survive until then. But it has to live to the Mid-Autumn, otherwise where can we find the fish? His family Sui will not give us the fish for nothing, but also Xiaoda, generous. Yes, it will soon be the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was a festival of family reunion. For the past almost 10 years, Yi Xiaoda hadn't spent this festival with his parents. Either he was out studying, or he was out on a birthday. Just one day off, all the way out, and never came back. But this time was different. As long as he could survive until the Mid-Autumn Festival, then he could spend this festival with his parents. It was again the day when the Transcendence trading platform opened for trading. This time, Yi Xiaoda still chose Bai Bing. The high-tech post-apocalyptic era that she was in was able to provide Yi Xiaoda with so much. And what was paid for was only just some corn. Seeing Bai Bing again, this, still with a frosty face, like a pure white lotus flower, also comes with a freezing effect of the kind. However, when she saw Yi Xiaoda, Bai Bing smiled faintly. Long time no see. Ha, it's only been 7 days, miss me so much? Seeing a beautiful woman, Yi Xiaoda couldn't help but float a bit. Floating was fine, but he was about to hang up anyway. Can you still bring me 80 tons of corn this time? It's been prepared long ago. Beishan village had corn deliveries every day. Yi Xiaoda had stored a lot of it. This time, what do you want? Or a potion to treat advanced stomach cancer. This medical watch of yours doesn't seem to be very useful. It was actually quite big, but when talking about business, naturally you couldn't talk about the other person's stuff too well. White Eye shook his head and said, I've already asked my Legion's medics to look into it, and since they've never researched this kind of low-grade disease before, it'll take a bit of time. The word procrastination, Bai Bing used it quite well. Right now, she actually had dozens of ways to directly take care of the cancer cells in Yi Xiaoda's body, but just didn't say anything. Once she said it, she felt that Yi Xiaoda would have to change her trading partner in minutes. She was also a newbie to the hyperspace trading platform, and the first few times she was matched, she was either matched with a demon or a dwarf or something, and people couldn't even feed themselves. What a blessing it was to run into a civilized world like Yi Xiaoda. Although the world was incomparably vast, it was extremely rare for Yi Xiaoda to have a low-end civilization like this, but with plenty of food. No matter how brilliant the technology was, what was spelled out in the end was the environment, the food. Chapter 30, The Power of the Old Beef Noodle with Sauerkraut. Apart from the potion to cure his cancer, Yi Xiaoda couldn't think of what he really needed for a while. Continue to make money? There's enough money, there's a lot of good stuff, just need to sell it. Yi Xiaoda was still thinking down. White Eyes took the initiative to say, don't worry, you definitely can't die. There are all kinds of potions for sale right above the trading platform. It just takes a bit of time. Right now, I think the first thing you need to solve is your own safety. My safety problem? Well, you've already traded a few times, right? You should be considered a rich person, and will definitely be richer and more influential in the future. At that time, your own safety can be a big problem. Yi Xiaoda thought about it. This does make sense. Just by selling ginseng, he was threatened by someone who brought someone to his home. If it wasn't for the strength of the village people, maybe the ginseng didn't sell for money, and he himself was still beaten up. Seeing that Yi Xiaoda was very interested, Bai Bing hurriedly continued to sell. I just happen to have an extremely high-end guard-type biochemical man here, in your world. Basically it can be considered as a Superman general existence. With this kind of biochemical man, your world, absolutely safe. Want to die are difficult. Biochemical man? Yi Xiaoda was still the first time he had heard of this thing. He used to see it in the movies. Well, this is our newest product. Using room temperature superconducting materials and utilizing miniature nuclear fusion batteries, you don't need to think about power for the rest of your life. In addition, this kind of biochemical human, matched with advanced artificial intelligence, in your world, that's just like a normal human. No matter if it's bullets or any other weapons in your world, it's impossible to produce a single bit of damage to him, and can protect your safety all the time. The face can be changed, can fly over short distances, and in extreme cases, can even escape with you at extreme speeds that can reach several hundred kilometers per second. In short, in a word, with his existence, it's hard for you to die. The more he said, the more interested Yi Xiaoda became. This thing, getting it over, it really seemed like it would be hard to die. Tell me, what price? Bai Bing hurriedly straightened his back and said, 10,000 tons of corn. Buy 10 and get 1 free, buy 100 and get 20 free. If a larger volume is traded, the price is still negotiable. A large volume deal? Yi Xiaoda asked doubtfully, you said this thing is not the latest product capacity is so big? I'm trying hard. Yi Xiaoda knew, this escort-type biochemical man, in White Ice's world, might not be that advanced. It was going to be much lower end than the armor on White Ice. Let's put it this way, 10,000 tons of corn, I have it. But what I want is the armor on you. You want the gilt white jade armor? Yi Xiaoda nodded. Bai Bing hesitated for a moment, but finally shook his head firmly, no way. This armor really won't do. If I don't have this armor, I will die very quickly. This kind of armor is no longer a result of technology, it's far more than you can imagine, I can't trade it out. In the end, the deal went back to the guard-type cyborgs. 100 tons of corn apiece, this is my highest price. Yi Xiaoda gave his base price. How is that possible? At least 5,000 tons. You know, this kind of biochemical man, in your world, that's invincible. My corn, in your world, it's equally invincible alright. Besides, your people are used to eating corn, they can still eat your nutrients? Yi Xiaoda's words directly pulled out Bai Bing's heart. The 80 tons of corn that was traded back last time had made the people of his legion excited for several days. If the deal failed this time, they would only be able to eat nutrients this week, and the legion's fighting strength would probably plummet. White Ice's prestige was already getting worse by the day, and if the food couldn't satisfy that group of people any longer, the days would not be easy. 4,000 tons apiece. It can't be any less. I don't have many biochemicals either. In White Ice's world, biochemicals were the biggest helpers, and escort types were quite rare, but of course, they weren't as rare as White Ice made them out to be. You know, it's very troublesome for me to purchase so much corn, it's unlikely that I'll be invited to tea in a minute, so I can only provide 200 tons of corn apiece, moreover, I only need 2. This thing was already invincible, so it was naturally useless to ask for too much. Besides, your biochemicals, entering my world, first of all, their identity problem can't be solved, if they are found out, I'll have to be invited to tea again. I don't go out of the village anyway, so the security issue, it's not that important. Bai Bing also helped Yi Xiaoda think of a solution. As far as I know, your world's technology on the internet can be said to be useless, and on the contrary, you also particularly like everything to be handled on the internet. I'll send you a beginner's brain, it will be able to rationalize their identities in a matter of minutes, and there's no technology in your world that can detect that they're biochemicals. As for the problem of purchasing corn that you mentioned, the think brain I'm providing can help you with that as well. It can help you set up a company, it's just a few thousand tons of corn, it can be hacked for you in minutes. Smart brain? Yi Xiaoda was energized again. I have to say, these good things in the White Ice world are so damn good. Of course, the price still had to be said. Let's put it this way, 2 biochemicals, 1,000 tons of corn, if you agree, we'll trade, if not, there's nothing we can do about it. White Ice was hesitating. The corn was necessary for her to bring back, but for Yi Xiaoda, the biochemicals were dispensable. With this point, Yi Xiaoda was already on an unbeatable ground. By the way, this is a kind of gourmet food we have here, I'll give you a bucket first, so you can taste it, and if you agree to the deal, I can give you some more. Yi Xiaoda handed over a bucket of instant noodles. Unified sauerkraut instant noodles. With a puzzled face, Bai Bing received this thing she had never seen before, and after Yi Xiaoda told her how to eat it, she quickly left the trading platform and returned to her own world. In less than 5 minutes, she returned. On her originally white as frosty face, this would have already reddened into a red apple. There was still a hint of tears in the corner of her eyes. Her mouth was still gasping for air. The armor on her body had also been completely dispersed, revealing a white dress, a truly devilish figure. A hand was constantly and sharply fanning her mouth. Spicy. Yummy. Delicious. Seeing Bai Bing's excited appearance, Yi Xiaoda knew that today's deal, this was a done deal. 1,000 tons of corn for 1 biochemical, but you need to give me some of this stuff called instant noodles. Okay, but this thing, there aren't many of them in my world, give you 10. Bai Bing gave Yi Xiaoda a glance, this face, these eyes, plus this figure, almost made Yi Xiaoda fall. I know this stuff should be very common in your world, and it also says a uniform retail price of $5. Give me 100 barrels. Deal. In the end, Yi Xiaoda obtained 2 escort-type biochemicals, as well as a rudimentary thinking brain, at the cost of 100 barrels of Laotan sauerkraut beef noodles, as well as 2,000 tons of corn. This think brain was directly added to Yi Xiaoda's cell phone by Bing. According to her, right now Yi Xiaoda's cell phone, in Blue Star, it was the god of the internet. In front of his cell phone, this world no longer had any secrets. There were no longer things that Yi Xiaoda could not accomplish. Soon, in the trading platform space, there were 2 1-meter-8, expressionless young men. After operating behind their heads for a while, White Eye said to Yi Xiaoda, "These 2 people will be given to you, and for all of your commands, they will comply." Yi Xiaoda nodded and returned to his home. As for Bai Bing's corn, he only provided 100 tons this time, and for the rest, he needed to get it together within 6 days. Chapter 31 Late stomach cancer just loves to deceive. When Yi Xiaoda tested the 2 biochemicals hands, he was completely relieved about his little life. He felt that he would not have much problem even if he went to the White House of the Eagle Kingdom to sneak around now. From now on, you will be called Dragon 1, and you will be called Dragon 2, in these 2 days' time. Live here and learn human expressions, don't have a deadpan face. Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 nodded their heads in a hurry. Yi Xiaoda still liked the dragon as a creature. The blue star could not be found, and he did not know if there was any hope of being able to catch a glimpse of the real face in the future through the hyperspace trading platform. Next, Yi Xiaoda directly passed through his cell phone and gave the first instruction to the brain inside: rationalize the identity of Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 and send the ID card back. The external claim was that he had found buddies and came over to help him manage the reservoir. What? You want to set up a company? When Su Hui heard the news that Yi Xiaoda wanted to go to the city to set up a company, he was instantly confused. Son, you're in the late stages of stomach cancer, can we stop for a while and enjoy life? You are contracting the reservoir again, but also send people in, this will even have to set up a company, what do you really want to do? Xiaoda, you want to set up a what company? Yi Lihong also asked. The cigarette in his hand didn't stop either. Ever since Yi Xiaoda started to become the Blue Star spokesperson for the Transcendence trading platform, Yi Lihong's frequency of smoking had greatly increased. It was even more than the days when he learned that his son had stomach cancer. It was truly incomprehensible. I plan to set up a trading company. A trading company? Well, it's actually about buying some resources from this place and selling them elsewhere to make a difference. That's a good business, what are you planning to purchase? Yi Lihong nodded and said. Yi Xiaoda popped out 2 words, corn. Corn? Corn again? Are you having trouble with corn? Su Hui shouted, what money is there to be made from this stuff? The price is pretty much the same throughout the country, where do you ship it to sell? Su Hui is now angry when she hears the word corn. The family grew their own corn and hated to break it directly. Mom, the price of corn isn't high right now, I'm going to hoard some of it, it's not like the money will give birth to cubs when it's in the bank anyway. Hoarding corn? I've only heard of hoarding garlic and gold bars, but hoarding corn is really the first time I've heard of it. Dad, if our family has money, we need to invest it. Su Hui sneered from the sidelines, I'm afraid that the money will be invested and go down the drain. Mom, don't worry, I've already found a way to sell it. The rich man who came to our house before, the same Guahai who bought my ginseng, you still remember it, this time it was him who brought me to a big fortune. Sure it's not a pitfall? Su Hui thought about it, it should be that Guahai spent too much money to buy your ginseng in the first place, and now he regrets it, and intends to pitch you for a sum of money. That kid looks pretty good, how come his heart is so bad? Yi Xiaoda was speechless. Guahai, I'm sorry for letting you suffer an undeserved disaster. Mom, don't worry, I'm just hoarding a little bit, and still selling to foreign countries, there is a doorway, surely I won't lose money, just don't worry. Sell to foreign countries? Which country? Su Hui pursued. It should be northern Burma. That seems okay, that place, it is said that so many people still don't have enough to eat, corn should have sales over there. Yi Xiaoda even had to admire his mom's imagination. However, the north of Myanmar, Yi Xiaoda feel that they still have to go there, their own those emerald, still need to find a source. Parents here is sort of done. Brain also helped Yi Xiaoda find a suitable warehouse in the city. Now, open a company conditions are very simple. And what Yi Xiaoda needs is just a warehouse. The warehouse was chosen to be in the middle of Beishan village in the city, so that the distance was close. Even all the formalities for the establishment of this company can be taken care of online through the brain. But to rent this warehouse, Yi Xiaoda must personally take action. People don't go through the formalities online. He has to go out for a trip. Although his body had barely allowed it, it certainly couldn't withstand the ravages of the bus. Yi Xiaoda decided to rent a car to go. Long Yi and Long Air are the best drivers. Early the next morning, Yi Xiaoda left the village. With 6 days to raise 2,000 tons of corn, the task was still daunting. When Yi Xiaoda left Beishan village in the rented 10-handed Jetta, he only regretted it. This thing is not as good as a bus. This 10-handed Jetta, even more upside-down panic. At the entrance of the village, a dozen grandparents looked at each other and watched Yi Xiaoda leave. Their faces are all incomprehensible. This, isn't Xiaoda critically ill? What is this going out for? Who was the driver? It's said to be Yi Xiaoda's brother, who came from outside to help him manage the reservoir. It's not some kind of criminal, right? Then don't worry, it shouldn't be. Yi Xiaoda is very arrogant. Now they also give themselves a company, but also got 2 bodyguards. Billionaires are not as dejected as he is. He rented a car to go where? It is said to go to the city. To the city? Hospital? To what hospital? Seems to be what he engaged in a trading company, specializing in the acquisition of corn, and then sold abroad to make a lot of money. Moncler outlet store. Selling corn to make money? And sell it abroad? This has completely exceeded their imagination. They have been growing corn all their lives, and they don't even know that this thing can even be sold abroad. This kid, I'm afraid he doesn't have too much money and no place to spend it. Selling corn can still make money? He's bumping up against corn. These days there are a few trading companies that make money. Basically it's all a loss-making business. Yes, I have a nephew, used to do trade, made a little money, but these years, no, lost a lot of money. Yi Xiaoda now set up a trading company. I dare to make a promise, will definitely lose money. Even if he earns $10 million, it is estimated that it won't take 2 months, the pants are lost. No matter what, Yi Xiaoda has become a character that is discussed every day in North Mountain Village. From the time he came back to today, there were only a few days in total, but he had already brought countless classic deeds to the village people. A person with terminal stomach cancer, not honestly waiting for death, has been tossing. The key is also really tossed to money. This makes the village people very puzzled. Is it possible that nowadays college students are so fierce? It seems, also need to read the university. After arriving in the city, Yi Xiaoda did not say anything, directly ran to the city's largest automobile Sun store. This 10-handed Jetta, to sit for a little while longer, then he is not dying of lung cancer, is dead from the body bones fall apart. So, he decided to buy a car. Because of the state of his body, he only had the only choice, the nanny car. Otherwise, he had to buy a big G. After looking for half a day, in the end, Yi Xiaoda chose the Toyota Alpha, a small $1 million. Very suitable for his needs. The key is, the store now has a black car. Other brands either need to wait a week or wait 3 months. This Yi Xiaoda cannot endure. I spend money to enjoy and still have to wait? Do not know that I may not survive this month. Chapter 32 $1 million to buy a coffin? The whole process of buying a car, there is no unpleasant place. It was Yi Xiaoda's skinny appearance that attracted a lot of attention. If it is not Yi Xiaoda's body is emptied out at a glance, it is possible that many girls' sales will still take the initiative to come over. After all, people who can bring 2 bodyguards and then come to buy a Toyota Alpha are not simple. I naturally want to buy the best. A top-down is just $1 million out. After all, Yi Xiaoda trading platform, any one thing, are enough to buy several of this thing. Money, for Yi Xiaoda, now is not a problem. Perhaps, later will also no longer have any problems. Sitting on the boss seat of the Alpha, down a lie, that feeling, that atmosphere, all of a sudden came. Subsequent to go out again are not with fear. After getting the business license first, Yi Xiaoda came to the place where he intended to rent a warehouse. Business license, others may have to wait, but with the brain, do not even need to come. This was a large area of warehouses, equivalent to a material distribution center. Yi Xiaoda selected the one in the corner of the warehouse group. After paying the money, this warehouse, in the coming year, belonged to him. Covering an area of 2 or 3 acres, all are steel structure warehouse, enough for Yi Xiaoda to use. The rent for a year, naturally, was not cheap, up to $500,000. Long Yi, see if there is any surveillance equipment inside the house. Long Yi stood right where he was and shook his head less than a second later. His eyes, which were not human eyes, were countless times more advanced than Blue Star's most powerful scanning instruments. There wasn't any surveillance and the gate was secure, so Yi Xiaoda went to purchase the corn with confidence. 6 million. Yi Xiaoda found the largest grain wholesaler in the city and purchased 2,000 tons of corn. Boss Shang, I don't have any other requirements. 2,000 tons of corn, within 5 days, can all of them be delivered to my warehouse? Zhang Yuhang hurriedly nodded his head, but still asked, Boss Yi, what do you need so much corn for? Do you still care about this? Because it's considered a livelihood material, we do need to know your approximate usage. I got a large reservoir, it's in Beishan village, part of this corn is used to raise fish, and the other part, I think the price of corn is low this year, so I plan to hoard some to see if I can sell it at a high price next year. Ha? Hoarding corn? Zhang Yuhang was dumbfounded. Hoarding corn, this was the first time he had heard of these 4 words. Corn could still be hoarded? The country's annual production was so large, what you hoarded was a drop in the ocean, and it was impossible to have any impact on the market price. What's more, the price of corn is simply not likely to be big fluctuations. Is there a problem? Boss Yi, corn this thing, the price is not like garlic ginger has so many fluctuations, basically every year is more or less the same. Hoarding corn, definitely can't earn money, and the investment is also very big. That's fine, anyway, my reservoir consumes a lot of corn, 2,000 tons, it is estimated that a year will be used up. Okay, then this will be no problem. Although he didn't understand why Yi Xiaoda wanted to use corn to feed the fish, but since there was money to be made, Zhang Yuanyan wouldn't pursue too much. Boss Zhang, I told you the location of the warehouse, you guys are responsible for unloading the goods ha. Zhang Yuhang nodded his head in a hurry. This one, he could earn. After Yi Xiaoda put Long Er in the warehouse, he let Long Yi drive towards Beishan village. This day, it was a lot of work. Established a company, bought a car, and purchased 2,000 tons of corn. Also spent all the money. The body is not good, it is rare to come out once, just want to do all the things to be done. When Yi Xiaoda drove his black Alpha into Beishan village, it instantly became the freshest thing in the village. Before he even entered the village, he was stared at by the grandparents at the entrance of the village. The Alpha entered Beishan village for the first time. Just before reaching the village entrance, it was surrounded. Yi Xiaoda had to open the car door. Huh, Xiaoda ah. Did you rent this car? How come the car door is still open horizontally, just like my family's van? Yi Xiaoda hurriedly took the cigarettes down from the car and handed everyone a pack. I bought this one. Ah? You bought this car? Yi Xiaoda hurriedly nodded his head. In the village, buying a car is a big deal, and when you arrive at the entrance of the village, it's a must to spread cigarettes. Every new year, there are always people who go out to work to drive a new car back to the village, that time, but Moncler Outlet Online the best opportunity. The best thing about the new year is that you can get 3 packs of cigarettes for one New Year's Eve. The crowd circled around the black Alpha, and there were even a few older women who simply sat directly on it. This car is quite big, why is the front face so strange? I've never seen this car the car label is not 4 circles, should be a domestic car. This year's domestic cars on these, the interior is good, sitting is also comfortable, but the power of what cannot. An old man who feels he knows a lot about cars. Xiaoda, this car lies good also electric it. The 2 older women who had already gotten in and sat down were full of praise for this car. This car is really good, go home and let my grandson also buy me one, sitting really comfortable. It's just that the appearance is not good, like a fastbag car. It's square, not streamlined at all. Right Xiaoda, why did you buy a car? Yi Xiaoda said, this car sits comfortably. Oh. Then Yi Xiaoda received strange looks from everyone. You're a dying man, and you're buying a car? Yi Xiaoda left the village entrance and drove towards his home. While passing by the Lu family, Lu Baonan smiled and shouted at the gate, Yi Xiaoda, this car is not bad, black and square, just right for you, directly don't even need to buy a coffin. Don't buy a car if you don't have money, buy such a strange car, I don't know what you want to do, look at my dad, he's driving an Audi. Yi Xiaoda didn't even open the glass, too lazy to see Lu Baonan's face, a foot of gas, and drove back to his home. Just arrived at his own home ground, Yi Lihang immediately lit the firecrackers that he had just bought in a hurry. Just now, in fact, he is also in the village entrance, or from other people's mouth to know his son bought a car, although the inner 100,000 do not understand, suffocated very much, but still immediately bought 2 rolls of firecrackers. When Yi Xiaoda drove back, immediately lit up. Good guy, crackling sound, and firecrackers flying around, instantly let Yi Xiaoda black high-end atmosphere of the Alpha, turned into a red fastbag car. Waiting for the firecrackers to stop, Yi Xiaoda just got off, his parents have been waiting at the door of the car. This car door is opened horizontally? Or is it motorized? Yi Lihang looked at his open car door with a puzzled face. Yi Xiaoda smiled and nodded. That, son you bought a car, why don't you discuss it with me? Su Hui asked carefully. She also felt that her son, through the events of the past few days, the cancer seemed to have spread to his head. It didn't even dare to speak loudly to Yi Xiaoda. Mom, I went to the city today and felt uncomfortable in the rented car, so I bought a car. What? Just because it's uncomfortable to sit in, then you bought a car? Yi Xiaoda nodded. Su Hui's right hand was moving stupidly. It felt like a return to the state when Yi Xiaoda was a child and went out to play without doing his homework. The hand was a bit unable to hold back. Yi Lihang quickly interrupted and said, it's fine to buy a car, why buy a square car, and also, this front end is a bit too ugly, right? Dad, get in the car and sit and try it out. 10 minutes later, Yi Lihang and Su Hui's faces were filled with smiles. Not bad, this car is really comfortable to sit in. Yeah, it's a bit of a big boss. This car is even more comfortable than your brother-in-law's car. How much did you pay for it? $1 million out. After Yi Xiaoda finished speaking, the smiles on the 2 old men's faces instantly disappeared and turned into a look of stiffness. Su Hui's right hand was moving stupidly again. Yi Lihang habitually pulled out a cigarette, squatted on the ground and smoked it. $1 million to buy such an ugly car, they couldn't accept it for a while. Chapter 33 Why don't you buy a luxury car? Son, $1 million. Why don't we have money to buy a big car? That would be so cool. That's right, a 4-ringed one will do. Yi Xiaoda pointed to his legs, said, Dad, Mom, my body you also know, what other car cannot sit for a long time, on this Alpha this nanny car, sitting can be comfortable, you let me indulge in it. This is the bitter meat trick. Tried and true. Sure enough, hearing this, Su Hui and Yi Lihan could only shake their heads and leave, no longer pursuing. Hey, Long Yi, right, come over for dinner before you leave. Seeing Long Yi driving his car with the intention of leaving, Su Hui hurriedly shouted. Long Yi did not react in the slightest. Human feelings, he didn't understand it yet. Mom, Long Yi still has things to do. Waiting until Long Yi drove away, Su Hui said bitterly to Yi Xiaoda, although Long Yi is your brother, and is still your employee, but you have to be a little bit nicer to people. When you should treat them to dinner, you should treat them to dinner. What is the reasoning for letting them go back now? Mom, people will cook by themselves. That doesn't work either, not polite at all. Mom, I really have something to do. After half a day of persuasion, Su Hui gave up on inviting Long Yi to dinner. Long Yi, in this life, did not need to eat. Ah oui, is your family's Xiaoda's car really over $1 million? During the square dance in the evening, Su Hui told everyone that his family's son spent over $1 million to buy a car. It instantly became the biggest news in Beishan village, and even the square dance was forced to pause. Su Hui was surrounded by people in the center for all sorts of interrogations. It is indeed $1 million, it seems to be some kind of pure imported car. I looked at the invoice, more than $1 million. $1.5 million, indeed it is also more than $1 million. Is that the black, square, strangely ugly car that Xiaoda drove back today? Su Hui glared at Sixth Dame. How to talk, that's because you don't know how to appreciate it. People abroad like this kind of car. A lot of celebrities are sitting in this kind of car, it's so comfortable to sit on it. Really? Of course it's true, I sat for a while, it's like sitting in a first-class airplane. Say it like you've been on an airplane. Su Hui was a bit embarrassed, but quickly added, it's really comfortable, you guys can come up to my house and try it. Okay, your family's Xiaoda is really great. You bought a car so soon? When will you go to the city to buy a house? My son, but in the city down payment of a house. That's right, if you have money, you should buy a house. What kind of car do young people buy? It's still such an ugly car. With $1 million it would be better to buy a house in the city. Su Hui replied lightly, I still have several $1 million in Xiaoda's hand, enough to spend, enough to buy a house. This sentence left everyone speechless. Your family Xiaoda is not open to what trade company? How make money? Which is so fast, today he is going out to talk about business to go, talk about business naturally have to have style, this car more than 1 million, it is very suitable, cannot open a Jetta to talk about business. Although for Yi Xiaoda to hoard corn is very dissatisfied, but for their own son has become the boss of this fact, Su Hui heart or incomparable excitement. Finally, she could say that her son had become the boss. Su Hui instantly became the shiniest figure in the crowd, until a man muttered in a low voice, the child is indeed a good child, but it is a pity that he has a terminal illness. The voice was not loud, but just loud enough for everyone to hear. The grandmasters and grandmothers also all looked at Su Hui together. Su Hui, who was still happy, instantly turned pale, turned her head and glared at this talkative older woman, picked up the huge square dance player and turned her head away. This player, or Yi Xiaoda, earned money to buy her. The screen was thievishly large and the sound was also thievishly loud, and it instantly became the best machine for the square dance team in Beishan village. What do you say? Now it's good, people are gone, how else can this dance be done? That's right, it's obviously someone's sadness, you still have to say it. This person continued to mutter, who let her brag about her son. Even if Yi Xiaoda is more powerful, isn't he going to die soon? Buying a car again, renting a reservoir, buying all sorts of electrical appliances, and even drinking manhwa, isn't this sincerely giving us a hard time? So, Moncler Outlet Online, feel also have a reason, are gathered together and whispered up. Square dancing is not as interesting as gossip. The next few days, nothing unexpected. 5 days later, Yi Xiaoda went to the city again, the warehouse inside all the corn are traded to the white ice. Fortunately, when trading, the idea was able to move, otherwise this 2,000 tons of corn, enough for Yi Xiaoda to move for the rest of his life. Completing this transaction, he also gained 67 trading points, although he still couldn't buy the platform's primary immunity potion, but at least the points had become more again. There were also more things that could be bought, but he didn't even look at them. These trading points would have to be saved to buy immunity potions. His own life was the most important. After completing this transaction, Yi Xiaoda didn't really have much money left. The corn alone cost more than $6 million, there was also a car, and the $10 million he had from selling the ginseng, there wasn't much left. There was still money to be made. With the escorting biochemicals, security was naturally no problem. Yi Xiaoda hit on the idea of the emerald raw stones on the trading platform. These things, put there, is a pile of stones, just take up space. Still have to realize the cache. He thought of the best way to realize the cache now. The 2 escort-type biochemicals gave him the opportunity to realize this method. Of course, one had to convince his parents, or else the door wouldn't even be open. Ever since the last time Yi Xiaoda left the village and spent over $1 million just to go out, now whenever he left the house, Su Hui and Yi Lihan would have to interrogate him to get a clear picture. If you want to go out, you have to prove that you are in good health and that you don't spend money indiscriminately, or else you definitely won't be able to go out. Therefore, on this night, Yi Xiaoda rarely drank a glass of white wine with Yi Liheng and then said excitedly, "Dad, these days, I feel that my body seems to be all better. My stomach doesn't hurt anymore, my appetite is much better, and my body feels energized." Su Hui, who was beside her, hurriedly put down her chopsticks and said excitedly, "Really? It seems that my releasing the raw wangbai is still very effective. Yi Liheng, you still don't believe it. See, now my son's state is indeed a lot better." Of the three, both Yi Xiaoda and Su Hui were extremely excited, but Yi Liheng instead shuddered inwardly, instantly surfacing a very bad idea. Looking up at Yi Xiaoda, he revealed a bitter smile. "It's fine when the body is good." Yi Xiaoda hurriedly pursued the attack, said to his parents, "Dad, Mom, my body is also a lot better. Let me go to the city, my new company. I have to go to take a look, and then this is not almost the mid-autumn festival. I drove to pick up Lin and the girls back for the festival." Su Hui thought, that makes sense. The company has opened, must go to take a look, just want to agree to it. Did not expect Yi Liheng suddenly chopsticks to the table a slap, decisive said, "These days, until the mid-autumn festival, you cannot go out. Stay at home honestly." Su Hui was confused, and Yi Xiaoda was also stunned. The plan was going well. Pretending that he was much better, so he could go out for a walk, look at his company, and bring his big sister and his family back, the excuse was very reasonable. How come, suddenly the plan didn't work? Why would his own dad suddenly be against it? And also so resolute, completely just a little room for discussion. Yi Xiaoda wanted to ask again, Yi Liheng did not say anything, threw down the dishes and turned his head and left the kitchen, leaving Su Hui and Yi Xiaoda in a daze. Chapter 34, Reviewing again, scared confused by the doctor. Su Hui quickly chased after him, and while running, she also asked loudly, "What are you so mad about? Xiaoda's health has gotten a little better, and he wants to go to the city, so let him go." Yi Liheng, who returned to the bedroom, suddenly sat down on the bed, his head hanging down. Seeing her husband suddenly drooping, Su Hui hurriedly went forward and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Yi Liheng sighed and said, "Do you know why Xiaoda has been in good health these days, has a good appetite, and can even drink?" Su Hui shook her head. "He's in the late stages of stomach cancer. When he came back from the hospital, he was already told that he only had about a month to live, and now more than 20 days have passed, and he's been feeling physically comfortable these past few days, so it's completely a return to the light. Can't you see that he's still so thin, and he also has frequent stomach pains, and he's even vomiting blood. These few days, he can't go anywhere. Just stay at home. You'll call later, tell the oldest two to come back, bring Lin with you, don't give me any other excuses, let's have fun and spend the last few days with little D." Returning? Hearing these 4 words, Su Hui's mind had gone blank. Originally, these past few days, feeling that Yi Xiaoda was in good health, she had even forgotten that her son already had only a few days to live. Su Hui, who had originally intended to comfort Yi Liheng, instantly fell onto her husband and began to cry. "Don't cry. These few days, let's just live happily. Xiaoda can do whatever he loves to eat and whatever he loves to do." Su Hui also nodded heavily, then wiped her tears and forced herself to calm down. Yi Xiaoda was very strange. This night, old dad is not to go out to skate, mom to go out to dance it, how to 8 o'clock in the evening still one did not go out. Instead, stayed in the living room with himself watching TV. "Mom and dad, you do not go out for a walk?" Su Hui looked up at the clock on the wall and said, "It's too late, so I won't go out." "Yeah, there's no point in sneaking around at night, might as well watch TV at home." Yi Xiaoda didn't see anything either, and continued, "Mom, tomorrow I want to go to the hospital for another review, to see if the cancer cells haven't spread any further." Yi Liheng hurriedly said, "Don't go anywhere else except the hospital, come back right after the checkup, got it?" Yi Xiaoda nodded in a hurry. On the contrary, this night was very comfortable. Su Hui kept cutting fruits and snacks. And also, no matter how late they watched TV, their parents didn't interfere, they didn't let themselves go to bed. This is a bit abnormal. Early the next morning, Yi Xiaoda let Long Yi drive his own Alpha to take himself out of the North Mountain village. The journey was a lot more comfortable, but of course, where it should hurt, it still hurt. As for Su Hui and Yi Liheng, they had already started to go to town to make purchases. There would be a lot of things that needed to be prepared for a funeral in the village. Yi Xiaoda didn't know that his parents had already begun to organize their own funeral in their own home. He happily came to the city's best hospital. Then he went to the best hospital in the city and found the best doctor for cancer treatment here. The first time he came here, because he was young and had advanced stomach cancer, I don't know whether it was out of sympathy or out of Yi Xiaoda's body is a bit of research value. Anyway, every time, it is the director of this place personally received. Seeing that there were no patients in the room, Yi Xiaoda directly pushed the door in. "Director Wang." Wang Yadao looked up and saw that it was Yi Xiaoda. "Very strange. Why are you here?" The last time he saw Yi Xiaoda, it hadn't been that long yet. Yi Xiaoda was so young and had late-stage stomach cancer, he still remembered him. He knew that according to Yi Xiaoda's condition, it didn't matter if he came or not in the future. "Director Wang, I feel that my body seems to be much better. I want to review it again to see." "Ah? You still want to review it?" Wang Yadao was confused for a moment, a little less understanding. Yi Xiaoda nodded. Young man, it's not necessary. Last time, I have told you very clearly, just go home and recuperate. This condition of yours, no one can do anything about it. A review is just a waste of money. As for what you said about feeling a little bit better physically, it should be considered as a return to the light of the day. In our medical science, we do have this kind of saying, after the mind accepts it, the body will have some different reactions. Wang Yidao is indeed thinking for Yi Xiaoda. He all know, Yi Xiaoda in order to cure the disease, has spent all the savings, and even owed a lot of accounts. What he didn't expect was that Yi Xiaoda not only didn't accept his advice, but instead, he was saying with words, Director Wang, I want to review it again. You. Okay, if you're not afraid of wasting money, then go ahead and check. Seeing that Yi Xiaoda's attitude was so resolute, Director Wang didn't have any more good temper, and directly snapped down a series of checklists inside the computer. Since the patients themselves wanted to check, and it could also generate income for the hospital, why didn't he agree? Just check, it took most of the day. As for the money, that's more. Fortunately, the money left over from the sale of ginseng and hundreds of thousands of dollars. If not selling ginseng, these checking fees cannot get. In the afternoon, Yi Xiaoda carried a bunch of inspection reports and knocked on Director Wang's door again. Director Wang, the inspection reports are out. Please help me look at them. Wang Yidao looked up at Yi Xiaoda, a little impatiently took the inspection report and started to read it. In his opinion, there was no longer any need for Yi Xiaoda to be examined. Picking up his glasses, Wang Yidao began to read it, and Yi Xiaoda, who was sitting opposite him, was also apprehensive inside. After all, he just felt a little more comfortable in his body, but he was still weak, and it was hard to sit in this car all the way, and he also vomited blood again at noon. After vomiting, he chewed a little 100 years of wild ginseng, hoping to make up for it. I don't know whether the ginseng and the medical watch on my wrist have any effect. The cancer cells in one's body have not continued to spread or not. If it didn't spread, then it seemed that he could really continue to live. Gradually, Wang Yidao's expression gradually became serious, his brows were tightly locked, and his eyes became sharper and sharper, and after reading it once, he removed his glasses and frowned as he read it again. When he finished reading all the information, his eyes widened and his mouth opened with an unbelievable expression. Looking up at Yi Xiaoda, he pointed at the pile of information and asked, You this confirm that it's your own piece? Yi Xiaoda nodded seriously and asked, What's wrong, Director Wang? Is it because I don't even have a few days left? Wang Yidao shook his head and didn't bother with Yi Xiaoda. Instead, he read the information in his hand once again. Even Yi Xiaoda's previous inspection report was also asked for by him and looked at it carefully. Because today Yi Xiaoda's inspection report had subverted his decades of knowledge. The previous report was not wrong, and today's report is also fine, but why? Wang Yidao muttered. Young man, how do you feel these days? Has there been any change in the discomfort in your stomach? Yi Xiaoda's heart instantly relaxed when he heard this. He knew that the medical watch on his wrist was definitely having an effect. It's strange, in these few days' time, I do feel that my stomach doesn't hurt as much, even my appetite has gotten a lot better, and the frequency of vomiting blood has dropped, it's just 2 or 3 times a day. Then have you taken any other medicines in the past few days? Yi Xiaoda shook his head. Those things, naturally, couldn't be told. Strange. Yi Xiaoda was also a bit speechless and directly asked, Director Wang, how the hell am I doing? Is it deteriorating again? No. From your examination report, in these 10 days, your cancer cells have not spread at all. This is very unscientific. This is not in line with the development trend of advanced stomach cancer. Just tell me, is this a good thing? How long can I live? It's naturally a good thing that the cancer cells are no longer spreading. If the follow-up can keep on keeping it from spreading, you will be able to keep on living. At the most, it's just a hard time for your stomach, not to the point of killing you. Why is cancer scary? It's because the cancer cells will keep replicating and spreading. Once it doesn't spread anymore, there are many ways to treat you. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoda was completely relieved. Knowing this was enough. Although the cancer cells were still there and his stomach was still uncomfortable, the fact that it was no longer spreading meant that there was still time for him to be given, and he was still able to continue to trade on the Transcendence trading platform and still be able to gain trading points. In the future, completely curing his cancer would definitely be no problem. Chapter 35, Advanced Stomach Cancer, There's Still Hope. Looking at the time, Yi Xiaoda said to Director Wang, Thank you, Director Wang, I'll leave first. Ha? In such a hurry? I still need to scrutinize you again, and the follow-up treatment plan has to be finalized. Wang Yidao stood up as he held the table, looking at Yi Xiaoda with an urgent face. This time, Yi Xiaoda was a rare treasure in his eyes. How could he let it go so easily? It's not necessary. Yi Xiaoda shook his head. He didn't plan to come in the future. Don't you still have to be treated in the aftermath, go later. Wang Yidao shouted. No, it's too late today. If I don't leave, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch the bus back to the village, so I won't be able to return. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda put all the information away and added Director Wang's contact information before turning around and leaving. There were some secrets that he didn't want anyone to know, or he would easily be sliced and studied. This made Wang Yidao freeze in place. Is the body important or your bus important? You are afraid that the cancer cells have not spread to your brain. After Yi Xiaoda left, Wang Yidao pulled out all of Yi Xiaoda's information from inside the hospital system and once again carefully examined it, and after reading it, he was still shocked. He carefully photographed all the information with his cell phone, although this is already a violation, but Yi Xiaoda's information, for him, is too unbelievable. It was really too shocking. If he could figure out the reason why Yi Xiaoda's cancer cells no longer spread, wouldn't it be a permanent solution to one of the most difficult medical problems plaguing mankind? All cancers could be cured? Or, was it because Yi Xiaoda's body had other special features? These conjectures made Wang Yidao's hands tremble as he shot. Moreover, soon, for the sake of one of the most special people in this city, all the cancer experts in the country converged here. When that time came, he would be the smallest little Karamaika. However, he could share Yi Xiaoda's information so that everyone could study it together. At that time, he would be the core character. If he could really save that character, then this life would be done. He could be the dean if he wanted to be the dean, increase his salary if he wanted to, and increase his title if he wanted to. Wang Yidao studied Yi Xiaoda's data while still fantasizing about his future life. It was very late, and he didn't even leave. Until a group of people walked into his office. He only recognized one of them, the dean of the hospital. And the dean walked at the end. Dean? This is? The hospital's dean didn't say anything. Instead, a young man in a suit said indifferently, Director Wang, bring all of Yi Xiaoda's information and come with us. Wang Yidao looked at his dean with a puzzled expression. The dean quickly said, Yidao, go with them, it will be good for you. Wang Yidao then realized that he was probably going to be sent to meet a big shot. And it seemed that there was only that one family that really spoke of big shots in this city. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the best cancer expert in this city, and that family was being plagued by this cancer, he wouldn't even know about this family. It seemed that his chance had come. Bring all the information with you and then tell your family that you probably need to come with us for quite a long time. After Wang Yidao figured it out, he also nodded in a hurry. Overnight, Wang Yidao then met many experts, and Yi Xiaoda's materials were also studied thoroughly. In the end, these materials surrendered to a middle-aged man. The Qin family held a family meeting overnight. Because of the large number of people, and they were all extremely important figures, this meeting was video, or with a specialized line. The few people on the video, none of them were characters that could tremble in daxia if they stomped their feet. The information has been sent to everyone. First of all, confidentiality is requested. In addition, say what you think. Advanced stomach cancer can still be treated? This young man is strange. He's from that area of 10,000 miles of mountains? The old man said it was a bit strange there, but said it had to be kept secret and didn't tell me about it. Now we're discussing whether or not to bring the old master back from the Eagle Country for treatment. I agree, Eagle Country's technology can only guarantee that the old master will live through this year, but this young man here, it seems that there are other hopes. I also agree, hasn't the ginseng already been sent over? After the old master ate it, it also had a good effect. Agreed, daxia is magical, there exists many things we can't explain, there's no chance it will help the old master. I object, the Eagle Kingdom's treatment technology is the most advanced, we still don't know what it's due to on this young man, we can't take any chances. Yes, if the old master returns home, his physical state won't allow him to travel to Eagle Country again. In the end, the few people didn't discuss any results. It was better to send all the information to the Eagle Country and let that old man make his own decision. In the car, Yi Xiaoda clenched his fists tightly, excited inside. After learning that the medical watch really worked, and that his cancer cells really stopped spreading, the one who was most excited was naturally himself. Finally. He finally did not have to die young. His own parents also didn't have to send their black hair away in vain. In addition, with the Transcendence trading platform, there really didn't seem to be any problem in completely treating one's cancer. Relying on this platform to become rich and wealthy, that would be even simpler. Right now, on top of the platform, those 10 hundreds of years old wild ginsengs, if one was casually sold, it would be able to go up to millions. Selling another plant, it would be enough to build a villa in the village. Selling another plant, his own family would be the richest in the village. What's the point of going to work? You may not even be able to afford to buy a few plants with your entire life's salary. The key is that the platform is worth more, there are emerald stones and a bunch of dog's head gold. If these things were to be sold, how could one be short of money in this lifetime? There were also 2 escort-type biochemicals, and medical watches, and thinking about the other high-tech and even metaphysical things that would surely be available in the future, the days simply couldn't be too good, could they? Think about it, all excited. So excited that Yi Xiaoda threw up again. Fortunately, the car has a special plastic bag to catch his blood, or else this newly bought car will have to be sent to the fine washing. Even if it is an alpha, sitting is very comfortable, but the speed is really not much faster than a bus, because the road is really too bad. After more than 2 hours of dislocation, Yi Xiaoda arrived inside the village, just after dinner time. This intelligence center at the entrance of the village is even more people. As soon as they saw Yi Xiaoda's car coming back, they naturally surrounded him. Yi Xiaoda also had to get out of the car, while walking towards home. If you do not get out of the car, you will be scolded in minutes by the ladies pointing at their spines. It was only until Yi Xiaoda left with the hospital bag that the crowd murmured. This Xiaoda went to the hospital again. He's that sick, why go to the hospital? It's not a waste of money. That's right, just because of this disease, his family's 2 daughters are back today. Poor is poor, but a little too not for the sake of their parents, have got a terminal disease, still always go to the hospital to waste money. That's right, this kid. It seems that Yi Liheng is already preparing for his funeral. The family has bought a lot of things for the funeral. This child is indeed pitiful. Yi Xiaoda didn't hear any of this, he was moving towards home at breakneck speed. His mood was good, his stomach didn't hurt anymore, and along with that, he was hungry. One day down, basically didn't eat much, this time, already really hungry. 3 steps and 2 steps, Yi Xiaoda rushed back home at breakneck speed. Just entered the door, found that today's home is not quite the same. Chapter 36 What you say yourself about your afterlife. There were 2 more people. His elder sister and second sister had returned. Moreover, there are a lot more things inside the corner of the hall house, and at a glance, basically all of them are white. Once you see Yi Xiaoda, the second sister, even extremely rare, directly ran over, fiercely hugged him, while crying. Yi Xiaoda was caught off guard. From the time he remembers, the second sister does not seem to have hugged himself, either beating or scolding. Second sister, what's wrong? Someone bullied you? Yi Xiaoda asked in a hurry. Yi Mengnan looked at Yi Xiaoda and shook her head, her tears still could not stop flowing. A glance at his big sister, who also had a tear-stained face, coupled with his parents' expressions, Yi Xiaoda seemed to know something. Mom and Dad, big sister, second sister, what were you just discussing? Yi Xiaoda asked. The room was silent for a while. In the end, it was Yi Liheng who stood out and said to him, Xiaoda, you're also an adult, there are some things that you have to face, our family is discussing about your afterlife, so say it yourself, what are you going to do about your own afterlife? He said, what are you going to do about your own affairs? He kind of knew why his 4 people's homes were all streaked with tears, so this was discussing his own aftermath. Dad, why did you suddenly start discussing my afterlife? Yi Xiaoda didn't understand in a million ways. Even if he hadn't been treated, then he still had some time left, and there was nothing wrong with his body right now, except for his stomach, which was difficult. It seemed a bit early to be doing his afterlife now. Didn't you say yesterday that it's very much better? This should be the return of the light. These days, both of your sisters are not going, just stay at home with you. This time, it was Yi Xiaoda's turn to cry and laugh. He said that his body was much more comfortable, but he was mistaken by his old dad as a return to the light. This oolong, a bit big. No wonder, after all, advanced stomach cancer, equivalent to the King of Hell's life and death book, already has a name, can live more than a month or not many. But it's also quite good, his 2 closest relatives are back, just so he can share his joy with them today. Just as Yi Xiaoda was about to say, his second sister suddenly said with great determination, although I don't have any savings, I have a way to borrow $100,000. It should be enough for Xiaoda's afterlife. Yi Mengnan. You stop. Don't joke about the rest of your life, that Mao Long is no good, you can't borrow his money. I still have some money there, I'll take it out and give it to Xiaoda, it's enough to pay off our family's debts and give Xiaoda a beautiful funeral. Sis, but that's the down payment for your family's house. Lin will be going to school soon. Seeing his 2 sisters arguing for him, Yi Xiaoda suddenly felt very happy. It was his good fortune to have such a family. Yi Liheng, who was on the side, suddenly said, money, our family still has some, Xiaoda earned some before, let's spend it all this time, let Xiaoda go in style. As he spoke, Yi Liheng, who had never cried before, also burst into tears at the corners of his eyes. Yi Xiaoda looked at his old father, whose hair was already pale, and suddenly walked up and hugged him tightly. To say that it was extremely rare for his second sister to hug him, then for Yi Xiaoda to take the initiative to hug his own father, then this was the first time. Yi Liheng was also confused for a moment, then patted Yi Xiaoda's back and gently said, Xiaoda, don't be afraid. Manly man, what's so great about dying? He thought Yi Xiaoda was hugging him because he was afraid of death. Seeing that the family had already bought some of their afterlife supplies today, Yi Xiaoda hurriedly pulled out today's inspection report. Dad, Mom, big sister, second sister, I went to the hospital today for a review, and the doctor said that my cancer cells have not spread any further, and as long as I take good care of myself, the follow-up is completely treatable. Yi Xiaoda's expected family's ecstasy did not appear, instead, they all smiled awkwardly. He was able to clearly see that his family seemed to think that he was relieving them. Dad, really, look. Yi Xiaoda pulled out the case. Yi Liheng didn't even look at it, just looked at him with a smile and said, Son, don't be afraid. Mom, it's true. My illness has really been cured. Yi Xiaoda again handed the report to his mom. Son, we are not afraid. Big sister, look at it, the inspection report can always be read. Big sister simply looked at it, the jargon on it is not understandable anyway. Xiaoda, what are you afraid of? Don't be afraid. Second sister? Yi Xiaoda looked at Yi Mengnan with a sad face. Little D, it's fine, go sleep for a while if you're dizzy. Yi Xiaodao was a bit speechless, had no choice but to take out his cell phone and call Wang Yidao over a video. He can't explain himself, let the professionals come. On the other end of the video, Wang Yidao seems to still be in the hospital. Seeing that it was Yi Xiaodao who called over the video, he hastily hit his inspection report. Young man, what is it that you are looking for me for? Director Wang, I told my parents that I've gotten much better. They don't believe me, they have to prepare my afterlife. You help confirm it. Wang Yidao froze for a moment. This was the first time he had done this kind of thing, but he still hastened to say, Uncle, Yi Xiaodao's condition has indeed improved a lot. This is simply a miracle. If well maintained, there is no longer any threat to his life. This is a miracle. Who are you? Who am I to believe you? Although Yi Liheng was an old farmer, his vigilance was still there. These days, there were too many crooks in northern Burma. Wang Yidao hurriedly put his work ID to the side of his head, and while filming, he also walked outside the office. Uncle, this is my work ID. I'm Wang Yidao from the oncology department of the city center hospital. I'm still in the hospital, look. On the other end of the video, some scenes from the city hospital appeared. Yi Mengnan on the side said, this is indeed the central hospital, I've been there. Big sister Yi Kailin grabbed all the information in her little brother's hands, pulled out her own cell phone, and contacted an oncologist she knew. 5 minutes later, she got the best news. Little Dai. You're really cured? Yi Kailin grabbed Yi Xiaoda's hand and asked with an excited expression. Yi Xiaoda nodded and said, Big sister, the cancer cells have stopped spreading, pay attention to it, it has almost no effect on the body, it's just a bit of stomach discomfort, and the follow-up can still be completely cured. Is this just temporary or will it not spread in the future? Not even in the future. That much he was sure of. Do you know yourself why this is happening? Not really, Director Wang said it might be related to a strain of ginseng I ate a few days ago. Ginseng? Well, some time ago I went to the back of the mountain to sneak around and found some ginseng. I came back and ate it. I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, no matter what, I don't have to prepare for my afterlife. Yi Xiaoda casually bolted. Is this true? Su Hui cried with joy. Towards his old mom, Yi Xiaoda nodded heavily. Good heavens! Thank goodness! Yi Liheng was close to kneeling down and kowtowing to God. I must go and worship tomorrow. Good son! What a good son! My son is back again. Thank God! The family was excited for several minutes. In the end, Yi Xiaoda, who was really hungry, said, Mom, I haven't eaten for a day, can I get something to eat? Good. Mom will cook for you this time. A few moments later. Looking at the several dishes placed in front of him, Yi Xiaoda instantly lost his appetite, looked up at his mom, and smiled bitterly. Mom, just this? Chapter 37, I have $10 million, but have spent it all. Looking at the few dishes on the table, Yi Xiaoda cried and laughed. Boiled cucumber slices, boiled sweet potato leaves, boiled loofah. A tiny bit of meat not being there was still acceptable, but not having a single bit of chili, Yi Xiaoda felt that it was really impossible to talk about it. This is all what your sister told me after searching from the internet. You need to take care of your stomach right now. You can't eat greasy, you can't eat spicy, and you can't eat anything too salty. Boiled greens are the best choice. Yi Xiaoda chucked up a sweet potato leaf, tasted it, and vomited. Mom, you didn't add a bit of salt here? Aha! Your sister said that you can't eat anything too salty, so I think it should be better to simply leave out the salt. This stuff can't be eaten at all. Mom, make me a chili pepper stir fry, or else I. Yi Xiaoda looked up and didn't dare to continue. The three scariest women in the house stared at you together and asked if you were afraid. It's still not possible to not eat. This meal was destined to be painful. After eating, Yi Xiaoda confessed something else. Second sister, last time you came back, I didn't tell you. Actually, our family is a little bit rich now. What do you mean? I sold some money from selling ginseng. How much can you sell ginseng for? Don't worry, your second sister will cover your treatment costs. I still have several $100,000 there. The house will not be bought for the time being, so I'll save it for your treatment first. Big sister also said. The money I earn is enough for my treatment. Then how much can it be? $10 million. $10 million? The eldest and second sisters directly snorted out a laugh. Digging up ginseng in the back of the mountain, Yi Kailin and Yi Mengnan could understand, but digging up ginseng that could be sold for $10 million beat them to death and they didn't believe it. You're afraid that you dug up 18 of the ginseng's ancestors, and $10 million, your brain should even go to a movie. Big sister, I really dug a nest of ginseng directly and sold $10 million is true. Yi Xiaoda laughed bitterly. Then you show me the bank card balance. Yi Xiaoda spread his hands and said, it's already spent, only a few tens of thousands of dollars left. At this moment, Su Hui, who had been secretly laughing, instantly panicked, rubbing her head. What? $10 million you've already spent it all? Yi Xiaoda nodded. At this moment, the eldest and second sisters realized that Yi Xiaoda had really earned $10 million. Then, again, it had already been spent. Renting the reservoir cost more than $1 million, then I also fed the fish and bought fry, that's almost $2 million, then I went to the city and rented a warehouse, set up a company and hoarded some corn, that's $6 or $7 million, the rest I bought a car, then $10 million is only a few tens of thousands left. I have to say, it's pretty quick to spend money. Renting a reservoir? Starting a company? Hoarding corn? These words, to the two sisters' ears, it was all like heavenly books. When Yi Xiaoda told what happened during this period of time, Yi Mengnan and Yi Kailan's expressions changed countless times. From pitying Yi Xiaoda before, to shock, to pity, to anger, it was displayed to the fullest. You really earned $10 million? You spent $1 million on a car, and it's a car that looks like a coffin? Why did you rent the reservoir? Why did you feed corn at the reservoir? Why did you start a company? Why did you buy a car instead of a house? Why do you hoard corn? A series of questions directly asked Yi Xiaoda to run away. Can't answer, run away is not okay. In the end, Yi Liheng said, Xiaoda looks like there are still some opportunities, after the body is not a problem, in the future, Xiaoda's things we do not care about, people also grew up. Early tomorrow morning, you two will go back to work, as for Xiaoda, go wherever you want. Early the next morning, the two sisters left Beishan village in a black coffin car. Just as soon as they got into the car, the two of them realized that, originally, the car actually smelled so good. Lying down for a nap was even more comfortable than on the sofa, and when they woke up, they were already there. After taking care of things at home, Yi Xiaoda contacted Gua Hai. This Gua family's rich second generation, but Yi Xiaoda is the only rich person he knows. It just so happens that his family is in the jewelry and jade business, so if he wants to go to the north of Myanmar, it is best to bring him along. That's right, Yi Xiaoda wanted to go to northern Burma. Gua Xiao, goodbye. Yi Xiaoda greeted with a smile. Gua Hai was also excited to receive Yi Xiaoda's call. Yi Xiaoda had already saved him twice. Once was when he sold him ginseng, he saved his grandfather, and now in the Gua family, his status was simply not too high. The other time was when Yi Xiaoda provided Gua Hai with a large dog's head of gold and helped him save his cousin, both of which were great favors. Moreover, Gua Hai found that as long as Yi Xiaoda took the initiative to come to himself, it seemed that he could get something extremely good every time, so he was naturally happy to make friends. Brother die. Just call me Ahai in the future, haha. Okay. Ahai, I heard that there will be a large jade trading public market in Dianan in 3 days? Yes. The annual Dianan fair, in the whole of Dacia, is the largest. Every year the best jadeite basically are in this fair trade. Any interest in going along to join in the fun? After Yi Xiaoda finished speaking, Gua Hai couldn't help but remember the small piece of jadeite raw stone that Yi Xiaoda had sent to him. Although it was small and could only make a small egg surface, it was properly imperial green. Nowadays, an ant-sized imperial green jadeite is extremely rare. Yi Xiaoda is going to the public market? Gua Hai naturally knew that he would definitely not be a hobbyist. Okay brother Day, it just so happens that my cousin is also going on behalf of my Gua family, let's go and join in the fun. What Qianqian also went? Yi Xiaoda couldn't help but see the figure of this urban beauty in his mind. Temperament excellent, body huge good, the place that should really have meat, the fine place to hold up is also absolutely very comfortable, is the face a little cold? However, this kind of woman after conquering, it is estimated that it will be passionate like fire. Thinking about it too much, Yi Xiaoda hurriedly said to Gua Hai, then tomorrow morning I will go over to pick you up, you will wait for me at the highway exit. Highway exit? Brother Death, don't tell me we are driving there? Yeah, isn't Dianan less than 1,000 kilometers away from us, we won't even need to arrive in a day. Okay then. Gua Hai hung up the phone, thought about it, or sent a message to his cousin, sister, tomorrow I will also go to Dianan, last time that sold me ginseng Yi Xiaoda said he wanted to take me to Dianan Jadeite public market to play a game. Gua Qianqian received the message, nothing back, and did not put this matter in mind. She worries about too many things. Especially in recent times, just used the dog head gold to consolidate their position. What I did not expect was that the family was out of order again. The key problem was that Elder Gua, the problem seemed to be getting more and more serious. Chapter 38, Picking Up Imperial Green. Early the next morning, Yi Xiaoda was planning to leave. Xiaoda, are you really traveling to Dianan? Before Yi Xiaoda departed, Su Hui was very uneasy. Well, Mom, there's a possibility that I'll also make a trip to northern Burma. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Xiaoda still said his destination. The moment they heard the words Main North, Su Hui and Yi Liheng immediately lost their composure. Main North? I've heard that it's quite chaotic there, what are you going there for? Don't go. It's rumored that a lot of Dacia people have been tricked into going there, and they can't even come back if they want to. No way. You can't go. I've opened a trading company, and I'm planning to sell corn to the north of Burma, so I'll go ahead and see what's going on. Son, don't go, dangerous you're afraid of being cheated, which sells corn to the north of Burma, are selling people. Yi Liheng on the side was also incomparably worried. Yi Xiaoda pointed at Long Yi and said, Mom, don't worry, I'll take Long Yi and Long Air over there, they're both very powerful, I won't have a problem, and I don't have to go, maybe I'll just play around in Yunnan. Bringing these two woodies? Su Hui felt even more uneasy. However, Yi Xiaoda didn't say much and directly drove off. On that day, everyone in Beishan village knew that Yi Xiaoda had gone out for a trip, or went out to make money. A guy with advanced stomach cancer still went out to make money and even had to go out of the country, going to the north of Myanmar, which made the village people talk a lot. This Yi Xiaoda, late-stage stomach cancer and still goes out to sneak around. It's possible that he doesn't want to die at home. It's possible. It's rumored that he's also going to the north of Maine. North Burma? Isn't that place full of scammers? Yi Xiaoda wouldn't be? Yeah, the last time selling ginseng earned $10 million, is not that Yi Xiaoda self-directed may not be his money or earned in the north of Burma, is the proceeds of fraud it. When you say it like that, it's really possible. People are smart, it's easy to cheat people. What kind of ginseng can sell for $10 million? It seems that his cancer was really retribution. People in the village, who had nothing to do, all chatted like this. Of course, as soon as Yi Xiaoda showed up with the money, the topic of their chat would immediately change. I don't care how you make money. The rich man is the father. The journey is a bit far. The one who drove was Long Er sat in the co-pilot. As for Yi Xiaoda, he was already sitting in the boss chair and fell asleep. To the city highway exit, here a big Ben has been waiting. Originally Guahai wanted to sit in his own E-class, but when he saw Yi Xiaoda's Alpha, he decisively gave up his own Daban and lay down next to Yi Xiaoda. Brother duh, when did you buy an Alpha? This car is comfortable to sit in. Glancing at Guahai next to him, Yi Xiaoda rolled over. Sleep, our journey is still long. The two in front are the bodyguards you found? My two brothers. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda continued to squint. As for Long E and Long Er in front, their eyes also bubbled with a strange luster, no longer so rigid. At noon, halfway through the journey, Yi Xiaoda and Guahai sat in the service area's restaurant. The 35 buffet, it couldn't be said to be much more luxurious, but Yi Xiaoda ate pleasantly as well. Ever since he knew that he didn't have many health problems, his appetite was getting better every day. Brother duh, what are we going to do at the public market this time? Just to see what's going on, and if there's a suitable jadeite, we'll buy it. Hey, now the raw stone is really too expensive, even my sister, there are not many, a year may not even touch a piece of desire. Isn't your sister the head of your family? How come a public disc still has to come out herself? This is Yi Xiaoda's doubt. Hey, my dad 3 brothers forced. Guahai didn't say much, but Yi Xiaoda knew that this small mansion, the story is not too little. Guahai was considered to be the most dashing living in his family. He doesn't want anything, so he's naturally very elegant. After arriving in Dianan, Yi Xiaoda settled down and began to study this Dianan public market. Fortunately, live in this hotel, basically are from various cities specializing in this industry, information is really a lot. After reading the whole Dianan public plate after the follow-up of some major jadeite activities, Yi Xiaoda has a rough plan. After dinner, he pulled out a piece of jadeite raw stone from the trading platform to have the size of a basketball. In fact, it is not really a raw stone, the shell has been completely cut, revealing the inside, full of green. Lamp hit, although there is the size of a basketball, but still a hit through. There is not the slightest impurity inside. This piece of emerald, even in Yi Xiaoda here, is also considered to be very superb. A basketball-sized piece of imperial green jadeite. Whether it's the seed water or color, it's all superb. Yi Xiaoda does not know the specific price of this piece of jadeite raw stone, but certainly not low is. At least 9 figures. Early the next morning, he took Guahai and came to a store not too far from the public market. He was going to purchase a jadeite raw stone. There really isn't anything good here, it's basically a scam for outsiders. If you want to buy a piece to play with, go to the public market and place your bets. If you want to buy the top of the line, then you'll have to wait for the auction 2 days from now. At that time, the whole of Yunnan and also the top of the line stones from northern Burma will appear. There are no fakes there, even though it's expensive. Guahai saw that Yi Xiaoda was about to step into this small store, and directly persuaded. Yi Xiaoda looked up and around, satisfied, I'll just buy a piece for casual fun. After entering the store, he went straight to the gambling area. This store was small, but it had all the essentials. There were materials that had been completely cut, there were also materials that had rubbed the window, and of course, there were also gambling materials that had no window at all. Yi Xiaoda looked at the random pieces of stone placed on the floor, and was also a bit puzzled. Because, these stones, and those big stones in front of his house, didn't seem to be much different, but on them, there was an exaggerated number written. Boss, want to buy a stone? The owner of the small store came in person. After all, this small store, basically very few people came. Yi Xiaoda pointed to a stone that was the size of 2 basketballs and asked, what's the price for this? Boss has good eyesight, this is the best piece of stone I have here, Moxisha from northern Burma, only selling for 990,000. Is it sold for 9,000? Sold. The boss's hand had already reached over, Yi Xiaoda froze for a moment, and also had to shake hands, indicating that the deal had been reached. This damn, the price seems to be out of the high. Brother this stone, although it does look like it's from the mouth of the Moxisha field, but there's no manifestation at all, there's not much hope of opening out the emerald. Guahai said with an anxious face. What are you talking about? This is a good stone, there is no chance that it can be opened out Imperial Green. After the boss finished speaking, several people around him laughed, and in the end, even the boss himself couldn't help but laugh out loud. Picking up $9,000 for nothing, can one not be happy? If you open an Imperial Green here, I'll eat this stone. He's a prince from the interior. He's rich. He's just a fool with a lot of money. You want to get rich overnight, it's not that easy to pick up a leak. These stones have been looked at countless times, it's impossible to have a leak. Seeing many people teasing, Yi Xiaoda didn't say anything, just let Long Yi hold the stone, pay the money and leave. There were also quite a few workshops around that opened stones. Yi Xiaoda just casually found one, rented a stone opening machine for 2 hours, and then brought Long Yi. Long Air rushed in, even Guahai purposely did not bring. This stone still cut what cut, surely nothing. Also mysterious. Young man, this young man came with you? Guahai could only breathlessly pretend not to recognize Yi Xiaoda. Really sick in the head, this kind of stone to cut is nothing more than a waste of electricity. After entering the room where the stone was cut and checking that there wasn't any surveillance, Yi Xiaoda directly placed the stone in Long Yi's hand onto the machine. From the center came a cut. Sure enough, there was no fart. The inside was even cleaner than the outside. He pretended to open the machine again and casually cut for a while, and then put all the stone fragments inside the box prepared in advance and packed them in a ball. When he walked out of the room, Yi Xiaoda was all excited, pulling Guahai and running, while frantically shouting, "Wealthy! Wealthy! Completely rich!" While running, he also jumped around, completely like a maniac. When the crowd saw Yi Xiaoda in this situation, they suddenly had a thought. It can't be, this stone of his, he really opened out jade? It can't be, that stone, there's no manifestation, there's absolutely no way it can have something good. That's not good either, gambling stone? Any miracle can happen. Thanks to Yi Xiaoda's acting skills were still good, the owner of this store was a little weak. Don't really pick up a leak. After getting on the car, Yi Xiaoda's excited look still did not stop. The sight of Guahai a little anxious, asked, brother, that thing will not really open out the emerald, right? Yi Xiaoda nodded excitedly, your brother is completely rich. Ha! It's really fake. Quickly show me. Guahai looked excited, his eyes completely focused on the box in Long Yi's hands in front of him. Yi Xiaoda didn't say anything and just shook his head. The car quickly drove into the management office of the Dianan Public Market, where someone was specializing in collecting stones. This was the last day to collect the stones, the display would start tomorrow, and then the auction would start the day after tomorrow. Before going to hand over the stones, Yi Xiaoda suddenly said, "Ahai, I'm going to the restroom." Guahai didn't doubt it and nodded, however, he followed. Arriving at the toilet, Yi Xiaoda opened one of the doors, held the box and walked in. When he came out again, the things inside the box had changed. It was replaced with a stone that he had already chosen a long time ago. When Yi Xiaoda came out of the toilet, he happened to run into Guahai, and the two of them headed towards the place where the emerald was handed over. After a trip to the toilet, the stone in Yi Xiaoda's hand had changed drastically. From a piece of garbage, into a basketball-sized imperial green jadeite raw stone. Busy work all morning, in fact, is to make this stone have a provenance only. Can't just tell everyone that my Emperor Green was obtained from the hyperspace trading platform. Then one would have to be invited to tea. Chapter 39, The Legend of 9,000 Pieces. Arriving at the place where the stones were collected, when Yi Xiaoda revealed his case to one of the small holes, he was invited within a room with extreme excitement and mystery. A few moments later, several old men came to this room, as well as a few middle-aged men, who were not of low status at first glance. But this time, one was more excited than the other, as if a little kid had seen his favorite toy. It caused Guahai to be confused. Yi Xiaoda, on the contrary, knew what was going on. "This little brother, this stone of yours, can you show us?" An old man in tan clothes said to Yi Xiaoda with an excited expression. Seeing that Yi Xiaoda didn't have much of a reaction, another middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Don't worry, this is Elder Su, no one in the jadeite world knows about it, it's a Tarzan-level figure, and we also have official people from Yunnan here, so surely there won't be any problems." The sight of Guahai may also be perceived. Yi Xiaoda hands of the treasure is not simple, said, "You can rest assured, Dianan public disc is very fair, it is impossible to appear what wrong, there are official people have been supervised. Jadeite is considered one of the pillar industries in Dianan. The annual public disc naturally cannot appear what black people jadeite raw stone thing." Hearing this, Yi Xiaoda slowly opened the box he brought. When a basketball-sized green stone appeared in front of the crowd, everyone, including Guahai, did not react for a moment. Collectively, they froze in place. One by one, their eyes turned green. Only after a while did this Su Lao pounce over, placing his hands on top of this stone and gently caressing it, as if he was caressing his most precious treasure. "Emperor Green! Imperial Green! This is Imperial Green!" Su Lao suddenly shouted in a nervous manner. With this shout, everyone reacted and scrambled towards Yi Xiaoda's stone. It's really emperor green. Such a big piece. The seed water and color are superb. I didn't think that in this life I would be able to see such a quality of jadeite, it's too precious. The group of people were furiously studying it. Hua Hai's eyes were shaking as he looked at Yi Xiaoda. Trembling. Divu brother did, this superb jadeite, is it the one you just bought for $9,000? Yi Xiaoda nodded. What kind of heaven-defying luck are you having? Hua Hai thought again about how Yi Xiaoda was able to find extreme wild ginseng and dog-head gold even when he was shopping in the back of the mountain. Now to casually buy a piece of stone in a store that everyone can't see, and then open it up to be an extremely high-quality imperial green jadeite, that's excessive, isn't it? Ahaya, don't you know that there's a kind of person called a koi? I might just be the male koi. You're not a koi, you're a man of great fortune. I'll have to follow in your footsteps from now on, I'll do whatever you do. No way, brother hurry up and help me get a stone too. Hua Hai has obviously read too many novels. Yi Xiaoda couldn't help but laugh outright when he heard the words people of great luck. But thinking about it, he had become the spokesperson of the Transcendence trading platform, which seemed to indicate that he was a person of great fortune, right? Don't worry, coming with me on this trip won't make you suffer. Yi Xiaoda wouldn't dare to go out and buy another stone and then open it up to be imperial green again. Picking up a leek once could still be said to be lucky, it had appeared before, but picking up 2 leeks in a row, that was simply impossible. Master Su looked at it for half a day, and finally said to everyone, this stone, the seed water is excellent, the color is emerald green, it's the top emperor green, and it's such a big piece, it can be cut out at least 10 bracelets, and it can be used as a pendant, the value can't be measured. According to his status, when these words came out, it meant that Yi Xiaoda earned hemp this time. Old master, this stone of mine, it can be on tomorrow's auction, right? Naturally can, and still the finale, to know, we Dianan public plate, the last time such a large piece of top-grade jadeite, may still be 10 years ago, but unfortunately the distance from the auction is slightly shorter, otherwise some publicity goes down, all the jewelry greats in Daxia have to come over. Then let's auction it off, I'm short of money, but I hope everyone can keep my identity a secret. Elder Su nodded. Then the organizer of the public auction hurriedly went to start matters of publicity. This stone could make the influence of this Dianan public market much higher. What's more, this stone is still $9,000 to pick up the leakage. $9,000 to pick up the leakage to 9 figures, this is already a legend, some publicity down, this time the public market, beyond the previous public market is also certain. The news quickly spread out. When the picture of this piece of imperial green appeared in everyone's cell phone, everyone was instantly captivated by this piece of stone. Don't look at the internet now, all kinds of imperial green bracelets, all kinds of imperial green jade, in fact, the vast majority of them are beer bottles. The real emperor green jade is extremely rare. A few decades ago may often be able to see, but now, sew a piece, the world a year may only sew 1 or 2 pieces. Of course, the real thing is not visible to the general public. Only people with 9-digit assets or more can enter a room with the tightest defense in the public market to get a glimpse of the real thing. Originally some people who did not intend to participate in this public market, also with money, rushed to Yunnan. This kind of stone, shoot back, that is priceless. Especially, this stone is still a young man spend $9,000 to pick up the leakage, then this story is even more legendary. The store owner who sold Yi Xiaoda's stone, after hearing that his store sold an imperial green jadeite that became the finale of the auction, froze in place for 3 minutes, then squatted on the ground and howled. Mine! That's mine! Lousy sold a piece of imperial green for $9,000. I won't live. I'm blind. My titanium alloy eyes. The boss is still bawling on the ground. I did not expect. Minutes, the store influxed into a large group of people, directly ran to the ground that a pile of gambling material and go. Without saying a word, how much the price tag is, then how much money to shell out. Not bad money, lord, even a person bought several pieces. In the owner's moment of confusion, these people had already finished emptying their money and rushed out with the stones afterward, unable to stop them. You bandits! That's my stone. There could be imperial green inside. The boss saw this scene and once again went crazy. A stone had opened in imperial green, then the same batch of stones, it was likely that there was still a big leak. This was also the reason why so many people rushed in to buy away all the gambling materials. The boss scolded, suddenly thought, these stones, not even a place to come a lot or their own on the road to pick up it. You just buy it. In the final calculation, the boss unexpectedly made more than $8 million. But why I picked up the stone in the head can open the emperor green? Am I the chosen one? The boss planned to go back to the street later and find some random stones. It's possible that there's imperial green inside. Are you the boss who sold a piece of emperor green for $9,000? Yes. Don't say it, I'm dying for it. However, when this boss turned around, his face instantly became respectful, so it's the leader who's here. Give me the CCTV footage from your store in the morning, that young man's face, you can't say anything about it, got it? The boss nodded repeatedly. At this point, he still understood. After all, after getting rich overnight, someone might go after Yi Xiaoda's trouble. Chapter 40, You're Not Like Me, You Can't Get In. For the rest of the day, Yi Xiaoda took Guahai around. Here, it was quite lively. Guahai looked at Yi Xiaoda with a look that said, "This is my own brother. Brother, quickly help me buy a piece of imperial green." Soon, the grandest auction of the Yunnan public market began. Although there are only a few dozen stones in the auction, but none of them are the best stone of the year. Outside the volume of transactions, although large, but the value can be far less than the stone here. The people who came were naturally either rich or noble. The admission ticket is not something that anyone can have. For example, Guo Qianqian of the Guo family, although she also has a ticket, but her position is already at the bottom of the list. In these 2 years' time, if the Guo family didn't make any more progress, it was expected that the admission ticket would be gone. When Yi Xiaoda brought Guahai, wearing sweatpants and sneakers as well as short sleeves to this venue, he instantly became the object of attention for the people around him. There is no way, people are either suits or big skirts, only Yi Xiaoda and Guahai all sportswear. The main door has not yet entered it, there are conspicuous bag to come. Yo, isn't this the rich second generation of the Guo family? Guahai, right, you wear this, what are you doing here? It's you? Guahai turned around, took a look at the person who spoke, and his mood instantly went bad. Song Jifei, the crown prince of Song's jewelry. Not only did he want to become his own brother-in-law, but he also wanted to take Guo's group into Langzhong by the way. One look at you, this should not be here to participate in the auction either, but you don't deserve it. You are worthy. Your whole family is worthy of it. Song Jifei was not angry at all, but also said cheaply, if you can't get in, I can still bring someone in, for the sake of your sister, I can take you to see the world. At this time, another voice came out from behind Yi Xiaoda, no need. My Guo family's people, I'll bring my own. Yi Xiaoda turned his head to see a red-dressed Guo Qianqian slowly walking over in high heels. Good guy, this body, really invincible, wearing high heels are almost as high as Yi Xiaoda, that leg, all to his navel. Raise his head and chest, the scale is terrible. Opposite Song Jifei has already seen a face of piggishness, and hurriedly walked over. Qianqian, today you are beautiful. Guo Qianqian didn't pay any attention to him at all, instead, she looked at Yi Xiaoda, smiled, and greeted, Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you to come too. Following brother Hai to see the world. Yi Xiaoda said with a smile. These two were smiling and laughing, Song Jifei wasn't having it. Who the hell are you, skinny as a pussy? Who the hell are you, skinny as a pussy, still smiling with my woman, isn't this looking for death? Think about the entire jewelry industry. Song Jifei also did not think of a surname Yi, plus called Guahai for the sea brother, a look at the curiosity is not, should be able to casually dislike. See the world, not at the door, you a person in sportswear, can you go in? Have an admission ticket? Any random person inside has assets over $100 million, you can't earn it in your whole life. Yi Xiaoda froze for a moment. The dog started barking. It could be ignored, but an entry ticket? This really does not have awe. This horse has come all the way here, can't he still not get in? This froze, let Songji fly up to the sky, your Guo family's admission ticket should be the lowest level, right? Qianqian can bring a person in, just don't know if it is to bring Guahai or you this what surname Ji. In fact, behind Guo Qianqian there is a jadeite expert of their group, was supposed to enter the auction together, to give Guo Qianqian the palm of the eye. Guahai also seemed to be able to see his cousin's difficulties, whispered, sister, you and the expert go in, I and brother Do will wait for you outside. Guo Qianqian was also a bit hesitant, but finally decided to go in with the expert herself. This time, if they couldn't purchase the top quality stones, they would be in big trouble. At this time, because this line of people was blocking the doorway, the security guards inside also came out. Gentlemen, those who want to enter should also do so as soon as possible, don't block the doorway. Song Jifei smiled and showed his entrance ticket, then led the other three people to walk inside the glass door. Turning back, he also looked at Yi Xiaoda, as if to say, see, this glass door is the gap between the two of us. Guo Qianqian also entered with her own experts. That, you two wait for me at the door wait for me for a few hours, I'll treat you two to a barbecue, it's not in vain for you two to come out. Song Jifei shouted out with a smile. A few waves of people in the surrounding area also laughed out loud. In their opinion, before the auction, it was still very comfortable to be able to enjoy such a bridge, through Yi Xiaoda and Guahai, to show their superiority. Young man, next time you reincarnate and choose a better family, there's no chance you'll be able to get in. Or else go outside to the public auction. The auction here is something that young people like you can't get involved with. Unless one is of the same status as the Song family's crown prince, there really aren't many young people who can enter inside. Isn't that so? Within the glass doors, apart from Song Jifei, it seemed that Guo Qianqian was the young man. The Guo family had no choice but to let Guo Qianqian throw her weight around. As for the Song family, they were completely cultivating Song Jifei. The other families, the ones who came are all middle-aged people, even the head of the family. Yi Xiaoda had just pulled out his cell phone, intending to give Elder Su a call. After all, coming all the way here, not seeing what price his jadeite sold for, or not being willing. When Yi Xiaoda left, the titan of the jadeite world left him a private phone number. In Su Jun's opinion, Yi Xiaoda's stone may have saved this year's auction, such a koi, or to make friends. At their age, they were more concerned about things like chi luck. Yi Xiaoda had just raised the phone when he saw everyone around him, giving the entrance away, respectfully waiting on both sides. Even the group of people who had already entered the venue had stopped and waited in place. Little brother Yi, I'm really sorry, it was my negligence that I didn't give you the entrance ticket. A kind voice sounded behind Yi Xiaoda. Turning his head to look, wasn't this the backer he was looking for? Yi Xiaoda hurriedly said, Elder Su, it's alright, you're here now, looks like you can take me in, haha. That's of course, I have a private room in this venue, if you don't mind, you can go to my private room and stay there. If you're not used to staying with me as an old man, I can also arrange another private room for you. What? Elder Su personally invited someone to his private room? The people around instantly went crazy. The eyes that looked at Yi Xiaoda were filled with envy. To know, Elder Su is the big brother of the jadeite industry, the Titanic level. If during the auction, the old man can point out one or two things, then the harvest can be too big. After all, not all the material is almost like Yi Xiaoda's Emperor Green is bright material, many are only a window. The risk of buying raw stones through a window is still high. But if there is Su Lao, this risk basically does not exist. The stones in the auction are all personally selected one by Su Lao, he naturally knows best. Sometimes a single sentence was able to make you more than 8 figures. Song Jifei's face had turned iron blue. He didn't know why a small piece of trash wearing sneakers could gain Elder Su's appreciation. In theory, as the organizer of this auction, Elder Su should have avoided suspicion. The fact that Su Jun dared to do so was nothing but proof that this young man, it seemed, was no ordinary person. Even Guo Qianqian had a puzzled look on her face, again ginseng, again dog's head gold, and now she also knew the Jadeite's titan. What kind of person was this Yi Xiaoda in the end? Chapter 41 I can't get in? Sorry, I have a private room. Everyone did not expect. Yi Xiaoda unexpectedly refused. Elder Su, you can just provide me with a small place, I won't bother you. Su Jun was stunned when he heard this, and then laughed out loud. This young man, he's really different. Everyone else is coming up to me, but you are even unwilling to stay with me. However, Su Jun also smiled and said, no problem, private room 8 should still be empty, you can use it as you please. Elder Su, I'll bring a few people along, no problem. Ha, that's natural, it doesn't matter how many people you bring. Yi Xiaoda nodded. He now sort of knew that the Emperor Green he had provided for this Yunnan public market should be extremely effective. Yi Xiaoda brought Guahai into the venue smoothly, and seeing Song Jifei's face of iron, Guahai was also happy. Young Song, do you want to go to the private room with me? It's said that the private room here is quite big, and the view is also good. If you want, I can let you join me. After Guahai finished speaking, Song Jifei didn't even say a word and turned his head away. Holding a fire inside, he wanted to kill someone. Sister, come with us to the private room. Guahai smiled and walked to Guo Qianqian's side. Making it seem like this private room has something to do with you, people aren't even talking. Not far away, Yi Xiaoda laughed, beauty, I'm naturally welcome. In the end, Yi Xiaoda brought Long Yi and Long Air, as well as Guo Qianqian as well as Guahai, and slowly entered the private room. His back was looked at for a long time by many people. For a young man to be able to make Elder Su take special care of him, it meant that the identity was not simple. The key problem was that one had never heard of this figure, which was embarrassing. As for Su Jun, he didn't leave, instead, he waited at the main entrance. As for the others, those who could come in came, and those who didn't have an entrance ticket were also driven away. There was no way, here today, some more big names would come. Even Su Jun was personally waiting at the gate. After taking his seat, Song Jifei looked up at the location of the private room with extremely unhappy eyes. Yi Xiaoda? Song Jifei started searching for this name on the internet. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone that Su Jundu valued to have no news at all on the internet, but strangely enough, Song Jifei didn't find any news at all. He naturally knew about this auction's grand finale. This time, his goal was not this grand finale, only, the legend about this grand finale, he still knew about it. A young man, with $9,000, bought a basketball-sized piece of top imperial green. This news, the entire Jadeite world instantly spread. Young man? Song Jifei suddenly thought of something and hurriedly looked for someone to inquire. In the end, all the clues came together in his hands. For young men, of which the one who purchased that piece of imperial green was very thin and wearing sneakers? Song Jifei couldn't help but picture Yi Xiaoda in his mind. Yi Xiaoda, Guahai, Dragon 1 and Dragon 2, didn't that just happen to be 4 young men? Yi Xiaoda was also extremely thin and weak. Song Jifei had a guess. He did not have a photo of Yi Xiaoda, but Guahai's photo was still able to find. After sending the photo, he quickly got the exact answer. Guahai was one of the young men who had purchased the imperial green. Yi Xiaoda with people in the store to buy to the Emperor Green, or was seen by many people, although the surveillance video was taken away, but know a lot of people. Especially such a metaphysical pickup story, there are naturally a lot of people who study it afterward. Upon learning that Yi Xiaoda was nothing more than an extremely lucky pickup kid, Song Jifei's mouth revealed a cold smile. Humph. Still a small piece of trash. Definitely a beggar. But the moment he thought that Yi Xiaoda might just pick up 9 figures of money, Song Jifei instantly became unhappy again. All the time, he was just cursing. However, his confidence also rose. His greatest fear was that this Yi Xiaoda was someone from some mysterious family, then he wouldn't be able to afford to mess with him, and now that he learned that he was just someone who stepped on luck, then he wouldn't be a match for himself at all. Looking at him and his woman looking at each other, Song Jifei said, "This Yi Xiaoda, he must get killed." After coming to the private room, Yi Xiaoda also sat on the sofa, eating fruits while resting his eyes. As for Guo Qianqian, she brought her own experts and kept studying there. By the time the auction started, Yi Xiaoda unexpectedly fell asleep. This caused Guo Qianqian to be speechless. You came to see the auction, and then you fell asleep. When Guo Qianqian's favorite stone arrived, she started bidding. A purple-colored ice stone. Of course, just rub out the window as ice seed purple, inside the color water how, there is no crack, this all do not know. However, Guo Qianqian optimistic about this stone. This is also the only piece she is optimistic about. Soon, the value has soared to $10 million. After all, this stone was big enough. It was about the same size as the imperial green offered by Yi Xiaoda. Guo Qianqian opened the bidding, $12 million. Soaring all the way. These days, the good piece of material was too rare. Eventually, the price has come to $50 million. Guo Qianqian was still shouting, her bottom line was $60 million. $51 million. $51 million. $52 million. $52 million. With this offer, it was natural that someone was looking for a fight. Listening to this voice, Guo Qianqian knew that it was Song Jifei who was messing around. No matter how much one bid, the other party always added 100,000. At the back, after more than $60 million, Guo Qianqian didn't bid anymore. This stone was auctioned away by Song Jifei. You should bid a few more times, Song Jifei will follow anyway, let him hemorrhage. Yi Xiaoda, who had been aroused by the sound of Guo Qianqian's high bid, said cheaply. What if he doesn't follow? Why would he do that? Guo Qianqian said, in order to get me, and in order to get the Guo group. The internal and external problems had already made Guo Qianqian a bit discouraged and even want to give up. The key problem was that at the critical time, the old man was still ailing, which was embarrassing. There are still so many stones, there is still a chance. Yi Xiaoda persuaded, looking at a long-dressed Guo Qianqian tiredly lying on the sofa, he also a bit unable to see past it. Forget it, no matter which piece I want to buy, Song Jifei will definitely intervene, there's no need. Yi Xiaoda also had no choice. After all, he didn't have any money right now. And even if he had money, he couldn't possibly help Guo Qianqian for no reason. In the end, the meeting was only twice. No one owes anyone. Sure enough, behind Guo Qianqian never bid again. Just look quietly, do not know what is in the heart. Guo Hai saw his sister like this, also rare did not make a sound. The entire private room, except for Yi Xiaoda's snoring, there was no sound at all. Chapter 42, wildly earned more than $300 million. It was only until the last jadeite raw stone that Yi Xiaoda was shouted up by Long Yi. Only to see the host on the stage, which would be fervently introducing Yi Xiaoda's piece of imperial green. This is the only piece of jadeite I've ever seen in my life. Imperial green. The seed water is translucent, emerald green, the size of a basketball, weighing 21 kilograms. It's been at least 10 years since we've seen such a large piece of imperial green in our Yunnan public auction. Enough to make dozens of emerald green jadeite bracelets, but also to make unique emerald green ornaments, enough to pass on to the family. Everyone should also know that this piece of imperial green also has a very legendary story, and this story happened in Dianan, just happened the day before yesterday. A young man spent $9,000, bought a piece of like a stone, and then what, this piece of stone, opened out such a piece of emperor green. Who says there are no more leaks these days? Isn't this a heavenly leak? Well, without further ado, the auction of this piece of jadeite will now begin. The auction began. In fact, there weren't many bidders. Whether it was Guo Qianqian or Song Jifei, both of them did not bid. Because their rank wasn't quite enough. Those who bid this time were basically those top jewelers in Daxia, or else some top rich people who intended to buy it as a collection. The first bid made Yi Xiaoda's little heart beat indisputably fast. 200 million. This wasn't 200 million Zimbabwean dollars, this was 200 million Daxia dollars. The purchasing power is full. Turning into a billionaire in minutes. Don't look at Song Jifei as the sole heir of the Song Group, now you ask him to take out 200 million and try. Even the Song Group probably doesn't have that much liquidity. This was also the reason why Song Jifei didn't even dare to shout the price. $250 million. 300 million. Starting at 300 million, the price slowly grew not as fast. After all, this basketball-sized imperial green jadeite can probably cut out 20 bracelets. Each bracelet sells an average of $15 million, that is, almost $300 million. Of course, the bidding is still there. $310 million. $320 million. $350 million. Slowly, the price had skyrocketed to $350 million, only that there weren't many bidders left. One of them was a top jeweler in Dacia, and the other was a top rich man in Dacia, purchasing this stone, presumably as his own collection. Rich people is more and more, Emperor Green Emerald on the contrary is less and less, this kind of thing, although it is still a stone, but the value will only rise. In the end, this stone, by this collector, to $380 million price shot. It is also regarded as a record of Dianan public disc in the past few years, the selling price of jadeite record. When the auctioneer's hammer gently fell, Yi Xiaodao also hard from the sofa stood up, a face of excitement. As for Guahai, already there wildly shouted. Rub rub rub. Got rich. Wealthy. More than $300 million. Guo Qianqian still had a puzzled face before, looking at her brother as if she was looking at a little cutie. But gradually, she seemed to understand. Her pupils also became bigger and bigger as she turned her head and asked with an extremely shocked expression, Guahai, this piece of jade, is it yours? Guahai hurriedly pointed at Yi Xiaodao and said, Sister, this is Da's, it has nothing to do with me. Guo Qianqian looked at Yi Xiaodao with incomparable shock again, not understanding in 10,000 ways. This luck of yours, it's a bit scary. Not bad, not bad. Guo Qianqian shook her head speechlessly for half a day. This luck isn't even good anymore, it's perverted. Winning a lottery is only more than 10 million, but the thought of Yi Xiaodao earning more than 300 million at once, Guo Qianqian can't help but keep staring at him. This is the ginseng, and is the dog's head gold, and now is the emperor green, this person, or is it a person? Compared to him, Guo Qianqian felt that her luck is really lame. Internal and external problems are not enough to describe her hardship. After all the stones are auctioned, in fact, today's activities is not yet over. Only, the next auction, in the eyes of all the Dacia people, it was just a joke. The host on the stage continued, Next, we will have an auction of 3 mines, these 3 mines, all from the north of Maine. Through our inspection, all the formalities are complete. As long as you shoot it down today, then congratulations, in the future, you'll have an emerald mine located in the north of Maine. Next, the host released some introductory materials, all of which were some information about these 3 mines. It had to be said that the information was still very attractively done. At least these 3 mines, all of them were very famous in the past, all of them were mines that had produced top-grade jadeite. However, it seemed that everyone here was not very interested in these 3 mines. Even Su Jun directly sneered. It's all about past glory, now these few mines, it's estimated that you won't even be able to find a glutinous ice type of jadeite. These northern Burma people, wanna make money, wanna go crazy, nothing jadeite mine, still wanna sell to us. I don't think there should be little cute. Make a bid. There were even quite a few people who left straight away. Everyone couldn't look at this kind of mine that had already been dug out. This made the few northern Burmese who came a little embarrassed on their faces. Originally, they were planning to come over to pit a fortune, but seeing that no one was planning to take the bait, they were naturally in a bad mood. Inside the private room, Guo Qianqian also stood up and said to Yi Xiaodao and Guahai, or else let's just go? There's nothing to see next. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaodao actually shook his head, and instead started to look at the basic information of these 3 mines with a serious face. This is another purpose for him to come to this auction, and even the effort to get out of this piece of imperial green, sold more than $300 million, are for this moment. In fact, it didn't matter if he looked at it or not, to him, all 3 were the same. Soon, the auction began. The first mine that had to cover an area of more than 20 acres, the starting price was surprisingly only $20 million. This was almost a cabbage price. Of course, this was only a year's rent. But compared to the emerald vein, has been exceptionally cheap. If you can produce a good stone, this rent is already worth it. From this can be seen, these mines, 9 times out of 10 is nothing will have. After a while, no one shouted, looking to yellow, Yi Xiaodao suddenly said to Guo Qianqian, Beauty, help me shout a price. What? Shouting? Yes. You want to contract this mine? Yi Xiaodao nodded. Guo Qianqian took a deep breath, still thinking about how to persuade him. She was disliked by Yi Xiaodao from behind. Hurry up, otherwise it's going to be yellow. Disliking this, Yi Xiaodao felt that he seemed to have touched not all the clothes, there seemed to be metal buttons. Guo Qianqian turned her head and glared at him. She didn't want to persuade him. If you want to call, you call yourself. I'm not well, my voice isn't loud enough. Guo Qianqian was speechless. Sighing, she raised the sign in her hand and made a whispered bid, $20 million. After saying that, she lowered her head in shame, afraid of being ridiculed. Someone bid. Someone has made a bid. $20 million. The auctioneer's excited voice made Guo Qianqian a target, gathering the gazes of everyone present. Of course, the gazes that looked at her more or less carried a bit of contempt. Engaging Guo Qianqian couldn't help but get even more angry and glared at Yi Xiaodao once again. She sort of understood why Yi Xiaodao himself didn't bid and had to let her bid. It turned out that the person who made this bid would really be despised. Chapter 43, Buying a Mine for Fun. After Guo Qianshan's bidding, no one followed for a long time. However, there was a person sitting in the general seating area that was dumbfounded. Song Jifei. This time, he was anxiously communicating with his old man. Dad, listen to me, let's get involved. Jifei, those mines, aren't they all confirmed to have nothing left? Why are you still thinking of wasting money? Dad, Guo Qianshan made a bid. She is an extremely shrewd person, and now the Guo family money is not much, but are willing to spend money to rent the vein. It is possible that there is some news. Are you sure? Dad, anyway, it's only $20 million, it's not much, just give it a try. Besides, I saw Guo Qianshan's side there is a koi carp. It's possible that this koi carp let Guo Qianshan bid. Koi? What the hell is a koi? Dad, you know today sold more than 300 million a piece of imperial greenet. That young man, this will stand in Guo Qianshan's side. It seems to know, this person must be an extremely lucky koi. This mine, it is possible that there is really hope. Try it. Anyway, the money is not much, even if there is nothing, we can't let the Guo family take advantage of it. Song Jifei's dad also decided. After all, it didn't matter if there was a mine or not, what mattered was not letting the Guo family pick up the slack. After receiving permission, Song Jifei hastily shouted a price, 21 million. He felt stable. What he didn't expect was that Guo Qianshan hadn't even said anything yet. Yi Xiaoda couldn't take it anymore and directly shouted, 25 million. The voice was incomparably loud. Aren't you in bad health and can't be too loud? In the face of Guo Qianshan's blank stare, Yi Xiaoda also had to smile. It doesn't matter if it's money or not, we can't wimp out on this first auction. Moreover, he is not used to Song Jifei. Song Jifei looked at Yi Xiaoda cannot wait to raise the price, but also strengthened his determination to fight back, 30 million. This mine, must get. Yi Xiaoda was also angry, 35 million. Young people, that's what they are. Song Jifei directly stood up, $40 million. After saying that, he also glared at the direction where Yi Xiaoda was. Then it's yours, brother won't follow. Yi Xiaoda suddenly caved in. This made Song Jifei, who stood up and just wanted to go on a killing spree, unable to use his energy, just having a hard time. The price of $40 million was already a heavenly price. Everyone in the room, all with a face to see the little cute. The whole crowd was looking at Song Jifei with a look of a cutie pie. Only a few people from the north of Maine had a frenzied look on their faces. Finally, they had come across a little cutie. He was a little cute. Enjoying the eyes of the crowd, Song Jifei was a bit pleased with himself at first. The feeling of being in the center of the crowd was really good. But after seeing the crowd's strange eyes, he was a bit furious and hurriedly sat down. The second mine, only 4 or 5 acres in size, the starting price is only 4 million. When Yi Xiaoda bid, there is no one with. This mine belongs to Yi Xiaoda. This makes Song Jifei suddenly feel a little bad. This person, how is a mine to shoot it? Panicked. The third mine, the starting bidding price is even only 1 million, because, this mine, the area is less than 1 acre, but, at least, is also once out of the Emperor Green place. Was a fat head of middle-aged greasy man shot. The next step was the signing with the Burmese. Once everyone was gathered in an office, Song Jifei looked at Yi Xiaoda with less favorable eyes. Mr. Song, right, so rich, $40 million to shoot a waste mine. Yi Xiaoda said cheaply. Humph. You also want to buy it, only you don't have the money to buy it, right? This money thing, I'm really not lacking. Come on, Song Jifei couldn't retort. He knew that Yi Xiaoda had just made over $300 million. Everyone, the formalities will be able to be completed today, so tomorrow you all can come with us to the north of Burma and then take a look at your own mines. A northern Maine man enthusiastically introduced. These were all goddesses of fortune. And still, they were stupid goddesses of fortune. Must be served well. The girls in northern Burma had to be arranged. There are still thousands of abandoned veins in the north of Myanmar that want to find the great injustice seed. When Yi Xiaoda left here, there was already more than 200 million extra in the bank account. The taxes and the handling fees for the public disc cost more than $100 million. However, after paying these, Yi Xiaoda could use the money with confidence. Clean and dry. The next day, Guo Qianshan took Guahai and left Yunnan. The Guo family seems to have another story, leaving Yi Xiaoda alone. Yi Xiaoda also quickly got on a Chinese bus. He was going to the north of Myanmar. There were quite a few other people on the bus. Song Jifei was also listed. The people who shot the 3 mines, today together to the north of Maine, otherwise they couldn't even go if they wanted to. As for the formalities, they had already been done long ago. Big brothers, I'm Emerald Old King Ah, we've arrived in northern Burma today ha. Everyone see, I have bought a rich mine located in the north of Maine. In the future to buy jade can look for me. It's the right kind of a goods from the north of Burma. The middle-aged greasy man with a huge gold chain shot a short video right into the camera. He even filmed all the formalities on it, and with the fact that he did see the national border of northern Burma, the video was quite appealing, and it looked quite real. It was supposed to be real, people were really buying mines in northern Burma. Entering the north of Myanmar, it was obvious that the atmosphere became a little tense, especially after a few armed mutual vehicles appeared before and after. The car was quiet. Yi Xiaoda looked up at Song Jifei in front of him. He estimated that this would be Song Jifei already regretting and wanting to go home. This place could be far from peaceful. On the bus, the person in charge of Main North, Sang Tua, hurriedly said, "Don't worry, everyone is our Main North scout of wealth. We will definitely protect everyone, and the various forces won't do anything to you. If there's anything, you can contact me directly." Soon, the vehicle arrived at the first destination and threw down the Emerald Old King. His mine had arrived. It was just a small hill, and the inside had been emptied out. "Mr. Wang, do you need to rent our excavator and an escort?" Sang Drag shouted to Old Wang, who had already gotten out of the car. Old Wang thought about it and said, "The excavator won't be necessary, hire an escort for a few days, I'll be leaving in a few days." Soon, a car's escort stayed on. The second destination was Song Jifei's mine, which was much bigger, with a large area, only it was very barren at first glance. "Boss Song? Do you want the excavators and guards?" "Give me a few excavators and a carload of guards, my dad is already arranging people for me, it won't take a few days for my own guards to arrive." When he arrived at Yi Xiaoda's mine, he only needed an excavator. As for the escorts, with Dragon 1 and Dragon 2, no one else wanted them. When Yi Xiaoda got off the bus, he knew that he had spent these millions for nothing. A big place, not to mention jade, even the stone cannot be found. One of the pits has dug dozens of meters, all the stones that can be dug have been dug away, the rest, either yellow sand or weeds. At a distance of only 100 or 200 meters from the mine, there is a simple house. After packing up, Yi Xiaoda settled down. Chapter 44. Pick up hundreds of car garbage home. The next day, all three mines started in a flurry of activity. In addition to Yi Xiaoda, who was working on his own with Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 in a pretense, the other two mines had rented a lot of people and machines in northern Burma and started to dig up in a big way. Song Jifei's mine, even on the same day, had already transported a truckload of stones to the territory of Daxia. All this way, naturally, it was all green lights. No one robbed it either. After all, everyone knew that there was definitely nothing good inside. Sure enough, although he sent away a carload of jadeite raw stones, Song Jifei's face was extremely ugly. Domestic also came, after exploration. Here, seems to be nothing good jadeite raw stone. This pull away a car, to be able to sell $100,000 that even good, buy also rely on white, the industry basically will not spend money to buy this thing. Basically are some garbage. This $100,000, not enough for this day mine expenses. As for that, only a small hill of jadeite Old King, digging a few times also lay down. Yi Xiaoda's mine, but quite lively, simply will live in the place or demolished, and then live near the toilet, directly open a mouth, began to dig up with an excavator. On that day, also transported back a carload of jadeite raw stone. As for the quality, no one knows. Anyway, there weren't any northern Burmese who were eyeing these mines, which was able to tell that there was definitely nothing good here. In the evening, Yi Xiaoda made another transaction. This time, he chose Xiong Hung. After ending the transaction, he called for Sang Drag. "Can you get me a batch of weapons?" Seeing Sang Drag, Yi Xiaoda directly opened his mouth and asked, "Weapons?" Sang Drag looked at Yi Xiaoda, then nodded. "The quantity I need is a bit much." "Ha ha ha. How much is not a matter. How much I can solve, in the north of Myanmar, weapons or something, as long as you have money, I can get you as much as you want." Sang Drag laughed out loud, very confident. "I want 1,000. Hearing this number, the cigar in Sang Tuo's mouth dropped to the ground, instantly moving as if he had been struck by lightning. "Big brother, what do you want so many weapons for? 1,000 weapons are enough to equip a large legion. We in northern Burma such a legion, there don't seem to be many." 1,000 weapons, Sang Drag was really out of options. He himself was considered a big force in northern Burma, but he didn't have 1,000 weapons either. Yi Xiaoda was really planning to arm a legion with 1,000 weapons, only instead of arming his own people, he was arming Xiong Heng's people. Sang Tu pointed to Yi Xiaoda's mine outside, and advised, "Boss Yi, this mine of yours, there's really no need to get so many guns. I don't think there will be anyone who misses this place. Get 10 AKs, it's just about right." After saying that, he squatted down, picked up the cigar, then wiped it and continued to put it in his mouth. This thing, very precious, if not yesterday ran into a few cuties. Sold a few northern Burma mines, cigars cannot afford to smoke. Yi Xiaoda knew that he misunderstood. "What I want is not an AK, the weapon I'm talking about is an iron weapon, such as an open knife, or a plain knife will do, even an axe will do." The cigar in Sang Drag's mouth dropped again. "Big brother, you're teasing me." Sang Drag stood up and looked at Yi Xiaoda with an unkind look, intending to make a move at the drop of a hat. These days, who buys an axe as a weapon? That treadmill was a farming tool. "Why am I teasing you? As long as the weapon is made of iron, no matter if it's a knife or an axe, I'll give you 1,000 Daxia coins a hand. 1,000, that's 1 million, give you the money first, bring me the weapon tomorrow." Hearing 1 million, Sang Drag changed his cold face, smilingly stretched out his hand, and bowed towards Yi Xiaoda for a while. "Deal. Deal. I'll bring it to you tomorrow at noon. Not earning for nothing. Some broken knife just can sell 1 million, they can earn at least 80 to 90 million, this good thing where to find go." Yi Xiaoda directly called the money to Sang Tu. Sang dragged before leaving also enthusiastically patted Yi Xiaoda's shoulder. Brothers. From now on, you are my buddy. In the north of Myanmar, if you have trouble, just look for me. Yi Xiaoda also nodded enthusiastically. In the future, it is estimated that there will still be things. Sang Drag is also happy. It is not easy to come across a person with a lot of money, naturally have to be a good brother to offer up. The next day, Sang Drag the weapon arrived. Xiong Hang's jadeite raw stone also arrived. Xiong Hang is still collecting emerald stones in his world. The entire perimeter of the tribe was littered with them, and all they needed to do was just pick them up and stack them together, and Xiong Hang would be able to put them on the trading platform. Yi Xiaoda will naturally be able to throw these real emerald stones from the trading platform to the mine. Then loaded, directly pull away. In the afternoon, it was more than a dozen large trucks, carrying a huge amount of stones, entering into Daxia then storing them inside the warehouse that Su Lao had found for Yi Xiaoda. The next few days were like this. From Yi Xiaoda's mine, a lot of big trucks were driven out, transporting stones, and came to Daxia. This operation made the people of northern Burma and all the people in the jadeite industry in southern Yunnan all confused. A 3 or 4 acres of mine, but also a waste mine, these days, has transported back 100 cars of stone it. This horse, this is the quarry, this is not a jadeite mine. Even a few decades ago, large jadeite mine, the peak of the time, a day cannot have such a large output. Song Jifei heard this news, a snicker, claptrap only. That little Thai place of his, the stones don't even add up to that much. It must all be some trash. He didn't stay idle, and also began to ship a large amount of some garbage into the country. After all, a little bit of profit counts for a little bit. Although it wasn't enough to match the expenses, but if you don't ship it back, the expenses don't have to be either. Emerald Old King touched his obese face, thought about his plan, and instantly analyzed the reason for Yi Xiaoda's operation. Rub. Young people do not speak martial arts. Still dare to be in front of me? No, I have to pretend to transport some top-grade jadeite back to my country as well. On the same day, from the jadeite Old King's mine, several cars of stones were also transported back within Daxia. The people of northern Burma were confused. What, did you 3 mines discover something good together? Or have you guys gotten so hungry that you even want real stones? However, the people of northern Burma all felt that this was a good thing. It would be best to transport stones back to your Granxia every day. It's hilarious. In the future, more and more people will come to buy the junk veins. As for the people from the jadeite community in Dianan, it was a bit speechless. Everyone feels that these few people are hot-headed, a brain to transport the stones of northern Burma back. Just to cut out some good jadeite raw stones. Just like the last time Yi Xiaoda $9,000 to pick up the leakage of Emperor Green. Everyone feels that these 3 people are holding this leakage, picking up the mentality. First all the stones dug up will be transported back, and then see if there is a big leakage in it. Only, they all know, even if the stone is not cut, then the head of your warehouse is still garbage. Leakage, which is not so good to pick up. Su Jun, the old man Su, looked at the warehouse he rented to Yi Xiaoda was already full, all the stones in it. He didn't even look at it, just kept shaking his head. This kid cut out a piece of imperial green, and then he thinks that there is imperial green everywhere. These stones, a lot of loss of money. Forget it, since people are asking me to help watch the stones, let's watch them. Xiaolong, have someone watch this place and put a seal on it. Elder Su, don't worry, everyone knows that this is your place, even if it's a real emperor green that's put here, no one would dare to make a move, not to mention, it's just some trash here. After hearing this, Elder Su also shook his head with a bitter smile. In his opinion, this warehouse, probably hundreds of carts of stones, it would be good to have a piece of glutinous ice seed in it. Chapter 45, Everyone Picks Up Leakage. When Yi Xiaoda just wanted to publicize that he dug out a lot of superb raw stones from this vein in northern Burma, he didn't expect that there would be someone else who grabbed them first. Jade Old King was even earlier than Yi Xiaoda, high-profile announcement that he had dug up many top-grade jadeite raw stones in the mine that he had just bought. Also shot a lot of short videos and put them online. There is even a video of the digging site. Only to see an excavator dug out a basketball-sized stone after the jadeite Old King rushed over, holding a flashlight, and began to shout. Not bad, not bad. This stone is very good. At least it's a high ice type. It's rich. Let's go cut it and take a look, huh? Back to the simple operation room, the jadeite Old King began to rub the window to this piece of jadeite. From rubbing out a few windows to open, this piece of stone, indeed good. At least worth more than $100,000. See, just such a digging bucket, I dug out a stone worth $100,000, and a few days ago, such a stone appeared more frequently. Those stones, I have sent back to Daxia. I, Old Wang, have finally gotten rich. Your picking up is all about picking up a stone, my old man picking up is directly about picking up a mine, and in this mine, there are really a lot of good things left. Some time ago there is not a young man with $9,000 to pick up a piece of imperial green, shot more than 300 million of the sky price it, but this with my pickup compared to that is a piece of cake. Now, this mine of mine is worth at least $10 billion. Fellow families, in order to celebrate Old King's pickup, Old King has decided to give everyone a great benefit. The raw stones that come out of this mine, I will sell a batch of them at night, all at the pickup price. It's all welfare, huh? In a few days, I will also use the top emerald stones found in the mine to get a batch of bracelets and also plaques. There will definitely be Emperor Green in it. Lock the old brothers live broadcast so that everyone can also share my joy of picking up leaks. Just seeing this message, Yi Xiaoda froze. Could it be that these waste mines could really have the potential to produce something good? However, their own place, it seems that there are not even stones off. The jadeite raw stone that was shipped back was obtained from the trading platform. What's going on here? Could it be that this old king really had a burst of luck? Thinking about it, thinking that in the end this old king is going to start selling raw stones in the live broadcast, Yi Xiaoda thought of a possibility. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. The corners of his mouth also revealed a smile. Good fellow, this deception is quite advanced. Song Jifei was completely convinced that this old king, seeing that such a small mine had produced something good, his own tens of millions of dollars rented, there was bound to be something better off. This time, he was like chicken blood, increased manpower and material resources, began to dig up. The only effect is that expenses increased, income, it seems to be no. Net red emerald old king of this pickup, but let a lot of people shocked a hand. Of course, not many people believe. Especially in the jadeite world, as if to see a joke. As long as the people who have spent a few years in this jadeite world do not bring the letter here, there are too many scams, they have experienced a lot. As for the people in the north of Myanmar, they are even more smiling. They are aware of it, these mines are all garbage, this old king is definitely cheating people. But cheating is good, letting people know that these waste mines in northern Burma can still dig out good things, what a good advertisement. However, some people are simple, some people believe awe. That night, the Jade Old King sold a lot of jadeite raw stone in the live broadcast. Said to be from this mine in northern Burma, is for everyone to pick up the leakage, as for the fact, that is not known. A hut in the mine, the old king in a passionate live broadcast, family, this is really picking up leaks, I'm simply sending money. Because I've already picked up tens of billions of dollars, if I don't give my family a little bit of favor, I guess I'll be condemned by heaven. So, family people, still hesitate what? Hurry to grab it, good things are not many, each piece is only sold 9,999, you can pick up a piece of jadeite raw stone from northern Myanmar, inside there is a possibility of Emperor Green, the last 10 pieces. 3 seconds later. Boss, 10 pieces are grabbed. Old Wang shouted excitedly, families, everyone is too enthusiastic, let's do it this way, because there are still so many people who haven't grabbed it, I'll bleed once more, and put 10 more pieces on for everyone. 10 and 10 more pieces. This night, he had already sold hundreds of pieces. This mine's rent for this year is coming out as we speak. Old Wang was fantasizing that he would be able to achieve wealth freedom through this time. What he didn't expect was that the next day, there was another powerful news reported out. This news, even more powerful. Yi Xiaoda directly copy and paste the old king's operation, also said from their own mine dug out a large number of top jadeite raw stone. He is more ruthless than the old king, directly live cut a piece of stone, and this stone, cut out, that trampled simply is a piece of top emperor green. Although only the size of a duck egg, cannot do bracelet, but the price, that can be higher than the old king cut out a lot. Not just fake it, I have too much capital. This video, once again in the jade world set off shock waves. After countless people's judgment, this is really a piece of top imperial green. Song Jifei crazy. Yi Xiaoda cut out the emperor green, in front of the old Wang also from the mine to make a lot of money, on his own ing do not make money. The problem is that he is the one who spends the most money to rent the mine off. At one time, he could not stand it. The whole person is pouncing on their own mine, but also from their own dad there to apply for more funds, began to blindly expand the scale of excavation. Of course, the effect was predictable. After all, it is rotten mine. The main north people were also a bit confused. What the heck, sell 3 waste mines, you guys already have 2 profitable ones here? One of them even opened in imperial green? This is simply impossible. Previously have gone through countless inspections, it is impossible to have the top jadeite raw stone left off. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that the Daxia people are really different? The moment they come, they get rich? They do not understand the curved intestines of the people of Daxia. The entire Daxia emerald world is also shocked, but the vast majority of people still do not believe. It is impossible to dig out a piece of imperial green casually. To say the most panicked, that is the jadeite old king. Just make money to earn is just energetic. It heard such a news, he directly will live cell phone or smashed. Tramp, this person is not sick in the head, the old man with the set, he will not change one? A mine to pick up the leakage is still understandable, 2 or picking up the leakage, is a person all know that this is a bureau. How can I sell this? As expected, on this day, not to mention selling more stones, even those who had already paid last night began to choose to return the stones. The stones hadn't even started to be mailed, so returning them was naturally simple. This made the old king have a bitter feeling, and he couldn't wait to eat Yi Xiaoda alive. Even worse, the Dianan Jadeite Association began to shake people. Let Yi Xiaoda and Jade Old King immediately go to Dian and Jadeite Association. Explain. Everyone knows that there is a problem here. Because of the impact and involves the subsequent formalization of the Jadeite market, as well as live selling Jadeite trust, they had to call Yi Xiaoda and the Old King to go back to investigate. Yi Xiaoda naturally does not matter. After all, the stone should be shipped back, have been shipped back, and then stay in the north of Myanmar is just suffering. But Lao Wang is not the same. He dared not go back. He is mixed Jadeite industry, Yunnan Jadeite Association, that is his father. Dad told him to go back, he did not dare not go back. If you do not go back, the future do not want to mix in this industry again. The key question is, go back to be shot. None of the stones shipped back are real. This game, too, will not be broken. Not to mention making money, even the capital of the mine has not returned, and do not want to continue to mix in this industry in the future. Come to think of it, Lao Wang realized that no matter what he does, it seems that he will not be able to continue to mix in this industry. Back or not, seems to be finished. This makes him this hate. Can't wait to eat Yi Xiaoda. Chapter 46. It's okay, you can look at it as you like. In the end, Lao Wang still came back. Not only him, Yi Xiaoda and Song Jifei also came back. The three Britons were once again together. However, Old Wang was a bit flustered, Yi Xiaoda was a bit happy, and seeing Yi Xiaoda happy, Song Jifei had a look of contempt on his face. He also understood, no matter if it was Emerald Old Wang or Yi Xiaoda, those videos, none of them were really real. All of them are fake. I worth tens of millions of dollars of mines have not dug out anything good. Your millions of dollars of mines can dig out good things is strange. There are a lot of people gathered here. They are all from the Yunnan Jadeite Association. After all, the veins in northern Burma by the Dasha people contracted, this is still the first time, is considered to test the water. This test water on the occurrence of such a serious fraud phenomenon for the Dian and Jadeite Association's reputation is not very good. The people in the room were all looking at the Old King and Yi Xiaoda with an angry face. The Old King took a look at this situation and decided to hold out to the end. How can you guys do this? Why are you cheating people? The vice president of the Dian and Jadeite Association began to open fire. The old Jadeite king looked puzzled and asked, lying to people? When did I cheat anyone? You said that you dug out a lot of top-grade jadeite in northern Burma and then also sold it online. Isn't this a lie? How can those waste mines in northern Burma produce so many good things? Lao Wang was not happy now. President Wu, what do you mean by this? I but purchased the mines in northern Burma in your auction, and now you're telling me there's nothing good in the mines. Then what are you telling me to buy the mine for? Now that I've opened up top-quality jade, you guys still think I'm cheating, what? The good guys are all yours, and we have to be the bad guys. After saying this, Yi Xiaoda couldn't help but give Old Wang a thumbs up. This dude, don't look chubby, but he's really eloquent. President Wu was speechless for a while. I don't care if you dug out anything good in the mine, but our Dian and Jadeite Association has received quite a few reports that the raw stones you sold online are not jadeite at all, there's nothing in them. President Wu. What I'm selling is a raw stone, not one that's already cut out. This is gambling material, naturally there are risks, I've said it all in the live broadcast. Gambling material definitely has risks, it must be those people who lost their bets and came to report it. Betting up, only will not talk it, I sold thousands of copies. I would like to ask you, Dian and Jadeite Association received a few reports. Maybe someone cut out the Emperor Green from it. Cut out the Emperor Green, certainly will not squeak. The more he said, the more excited Old Wang was. He felt that this time he was in good hands. I sell originally as the stone, and my stone originally from the jadeite mine in northern Burma dug out. As for the inside, in the end there is no emerald, which who knows. Su Jun saw the Dian and Jadeite Association's people were disliked speechless, but also could only stand out. As the honorary president of the Dian and Jadeite Association, he couldn't let the association's reputation fall into disrepute either. You pulled back dozens of carloads of raw jadeite from the mines in northern Burma, and you even said in the live broadcast that those were top-grade jadeite, which you dug out from the mines. That's what you said, right? Hearing this, Old Wang started to panic a bit, but still stubbornly nodded his head. Then why don't you open your warehouse and let us randomly pick a few pieces of raw stones to cut and take a look? If there really are emeralds in there, then it will prove that you did indeed pick up a rich mine, and this will also clear your reputation, and you'll also be able to sell more raw stones. What do you think? How about it? Of course not. All the stones in my warehouse are stones. Where the hell are the emeralds? Emerald Old King glared at Yi Xiaoda, very upset. Originally, the problem is not big, can explain the past, but learn from Yi Xiaoda from the north of Myanmar back so many garbage stone, this time instead of good explanation. That's my raw stone, why should I show it to you guys? Even if you guys are from the Dian and Jadeite Association, you don't have this right, right? Su Jun slowly nodded and said, well, we don't have this right, but if you don't open the warehouse and let me check it out, we will have no choice but to issue a statement about this one. That's right, hurry up and open the warehouse for us to see. Wouldn't opening it up and taking a look mean nothing? Song Jifei also got energized, pointing at Yi Xiaoda and shouted, and yours, you also have to open the warehouse for us to see. We want to expose your scam, so that you can't scam people anymore. Why the public has lost confidence in our jadeite over the years is because there are too many scammers like them. This situation, we must manage it. We are all engaged in the jadeite industry. If everyone loses confidence in our industry, how can we still mix? Speaking, the old king and Yi Xiaoda became a target. Old Wang panicked and slowly moved to Yi Xiaoda's side, intending to become a united front. No way. My warehouse, you guys can't just look at it. Right bro, this is our own stuff. Who are they to look at it? When old Wang finished speaking, he even glanced at Yi Xiaoda. In his opinion, Yi Xiaoda would surely refuse with extreme anger as well. After all, there must be nothing good inside the two people's warehouse. Su Jun also glanced at Yi Xiaoda, sighed, and shook his head. In fact, he had quite admired this young man in the beginning, but now that he looked at it, he had indeed been blind himself at that time. Open the warehouse, or else in the future, the Dianan Jadeite Association will cut off all cooperation with you and join our blacklist. This is very ruthless. Anyway, the Jadeite old king's feet had gone soft. Because, as long as the Dianan Jadeite Association to join the blacklist, that is equivalent to the future you do not mix in this industry. Want to mix also cannot mix what? The old king looked towards Yi Xiaoda for help. He felt that this young man should have a way. After all, compared to Yi Xiaoda, he himself is just a small witch. Yi Xiaoda had pulled back hundreds of carloads of stones, while he was just a dozen carloads, not a level at all. He gave Yi Xiaoda countless looks, and finally even said, "Brother, you also say something why our warehouse too open to them to see? They can look if they want to." Yi Xiaoda said open-mindedly. After saying this, everyone in the room looked at him in unison, and Emerald Old King's expression was as ugly as if he had eaten. After the crowd froze for a while, Song Jifei even laughed out loud. Huh, giving up the struggle? Quite good, young people dare to admit their mistakes, this is still good. You didn't go out to cheat people either, it's not a big problem, throw away all the stones inside your own warehouse, our association won't deal with you. Brother, do you have a brain problem? The one who was most surprised was old Wang. He was already going crazy. Looking at the extremely skinny Yi Xiaoda, old Wang couldn't wait to directly punch over and kill him. Originally it was a united front, now you're telling me that you agreed all by yourself, then I'm nothing. Lousy just started to make money it. Chapter 47 Pick up half of the group. In the end, old Wang chose to flee. Open the warehouse, he felt that it was no longer necessary, it was purely a waste of time. Might as well hurry to open another live broadcast, can cheat a few more, cheat a few it. After old Wang left, everyone in the house looked at Yi Xiaoda who was lying on the sofa. Let's go, don't you guys want to see the raw stones inside my warehouse, I'll take you there. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda stood up from the sofa with difficulty, and Long Yi behind him hurriedly helped him up. The body was still not as good as a normal person. Coupled with the fact that he had been busy in northern Burma for the past few days, he had not eaten well and had not rested well, Yi Xiaoda's condition was not very good. He barely stood up after Long Yi helped him, and even coughed violently, and after coughing, he bent over and spat towards the trash can. The trash can instantly turned red. Yi Xiaoda is not panicked, from the pocket took out a piece of ginseng has long been cut, threw into the mouth, barfed, and swallowed. This scene made quite a few people in the room feel sympathetic. Of course, there were also people who were very happy. Song Jifei. Humph. You're spitting blood, trying to gain sympathy from others? Yi Xiaoda turned his head and skimmed him. Bo, you paralyzed. Who would spit blood every day if Lousy couldn't help it? It's useless to spit out blood, you cheating is cheating, there's no need to question this. I don't think there's any need for the warehouse to go, just issue a direct statement and say that you're trying to make some money because you're about to die. Your piece of emerald that shot the video, also bought it yourself, right? This point, all clear with everyone. Yi Xiaoda was speechless, let's go to the warehouse first. No need, it's definitely all junk in there anyway. Before it was you guys who said to go, now it's you guys who said not to go, and you have to say that I'm lying, are you guys sick? Yi Xiaoda's little temper also rose. How am I going to start earning big money if you guys don't go to see my warehouse when you step on the horse? Go away. Let him die. Okay, it's not far away anyway, let the facts prove that those who cheat are trash. Look at this body of his, people who cheat have nothing good to eat, God won't spare him. Seeing everyone talking more and more excessively, Elder Su suddenly shouted, alright, I'll stop talking, let's go to the warehouse and take a look. Yi Xiaoda nodded towards Elder Su, then opened the door and left, and with Long Yi's assistance, he soon arrived at a warehouse not far away. The Dianan Jadeite Association then provided a variety of warehouse storage services. Yi Xiaoda's warehouse, or Su Lao himself to help him rent it. When Su Lao saw that his party had arrived in front of the huge warehouse he had rented, he also blushed a little. After all, it was still rented by him personally. The protection here was very tight, the password lock, only Yi Xiaoda knew the password, and it was also changed every day. Yi Xiaoda went to open the password. Song Jifei said in the back cheaply, this huge warehouse, a day's rent will be tens of thousands of it, use it to load some garbage, you cheating people also quite dare to cost But no, this warehouse is the largest. The defense is also the most tightly guarded. Only in the annual time when the raw stone of northern Myanmar is listed in large quantities, there will be several largest companies to join together to rent the site. And it's only rented for a few days, and then the stones that are purchased are quickly transported inland. It was really the first time that a company like Yi Xiaoda had directly rented it for a year. A year is tens of millions of dollars. This was no ordinary warehouse. When the huge iron door slowly opened, what was in front of everyone's eyes was the stones all over the place. There must be 2 basketball courts within the size of the warehouse, full of all the stones of different sizes. The highest place are piled up to 5 or 6 meters high. One step into the door has been all over the stone to block. If it is not the head here has not been able to put the stone, Yi Xiaoda will also get some jadeite from Xiong there to throw in. After all, emerald to make money is this time. Naturally have to earn a little more. Skinny boy, all the jadeite raw stones you shipped back from northern Burma are here? Song Jifei laughed out loud. Yi Xiaoda nodded. It's hard for you too, so much garbage shipped back. I guess it cost a lot of shipping fees. It's a pity. If we hadn't recognized your scam, it's not likely that you relied on this garbage. Maybe you could really make some money. Song Jifei was the only one who was laughing playfully in the back. As for the people from the Dianan Jadeite Association, they already had a flashlight in their hands and swooped down on this pile of stones. When they saw this group of stones, after taking a closer look, they had one more absurd thought inside. As if, these are really jadeite stones, and at a cursory glance, there seems to be a lot of high quality among them. Su Lao had even plopped down on a stone that had to be the size of a millstone and began to study it carefully. A few moments later, a variety of shocked voices came from within the warehouse. Yes. This piece of mine is jadeite. It should have reached glutinous ice. Although the seed water of this piece of mine isn't too good, it seems to be purple in color. My piece seems to be able to reach high ice, which is rare. I can see green in this one. The 7 or 8 people from the Dianan Jadeite Association, after looking at one piece and then another, were shocked and then let out another shock. Yi Xiaoda at the doorway smiled faintly, and behind him Song Jifei's neck stretched out, his eyes glaring off. Impossible. This can't be possible. How can there be so many emeralds? Song Jifei went crazy. The people of the Dianan Jadeite Association were also basically confused and excited. Elder Su even looked up to the sky and shouted, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect to see so many jadeites piled up together in my lifetime. The last time I saw it, it was 50 years ago. This is simply a miracle. There are too many. Basically every piece here has color, and although the seed water varies from good to bad, this amount is too scary. This has to be almost 1,000 tons. There has to be. It's crazy. How much money must this be worth? Half an hour later, the crowd surrounded Yi Xiaoda. Su Lao even pulled Yi Xiaoda's hand and said excitedly, it's all jadeite. All of them are jadeite. The raw stones here, the quality is quite high. Yi Xiaoda smiled bitterly, pulled out his hand and said, Elder Su, don't get too excited. I'm not very well, easy to spit out blood, you're also old, it's easy to get excited. Seeing so many treasures, I'm happy. With this batch of jadeite raw stones, our Desia's jadeite industry will be revitalized. Young man, you are awesome. The last time I picked up an imperial green, this time it's even more excessive, directly picking up an emerald mine. Sometimes luck is also part of the strength of this young man. Surely vision is not we can compare. Yes, which has 2 consecutive pickup leakage, and also our big leakage, must be more than our vision. A group of people surrounded Yi Xiaoda is a burst of compliments. Of course, Song Jifei cannot see past. The best here is the high ice, the emperor green or not, although many stones, but the value will not be high to wear. When Song Jifei said that there is not a piece of emperor green here, Yi Xiaoda seems to be very unconvinced, turned back and glared at him. Then muttered, there's no now, there will definitely be later. This was the only thing Song Jifei heard. Song Jifei laughed coldly, so, this was just a beggar, who couldn't help but say whatever he had. And you guys have only looked at the surface layer, maybe what's inside is trash. Again, this Yi Xiaoda is cheating you guys. It's just that the top layer has a bit of emerald. He purely just can't stand to see Yi Xiaoda's dejected, want to hit him a bit. Only despite that, what he didn't expect was that he just spoke and was disliked, and still disliked continuously. This you don't understand, this is still just a rough abuse look, in which there is already high ice. Take a closer look, find Emperor Green problem is not big. Inside there must also be good things, and even if it is a surface layer, that jadeite raw stone is already a sea of it. Yusong's group lifetime, it is estimated that you can't save so many raw stones. Even if only the surface layer is emerald, even if no Emperor Green is found, just some of the stones we looked at are worth more than $100 million. 100 million. The rent for the mine in this warehouse is already out. Little brother Yi has still made a lot, right? If the bottom is also of this quality, the value of this warehouse at least exceeds $5 billion. Hearing this figure, Song Jifei's heartbeat flew. The moment this person picked up a leak, he picked up half of the Song group? To know, Song's group, but Song Jifei his grandfather created, this several decades, only barely over 10 billion. You pick up 5 billion, pick up half of the Song group? Song Jifei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 48. Dad, this plan I have a grasp of. The people from the Yunnan Jadeite Association once again looked at some of the stones. The quality is very high. Eventually came to the conclusion that 5 billion might even still be less. Maybe it can be more than 100. Yi Xiaoda heard more than 10 billion did not have a big reaction. This is to make everyone look at him. If an ordinary person hears 10 billion for no reason, that shall not go to heaven? Or directly fainted. The reason why Yi Xiaoda didn't react too much is because he already knew the approximate value of these stones. And most importantly, the best jade, he did not take out. All placed inside their own trading platform. What is the concept of those stones? No need to hit the light, the basic can be bright. Imperial green, demonic purple, all over the place. Exactly the same as beer bottles. Large and small, there must be hundreds of pieces. The value is far more than the sum of all the stones in this warehouse. After locking the warehouse, Su Lao said to Yi Xiaoda, "Young man, you dug all these emeralds from the northern Burma mine?" Yi Xiaoda nodded. "But isn't that a mine that has already been dug? How can there still be so many high-grade raw stones?" It's true that the mine was excavated, but I found that there were several buildings there that hadn't been excavated underneath, so I went over to dig, and I didn't expect to find a vein of ore underneath a toilet that was filled with these stones. Under an outhouse? Aha! Are you done digging now? Is there any more? This question, everyone was extremely interested. Their ears came together. Song Jifei was even holding his breath, just waiting for Yi Xiaoda's response. After a person asked, Su Lao hurriedly interrupted him. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Yi Xiaoda also hurriedly panicked. "No more. It's all gone. It's all been dug up. There's nothing there." After saying that, but also looked around at all the people, said again, "I have dug up all the emerald there is not a piece." This was a bit of a cover-up. When the crowd left, Su Lao said to Yi Xiaoda again, "You can rest assured that the raw stone placed here, we can guarantee its safety, but if you want to transport it back to the mainland, it's best to hire a specialized person. Don't go through logistics." Yi Xiaoda nodded. "Thank you, Elder Su. Well, the young man is quite good and lucky. I also thank Elder Su for helping me rent such a good warehouse." Yi Xiaoda said towards the building not far away. So this warehouse is the safest here. It was also true, how could anyone dare to steal next door to the police station? Although Elder Su had said to keep it a secret, the news that Yi Xiaoda had unearthed a warehouse of top-grade jadeite raw stones from northern Maine was still quickly spread. Of course, this Yi Xiaoda himself also contributed a lot. But it can't be that it has to be known by everyone. Have you heard, it is said that someone picked up a big leak? What big leak? Has the last 9,000 to buy the Emperor Green leak big? It's a lot bigger. This time it's a heavenly leak. Tell me more. The last Dianan public auction was not sold out 3 northern Burma mine, someone picked up from it. Wasn't that 3 abandoned mines? It is said that one also cheated people, seems to be called what the Jade Old King, has been taken away for tea because of fraud. It's another mine that seems to have unearthed a large amount of top quality raw stones. There has to be a warehouse. I heard it was dug up from under a toilet. How is that possible? How is it impossible? Several bigwigs from the Dianan Jadeite Association have acquiesced, and it seems that in a few days, there will be a specialized auction in which these raw stones will be sold. Is this true? Of course it's true. The auction 5 days later, it seems to still be hosted by Su Lao. Elder Su is presiding over it, so it must be true. It seems to be at least several $1 billion. This is not the biggest leak since the last 10 years. Not to mention, I'm also going to buy a mine in northern Burma. You can pull back, this time 3 mines. It is said that the other 2 mines have no farts, especially the most expensive one. It is said that Song's group has lost money. Naturally, the people in northern Maine were in pain and happy. Painful because Yi Xiaoda stole billions of jadeite raw stones from them. It was inside a tiny abandoned mine. This would be Yi Xiaoda's tiny mine. There were already no less than 10 forces from the north of Myanmar outside. The least of them are all holding guns. Happy because, in the future, their waste mines would sell better, and there were already quite a few who had expressed their willingness to do so now. The one who suffered the most was naturally Song Jifei. From his grandfather to his dad to a few uncles who only had daughters, they had already scolded him back and forth several times. Why didn't you just buy that mine? Instead, you bought a piece of trash. Why couldn't you learn from that young man and pick up a leak as well? It's only been a few days, and your mine in northern Maine has already lost tens of millions of dollars, yet you haven't dug up anything. If you don't make some achievements, your grandpa might really consider replacing someone to head the Song group. Song Jifei turned his cell phone away from the other side of the room, and only after the ranting was finished did he say, "Dad, enough cursing." "Enough? Not enough. Come back and I'll still have to beat you." "Dad, things are already like this, shouldn't we think of a solution?" "What solution can there be? Could that mine in northern Burma of yours also dig out good raw stones?" Song Jifei smiled bitterly and said, "Leak which is so good to pick up. I've already let the group's people carefully check again. There shouldn't be any emerald." There won't be any emerald. Why did you spend tens of millions of dollars to rent a piece of trash in the first place? Why at that time? Song Jifei himself was dazed. Confused, he rented it. As if to stimulate Yi Xiaoda? This is good. People did not stimulate, but he will stimulate himself and his own family again. From the beginning to the end. Dad, there's no hope for our mine, but that doesn't mean there's no hope for Yi Xiaoda's mine. Didn't you say that his mine is also finished? Dad, you said a Vanavore, how can it be finished digging in a few days? And at that time, I saw Yi Xiaoda's expression. When he said that he didn't have any Emperor Green, he was very disdainful, and his mouth was muttering. I felt that he was certain. What certainty? There is certainty to continue to dig out the Emperor Green jadeite in that waste mine. The phone caller heard the 3 words of Imperial Green, the voice are a lot louder. You mean, this Yi Xiaoda is cheating? In fact, the vein in the head of the emerald is not even digging finished? Aha! Absolutely there. Then why didn't he secretly dig? Because that jadeite old king is not an accident, will he also implicate it out, otherwise I think he will certainly continue to dig. From his Indianan Jadeite Association there rented a huge warehouse can be deduced. You mean he definitely still has extreme jadeite there chant, how much credibility is there? I think it's 100%. After consulting the Song family's old master, a plan was formulated by the Song family, and the person in charge of this plan was naturally the Song family's hope, Song Jifei. Jifei, if this plan can be successful, come back, you can start taking charge of the Song family group, this is your best chance, make sure you grasp it, got it? Dad, don't worry. This plan, I'm 10% sure. Chapter 49, picking up another $50 million for nothing. Yi Xiaoda didn't know that at that time, his own inspired words had caused the Song family to start laboring for money. He was busy. 5 days later there would be an auction of his own jadeite stones, which would make a lot of money, and he needed to pick some stones out. And because the stones here are basically all extremely high quality, it would be inappropriate to use them as gambling material. Gambling what to gamble, by this stone, surely all up. Therefore, Yi Xiaoda decided to cut out all the stones and directly sell them openly. This way they make the most money. And Gua Hai also sent a congratulatory message. Brother Da, I'm convinced, I'm really convinced. Convinced of what? Don't tell me that the person who picked up a jadeite mine in northern Burma wasn't you. How do you know? When I heard this news, the first thing I thought of was you. Does anyone else know? There shouldn't be too many, at most there are a few people within the industry who know. That's good, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to get out. My sister should know too. Che, I don't care if she knows, it's none of my business. Although it is so said, but Guo Chanqian that figure, indeed floated in Yi Xiaoda's mind again. This woman, still can be. Brother De, my sister ran into some trouble, when you come back, can you bring a better jadeite raw stone to my house? Do me a favor. Okay. No problem. Thank you so much. Brother De, don't worry, we will definitely buy it at market price. It was just a stone, Yi Xiaoda didn't care. There was more than enough. Of course, you still have to pay. It's not like I'm familiar with you guys. Song Jifei went to the north of Myanmar. After seeing that Yi Xiaoda's mine had stopped working, he was also happy. Regardless of the outcome of the plan, anyway, it is definitely impossible for you Yi Xiaoda to continue to make money from here. Are you kidding me? Outside the small mine, there must be at least a dozen waves of armed personnel. All staring at this place. Song Jifei smoothly found the leader of one of the biggest forces here, Ginseng. General, I'm from Song's group, you should know that. I know, your de Xia purchased 3 mines from us, one of them picked up a big profit, the other 2 lost their pants, your Song's group is one of them. Song Jifei wanted to curse as soon as he heard this. But he gave up when he saw a few minions carrying big bullet chains behind Ginseng. General, this time, Song's group, have come to seek your cooperation. What cooperation? You should be interested in this mine as well. Aren't you talking nonsense? If I'm not interested, why did I bring so many people here? Then you hurry to bring people rushed in. Inside is a lot of emerald. Ginseng shook his head, no way. That person after all signed a contract with Maine North, if I let people rush in, Dasha will be very dissatisfied, I can't afford to mess with it. This was the real reason why so many forces were here, but no one dared to rush in. It wasn't fear of Yi Xiaoda, it was fear of the country behind Yi Xiaoda. If the country is strong, the waste is also hard. Then General, you'd rather look at perhaps tens of billions of dollars of jade inside and give it away for nothing? Ginseng looked up at Song Jifei, placed the pistol at his waist on the table, crossed his legs and said, young man, if you have something to say it straight, otherwise, you won't have to say it. General, you are responsible for getting rid of the other forces here, I'm responsible for going to fix Yi Xiaoda's contract, and then the 2 of us will mine the emerald inside together, how about it? You can fix the contract? Song Jifei nodded affirmatively, General, this you can rest assured, the person who took this mine is actually a beggar, an extremely ordinary young man only, just a little bit lucky, as long as you surround this mine first, I have 100 ways to make him compromise. 2 or 8. I 8, you too. Ginseng suddenly stood up and said viciously. Song Jifei got excited when he heard this, he knew that it was a done deal, but still said, General, this ratio is too low, it's going to cost me a lot of money to fix the contract. I have a gun. You? Can it be 64? I have guns. 73? I have a gun. Fine, 28 is 28, but our song group has another condition. You say it. You're 8, we give cash, all the emeralds extracted from the mine must be given to us, and we'll give you cash according to the market price. No problem, anyway, this jadeite thing, in my opinion, it's just rocks. In the end, the two reached an agreement. Ginseng went off to contact the generals of the major powers, and it would take a small price to get them out of the way. As for Song Jifei, he had already returned to Dianan, secretly found Yishoda, and came directly outside his room. You? Looking for me for what? Opening the door, as soon as he saw Song Jifei, Yishoda had a feeling. A big wrong seed seemed to have been delivered to his door. In the past 2 days, quite a few people had come to Yishoda. Either they wanted to buy his mines in northern Maine, or they wanted to work with him to develop them. But without exception, they were all rejected by him. He has been waiting for Song Jifei. You have to find the right person to pit people against. After Song Jifei learned that Yishoda had refused so many collaborations, he was even more determined that Yishoda's mine would definitely have more top-grade emeralds. Otherwise, Yishoda wouldn't have disagreed, he must have wanted to keep it all to himself. Thinking of the future he can have an extremely rich jadeite mine in the north of Myanmar, Song Jifei was so excited that his legs were trembling a little. Success or failure is here. Song Jifei walked in and directly sat on Yishoda's bed. I don't bull, I want your mine in northern Maine, make a bid. Yishoda shook his head, not for sale. It's not a matter of whether you sell or not, it's a matter of how much to sell. Song Jifei pulled out a cigarette, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ahem. Mr. Song, can you not smoke? I can't smell smoke. Humph. Give me the mining contract, or else I'll directly send you to smoke big cigarettes. After saying that, Song Jifei handed him the photo of Yishoda's mine. Look for yourself, the outside of your mine is now surrounded by people from the north of Burma, just you, a beggar, continue to go digging and you'll be thrown into the mine yourself. Why don't you sell it to me? I can still give you a sum of money so that you don't suffer. That place, you won't be able to survive for a few days as a beggar, give it to me, let me, Song's group, utilize its energy. Alright, since you're so ruthless, then I'll give it to you. The key problem is, there's nothing left in that mine, there's really no emerald anymore. Yishoda was still struggling. This you don't have to care. I'm afraid that you won't be able to dig up anything in the mine and find me in trouble later. Don't you talk nonsense, it can all be written inside the contract. That's fine, you can't find me if you can't dig something, huh? In the end, Yishoda still signed the transfer contract of the mine, of course, in Song Jifei's opinion, it was forced. Song Jifei bought Yishoda's mine in northern Myanmar for $50 million. When Song Jifei left, he even patted Yishoda's shoulder and said, "You're considered not bad, you've earned quite a lot, hurry and go home to recuperate, don't die outside. When you have money, honor your parents more." Yishoda nodded obediently, then sent Song Jifei away with a strange face. Good lord, this $50 million, it was like picking it up for nothing. After this news spread out, the Song family was extremely excited. All the people in the jadeite industry, none of them were extremely shocked. A chance for a big fortune just sold? People have already gotten rich alright. It must be the Song group's people who forced people to do it. That's for sure, and that place in northern Burma, it's not safe either. It's rumored that that mine has been surrounded by people from various armed forces. He's an ordinary person, he can't master such a huge mine. Even if the mine is still in his hands, it's impossible to continue digging. That's such a shame, if it wasn't for the Emerald Old King implicating him, it's unlikely that he could still continue to make money. People have already made a lot of money. The future, but it belongs to the Song group now. With such a vein, if some imperial green is unearthed, then Song's group's status can be compared to certain top jewelers, right? It's rumored that this time it's the third generation of their Song family that's taking the lead, very good. Young people can indeed, in the future, the Song family group will definitely become more and more powerful with him at the helm. It's all young people, and it has to be from a big family, otherwise even if they have a mine, they would have to obediently sell it to someone else. Everyone, without fail, was feeling sorry for Yishoda. Chapter 50 Congratulations, you've been kidnapped. Song Jifei took the contract signed by Yishoda and ran around Dianan. Soon enough, all the transfer procedures for the mine on Disia's side were taken care of. Although everyone disdained his maneuvers, they looked at Song Jifei with either envy or jealousy in their eyes. Arriving in northern Burma, with Ginseng's assistance, Song Jifei quickly went through all the formalities. Then, Ginseng paid a great price to make the other forces slowly leave the mine. Why? I'm really bleeding this time, if I don't make it back this time, don't even ing live. As soon as he saw Song Jifei, Ginseng shouted. Song Jifei looked like he was pointing at the mine not too far away, and said, "General, with this mine, we can earn back everything, and with the money, you can buy more weapons, recruit more people, and in the future, the whole of northern Burma will have to listen to you." Ginseng was also a dilettante, and was instantly thrown up in the air by Song Jifei's words. He had already thought of the moment when he would become the top of a country. Song Jifei added with a straight face, General, in the future, this is where we'll really make our fortune, we must protect it. Don't worry about this, leave this to me, I'll call all my people over, whoever comes will die. Ginseng's people, there had to be thousands of them, directly surrounded the entire mine, not to mention 5 steps to a post, that post had been shoulder to shoulder. Then, Ginseng ran towards the place where Yishoda dug out the emerald with Song Jifei with an excited face. It seemed like it was really the entrance to a toilet. After arriving at the entrance of the mine, Song Jifei realized that this place was really newly excavated, and of course, the stench was still there. When he had just come in, he had also stepped on something yellowish. Young master, it's not quite right, this kind of dirt, there shouldn't be any jadeite raw stones. An expert brought by Song Jifei said doubtfully. It's you so-called experts who farted, and that's what allowed Yi Xiaoda to pick up such a big leak. Song Jifei was extremely confident as he rushed straight into the mine, and Ginseng followed with a face of excitement. I have to say, the stone is still a little, but the jadeite raw stone, that is not a piece. A group of people have to have half a day to see, will be around all dug up after realizing that, here, nothing. Do not say emerald stone, even the stone is not much, completely is not a vein of appearance. What's going on? What's going on? Ginseng directly took out his pistol and fired a few shots towards the sky. These few blows directly scared the people brought by Song Shifei to the ground. Only now did they remember that they had come to such a chaotic country. There could be random killings everywhere. Song Shifei almost peed right out, grabbing the collar of the expert he brought with him and shouting, "What the hell is going on? Who can tell me? Young master, it seems like the veins have been dug up. How can that be? Can a mineral vein be dug up in a few days? There are some veins that are very short, a few days is enough to dig them all up." Song Jifei panicked, and the people he brought with him panicked even more, lying on the ground and not daring to move. His eyes suddenly looked at Ginseng, who also happened to look at him. Not only did his eyes look at him, even his pistol was aimed at him. His face was filled with anger. Do you know the price I paid to get the others to leave? Ah. Now there's nothing. You're looking for death. Song Jifei would, at this point, not dare to resist at all. To resist was to die. Resisting is also death. His head was buried in his pants pocket. Soon, fearing for his life, he thought of a last resort, compensation. General, I'll pay for all your losses. Sure enough, hearing this, Ginseng's anger value suddenly became smaller, and the pistol moved away. This person really can't be killed. Tell me, how will you compensate? I'll give you $10 million. Ginseng's pistol aimed at Song Jifei again. $20 million. Ginseng's finger went to the trigger. $50 million. Song Jifei shouted shakily. Ginseng was already planning to hook the trigger. I'll give you one last chance. 100 million. I'll compensate you $100 million. Only now was Ginseng a little satisfied. You can make the deal? Yes. Must be able to. I'm still in your hands. My dad will definitely pay you. Call. If you don't pay, you die. With no choice, Song Jifei had to call his father. Dad. Jifei, did you see the mine? Is there any imperial green in there? Still emperor green, there wasn't even any green grass, green my ass. Dad, help me. Help me. Song Jifei shouted in pain. Ha? What's wrong with you? Song Jifei told his father what happened as it was, crying, Dad, hurry up and call the general for money, $100 million. Otherwise I can't go back. Song Jiang on the other end of the phone froze for what must have been several minutes before he cursed, Are you out of your mind? You said there's imperial green there. Now you're telling me there's no such thing, and you want me to pay to save you. Die. Go to hell. After Song Jiang shouted, Ginseng snatched Song Jifei's cell phone right away. I'll give you half an hour. If the money doesn't come, I can help you kill him. Alright, not 100 million it's 200 million. The first billion is to recoup my losses, the other billion is your ransom for rescuing your son. After Ginseng hung up the phone, he smiled fiercely and said to Song Jifei, Congratulations. You've been kidnapped. $200 million, Song Jiang couldn't decide, and he didn't have that much money. Elder Song soon found out about the whole thing, and he gasped several times as he lay down on his boss chair. He was almost killed by anger. The red desk that his hand slapped heavily on was particularly loud. A moment later, only then sighed and said, Go and raise money, 200 million should take a few days, you go and communicate. In addition, after Jifei comes back, don't go out, reflect at home. In the end, the Song family still contributed the money. Only, the money would take a few days to raise. And during these few days, Song Jifei was thrown inside the vein dugout by Yi Xiaoda by Ginseng. Eating and drinking naturally took care of itself. Yi Xiaoda didn't even know that he had randomly asked someone to find a place to dig a big hole, and this would even become a shelter for other people's Song Shao. In Dianan, an auction, but in full swing. Very lively. Come to a lot of people, and also are rich people. Nothing else, because the emerald here more, and okay. The point is, there's a legend here. A young man spent $9,000 to buy a piece of imperial green, turned into more than $300 million. Then spent a few $1,000,000 to rent a ruined mine and dug out jadeite raw stones worth billions. Such a metaphysical story made everyone swoon over the place. Of course, there were quite a few people who recognized Song Jifei, whose flirty operation had made quite a few people laugh out loud. After spending tens of millions of dollars to rent a mine, it was simply a waste mine, nothing. He was jealous of the others to pick up the leakage, and then $50 million to buy the other's vein, but found that the inside has been dug up. And he himself, but also by the north of Myanmar people to capture the final ransom $200 million. From the purchase of the waste mine, to Song Jifei's eyes are godless back to Dianan, not a few days' time, he has lost $300 million. The money was quite a lot, but for Song Jifei, the psychological damage was the greatest. These few days were his nightmare. No food, drink yellow mud, this will look thinner than Yi Xiaoda, eyes have been hollowed out. This is not enough, the most important thing is that these days, he also finally understood. Originally, this is all that is called Yi Xiaoda under the set. Inside that warehouse, Yi Xiaoda's words that he could still dig up the Emperor Green was specially said to him. He must have known that the original stone has been dug up, but also deliberately let Song Jifei spend $50 million to buy the waste mine. The point was, Song Jifei felt that he was still making a great bargain. All of this made him feel like a clown. Completely teased. Still being teased by a beggar that he himself couldn't look at. He couldn't accept it at all. Chapter 51 Killer's Self-Cultivation. Looking at the balance of his bank card, Yi Xiaoda smiled happily, the one counting, not counting carefully. This auction, he only picked 50 stones. Among them, there was only one piece of imperial green, and it was still the size of an egg. In fact, he did not want to sell a piece, but must let people know that his vein is in the head of the Emperor Green, so that the follow-up of their own Emperor Green has a source. 50 stones, sold more than $40 million. The average price of each stone was around $800,000. Not much, but it was a small profit. After all, this is only a drop in the ocean of the stones in his warehouse. The stones that were selected were the ones that didn't perform so well. This is more than $40 million, and the last time to pick up the leakage of the sale of the Emperor Green, now Yi Xiaoda's bank card lying more than $200 million. It seemed that when he went back, he could open another company. He traded with White Ice once more, this time, with some corn and noodles in exchange for a technology from White Ice's world. This technology, after developing it, Yi Xiaoda felt that he could go to heaven. In the future, proper technology big brother. He was very happy, this trip had a great harvest, but Song Jifei couldn't be happy. On this trip, not only did he lose almost $300 million, he even suffered a huge blow physically and mentally, and the moment he thought of Yi Xiaoda being happy, his mood instantly got worse. So, he called the phone to his mom. A strong woman, the reason why Song Jifei was the sole heir of Song Group had a lot to do with this mom of his as well. Song Jifei's grandfather, alone, was going to be much more powerful than the Song Group. Mom. Little Fei. How are you doing? How is it? Mom, I'm fine, Dad gave them the money and I've returned to Daxia. That's good. If he doesn't give the money, not only him, even all of them in the Song family will have to be buried with you. A mother and a son spoke to each other for a long time before Song Jifei finally shouted, Mom. I'm really pissed off, I have to take revenge on the one called Yi Xiaoda. Ro. I'll support you. Daring to bully my son, I think he's not far from death. Death? Song Jifei gritted his teeth and suddenly thought of a better idea. Mom, originally I was just going to find some people to threaten or beat him up, but now, I want him dead. To get him killed? Aha! It's okay, but you mustn't take any chances yourself, this is something that must be done without fail. Mom, don't worry, I know a group of killers from outside the country through Ginseng, there will definitely be no problem. Alright, how much do you need, I'll call you. After receiving $10 million, Song Jifei handed it over to Ginseng in northern Burma, asking Ginseng to introduce an international assassin. Once Ginseng received the money, he thought, it's just to get a beggar killed, there's no need to call a killer, he can do it by himself by finding a random person. So, he called his little brother, threw over $2 million, let him find someone to go. The little brother thought, on the death of a beggar, there is no need to go out on their own, so they called a relative, gave $500,000, let him go to solve the problem. As soon as the relative came to Daxia, that night he liked this safe and peaceful place. $500,000 was also enough for him to live on. So, with one call, he called back to Maine, brother. It's done. Oh. Good. This brother, in turn, told Ginseng. Ginseng didn't take it seriously and directly told Song Jifei that Yi Xiaoda was dead. When Song Jifei in the first-class lounge heard this news, he laughed out loud in public with reckless abandon, dare to mess with me. Die. Yi Xiaoda, who was on his way back to his hometown, suddenly sneezed. Long Yi turned down the air conditioner. Yi Xiaoda also pulled the blanket on his body upwards. Back in the city, just a day before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Yi Xiaoda went directly to his big sister's home. Big sister Yi Kailin teaches in a middle school. Living in the school's family building, Yi Shota is also very familiar with this place. Bringing along his big sister's family, as well as his second sister, the family returned home the night before the Mid-Autumn Festival. You still know to come back. You said where the hell have you been? As soon as she saw Yi Shota, Suhui got angry. This child, when he got a little better, he was running around without making a single phone call. Mom, I went on a trip to Yunnan. Yunnan? Didn't go to northern Burma, did you? Didn't go, I was going to go, but when I thought it was too dangerous, I didn't go. After saying that, Yi Shota pulled out a jadeite bracelet then handed it to Suhui. Mom, when I was traveling in Dianan, I bought a jadeite bracelet, I see it's quite nice, give it to you. Suhui received, open a look, a green, seed water is still very good bracelet appeared in front of the eyes. Yi Shota bought a gift for his mother from the Yunnan public market, more than $1 million. Shota, how much did you spend on this? It's weirdly beautiful. Suhui was very happy, this was after all the first gift from her son. Mom, it cost over $100,000. What? More than $100,000? Are you floating on a bit of money now? Buying a bracelet cost more than $100,000? Suhui instantly flared up. If she had directly said that it was worth $1 million, it was probably time for Suhui to hurt someone. On the side, big sister Yi Kailin took the bracelet, looked it over carefully, and said, this kind of water, if it's real, it should be more than 100,000. Shota, did you buy this on a trip? Yi Shota nodded. The eldest sister looked at Yi Shota with an expression of looking at an indisputable child, said indignantly, have you not seen the news? How many people went to Yunnan travel to buy emerald was cheated? This is not a bracelet at all, it may be a stone stained with chemicals. The second sister also said, it must be, otherwise it won't be so cheap. Mom, you'd better not wear it, it's not good for the body. Duh, hurry up and return it, you're being cheated. Suhui had a face of heartache. Yi Shota had a runaway look on his face. No matter what he said, the three women in the house didn't believe it was true. Yi Shota could only give up. Early the next morning, Yi Shota got up. This day was the Mid-Autumn Festival, because he came back late, he didn't even purchase anything, so he had to go purchase early this morning. He directly spent more than an hour and came to the county. Bought a leg of yellow beef, half a fan of ribs, and 3 large lobsters as well as a king crab. It cost over $6,000. Other mooncakes and other things, naturally, also stuffed the trunk. The festival, that should be lively, especially now have money, certainly cannot lose their own family. At noon, is a big meal. Of course, this meal is for the rest of the Yi family. Yi Shota's is some boiled green vegetables. This was Su Hui's extra favor to him. Fortunately, when he came back, he knew that he didn't have much to eat, and had already shivered a bowl of eel noodles, so he wasn't hungry. Mid-autumn 3 days off, Yi Shota took his niece Linlin and started to go crazy. Basically all around the reservoir. Either fishing or under the net, or under the ground cage. A silk net goes down, is several pounds of white strips. A geoduck goes down and it's either a bowl of shrimp or some crabs or crawfish. Brother-in-law has been fishing in the reservoir 3 days, that is also a good harvest. Such days are Yi Shota's favorite. Ordinary, but very happy. The family was together and didn't have to worry about the hardships of life. Chapter 52, 200 pounds for a wonderful woman. On the last day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, 3 women came outside Yi Shota's house. 2 middle-aged women, and 1 wonderful one. Unfortunately, the wonderful one was a bit wide, short and chubby, over 200 pounds. Yi Shota was playing cards in the house with his 2 sisters and Su Hui, and didn't notice anyone coming to the door. The 3 of them discussed before they even entered the door. Sister Zhang, how is this family? Made $10 million not long ago. This I know, my daughter is aiming for this $10 million, the key problem is that I don't know how long this Yi Shota can actually live. I don't know, but with advanced stomach cancer, it shouldn't be long. That's fine, my daughter will give him a flush, but after he dies, he must give my daughter $5 million. That's for sure. The 3 women soon met Yi Shota's family inside the house. The youngest, but fattest woman among them, kept staring at Yi Shota. Sister Zhang, what brings you here? Su Hui was happy to see the far-famed Red Lady. After all, there were still 2 bachelors at home. I saw Shota at home, so I brought a daughter over to take a look. Oh, please sit down, please sit down. At a glance this was a blind date. Yi Shota was a bit speechless, but it was the 2 sisters who were very interested. However, after seeing that the girl had to be twice the weight of Yi Shota, the mood of a little interest instantly turned into a mood of watching. Sister Zhang hurriedly introduced, this is our town's Ma family daughter, this year 25, undergraduate. Before Su Hui could speak, the middle-aged woman with a pockmarked face said, what is the situation of your family? Sister Zhang has told us, my daughter can marry over, but there are several conditions. Su Hui was a bit confused. You're marrying over? This is not just a blind date. It's a bit fast. First of all, you have to buy a suite in the city before you get married, it has to be fully paid for, and it has to be more than $3 million, and it needs to be written in my daughter's name, that's the premise. The dowry will be according to the standard of $680,000, I want cash. As for the rest, you guys can see for yourselves. In addition, if anything unfortunate happens to your son in the future, then my daughters can't be widowed for the rest of her life, the house belongs to her, and then you guys also have to pay out a sum of money. As this big mom spoke, Yi Xiaoda's family didn't have much of a good face. Good guy, you're coming straight here to rob the money, right? Knowing that Yi Xiaoda's stomach cancer was terminal, he probably thought that he didn't have much time left and planned to come over to make a fortune. Su Hui directly stood up, intends to drive people. Sister Zhang, hurry to take people away. We Xiaoda now have no intention of marriage, and even if you want to get married, you have to find a not so fat. Yeah, what are you saying? Are you saying my daughter is too fat? You don't look at your son, thin as a sparrow, still lying there, a pale face, a bit of young people's vigor or not, at a glance, the time is not long. Get the hell out of here. Su Hui said, picked up a broom and started to drive people away. Sister Zhang couldn't even stop her. The pockmarked face shouted as he ran, your son is dying, my daughter is marrying into your family, so what's wrong with giving some money? Still think my daughter is fat, where is your son? He's dying, and even if he's not dead, he's not worthy of marrying my daughter, there's not even a house in the city, who's going to marry your family? After Su Hui drove these three women away, she returned to the house with an angry face. As soon as she looked at Yi Xiaoda, she didn't have a good expression. Tell me, your company in the city, did you make money on this trip or not? Didn't you say you want to sell the corn abroad, did you sell it? Yi Xiaoda nodded his head in a hurry. How much was earned? It's quite a lot, it has to be a few $100 million. Off. No one's serious. Even if you sell a piece of corn for $1, you don't even have a few 100 million kernels of corn, every day you just know to brag about it. Su Hui had a face of disgust. There really are a few 100 million. Saying the truth, how come no one still believes it? Yi Xiaoda said he was speechless. Say it, not less is how much. Enough to spend anyway. Then, I see your body also some, do not stay at home, today with your two sisters back to the city, tomorrow we'll go to the city to buy me a house to go. Buy a house? Yi Xiaoda froze. This is to buy a house? This is not to buy cabbage, say buy? Well, how can we get married without a house in the future? Yi Xiaoda still wanted to retort, but Su Hui waved her hand and continued, if you don't bring the purchase contract tomorrow, then there's no need for you to go home. Originally, according to Yi Xiaoda's plan, he was planning to build a big villa or even a big manor in the village, but now, it seemed that the plan had to be changed. In the future, he would definitely have to go to the city often, and buying a suite in the city seemed to be fine. Yi Xiaoda changed his concept. Of course, the main reason was that it was no longer poor. In the afternoon of that day, Yi Xiaoda left the village with his big sister's second sister's family and traveled to the city. After arriving at Big Sister's house, Big Sister Yi Kailin said, at night, you still stay in Lin Lin's room, Lin Lin is staying with us. In the past, when Yi Xiaoda came to his big sister's house, it was all arranged this way. After all, there were only these two small bedrooms in his big sister's house. As for second sister, she was still living in a rented room, and the one she rented was also a single room, there was no place to store Yi Xiaoda. Big sister, I won't be staying at home tonight. This time, Yi Xiaoda chose to refuse. Where will you stay if you don't live at home? Yi Kailin asked with a puzzled expression. I still have to go find a friend at night, then find a hotel to stay for the night. A hotel? There's a house you don't live in and you're going to stay in a hotel? You're floating a bit. Big sister couldn't understand at all when she heard that Yi Xiaoda was going to stay in a hotel. In her opinion, staying in a hotel would cost money, and there was a place to stay at home, so why spend money to stay in a hotel? Moreover, the conditions of the hotel definitely couldn't catch up with home. Sis, you don't have to mind me, huh? Yi Xiaoda turned around and left after saying that. Long Yi was already waiting outside the school in his car. Since you have money, you must have some style. Find a high-end hotel. This life has not lived in a high-end hotel. Before going to the hotel, Yi Xiaoda also need to go to the Guo family. Before he came, he had already contacted Guo Hai. Originally, Yi Xiaoda was going to meet with Guo Hai after he came back from Dianan, but because of the Mid-Autumn Festival, it was postponed to today. According to Guo Hai, if Yi Xiaoda didn't bring the top-grade jadeite over today, the Guo family would undergo a huge change. In the end, this time, Guo Hai simply directly asked Yi Xiaoda to meet at the Guo family's old mansion. Here was where Elder Guo lived, and was also the place where the Guo family decided on major events. Yi Xiaoda had just set out, and the place was already bustling with activity. Guo family, as long as the family name Guo, a little relationship between the people, that is all came. There must be dozens of people. The grandchildren of Guo's sister, not surnamed Guo, but as long as they work in Guo's group, that one by one, all came. Here, sitting is all the top management of Guo's group. As a family business, all the top management of Guo Group, even the middle management, are all from the Guo family, as well as relatives of the Guo family. Even all the security guards were from relatives' families. This kind of business, there are advantages, of course, there are also disadvantages. If the heart is united, the enterprise can prosper. But if the hearts are not united, there is a possibility that they will split up right away. The Guo family is in a state of separation. Chapter 53. A daughter of the Guo family is forced away. Yi Xiaoda was led by Guo Hai to a corner of the hall, where the fight was already white hot. The two people, on the outermost periphery, were not noticed by anyone. After all, there were just too many people here. And the core circle, again, was just too attractive. He also had a black plastic bag in his hand, and inside was a piece of jadeite raw stone that he had prepared. Proper emperor green, only smaller, but at least it was worth hundreds of millions. Able to cut out a few bracelets. This was what Yi Xiaoda brought to Guo Qianqian to get through this crisis. Guo Qianqian, this time, you go to Dianan. A jadeite raw stone did not buy back. You go what for? That is, jadeite is our Guo family's most important business. No jadeite, what we sell. It is rumored that this time you went to Dianan and even provoked the heir of Song's group. You are playing with fire. Now the Song clan has started to crack down on our Guo family altogether. Hearing this, the hall was abuzz with discussion. How can you mess with the Song family? They're all the rage right now. Even if the Song family suffered a loss in Dianan, it's still not something our Guo family can mess with. Cousin has stirred up a hornet's nest. After signaling everyone to shut up, the Guo family's eldest son stood up and said, everyone should know the difficulties of our Guo family right now. If we continue to let Guo Qianqian lead on, we'll all have to go back to the village to beg for food. To tell you the truth, Guo Qianqian has already messed with the Song family. The Song family's people directly told me, if Guo Qianqian continues to stay in the Guo group, then the Song group will continue to suppress us. Our days will be even more difficult. Therefore, I propose that Guo Qianqian leave the group, and we choose another head of the group on merit. My father is in a coma, his equity naturally doesn't count. All of us together have more than Guo Qianqian's equity, so we don't even need to hold a shareholders meeting. Do you all agree? Upon hearing that they might have to go back to the village to beg for food, everyone instantly raised their hands in agreement. The entire large living room was extremely lively, one more excited than the other. The only member of Guo's family present who didn't agree was probably Guo Hai, but he didn't have a dime's worth of shares. He didn't even need to speak, and speaking was just farting. Guo Hai saw that the situation wasn't quite right and hurriedly whispered to Yi Xiaoda, quickly, give me the imperial green, I'll take it over to my sister and see if I can save. You pull back, can't you see, your family is just dead set on letting Guo Qianqian leave. This will be you even if you send 10 pieces of emperor green can't be helped. Yi Xiaoda said. And you will go up, shall not be your parents scolded to death? Guo Hai thought about it and could only hang his head down and lowered his head. He also understood that this was all just a blind job. Inside the hall, everyone looked at Guo Qianqian who hadn't said a word. Just so quiet sitting there, cold as ice, around 3 meters or no one. The hall is still discussing. Suddenly, Guo Qianqian directly from the sofa stood up. Instantly, the entire hall was quiet. Even the Guo family boss took a step back. It could be seen that normally, Guo Qianqian's influence on the Guo family had to be great. The deterrent power was still quite large. Let me leave the Guo clan, yes. But I own 20% of Guo Group's shares. You guys give me the money according to the current market price. Money in place, I'll leave right away. Panicked. So many people in the hall instantly panicked. They were all from the Guo Group, and they all knew what this 20% stake meant. It was estimated that it had to be almost $1 billion, and with this amount of money thrown at Guo Qianqian, then Guo Clan Group could directly declare bankruptcy. Although the claimed assets billions, but the cash flow, this billion cannot come together. Qianqian, this money, we also cannot get out or first owe? Guo Qianqian laughed coldly, then directly shook her head. Are you kidding me? Let me go without giving anything? Guo Qianqian, straight to the point, what do you really want? Money, surely not your goal, right? Or uncle is great, the store on Weinan Road in the city center, give it to me. As soon as the words fell, the hall was instantly noisy, and the crowd was close to pointing at Guo Qianqian and directly cursing. In the city center, Guo's group had a building that was 8 stories high. This was the storefront of Guo Group's headquarters. This was the pride of the Guo family, the largest store of the Guo family, the place where the Guo family made their fortune. It was said to be a storefront, but it was actually a building. No way. Absolutely no way. Do you know how much money just that building is worth? The city center, the location is perfect, just this one building is worth $400 or $500 million. No, let's go through the legal process. Guo's group went bankrupt, it doesn't affect me much, with my ability, I can live well anywhere. And you guys, it's not necessarily the case, no one wants to go and look at the gate. You guys discuss it, I'll leave first. After saying that, Guo Qianqian picked up her own designer bag on the sofa, stomped her high heels, and walked out of the hall without saying a word. Leaving behind the crowd that was dumbfounded in full view. Guo Hai hurriedly pulled Yi Xiaoda toward Guo Qianqian chased past. Guo Qianqian got into a red supercar, and Guo Hai took the skinny Yi Xiaoda and managed to catch up before she started the car. You? Why are you here? Seeing Yi Xiaoda, Guo Qianqian was curious. Your old brother asked me to bring you a few pieces of top-grade jadeite to see if I can help you get through this time. Guo Qianqian looked at Guo Hai and smiled. It wasn't easy. The Guo family finally had someone thinking about her. Sister, where are you going? I don't know, trying to find a place to take a break. Yi Xiaoda pointed to her stomach and said, or else find a place to have a snack? I haven't had dinner yet. In a university's snack street, there was a red supercar parked, followed by a black Alpha, which instantly became the object of attention. As for the owners of these two cars, they were already sitting on the street in front of a snack bar. Sis, this is a place I often come to, the flavor is very good. Guo Qianqian, who was wearing a red dress and high heels, sat on a small bench and expressed that she was a bit awkward. As for Yi Xiaoda, he even directly moved one of the boss's recliners over. No, the small bench is really uncomfortable to sit on, this body of mine can't stand it. It's still the most comfortable to lie down. After starting to serve the food, Yi Xiaoda's eyes began to think of ways. This woman, he wants to get. Not get her heart, just get her person. However, there had to be a method. Guo Beauty, what plans do you have for the future? That store in the city, can you control it? Yi Xiaoda asked very casually. Guo Qianqian glanced at him and said, there is no plan, the store in the city, in fact, it has long been secretly controlled by me, anyone in the Guo family can't intervene, it was already mine, and now it is only changing the nominal one over, the group of trash in the Guo family must have agreed, because they simply don't have any other way. Guo Hai glanced at his cousin and rolled his eyes, indicating that he was offended. As for the future, this store, it doesn't require me to put in too much effort, and it's not too bad, so I'll probably start traveling all over the world. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoda expressed her excitement. The opportunity was still there. The chance to get her body was still there. Chapter 54 Goddess, be my little brother. Yi Xiaoda threw the black plastic bag that was casually thrown at his feet, threw it onto the table, and then pulled out a piece of green jadeite raw stone from it and threw it to Guo Qianqian. Guo Qianqian hastily took over, carefully looked up, instantly excited, from the small bench at once stood up. A red dress, she was incomparably shocked and shouted, Imperial Green. This is Imperial Green. Don't get excited. Sit. Sit down. Look at the people around you, they're all looking at you, shame on you, shame on you. Guo Qianqian sat down speechlessly and pointed to the black bag at the bottom of Yi Xiaoda's feet, a piece of Imperial Green, and you're carrying it in a plastic bag? And throw it randomly? This thing, I still have quite a few. Sure enough, that young man in Dianan who picked up a vein in northern Burma, it's still you, right? Yi Xiaoda smiled and nodded. Take a look, your store, can you still eat this kind of jadeite raw stone now? Of course. I have 8 floors there, but it's not just for selling things, there's a specialized jadeite processing studio in there, and there are quite a few experts in carving, so it can completely eat it. That's good, this stone, I can sell it to you. Ah. But, I might not be able to get that much cash this time. Guo Qianqian hesitated for a moment, but still placed the stone on the table, and even covered it with a black plastic bag. Right now, the Emperor Green is completely in short supply. Yi Xiaoda, this stone will be able to sell at a high price in minutes. It's okay, you sell it first, just give me money after selling it. By the way, I still have a lot of stones in the follow-up, I can also sell it to your company. However, I still have a condition. You say, you'll be my little brother. Ah, no, I mean, you come and help me in the future. The leek in Guo Hai's hand dropped, and the lamb skewer Guo Qianqian had already stuffed into her mouth also paused in place. Help you? Help you for what? Guo Qianqian didn't understand a million times. That, you should know that I have a lot of top-grade jadeite raw stones, and if I want to cash out, then I have to have my own company, right, and this body of mine is not suitable for throwing my weight around, so I need a smart, beautiful, and generous CEO. And you, just right, you were originally engaged in this industry, your ability is definitely enough, so. Guo Qianqian put down the lamb skewer in her mouth and said, so, you want me to make money for you? You be behind the scenes and I work for you? How can you say it's a part-time job that's creating a cause that we share? A career, I already have one. You are now a store, although quite valuable, but after all, that is the Guo family. Old man struggled to come, and you actually do not have much to do with it. Do you not want to create their own a career? Seeing that Guo Qianqian still didn't have the slightest wavering look, Yi Xiaoda continued to fool around. In fact, even if you break away from the Guo family, Song's group should not let you go. You're that store, will definitely suffer a blow, and I can help you. I can even help you. Let your this one tiny store directly exceed the entire Song's group. Now, the leek that Guo Hai had just clipped up, sprayed out again when it reached his mouth. A person with no foundation, wanting to start his own business and then surpass Song Group? That was a giant with tens of billions, even tens of billions of assets. Guo Qianqian had a look on her face that she didn't want to continue taking care of Yi Xiaoda. There was no other way. Yi Xiaoda made a phone call and called Long Yi, who also brought a black suitcase. Yi Xiaoda opened the suitcase while saying faintly, this time, I picked up a jadeite mine, and it did open a lot of good things in it. This piece on the table is Imperial Green, it probably has to be more than 100 million, this piece is purple, the quality is also quite good, I estimate that it also has to be hundreds of millions. There are also 7 or 8 pieces of Imperial Green at the head here, I guess it must be quite a lot of money too. Ah, yes, there is another piece of imperial green at the bottom. It probably has to be more than 30 pounds. I can't move it. You two come and see for yourself. These stones, together they should have to be $1 billion. And inside my warehouse in Dianan, there are probably hundreds and thousands of tons of jadeite raw stone. The quality is not bad. The emperor green is also still quite a lot. It is estimated that a few tens of billions of gross. Many of the people at the next few tables were peeking at Guo Qianqian. However, after hearing Yi Xiaoda's words, all of them turned their heads away. They didn't want to have too much eye contact with a psychopath. They were afraid that Yi Xiaoda, a mental illness, would suddenly stand up and bite someone. Guo Hai was also in disbelief. Although he knew that Yi Xiaoda did pick up a leak, but picking up tens of billions of dollars, what a joke. Novels don't even dare to write like this. So, he continued to eat the leak. Eating 2 times were scared off by Yi Xiaoda, this time must eat on. Just stuffed into the mouth, heard his cousin a sentence, leaks fell off again. Really imperial green. This is demonic purple, this is more expensive than emperor green. This piece is also. This one too. Why are there so many imperial greens? That's over $1 billion. I've never seen so much imperial green in my life. This piece has to be 20 kilograms. How many bracelets can it make? Guo Qianqian had already jumped on the black traveling bag, studying the largest piece of imperial green inside. The people next to her snickered a few times and continued to eat. Quite a pretty girl, surprisingly also a psychopath. As far as Guo Hai is concerned, he knows that his cousin is not a psychopath, and after learning that all of these are really imperial green, the leaks in his mouth naturally fell off again. Fuss, I still have a lot there. I want to create a jewelry company. Is there any interest in coming over to help me? Do you really have that many raw emerald stones? Guo Qianqian, who was pouting and lying on the ground studying that biggest jadeite raw stone, asked. Inexhaustible. Tens of billions really? Xiong had more than enough there. Guo Hai was already dumbfounded. Around them, one table had already changed places and stayed away from Yi Xiaoda. Not really wanting to eat with mentally unbalanced people. Moving tens of billions of dollars, who could believe this? Yi Xiaoda could see that Guo Qianqian was a bit moved, and added, remember the dog head gold from last time? That thing, I also have a little bit. There is a little is how much? Enough for you anyway. Are you sure you're not lying to me? If I'm lying to you, you can take whatever you want of the 1 billion here. Deal. Good. Yi Xiaoda hurriedly picked up his wineglass and heavily clinked it with Guo Qianqian. The surrounding people took a look. This was really decent. They couldn't help but think, these days, mental illnesses can come out to eat barbecue. It's really awesome. It was also direct role-playing, and they were really excited about their lives. From now on, you'll be my CEO, huh? Provided you prove that you do have them. Don't worry about this, I'll have Diane and Su Lao send a few carloads of jadeite raw stones over right away, and as for the dog's head gold, I'll be able to show you a batch of them tomorrow. Doubting people, using people, for Guo Qianqian, Yi Xiaoda still trusts. This kind of career-minded woman, you give her a goal, she can be righteous. This time, Yi Xiaoda to Guo Qianqian's goal is to create a jewelry company beyond Song's jewelry. Only Yi Xiaoda could help her accomplish this goal, so she wouldn't make any small moves. Besides, the original stone has been controlled in their own hands. Even if anyone has a small action, Yi Xiaoda will also be able to find out in time. After all, this jewelry company was nothing more than a tool for him to make money. Chapter 55, You don't have a company for anything? The two discussed a lot regardless, not taking Guo Hai seriously at all. What about your current store? Yi Xiaoda asked. Since she became her own CEO, Guo Qianqian's store, naturally, could no longer be managed by herself. I can find someone to manage it, or, I have another better way. Guo Qianqian smiled and said. You say. I'll use my store to get shares, you use your jadeite raw stone and also dog head gold to get shares. Let's cooperate to set up a jewelry company and make our own brand. Yi Xiaoda looked up at Guo Qianqian, looked down and thought for a while, and did not object. It can be, however, that store of yours, even if it's valued at $500 million, the shares accounted for may not be too much. This doesn't matter, I just need this jewelry brand that I created myself to have my share of it, and with a ready-made store, ready-made personnel, and a ready-made processing center, we can start making a lot of money tomorrow. Make money tomorrow? Working with Guo Qianqian, the money earned might only be a little less, but it wasn't a big problem, so he agreed. Yes, let's cooperate to set up a jewelry company. You use the store for shares, I use the jadeite raw stones. Let's do it this way. You take up 10%, I'll take out $10 billion worth of jadeite raw stones and put them in our company's warehouse. 90%. 500 million to account for 10%. Guo Qianqian is not a loss. Good. No problem. Of course, I have another request. You say. I still have a few companies, I also need you to help me manage them. Of course it's wholly owned by me, just help me as a CEO, and you'll pay your own salary to yourself. Making money together was naturally quite good. Of course, such an excellent hitman, Yi Xiaoda would not let go. Okay, taking care of a few small companies is just a small problem. Okay. All what companies? A trading company, mainly just hoarding some corn or rice and so on, and then sell it to make money. Most of them sell abroad. This can still make money? It doesn't matter if it makes money or not, just think of it as me loving to do good and donating supplies. Anything else? There is also a technology company. What technology company? Guo Qianxian froze. You engage in a trading company, this can still be understood, there is no need for too much technology, but you engage in a technology company, kidding? The company hasn't been set up yet, just registered. Guo Qianxian didn't say anything. Just think of it as you picking up money and wanting to play it yourself. These days, everyone wants to be a tech guru. Guo Qianxian felt that it was understandable that Yi Xiaoda was so young and suddenly had so much money that he wanted to become a tech giant. Young people always feel that their country's science and technology cannot, and then want to show their own hands, do not know, such a young man, do not know how many have already lost their lives. After he can be the boss, Yi Xiaoda is suddenly much happier, and his appetite is also much better. Eat a lot. Mainly home a little meat cannot see, this time to eat barbecue, natural appetite is also quite good. Eat more, especially meat, the stomach cannot stand for a time, a sheep's waist after the belly, Yi Xiaoda suddenly coughing violently. That movement, everyone around looked over. After coughing, a mouthful of black blood, couldn't restrain it and spit it out. This scared the owner of the barbecue store instantly flew over. Young man, alright. I didn't poison my store. Everyone else is fine. Yi Xiaoda wiped the residual blood on his mouth and laughed. Boss, it's fine, I'm in the late stages of stomach cancer and often vomit blood, it has nothing to do with you. Oh, that's good. Advanced stomach cancer? Hey, my dad left because of this disease, this table gives you a discount. The surrounding people looked at Yi Xiaoda, also filled with pity. Young age, just after blowing the bullpen, he vomited blood, also strange and pitiful. Not only a mental illness, but also a mental illness with advanced stomach cancer, it was indeed worth pitying. Gua Hai was also anxious and hurriedly handed Yi Xiaoda the napkin. Guo Qianxian frowned and said, let's cooperate, is it possible to stop? Just light excitement, did not expect Yi Xiaoda this body, this is still cooperation a fart, can live until tomorrow, still do not know it. Don't worry, I can't die, and if I die, these emeralds are yours, you're even less of a loss. After an episode of spitting blood, the three also did not have the appetite to eat again, stood up in unison. Guo Qianxian asked Yi Xiaoda, what to do next? Get a room. A sight of Gua Hai quickly covered his mouth, grabbed Guo Qianxian hands of sports car keys, said, you two go to open, I'll go home, absolutely not a light bulb. Guo Qianxian heard these two words, more stunned, and then face instantly red. The surrounding people, even more raised their glasses and began to cajole. Young man bull. Direct enough. Young man, before you die, you can still get a room with such a beautiful woman, it's not a bad death. If it were me, I'd be happy to do it too. Go on, spend more money and get a good hotel. That's right, you're late anyway. Yi Xiaoda also understands that he seems to be misunderstood. Looking at Guo Qianxian, he said, if I say I'm going to get a room by myself, do you believe me? I believe you the hell. After saying that, Guo Qianxian snatched back the key and drove the red sports car and left. A dumbfounded Yi Xiaoda and Gua Hai were left behind. Brother De, you're even more awesome than Song Jifei. This is still the second time you've met my sister, right, and this is how you want to get a room? Want to be my sister's husband? Off. I'm saying I don't have a place to stay by myself and I'm going to get a room. Ha? Brother De, you don't have a house in the city? Nonsense, a few days ago I didn't even have $1,000 in my bank card, so I can't buy a ING house. A few days ago there was not even $1,000, now tens of billions? You're making me inferior. In the end, Gua Hai brought Yi Xiaoda to the best hotel in the city and directly opened a presidential suite. We are rich, must not be a little more elegant. Although the presidential suite living alone is indeed lonely a little, but a person can also soak the bathtub, a person can also that. Guo Qianxian is dedicated. At 8 o'clock in the morning, she was already on time waiting downstairs in Yi Xiaoda's hotel, a phone call. So early? General Manager Yi, it's already 8 o'clock. What do you call Mr. Yi? You seem to be a little older than me, just call me Xiaoda. Is that polite of you? I'm 2 years younger than you. Then you call Brother De. Yi Xiaoda let Guo Qianxian sit in his car, then let Long Yi find a random breakfast place. As soon as she walked into this street-side breakfast place, a long dress, high heels, excellent temperament and extremely beautiful appearance, Guo Qianxian became the object of attention. As for Yi Xiaoda beside her, that skinny monkey-like, he was instantly treated as some rich family's bull rich second generation. While eating the delicious chili fried pork-covered noodles, he wiped his sweat and asked, why did you come over so early? Don't I have something else to do today? How did you know that I still have something to find you today? Not to mention, Yi Xiaoda really had something to find Guo Qianxian today. I become your CEO, you still have a few companies, mustn't we go and take a look? Yi Xiaoda looked up at this workaholic, a little speechless, air. The trade company, now in fact is a warehouse only, the warehouse is still empty. As for the technology company, even the warehouse is not. Jade Jewelry Company, I only provide jadeite raw stone. The next, you look after yourself on the line. Dare I say, you don't have anything now? Yi Xiaoda nodded. No, I already have you now. This earthy love language made Guo Qianshan almost didn't spit out the rice noodles in her mouth. The matter of us cooperating to open a jewelry and jade company, we have to talk about it and then go sign a contract. Yesterday is not talked about it, the original stone is estimated to arrive in a couple of days, by the time you put the contract ready, I sign together is, today, I still have a big thing, you have to go with me. Good. Hearing that there are still big events, Guo Qianshan even ate much faster. After getting on the car, when the vehicle stopped outside a sales office, she was only a little confused. Chapter 56, 5 Sweets, I Want It All. Seeing that Yi Xiaoda is about to get off the car, Guo Qianshan asked with a puzzled face, are you going to buy an office building as an office? Office building? Buy an office building for what? I'm here to buy a house to live in, I still don't have a house in the city. Is this the big deal you told me about? Buying a house, isn't that a big deal? Yi Xiaoda asked rhetorically. Buying a house is a big deal? At least this is not really a big deal for Guo Qianshan. Yesterday is still the Hall of Gui Group boss, at least also in charge of billions of assets, the following little brother must also be thousands. But now, Guo Qianshan how to feel themselves become a small secretariat. Still have to accompany the boss to buy a house. Besides, this doesn't seem to be a too high-end property, the location is a bit remote. How did you think of buying a house here? I know a few good villa areas, I can take you to take a look. Yi Xiaoda shook his head, no need, just buy here, I've already seen it yesterday, it's a good location. It's not far from where my big sister and second sister work, and it's not too far to the highway exit. It's also convenient to go back to the village, and this neighborhood is still a school district. My big sister can use it. Yi Xiaoda finished, suddenly realized that Guo Qianshan's face is not quite right, as if a little less happy. What's wrong with you? Nothing, I just think that your two sisters are really lucky to have you thinking about them so much. My family was poor when I was young, it was my two sisters who took care of me. Unlike my family, although a little bit of stinking money, but there is no affection at all. This, Yi Xiaoda is not good to participate, take Guo Qianshan to go towards the sales office. The sales office of the little girl, that eye's a better than a good. When you see Yi Xiaoda sitting in the alpha, there is a beautiful woman around, it is a big customer. As soon as Yi Xiaoda entered the door, there had to be more than a dozen long-legged little girls wearing short black skirts surrounding him. When has he ever been surrounded by so much black? For a moment he didn't know who to choose. Yi Xiaoda originally wanted to choose the most good-looking, the longest legs of that, but did not expect to be Guo Qianshan preempted, on you. The little sister whose black silk at the thighs was almost split hurriedly brought Guo Qianshan and Yi Xiaoda to the property and started to introduce it. A few moments later, Yi Xiaoda pointed at the king of this community building and asked, does this townhouse come with an elevator? With an elevator, one staircase, one family, the elevator goes directly into the house. You introduce this house. Buying a large flat? The little sister was a bit excited, and quickly said, sir, this is the best house in our district, a 5-story townhouse, and the line of sight is not affected at all, the spacing between the buildings is large, and each household is 180 square feet, plus the complementary area, it's already more than 200 square feet, with 600,000 yuan of finishing, you can basically move in with your handbag. Is the house still available now? Yes. There are all the floors you want. The house is expensive, not many people buy it. At this price, you can basically buy a villa in the city. Which house do you favor? I can help you calculate the down payment. After sitting down, the salesgirl said enthusiastically. Calculate the down payment? Not counting, I'll pay the full amount. Ah, full payment? Then which set do you fancy? I can take you to see it on the spot. The little sister was even more enthusiastic, almost $200 of meat was about to be pressed against Yi Xiaoda. Yi Xiaoda sat slightly to the side and said, okay, this unit, all the floor keys, you bring it. Okay. Little sister thought that Yi Xiaoda was going to choose one of his favorite set. After looking at the house, Yi Xiaoda was still very satisfied. The quality was not to speak of, and the view was also very good, it was considered a mansion in the city. Returning to the sales office, the little sister said in a hurry, the first floor with a large yard, the 5th floor with a terrace, all very suitable, the key price is not expensive. Buy a house now, we also send an underground garage, very suitable. Still giving away a garage? Yi Xiaoda was more satisfied. It's just tangled not knowing which floors to buy. Ha! Yi Xiaoda. A voice pierced through in front of Yi Xiaoda, looking up, it looked a bit familiar. It seems like a classmate? Song Lei? Yi Xiaoda recalled. This was his high school classmate. Unfortunately, after a few years, it was a bit hard to remember. Didn't you have terminal stomach cancer and went back to the village to wait for death? Why did you still come out to sneak around? Song Lei's sentence made the entire sales hall silent. It wasn't a nice thing to say, the key problem was that the tone was also full of disdain and smugness. Came over to look at the house. Yi Xiaoda said indifferently. High school, good grades, and good family, seems to be naturally two factions, look down on each other. Song Lei was one of the people Yi Xiaoda despised the most in high school. Similarly, Yi Xiaoda was also the person Song Lei looked down on. Here is a high-end neighborhood with a school district, you come over to look at it, and you don't have much use for buying a house. Just take a look. Just take a look, I'm going to buy a 3-room house here, as my wedding house. My parents pay for the down payment, 100 square feet of 3 rooms, may have to be almost more than $2 million. It's quite expensive. Isn't it? Your current salary is only less than 10,000, right? Half to decades. Oh yes, you have resigned now. Last time I saw you selling ginseng in the circle of friends? Earned money? Yi Xiaoda kind of didn't want to take care of him, said casually, made a little. That's probably just a few hundred, unlike me, although I didn't go to college, but inside my dad's company, it's tens of thousands of dollars a month. By the way, when I get married, if you're still alive, you have to come I'm looking for a 5-star hotel. Song lay next to a woman with heavy makeup looked at Yi Xiaoda's thin and bony appearance as a bit disgusted. Hubby, let's go to sign the contract to buy a house, what's there to say with a rural person? Okay, go baby. Hubby, add my name to the purchase contract. That won't work, my parents won't let me. Humph. If you don't add my name to the contract, I won't kneel down tonight. Don't, after we get married, it'll be ours. Yi Xiaoda felt nauseous, and after sitting down again, he said to the salesgirl, how much is this set? The third floor is the most expensive, is $6 million. The first floor is the cheapest, it's $5,200,000. Depends on which set you choose. Yi Xiaoda has not chosen, did not go Song Lei teased, still 6 million, Yi Xiaoda, you look at the house cannot look at some reliable, this is the king of the building here, a staircase, a house, almost 200 square feet, you can afford to buy it you. Yi Xiaoda threw the bank card from his pocket to the table, did not pay attention to Song Lei, directly to the salesgirl said, from the first floor to the 5th floor, I want it, money you first brush away, sign the contract in the afternoon can it? You want all 5 sets? The little sister's mouth opened wide, any size can be swallowed. Yi Xiaoda, your cancer has spread to your brain? Hubby, why is this person so pretentious? He likes to pretend, he liked to pretend when he was in high school, I want to see if he has so much money in his card. Even everyone at the sales office was dumbfounded. No one had ever seen a buyer of a house directly buy 5 sets, from the 1st floor to the 5th floor. The little sister froze for a moment, then hastily calculated, the total price is $28,800,000. The numbers are still auspicious. More than $20 million? Yi Xiaoda said that it was still acceptable and not expensive. You really believe it? I know this person, my high school classmate, his family is from the countryside, he even quit his job now, he has advanced stomach cancer, he has more than 20 million in his bank card, I've eaten this card. Song Lei laughed maniacally. After saying this, the eyes of everyone in the sales office were instantly focused on Yi Xiaoda, basically questioning disbelief. Yi Xiaoda just slapped the table and said to his little sister, you go ahead and swipe it. Chapter 57, Hubby, your classmate is so rich. The little sister went to swipe the card, and Guo Qianqian who just happened to go to the restroom came back, and from afar he heard some talk about Yi Xiaoda. After getting close to Yi Xiaoda, Guo Qianqian directly took his arm and said sweetly, Hubby, have you bought the house for your family? Let's go to Linjiang Villa to buy our wedding house. Yi Xiaoda naturally understood and touched Guo Qianqian's hand, saying, right away. Guo Qianqian's appearance made Song Lei stare straight. Compared to the woman next to him, that Guo Qianqian was a fairy, and the person he was about to marry was a piece of trash. Beauty, are you brain cancer? Song Lei asked seriously. Guo Qianqian didn't even look at him, she was simply lazy. Just in time, the little sister came back, bent her head low, walked straight to Yi Xiaoda, and respectfully returned the bank card to Yi Xiaoda with both hands. Mr. Yi, 28,880,000 has been swiped, you can come to do the formalities anytime in the afternoon, and at night is also possible. Evening is even better. Yi Xiaoda put the bank card in his pocket, looked up at Song Lei and said, old classmate, do you want me to lend you a few million? Who still takes out a loan to buy a house these days, the interest is very high, I'll lend you. No interest. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda took Guo Qianqian on his arm just like a cock that won the battle, and left the place with his head held high. I have to say, pretending to be better than is really cool. A fashion than a moment of cool, a lifetime to pretend than that is really a lifetime of cool. Especially in a group of people, and in front of people you know, this feeling, simply to heaven. Song Lei stood still for a moment, unable to digest this information for a while. You're a village person, still in the late stages of stomach cancer, how do you have more than $20 million? Is selling ginseng so profitable? On the side, his woman said enviously, Hubby, that bag that woman is carrying seems to be enough to buy this house of ours. Hubby, go after it, your classmate said he wants to lend you money. Hurry up and go. Hubby, when did you have such a rich classmate? Although a little bit thinner, but after having money, I think he even became handsome, ask him to have a meal together tonight. Som Lei threw out his hand and drank. If you want to eat, you go eat. Tap the horse. Go. Not buying. Hubby, tell me his phone number. I'll go find him for dinner tonight. Yi Xiaoda naturally does not know that someone has already missed him. Guo Qianqian holding himself, the size of his chest can still be felt from time to time. He was happy. What, still not let go? Out the door, Guo Qianqian rolled her eyes towards him. Indeed a little reluctant to let go. Guo Qianqian was directly a throwaway. After getting on the car, Yi Xiaoda said to her, in the afternoon, you go to prepare our contract. Good, afternoon directly sign? No, I don't have time in the afternoon, there are big things, I'll find you in the evening. What are you doing this afternoon? The house is bought, the formalities have not yet gone, I have to go to ask for my elder sister's second sister's ID card. I'm convinced, just a few broken houses, is it that important? Our contract is worth $10 billion. You go first, I'll look for you at night. After sending Guo Qianqian back to her store, Yi Xiaoda came to his big sister's house. Because no one was there, he simply found the ID card directly by himself, took it, and left. Second sister, bring your ID card downstairs, I'll pick you up. Big brother, I'm at work. Isn't noon a break? I'll take you to buy a good thing. Okay. Pick up the second sister. Yi Xiaoda came to their own buy a good house in the district. From the second sister's place of work is just 2 kilometers, very close. Just after entering the neighborhood, he ran into an acquaintance. Second sister's acquaintance. It seemed that it was still a small leader. Sister Chen. Yi Mengnan hurriedly and respectfully went forward to greet her. If you don't work properly, what are you doing here? A middle-aged woman of almost 40, who looked like she was in menopause, disliked everyone she saw. Sister Chen, isn't this a lunch break? My brother wants to buy a house, I brought him over to take a look. Chen Baiqi looked at Yi Xiaoda behind Yi Mengnan with a disdainful face. This is your brother? What's the point of buying a house when you have terminal stomach cancer, and the houses here are so expensive, you can't even afford the down payment? Just take a look, just take a look. After saying that, Yi Mengnan pulled Yi Xiaoda and left in a hurry. Ran into this old hag. Today the luck of the day is used up. Yi Xiaoda, you say you have to come to buy a house, just buy it, but also pull me. By the way, how did you think of buying a house here? Here is not from your company and big sister are very close to it. Also, there is a care in the future. The second sister also knew that Yi Xiaoda had made a little money, and thought that he was really buying a house on his own. Walking to the sandbox, she wanted to see the house together. As soon as he entered, everyone in the sales office, when they saw Yi Xiaoda appear, one by one, all of them were all enthusiastic like fire, itching to eat him. Mr. Yi, you're here. The contract is ready. Have you eaten? We still have some food here. Why don't you take a look at the other houses? One by one, desperately squeezing towards Yi Xiaoda. If it wasn't for Long Yi's protection, it was estimated that Yi Xiaoda couldn't pass this hurdle today and had to be eaten. See, their own brother came in and became the meat and potatoes. Yi Mengnan 10,000 do not understand. All are bored of a mom, why his brother is so popular. And himself, no one at all to take care of? Not far away from the Chen Baiqi also do not understand. He came here, but also a salesman to entertain only. You as skinny as a dying man, want so many people to wait for it. Is it pity? I don't know if the poor belongings can buy a house cheaper. Yi Xiaoda managed to find a place to sit down, and the manager here came to Yi Xiaoda with 5 contracts. Because this was so rare, almost all the salesmen gathered around. Mr. Yi, these are the 5 contracts, they are all done according to your requirements, can you take a look? No need to look, this is my ID card, this is my big sister's, second sister, hurry, give me your ID card. Yi Mengnan's face was stunned, as if she was a sheep that had mistakenly entered a wolf pack. Looking at the surrounding bubbling with all kinds of envious and jealous eyes, her inner heart panicked to the point of a stroke. The bag in her hand was also snatched away by her little brother. Second sister, how many floors do you like? 1 to 5? What? If you were buying a house, which floor would you buy? What do you mean? Second sister was still baffled. Yi Xiaoda didn't care so much. Whatever, the second floor is written in my second sister's name, the third floor is written in my big sister's name, and the rest is written in my name. At that time, second sister, you pick first. You can choose how many floors you want to live on. Alright, I'll go prepare the contract. After the crowd dispersed, Yi Mengnan twisted the soft flesh of Yi Xiaoda's inner arm and questioned, what the hell is going on? Sister, I bought 5 houses, townhouses, first floor to 5th floor, 1 for you, 1 for big sister, 1 for mom and dad, and 1 for me. What? You bought 5 houses here? No, this is only 4 sets too? I'm not thinking of buying this unit directly to make it easier. There are no outsiders, the elevator can be locked, and there are no outsiders, it won't be so noisy, and the empty set will be used as a warehouse. The contract arrived. Yi Mengnan picked up the contract and carefully read it several times. She still does not believe it. When she saw the total house price of more than 20 million, her head was blinded, and she almost went to see her grandmother. More than $20 million? Yi Mengnan looked up at her brother at a 45-degree angle, her expression extremely exaggerated. Yi Xiaoda nodded. Where did you get so much money? I earned it from doing business. Chapter 58 9-digit bank balance. Not long after, the manager directly carried a large paper box over. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry, we didn't prepare such a big bag here, you bought a bit too many things, the house key, the contract, the garage key contract, they're all inside. In addition, we will also gift you some electrical appliances. Do you think it is directly for you to move to the new house inside? Okay, move it all in. When Yi Xiaoda stood up with Yi Mengnan and intended to leave, not far away, Chen Biqi hurriedly jogged over. Mengnan, aren't you going to introduce me to my sister? Chen Biqi pointed at Yi Xiaoda with a smiling face and said with a smirk. It was completely different from the face at the door. This would be much more respectful. Sister Chen, this is my brother Yi Xiaoda. Aya, this is your brother Ah. I've long heard that your brother is young and talented, and today at a glance, so handsome. Yi Xiaoda smiled bitterly and quietly took a step back, afraid that this sister Chen would not even let herself go. I have a sister at home, should I introduce her to you? Yi Xiaoda quickly shook his head and said, Sister Chen, no need, I have terminal stomach cancer, I won't live long, don't involve your sister. After saying that, he left. Chen Biqi hurriedly chased after her, it's fine. What's the big deal about terminal stomach cancer? You can even get married soon to celebrate the wedding. Besides, it's better to have late-stage stomach cancer. You can divide the property faster. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaoda didn't care about him at all, and pulled the still confused Yi Mengnan into the car. In the car, it took an hour for Yi Xiaoda to get her second sister to accept that she had become rich. It took her another hour to accept that she already owned a house worth $6 million. After accepting it, it was a fit of laughter in the car. Sis, starting tomorrow, you'll go look at cars, and I'll buy you whatever you see. Little die. How much money did you earn in the end? Yi Xiaoda opened his cell phone and opened the bank app. When Yi Mengnan saw that his bank card balance had 9 digits, he almost didn't directly pass out at once. Paralyzed in the seat of the Alpha, he was slow to slow down. Sis, don't tell too many people huh, I can tell you just one person. Yi Mengnan, who came back to her senses, quickly nodded her head and said, Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. If I do, I guess the 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts should all come to you to borrow money. This is only one aspect, I mainly do not want to be too high profile. Che, you a pretentious thing, just not pretend quite smooth it. Mom and Dad also don't say ha, I'll leave it to you at Big Sister's place, go ahead and inform. Don't worry, I understand. You're trying to give them a surprise, right? Yi Xiaoda also nodded. After sending his second sister to work, Yi Xiaoda directly came to the center of the city, Guo Qianshan's store. A small high-rise building appeared in his eyes. The first floor downstairs was a display hall, which also sold things, and upstairs there was a studio, office area, and so on. When Yi Xiaoda came to the door, Guo Qianshan was already waiting in a pair of high heels, and the two of them came together to the top floor, Guo Qianshan's office. Who is this person? Why is Mr. Guo personally entertaining? I don't know, but it's rumored that since she left the Guo family, General Manager Guo has found a new partner. It should be this young man. Leaving the Guo family is good for us. That's right, following Mr. Guo is definitely no problem. Without Mr. Guo's group is not far from bankruptcy. This young man is so thin, but a little handsome. Don't dream about it, people are not what we can imagine. Yes, such a young man, so rich, must be a rich second generation. Just a little thin. To Guo Qianshan's office, Yi Xiaoda just sat down. Guo Qianshan brought a bunch of information. This has my company's information, a breakdown of existing assets, and some details of our cooperation. You take a look first. Where is the signature signed? Yi Xiaoda just briefly glanced at the percentage of shareholding, then intended to sign. After signing, Guo Qianshan asked again, what is the name of this company of ours? When will it start operating? What are your thoughts on the future development of the company? Seeing Guo Qianshan's series of questions, Yi Xiaoda directly waved her hand and said, I don't care about all these, you are responsible for it, I will only provide you with a large number of emerald raw stones, and then there are some dog head gold. The origin of the dog head gold, you have to come up with a way for me to say that it was acquired in Australia. As for how to make money, that's your business. This kind of thing was simple for her to operate. After leaving the displayed pile of imperial green to Guo Qianshan, Yi Xiaoda was ready to go back to the village. On the way back to the village, he opened his cell phone. On top of the phone, he wrote a few random words on top of the screen, and then all the app icons on top of the phone disappeared. Instead, a complex 3D AI icon appeared, which seemed to be a highly streamlined model of the universe, full of mysterious technology and composed entirely of a single star. The icon began to rapidly evolve at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. A complex algorithm intertwined and rotated in space as if it was an over-the-top technological artifact. It was very shocking, even though it had been seen many times. Yi Xiaoda still marveled whenever this white ice world's intelligence brain appeared. The artificial intelligence icon suddenly exploded, spreading into countless tiny light particles. Just like a bright river of stars, these light particles gradually coalesced in the air, forming a transparent human image. Check for me who has the most research on solid-state batteries on the blue planet nowadays? Soon, a person's information appeared within Yi Xiaoda's cell phone, and after reading it, he was satisfied with this person called Yan Dian. Send him an email, reveal some solid-state battery technology, just slightly more advanced than the existing technology of Blue Star. I want him to join my company. Let's call the name Time and Space Technology Development Company. This was the name Yi Xiaoda gave to his technology company. The business license might be able to be mailed to Guoqianshan tomorrow. Ever since obtaining the solid-state battery technology from Bai Bing, the heart of becoming a tech big shot made Yi Xiaoda giddy. Solid-state battery, The capacity is 10 or even 100 times that of ordinary batteries, the charging speed is at least 10 or even 100 times that of current batteries, and it is also extremely safe. Throw it directly into the fire without exploding. This is a revolution in battery technology. According to the current state of research in Blue Star, it is estimated that it will take at least 100 years to come out. And what Yi Xiaoda wants to do is to make this technology after 100 years, reasonably appear in the next year. Chapter 59, My child bought a house in the city. After sending the email, Yi Xiaoda went back to the village. Once he returned to the village and reached the village entrance, Yi Xiaoda had to stop. Someone had gathered around, which this time also included his own parents. Su Hui's face was a bit embarrassed. As soon as Yi Xiaoda got out of the car, he was dazed by a series of questions. Xiaoda, your mom said you went to the city today to buy a house, did you get it? I heard that if you didn't buy a house today, your mom won't let you enter the house. I don't think you'll be able to get in. There's no such thing as buying a house that fast. You have to look at it for a few days at least. My kid bought a house and looked at it for half a year. And Xiaoda is not in a hurry to buy a house, right? After all, the body does not know how it is. Buy a house, as a flush is also quite good. Anyway, the house will not depreciate in value now, just as an investment. Buy a $1 million house, can invest in what, unlike my son, but in the Magic City to buy a house, and now have flipped it, has earned more than $500,000. Then your child's house is really quite small. There are more than 10 square meters. Yi Xiaoda knew what was going on. Must be their own mom inadvertently will be their own to buy a house in the city of the news to reveal it. There are only a few people in the village, and they don't have much to do, except for square dancing and chatting. The main thing is to buy a house. How can Su Hui hold back? There is no way. Yi Xiaoda opened the trunk, from the inside casually took out a purchase contract, specifically which set he did not see. Just take out. Su Hui grabbed over, spread in the village entrance of the stone red up, surrounded by a group of densely packed old man and old lady. Yi Lihong did not even squeeze in. You group of people. This is my son to buy a house, and not you guys, let me in. Although they were from the village, they all recognized words, especially numbers. Xiaoda really bought a house. How come it's a one-story? I'll go, over 180 square feet. My mom, this house is big enough. $5.5 million. Full payment. You spent over $5 million on a house? And the first floor? Villas aren't even this expensive. The village entrance of Beishan village instantly burst into flames. It was much more lively than the weekly Monday morning market at the village entrance. More than $5 million, in the eyes of the village people, this was already an astronomical figure. The voices of a group of Amazons were not small, and Yi Xiaoda's skinny body floated in this wave of sound, and was directly forced back into the car. Xiaoda, do you lack a daughter-in-law? My daughter-in-law can. Xiaoda, buy a house so fast, why don't you take a good look? This price, you seem to be cheated. That's right, the unit price is quite expensive, and it's still on the first floor. The first floor is not good, don't buy a house on the first floor. It's too expensive, houses in the city aren't worth this much. There are always people who are not used to seeing money earned. At least Lu Baonan, after hearing that Yi Xiaoda spent more than $5 million to buy a house, huffed and puffed and went home, and the countless wildflowers on the road became his foot grievances. Ladies and gentlemen, that house of mine is a school district house, the corner of the land is also quite good, and there is also a subway, so, the price is a little bit expensive, please go and sit down when you have the chance. Good. Must go and sit down. It's just that it's a bit far away, or else we'll go to Xiaoda's house today. Little Day is really getting ahead, he's able to spend more than $5 million to buy a house. Worthy of being the first name brand college student in our village. Su Hui's face was filled with pride as she said in a loud voice, Gentlemen, when Xiaoda's house is packed up, I'll treat everyone in the village to dinner. Good. Wait for that day. Returning home after being complimented all the way, Su Hui and Yi Lihong took the purchase contract and carefully read it again a few times. Son, is there really no problem with the first floor? Mom, surely there is no problem, we are not on the first floor now. Okay, is the school district okay? I've heard that school districts are very important for children. Top of the line. Okay. It's just over $5 million, it's really too expensive. It's enough to build a dozen houses in the village. Build a dozen houses? $5 million? A normal house was enough, but for Yi Xiaoda, the future village manor, this number could be far from enough. For some people in North Mountain Village, tonight was destined to be an extremely complex night psychologically. Every family told all their relatives about the news that Yi Xiaoda spent more than $5 million to buy a house. Luckily, Yi Xiaoda didn't say that he spent more than $20 million, otherwise, he would have been annoyed to death. Most of the people feel that Yi Xiaoda was cheated, the house bought too expensive. Of course, there are still a small number of people, like Lu Baonan, can only use Yi Xiaoda cannot live for a few days to comfort themselves. No matter how expensive a house you buy, you won't be able to live in it for a few days anyway. If you live in it, within a few days it will become a dead house, and then sell it, no one will want $1 million. Envious and jealous people are in the majority. This night, there are still some people who are destined to have no sleep. In Magic City, Yan Dian dragged a tired body and returned home. It was already 11 o'clock at night. As a research fanatic, as a single man, today was already considered early. When he came home, he directly opened his home computer, and after studying the foreign information for a while, he opened his mailbox. This was his habit. Every day he needed to clean up his unread emails. There was obsessive-compulsive disorder. When he saw the email from Timeless Technology, he didn't care too much. Because as the top expert on Blue Star who had the most research on solid-state batteries, don't look at his age, but he was already a national treasure scientific research talent. Everyone knew that once the solid-state battery was researched, it would be a revolution, and from the time he became famous, there were no less than 1,000 technology companies that wanted to invite him to join them. However, he gave them all up. He was quietly researching in a scientific research unit. He opened it randomly, but when he saw the content of the first sentence of the email, his body shivered. The drowsiness all woke up at once. Hurriedly opened his eyes wide and carefully read the contents of the email. In fact, just 2 paragraphs of text. The first paragraph is written in some solid-state battery research parameters and direction. Basically, it was all about what Yan Dian was researching, but there were no results yet. In the second paragraph, there were just a few words. Want to start an energy storage revolution? Join us. Time and space technology is waiting for you to join us. There was also an address at the back, and a person's name, Guo Qianqian. As a shirker, Yi Xiaoda was qualified. A short email, so that Yan Dian's sleepless night, the next morning on the plane to Xiangqing, to find Guo Qianqian. Apart from him, within a very old building in Xiangqing, several core executives of the Qin family, gathered together, were not in such a calm mood. Chapter 60. This woman is dangerous. Because, Elder Qin had returned from the Eagle Kingdom. After reading all the information about Yi Xiaoda, Elder Qin resolutely boarded the plane back to China. Everyone does not want to die. Elder Qin was the same. He knew that once he died, the Qin family would be completely different. And he had a premonition that whether or not he was able to survive was greatly related to this young man called Yi Xiaoda. There was another outsider in the room, which would be reporting. Elder Qin, it's certain that the young man called Yi Xiaoda, the cancer cells in his body have stopped spreading, otherwise according to his condition, he would have been unable to walk at all by now, not that he would still have the energy to sneak around outside now. Our research has found that his batch of ginseng does have a bit of effect, but the effect shouldn't be that good. Xin Lao, you have also started taking ginseng, but the effect is far less than his. We reckon that he either has other treatments or has taken other treasures, which we really still can't know. If we can learn of his method of controlling the spread of cancer cells and apply it to you, your condition should be able to be controlled. Elder Qin nodded and said, this matter, please also keep it a secret, especially everything about this youngster. Then someone sent this expert in the field of cancer out of the room. Within the room, the Qin family was left. Dad, this person is not simple. Ginseng, dog's head gold, as well as these few days in Yunnan as well as northern Burma, picking up imperial green and a jadeite mine, I always feel that it's not that simple. Qin old man lying on the recliner, has closed his eyes, a national face also relaxed. Suddenly, Xin Lao said, this young man is not simple, so many things, luck can't explain it, there might be some kind of strange encounter. Dad, then what do we do next? Follow it first, I can still hold on to it, let your family's Qin fan find a chance to get in touch with him to see how this child's nature is, it looks pretty good now. But, Dad, your body, it's better to be early than late, or else I'll go and ask this Yi Xiaoda directly. Humph. You think he's an ordinary person? Can an ordinary person do this? And even if he is an ordinary person, we can't force him, everything, let's see fate. Okay, in addition, there is another organization that is also prying for news about him. They have already found out his address, and may make a move in the next few days. I have greeted them, but they seem to be very strong. What department? The Cutting Edge Research Center. They? Hearing that it was this unit, Elder Qin even hesitated for a rare moment. Why did they go to investigate Yi Xiaoda? I poked around a bit, it seems that the dog's head gold provided by Yi Xiaoda contains a mineral that they desperately need. Anyway, they're talking about it seriously. This matter, let me say hello to old Wang, don't let them investigate for now. But they seem to be very strong and have to go. Humph. I, Xin Guobang, still have this face. Yi Xiaoda didn't realize that someone had helped him stop a big trouble, and early the next morning, he once again entered the Transcendence trading platform. Today, it was the day of trading again. This time, he chose the same white ice that had prepared the corn. Long time no see. Seeing Yi Xiaoda, White Ice seemed to be very excited. Last time, Yi Xiaoda had traded with Xiong Hong, and it had been half a month since he saw this beauty again. You are still so beautiful. Ha, say it, what do you want some this time? Before coming, Yi Xiaoda had already thought about it. I want a solar charging technology. Right now, our Blue Star's solar energy utilization rate is really low. Soon, White Ice projected a series of technologies, and Yi Xiaoda looked mesmerized. Right now the energy conversion efficiency of solar cells on Blue Star was at most about 20%, which was still the highest. This was the reason why many people did not use solar panels now. The energy conversion efficiency was just too low. But from the technology provided by White Ice here, the solar energy utilization efficiency could be as high as 80%. This concept was a bit scary. Previously, a square of solar panels might only be able to carry a few light bulbs, but now, if it was multiplied several times, it would be able to carry an air conditioner. Together with the perverted energy storage capacity of solid-state batteries, this was even more unbelievable. In the end, Yi Xiaoda chose one of the technologies that had a low production cost and was already being researched by Blue Star, and could be moved out and used right away at Blue Star. I'll take this one. How much corn do you want? Seeing that Yi Xiaoda chose a technology that was simply outdated in the White Ice world, White Ice was a bit disdainful. You want this one? This thing is completely outdated in our world. In fact, I suggest that you directly give away some weapons. I can even get you one of my Star Annihilator ships here. With that thing, you can directly explode the planet you're on with a single shot, and if you go back in this thing, the entire planet will have to listen to you. Star Destroyer? Yi Xiaoda saw a fervor in Bai Bing's eyes. Is there still an Annihilator ship in your world? There is still one. Only for the time being it's not under my control, but it will be in the future, and I still have drawings here. You can build it yourself. Of course there are still quite a few worse battleships I have here. Even though it's a worse one, a single one can directly sweep through all of your Blue Star's defenses. Once again, Yi Xiaoda once again saw a strange color from Bai Bing's eyes. It seemed not so ordinary. He panicked a little. It's still this solar technology. Even if you give me the Annihilator, I have no one to drive it. Other technologies are fine. I still have miniature fusion batteries here that can solve the energy problem once and for all. Why do you have to obsess over a small battery and a tiny solar energy utilization method? I'm rather garbage. Okay, this technology is simple anyway. The whole set is for you. Just give me 100 tons of corn. This really isn't expensive. Yi Xiaoda nodded repeatedly. You go back and think about it, huh? I still have quite a few top-notch technologies here. They can all be traded to you. Yi Xiaoda suddenly became very eager to leave this room, and hurriedly stood up without looking back. Looking forward to our next meeting, huh? Bai Bing shouted in a hurry. Next time? Yi Xiaoda kind of didn't want the next time. He always felt that Bai Bing, this woman, seemed a bit too enthusiastic. Moreover, the kind of star annihilation ships of their technology was a bit too terrifying. Compared to them, Blue Star was not even a small ant. If people really want to have a way to lock down Blue Star's position, then Blue Star is in danger. Chapter 61 National Treasure Talent. This transaction always felt timid, but the technology obtained was naturally excellent. It seemed that one's own time and space technology was going to have another kind of core technology. Solid-state batteries, plus top-of-the-line solar charging devices. Energy in the future, Lao Zi said. A key person who decided Yi Xiaoda's energy empire also came to Xiangqing in a hurry today. After following the address and taking a taxi directly from the airport to the place mentioned in the mail, Yan Dian was a bit confused. Jewelry company? Yan Dian opened the email and looked at it again. The address was correct. However, isn't this the address of Time and Space Technology Company Limited? How did it become a jewelry company? Could it be that he had run into a scam? Impossible. Those parameters, how could those fraudulent companies in the north of Myanmar be able to research? Those parameters could make his research directly progress for 10 years. Even more. Yan Dian finally walked into the splendid first-floor hall, surrounded by some gold jewelry, balibachi. Wearing jeans and a polo shirt, Yan Dian couldn't get used to it for a while. He is not bad money, but this kind of place is really the first time to come. Walking to the front desk in a very hasty manner, Yan Dian asked, "Hello, I'm looking for Guo Chanshan." Speaking of this name, Yan Dian had a frenzied look on his face. The receptionist girl looked at this middle-aged man with a scruffy beard with a face of disgust. Good fellow, chasing our old boss here? Or such a bad old man? Yan Dian does not look very old, just in his early 40s, but because of the unkempt appearance, coupled with the long-term study of the spirit has been tense, it looks like an old man of 60. The front desk little girl said lovingly, "If you want to see our Mr. Guo, you need to make an appointment. May I ask, do you have an appointment? Reservation? No, it was your general manager Guo who sent me an email asking me to come and see her." An email? What year is this? Why don't you just give Ms. Guo a call? Phone call? I don't have one. Then, the receptionist girl didn't bother with him. Out of the hall, Yen Dian sat on the steps and had no choice but to send an email back to Time and Space Technology. Mr. Gua, I've arrived downstairs at Time and Space Technology, but I don't have an appointment and can't see you. At the edge of the reservoir, Yi Xiaoda, who was watching Kai Long fishing, his cell phone suddenly rang, and he realized that it was Yen Dian who had replied to the email. He hurriedly called Guo Qianqian over and asked her to go downstairs to pick up the person. Qianqian, there's a big shot coming from your downstairs. Yen Dian, this is my baby, you receive it haha. Yen Dian? What for? Top talent. Guo Qianqian saw this top talent carrying a computer on the steps outside the front door of the first floor shortly after. Judging from the dress, it was indeed top-notch. Hello, are you Yen Dian? Yen Dian hurriedly stood up and nodded. The boss asked me to pick you up. Good. Guo Qianqian took Yen Dian upstairs, because Yi Xiaoda said he was very important. Even the elevator door was opened very carefully by Guo Qianqian. Yen Dian took a look and TSK. It's really good. This Mr. Guo must be very good, even his secretary is so beautiful and polite. As for the receptionist girl, she was also confused. What? Our Mr. Guo has changed his taste? Like the old man? Entering Guo Qianqian's office on the top floor, when Guo Qianqian pulled out the boss chair and sat down, Yen Dian across the table was confused for a moment and then thought to himself, Mr. Guo must be very powerful, even a secretary's office is so big. Seeing Yen Dian still standing, Guo Qianqian quickly said, please sit down. Yen Dian hurriedly sat down, and the two looked at each other, both a little embarrassed. Yen electricity is because a long time has not seen the best women, a little rushed, coupled with his for Guo Qianqian, that is extremely fanatical. For this he thinks of Mr. Guo's secretary, but also do not dare to look directly. As for Guo Qianqian, that was even more confused. The boss asked me to pick up someone, then I will go. Finally, she knew what the name was. As for what this Yen Dian was doing, she had no idea at all. In the end, it was Yen Dian who asked, hello, I wonder, can I see Mr. Guo Qianqian now? Teacher Guo Qianqian? Looking for me? Guo Qianqian pointed at herself, then handed him a business card on the table. The picture of Guo Qianqian on it was very pretty. Yen Dian suddenly raised his head and asked incredulously, you are Guo Qianqian? Guo Qianqian nodded. Impossible. So young? Could it really be a genius? Hey, this gentleman, what do you mean? You surely can't be Guo Qianqian. Mr. Guo should be an expert, an old researcher only. Guo Qianqian guessed. The notice given to you is for you to come and find one called Guo Qianqian? Yen Dian nodded his head in a hurry. I'm actually Guo Qianqian, but the one who called you here is not me, it's my boss. He doesn't have time and asked me to receive you first. Yen Dian suddenly realized, oh, I was saying, here, this is my resume, take a look, can I join Time and Space Technology? Guo Qianqian covered her forehead, a black line on her face. What the hell is Time and Space Technology again? Receiving the resume and taking a look, Guo Qianqian was a bit shocked. Graduated from Shangjing University, postdoctoral, enjoying Daxia's special allowance, top discipline leader, president of the World Energy Front End Field Association. A large pile of information. Let Guo Qianqian cannot help but heartbeat accelerated once. Anytime the words appeared, it represented the bullishness of this person. All the words appeared in the same person, that person is the top national treasure. Don't look at the Guo family's billions, but compared to others, it's really not a dimension. There weren't many talents like this in the whole world. Mr. Guo, I've already resigned, I can join at any time. I don't know if my resume can meet the requirements of timeless technology? Guo Qianqian faked a smile, then hurriedly said, of course, I'll send it to my boss to take a look The expression was casual, but inwardly, she was panicked to a fault. She had no idea what to do next. She could only send the resume to Yi Xiaoda, and also asked in an extremely harsh tone, who the hell is this person? Looking at the fishing, Yi Xiaoda said, just a scientific research talent. Slowly looking at Yen Dian resume, Yi Xiaoda is also 10,000 satisfied, this kind of character, that are going to the university to give lectures on the existence of the proper big brother. You let me receive, you have to tell me need me to do what in addition, time and space technology and what the hell. On the other end of the cell phone, Guo Qianqian hated to directly swallow Yi Xiaoda. Don't I tell you I set up a technology company, it's called Time and Space Technology. Yen Dian is an expert in researching solid-state batteries, my company's first product is solid-state batteries, let him take the lead. Your task is to assist him, what he wants you buy for him, speed up to get his research on track. In addition, the people on his team, you also help him dig over. Guo Qianqian was a smart person and quickly understood Yi Xiaoda's intentions. Although she didn't know what the hell a solid-state battery was, but since the boss had spoken, she would just do as she was told. Right, he's so important, he's the first leader of your technology company, why don't you communicate with him yourself? Guo Qianqian suddenly asked. This I must not keep a little mystery, in addition, I am very busy. Then what are you doing now? Watching my brother fish. Guo Qianqian hated her teeth. After throwing down the phone, she always felt that she had fallen into one of Yi Xiaoda's traps. It's not just working together to open a jewelry company. I'll put out the technology and the people and the place, and you'll put out the raw stones. It's very reasonable. But why do I still have to help you manage your technology company? The problem is that this tech company doesn't even have a phone office. You have to come to my office to dig up people. Chapter 62, I still need to buy a home base. After understanding Yi Xiaoda's meaning, Guo Qianshan knew what to do. My boss looked at it and was very satisfied with you. I wonder if you have any requirements in terms of treatment? Guo Qianshan asked. This is very reasonable. The company was satisfied, so they asked about the treatment of the employees. Doesn't digging people start from the treatment aspect? Treatment? Treatment does not matter, you look to give on the line, no can also. Guo Qianshan completely panicked. She felt that she and this Yan Dian are not in the same channel. Are all researchers like this? Then what all do you need? Of course it's your boss's technical support. Why would I come here without his technical support? Yi Xiaoda's technical support? Could it be that Yi Xiaoda is still a hidden scientific researcher? More powerful than this top talent with an incomparably gorgeous resume? Anyway, Guo Qianshan did not believe it. Well, what the boss means is that he'll come over to take a look after you've settled down and started your research. Yes, I can start working today. May I ask where my lab is? Yan Dian said with a frenzied face. Laboratory? Old me here only has a jadeite processing lab. Where is there any solid-state battery research lab? The boss left the original lab for some reasons, so there is no lab yet. The instruments and whatnot also need to be bought by ourselves. The place is also not yet available. You see what you need. I will go and contact you now. After Guo Qianshan finished speaking, she glanced at Yan Dian, afraid that this person would turn his head and leave. You don't have a lab and still study. Everything from scratch? It doesn't matter. With your boss around, everything is not a problem. I don't need much, just some instruments and then just give me a few houses. Guo Qianshan felt like she had seen the world today. It was really the first time to see this kind of top talent that was rushing to the top. Right, the boss said that you still need to form a team by yourself. He is only responsible for technical guidance. The bottom research still needs you. It's best if you call all your team over now. Okay. No problem. My team probably has about 30 people, basically should all come over, but the lab will need some more. The instruments also need some more. Drag the family just a few, and are not critical, do not come to change. As a bachelor, he takes people also like to take a bachelor. After all, a bachelor can always work overtime. Guo Qianshan couldn't help but be staggered. Originally it was so difficult to dig a team directly. How did it become so simple to himself? Look at how much money is needed to set up this lab altogether. Just buy some experimental instruments, that's 1 or 200 million. You give me the money, I'll start setting it up now, and when the lab is done, it can be put into research right away. TSK. The investment in scientific research really wasn't covered. It's $100 million without moving. It's only a couple $100 million for the experimental apparatus for a team of 30 people. When Yi Xiaoda heard about this funding, he was also staggered. Sure enough, scientific research is burning money. He instructed Guo Qianshan, prioritize the establishment of the laboratory. Everything is listening to Yan Dian. As for the logistics, you help to watch. The treatment must keep up. Yan Dian including all the people in Yan Dian's team. Before there is a house, they all live in 5-star hotels, and the salary is at least double. You sign a contract with them. Brother Yi, signing a contract requires a company seal. What the hell is time and space technology? One don't even know yet. Guo Qianshan shouted. Everything can be delivered to you in the afternoon. Originally Guo Qianshan wanted to send Yan Dian to the hotel, came to rest a few days first. But Yan Dian strictly refused, and even a little angry at Guo Qianshan. Rest? Rest what? I don't need to rest. You help me find an office. I first make a list of the need to purchase instruments, and then call my team over. I have to call one by one. All this crap, it will waste me half a day. Right, find me about 10 more rooms. I want to use it as a lab. There was no way around it. Guo Qianshan could only nod her head in a hurry. For a pure person like Yan Dian, Guo Qianshan was unable to get angry. Her anger was all at Yi Xiaoda. You're fishing at home and you're making me busy. Busy work is busy work. I am in the jewelry industry. You let me manage a high-tech company? It's a bit too big of a leap, isn't it? After settling Yan Dian, Guo Qianshan really in the afternoon to get the official seal of the time and space technology and all other information. A look at the registered location. Good guy, this is not their own office. Registered capital is quite a lot, and the scope is quite wide. Guo Qianshan has been busy. Yi Xiaoda is not idle. Although it is said to be watching this Kai Long fishing, but in fact there are other things. Brother Long, is your family still familiar with Songwei's family? Kai Long nodded. Not bad, not quite familiar, but at least we can say a word or two when we meet. Songwei's house was right above Yi Xiaoda's house. It was considered a mountainside, while Yi Xiaoda's house was at the bottom of the mountain, and the distance was probably just 100 meters. The ones that were closer to Yi Xiaoda's house were also the Song's house on the high ground, and the one on the east side, the homestead had already been purchased by Yi Xiaoda. It is now used as a warehouse for feeding fish feed. Yi Xiaoda has already planned to start building his own large manor in the village. First of all, the foundation has to be big enough to make it work. His vision was not a lone two-story cottage. I want to buy his family's homestead. Go back and ask Uncle Jian to go talk about it for me. What the hell? Buy his family's home base? What are you doing buying his family's house base? When Kai Long heard this, he even put down his fishing rod. I'm a person, I don't like it when someone is on top of me. I have to buy his homestead and then demolish his family's house for me. Yi Xiaoda jokingly said in general. The difficulty is a bit big. His family also does not intend to move away. You buy their homestead, where do you let his family live? And his son seems to be mixing well outside, not bad. Go ask for me first, money is not a problem. Alright, I'll ask my dad to ask, the Song family. It seems like my dad is the one who can still talk to Song Wei. Okay, thanks a lot. This is nothing. The Song family, in North Mountain Village, was a miracle. Basically, people didn't go out, they didn't even greet people in the village when they met, a maverick existence. How fast did things spread in the village? Take this matter for example. When Kai Long returned home and finished talking to Kai Jian about this matter, Kai Jian hadn't even left for the Song family yet. Kai Long's mom heard this from the sidelines, went out for a square dance, and then the whole village knew that Yi Xiaoda was going to buy the Song Wei family's home base. Engaged Su Hui even square dance mood are no longer home to grab Yi Xiaoda is a burst of questions. What's wrong, child? What's wrong with you? After renting the reservoir and buying a house base, it's not enough, you're planning to buy another one. Yi Liheng also persuaded, these days, even if you pay for it, you only have the right to use the land. Son, tell me, did you find some kind of mineral vein under our ground? I used to hear that there is a coal mine under our house. Yi Xiaoda didn't even know that his intentions were known by everyone so quickly, and could only explain, Mom, it's not any mine, I have subsequent plans to do something in the village, so I plan to buy a piece of land. By land also have to buy vacant people Song family is not still living there? And although that place of his has a good view, it's a bit far from the village entrance. Mom, actually, I plan to build a villa in the village, and I might use their land, that's why I plan to buy it. Planning to build a house? Yi Xiaoda nodded. Other reasons, other excuses, just couldn't be explained. Building a house is fine, but doesn't our family already have a homestead? Mom, just let me be a little bit more indulgent, okay? In the end, Yi Xiaoda spoke and pretended to cough a few times. These few sentences made Su Hui immediately shut her mouth and hurriedly started serving her son. Now, Yi Xiaoda even felt that his cancer might have to get better a little bit later, or else after it got better, he wouldn't have such an excuse to be taken care of in a special way. Chapter 63, You Can't Build a House Even If You Buy the Land. Early the next morning, Yi Xiaoda had not yet gotten the news of Uncle Jian. The whole village knew that he was planning to buy the Song family's home base and was going to build a big house. Sure enough, when Su Hui went out for a trip, the whole village knew about it. Ye's kid is going to build a villa? Didn't he just buy a house in the city? That's right, is there so much money, selling ginseng $10 million, should have long spent it. It is said that his city that sweet is more than $5 million. It's true, I've seen his purchase contract, although it's a trashy first floor, but it's really more than 5 million, the contract shouldn't be faked. Then what villa is he still building in the village? For his parents to live. This child is filial, but I guess he doesn't have that much money. A 2-story villa in the countryside is just a few $100,000, and his family is now able to come down 1,000 a day just from the reservoir. That's you don't know how much corn he throws into the reservoir every day. I dare to give you a ticket, the reservoir here, he definitely owes. Then where does he get all his money from? It is said that he also opened a trade company in the city. It is estimated that the company earned it. Really didn't expect back to the village this only a few days, all already have a company. The key problem is that people are still in the late stages of stomach cancer. Now look, the body seems to be okay. Yes, not that there is not a month, I see now almost already more than a month Don't worry, he's dying. Lu Banan's mom sneered from the side. Since the village gossip is basically about Yi Xiaoda, Lu family is a little uncomfortable. What the hell, originally my family is the center of the village, right? On the side of Lu Baonan while kowtowing melon seeds, also said, he that is dreaming, Song family simply cannot sell the residence space, his family is not bad money, and people live in the village well, why must sell Moreover, even if the Song family sells it and Yi Xiaoda buys it, then he can't possibly build a house, do you know why? Lu Baonan asked confidently. With the village Amazons and grandmothers, he, who hadn't gone to college, had a sense of superiority. Not as good as Yi Xiaoda, not as good as this group of Amazons? Sure enough, a group of people hurriedly asked, why? That's it, why don't you let Yi Xiaoda build a house? Lu Baonan proudly said, the village now builds a house as a strict approval process, each family builds a house area is required. Besides, Yi Xiaoda simply account is not in the village cannot let him build a house. Even if he builds in his father's name, then he can't build more. After all, his family is only 2 people's account in the village, so that means that it's simply useless for him to buy such a big house base. Even if they wanted to build a house, at most it would be 3 small cottages, not even as big as their current house. Yi Xiaoda definitely doesn't know these policies. He now spends money to buy the Song family's mansion base. That's simply behavior, not useful at all. I have to say, Lu Baonan finally talent a hand, said the head, and also seems to be true. Village people, for Yi Xiaoda's behavior, in addition to the incomprehension, that is to snicker, think he simply cannot succeed. Sure enough, after breakfast, Yi Xiaoda met Kai Jian. One look at Kai Jian's face, he knew that last night's action should not be very smooth. Sure enough, since Kai Jian sat directly on the steps of Yi Xiaoda's house, and said in a furious voice, "You say that thing of Song's family, if you don't sell it, you don't sell it, but you also scolded me, and by the way, you also scolded Xiaoda, and the words, it is really too hard to listen to, and no one in the village likes his family, and that's not without reason. I can only say one thing, in the future, the only person his family knows well, which is me, will also no longer go to his door." After saying that, Yi Liheng hastily handed over a cigarette. Jin, calm down, did not accomplish, anyway, we do not have to buy his home base, cannot. Yi Liheng is still a bit happy that he didn't buy it. His son finally didn't have to waste any more money. Xiaoda, I'm sorry, last night after I went and said that you wanted to buy his family's house base, I was directly scolded out, and his family also said that unless his family dies out, this house base is absolutely impossible to sell. Kai Jian said to Yi Xiaoda, who was at the side. Yi Xiaoda hurriedly said, Uncle Jian, I'm really sorry, I'm sorry to trouble you for a trip and let you be scolded. You'll eat at my house at noon, huh? I have to make amends. That's all trivial, it's just that your thing didn't work out. Yi Xiaoda waved his hand, expressing indifference. Instead, Yi Liheng said happily, Jian, it's a good thing that it didn't work out. Anyway, even if Xiaoda bought his family's residence, it's not much use, we can't exceed the standard for building a house. It can be seen that Yi Liheng and Su Hui are both a little happy. Of course, Yi Xiaoda is not happy. The Song family's residential base, he is bound to get off. Exceeding the specifications cannot build a manor? These days, there are still things that money cannot solve. If there is, it is not enough money. When Kai Jian stayed for lunch at noon, after seeing the dishes on the table, Yi Xiaoda became even more unhappy. Kai Jian, Kai Long, and Kai Long's mother were all here. Kai's family and Yi's family are as good as a family, often eating at each other's house. When he was a child, Kai Jian's conditions were better, and Yi Xiaoda ate at other people's homes half the time. Now, there is no need to speak politely to each other. Kai Jian heard at noon to eat here, did not say anything more, but instead his daughter-in-law called over, and Su Hui together in the preparation of meals. In the hall, there was a dining table in the center. The dishes on it, but there were quite a few. Chili pepper fried meat is a must, North Mountain Village, as long as it is entertaining guests, this dish is a must. Fish is also the main character. A braised flatfish, let Yi Xiaoda already drooled. The key is that there is also a chopped pepper fish head, the noodles inside, have been wrapped in soup. There is also a small dried fish, is not long before the silk net in the reservoir to catch the small white strips, after drying, with chili peppers fried, absolutely delicious. There was even a preserved pig's trotters, which was the last preserved thing in Yi's family. There is also a pork belly soup. A proper feast. The drink is also Mao Tai. As for Yi Xiaoda, there is his own special table, and special dishes. Boiled cucumber, boiled squash, boiled pumpkin, boiled everything. The key is that there is not much salt flavor. After Su Hui learned that Yi Xiaoda's cancer cells are no longer spreading, for his body, that is even more concerned, a little meat and fish did not let Yi Xiaoda see at home. The effect is also there. At least eat this, Yi Xiaoda rarely vomit. In the city, eat a barbecue have to vomit 2 mouths of blood. Luckily, there was wild ginseng, or else Yi Xiaoda hadn't died of cancer and had already died of ischemia. Come on, Xiao Long, you have a drink too, don't fish in the afternoon. Su Hui filled a cup for Kai Long. Kai Long also thanked him repeatedly, and didn't even forget to glance at Yi Xiaoda. This glance made Yi Xiaoda directly carry his own table and leave the hall. Out of sight, out of mind. No, still have to go to the city to stay, otherwise the gluttony will have to gluttonize himself. Of course, the matter of the house base still needs to be resolved. The normal way is definitely out of the question. People don't seem to lack money, and it's not so easy to make them leave. However, Yi Xiaoda had his own method. Chapter 64 Worse than the guy. Taking out his cell phone and opening his think brain, Yi Xiaoda began to search for everything about Song Wei's family. In today's internet era, the smart brain was the god of the internet, and it was a matter of minutes if you wanted to know anything. The first thing Yi Xiaoda checked was the son of Song Wei's family who was doing business outside. In his opinion, if you do business outside and want to make money, then none of them are clean. Only, check are some minor problems, can make people uncomfortable, but not so bad that people leave the place where they have lived most of their lives. But, who let his family also install a camera in the bedroom and the living room, probably to facilitate contact with the children from afar. After all, these two people are also very old. A device that was connected to the internet would have no secrets in Yi Xiaoda's place. The videos stored by the camera were massive. If Yi Xiaoda were to watch them all by himself in one heat, it would probably take days, but he didn't need to. After he had watched the few videos that the thinking brain had sifted out for him, Yi Xiaoda's face became ironic, and he even cursed directly to. Pigs and dogs are worse than dogs. In his mind, he also couldn't help but see an old man with pale hair, bent over, and a tattered body. Yi Xiaoda called it third master song. Very amiable, see anyone happy old man. Yi Xiaoda childhood did not eat his orange. The third master is Song Wei's father, died a few years ago, before he was born, in fact, and the Yi family and even the whole village inside the relationship is not bad. Unfortunately, he had an ungrateful son, which led to a very poor life in his old age, and it was a problem to have enough to eat, not to mention enjoying his old age peacefully. When he died a few years ago, everyone in the village still felt that it was a relief for him. But now Yi Xiaoda knew the truth, in addition to anger is anger. After calming down, Yi Xiaoda then decided to go find Mr. and Mrs. Song Wei to have a good chat. Master Song San can no longer be resurrected, and the mansion still needs to be bought. Let's find a little more trouble for their family afterward. What are you doing? Seeing Yi Xiaoda climbing up from the recliner and planning to go out, Su Hui hurriedly asked. I'm going to Song Wei's house. What? Going to his house? What are you going to his house for? I still want to go and buy his family's homestead down. Seeing this, Su Hui hurriedly said bitterly to her son, Son, our mansion is already big enough, it's useless to make it any bigger, and Song Wei, as you know, doesn't take in oil or salt, and has a withdrawn personality, so you won't even be able to get in the door if you go there. Mom, I still want to try. The problem is that those vicious dogs in his house are there, you can't even get in. The thought of his family's vicious dogs made Yi Xiaoda irritable. He had returned to the village to recuperate from his illness, but Song Wei's family's dogs barked blindly all day and night, and were especially close, making it impossible for him to sleep. Even he had the urge to go buy some bones and medicine. Each of those 3 dogs had to be a meter tall. Thinking about it, Yi Xiaoda called for Long Yi and Long Air. Mom, I'll take the 2 of them with me. Hey, you can go if you want to, be careful yourself, haha. Yi Xiaoda nodded and left with Long Yi and Long Air. Su Hui was also puzzled as she looked at Long Yi Long Air straight back. The 2 friends of his own son, how come they were so unsmiling and didn't even have a word to say? Just live in the warehouse, and then responsible for feeding the reservoir fish, also do not know what to eat every day. Bypassing his own house, walking up less than 100 meters, Yi Xiaoda saw a small 2-story building, which is considered good in the village. No wonder Song Wei's family is sure not to sell the mansion here. Not even close to it, there are 3 big dogs toward Yi Xiaoda rushed over, horse grinning barking. With this greeting, it's no wonder the village people never go to the Song family to visit. If Yi Xiaoda had come alone, he might have been a little scared, but this time he had brought people with him. But this time, he had brought a man with him. Long Yi took a step forward, and did not know exactly what skills were released. Anyway, the 3 fast rushing over the dog, directly a sharp break, and then incomparably woeful turn around and run. It was as if they had seen the biggest natural enemy of their lives. Brat! What are you doing in my house? Hearing the dog barking, Song Wei walked out with a middle-aged woman, and as soon as he saw Yi Xiaoda, he was not happy. Yi Xiaoda said that he wanted to purchase his family's homestead, although they weren't selling it, their hearts just weren't happy. It was also true that no one was pained when someone was thinking about their house. Hurry up and get lost. Don't think you can buy my house just because you made a few stinking dollars. If you don't leave again, I'll let my dog bite you. Song Wei's daughter-in-law, Susan, shouted. Don't look at her name as very gentle appearance, but looks big and thick, must have 200 pounds, the key is the face of the horizontal meat thick, properly a pig killer appearance. Or a female pig killer. Can I come in and sit? Yi Xiaoda said indifferently. Susan took a step closer and directly pointed her finger at Yi Xiaoda, opened her bloody mouth and spat, hurry up and get lost. There's no way in my life that I'll sell my house to you. Song Wei also waved his hand in a row as if he was chasing away flies, hurry up and get lost. People who are dying don't stand at my door, bad luck. That's right, you're dying and you still want to enter my house? Get lost. Good guy, Yi Xiaoda just said a sentence, this couple, dislike must have half a day. 5 years ago, the night that Master Song San left, the sky seemed to be raining heavily, right? Yi Xiaoda suddenly said faintly. When he said third Master Song, Song Wei and Susan's heart suddenly thumped and looked at each other, but Susan still said forcefully, what the hell are you talking about, hurry up and get lost. After Master Song San left, you guys had nightmares every night and screamed loudly, what secrets you had, you all screamed them out. Now, Song Wei and Susan were no longer cackling inside, they were completely flustered. This was their biggest secret. I'm dreaming, you know. There was no way but to hold on for dear life. In fact, the night that Master Song San left, inside your house there was more than just you couple and your already sleeping daughter, there was another person who saw everything that happened inside the house. The standing Susan suddenly went limp and almost sat down on the muddy ground. Song Wei hurriedly helped her up and looked at Yi Xiaoda with a serious face. That night, you were there too? Yi Xiaoda nodded. Why were you there? Because your daughter didn't come back from the city, I wanted to meet her, your bathroom was still a dirt brick house with a lot of gaps, I didn't expect that I would see another big scene. Song Wei believed, looking at Yi Xiaoda's eyes, suddenly ferocious a little, sit down in the house and talk? Okay, but my 2 brothers have to go in together, I'm afraid that you'll force feed me dichlorvos like you're treating your own biological father. Yi Xiaoda. Don't you talk nonsense. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know yourself. You. Susan would have reacted by now, glaring at Yi Xiaoda, pulling Songwei and turning her head towards the house. In a low voice, she said, 5 years. There's no proof in death, what do we care about a brat's nonsense? Chapter 65 Eating and Vomiting Blood. Yi Xiaoda smiled and said from behind, since I know what you all talk about in your dreams, I will naturally leave evidence. Although 5 years have passed, according to the current technology, it is possible to detect dichlorvos on the bones of the corpse. You choose to kill people because you don't want to take care of your own father. People are doing, the sky is watching, the net of heaven is not a leak. It could be seen that after Yi Xiaoda finished speaking, the legs of these two people walking towards the house were trembling. Song Wei turned around trembling and said, You. What the hell do you want? Sell me the mansion, $200,000. I won't treat you badly. This matter, just pretend I don't know. Good. But your evidence must be given to me. You don't have a choice, and with this recording thing, I've made many copies. How many do you want? On the same day, Song Wei and Yi Xiaoda went through the transfer procedures for the mansion and moved the valuable things in his home overnight. It was said that he went to join his son. This made the entire village incredibly shocked. Yi Xiaoda naturally will not let this family off so easily. No matter if it was his family's son or daughter who actually knew about this matter, it wasn't a good thing. Wisdom Brain, in a few days, add some trouble to his son's business, have people check up on him, and within a month, make his family go bankrupt. Also, put a few pictures of Master Song San inside Song Wei and Susan's cell phones, the smiling kind, when they are watching videos or chatting with people, suddenly flash such pictures out, especially at night, when they are lying on their beds playing with their cell phones with the lights off. Can you do it? After getting an affirmative reply from the thinking brain, Yi Xiaoda smiled cheaply. It was exciting to think about it. When you happen to be watching a small video when the father, who was once personally killed by yourself, is looking at you with a smiling face, it is a person who will be scared to the point of autism, and his cell phone will be thrown away directly. I guess his family cell phone is going to be thrown quite a bit. However, you will still have that smiling father, even if you change your cell phone. This is the terrifying nature of the intellectual brain. In the network world, he is God. Coupled with Yi Xiaoda, the old six, this couple, the rest of their lives will not be too good. Everyone in the village witnessed the extremely fast-moving speed of the Song family. A family that has lived here for decades should have a lot of stuff, but the Song family moved out in less than half a day. Not only had the homestead been transferred, the family had moved out. Yi Xiaoda really bought the Song family's homestead? Of course, don't you see they've already moved? Money can make the devil to push off. Also do not know Yi Xiaoda in the end spent how much on just money. It's said to be $200,000, this price is normal. But why Song Wei agreed to it, even don't want the home, directly moved, this is not reasonable. His family the Tigress did not say that this life is absolutely impossible to move away it. How Yi Xiaoda went to a trip, this thing came true. The young man is really not simple. Xiaoda came back, seems like a different person. Change what change, not still have to diet, I guess there are no more days. Even Su Hui and Yi Li Hung at home were puzzled. Why is it that people are so obedient when their own son makes a trip there? Could it be that their son still had an innate charm? Anyway, they had already made up their minds that in the future, Yi Xiaoda would go and do whatever he wanted to do. It seems that since their son returned to the village, he has never suffered a loss, and is quite powerful in everything he does. So, early the next morning, when Yi Xiaoda planned to go to the city, neither Su Hui nor Yi Liheng asked anything more. Around the reservoir, the Elfa drove for almost an hour, and the chassis is probably not good. This made Yi Xiaoda even more determined in his intention to build a bridge. This trip to the city was also a lot of things. Of course, the noon meal must go to the big sister's house to eat. Ever since Big Sister got the keys to the new house and went to see the house, then with an average frequency of 10 phone calls a day, she asked Yi Xiaoda to go over there. To the city, after thinking about it, Yi Xiaoda decided to go to eat first. Under the influence of his own mom, went to the Big Sister's house. It is estimated that it is also boiled green vegetables, which he really cannot stand. Yi Xiaoda this time chose a fly house, specializing in Sichuan cuisine. Although at 10 o'clock in the morning, the small store hadn't opened yet, but after Yi Xiaoda slapped down a few big red bills, the kitchen was immediately bustling. Boss, give me the spiciest. My mouth has been fading out these days. Yi Xiaoda shouted towards the kitchen. Young man, the spiciest one I have here is very spicy, ordinary people can't stand it. It's okay, boss, just the spiciest, I can eat spicy. Ha, okay. I didn't expect you to be so skinny, but you're quite good at eating spicy food. Soon, the dishes were served. The first one was liver and waste combination stir-fry, which was Yi Xiaoda's favorite dish. There were also sliced boiled pork and boiled fish, all of which were the spiciest, basically not seeing any meat, but a layer of red chili on top. There were 6 dishes on the menu, all red. Green vegetables? No, there is no green vegetable. If there was, it could only be stir-fried chili peppers. Yi Xiaoda ate while sweating. The boss finished cooking and came over, looking at Yi Xiaoda really eating happily. He also said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to really be able to eat spicy food." "Ha, that must be." It was indeed spicy. Yi Xiaoda felt a little choked when he finished speaking, and then started coughing violently. The boss hurriedly brought a few napkins and also laughed out loud. "Ha, I didn't expect it to be so spicy." Cough cough cough. After Yi Xiaoda finished coughing, he wiped his mouth with the napkin. Then the napkin instantly turned red and even a little blackened. "Spit out all the chili?" The boss took a look at the napkin and said with a smile. However, when he took a closer look, his expression instantly became incomparably dismayed. "Blood. This is blood on the horse." Yi Xiaoda nodded, then spat again. But it wasn't just blood. Spit and spit, simply drag the trash can over, toward the trash can is a spit. This time, the boss was directly stunned. This, you can't eat spicy food, why did you let me put so many chili peppers? Now something has happened. This blood vomiting of yours has nothing to do with me, huh? It was you who wanted to put in so many chili peppers. It's not my fault. If you can't eat spicy food, then don't eat it. Now you're vomiting blood, I'd better call an ambulance for you. It really has nothing to do with me. As he said this, the boss was about to cry. Started to be a bit incoherent. Good guy, opening his first order and directly eating someone to vomit blood. If people called the police, or if word got out, there would be no point in doing this store. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yi Xiaoda continued to stick his chopsticks to the greens inside the boiled pork slices, the kind that were full of soup, with an awesome flavor and spicy. "Boss, it's nothing to do with you, I often vomit blood, I got used to it after vomiting." "Ah? Often spit up blood?" "Well, I have terminal stomach cancer, I vomit blood when I'm not doing anything." Seeing Yi Xiaoda still eating one bite after another, the boss panicked again. Little brother, I won't charge you for today, please, don't eat it. If you want to eat it, why don't you change the place?" "It's okay boss, even if I die here from eating today, it's none of your business." The boss panicked. "How can I have nothing to do with you eating to death? At least it's bad luck." In the end, Yi Xiaoda was still kicked out, but he had eaten almost as much. His stomach was already starting to hurt. Plus, he was still vomiting blood, he couldn't eat too much. Although the cancer was already under control, it couldn't be fooled with either, couldn't it? Yi Xiaoda also could only stand up and pulled out a ginseng from his pocket, eating it while saying to the boss, "Boss, it's really fine, look, I'm vomiting blood while eating ginseng to replenish my blood, one in, one out, it's not a big problem. Big brother, I beg you, just go." Chapter 66, another 2 million for furniture. After his appetite was satisfied, Yi Xiaoda came to his big sister's house. The second sister was also there. A table of good food. Not only didn't even see the color red, even the meat was not there. Except for the green vegetables as green vegetables. "Xiaoda, I can't have the house. You should return it. It's $6 million. You take the money to do something else." As soon as she saw Yi Xiaoda, big sister Yi Kalin said, "Big sister, isn't Linlin going to school? That's a school district house, it's just right, you guys hurry up and go buy furniture or something." Yi Xiaoda, who casually sat down and started eating grass, said, No. Even if it is to buy the school district housing, we only intend to buy a one room, just use an account, how to want this 200 square feet? Sister, directly live there. Linlin also convenient to go to school, and there is a parking space, the decoration is done, buy some furniture can be used, you and second sister can buy together. Yi Xiaoda continued, I bought all those 5 floors, you like that floor casually, in addition, I gave you and second sister card have played 2 million, go buy furniture. The second elder sister shouted at the same time, what? $2 million? Well, you guys buy some furniture, set up all 5 floors, and find time for mom and dad to come over to stay for a few days as well. No way. I'll pay for the furniture. Big sister said. Yi Xiaoda picked up his niece on the ground and said to his big sister and also his second sister, Sister, now that I'm really making money, second sister should know how much money I have, so you guys just feel free to spend it. When I was little, it was you guys who took care of me, now, it's my turn to honor you guys. When Yi Xiaoda finished speaking, second sister Yi Mengnan said, Yes. Xiaoda is now earning money, big sister, we are responsible for spending it, let's go to the best furniture market in the afternoon. Did you really make money? How much did you earn? Yi Xiaoda didn't say anything, instead, Yi Mengnan said, Anyway, in this lifetime, our family can't finish spending. Big sister still didn't believe it until Yi Xiaoda displayed his bank card balance in front of big sister. She carefully looked at it for several minutes before she turned back and forth in the house with an excited face. Wealthy. Our family is rich. My Xiaoda is rich. Yi Xiaoda looked happy as well. Big sister is almost 10 years older than himself, his high school and college are big sister for, every year the unit sends the end of the year benefits, also brought back to Yi Xiaoda. As for the second sister, then Yi Xiaoda is more than a year older, but also from childhood to take care of. When the second sister went to high school, every month will save money to Yi Xiaoda to buy some snacks. 2 sisters are happy, he is naturally happy. After earning money, isn't it to make his family happy? Right, big sister, I plan to build a villa in the village, what do you think? Yi Kalen, who accompanied Yi Xiaoda to eat grass, had a face of approval. It's okay, you've made money. It's more than appropriate to build a house for mom and dad. They both definitely say that the current house is still livable, but they've always been envious of other people's families repairing their new houses. I'm going to build mom and dad a country house that is one of the best in our village and even in our county. With your current savings, this is something that can really be done. Before I came here, I have already bought the house base of the family behind us. Now that hill of our house, including the small hill next to it, are already ours, I intend to encircle all of them and build a huge manor. The elder sister and second sister were aware of the scope that Yi Xiaoda was talking about. Therefore, once they heard Yi Xiaoda's plan, the grass on the chopsticks of both of them didn't go into their mouths anymore, and they all looked at their own little brother with shocked faces. They originally thought that Yi Xiaoda was planning to build a 2-story villa in the village, but they didn't realize that his appetite was so big. Xiaoda, that large piece of land adds up to 50 or 60 acres. Yi Xiaoda nodded. There should be, maybe more than that. With a piece of land that big, how many houses would you have to build? One building for mom and dad, one for each of the three of us, and then there must be some garage utility rooms. The building should not be less. One for each of us? Yes, so it's quiet and we don't disturb each other. Yi Mingnan felt that he was already a little less able to understand his little old brother's thoughts. However, big sister Yi Kalen quickly thought of another problem. With such a large area, the village definitely won't let you build it. The requirements for building a house in the village are very strict now. This was indeed a problem, except that Yi Xiaoda already had a rough plan. He just didn't know if it would work. I'll think of a way to do this. Big sister, second sister, you guys go buy furniture and appliances first. If the village starts to build a house, mom and dad will have to come to the city to live. Big sister and second sister nodded their heads in a hurry and went to work after eating. As for Yi Xiaoda, he came to the city center, intending to find Guo Qianqian. As soon as he came under Guo Qianqian's office building, Yi Xiaoda was pleasantly surprised to find that there were quite a few workers here replacing the plaque on the upper floor. Previously it was called, was Jewelry General Store. Now when Yi Xiaoda took a look, there were 2 rows of words on the ground, one was Ripple Soft Jewelry, and the other was Time and Space Technology. Yi Xiaoda expressed his satisfaction, although he didn't know what the hell Ripple Soft Jewelry was. After coming to the top floor and seeing Guo Qianqian, Yi Xiaoda paralyzed on the sofa with a kudzu lie. Guo Qianqian, who was so busy, just looked at him and then continued to be busy. Are you that busy, this jewelry store? Aren't they all already into sets? Yi Xiaoda asked in a cheap manner. Guo Qianqian did not raise her head. Her tone was very bad. I am busy not because of the jewelry store, because of your what time and space technology. Yan Dian called a lot of people, I have to arrange them, I also have to buy him instruments, and I also have to be in charge of decorating the lab. Big boss, don't talk to me this time, I'm very busy. Oh, it turns out that he is busy with his own things. Yi Xiaoda was quiet all of a sudden, but still muttered, there are so many people in your jewelry company, find some people to help. Thank you. I can find all the people I have already found. Now this building, the most idle is the big boss. This fire pot, Yi Xiaoda is not going to provoke. It's better to fight the landlord honestly. Ever since I got rich, I dared to charge joy beans into it. Sure enough, the rich people's gaming experience is really different. You don't need to watch ads to earn happy beans. As for what signing in rewards 1,000 happy beans, that's even more unnecessary. After a long time, Guo Qianqian walked over towards Yi Xiaoda. What's the matter with finding me? Came over to take a look. I see that the name of this building has changed. Guo Qianqian nodded. Ripple Rouge Jewelry? What the hell is that? That's my mother's name. Oh, sorry. Yi Xiaoda hurriedly apologized. No, actually to take this name, the one who should apologize should be me. You are the big boss, the name should be set by you, but I really want to use my mother's name as my business too much. After saying that, Guo Qianqian looked at Yi Xiaoda with a serious face. What a nice name. You don't mind? What do I mind? I see that you also prepared the name of Time and Space Technology as well. Well, your technology company, mustn't it have an office? Ha, not mine ha, it's ours. I just work for you. Time and Space Technology was Yi Xiaoda's alone. In the future, it will also be one person's. As for Guo Qianqian, she had thought that Yi Xiaoda was wasting money and fooling around. After all, a tech company can't be that easy to succeed. But after seeing that he had snubbed Yan Dian over, after searching through Yan Dian's resume, Guo Qianqian felt that Yi Xiaoda's this Time and Space Technology, the future seemed really unlimited. Compared to Ripple Soft Jewelry, it seemed to have a great future. This was also the reason why she had been seriously busy with space-time technology. How is Yan Dian's team doing now? Yi Xiaoda asked. His calling power is too scary. Today his team came to almost more than 20 people, according to Yan Dian's words, in addition to 3 people, his entire team, tomorrow will be able to all arrive. Okay, their lives must be arranged. After everyone arrives, find an opportunity, I'll treat them all to a meal. Guo Qianqian wrote this down. Then, Yi Xiaoda handed Guo Qianqian his cell phone with an advertisement on it. Chapter 67, I found a dozen more teams. Guo Qianqian looked puzzled after reading it. What is this? This piece of industrial land that the government wants to auction off, what do you think? Apart from the low price, large area, and convenient transportation, it's nothing. That place, right now, should just be barren. Guo Qianqian said after looking at it. Large area, convenient transportation is enough, you go and buy this piece of land down. The words were not shocking. Guo Qianqian, the proud daughter of heaven who had seen a big scene, was stunned. Big brother, this is buying land, not cabbage. Besides, what are you buying land for? Guo Qianqian asked with a puzzled face. Buying land is naturally to open a factory. The subsequent Yin Dian's team will all move there. To that place where birds don't? Guo Qianqian, who never said, even uttered, it could be seen that she had already lost her temper a bit today. Birds don't? That place in the future, that's heaven. Paradise? Guo Qianqian didn't believe it 10,000 times. Even if you want to move their research team over, there's no need for such a large piece of land. It's got to be 1,000,000 square meters, which research team wants so much land. The subsequent production of solid-state batteries will also be placed there. The land I still don't think it's enough. Production? It's only now that the research has begun, right? This kind of high-tech stuff, isn't the research cycle all very long, building a factory now? Guo Qianqian was puzzled. She felt she couldn't keep up with Yi Xiaoda's thinking. This you don't care, you don't understand, you go to buy the land down, and then the drawing of the factory building I will give you. After fixing the factory, the assembly line I take care of, you are responsible for going to buy the equipment on the line. Plant drawings? The assembly line? This is a horse, the product is still not even the first one, consider these is not too fast. And these things, not all have to find a specialized company to do it, to you? Guo Qianqian was confused anyway. However, as a wage earner's awareness, she still has. The boss said what to do, then she will do it. As for Yi Xiaoda said those plant drawings and assembly line design, she felt that, without a year and a half, Yi Xiaoda estimated to find someone to do not come out. Before leaving, Yi Xiaoda also said to Guo Qianqian, I'll send you a list, the above people, I've already sent an email, left your contact information, follow up if they join the time and space technology, you also arrange it? Also engaged in solid-state batteries? Solid-state battery, these 4 words, Guo Qianqian, or last night overnight research. It couldn't be that she, the old boss, didn't know what kind of thing her company's people were researching. When she learned about the perversity of the solid-state battery, for Yi Xiaoda that was more speechless. This kind of top-notch technology, in her opinion, the research cycle is estimated to take more than 100 years. No, I plan to build a new team. Build a new team? What the hell is this again? The solid-state battery team, formed not even 3 days ago, are you starting to make it again? Guo Qianqian's hands were shaking a bit. Forming another team meant that her workload had to be doubled again. What team are you going to form again? Guo Qianqian asked with a trembling voice. A solar charging team, charging with solar energy in the future, and then solid-state batteries to store the power, isn't that an ace combination? Guo Qianqian sneered. Ace or not, she didn't know. She looked at the list Yi Xiaoda had just sent her, it was a dozen people. Coupled with Yi Xiaoda's last sentence, she broke down a bit. These dozen people are all leaders, it's best to scoop up all of their teams, the lab and all of their lives, you look after it. After saying this, Yi Xiaoda immediately opened the door and left. He was probably also afraid that Guo Qianqian would beat her up. After freezing in place for a moment, Guo Qianqian returned to her desk. She felt a lot of pressure. Yan Dian alone by himself, his team let her be busy, now come a dozen teams, then he shall not die of exhaustion? But the same, motivation is also full. Guo Qianqian sat up straight, took a long breath, and continued to busy herself. She was originally a strong woman. If she didn't have anything to do, she would instead be so idle that it would be unbearable. Yi Xiaoda offering her so much work instead made her feel full of motivation. Moreover, she knew that these 2 teams, as long as a little bit of results came out, it would be transgressive. It was just a bit hard. Too hard. It always felt like Yi Xiaoda was joking. But saying that he was joking, he had invited the Titanic figure over again. A look at Yi Xiaoda just provided a list, which is clearly the solar energy field of the nation's leaders, if they are really united, may be really out of the results. Once the results, it is very scary. Why go through all the trouble of relying on Guo Qianqian? Yi Xiaoda is not to be a shirker. He asked Guo Hai to have a snack at night. As soon as they met, Guo Hai poured out his bitterness at him. Brother Di, since my sister went to help you, our Guo family that has been in deep water has reached the edge of the impending collapse. AI, don't say that, it's your Guo family themselves that don't want your sister. Yi Xiaoda shouted while eating a kebab. That's true, Guo family I see is finished, also do not know who will be the old man seriously ill. News spread out, and my sister no longer continue to serve in the Guo family. This news, also be known, now Guo's group stock, has been down for 3 consecutive days, my father, they are about to go crazy. Crazy on crazy, self-inflicted, cannot live. For the rest of the Guo family, Yi Xiaoda didn't have any good feelings. Brother De, that's at least my dad. You should advise your dad to hurry up and pull out from this quagmire. I think the Gua family will be finished sooner or later. AI, no way. While eating, Yi Xiaoda asked, do you recognize any country house designers? What the hell? I want to build a villa in the village. I want to find someone to design it and find a top designer. Gua Hai looked at Yi Xiaoda with a strange face, as if he was looking at a little cutie. Why are you looking at me like that? Brother De, my sister is the best designer. She studied design when she was in college, and after she graduated she entered the world's top design office. Designing a country villa shouldn't be too easy for her. She didn't study business administration. That management company is still so powerful? Gua Hai said casually, garbage is garbage, do what all garbage, such as me, genius is genius, do what into what, such as my sister. Yi Xiaoda thought, what you said seems to make sense. After eating the skewer, Gua Hai, who had planned to go to the checkout, enjoyed a free bill for the first time. Because, after Yi Xiaoda finished eating, she threw up. When she threw up, blood came out, and the trash can was red. Bent over and just kept on throwing up, looking like he was about to cough himself to death. After all, there are still cancer cells in the stomach. Suddenly eat such meat, a time natural cannot stand. It is not the first time. Boss, look, this buddy you're eating vomiting blood, which still dare to charge money. In this way, Gua Hai was exempted from the bill. Gua Hai assisted Yi Xiaoda and even patted his back while asking nervously, Brother De, is it alright? It's fine, but if you keep patting me like this, I might not be okay. Gua Hai stopped in a hurry, Brother De, this body of yours? It still hasn't recovered. It's easy to vomit blood if you eat too much meat. It's okay if you eat lighter. Then you still let me take you to eat barbecue. Nothing, vomit and get used to it. Anyway, I have ginseng, immediately make up for it. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda pulled out a wild ginseng that had to be 500 or 600 years old and gnawed on it. Brother De, let's not eat meat in the future, there's no benefit. Why is there no benefit? Isn't this meal today for nothing? Yi Xiaoda said with a serious face. After saying this, he also muttered, it's all vomit anyway, after eating and vomiting, you can still have a meal for nothing. Gua Hai looked at the hunched over, extremely thin billionaire in front of him and couldn't for the life of him understand why he was so stingy. Chapter 68, Buying a Refrigerator and Bumping into First Love. In the evening, naturally, we still live in a 5-star presidential suite. The save, the spend. A person lying inside a large bathtub more than 2 meters wide, Yi Xiaoda took out his cell phone and sent a message to Guo Qianshan. Qianshan big beauty, it is said that you are still a top designer. Little brother wants to build a villa in the village. I wonder if you have time to be able to help design it? After sending it, he immediately received a reply. I don't have time, right now I'm still working overtime. Yi Xiaoda was confused. It was already 10 o'clock? Guo Qianshan was still working overtime. Isn't this boss of his own a bit less humane? After a while, Guo Qianshan sent a message again. I know a designer who specializes in designing manners, I'll let him contact you. Seeing this, the corner of Yi Xiaoda's mouth smiled slightly. This is not proper. Then picked up the toilet paper next to him, opened the big TV directly opposite the bathtub, and cast a movie on the screen. Inside the bathtub, the feeling is different. Just chewed too much ginseng, need to release a little. The next day, Yi Xiaoda did not return to the village. Because tomorrow the top designer that Guo Qianshan found will come to Xiangqing, Yi Xiaoda is going to bring people directly back to the village. On this day, there wasn't much going on anyway, so he simply went to help his big sister and second sister buy furniture and appliances. A day passed, big sister two sister shopping mall shopping day, the two people's harvest is to buy a big small rice cooker. The 5-story big house, just 2 rice cookers. According to the elder sister's argument, although the house is more, but the people who live in the family is a few people, eat together, there is no need to buy a rice cooker for each house. There is no need to buy a rice cooker for every house. If there are more people, use the big one, and if there are fewer people, use the small one. Yi Xiaoda instantly feel reasonable. But according to their efficiency in buying things, this house, not to mention this year, next year will not be able to live in. Just buy a rice cooker, compared 3 or 4 shopping malls, but also in the online query half a day, and finally picked out so too cost effective. Not bad money, efficiency naturally up. Yi Xiaoda came to the highest end of the Xiangqing home appliance and furniture shopping mall. Here, that half of the mountains are foreign, in the past Yi Xiaoda often heard of the brand, here cannot be found. The whole 5 floors, as if a huge shopping mall, the first floor there is even a rounded front desk, the head of the lady dressed in sales office of the same. Little black silk is still good. Yi Xiaoda was lying on the front desk and saw it downwards. Hello, may I ask, what floor is higher on? In Yi Xiaoda's opinion, the refrigerator, you should buy higher. Famous brand. Hands crossed, placed on the abdomen, a respectful face, only, when Yi Xiaoda asked, the front desk girl smiled slightly and said, sorry sir, our mall does not have the brand higher. What the hell? Higher doesn't even have it? Yi Xiaoda asked seriously. Yes, the least refrigerator in our mall is Shiman Purple, and they are all imported. The other brands, which are all imported, you probably haven't even heard of them. As for hire, it's definitely not there. Good guy, this looks also in the early 20s of the little black silk. Sounds like the tone is very polite, but that contemptuous eyes, but not at all with concealment. Yi Xiaoda was also baffled. Good guy, hire also did not, to buy other, we do not know ah. Seeing Yi Xiaoda's tangled face, the receptionist girl suggested very nicely, you are driving here, right? Yi Xiaoda nodded. Dragon 1 and 2 were in the parking lot. Parking here is very expensive, you'd better leave as soon as possible. 1 kilometer to the north, there is a place where ordinary people buy electrical appliances, you go there. A mouthful of you, but the look was impatient, even the eyes rolled over. With these words, Yi Xiaoda sounded extremely uncomfortable. Since you are not polite, it seems that I need to be even less polite. Dog's eyes, just wait, there will be a good time for you later. Yi Xiaoda finished speaking, turned around and stepped into the mall. The little sister at the front desk looked at Yi Xiaoda's back as he left, and snorted, can't even walk steadily on the road, sickly, and still wants to buy things here. I guess he can't even afford the cheapest rice cooker. Rice cooker, Yi Xiaoda really didn't intend to buy it. Big sister at home had already bought it. Although it wasn't bad, it was also determined not to waste it. Once into the refrigerator area on the first floor, it blinded Yi Xiaoda's titanium alloy dog eyes. A row of stores, that store name, there is no one Yi Xiaoda recognizes. Even, he saw the Arabic script from above. Could it be that the Arabian refrigerator is very good? Possibly, after all, people seem to be quite hot there. Yi Xiaoda chose a store at random and stepped into it. There were 2 shoppers in the room, but after seeing Yi Xiaoda's outfit, none of them came up to chat. Yi Xiaoda likes comfortable clothes. In October, Xianqing is still very hot, so he has short clothes and shorts, a colorful sportswear, even shoes. The other people who came here, in the middle of summer, were even quite a few wearing suits. No wonder Yi Xiaoda had no one to take care of him even when he entered the store. Smiling coldly, Yi Xiaoda shook his head and left. If others don't take care of you, there is no need to get together yourself. Entering another one, here, there was already a man and a woman buying something, and there was also a guide who was enthusiastically introducing it. After hearing another person enter the store, the guide, and this man and woman who were dressed very fashionably, all turned around. Yi Xiaoda? It's you? Yi Xiaoda took a look, this turned his head, he really recognized, and among them, this woman, or let him impressive people. Round and small face, big eyes, thin body, back in the day, very smiley, very good looking. These 2 people are Yi Xiaoda's high school classmates. The female, or even Yi Xiaoda's crush back then, after graduating from high school, confessed, and then failed. The reason given by the people is to be a good match. This was also the reason why Yi Xiaoda had sunk into the game for a whole year during his freshman year. It was also that year that made him almost get dropped out of school directly, and in the end, it was another woman that made him restart his college life. As for this man, Yi Xiaoda naturally also recognizes, is also a high school classmate. Only, this is considered a rich second generation, in Yi Xiaoda's class, the worst grades, but the family is the richest. Yi Xiaoda, who has the best grades, is naturally 2 factions. Neither could see eye to eye with each other. When he saw that the one who entered the store was Yi Xiaoda, Gu Tianyi suddenly put his hand on Su Leilei's shoulder, and Su Leilei also cooperated and snuggled in his arms. Seeing this scene, it was impossible to say that he was not heartbroken. After all, Su Leilei was his first love, and that was also a beautiful memory. Now, this memory, it was sort of fed to the pigs. Yi Xiaoda also walked over slowly, not even looking at Gu Tianyi at all, just saying to Su Leilei, long time no see. Long time no see. When Gu Tianyi saw that Yi Xiaoda didn't even look at him, he directly took a step forward and used his left hand to pickpocket him, and this time, it made Yi Xiaoda almost fall directly to the ground. Because it was in the mall, and it was still Daxia, Yi Xiaoda didn't bring Dragon 1 and Dragon 2, they were all waiting in the parking lot. The moment those 2 came in, they would probably attract everyone's attention. Yeah, what's wrong, Yi Xiaoda? Weren't you the basketball star of our class in the past? How come your body has become so bad now? Seeing Yi Xiaoda stagger, Gu Tianyi laughed out loud, happy. Oh, I forgot, I heard that you have cancer? Or advanced stomach cancer? This news was known to all of Yi Xiaoda's classmates and friends. Probably feeling that the blow was not strong enough, Gu Tianyi once again said to Yi Xiaoda, since you've already returned to Xianqing, remember to come to Leilei and I's wedding huh? Of course, on the condition that you'll still be alive until next month. Wedding? Yi Xiaoda cast his eyes toward Su Leilei. Su Leilei's eyes were a bit evasive, but probably thought about it thoroughly, suddenly looked at Yi Xiaoda very firmly and said, well, I'm going to marry Tianyi next month. His parents have already bought us a wedding house, in the Tianqing neighborhood, more than 100 square feet, worth more than $3 million. When I came out today, I came here with him to buy a refrigerator. Oh, so this is what you call a door-to-door match. At this moment, Yi Xiaoda was relieved. Instantly, he felt that the wasted freshman year was really pasted all over his head. Chapter 69. This is a very good pretense. As soon as Gu Tian heard Su Lele say this, and then took a look at Yi Xiaoda's shaky body and his mood at the moment, he felt great. In high school, the anger that he suffered, it feels like all of a sudden earned back. It's not enough just to earn it back, it's necessary to win a little bit more and make Yi Xiaoda feel a little bit worse. In high school, these two fought quite hard. The reason why Gu Tianyi wants to marry Su Lele, more or less because of Yi Xiaoda. You see, the woman who was the enemy's crush back then is now his own woman. How exciting is that? In the evening, there's a chance that Su Lele can also add a little more excitement by calling Yi Xiaoda's name. Think back then, you study even better, the college entrance examination results even better, and what's the use? Lele is not with you and this graduation a few years, you only earn a few money, not to mention buy a house, you car are not right, I have a car people. When Lele didn't choose you, that's really fortunate, or now I don't know where to hide with you to eat bitter even if it, but also become undead, you say this word to say reason to go. Look, you can't even afford the refrigerator here, right? I don't know what you're doing here, it's to rub the air conditioner, right? Gu Tianyi finished, extremely happy. The shopper was understanding, seeing Gu Tianyi talking so excitedly, she knew it was her time to strike, and quickly pointed to the most expensive refrigerator in the store and said, "This gentleman, at a glance, you are young and talented, this is our store's Diamond Series refrigerator, and only this kind of refrigerator is in line with your status." Understanding. Very understanding. Gu Tianyi glanced at the guide with eyes full of appreciation, then shouted confidently, "How much is one of these? I'll buy one and put fruit in it for Lele." The shopper guide hurriedly said, "This is our latest series, the price of one is $388,000. What? A refrigerator selling for over $300,000? Gu Tianyi froze. Not only did he freeze, Su Lele also didn't react for a moment, but after looking at the refrigerator for a while, she pulled Gu Tianyi and said, "Tianyi, this refrigerator is really good, let's buy this one." 381,000 refrigerator, which makes Gu Tianyi obviously a little less happy, but still mouth hard, "This price is okay, but this color, I do not like very much." "Oops, do I like it?" Su Lele continued to pout. Gu Tianyi couldn't wait to slap Su Lele, who was shaking her right hand, and throw her out. Seeing a bit of hope, the guide at the side hurriedly said as well, "This price, for you, is very cheap." "That's true, but, more than $300,000, other people can't earn it in a year, right? Even if it's a famous university graduate, they can't earn these in a year, right, Yi Xiaoda?" Yi Xiaoda said extremely breathlessly, "Yes, yes, yes. I can't even earn this money in a year. This money for you, that's just a hair's breadth, since Su Lele likes it, you should hurry up and buy it." After saying that, Yi Xiaoda looked with a sneer on his face. The shopper and Su Lele, and even the two couples passing by, all looked at Gu Tianyi with an interested face. Gu Tianyi was torn for a while. "Don't buy it, it seems to be impossible, buy it, it's still too expensive." If he bought a refrigerator for more than $300,000, he would be scolded to death at home. However, his brain was still very good, and he quickly thought of a good solution. "Buy this refrigerator, I'll buy it." After saying that, Gu Tianyi looked at Su Lele with a doting face. Su Lele was also extremely cooperative and directly kissed him. "Hubby, you're just too good to me, willing to spend over $300,000 to buy me a refrigerator." This woman was a bit too enthusiastic, however, going back to take some medicine at night should be able to convince her to return the refrigerator directly. The shopper guide hurriedly and excitedly said, "You first pay a deposit of $100,000, I'll let someone prepare it, because it's purely imported, we are non-refundable and non-exchangeable. Oh, even if you don't want the refrigerator anymore, our deposit is also non-refundable." What the hell? The deposit is non-refundable? Gu Tianyi kind of wanted to curse. Do you really want to spend more than $300,000 to buy a refrigerator? That's damned pure cuteness. I don't think so. Then the deposit of $100,000 do not want? This is even more not, for no reason $100,000 to hit the water, this is properly more stupid. Gu Tianyi's brain was running in a hurry. Soon, he thought of another way. "Oops, Lele, I forgot, my dad said to me before, all the things in my house can't be bought from Eagle Country, this is our family's family motto, and you also know that my grandfather was in that big war, and the one he hated the most was the Eagle Country people." When Su Lele heard this, she instantly became a bit displeased. Yi Xiaoda on the side pointed to the description on top of the refrigerator and said, "Boss Gu, this refrigerator is not from the Eagle Country." "Why not? It's still in Eagle language on it." This refrigerator is from the country of Sunset, and their country also uses the Eagle language." Now, Gu Tianyi was a bit furious and directly shouted, "None of your business, I just don't like this refrigerator no more? I think you can't afford it." Yi Xiaoda said indifferently. In terms of pretending, he really hasn't lost much. "You can afford it. You buy a. You can't even afford any of the refrigerators here with your bank balance." Gu Tianyi sneered. Compared to money, he felt that Yi Xiaoda wasn't even his match. After all, in high school, Yi Xiaoda was a poor household, while he, too, was a small rich second generation. After Gu Tianyi finished speaking, he pulled Su Lele and wanted to leave. When they walked to the door, Yi Xiaoda pulled out a bank card inside his own wallet and said to the shopper guide, "Just this refrigerator, give me 5 directly, no password." Hearing this, the shopper guide was baffled. Practicing for more than 10 years, never seen a one-time purchase of 5 refrigerators, and still more than 300,000 apiece, which adds up to a small 2 million. In Xiangqing City, it is possible to buy a nice house, but now it is used to buy refrigerators. Who would believe it? Sure enough, Gu Tianyi, who had already walked to the door, was the first to disbelieve. Turning his head, he sneered directly at Yi Xiaoda. Still like high school, you like to brag. Pussy, but you bragging can not blow a normal a little bit, but also buy 5 refrigerators, you can afford it. Little 2 million, you don't have this money in your life. This beautiful woman, you cannot listen to his nonsense. His card has more than $100,000. I will this card to eat raw. You do not run a trip for nothing. Moreover, this classmate of mine is now in the advanced stage of stomach cancer. Probably the cancer cells have spread to his head. That's why he is directly blindly comparing. Just take it as a joke. Everyone in the room looked at Yi Xiaoda. Everyone also felt that what Gu Tianyi said seemed plausible. The cancer must have metastasized to his head, otherwise, this weak young man would not have been able to say this kind of nonsense of directly buying 5 refrigerators. Seeing that the guide was directly going to return the bank card to himself, Yi Xiaoda faintly smiled and said, "Go ahead and try it should give you a surprise." Seeing Yi Xiaoda's serious look, the guide had no choice. Anyway, next door is the cash register, so what if he went to ask? Gu Tianyi didn't go, so he stayed at the door, looked at Yi Xiaoda and said, "When she comes back and tells everyone that you don't have a dime in your card, I'll see how you can explain it then." Yi Xiaoda didn't pay any attention to him. Instead she went straight to look at the refrigerator. I have to say, this 300,000 plus refrigerator, that is different. The door can even play the recipes. It is also quite amazing. A few moments later, the guy came back. Is directly run back. Wearing high heels, running all the way back to the store, and then with a respectful face, she returned the bank card to Yi Xiaoda with both hands. "Sir, a total of 1.8 million was swiped on you, please keep the card." Yi Xiaoda calmly put the card away. Gu Tianyi at the door had a face of disbelief and directly shouted, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must be mistaken, how could Yi Xiaoda have so much money?" Yi Xiaoda frowned and said to the guide, "In your store, is this the purchasing environment? Any kitten or puppy is put in." The shopping guide understood and hurriedly walked to the door and said to Gu Tianyi nonchalantly, "Sir, please don't make a lot of noise in front of our store, or I have the power to ask the security guards to kick you out." "How dare you? You can try." In the end, Gu Tianyi could only flee in anger under Su Leilei's pull. Before he left, he also threw down a sentence: Yi Xiaoda must have smashed the pots and pans to come up with this money in order to save face. In response, Yi Xiaoda only laughed coldly. Chapter 70 Weird Who to Trade With. The refrigerator was done. As Yi Xiaoda was leaving the refrigerator store, he added, "How come your mall's front desk has no manners at all today? It almost drove me away directly. Can you help me file a complaint?" The guide hurriedly said, "Definitely. We will definitely help you complain in place." "Good. Send the refrigerator as soon as possible, ha." "Okay. Don't worry." The guide was at the door, bending over to respectfully send off Yi Xiaoda. Next was the TV set. Casually entering one of the stores, then 5 minutes later, Yi Xiaoda was respectfully sent out again. Of course, before coming out, one must speak ill of the girl at the front desk. 5 minutes later, the washing machine was done. Another 5 minutes, all the small appliances were done over. Second floor. It took half an hour to get all the sofas, coffee tables and other furniture done. Another half hour, all the beds and mattresses were done. In less than a morning, Yi Xiaoda wandered from the first floor to the 5th floor. As long as it is not duplicated, anyway, if you see it, buy it. Who cares if it works or not, buy it back first. In this mall, Yi Xiaoda had spent more than $10 million. When he left, the manager of the mall were specially out to send him off. Of course, the matter of the little sister at the front desk, Yi Xiaoda also truthfully told the manager here. Waiting for the little sister, it is estimated that she will not be able to come to work for the rest of her life. This half day, Yi Xiaoda is also considered to leave a legend to this top shopping mall in Xiangqing. Just to buy some furniture and home appliances, he spent $10 million, which in the past, was simply something that had never happened. In the afternoon there was nothing much to do. Yi Xiaoda stayed in the hotel until the evening, and then he got up from the bed in high spirits. Then all the doors were closed, and called on Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 to come over before opening the hyperspace trading platform. Today, it was once again a 7-day trading time. This time, Yi Xiaoda chose to randomly match the trading object. Shonheng didn't have what he needed for the time being. As for Bai Bing, it always felt that this was a bit off, and couldn't be trusted. After Yi Xiaoda started to randomly match his trading objects, soon, there was a change within the entire snow-white space. At the other end of the table, on top of a stool, a stream of black smoke suddenly arose out of thin air, with a bit of gray. It looked extremely bizarre. Before Yi Xiaoda could react, this black smoke had already swept towards him, and on its way here, this black smoke had already formed the appearance of a skeleton. There was even a sound coming out of that bloody mouth. Yi Xiaoda couldn't understand it at all. It was just fear from the bottom of his heart. The black smoke rushed over sharply, and Yi Xiaoda directly paralyzed in his chair. It was not until the black skull was less than a centimeter away from him that it seemed to be stopped by an invisible barrier. Despite being blocked, this black smoke still didn't give up and was still hissing and grinning towards Yi Xiaoda. Less than a centimeter away, a black skeleton, hissing and grinning towards himself. Yi Xiaoda was instantly startled. The chair all directly overturned. Yi Xiaoda fell to the ground. It was not easy to struggle to get up, and then directly exited the hyperspace trading platform. Returning to the hotel room, Yi Xiaoda lay on the bed, his back all wet with cold sweat. It was only after several consecutive gasps that he slowly reacted. Good fellow, this transaction, not only did he not obtain anything, wasting 7 days of time, but instead, he was also shocked. Moreover, this black smoke was only blocked by the platform when it was a centimeter away, and it was not known if the platform was not capable enough, or if it just intended to scare him. Either way, it wasn't good news. It took Yi Xiaoda a long time to react. Even the interest in going out for a late-night snack was gone, and he lay on the bed, groggy for a long time before falling asleep. This random matching of trading partners was really not a good thing. What he didn't know was that the vast majority of random transactions were all like this, and those like him who first encountered Xiong Hung and then White Ice were really stepping on. This world, boundless, barren and cold and bizarre, is always the protagonist. Before falling asleep, he also sort of figured it out. No matter what, anyway, the entire hyperspace trading platform was definitely more good than bad for himself. At least, one could still be alive. Without this platform, it was estimated that Yi Xiaoda's grave would have to have weeds half a meter high. Now not only is he still alive, he still has money in his hand. He can afford to buy a refrigerator of more than $300,000, and he even bought 5 at a time. These are all brought to him by this platform. Therefore, regardless of this platform, in the end there is no other danger, the transaction, or to continue. The next day, Yi Xiaoda came to the airport and received 3 people. A man and 2 women, all very beautiful. The women even wore high heels. There were also 2 large boxes of instruments with them. "You must be Mr. Yi Xiaoda, Jason asked us to measure your house," one of the women said. Yi Xiaoda nodded in a hurry but was a bit confused. "Jason is? Jason is our boss, also the top designer of our design office. He is rather busy, so he asked us to give you measurements. The design he will do it himself." Yi Xiaoda knew. This Jason should be Gui Qianqian to find him. Whatever, as long as it's awesome. After getting on the car, this woman still kept chattering. "Mr. Yi, you are really powerful. I don't know which path you took, but you can still let our boss personally give you a design. To know, our boss has not designed a courtyard for a private person for a long time. Last time, it seems that it was still designed for a foreign dignitary. But this time, it was just to receive a phone call. Let us travel that day, send him the measurement data tonight, and then start designing overnight," which basically never happened. Yi Xiaoda was also confused. He didn't know any Jason. A good friend of mine happened to know Mr. Jason and asked her to do a favor. "Oh, then it seems that friend of yours must be very important to our boss." When the car returned to the village and the 2 women got out, they instantly lost confidence in their high heels. On this journey, they had already complained for a long time. The road was really bad. Once on the ground, it was even more difficult to walk, not to mention having to measure so many things. No way, Yi Xiaoda had to go home to his mom's sneakers to bring 2 pairs. Soon, the 3 began to measure up. After learning about Yi Xiaoda's plan, they were also shocked. "Mr. Yi, you confirm that your manor is going to be this big?" Yi Xiaoda nodded. "That's 2 hills, right?" "Right. Good, let's measure it." Measuring, naturally, was not a matter of 2 big beauties holding a ruler and directly pulling out a drone from their toolbox and throwing it out. The main thing, instead, was some inquiries about Yi Xiaoda's needs. "Actually, I don't have much of a need. It's just that there are mountains and water, and then the overall house needs to be 4, 1 for the elderly to live in, to be convenient, and the other are all for the young people to live in, and 1 set for each of my 3 siblings. This can be a little bit more modern, and the house has to have underfloor heating. That's the only thing I ask for. This side can lean against the reservoir, but you need to leave a road out." For this design, all 3 designers didn't understand anymore. "Mr. Yi, your home is already at the innermost part of the reservoir. Leaning against the reservoir is naturally fine and better, more comfortable, but leaving a road out doesn't do much, does it? If you leave a road out, it's a bit less well designed. Originally, you can lean on the mountain on one side, and lean on the water on the other side. Now you need to leave a road out, then lean on the water side. It's a bit of a problem." It depends on your skills, just leave a 2-way road." The 3 designers didn't understand, but Yi Xiaoda had already cast his sight to a cliff not far away. The distance is also less than 100 meters. That one cliff not far away is the highway entrance. Bridge is a must. After all, it is not bad. Chapter 71. The house died without being built? What is a good designer? Yi Xiaoda did not say a few words, and the 3 designers left. Not always there to ask. Nowadays, designers do not communicate with you for most of the day, that do not dare to start designing. Said to be a designer, in fact, most of them are your own ideas, and then she is only responsible for drawing pictures for you. Unlike these three people, after measuring and asking for some specific requirements, they directly left. As for the details, didn't ask at all. Only told Yi Xiaoda, 3 days later will come out 3 sets of programs, after the program you can make some comments yourself, and then 7 days later will come out the official program. When Yi Xiaoda's house flew a drone, the people in the village slowly began to gather near Yi Xiaoda's house. This thing is still extremely rare inside the village. Pesticide spraying was not even used. After all, Beishan village was a mountainous area, and the fields here were all very small pieces. There was no need for a drone at all. After hearing that this was Yi Xiaoda measuring his own home base, intending to build a villa in the village, there were even more people coming. Once they saw the scope of Yi Xiaoda's measurement, the crowd was directly lively. Envious, disbelieving, jealous, that is one after another, directly in front of Yi Xiaoda's house discussed. Su Hui had to serve tea and water. The tea and water even if it, but also score people. If you keep cursing, then you don't give, like Lu Banan's family. What's the point of pretending, such a big house, at least a few million, does he have the money? Lu Banan had a disdainful face. He had always felt that Yi Xiaoda had been pretending since he came back. Whether it was selling ginseng or renting a reservoir, it was all first-class pretending. Today is even more excessive. Building a house is still understandable, but this house, the scope is not too big. Directly 2 hills well. Money I guess there is it, otherwise how could it start measuring? And the home base of the family behind it, wasn't it also bought by his family? Speaking of this, I still wonder how his family home base sold it, and also so fast, I still can't figure it out. It is estimated that Yi Xiaoda paid a big price. However, this house foundation is so big, it's impossible for the village to approve it. Absolutely impossible. Such a large place, no matter where it is, it's impossible to approve it. Then wouldn't this house foundation of his be a waste? No, it can be used to plant some fruit trees. Buy someone's home base, or high price, and then use it to plant fruit trees? Yi family crazy ah. They didn't know whether the Yi family was crazy or not, but Su Hui and Yi Lihang were about to go crazy as they watched. When the crowd left, the Yi family held a family meeting. Son ah, you do things here, in the future, can you discuss it with us first? This is too fast, how come people came to measure today, isn't building a house a big deal? And such a big foundation, you go to the village to get approval. Yi Xiaoda shook his head. Then you find someone to design it now, the design fee is estimated to have cost a lot. What if people don't let it be built? Wouldn't the design fee be for nothing? And didn't you buy a house in the city, there's no need for the family villa to be that big. You're in too much of a hurry. Not anxious. Yi Xiaoda has his own plan. From the new year, there are not many months left. After the new year, it was his old man's 70th birthday. At that time, he was planning to organize a big party. At that time, he wanted to shock the world. Whether it's the scale or the guests, it's going to be far more than his second uncle's birthday. It wasn't that he liked the comparison, it was that he liked the feeling of being envied. Not long ago, the second uncle's birthday, lively, it can be seen, whether it is Yi Lihang or Su Hui, and even the second sister, are extremely envious. Now that he had this ability, he had to make it even more lively. Before organizing the banquet, the new house must be fixed, otherwise even the table cannot be set. And also the new house banquet and old dad's birthday together, so that is to add joy to joy. So, time was urgent. Dad, Mom, I'll go to the village and ask first. Yi Xiaoda said. Yi Lihang was out of options and shook his head, then carried out a box of huazi from the house and handed it to Yi Xiaoda. Take this with you, when it's time to send it. Yi Xiaoda also nodded. These days, it's really hard to do things without something. Half an hour later, Yi Xiaoda came out from the village chief, who told him to go to the town to approve it. This matter of his, it's a bit big, he can't approve it. Then huazi was half less. After a trip to the town, huazi was gone, and 2 people came from the town and returned to Beishan village with Yi Xiaoda. After seeing the specific scope of the house Yi Xiaoda wanted to build, it was also a headache. Little guy, this house of yours, it seems a bit too big, surely it doesn't meet the requirements. Yi Xiaoda didn't say anything, and invited the 2 to the house, and after a while of very friendly communication, the 2 said together, let's think of a way to see if it can work. Good. Sure enough, some things are omnipotent. The 2 had just left Yi Xiaoda's house and were walking down the road to think of a way when they arrived at Lu Banan's door. Lu Banan naturally recognized these 2 people. Without greeting them, he was just talking to himself there, and his voice was quite loud. Humph. The village builds houses with strict standards, I'll see who dares. Anyway, I'm inside the village every day, when Yi Xiaoda starts to build a house, I'll broadcast it live for the whole world to let everyone see how big the houses that rich people build inside the village really are. Just how much land is wasted. Just how much the policy is not taken seriously. I'll see who dares to grant him permission. My brother-in-law is the governor of the next county, so I'll give my brother-in-law a call about this later. These days, red envelopes are not easy to get in. The two men in the town naturally heard all of them. Lu Baoan is to say to both of them to hear. After saying that, these two people's legs are shaking. After looking at each other, ran back to Yi Xiaoda's home. Once he saw Yi Xiaoda, threw the two black bags back to him, and again turned his head and ran. Not a single superfluous word. Yi Xiaoda was confused. Carrying a heavy bag, Yi Xiaoda went to the town again, but no use, people simply do not see. The only staff that I saw, it was also a business-like appearance. After inquiring about Yi Xiaoda's family's demographic composition and household registration, he said officially, your house can only be built in 3 rooms, and it must be a flat floor. This? Why? Because you are also the 2 people whose household accounts are still in the village. What if there's one more person? Then it can be 2 floors. Yi Xiaoda was also a bit speechless. I'm building a house on my own homestead, what do you care how many I build? I just like to live in one and throw one, what's wrong with it? Idea is such an idea, but the fact is, you do not get approval. Without that construction certificate, no one dares to start building you a house. Even if they do, they will be bulldozed in minutes. The village is no good, the town doesn't care. You can't even send anything out. Yi Xiaoda instantly felt that he had gone out of his way. Chapter 72 Not Enough Connections. When Yi Xiaoda returned to the village entrance, Lu Baonan was already waiting at the village entrance. He had to discuss Yi Xiaoda. Together with him, there are also a lot of grandparents. At a glance, Lu Baonan had already told everyone in the village everything. I'll say it, looking at Yi Xiaoda's expression. I guess it didn't get done. Seeing Yi Xiaoda's sad face, Lu Baonan became completely excited. The Moncler jackets for sale on the side also had a look of approval. Building a house is building a house, but don't make anything special. That's right, if everyone builds a house like you, then wouldn't all the land in our village be houses? Xiaoda, let's follow the policy, or we'll be in trouble. Young people, it's good to have a little money, it's also good to have dreams, but be practical, don't think nonsense. Xiaoda, just 3 bungalows enough for your parents to live, you do not buy a house in the city. You are still young, you have to go to the city to fight more, every day with us old guys stay in the village why? Many people are persuading Yi Xiaoda, there are good intentions, there are also purely to see the fun. Humph. What kind of house to buy in the city, it's definitely fake, at most it's just a small 2-bedroom, besides, even if it's a villa in the city, that's not as comfortable as the village. Indeed, Lu Baonan was right. Yi Xiaoda also thought the same way. The village villa, it was the most comfortable. Back home, Su Hui and Yi Lihong were also sad. It was naturally a good thing to build houses in the village, but now, it seemed to have run into trouble. Su Hui suddenly said, Xiaoda, otherwise, let's build a house according to the requirements. Yi Xiaoda shook his head and said, Mom, only 3 houses are allowed to be built. When big sister and second sister come back, we won't be able to live there at all. Then why don't we not build it? Now that the house has 2 floors, you 3 siblings have enough, it's just a little bit older. It wasn't a bit old at all. This house, it was older than Yi Xiaoda. When you lived in it in winter, the wind inside the house was even stronger than outside, and the windows were swishing. Lying on the bed, hair can take off, thieves sour. The house is a must-drop to build, and it must be big enough to work. Yi Lihong suddenly thought of an idea, Xiaoda, your account is not in the village right now, if you move your account back, won't you be able to build an extra floor? Yi Xiaoda nodded. Su Hui's eyes lit up. This is fine, you've resigned anyway, just move your account back, let's get a small 2-story building, just make each house bigger, they didn't ask for the size of the house anyway. Su Hui and Yi Lihong hit it off and were already thinking about how the new house would be designed. Only Yi Xiaoda was still reluctant. He liked the idea of having a separate house of his own inside this extremely beautiful village. There would definitely be all sorts of goodies coming from the subsequent hyperspace trading platform, and he needed a secluded place. Dad, can there still be some hope if I go find my big sister's husband? Yi Xiaoda asked. Yi Lihong thought for a moment and said, your big sister's husband is very capable and has always worked in the village, if anyone has a solution, it would be him, you can go and ask. Yi Xiaoda's big sister's husband was the eldest son-in-law of the second uncle's family across the street. Because he was the oldest in the entire Yi family, he was called big sister husband. That afternoon, Yi Xiaoda carried some gifts, brought Yi Lihong, drove the car, and arrived at the big sister's husband's house not far away. Not far, although it is not a town, but all around the reservoir, only from the highway exit is very close. The location was much better, and naturally much richer. As soon as he saw Yi Lihong and Yi Xiaoda, the big sister's husband was very happy to invite them into the new house that had just been built in the family for not more than a year. After my family's new house was built, Xiaoda hasn't come here yet, right? I'll show you around. There was no other way. Yi Xiaoda could only follow behind his big sister's husband and take a tour. It was also a good opportunity to see what kind of a pattern the villas inside the village were. The first floor is basically the living room and dining room, there are 2 bathrooms alone, and I've also got an audio-visual room, come in and take a look. Yi Xiaoda quickly entered the head of a dark room, on one side there was a big TV, then on the other side there was a sofa, and then nothing more. On the second floor are the bedrooms, each house is a suite, all with bathrooms, just the bathrooms, I have 6 in this house. After looking at the house, big sister's husband bragged to, I dare say, this house of mine, our county that is one of the best, spent more than $1 million. After proudly introducing the house, big sister's husband entertained Yi Lihung's father and son in the living room. Xiaoda, the body looks pretty good. Yi Xiaoda nodded his head in a hurry, not bad, not bad. Sit. After settling down and exchanging pleasantries, Yi Xiaoda also talked about business. Big sister husband, I want to build a house for my parents in the village. Before Yi Xiaoda could finish speaking, big sister husband waved his hand and said, I know, you came over today with the intention of asking about the approval, right? Yi Xiaoda nodded his head in a hurry. According to your family's population, the normal should be 1 floor, 3 small houses, right? Yeah, a bit too small. This is good, I'll go and say hello with you, it shouldn't be much of a problem for you to build a 2-story small house. Big sister's husband said confidently. Then looked at Yi Xiaoda with a proud face, the expression was, how about it, your brother-in-law is great, right? Yi Lihung hurriedly said, good. This way we don't need to move Xiaoda's account back, it's still Wen Junior great. Uncle, this is all proper. On the side, Yi Xiaoda interjected and asked, big sister husband, actually, I want to build a bigger house. A bigger house? You talk to brother-in-law, I can help you with a little bit bigger. After Yi Xiaoda said that the house he wanted to build included 2 hills and had to have 4 separate villas, the big sister-in-law, who was smoking a cigarette, almost didn't hold the cigarette with his index and middle fingers. Slightly trembling there. This was all considered very calm. Yi Lihung was at the side, although he had already known his son's construction plan, at this moment, he still couldn't help but cover his forehead and take a deep breath there. Putting down the cigarettes, big sister's husband glanced at Yi Xiaoda and asked very seriously, why do you want to build such a big house? The whole 4 main buildings, plus some ancillary buildings, not to mention whether it can be approved or not, even if it can be approved, do you have that much money? Big sister-in-law, money is definitely not a problem. Big sister's husband was confused. I even subsidized some of your tuition fees for college, you'll be that rich now this? The point is, you've built so many houses, and there aren't that many people living in your house. Brother-in-law, I just want 1 set for each person, so it's quiet. Although it was 10,000 incomprehensions, Li Wenjun still thought about it seriously, his mind was conjuring up all the relevant policies. The general method definitely won't work, even if you go a little bit of relationship, you can get approval, but this thing is also easy to get a thunderstorm. Nowadays these days, a random explosion on the internet is a big deal, and no one dares to approve it recklessly nowadays. I'll think about it again. After thinking and talking for half a day, Li Wenjun finally shook his head with a bitter smile. This is something I really have no way to do. If the foundation is just a little bit bigger, I'll be able to solve it, but this is also too big for you, Xiaoda, it's completely impossible. Not only me, anyone wouldn't dare to solve it for you. These days, without a policy, no one would dare to sign for you. In the end, Yi Xiaoda and Yi Lihung could only honestly return to North Mountain Village. On the way, Yi Lihung also persuaded half a day. In the end, Yi Xiaoda seemed to want to give up a little. Money, he is not bad, but this approval seems really cannot get off. His own network, really a bit insufficient. Chapter 73, The Qin Family's Excitement. After 2 days of thinking at home, all kinds of relatives and friends have asked all over, Yi Xiaoda still did not think of any way. And that Jason has sent 3 designs to Yi Xiaoda. Let him choose one of them, and then can also put forward their own opinions, and ultimately modify. Casually opening one of the designs, Yi Xiaoda couldn't help but directly utter the eagle language he was most familiar with, Fak. Program 1 is in the mode of the ancient manor of Daxia, together with the landscape, it is completely a king's manor, with all kinds of rockeries and running water. The second scheme is the emblematic style, looks very comfortable. The third scheme is Yi Xiaoda's favorite. It felt like a few houses were randomly placed in the middle of the mountains and forests, and no changes were made at all to the 2 mountain packs. Everything was very natural. At a glance, you can't even notice a few buildings, all of them are half mountain, half water scenery. The 4 buildings also fit in very harmoniously with the surrounding environment. Among the mountains, there are also some pavilions, small plazas, together with the reservoir not far away. This is simply a large park. The design of the interior of the building, Yi Xiaoda did not look carefully. Anyway, the designer, certainly better than his own is. In the end, he chose the third program, and did not change the content at all. Jason Studio people, after receiving Yi Xiaoda's reply, directly sent him an email. 4 days after the official program, after the start of construction we will send a team of 3 to guide, and constantly optimize the design program. Please provide you with the first 5 million of the design fee. When your manor is completed, in addition to pay off the other 5 million can be. There is also a bank account number behind the mail. Yi Xiaoda did not even think, directly is 5 million remitted over. Design he absolutely liked, money also gave. Now the key problem is, the mansion has not been approved. No approval before you but any construction, minutes to be inspected, and then stop construction. There will definitely be people who report it, such as Lu Baonan next door. He's been watching Yi Xiaoda's jokes for the past few days. Ever since he learned that Yi Xiaoda was going to build an extremely large manor, not only him, but even everyone inside the village, almost all of them were watching the jokes. In the village's view, Yi Xiaoda had drifted a bit. He wanted to learn some of the practices of the top tycoons, however, the energy was not up to it. Yi Xiaoda himself is also worried. For days later can start construction, but now, the house base has not been approved, cannot be anxious. Now, the house is not built cannot be, everyone knows you want to build a large manor, once you give up, that completely become a joke. If you give up the manor house program and build a new 2-story cottage, then it is estimated that it will also be laughed at. In fact, in the village, a new villa, will become the object of envy of others, but nay your goal is too big, and the design is out, once you give up, it will become a joke in minutes. Even if your small 2-story building spends more money, it is still a joke. After thinking about everyone, Yi Xiaoda felt that no one had this energy either. It seemed that it had to be given up. Relatives are definitely impossible, no one in the village can do this, the most powerful is the second uncle's family, Yi Liheng has already gone to seek help, the second uncle is also no way at all. As for friends, Yi Xiaoda took the cell phone, opened the address book, from beginning to end began to look up. In the end, the feeling is that Guo Hai and Guo Chanxian have so little hope, and hope is not big, after all, although they are a rich man, but know the connections are the city, with the North Mountain village is not at all with the boundary. However, Yi Xiaoda still made a call to Guo Hai. Brother Dai. Hi, our relationship, I'll be straightforward there's a matter, I wonder if you can help. Yi Xiaoda told Guo Hai truthfully about the difficulties he was facing. On the other end of the phone, Guo Hai said awkwardly, Brother Da, you also know, I am actually a rich second generation, in fact, there is not a few money, not to mention the network, nor some friends, you have to say where there is good food, I know, but you have this to engage in the approval of the matter, I really have no way Yi Xiaoda had actually thought of this possibility before he called. These days, it seems that money can't make the ghost push the mill, at least there are some things that money really can't solve. Okay, I'll think of another way. Yi Xiaoda said. In fact, there were no more ways. Just when he wanted to hang up the phone, Guo Hai on the other end of the phone suddenly thought of an inexplicable phone call he had received earlier, and then said to Yi Xiaoda, Brother Da, although I can't help you, I should be able to help you find someone who can help you solve your problem. Really? Who? Yi Xiaoda hurriedly asked excitedly. Young Master Qin. Qin Daoshao? Who is it? Sounds quite impressive, can he really solve it? If there are still people in Shangqing who can solve your problem, he is definitely one of them. Okay. Can you introduce me to him? I don't care how much money it costs. Money? Brother Da, money isn't always good, let me ask for you first. After hanging up the phone, Guo Hai remembered an inexplicable phone call he received a few days ago. The person on the other end of the phone claimed to be the Qin family's youngest. My name is Qin Fan, I'm from the Shangqing Qin family, I'm a bit interested in Yi Xiaoda, so if he needs help in the future, he can contact me. With just this sentence, the other party hung up the phone. Shangqing Qin family? In this world, there was only one family that dared to call themselves that. Once the people in this circle heard it, they knew where Qin Fan was from. Guo Hai wasn't too sure what kind of existence the Qin family was, he had only heard that in Shangqing, one should never mess with those surnamed Qin, even if he was just a beggar, other than that, he didn't know, he wasn't qualified. Although he didn't know why the Qin family's youngest was interested in Yi Xiaoda, Guo Hai still respectfully placed the call. Hello, which one? This is Qin Fan. On the other end of the phone, the voice was very dry. Young Qin. Greetings. I'm Guo Hai. Last time you told me that you were more interested in Yi Xiaoda, and now that he's run into trouble, I'll tell you about it. Tell me more about it. Hearing the 3 words Yi Xiaoda, Qin Fan obviously became much more serious. After Guo Hai spoke about Yi Xiaoda's troubles, Qin Fan said, make an appointment with him, I'll find a place tomorrow night, let's meet and talk. Okay, young Qin. Guo Hai, who put down the phone, his hands were shaking. Just now, he was so nervous that he hadn't even been this nervous talking to his old man. He clearly knew what kind of energy the person on the other end of the phone had. Although it was only the 3rd generation of the Qin family, but the volume of billions of dollars of the Guo family, in front of people, let you go bankrupt, it is just a matter of words. Within a clubhouse on the riverside of Shangqing, after Qin Fan put down the phone, he also clenched his fists tightly. Finally, he had gotten on the line with Yi Xiaoda. In the past few days, he had been thinking of ways to get to know Yi Xiaoda. It couldn't be too sudden, and it had to be done as soon as possible, this was something arranged by Grandpa, it had to be done. Unexpectedly, now it is so successful, and Yi Xiaoda also has a request for himself, this is a great thing. These days, favors are the most difficult to return. Help him to fix what the matter of the residence space, in the future they have something to ask for, people are bound to think about it. Seeing Qin Fan clenching his fists so excitedly, the few Shangqing big boys sitting quietly at the table were all extremely shocked. They were all too aware of Qin Fan's energy. To be able to make him so excited, could it be that the Qin family had someone else who had stepped into the peak? It was really possible for the Qin family to do this. Only such news could make Qin Fan so excited, right? Chapter 74, Meeting of the Pride of the Heavens. Worthy of being the Qin family's youngest, in less than 5 minutes, he had thought of the best way to do this. Brother Fan, congratulations! One of the people who was most familiar with Qin Fan suddenly stood up and raised his cup. As soon as he stood up, the others all stood up and together they wanted to toast Qin Fan. Xiao Gang, what do you mean, suddenly congratulating me? Qin Fan looked at his little brother with a confused face. Wang Gang said with a smile, Brother Fan, I see that you were so excited, it must be that the Qin family has some more good news, could it be your great-uncle? Speaking of his great-uncle, Qin Fan's face sank as he glared at Wang Gang and said, in the future, don't discuss my great-uncle's matters. Sorry, Brother Fan, I didn't mean it. Wang Gang hurriedly waved his hands and said in shock. Alright, sit down. The crowd hurriedly sat down, but instead, they became even more convinced that the Qin family boss should soon move a bit. If that was the case, then it would be too important for the Qin family. And Qin Fan knew that if it came to pass, it would be even more important than his own eldest uncle going further. Because, everyone thought that there was still hope for the dying Qin family's oldest son. Everyone continue, I have to leave beforehand, the account is on my head, Xiao Jiang, you stay with me for a while. After saying that, Qin Fan directly left. Seeing this scene, the crowd felt even more that the Qin family's eldest son really had good news, or else the Qin family's eldest young man couldn't have left in such a hurry. In their opinion, there really weren't many things that could make the Qin family's eldest son so nervous. After leaving the clubhouse and getting into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Qin Fan briefly went over his plan, and after feeling that there were no more problems, he thought that there was no need to let his family do this kind of small thing. Therefore, he directly made a phone call. Uncle Ji, this is Qin Fan. It's Fan. Why did you suddenly think of calling Uncle? Uncle, there's a matter, I want to ask you for a favor. You say. The person on the other end of the phone was particularly enthusiastic. I feel that we are not in the scope of the province to find a few young people who return to the village to start their own business, to recognize their contribution back to the village, to engage in a few excellent recognition, to encourage everyone to return to the village to start their own business. On the other end of the phone, the management of culture, a face of confusion. You Qin family great young man, too back to the village entrepreneurial people why? But obviously, this is also a human savant, naturally knows that Qin Fan said this must have a reason, and hurriedly returned, I think you have a good point. For these young people, we need to encourage them well, we need to publicize them well. Forget about publicizing, give some good rewards. You say, what all needs to be given? The money doesn't need to be much, give a little policy, and then because young people all like big houses, for those who have won this title, is it possible to cancel the restrictions on rural home bases? Do people want to build big houses at home? Okay, I think you made a very good point. Okay, Uncle Ji, have someone make a proposal and send it to me before work tomorrow, I'll take a look. Okay. Right Uncle Chi, that reward I mentioned, just put it in an inconspicuous place I understand. Qin Fan knew that the matter was settled. All that was needed was to report Yi Xiuda's name again tomorrow after meeting him, and this problem, too, would be resolved. As for Uncle Ji, who was already at home, he closed his eyes and thought about it, and in an instant, he also roughly guessed Qin Fan's intentions. He didn't ask anyone to start preparing the program tomorrow, instead, he picked up his jacket and made a call while walking towards the door. Xiao Zhang, have everyone in the office and the policy room come back to work overtime. He felt that his chance had come. As long as the Qin family's business was done, in Xiangqing, it would be equivalent to having an extra gold medal of immunity. Early the next morning, Yi Xiuda left Beishan village and headed towards Xiangqing. He had already made up his mind, even if the other party wanted 100 million, he would give it. After all, $100 million for him now is just to shell out one more piece of top-quality emperor green. It didn't need to be much yet. After arriving in Xiangqing, Yi Xiuda went to look at the progress of his 5-story building. The purchased things have been delivered, basically already have the conditions to move in. If everything goes well, it is estimated that in a few days, his parents should move over, and naturally, this place needs to be properly prepared. In the evening, Yi Xiuda picked up Gua Hai. Brother De, I'll give you an address, just have your driver navigate. Neighboring River Club? Well, it's said to be one of the top private clubs in Xiangqing, and none of the people who go there are the top big shots in Xiangqing. You haven't been there? Hua Hai smiled bitterly and said, Brother De, I can't get into that club with this level of curiosity, so I'm still borrowing your light to go and see it today. Borrow my light? Yi Xiuda was puzzled. Not I let you introduce people, you lend me light? I'm the one who's a little karami, right? Hua Hai didn't go into details and changed the topic. Brother De, that big brother we're going to see at night is called Qin Fan. His status is quite high, his age is estimated to be about the same as yours, he should have a way to solve your difficulties. Okay, then I won't let him suffer either. Soon, the car arrived at the neighboring river clubhouse Hua Hai had contacted in advance, and the vehicle was able to enter smoothly. Under the lead of a man in a suit, the two entered inside a small courtyard. And at the entrance, there was a young man in a suit already waiting, and behind the young man, there were 2 straight bodyguards standing, also in suits. When Yishota got off the bus and saw Qin Fan for the first time, she was also shocked by the young man. Qin Fan just stood there, as if a mountain peak stood upright on the horizon, making it impossible to ignore his presence. His eyes were deep and firm, flashing with a sharp light, as if he was able to see into the hearts of people and know everything. This was a young man that people could not ignore, and his aura made people feel his power and charisma. Just standing there, not a word was said, not a single movement was made, but the place where he stood seemed to be the center of this entire space. Yi Xiaoda felt that this seemed to be the main character that only existed in novels. However, thinking that he was still the one with the golden finger, Yi Xiaoda stood instantly straighter than Qin Fan, and his eyes were similarly full of confidence and the vigor of a young man. He is just a little bit thin, otherwise he is also a dragon phoenix among people. Seeing Yi Xiaoda getting off the car, Qin Fan took a step forward and took the initiative to put his hand out. "Hello, my name is Qin Fan." Yi Xiaoda also shook his hand. "My name is Yi Xiaoda." At this moment, the 2 petite sons of the times, the 2 young men who would be able to influence the world in the future, had their hands clasped together. The 2 looked at each other for a long time before finally nodding to each other. Qin Fan was very strange. For a young man from the village to be able to lock eyes with himself for so long, it was worthy of being a young man that his grandfather had even specially instructed. As for Guahai behind Yi Xiaoda, his head almost shrunk to the ground. He was the one who vaguely knew about the Qin family's strength, and knowing that, he was instead even more in awe. On the contrary, it was Qin Fan, who even enthusiastically patted Guahai's shoulder with the look of a good friend, a pat that almost didn't scare Guahai to death. "Go! Let's eat first." Inside an extremely opulent private room, there were 3 people sitting. Yi Xiaoda was sitting in the center, Qin Fan on one side, and Guahai on the other. "Let's eat first, ha, these dishes, I don't know if they are to your liking." Qin Fan pointed at the tabletop and said. Yi Xiaoda took a look. Good lord, he didn't recognize every dish on it, he didn't even know how to eat it. Just about recognized the raw material of one of the dishes. Was that a crocodile head? He was stunned anyway. "I'm already in the advanced stages of stomach cancer now, it's the same with everything I eat, let's just get down to business first?" Yi Xiaoda laughed to himself. Mainly, he didn't know how all these dishes should be eaten. This stuff, it was easy to make jokes. So, it's better to talk about business first, and then find a snack street to solve the stomach problem. "Ha, that's fine, one of my elders also has terminal cancer, you 2 are sick friends," Qin Fan said. Guahai didn't even dare to listen to this. "Brother Fan, you should know about my difficulties, I told you right, I wonder if there is any solution from your side." "Brother De, don't call me that, ha, I should be younger than you, just call me Little Fan, or Ah Fan." Once the 2 of them compared their age, it was really Yi Xiaoda who was 2 years older. Yi Xiaoda also said straightly, "Okay, since you are also Ahai's friend, that means you are also my friend, from now on, I will call you Ah Fan." Qin Fan froze for a moment, then nodded and said with a smile, "Everyone is Ahai's friend, naturally, we are friends, come on, let's have a dry drink first, Brother De, you can just drink water." The 2 of them dried a glass, feeling that they instantly became friends. Just one side of Guahai did not dare to speak at all. Just keep looking at Yi Xiaoda. "Brother De, you call the Qin family's great young man as Fan? What kind of name is that? You might as well be called Avatar. Do you know how scary it is when you call it that way? In the entire Shangqing city, except for a few elders of the Qin family, I guess no one dares to call the Qin family's great young man Fan like that. Besides, what friends are? I'm not even a friend of the Qin family. Can you guys not be so familiar with each other?" However, Guahai only dared to think about it, he didn't dare to say anything. He only dares to sit halfway on the stool. Just have a fart, only dare to slowly let it out, cannot have a sound. Chapter 75, You don't want me to live, then what do you need Blue Star for? After the 2 became friends, they seemed to have gotten a lot closer. Qin Fan directly threw a document to Yi Xiaoda and said, "Yesterday Ahai told me about you, I thought of a way, see if it works." Yi Xiaoda hurriedly opened the document and took a look at it. The name on it was, "Outstanding Youth for Returning to the Village to Start a Business." What the hell is this? Yi Xiaoda looked up at Qin Fan. Qin Fan smiled awkwardly and said, "Their name is really not good, but it should be able to solve your problem." Yi Xiaoda opened the document and took a closer look, and the more he looked at it, the more wrong it became. The bright red seal on it was a bit scary. Recognizing young people who return to their villages to start businesses? Rewarding rich people with policies, and this last one, canceling the restrictions on the use of homesteads? Seeing this, Yi Xiaoda looked up at Qin Fan with incomparable shock. "Brother De, isn't this possible? Once you are awarded this title, the restrictions on the homestead will no longer exist. This issuance date is today?" Qin Fan nodded. "This is the program I let them make today, I see it's not bad, so I let them stamp it and send it out to all the counties and cities, so I guess that after 2 or 3 more days, it will be ready for your village." "What does this mean? You let them do it? And send it to all counties and cities? Take another look at this issuing department. Good guy, proper, the provincial department, notifying it down is indeed no problem at all. Yi Xiaoda thought of a very scary possibility. Another look up, Qin Fan nodded, and the two of them were unspoken. Yi Xiaoda's mind a bunch of chow and I. Ma rushed past. This policy wasn't that crucial, but you, a young man, asking a department to issue this kind of policy and still get it done in a day, excessive. You mean, let me become this whatever outstanding person and then you can remove the restriction of the homestead? Qin Fan nodded. Is this method bad? Not good? This was simply too good. Can't find any problems at all. It's just a bit too scary. This is too much energy, right? Brother De, tomorrow you just fill out a random enrollment form. In fact, it doesn't matter if you fill it out or not, you've already internalized it, it's just a formality. Yi Xiaoda was already speechless. Convinced. Capitalized convince. This young man, too damned scary. I can't take it for nothing, our North Mountain village just happens to be in desperate need of a bridge, this bridge, I'll pay for it. Yi Xiaoda thought of a good excuse. Okay, then this is more of a name, I'll give you a greeting, you will give the money to a cousin of mine, he will be responsible for the construction of the bridge, I'll let him start as soon as possible. This is a direct solution to two things. Yi Xiaoda quickly said thank you, Fan, thank you so much, in addition to donating the money to build the bridge, how much money do you still need on your side, I'll call you now. How much? Hearing Yi Xiaoda say this, even Qin Fan, who has been exceptionally intelligent since childhood, froze for a moment, and only laughed out loud after he figured it out. What kind of money do you need? You're Ahai's friend, that's my friend, doing a favor for a friend, how can I still need money? Yi Xiaoda quickly said, don't, we are one size fits all, friends are friends, but the money that should be spent still have to be spent, you fix this thing, surely also spend a lot of money to dredge up the relationship, this money must be me out. This is just a favor, it's not enough, there is no need for money. How can that be? These days, favors are even harder to return. Money you'd better keep it. Of course, favors are naturally hard to return. What I want is your favor. Qin Fan pretended to be very reluctant to say, brother, stop between friends, do not talk about money, I also just a word of things. Seeing Qin Fan do not want money, Yi Xiaoda also have no way, he is aware of, this matter can be resolved, absolutely not a word can be accomplished. Yi Xiaoda, who already has advanced stomach cancer, directly filled a cup of white wine, raised it up, and said to Qin Fan, brothers, I won't say any more superfluous words, I'm really thankful, and in the future, if there is a need to use me, just speak. What Qin Fan wanted was this. However, there was no hurry, he also raised his glass and said, we are all friends, being too polite is unnecessary. After the matter was settled, the three of them ate and drank and chatted for a long time, Wahai naturally didn't say much. Yi Xiaoda and Qin Fan, on the contrary, talked more and more, and after a while, both sides took each other as confidants. It can be seen that Qin Fan, whether it is experience or ability, has been recognized by Yi Xiaoda's extreme. And Yi Xiaoda's unassuming and confident appearance also impressed Qin Fan. Usually, the people in front of him were basically like Guahai, they were nervous to talk, it was rare to meet someone who was very opportunistic, he was really happy. After the meal, Qin Fan even sent Yi Xiaoda to the car. In this Guahai's opinion, it is already unique in Xiangcheng. Yi Xiaoda, who had drank a little bit of wine, once he got into the car, he lay down on the chair in a daze. Guahai on the side was also the same. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoda asked in a daze, hi, is this Qin Fan really your friend? Guahai winced and instantly came to his senses, yes brother De. What exactly is he like? Guahai smiled bitterly and said, brother De, to be honest, I don't know much about brother Fan, but it's said that in Xiangcheng, there's no matter that brother Fan can't solve, and if there is, a different person definitely can't solve it either. So powerful? Yi Xiaoda was surprised. Well, it seems like his family is very powerful. Yi Xiaoda didn't say anything else. Reclosed his eyes. Only, inside his heart, this would not be so calm. He knew that Guahai should not be telling the truth, or not telling all that he knew, he should have something to hide. From the way Qin Fan solved the residence space for himself, his power, or influence in Xiangcheng is huge. Dasha, surnamed Qin, he knew of one, he just didn't know the relationship between this old man and Qin Fan. If it was really as he thought, it would be a bit too scary. However, there were benefits to becoming friends. Yi Xiaoda knew that as the spokesperson of the Transcendence trading platform, he would inevitably interact with these big shots in the future, and now was a start. Why would he become friends with Guahai? The two aren't on the same level. Why is he so attached to his own affairs? As soon as Guahai said it, he helped figure out a solution overnight, and still made such a big deal out of solving the problem. Is it just warm-heartedness? Who exactly is he? What exactly is the purpose of helping me? Yi Xiaoda thought a lot, and in the end, he came to the conclusion that this Qin Fan, for himself, shouldn't have any unspoken thoughts. Even if Yi Xiaoda had a hyperspace trading platform, those two people were not on the same level now. He, Qin Fan, should not be able to see anything in himself. Since they had already become friends, let's treat them as friends for now. If everything was alright, then it would be fine. In case knowing Qin Fan wasn't a good thing, Yi Xiaoda had many methods. Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 were enough to keep him safe. in case there were extremely powerful forces that came to deal with him. Then Yi Xiaoda was not without the slightest power to fight back. Didn't White Eye say that he could exchange for a star destroyer from her? A single shot could take care of a planet. How powerful. Don't force me, don't have any intentions for me, or I'll exchange a star destroyer and give you a shot if I'm not happy. If you don't let me live, what's the point of having Blue Star? Chapter 76, Mom, I want to bulldoze my house. Early in the morning of the second day, Yi Xiaoda wrote a random application form and gave it directly to Qin Fan. In less than 3 days, his certificate of honor would be issued, and the privileges he enjoyed would also be issued. By that time, the restrictions on the homestead would all be lifted. The design plan was also about to be finalized, the approval was also taken care of, and the construction of the house would be on track. As for the construction team, this kind of small matter, money can be hired. When passing through the county, Yi Xiaoda found the best construction team in the county, and then a sum of money smashed down. The whole construction team will Yi Xiaoda as God. Starting tomorrow, it will be on the machinery. After returning to the village, Yi Xiaoda shouted as soon as he saw Su Hui, Mom, prepare to move. Moving? Why are you moving? Where are you moving to? As soon as they met, they let people move. Su Hui was dumbfounded. Not knowing what this son of hers really wanted to do. She kind of understood, this son of hers, since he got stomach cancer, the first month was still considered normal, always fighting against cancer, but at the back, how the ideas came one after another. It was a bit hard to understand. Mom, I have already contacted the construction team, tomorrow there will be machinery to come to our house, to bulldoze our house. When she heard that she was going to bulldoze her house, Su Hui instantly turned into a tigress in human form. What? Bulldozing my house? I'll see who dares. Yi Xiaoda was dumbfounded, and then realized that his mom might be overthinking again. Mom, what are you thinking? What I mean is that from tomorrow I'm going to start building our own villa, this old house naturally has to be bulldozed. Oh, so it's like this, I thought someone was looking for something. Su Hui breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly reacted. What? You're going to start building the house tomorrow? The matter of your homestead is settled? Yi Xiaoda nodded. It's really settled? Yes, Mom, just don't worry, I've already prepared a place for you to live in the city as well, so you can move there tomorrow. At this time, Yi Lihang also came back, and after knowing that his old home was going to be bulldozed tomorrow, he also took some time to receive it. After receiving it, only then did he say to his son, Xiaoda, isn't it a bit too hasty to start tomorrow? How the house will be built, who will build it, it hasn't even been finalized yet. Dad, you don't even have to worry about this, I've already taken care of the construction team and the design, so just go to the city and recuperate for a few months, and then come back to live in your new home. I'll try to get everyone back to the new home for the new year. There were still 4 months to go before the new year. Yi Xiaoda felt that it should be enough. Although the design was tedious, but throw some more money down and the construction speed could always be trusted to the infrastructure fiends of Daxia. Then there's no need for me to go to the city, I'd better keep an eye on it here. Yi Lihang said. Dad, hurry up and pack up and go, I'll just keep an eye on it. Yi Lihang and Su Hui still didn't quite believe Yi Xiaoda, and even felt that Yi Xiaoda's cancer cells might have started to spread again, and this time it had spread directly to his head. It was only after speaking with their 2 daughters on the phone that Yi Lihang and Su Hui chose to believe in their youngest son. Dad, just hurry up and come to the city, just leave the matters inside the village to Xiaoda. Dad, in the future, just listen to little De, he's already grown up. The eldest sister and second sister both already knew the balance of Yi Xiaoda's bank card, and for their little brother, they now had 10,000 trust. Yi Lihang, the old father, was listening to his eldest daughter. After Yi Xiaoda's eldest sister said that, she honestly started to pack things with Su Hui in the afternoon. Seeing that Su Hui wanted to pack up even the old quilts, Yi Xiaoda hurriedly said, Mom, don't bother with these old things, when the new house is built, I'll buy you all new ones. Su Hui glared at him and said, what new ones to buy, they can all still be used, and if you go to live in the city, don't you have to bring the quilt with you? Mom, everything in the city, I've already prepared for you, even the toothpaste. This is really true, the new house in the city, even the toothpaste and toothbrush are available, except that all of this was not prepared by Yi Xiaoda, it was arranged by Big Sister. Even if the city's already bought, but these quilts can still be used. I'll pack them up and put them inside your second uncle's house's warehouse, they can be used after the house is built. On the side of Yi Lihang also said, these furniture are still some can use it, although we have some money, but cannot be wasted. These 2 families, this will just think that Yi Xiaoda's way to make money is just the thousands of dollars that the reservoir sells out every day. Yi Xiaoda had no choice but to throw some of the rags into the warehouse of his second uncle's house. No matter what, when new things are bought back later, these things will be thrown away again. Xiaoda, your family moved? The second uncle asked while helping Yi Xiaoda pack up his things. Well, I'm planning to build a new house in the village for my parents. During this time, my parents will go to the city to live first. Build a house? Have you gotten someone to sign the formalities for the house? Yi Xiaoda nodded his head in a hurry. Pretty good, pretty good. Lihang's house really needs to be changed. Your big sister's husband also told me that he can help you build a 2-story small villa, which is also enough for your family to live in. Second uncle said with a relieved face. Yi Xiaoda couldn't explain, and could only keep nodding his head. On that day, everyone in the village knew that Yi Liheng's family had started moving, and was planning to start building a new house tomorrow. All of this was too shocking for the people in the village. Only a few days ago did they know that Yi Xiaoda was going to build a house, and now they were starting to move. This preparation was too fast. In the village, building a house is a big deal, and it is also a top priority. Every family will prepare for a long time in advance. There was no such thing as the Yi family, who did what they said they would do. The whole night, Su Hui did not go to the square dance, has been at home to clean up. But that didn't stop the group of people at the entrance of the village from discussing. The topic of the night was all about Yi Xiaoda. They probably hadn't realized that after Yi Xiaoda returned to the village, the hot search at the entrance of this village had turned into the 3 words Yi Xiaoda. Is the Liheng family really going to build a house? That must be, they are already planning to move. First move to the city, didn't Xiaoda just buy a house? How can that be? Just bought the house certainly cannot live. There is formaldehyde. Formaldehyde, you know, is poison. It is estimated to go to his eldest daughter to go. His family's home base is approved? Who would dare to demolish the house without approval? It should only be 3 houses. According to his family's population, it's 3 houses, and they must be 1 story. It's hard to say, maybe it can be 2 floors. Yi Xiaoda, his second uncle's family's eldest son-in-law, is a bit of energy. Maybe it can be solved. Humph. See who dares to give him a solution. As long as his house is more than 2 floors, I'll sue him in a minute. See who dares to sign. Lu Baonan had a look of determination on Yi Xiaoda's face. There was nothing to sit on in the village anyway, so let's just keep an eye on Yi Xiaoda's house. He can't let his house be bigger than his own. Otherwise, if they were next to each other, it would be hard to see their own house. His own family is the richest in Beishan village, and his house must be the best. With this guy Lu Baonan around, Yi Xiaoda, if he didn't get Qin Fan's help, it was estimated that it would really be difficult to even build a small 2-story building. These days, it is afraid of reporting. Other people, fooling around with the past, no one deep pursuit, but there is Lu Baonan, this guy in. I guess he can give you a day to play 10 report phone. Chapter 77. It's none of your business if I push my house. The next day, 2 excavators, 1 bulldozer, and 2 dump trucks came together to Beishan village. After entering the village entrance and passing by Lu Baonan's house, they stopped in the middle of Yi Xiaoda's family's lawn. 5 pieces of machinery, squeezing his family's land lawn to the brim. Master, today, we will first demolish this house, and the right side, and the house behind it first, Yi Xiaoda commanded. Although the design plans hadn't arrived yet, tearing down the house was definitely a must. No matter what, tear down the house first. After sending Su Hui as well as Yi Liheng to the car, Yi Xiaoda also came to the town slowly. Because he had already been notified that his honorary title had come down. The policy had only come out the day before yesterday, and Yi Xiaoda had only submitted the application form yesterday, but today, the title had already come down. This efficiency, to the heavens. Basically, it's something like Most Beautiful Village Builder, to encourage young people who return to the village to start their own business. There are also some incentives. Money and policies and stuff are not important. What Yi Xiaoda values most is naturally the privilege of using the house base. That afternoon, he got the approval for the use of his own house base. There is no area on it, it's just for casual use. As long as it is your own land, you can build a palace if you want to. When Yi Xiaoda came back from the town, he realized that the 3 houses that should have been bulldozed long ago, there would still be 2 houses standing. Should have been lively construction site. This will be a little mechanical sound cannot be heard. And their own home ground, that people are also quite a lot. The person in charge of the engineering team ran over with a sad face and said, "Boss, your village people don't allow to work standing directly in front of our excavator, we can't get it at all." Looking at Lu Baonan standing in front of the excavator, Yi Xiaoda instantly became angry. "I don't get you, you think I'm too polite, right? What the hell do you want to do?" Yi Xiaoda directly directed an output towards Lu Baonan. "Humph. Your machine can't move. None of your business. I'm pushing my house, does it have anything to do with you? You can't build a house if you don't have the formalities for the approval of the homestead." Yi Xiaoda suddenly pulled Lu Baonan aside and drank. "None of your business. Without approval, what do you care? Besides, I'm pushing a house, not building a house, so I need a chicken hair approval. Who are you pulling the plug on?" After Lu Baonan finished speaking, he intended to push Yi Xiaoda back. However, when he just got closer, he realized that there were 2 more people wearing sportswear in front of him. 2 people, wearing identical black sportswear, even their sneakers were black. Long Air, stood in front of Lu Baonan, who couldn't push at all. These 2 people, in Beishan village, are a mysterious existence. Followed by Yi Xiaoda, also never speak, extremely low profile, like a bodyguard, but also very mysterious. Many people feel that these 2 people have problems. Fear is just released. Every time the village people see these 2 people appear, always avoid far away. It has turned into a character that scares children at night. Dragon 1 Dragon 2 stood in front of Lu Baonan, that Lu Baonan words are not dare to say again. It is afraid of a lose-lose. Master, continue. Whoever is blocking again, you directly give me a shovel to go down, all the consequences I will bear. The excavator master was a bit confused. Good lord, I'm the one who did it, so I'll bear the consequences. However, after seeing everyone quit, the excavator master continued to go and organize the site. It was estimated that after one day, these 3 houses would cease to exist. Little da, you're digging up houses before this approval comes down. Where will you live later? Xiaoda, let's stay at my house later. My house is fine. Yi Xiaoda smiled and said to the crowd gathered in front of his house, thanks a lot, I'll stay at Kailong's house tonight, it's all been arranged. When Yi Xiaoda left, all these people watching outside his house, but none of them left. The village to excavator is a big event, let alone directly come so many engineering machinery, but also a time to bulldoze 3 houses. This is the North Mountain Village 1000 years not encountered major projects. Xiaoda, this young man, is just a little impulsive. The approval did not come down before pushing the house. In case the approval never comes down, his family has no place to live. What do you worry about? People but have a house in the city. Even if there is no way to build a house here, you can still live in the city. In the future Li Hun can become a city person. What's so good about living in the city? There's no place to grow vegetables. Why do you guys think Yi Xiaoda demolished all 3 houses? Wasn't his family only allowed to build 3 huts? Who knows, maybe he's sick in the head. Could it be that Yi Xiaoda has already taken down the approval for the house base? And also the huge area one? How can it be, such a huge area, who dares to give him approval? How much money is not good enough? Although everyone said so, but one look at Yi Xiaoda's gesture, it seems that he really intends to do so. After these machines demolished the house, they even started to level the land. And the area of the leveled land seems to be a bit large. It doesn't look like only building a 3-room house. Anyway, Lu Baonan, who had returned home, had already planned to start a live broadcast to broadcast the construction process of Yi Xiaoda's rural room. He planned to broadcast live while keeping all the evidence, and then he would go and complain. It had to make Yi Xiaoda's house yellow. At Kailong's house, Yi Xiaoda finally had a good meal in a beautiful way. Finally it was time to see the chili. Only the cell phone kept just ringing. After eating, back to Kailong's room, Yi Xiaoda opened his cell phone to see that his mom had sent over dozens of video chats. He all knew what his mom wanted to ask. Nothing more than why she bought 5 floors directly in the city. However, he will not go to explain. The more he explains, the more he will be scolded. He only sent a message to his big sister, let her go to explain to mom and dad, let mom and dad accept, their son has completely become a rich man. After Kailong's family slept for the night, Yi Xiaoda had received the specific design plan from Jason. After reading it, Yi Xiaoda didn't have any other nonsense, bull. The real horse is a top designer, they cannot imagine the original 2 broken mountain bag, but also be able to design into this. $5 million in the past, Jason team of 3 people will be resident on site. From infrastructure to decoration, all responsible for the end. People also drove a caravan directly over, even meals do not have to manage, about it convenient. After the design program was finalized, Yi Xiaoda called the boss of the construction company over. When Boss Wu saw the program, his mouth never closed. Boss Yi, if this house is built, isn't it the best looking in our entire county? Boss Wu, be confident, it's the prettiest in our province. It should be, this designer is just too good. Boss Wu, this project, you have to be a bit more attentive, after all, this is our province's platoon, isn't it? Yi boss, you can rest assured that you money to the place, or such an interesting project, I am absolutely attentive, the old man himself is resident on the scene, the project as long as you have a little dissatisfaction, at any time to get me. Okay, have you this sentence on the line, I am not bad money, but things absolutely cannot be bad, tomorrow there will be a supervision team to the site, I hope you and the designer together, work well together. Yi Xiaoda's manor, the design fee alone is $10 million, all the main buildings actually don't cost a few dollars, maybe a few million is enough. But the decoration as well as the landscape, Yi Xiaoda was planning to spend sky-high prices. The overall cost may exceed $50 million. For a $50 million project, a specialized supervisory unit is a must. In this way, one can be a hands-off shopkeeper. Chapter 78, I am the embodiment of justice. The design plan is already there, how long will the construction period take? Yi Xiaoda asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. Boss Wu thought for a while and said, this project is a bit big, in fact, it's mainly decoration, the main project may not be used for a month, but the decoration inside needs to be at least 2 months, and the most time-consuming thing may be these landscapes outside, it may take half a year. Half a year? Too long. Yi Xiaoda directly shook his head, this time he couldn't accept. So many things I have to procure, these trees and flowers of yours, they are not ordinary goods. What things you need, you can start procuring them now, the work period must be completed before the end of the year, can it be done? Boss Wu was a bit hesitant. Boss Wu, let's put it this way, if the project is completed before the lunar year, a reward of 100,000, if it is completed a month earlier, a reward of 1 million. This money, which has nothing to do with the project payment, is for you, the boss. Now, Boss Wu was completely energized. Boss Yi, don't worry, it will be completed a month before the end of the year. Having money doesn't necessarily make all the ghosts push the mill. But it can definitely make those who are doing the works put their best foot forward. After fixing the site, Yi Xiaoda carried a pair of moutai and came to his elder brother's home. The eldest son of the second uncle's family, the biggest of Yi Xiaoda's generation, was called Big Brother by everyone. Big Brother. This pair of wines for you to try. Xiaoda ah. Why did you come and bring something? Big Brother, there's something I want you to do a favor for. Tell me. I'm planning to build a new house, there's no one in the village to watch it, can you keep an eye on it for me? This is no problem. Before leaving, Yi Xiaoda also left behind a black plastic bag. When Big Brother opened it, he realized that inside was $50,000. A phone call was made to Yi Xiaoda in a hurry. Xiaoda, what are you doing? Big Brother, surely I can't let you do it for nothing consider it as a paycheck for you. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda directly hung up the phone. For this Big Brother, Yi Xiaoda was still very grateful. Don't look at Yi Liheng's family has 3 sons and daughters, but before all outside, the family encountered some things, Big Brother but help a lot. Moreover, after Yi Xiaoda got cancer, his Big Brother had borrowed $10,000. This $10,000 may be his income for a year. The family's children are about to graduate, ready to buy a house, but the money is not much. Under the impetus of money, the construction team action is not too fast. Machinery into the village the next day, early in the morning, the foundation is dug. Excavator digging foundation, very fast. Last night until 9 o'clock at night. If not for the fear of disturbing the people, it is estimated to be able to work all night. Although there are 4 foundations that need to be reinforced, it's fast because there are so many people. The construction team must have almost 100 people. It was estimated that it didn't take all morning for the rebar to be finished. In the afternoon, the concrete mixer trucks really started to come in. The entire Beishan village was extremely lively this day. After seeing 4 or 5 consecutive concrete mixer trucks continuously passing through his own doorway and entering Yi Xiaoda's huge mansion, Lu Baonan couldn't hold back any longer. Bringing his cell phone that was live streaming, he directly ran over towards the construction site. At the time when the coagulation mixer truck was about to start pouring concrete, he directly stopped in the middle, his hands were open, and he raised his head at a 45-degree angle to look at the sky with a fearless face. It was as if his body was bubbling with light, fighting the forces of evil to the death. Because the content of the live broadcast was relatively new, the people who came to see Lu Baonan's live broadcast, there were really quite a lot of people, especially now that he was standing directly in front of the machinery. That heat, all of a sudden, also rose. This kind of fearlessness, this kind of determination to dare to resist the evil forces, not only let the live broadcast heat continues to soar, but also let Lu Baonan be praised repeatedly. As soon as he saw this situation, Lu Baonan became even more excited. Perhaps, just because of this matter, there is still a lot of money to be made. As soon as he saw that the coagulation mixer truck was blocked, the construction team's boss Wu instantly became unhappy. What are you kidding? Early completion is $1 million, you are now blocking the work schedule, is not to take my life. And concrete mixer truck inside the concrete is the need to discharge out in a timely manner, otherwise solidified in the car body, then completely finished. What do you want to do? Get out of my way. Boss Wu took a few people and shouted towards Lu Baonan. That posture, a word is intended to direct action. If you don't get out of here, I'll call someone to throw you out. Do engineering, there are a few have a good temper. A look at this situation, Lu Baonan does not panic is impossible, legs are shaking, but a look at the popularity of the live broadcast, forced to endure the fear, decided to just a positive. What do you want to do? Want to hit people? Fight. You guys fight. I live room more than 1,000 people, watching you fight. Wu boss look, also really horse so many people watching, this time, blatant fight out is certainly impossible. Young man, I am begging you, hurry up, I do not immediately get out of this concrete, solidified in the car, that can be wasted. Boss Wu was really anxious. Can't fight, scolding can't go, can only talk reason. A look at Lu Baonan did not move, Wu boss continued to persuade, young man, you have to tell me why you stopped here it. Now, Lu Baonan came to the force, he felt, he has stood on the side of justice. Who? Who told you to start the construction? You don't even have the approval for the use of the homestead, who told you to start the construction? Brothers of the live broadcast, the matter is like this, there's a pretentious thing in our village that made a little bit of money and wants to build a house in the village. That's no problem, you can build a house, but now there are specifications for building a house in the village. It's necessary to obtain approval for a home base in advance, but his family has nothing, and he's starting construction now. His family is just 2 people account in the countryside, according to the regulations can only build 3 small houses, but look at the foundation he is now getting. Look at it, big guy. With foundations like this, he got 4 of them. Distributed over 2 hills, this mansion base of his includes 2 hills, almost 100 acres. Without approval, privately building a large manor of over 100 acres, what is this? This is a serious provocation of the national law. What kind of energy does this family have? What kind of people does it know in the end? We'll see. After Lu Baonan briefly filmed the scene at the construction site, the people in the live broadcast room also instantly became agitated. Most of the people couldn't stand to see someone better than themselves. Especially in this place of the internet, just say whatever you want, and you don't have to take any responsibility, so it's all kinds of output. Look at the depth of this foundation, this house, at least 3 floors. It looks like this household has indeed violated the law. Violating the law is very serious. Also 4 sets of such houses, directly occupying 2 hills. How come? Don't take the law seriously. I demand a strict trial. Check this person, also check the person behind this person, there must be a problem. This kind of village bully is the most hateful. With a little money, they commit crimes, they should be arrested. Anchor, don't be afraid, you have our support. You just do it. I'll see who dares to touch you. Don't be afraid, more than 1,000 of us support you. Let's brush you a gift first. Seeing that the live broadcast even started brushing up gifts, Lu Baonan couldn't mention how excited he was. It seems that this time he came to the right place. Not only can he stop Yishoda from building a house, he can even get a live broadcast income, and maybe he can become a big netizen in the future. If it really becomes a big netizen, then everything will be fine. Who says there is no future in the village? This is not to become a netizen. After firming his resolve, Lu Baonan simply raised his head and looked up at the sky again at a 45-degree angle, revealing his white neck, seemingly waiting for someone to come and slice him. A face of righteousness. Chapter 79. Wait for the car to be scrapped. When he came across the situation, Boss Wu was completely at his wit's end. He could only contact Yi Xiaoda. Only Yi Xiaoda would already be on the highway, and it would take almost an hour to come back. Boss Wu, tell Lu Baonan that the approval of the resident space has come down, see if he can return it, I'll rush back immediately. The accident at the construction site, Yi Xiaoda hated his teeth, but he could only helplessly go back towards the village. As for Lu Baonan, he has been sentenced to death here. This time, he must be made to pay the price. After Boss Wu received Yi Xiaoda's instructions, he hurriedly said to Lu Baonan, young man, this family's application for the use of the homestead has been approved, so you should hurry and get out of the way. Boss Wu thought the problem was solved. But what he didn't expect was that Lu Baonan snorted, how is it possible? It must be a lie, it's impossible to approve the application for the use of this homestead, it's 100 acres. The people in the live broadcast room also agreed with this statement, one by one, they all let Lu Baonan insist. Oops, you hurry up and make way, or else all 5 of my concrete mixer trucks will have to be scrapped. Quite a bit of time had passed, and Boss Wu was a bit flustered. This was quite a lot of money. Scrap it, what's the big deal? The point is that people's approvals really came down. Humph. If these 5 cars are scrapped, you'll have to take responsibility for it. Lu Baonan cut a bit and said, take responsibility, if this family's approval comes down, the loss of these 5 cars, count me in. The live broadcast room also buzzed. That's right, Anchor, don't believe him, he must be lying to you. 100 acres of home base, no one can approve, an approval, there must be a problem, we are so many people, what are you afraid of? That is, even if you really have to accompany, there are more than 2,000 people in our live room together to help you, don't be afraid. Now, Lu Baonan was even more relieved. Boss Wu continued to call Yi Xiaoda, Boss Yi, people don't believe in it at all, or else you can take a picture of the approval list and send it to me. It's not that urgent, I'll be back soon too. Anxious, especially anxious, when you come back, it is estimated that my concrete mixer truck should be ruined, the concrete in it is not discharged, that tank should be solidified. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoda thought of a good way. Being able to pit Lu Baonan for a sum of money. Boss Wu was anxious and said, Boss Yi, why don't I first drain the concrete out casually, it's just a waste of some concrete, at least I'll be able to save the car. No. No rush. Boss Wu was confused. Not in a hurry? You were the one who wanted to rush the work schedule, and now you're not in a hurry? Boss Wu, just tell me if you can contact any other mixer trucks. Yi Xiaoda asked. This is certainly possible. Good, quickly contact other vehicles to come over, we still can't delay the work schedule. It's no problem, but the 5 vehicles on the scene now have to keep I'd better give the concrete to a random place to drain out. Yi Xiaoda sneered and said, no need. Don't worry, these 5 cars, I'm responsible, just tell Lu Baonan to understand the seriousness of the matter. I've already said it, but people don't listen. If he doesn't listen, he's the one who pays for it, there's surveillance now. Yes. Then let it sit, wait for the concrete to dry inside the tank. Boss Wu looked up at the camera not far away, this was installed at Yi Xiaoda's request, the construction site was everywhere, he wanted to remotely supervise the work. He then looked at Lu Baonan who was blocking the mixer truck with a righteous face, and suddenly came to a realization. Then he looked at Lu Baonan with a pitiful face and found a shady place to rest. Lu Baonan took a look and thought it was the boss who had given up, and even more so, he chatted with the people on the air regardless. Originally also more anxious 5 mixer truck drivers, after hearing Wu boss said follow-up compensation money, that is more calm. Lose money to change a tank for free, who doesn't like it? You can also ask for lost wages. Originally an hour's journey, Yi Xiaoda spent 2 hours to arrive, and in the middle of it, he also got off the car to sneak around for a while. The time is too short, just afraid that the concrete inside the tank did not solidify well. When he arrived at the site, not only saw Lu Baonan, there are many workers. These workers are also stopped almost half a day. Good guy, wages will have to come back later. As for the village people who were watching, there were even more. It felt like the whole village had come. Densely packed. Yi Xiaoda took out the approval certificate of the residence space from the car, and slowly walked to the front of Lu Baonan. Before he could speak, Lu Baonan aimed a camera at Yi Xiaoda, and Yi Xiaoda had to cover his face immediately. He didn't want to become an internet celebrity. Everyone look at Ha, this is the village bully of our village. He dares to build a large manor privately without approval procedures. Come, don't cover your face, let everyone see your face. When Lu Baonan saw Yi Xiaoda covering his face, that made him even more energized. He felt that Yi Xiaoda was completely false. Ha, you didn't think I would broadcast live, ha, and there are more than 3,000 big brothers in the live broadcast room. Just ask if you dare to beat me out. The live broadcast room was also more energized when they saw that the rightful owner had come. Being able to participate in a rural brawl remotely, or in real time, made the live broadcast room excited. Such a bone-thin person, how is he still a village bully? Shouldn't all village bullies be big and thick? There are more Sven scum these days. Didn't you hear the anchor say that this person is also an advanced stage of stomach cancer? Although it's pitiful to have terminal stomach cancer, but this village bully's behavior is not desirable. This may be retribution. The heavens are not happy with him, so they sent down a cancer to him. Yi Xiaoda himself also searched Lu Baonan's live room, and once he saw these comments, he was also a bit speechless. This Tama. I'll beat your faces up later. Lu Baonan, what the hell do you want? Hurry up and get the hell out of here, I want to build a house. Yi Xiaoda looked at Lu Baonan and got angry, really hated to directly let the concrete pour on his head, and then directly fixed in the foundation. This life will stop. Without approval, you dare to build a house, Yi Xiaoda, I think you have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Who told you I didn't have approval? Lu Baonan laughed out loud, how is that possible? 100 acres of home base, who dares to give you approval? The people next to him were also talking, all wanting to see how Yi Xiaoda actually replied. Give. See for yourself. Yi Xiaoda handed a piece of paper to Lu Baonan. Lu Baonan looked at Yi Xiaoda with a puzzled look, and then after receiving the paper, he started to get hairy inside. Above, it seems like it's really the homestead approval. It's even written how many acres, how large scale, kind of like it's real. Humph. Fake. Lu Baonan directly threw the paper to the ground and then had a haughty look on his face. He was incomparably determined inwardly that Yi Xiaoda's approval would definitely not come down. You. Yi Xiaoda pointed at Lu Baonan and wanted to curse. Tramp, it's given to you and you still say it's fake. The key problem was that there were surprisingly many people who felt that Lu Baonan was right. Beishan village and some of the workers who were watching felt that this work commencement certificate was really a fake. After all, they have also never seen a house that can be built so big, directly including 2 hills. Chapter 80 with me, you don't want to build a house. It just so happened that there was a person in the North Mountain village who had just built a house and also handled the approval. He hurriedly picked up the paper on the ground, and after looking at it carefully, he shouted with incomparable shock, it's true. It's true. This is the application for the use of residential land, exactly the same as mine. Nonsense, naturally it's real, the official seal is there. The crowd was instantly in an uproar. Many people snatched this approval over and looked at it carefully. Seems like it seems to be real, there's even an official seal. Indeed it is, issued by the town, it's the same as the one I've read. 100 acres? Holy, this area is too big. This seems to be the biggest homestead I've ever seen. It is indeed true. In the end, Yi Xiaoda's second uncle said firmly. He had seen it many times and was able to tell the truth from a glance. After knowing that it was real, the eyes of the second uncle looking at Yi Xiaoda were also filled with shock. The other Beishan village people were the same. All of them were shocked. As for Lu Baonan, he still didn't believe it and grabbed this approval and shouted, fake. It must be fake. Yi Xiaoda drank. You make a phone call to ask not know it, the town's phone you should have it, I just finished, is not true, you asked to know. Lu Baonan is also not a little cute. He heard Yi Xiaoda say this, and panicked a little inside, and then started to call to ask for confirmation. Some people in the village also used their own methods to seek confirmation. The first to get the news was Yi Xiaoda's second uncle, only to see him hang up the phone and then shouted, it's true. It's true. I directly contacted the town mayor, and he said it's true, this matter, everyone in the town knows about it. Another villager also shouted, that's right, one of my classmates is in charge of approving this, he also said that this is indeed true. When Lu Baonan himself also got a positive reply, he became even more a little panicked inside. Even he himself had not dared to continue to stand in front of the mixer truck, secretly moving a distance and not standing in the middle of the construction site. In the end, he panicked. However, after the live broadcast was informed that this approval was real, there were quite a few people who thought of another reason for Lu Baonan to open fire in a matter of minutes. Since this approval is real, then it looks like we can check who exactly gave him the approval. There must be a problem. That's right, according to the regulations, you just can't approve such a large range of homesteads. Anchor, I suggest you check who exactly approved it. There's definitely a problem. It's the deal, isn't it said that this skinny person is very rich? Everyone knows what's going on once they think about it. Is it so dark these days? Hey, you don't understand, there are even blacker things, let alone just a mansion. The city has a lot of these things. Suggest a good investigation. Black forces must be investigated to the end. There is definitely a problem. Seeing that the people in the live broadcast are saying this, Lu Baonan got energized again and shouted loudly to everyone in the scene, let's take a look at it. This mansion base of 100 acres, is it in line with the rules? Or did Yi Xiaoda use some other means? He's a rich man now. Everyone knows what's going on if they think about it. These days, there are too many backroom deals. Yi Xiaoda's illegal construction of such a large house is a complete waste of our public resources in Beishan village, and in the future, both of these mountain packs will be his families. Will that work? If rich people, all of them can enclose 2 hills in our village, then will we still have a place in Beishan village in the future? This kind of thing can't start this. That's why everyone is here, all against it. Even if this approval is true, it's definitely an irregularity. The Yi family is just 2 people, how can they build such a big house? It had to be said that Lu Baonan still had a way about him. At least quite a few people in the village were moved by his words and were talking there. The crowd also took several steps towards the front, especially those who were already not used to seeing Yi Xiaoda getting rich. They were even muttering there. Lu Baonan has a point, this approval should be a bit of a problem. We can't let a family occupy so much space in the village, right? In the future, if anyone does this, Beishan village will become a rich man's village. Where do we go from here? No, we can't let him start. Let's go, let's take a step forward too. Apart from Yi Xiaoda's relatives, and the few families that played well with the Yi family that didn't move, the others have vaguely surrounded them. Surrounding Lu Baonan in the center, they stood in front of the machinery, with an appearance of blocking the start of work. Lu Baonan is now pleased. Finally becoming the center of the crowd. Yi Xiaoda, hurry up and let them retreat. This house, you can't possibly build it in this lifetime, or else you can just honestly build a small 3-room house. Lu Baonan laughed out loud. Yi Xiaoda, who felt that the cement mixer tank should have been scrapped, didn't have any extra time to accompany Lu Baonan to be funny, and directly made a phone call, choosing to call the police. At the same time, also called the town. You know, now he is the town's red man. A phone call over, the town hall was bustling, a lot of cars toward the North Mountain village drove over. Yi Xiaoda sat quietly in the shade and waited. Until a large group of cars, loud noise into the North Mountain village, came to their own homes, only slowly up. He greeted the group of people coming down from the car in a very polite manner. This period of time to go to the town of the opportunity is quite a lot, especially also went to receive a prize, and these leaders, that have been very familiar. As soon as they saw that the battle was so big, and some of the characters were indeed from the town, the people surrounding Lu Baonan, one by one, dispersed. Who are you? Why are you blocking people from starting their work? The townspeople questioned Lu Baonan loudly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was on a live broadcast, he would probably have been sent directly to T. Because Yi Xiaoda is building a house without a license, I'm here to do justice. Who told you he doesn't have a license? Although he has that certificate, but there must be a problem. It is impossible for a person to get such a large piece of mansion. You came, just as I asked. In the end, who gave Yi Xiaoda approval for this mansion, so that the people in the live broadcast room also recognize. It's me. What? Lu Baonan was incomparably shocked. This is a big man in town, and the live broadcast, just admit it? Not scientific. However, thinking of this certificate is definitely not from the right source. Lu Baonan is also energized. Who dislikes who? This is the era of the network. This is the era of the rule of law. Why did you give him the approval? Don't you know that it doesn't meet the standard? Or is there any interest between you? This questioning, it was a bit harsh, and the live broadcast was waiting for this character's explanation. Most people felt that there must be a great deal of foul play. The person was also prepared, holding a document right in his hand. The person from the town directly opened the document in front of the live streaming camera and said, Mr. Yi Xiaoda has been named our province's outstanding talent for returning to the village to start a business. One of the benefits is that you can disregard the limitations on the use of the homestead. This is the document issued by the province. Everyone can take a look. So, now Yi Xiaoda, this homestead, there is no problem at all. This person is here to block the construction, has been involved in the violation of the law, and you guys in the live broadcasting room are also involved in abetting the crime. It is possible to hold you responsible. This just finished, the live broadcast room from 3,000 people watching, straight down to only 300 people. These 300 people were also all the ones who never spoke. There was no abetting involved either. Chapter 81, if you don't lose money, you can go inside. As for Lu Baonan, has changed from a face of justice to a face of shock and then fear, grabbed the document, read and understood, but also directly sat on the ground. How can he not understand? Originally he was bound to win, why Yi Xiaoda just flipped? This is not scientific. This is too unscientific. This is what a bull excellent homecoming entrepreneurial youth he Yi Xiaoda create a hair industry However, he had to be unconvinced. Because, the fact is that Yi Xiaoda can indeed use his own home base in the village at will. As long as he has the money, can buy the land, even if the entire North Mountain village will be included in the scope of their own home base, directly on the top of the house, that is no problem at all. When he saw that things had been defeated, Lu Baonan climbed up from the ground and grayed out, intending to go home. Although things failed, but at least the live broadcast also earned thousands of dollars, but also delayed Yi Xiaoda half a day of work. They are all the benefits and no harm, this matter, in the end, or their own earned. Only, when he stood up, intending to leave, Yi Xiaoda's thin body has blocked in front of him. What for? Get out of the way. Lu Baonan was not in a very good mood this time. Yi Xiaoda smiled sorrowfully and said, "What, you want to leave now? Old me wants to leave, and you still want to leave me behind? You can try. You really can't leave." "Humph. By what right?" Lu Baonan snorted. "From the time you stopped the concrete car, until now, several hours have passed. The cement inside this tank is now completely solidified. It is estimated that this tank is considered to be wasted. This responsibility, you do not bear. Who will bear it?" Yi Xiaoda patted the cement mixer tank beside him, said cheaply. Wu Boss, who was watching from the sidelines, also knew that it was time for him to contribute, and hurriedly ran out, shouting, "It's because of him, it's because of him. He stopped our car, causing our concrete to not come out. I'm losing more than $100,000 this time. This money, it must be compensated to me. Labor, and labor, I have more than 100 people here was delayed by him for half a day. This labor cost must also be returned to me. And labor, delayed me half a day of work. This money, must also be given to me." On the side of the 5-mixer truck driver that is more of a movie star, simply one by one directly sat on the ground and began to snivel and cry. "This car is the guy we eat, broken can how to get and also delayed us for a long time to earn money. Lost wages must be compensated to us. No car, my wife and children can do. I still have an old man and a young man. These 5 people, one is more excessive than the other. Who let Yi Xiaoda tell them that whoever cries the most will give him $10,000 in favor at night?" After hearing this, Lu Baonan was confused. He himself still has to pay out money? That couldn't be possible. When he quietly intended to leave, not only was he discovered by Yi Xiaoda, but even a few people in uniforms blocked in front of him. Are you kidding me? Right now Yi Xiaoda was the town's red man and had to be arranged properly. The people of Beishan village may think that Yi Xiaoda's obtaining any outstanding return to the hometown business outstanding young and obtaining the right to use the house space is just a coincidence, but those few old oilmen in the town have smelled something different. Good guy, you just want to build a big house, now down a policy. This policy is like tailor-made, but also down so fast, to say all is a coincidence, they do not believe it at all. Anyway, there is something fishy inside. Please, Yi Xiaoda is finished. Lu Baonan saw that sneaking away was impossible. He could only endure the urge to pee his pants and shouted, "What does it matter to me? You guys didn't get the concrete out in time. It's none of my business." After saying that, Lu Baonan wanted to leave. He didn't want to continue staying here for a moment. The reversal of things was too powerful for him to accept. Yi Xiaoda said with a smile, "If it wasn't for you, these vehicles of ours wouldn't have been destroyed. Why don't you just find a random place to drain it out? The inside is concrete, not poured into the foundation, poured into your home. Anyway, no matter what, Yi Xiaoda is dead set on all this as Lu Baonan caused, must let him pay. If you don't compensate, you won't be allowed to leave." Seeing a few people in uniform, will be Lu Baonan take away. Lu Baonan's good mother, this time also completely panicked, rushed over to protect their son. "What do you want to do? What do you want? Your son delayed someone else's project, and also caused someone else's equipment to be damaged. If you don't pay the money and get their understanding, then you must come with us." "What? Must come with you? Well, after a trip, then enforce it." Now, Lu Baonan and his mom completely panicked. "Mom, what to do? I don't want to go in." Lu Baonan hugged his old mom and directly cried out. Why was he called Lu Baonan? Because he was very dependent on his mom. He was also the big baby of their Lu family. "That, Xiaoda, can you see if you can be lenient and just let it go?" Lu Baonan's mom looked at Yi Xiaoda with a pleading face and said. "Then who will bear the losses of the construction team? You, that is not rich it, you just give them a little money on the line. Anyway, there should not be a few money. Although I have money, but it's not a gale, Lu Baonan cannot go in, but all the losses, you must compensate. You. Don't you, I have surveillance here, even if it's a lawsuit, I'm not afraid, the money you Lu family is definitely going to compensate." "Yi Xiaoda, do you have to tear your face off with our Lu family?" Your Lu family, there is still face? Just can't stand to see me build a house, but also come to stop the machine, don't get you guys killed, that's all I have a good temper." After Yi Xiaoda finished speaking, he directly stopped taking care of this mother and son. Eventually, Lu Banan's old man finally rushed back to the village, originally in the county town, to wash his feet, had to rush back. After hearing the incident, without saying a word, he walked to Lu Baonan and directly slapped him over. The loud noise shocked all the villagers in Beishan village. Lu Baonan even cried directly. Lu also, you dare to hit my son? See if I don't scratch you to death. Lu Yi also slapped over again, and there was one more lying on the ground. It's all because you spoiled him. Finally, Lu also walked to the front of Yi Xiaoda, said faintly, say it, how much money, I compensate. It's useless to ask me, ask them, Boss Wu, come over here. Boss Wu is a lion's share of the money. If he can make a little, he will make a little. Our 5 mixer trucks tanks seem to be wasted. Let's say 50,000 for one, it's still cheap. This Boss Wu right, don't treat me as a cutie. Although the concrete has solidified, the inside can be cleaned out. Engineering, I've done it. Good guy, even ran into a practitioner. Wu boss can only change his words. Clean up the tank at least 20,000. We want labor, and also need time. Delayed 1 day, is delayed we earn a day of money. If there is no 20,000 a unit, I certainly do not do. Okay, it's not just 100,000. I give. Lu also gritted his teeth and said. Saying so, he also gave Yi Xiaoda a vicious look, itching to eat him alive. After saying that, Lu also wanted to take his wife and child to leave, but was stopped again. Chapter 82. What kind of charm do you have in the end? Boss Wu started his performance again. Your son, quite powerful, with his own strength, blocked more than 100 of my people, delayed half a day of work. These more than 100 people half a day's wages. You have to compensate me. Say. How much? Lu also gritted his teeth and shouted. Count 200 for one person, that's 20,000, not much. 200 for one person for half a day? You're robbing money. Boss Wu waved his hands and said, you don't talk nonsense, huh? I never rob money, my people, that's 400 a day. In addition to delaying the work for half a day, I didn't even find you to ask for money is good. In the end, the Lu family paid the price of $12,000. Yi Xiaoda only let him take his son. While walking, he also cursed, cursing his own son and also cursing Yi Xiaoda. Yi Xiaoda. One day I'll mess you up. Lu Baonan, you punk, you've been set up and still don't know it. Lu Baonan asked strangely, Dad, what have I been set up for? You don't think that they really can't pour the concrete in just any place, do you? This is just to trap you for money. From the moment you entered the construction site, you've already been set up. After figuring it out, Lu Baonan threw himself up to the sky and shouted, Yi Xiaoda, I'm going to eat you alive. The voice was loud. Even if the construction site was already bustling again, it was still heard by everyone. When the villagers of Beishan village saw that the bustle had ended, they left one by one. After leaving, they all still couldn't help but talk. Xiaoda can be really powerful, even won a certificate from the province. Excellent return to the village entrepreneurial youth, what a powerful title. The key is that there are quite a few rewards. It seems that there are also cash rewards, as well as interest-free loans, all very good. Unlimited use of the residence space is the best reward. In the future, the most luxurious house in our North Mountain village, but Yi Liheng's family But with such a big house, it's estimated that it can't be repaired for a year and a half. You say this Yi Xiaoda is also lucky, just want to build a house, just to get such a title, but also be able to exempt from the limitations of the residence space, really lucky. Can't you see, ever since he got late-stage stomach cancer, his luck seems to be pretty good. God is still fair. I see that his body seems to be okay, just a bit thinner, and it doesn't look like he's going to die soon. Hey, eventually will die, late-stage cancer, too terrible, attack very quickly, may not be just these 2 days. But at least it's okay, left a few houses for Liheng. What's the point of getting so many houses in the village, might as well go to the city and buy them. What do you know, yesterday I chatted with Su Hui, Yi Xiaoda seems to have bought more than one suite in the city, people are rich now. Is contracting a reservoir so lucrative? Which is not, people in the city and their own company. On the same day, Yi Xiaoda in the end did not return to the city, the town since the people came, but also helped a great deal, naturally, cannot let people work for nothing. At night 2 big tables, drinking Mount Ai. Fortunately, Yi Xiaoda also has advanced stomach cancer. This top excuse, cannot drink, otherwise this night, will absolutely drink vomit. This group of people are too damned able to drink. Early the next morning, Yi Xiaoda left Beishan village and traveled to Xiangcheng. Beishan village he is not going to come back for a short time, after all, there is no house to live here, living in someone else's house is still inconvenient. And the future center of gravity of his career is really in the city. When he found Guo Qianqian looked at Yi Xiaoda that is a face of resentment. It was like looking at a negative man who abandoned his wife and son. These days, she is not only tired, but also spend money so much that her eggs hurt. No, she didn't have any eggs. I'm a little flustered when you look at me like that. Yi Xiaoda sat on the sofa and asked with a smile. You're still smiling. Looking for you several times. You didn't even bother me. I'm not busy in the village. Yan Dian has asked me countless times and has to meet the founder of time and space technology. If you don't go to meet him once, I think he's going to make a scene. Yan Dian, as the first person of solid-state batteries in China, had already considered Yi Xiaoda to be a scientific research genius since that one email, and had already taken him as his lifelong idol. Let's do it tonight. I'll have dinner with Yan Dian's team tonight. Is their team already on track? Speaking of work, Guo Chanxian also got serious and said, already started research in the temporary lab, and it is said to be progressing fast. Could it not be fast? Yi Xiaoda had guided it. Of course, it was the thinking brain that instructed Yan Dian instead of himself. What about the solar energy team? It has also begun its research. There are 3 of Dacia's top teams that have moved over as a whole and have already lived inside the hotel, and there are also 7 of Dacia's top experts that have also arrived in Shangqing and have already done their induction. Speaking of this, Guo Chanxian couldn't help but look at Yi Xiaoda again. This young man, what kind of charm does he have? Why would Yan Dian, who was the ceiling of solid-state batteries in Dacia, join time and space technology without any hesitation, and even have so many top solar energy research teams to join as well? These 3 teams, and 7 top experts, but almost half of the solar energy field in Dacia. These people, collectively left and then joined to a just established, unheard of small technology company, can already set off a huge wave in this industry. There was no small amount of opposition, and there were quite a few people who were looking at the jokes. Most people just assumed that timeless technology was secretly controlled by some big company that wanted to make a dent in the solar energy field. There were only so many top-notch people who had received Yi Xiaoda's email, who were incredibly attached to this company. From that one email, they were able to tell that this new company, for its research on solar energy, seemed to be far ahead of them. To know, they were already the wave of people at the forefront of Dacia in front of them. The team for solar energy research, all combined, rent some more offices and let their research kick off faster as well. Guo Chanxian glared at him and said, I've already taken care of some of this, they've all started their research now, almost 100 of them, these past few days, it almost didn't wear me out. Can you find a few more assistants? Yi Xiaoda didn't have a good solution, he could only come up with this idea. He was a shirker, fortunately, he also became a shirker, and got Guo Chanxian over, or else he would have to be blindsided by these teams of more than 100 people. Unlike Guo Chanxian, a few days, everything is already well organized, and everyone has started their work. Since he came, as the founder of time and space technology, Yi Xiaoda naturally needs to ask about everything. How is that piece of land? I learned about it, we can buy it tomorrow, basically apart from us there won't be anyone bidding on it, after all, it's so remote, only, it's a large area, and our funds will be rather tight. Tight funds? Yi Xiaoda was shocked. Chapter 83 I'll give you a carload of imperial green. All along, he felt that money was not a big problem. The profit from the jewelry company alone has basically made it hard to cope with the investment in spacetime technology. Those 100 people, their wages are all thieves, and the instruments they buy are all thieves. Seeing Guo Chanxian complaining a bit, Yi Xiaoda quickly said, the wages definitely can't be low, they must be twice what they used to be, and the equipment must be bought the best. If that's the case, then after we buy the land, we might not have much money left to use for a new base. This could not be done. Yi Xiaoda said, I still have 200 million here, let's put it into time and space technology first, as soon as the land comes down, I'll give you the design drawings right away, and let's get the solid-state batteries and solar energy research center first. This one is the most urgent. How about we put the solar energy one aside first? Otherwise you probably won't be able to spend these 200 million for long, those instruments are just too expensive. I'll figure out the money, the progress must not be slow, I require tomorrow after the land down, within a month must complete the construction of the laboratory, within 2 months, the first batch of plant must be built, after the year, the equipment will be debugged, I'm going to start the construction of the... Less than half a year? Guo Chanxian looked at Yi Xiaoda with the eyes of an idiot, their results, within half a year should not come out, right? Half a year? Can't be used. Don't worry, in half a year, you will be the CEO of a top tech company. Yi Xiaoda said this as if he was just saying a very ordinary thing. One must know that in Dacia, although there were not many top-notch technology companies, there were still many, and there were quite a few with a market value of over $1 trillion. Why would a newly established company of half a year be able to catch up with these? However, Guo Chanxian even felt that in this young man, as if everything is possible. Once those results come out, maybe half a year is really enough. This time, her vigor instantly came up. The eyes that looked at Yi Xiaoda were also filled with appreciation. There was no beauty who didn't like a genius who dreamed big and was still able to realize it. Not to mention anything else, Yi Xiaoda was still very good at fooling people. Anyway, if Guo Chanxian was tired again, she herself felt that it was worth it. However, the problem of money still needs to be solved. Chanxian, aren't you going to engage in your own jewelry brand? Is there any progress now? Yi Xiaoda asked. Guo Chanxian shook her head, not yet, the product came out some, but it hasn't started to publicize it yet. Let's do it this way, I'll give you another batch of top-grade jadeite and doghead gold, you find a high-level person to make a batch of top-grade goods, in this way, our brand of things are not there, then engage in an auction, held right here in our place, will be called by the national jewelers, our brand is not all at once on the sound of it, and it can also make money. Guo Qianqian thought, also makes sense, this is possible, the product production is simple, as long as there are raw materials, but the publicity is not good to get you get an auction, or the newly established jewelry company, there is no one to come. This is given to me, I let Su Lao publicize, then you put a few top-notch treasures out, people will come, if not, I'll let Su Lao come over for a trip to back us up. Su Jun, Elder Su? Guo Qianqian asked in shock. Yi Xiaoda nodded. You know him? He's a giant in the Jadeite world, if he comes, there won't be any problems, but no one can invite him at all. Leave this to me, I'll send him a picture of an Emperor Green Jadeite raw stone, and he'll come over in minutes. This kind of person has lost interest in money, but for the Jadeite that will never let go, Yi Xiaoda has 100% confidence. In less than an hour, Long Yi and Long Air entered Guo Qianqian's office once again, allowing her to receive a batch of Jadeite raw stones. After seeing a car full of emerald green Jadeite stones, Guo Qianqian froze in place for a whole minute. She has never seen so many top-grade Jadeite in her life. Just the Emperor Green, there must be 10 pieces. One of the largest piece, even have to have a monitor so big, this is pure, several hundred pounds. The skin has been rubbed off. This is already priceless. Doing bracelets is estimated to make dozens. Of course, such a stone, there will be no one to cut, this is a natural treasure, directly placed there, can attract everyone's attention. Seeing it, Guo Qianqian knew that her brand could definitely be a hit. When Yi Xiaoda took out this best stone from the Transcendence trading platform, he also knew that he shouldn't be short of money to spend for a long time to come. And after he took a picture of this jadeite and gave it to Elder Su, who was far away in Dianan, Elder Su had already asked someone to go and buy a plane ticket for tomorrow, and also made sure to ask Yi Xiaoda to keep this piece of stone for him. He is going to personally go out and bring his own team over to process this stone. Real masters, for such a stone, are carved, but will not be sliced to make a bracelet. A top-of-the-line display large Emperor Green, coupled with the master's carving, this stone, the follow-up will become a work of art, belonging to the priceless. This would be the most important action for Yi Xiaoda to earn his own time and space technology startup capital. In the evening, Yi Xiaoda came alone to a 5-star hotel in Shangqing City, and inside a huge box, more than 30 people, who were already sitting around a huge table, were filled to the brim. A seat at the head was empty. On the left was Yan Dian, a pair of glasses that had to be a centimeter thick, full of bookishness, a researcher's look, wearing a plaid shirt. The others, all of whom were younger than him, were basically shirts, or ordinary short sleeves, without exception, all of them had a giant thick pair of glasses. The only one without glasses was Guo Qianqian, who was chatting with Yan Dian. Mr. Guo, the founder of our time and space technology, will really come to dine with us today? When Yan Dian said this, his eyes were still extremely fervent as he looked at the empty seat between him and Guo Qianqian. Guo Qianqian smiled and replied, originally, Mr. Yi has long wanted to have a meal with all of you, but because he's really too busy, that's why he's been putting it off until today, and he also wants me to apologize to all of you. That's nothing, old Mr. Yi is such a researcher, he must be very busy. Guo Qianqian hurriedly picked up her glass of water and managed to hold back her laughter. The 20-something Yi Xiaoda, being called old Mr. Yi? And busy every day? Busy my ass, he was fishing in the village every day. A group of people were chatting hilariously. In the end, Guo Qianqian turned into a waiter instead. Because, even at the dinner table, these people were chatting about some work-related things about solid-state batteries. From the crowd's excited eyes, Guo Qianqian know, these days of research, they harvested a lot, and between the lines, to the founder of spacetime technology, has not been convinced, completely has become their faith. This will Guo Qianqian just say a word of Yi Xiaoda's bad words, it is estimated that this group of people will be sprayed to death. This is to let Guo Qianqian more curious, Yi Xiaoda this guy, in the end how to make these people convinced, and a few days' time research on the rapid progress? Look at Yi Xiaoda's operation, he even has the certainty that in the next year will start the mass production of solid-state batteries. This is really too fast. Chapter 84 I am the founder of time and space technology. When Yi Xiaoda entered this huge private room, the crowd didn't pay any attention to him at all. They just thought it was a waiter, or Guo Qianqian's secretary. Until Yi Xiaoda walked to the front of Guo Qianqian, everyone felt that this weak and thin boy must be Guo Qianqian's secretary. He was also oddly handsome, just a little thin. Of course, there are a few people for Yi Xiaoda will still be envious, after all, as Guo Qianqian's secretary can be every day and a so big beauty day and night, or good. When Yi Xiaoda sat down directly in the middle of Guo Qianqian and Yan Dian's position, the room suddenly became silent, and then there was a lot of discussion, looking at Yi Xiaoda's eyes, also full of anger. Who is this? How did he sit on Master Yi's seat? How is it that you don't have any eyesight? This empty seat looks like the main seat. Is he a small secretary can sit? This person is also too shameless, right? Will not think that this position is reserved for him, right? Hey, young man, hurry up and stand up. This position, not you can sit. Someone simply spoke directly to Yi Xiaoda. That's right, hurry up. Get up. Hurry up. Yi Xiaoda was blinded. Laozi invited you guys to dinner. Laozi is still the founder of time and space technology, is your top boss, your salary is still paid by me, this time you guys let me go? Guo Qianqian covered her mouth and laughed, and then hurriedly stood up, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then introduced, "I'll introduce you all, this is Mr. Yi Xiaoda, the founder of our time and space technology." Yi Xiaoda stood up and smiled amiably towards the crowd. He felt that he was acting very much like a big boss, not speaking, just smiling, acting extremely well and high and mighty. Unfortunately, everyone didn't eat this. Even Yan Dian simply stood up directly and pointed at Yi Xiaoda and fired, "Who are you? Are you such a brat or the founder of time and space technology? Where is old Mr. Yi?" Old Mr. Yi? Yan Dian suddenly thought of a possibility, and his expression towards Yi Xiaoda became slightly better. Quickly say, "Is old Mr. Yi your father or grandfather? I think grandpa is a little more likely, right? Quickly introduce old Mr. to us." "My grandfather? Wanting to know my grandfather, you guys might just have to slit your wrists." "My father? Yi Li Hong? You guys don't know him either." Yi Xiaoda smiled bitterly and said towards Yan Dian, "I really am the founder of time and space technology, and there's no such thing as old Mr. Yi, the solid-state battery technology, I provided it to you all. Anyway, coming from a different world, the solid-state battery technology, there must be a source." Yi Xiaoda felt that he was a technological giant. In fact, it is also possible. "What? You? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Yan Dian's head directly shook into a rattle. One of Yan Dian's assistants at the side also said, "Do you know how difficult it is to research on solid-state batteries? Old Mr. Yi's research is already at the forefront of the world. It is absolutely impossible for a young man to be able to research it." "That's right, I see you're not even as old as my grade. How could you possibly research such a top-notch technology? Even if you started researching from inside your mother's womb, it's impossible that you've overcome several difficult problems at such a young age. In this world, there are geniuses, but it's absolutely impossible to have such a genius." Even Guo Qianqian felt that above Yi Xiaoda, there should be an old master, otherwise according to his grade, it shouldn't be enough to convince even Yan Dian. Yi Xiaoda can't help it, it really isn't something he made, it seems like there is no way to prove it. Looking at his cell phone, Yi Xiaoda suddenly thought of a way. His fingers operated on top of the cell phone, lowered his head and said casually, "Since you guys don't believe it, then you guys casually ask about a few research difficulties of solid-state batteries, and see if I can give you answers." In fact, Yi Xiaoda had already silently opened the smart brain that Bai Bing had traded to him, and then casually placed his cell phone on the table. The effect of the anti-peeping film came out immediately. Only Yi Xiaoda was able to see what was on top of the cell phone. Seeing Yi Xiaoda's confident appearance, a young man sitting across from him directly stood up and said, "Then let me ask a question first. If you can answer it, then I'll be convinced. The solid-state battery's solid-solid interface has poor contact. How should it be solved, or from which direction should we think about solving this problem?" After this person asked, everyone looked at Yi Xiaoda. This was one of the most critical problems plaguing the development of solid-state batteries. Solid, unlike liquid contact so close, so in solid-state batteries, the solid-solid interface contact problem is the biggest difficulty. Yi Xiaoda took a look at the phone. The brain has given a solution after hearing the problem, and even the solution has helped Yi Xiaoda to verbalize it, only need Yi Xiaoda to read it accordingly. Two directions: one is to optimize the preparation process of the battery, the other method is to introduce specific materials to improve the contact performance of the interface. A simple sentence made everyone present instantly become silent and their eyes brightened up a lot. They were all experts and naturally knew the impact of Yi Xiaoda's short sentence. This seemed to be the best solution to this dilemma in the future. Yan Dian came energized, grabbed Yi Xiaoda's arm and asked, "Then how should the problem of low ionic conductivity in solid-state batteries be solved?" This is the biggest problem plaguing Yan Dian, as well as solid-state battery researchers around the world. In fact, now solid-state batteries have products out, but it is because the ionic conductivity is too low, resulting in solid-state batteries are not even comparable to the storage capacity of lithium batteries. Naturally, there is no advantage. Yi Xiaoda said faintly, 3 aspects. 1. Material innovation, research and development of new high ionic conductivity solid-state electrolytes, such as some sulfides, oxides, polymers, etc. These materials have good ionic conductivity and stability. I have researched a material, and will send it to you subsequently. Second, improve the ionic conductivity of solid-state batteries by improving the preparation process of the battery, such as the preparation process of the hot pressing method, which can make the contact between the solid-state electrolyte and the electrodes closer, thus improving the ionic conductivity. By introducing new battery design concepts, such as the one I named composite electrode, it is possible to increase the ionic conductivity of the electrodes by adding some ion-conductive materials to the electrodes. Personally, I am more inclined to the third option, but we can study all 3 options together. Tomorrow I will send all my research results to everyone, and we can experiment one by one. Each of these 3 replies was like a burst of thunder, waking up the troubled one of Yan Dian. Chapter 85. I apologize. You are too tired. Yan Dian suddenly stood up and tightly grabbed Yi Xiaoda's arm, with an ecstatic look on his face, unable to speak in excitement. Yi Xiaoda was startled and hurriedly put away his cell phone, then glared at Yan Dian. What are you up to? Suddenly standing up, this will scare people to death, okay? What if I let you see what's on top of my cell phone? Genius. Mr. Yi, you really are a genius. I used to think that a genius is just a fart, but now I know that there are geniuses in the world that mediocre people like us can never catch up with in our lifetime. You said a few things that I may not be able to study in my lifetime. The 2 questions you helped us answer fundamentally solved the 2 biggest problems with solid-state batteries, and based on your foundation, I'm confident that I'll design our first solid-state battery for timeless technology this year. This will be a revolution in the history of batteries, and even energy. Yan Dian had a frenzied look on his face. His students were no better, each one of them looked at Yi Xiaoda with a gaze of faith, like a group of devout worshippers. Even the thick-skinned Yi Xiaoda would blush a little. Originally, being praised is this feeling. Inexplicably, it was also a bit cool, especially being praised by a group of scientific research gurus in their best field. Yi Xiaoda also stood up and gestured, signaling everyone to be quiet, then calmly said, I'm only proposing some possibilities as well as the research direction of solid-state batteries. Turning these theories into results, we still have to rely on everyone's help. Laboratory, I'll leave it to you guys. Let's strive to have our first product this year. Looking for you guys, wasn't it just to produce the solid-state battery of the white ice world? What Yi Xiaoda had gotten was just theory. To really research solid-state batteries, he still had to rely on this group of people. If someone had told Yan Dian in the past that there would be a solid-state battery on the market in less than half a year, he would have sprayed the other party to death, but now, he had this certainty himself. It wouldn't even take a month for the lab to be able to have samples out. The way Yan Dian looked at Yi Xiaoda was the same as a little brother looking at his mob godfather. Seeing so many people looking at him avidly, Yi Xiaoda felt that it was necessary to end this drinking game as soon as possible, so he picked up his glass and poured a glass of white water. Sorry, I have advanced stomach cancer, so I'll just have to drink a glass of water. Ha! You? God is jealous of you. You, it's too bad. The world has lost a genius, lost a person who changed the world. Once this group of people heard that Yi Xiaoda had advanced stomach cancer, one by one, they felt extremely sorry for Yi Xiaoda as if he was going to die. Tears even appeared at the corners of Yan Dian's eyes. Therefore, I hope that everyone will work hard inside the next period of time, and strive for me to still be able to see your research results before I close my eyes. Yan Dian hurriedly said, Mr. Yi, I'll give you a military order, there will definitely be a product out this year. Our team works 7 days a week, 16 hours a day, we must get it out. Holy, this will kill people. Don't, at this rate, you guys might even leave earlier than me, just carry out your research normally. Although Yan Dian nodded his head, but from the look in his eyes, Yi Xiaoda knew that this group of people would probably go crazy in the following time. Since you all believe me, choose to join the time and space technology, then naturally cannot let you all discouraged. Food, clothing, housing and transportation, our company are covered, and then the salary will be in accordance with twice your original salary to send. Want to buy a house and settle down in Xiangqing, the company also support, to give you a part of the money. A cheer went up in the private room. Money is still the most practical, especially for ordinary people. Giving anything is not as good as giving money. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda said to Guo Chanxian again, later I will give you a batch of wild ginseng, that stuff is good for the body, often give them a tonic. In addition, the logistics must be good, everything is to the highest standards, find more people to serve everyone. I see the vast majority of men here, as if they are still bachelors, so that, in the future, space-time science and technology, regardless of whether it is the synthesis of the management or financial, must be recruited to me in accordance with the standards of the model, which is also considered to be a benefit to the vast number of our single employees. This time, the call within the private room became even louder. To say what else is better than money, it's only women. After a meal, Yi Xiaoda felt that right now, even if he asked these people to go and do something for him where he would have to go in and get teared up, these people would still be obliged. Completely, they became their own fanatical little brothers. The next day, without any surprises, Yi Xiaoda's time and space technology photographed that piece of barren land. Yi Xiaoda went to the field in the afternoon and was satisfied. Nothing else, the main thing is that it is big, not far from the highway exit, but there is still a distance from the city center. A piece of barren. Deserted good no one, their own random what no one knows. And Yi Xiaoda is confident that next year, this place will become the core of Xiangqing. Priority laboratory construction, and then is the plant construction. Drawings have been sent to your mailbox, you let people according to the construction on the line. My only requirement is fast, within 2 months, the plant must be done. Yi Xiaoda finished, Guo Chanxian was just dumbfounded. Opening the mailbox to take a look, her mouth never closed. Very detailed, the key issue was that it was very sci-fi and beautiful. That's what made her feel amazing, but this drawing, and this piece of land, fit too perfectly, right? Even a small hill inside had been designed. You already had your eye on this piece of land a long time ago? Yi Xiaoda looked puzzled, why do you say that? This drawing fits so well with the terrain and is so exquisite that it would take at least a few months to designate it. Could it be that you had your eye on this piece of land months ago? Oh, so it was this. Yi Xiaoda nodded. In fact, it was just when he got off the car, Yi Xiaoda raised his cell phone and scanned the surroundings, and then the brain had already provided a dozen scenarios to Yi Xiaoda in less than a second. In the time it took to pee, he had chosen the one of which he was most satisfied with. A few months ago? This piece of land was only decided to be auctioned 10 days ago. How did you know so much in advance? Yi Xiaoda replied casually, hey, I also have to have a bit of insider information, otherwise I'll open a fart company. Looking at the back of Yi Xiaoda returning to the car, Guo Qianqian was more and more interested in him. Whether it is jadeite or dog head gold, or even ginseng, it is not so easy to find. But people casually come up with a whole lot, and all of them are also very good. Now another science and technology company originally thought it was just him joking, realizing his childhood dream of becoming a scientist, but now take a look, good guy, looking at the construction of the assembly line. The results are coming out. In the car, Yi Xiaoda also sent Guo Qianqian a list. In the name of time and space technology, by all the things on the list back, the procurement cycle is estimated to be all about 2 months, and when the plant is built, it will be able to be installed right away. Although Guo Qianqian was not from a technology company, nor was she a science student, but at a glance at this list, she also knew that this was assembly line equipment, and the degree of automation was still extremely high. Above the list, there was even a purchase price marked out by Yi Xiaoda. She felt that Yi Xiaoda was really too attached to this technology company of his, and everything was properly prepared. First of all, I want to apologize to you. Guo Qianqian took the list and said to Yi Xiaoda with a sincere face. Apologize? What do you mean? In the past, I always thought that you had nothing to do, you just stayed at home and fished all the time. Now I realize that you must be much more tired than me. All these things, you must have spent tremendous effort. Seeing Guo Qianqian looking at himself with a face of admiration, Yi Xiaoda silently stuffed his cell phone back into his pants pocket. After all, this list is just what the brain made in less than a second. It didn't delay him from sleeping and fishing at all. After hesitating for a second, Yi Xiaoda began to enjoy the worship of a beautiful woman. After all, the brain was exchanged for him, and the results of the brain's work could also be said to be the results of his own work. There was no problem with this at all. Chapter 86, to make Su Lao work for me. After going to the future headquarters of time and space technology, Yi Xiaoda arrived at the airport. Elder Su had already arrived in Xiangcheng with a few middle-aged men carrying a variety of tools. Yi Xiaoda greeted respectfully, Elder Su. Trouble you. Trouble for what? Where is that stone? Elder Su said with an excited face. Completely unlike a person who was already almost 80 years old, it was more like a child who had seen his most beloved toy. It's in my jewelry company. Go, quickly take me to see it. But after Yi Xiaoda brought Su Lao to the jewelry company in the city center, there was nothing for him to do next. You go, just send us some food over every day. Su Lao said without looking back after seeing the stone. Okay, Elder Su. Elder Su, how many days do you need this thing? I'm short of money. 3 days is enough. Good. After Guo Qianqian and Yi Xiaoda went out, she grabbed Yi Xiaoda's arm with an excited face and shouted, Old Su, it's Old Su. What? It's Old Man Su. Yi Xiaoda didn't understand why this woman was suddenly so excited. Do you know Su Lao's status in the jadeite world? Being able to invite him over to attend our jewelry show, our jewelry brand will be up in a flash. I know, he's quite powerful. You still don't know, Su Lao's position in Desia's jadeite industry is just like Bill Gates' position in the computer industry, that's the same. I go, so powerful? Well, he's considered one of the leading lights of Desia's jadeite, and he's also one of the top batch of designers. That I have to let Elder Su stay for a while longer and design my raw stone properly. Guo Qianqian was speechless. The one who was thinking about Elder Su and wanted Elder Su to work for him was probably just Yi Xiaoda alone in Daxia. After things were done, Yi Xiaoda returned to his new house. As soon as he arrived home, his elder sister, second sister, and parents looked at him with strange faces. There was still a hint of anger in everyone's eyes. Eldest sister Yi Kailin asked, Xiaoda, all these electrical appliances and the furniture, did you buy them? Yi Xiaoda nodded, yeah, they're all name brands. Does it work well? Does it work? You tell me how to use it. The instructions are all in eagle text, even some strange words. Yi Xiaoda hastily picked up a refrigerator manual, the text on it, just like a tadpole, not to mention recognize, never seen. Not a single Chinese manual? Yi Xiaoda complained. The second sister took out her cell phone and told him a data, this refrigerator, I searched, the entire Daxia sales of less than 1,000 units a year, our family still has 5 units, who gives you this 1,000 people to translate an instruction manual? In the end, Yi Xiaoda had to start researching on his own. The refrigerator is fine, there are only a few buttons, so I know how to use it. But the TV is not so good to set up, even the network do not know how to connect. But a penny, the store service is excellent. When Yi Xiaoda called to explain their difficulties, less than an hour, a black, sweet-looking, tall after-sales staff came to the door. She kindly explained all the usage methods to Yi Xiaoda's family. If Yi Xiaoda was the only one at home, there might have been other services. In the next few days, Yi Xiaoda stayed in Xiangcheng. When there was nothing to do, he and Guahai went to look for good food. On the contrary, he also got together with Qin Fan once, and when he heard that Yi Xiaoda was going to hold a jewelry exhibition, he took the initiative to say that he would bring some friends over to support the show. With these words, Guahai, who was on the side, hurriedly lowered his head and immersed himself in the coffee in his hands. Once this character goes over, good lord, this jewelry exhibition will instantly become the top of the line. His friend Xiangqing, there should only be so top few people who are qualified to be the friends of young Qin. During these few days, Yi Xiaoda was idle, but Guo Qianqian was busy. Time and space technology is one aspect, everything has just started, things are the most, even if she has recruited some assistants, but things are still a lot. Settling these hundreds of top research talents, building laboratories, buying instruments, building factories, everything, she is personally involved. There was also Ripple Soft Jewelry, as her own jewelry brand, these days, it even took a lot of her effort. When she saw the jadeite raw stone and the dog head gold that Yi Xiaoda provided her with, she knew that the opportunity for her jewelry brand to become famous had arrived. It was this jewelry exhibition. Especially, when Elder Su came, that success was almost nailed on. Yi Xiaoda just wanted to earn a large amount of cash through this jewelry exhibition, and then come to fill the bottomless pit that was timeless technology, but Guo Qianqian knew that her dream, which didn't need a few days, could finally come true. After a few more days, Yi Xiaoda came to Ripple Soft Jewelry after a very unpleasant hyperspace transaction. This time, he still chose a random transaction. After all, now that the cancer seemed to be under control, the immunity potion, that is, the trading points were not that urgently needed. Moreover, Xiong Heng's place, he felt that he couldn't get anything good. As for Bai Bing, this woman, he always felt that it wasn't that simple. The technology in her world was a bit too perverse, and Yi Xiaoda didn't want to get too involved. This time, the one he randomly arrived at was also a primitive world. Unlike Xiong Hong, this time, it was too damned primitive. What appeared in front of Yi Xiaoda was even an ape. Can't even speak, just a red ass, also jumped to the table and rolled back and forth, only wailing, this is still trading my ass. Waste of an opportunity. After arriving at the Ripple Soft Jewelry, Yi Xiaoda found that the setup of the place had already ended. The first floor had all been turned into a huge showroom, with a lot of cabinets added to the empty space to display the products. On the second floor, it had been turned into a huge auction venue. When Yi Xiaoda came to the first floor, here Elder Su and Guo Qianqian were already waiting. Elder Su, I'm still troubling you to wait for the kid. Yi Xiaoda hurriedly said forward. I'm happy, Xiaoda, you're really good. I really didn't think that I would be able to see so many high-quality jadeite raw stones in my life. Elder Su, let's take a look together. Yi Xiaoda pointed at the glass cabinets that were still covered with red curtains and said. Good. The group came to the doorway, and after opening one of the curtains, inside a glass cabinet, 4 jadeite bracelets were displayed. Each piece was of high ice type, and also had green floating flowers, and there was a number underneath. Su Lao said from the side, this bracelet is not bad, it is estimated that it can be sold for a few $1,000,000. Yi Xiaoda nodded. A few million only, this was not the purpose of him coming over today. Looking all the way through, the ones at the entrance were some high goods, and at the back, the seed water was getting better and better, the color was getting greener and greener, and there was even a demonic purple color. In the end, the group stopped in front of the last counter in the bracelet area. Open a look, inside the 5 bracelets, one more than a green. Su Lao said, these 5, Emperor Green, and still the very best of the Emperor Green, I personally processed, each one, should be more than $50 million. Even higher. Each one is over $50 million? Then this is more than $200 million. Yi Xiaoda smiled and asked Guo Qianqian, how many bracelets are there in total? There are almost 80 in total, all of them are top of the line, all of them are more than a few $1,000,000, the total value is estimated to be around $500 million. The main thing is that the time is still a little bit not quite enough, otherwise those raw stones of yours, you would still be able to cut out more bracelets, as well as more plaques and egg faces. Yi Xiaoda said indifferently, a little less is a little less, anyway, the bracelet can't earn a few dollars, and there are too many at a time, it's easy to cause the price to not start. The bracelet can't earn a few dollars? Guo Qianqian couldn't help but look at Yi Xiaoda one more time. A month ago, you still didn't even have $10,000, right, now you can't even look at $500 million? However, Su Lao on the side nodded his head repeatedly, indeed, compared to that item, the bracelet really can't earn a few dollars. Chapter 87 A Stone as a Treasure? Joke. Next is some plaque and egg surface, carving have been completed, but Yi Xiaoda is not very interested, these things are some accompaniment. There were also some dog head gold displays, but Yi Xiaoda wasn't very interested either. Take me to see the ornaments. Su Lao hurriedly brought Yi Xiaoda to the very center of the exhibition hall. Here, there were 5 red curtains, representing that there were 5 top-quality ornaments inside. Opening the first curtain, inside, a purple jadeite raw stone that had to be the size of a basketball had been carved to look like a lion. A purple lion. It was beautiful. There was also a hint of femininity in the dominance. Su Lao pointed to the one next to him and said, "This is carved by my apprentice, it's also considered a master, and it's not bad anyway." Guo Qianqian hurriedly said, "Master Song is a top master, he is the main knife, this thing, the value is doubled. The next piece is also jadeite, have to have a monitor-size piece, but the emperor green quality is only a small strip, just to be carved into a bamboo plant, is also very good looking. There was also a black jadeite that was carved into a dragon. The penultimate is a dog head gold. This one wasn't carved, it was just placed there, much like an animal with 4 feet on the ground, and it was labeled as weighing upwards of 40 kilograms. This could also be sold at a sky-high price. In the end, everyone gathered in the very center. Here, there was a top-quality stone. Elder Su was so excited that he personally slowly removed the red curtain, and then Yi Xiaoda saw a greenish pendulum. It had to be the size of a monitor, there were landscapes carved on it, there were characters with different expressions, and there had to be at least about 100 people. This is not scary, scary is this whole stone, all is emperor green. Hit the light that is transparent. Under the illumination of the light, extremely shocking. Even Yi Xiaoda couldn't help but marvel, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. He had always thought that emerald was just a stone, and didn't know why anyone would like it, but now it seemed that there was still a reason why it was worth money. This stone is the only one I've seen in my life, the quality is too high, was it also dug by you from northern Burma? Yi Xiaoda nodded, well, Elder Su still has to thank you, otherwise this stone might have to be cut into bracelets. Ha, it's my honor. After visiting the stone, the people came to the meeting room. Guo Qianqian began to introduce, we have a total of over 200 exhibits this time, now we need you to decide which ones to use for the auction? When Yi Xiaoda heard this, he was a bit puzzled, which ones? Not all of them? Guo Qianqian hurriedly said, generally speaking, the things displayed in the jewelry exhibition are not all for auction, we can leave some of the treasures of the store, and the others can be sold on the first day of the display. Elder Su also said, the last stone, I suggest to take it as your Ripple Rouge Jewelry Store's treasure, that's priceless. What everyone didn't expect was that Yi Xiaoda directly waved his hand and said, sell them all, I have a lot of top-grade raw stones, I can get a bunch of town store treasures at random, I'm short of money now, I'll sell them first. A piece of stone, as a part of the treasure of the town store. Money is king. Guo Qianqian hurriedly nodded, then I'll go and arrange it again, exhibition tomorrow, auction the day after tomorrow. Will there be many people attending? Yi Xiaoda asked worriedly. Guo Qianqian smiled, pointed at Su Lao, and said, Su Lao has already helped send a few of the ace products for this auction to some big bosses, the people coming this time will definitely be more than we can imagine. This time's jewelry exhibition as well as the auction will definitely become an event for Dixia Jewelry, even surpassing the Yunnan public auction. Congratulations little brother, Ripple Rouge Jewelry will definitely be a hit. Su Lao was also confident about this jewelry exhibition. Okay, the more big injustice seeds come, the better, I'll come over tomorrow morning to take a look huh? Yi Xiaoda finished and left. At night, Guo Qianqian and the girls definitely had a lot of things to do, but Yi Xiaoda just came over to take a look. This was the benefit of finding a good CEO. Otherwise, if you do everything yourself, you can die of exhaustion. What Yi Xiaoda didn't know was that on this day, Xiangqing Airport was exceptionally busy. In addition to the regular daily flights, there were also a lot of private planes landing in Xiangqing. Even the airport controllers were puzzled. What's going on today? Why are so many rich people here, so many private airplanes? Not only private airplanes, the first-class cabins of many flights are full today. One look at that formation, they are all rich people. Are there any big events in Xiangqing these days? I haven't heard anything. I'm so rich, I'll get a private jet too. But not only rich, today there seems to be a few young people to come, the specification is high, the plane are inserted into the queue of the kind. Really? Absolutely true, I received several phone calls from the top, several airplanes are inserted into the queue to land. The people at the airport didn't understand, but they knew that something big was definitely happening in Xiangqing. Yi Xiaoda probably didn't even know that a jewelry exhibition that he had temporarily remembered to hold for the sole purpose of making money, he didn't expect that it would have such a big influence in the jewelry world, and even the top tycoon circle. Early the next morning, the first wave of people who came to Ripple Soft Jewelry, surprisingly, were still acquaintances. Guo Qianqian actually did not publish the news of the jewelry show, is privately through Su Lao, will be sent to some of the top circle of people. However, the Guo family, after all, was still the owner of this building before, so the Guo family also got the news. After hearing that the woman who rebelled against the Guo family had opened a jewelry exhibition on her own, the Guo family, young and old, came early in the morning. The only one who was absent was probably Guo Hai. Ripple Soft Jewelry? This woman, Guo Qianqian, changed the name of our building? Why is there another name? What the hell is time and space technology? Humph. It must be Guo Qianqian who sold my daxia to another company in order to cash out. This stinking cousin. Can't wait to smack her to death. Ever since Guo Qianqian left the Guo family was getting worse by the day, and with the Song family's suppression, it was looking to go bankrupt. These Guo family members naturally hated to eat Guo Qianqian alive. Especially after knowing that Guo Qianqian seems to be doing well, it is even more angry. Early in the morning, standing at the door, they cursed. Ripple Row? Humph. It's that woman's name, right? Still having the nerve to hang that woman's name on our dasha, how shameless. I think Guo Qianqian is shameless too. She probably can't manage any jewelry exhibition. It's now more than 8 o'clock and there's still no one. This time, the door is locked tightly. Guo family members can only open the door to curse up. Guo Qianqian was standing on the 8th floor, condescendingly looking at these family members of theirs, snickered a bit, and stopped taking care of it. 9 o'clock. Ripple Jewelry staff slowly opened the door. Guo's crowd looked up and wanted to rush inside. They all wanted to see what the hell was under those red cloths. What they didn't expect was that just after rushing to the door, these people were stopped. The security guards of Ripple Soft Jewelry. Of course, it was Guo Group's security guards before. Looking at the security guards that they had casually trampled on before, but now they dared to stop them, Guo Clan's people were instantly enraged. Dog leg, how dare you stop us? Don't you know that we are the Guo family? Even Guo Qianqian didn't dare to stop us. Who are you guys? Get lost. A few of the rushing Guo family members even started pushing and shoving. Chapter 88, You Are Not Worthy. Ripple Jewelry's security guards are not accustomed to, you push me, then I must push back. Anyway, there is a surveillance here. It is you who first pushed people. And the boss said, this time the conflict, as long as the injury, then the reward 100,000. Injure the other party, the same reward of $100,000. This group of people, they are afraid of not fighting, and they hate it when you do it. Holy, how dare you push me? I'm the Guo family's youngest. I'll get you killed. The security guard also shouted, without an invitation, you can't enter the exhibition hall. I want to enter our own building and I still need an invitation? I'll invite you poo. The security guard was also hoping to make things bigger so that he could earn a little bonus, and said with a smile, Sir, please don't call me dad, I'm still young. After saying this, there was a burst of laughter. You. Don't you, this building now belongs to Ripple Rouge Jewelry, Guo family we only know Guo Qianqian Guo general manager, other people hurry up and get lost, otherwise, don't blame us for not being polite. After the security guard finished speaking, more than 30 people neatly took several steps forward. The security guards of the jewelry company were not 60 or 70-year-old men, all of them were strong men. This sense of oppression directly made Guo family members not only shut up, but also took a few steps back. At this time, Guo Qianqian also came, just stood outside the door looking at the Guo family group of people. Seeing Guo Qianqian appear, the Guo family's boss said, Qianqian, look at some of the people you've recruited, hurry up and open this group of security guards for me, how dare you not let me in? After saying that, he walked towards the inside. Guo Qianqian simply did not pay attention to him. Instead of the security guard said, Xiao Song, trouble you to find a piece of screen, we'll be here to stop, don't let some cats and dogs to see our internal exhibition hall. Okay, Mr. Guo. The security guard went off in a frenzy, and even gave the Guo family boss a provocative look before leaving. This glance made Guo family boss almost have a black head and go straight over. When a security guard dared to treat himself like this. And it was still his own men from before, this made him simply unable to stand it. Guo Qianqian, what exactly do you mean? You're holding a jewelry exhibition, why won't you let us in? That's right, the things from your jewelry show are definitely still our Guo families. No, you can't sell this stuff. Seeing Guo Qianqian appear, the Guo family seemed to be up again. This Tattoo Rouge Jewelry has only invited the first tier of domestic jewelers, sorry, you guys aren't worthy yet. After saying that, Guo Qianqian turned her head and left. Leaving behind the helpless Guo family members, they were so angry that they only jumped to their feet, but there was nothing they could do about it. Qianqian, they can't enter, I can always. A voice came from behind the Guo family's crowd. The Guo family members turned their heads and hurriedly nodded their heads in greeting. Young Song. Young Master Song. Young Song, you're here? Young Master Song, take us in as well. The person who came was none other than Song Jifei, the heir of Song's jewelry. He had been pursuing Guo Qianqian for a long time, but Guo Qianqian didn't care about him at all. Guo Qianqian turned back and asked with a frown on her face, I don't remember giving you an invitation? The invitation really wasn't there. Song Jifei still wanted to express his superiority. He didn't expect that before he finished his sentence, Guo Qianqian said, What are you doing here without an invitation? Hurry up and leave, don't block the door. After saying this, Song Jifei froze. Previously, although Guo Qianqian is not very willing to take care of themselves, but at least they also talk to themselves in a peaceful manner, but now, so arrogant? Song Jifei's face instantly came down. Guo Qianqian, don't give face to face, I come here, but to give you face, you hold a broken jewelry exhibition, except for me, who else will come? Humph. Guo Qianqian grunted, not wanting to take care of him at all. After seeing the screen has been blocked, the red cloth inside the exhibition hall are removed, because the door cannot see the inside. Just heard all kinds of shocking sounds coming out from inside. Ripple Jewelry's many of their own people have not seen these treasures, the first time to see, naturally screamed loudly. Pretending, what kind of stuff can she have? Pretending. There's over $1 million of bracelets in there, I've swallowed them all straight away. Song Jifei didn't leave either, because he wanted to see if there would be any more powerful characters than him appearing today or not. However, he felt that there shouldn't be any. It started at 9 o'clock, and now it was already 9 o'clock, except for himself, but there was no one. Waiting for a few minutes, Song Jifei still did not see anyone to this tattoo jewelry show, so, in the doorway and shouted, "Guo Qianqian, look at it, you this what jewelry show, not even a person, or will be this tattoo jewelry sold to me, I will be good pity you." That's right, a girl's family, every day to show off, do not know what to do it, while early to marry. I think Song Xiao is very good, young, handsome, rich, Guo Qianqian, marry it. Marry Mr. Song. Marry Mr. Song. The entrance of a jewelry show turned into a bustling food market. Song Jifei also did not stop. He felt this crowd surrounded by the feeling is quite good, and let Guo Qianqian jewelry exhibition disgrace, not also quite good. When the crowd was in chaos, a fleet of cars approached Ripple Rouge Jewelry. First a group of black-clad bodyguards came down, and then the middle of the vehicle was opened, and then an old man wearing a Chinese mountain suit came down. This old man directly headed towards Ripple Jewelry, and the bodyguards directly pushed the Guo family members, and even Song Jifei, to the side. Although the Guo family members were not happy, they didn't dare to resist. One look at these people, they couldn't afford to mess with them. As for Song Jifei, the moment he saw this old man, he had frozen in place, not moving a muscle. Guo Qianqian also hurriedly came out from the house and greeted respectfully, "Elder Wu. Little doll, good looking, good jewelry, Su Jun that is there?" Guo Qianqian quickly said, "Su old man in the hall." When Wu Lao heard, he quickly took 3 big steps toward the inside. As for a group of bodyguards, only 2 went in, and the others waited at the door. "He doesn't have an invitation, why did he go in as well?" A young man from the Guo family said a bit unconvincingly. Guo Qianqian glanced at him and didn't say anything. Song Jifei reacted and directly slapped towards this young man before turning his head and walking away. Wu Di. This is Wu Di. The Guo family didn't recognize it, he, Song Jifei, did. A big mountain in the Daxia jewelry world. If Guo's jewelry was 1, then Song Jifei's family could be considered 10, and according to this algorithm, Wu Di, alone, was 1,000. The difference was that big. Although Song Jifei didn't know why he had come, what he did know was that if he didn't leave now, what was the point of staying? Shame on you? As for the Guo family, he didn't want to see them again. Just as he walked with his head down, Song Jifei bumped into someone, looked up, and directly retreated 3 steps before paralyzing on the ground. Raising his hand, he pointed at Yi Xiaoda and said shakily, "You're still alive?" Yes, in his perception, Yi Xiaoda should have died. Or was killed by the assassin he found. Because this was also the first time he had done this kind of thing. Finding an assassin to kill someone still left him with a bit of a side effect in his heart. He had nightmares several times, and all that came to his mind was Yi Xiaoda's face. Now that he saw the living Yi Xiaoda, could he not panic? Panicked, confused, and scared. Yi Xiaoda looked at Song Jifei, gave him a disdainful look and cursed, "You're the one who's dead." He didn't know that Song Jifei had once looked for an assassin to kill him and got the news that he had already succeeded. Song Jifei rolled away with a roll, and with a sweep of his eyes, he realized that apart from Guo Hai, there was another young man who seemed to be quite scary. Xin Fan. Going home, Song Jifei can no longer get through to the north of Maine. This $10 million, it is considered to be a waste of money. Chapter 89. Money is a number. Xin Fan was definitely someone who had seen the world. In the Qin family, or the crown prince of the Qin family, what treasures have not seen But he was all shocked when he saw a display-sized piece of imperial green carved figure landscape painting. "Did you make this thing?" Xin Fan asked Yi Xiaoda in shock. Yi Xiaoda nodded and said with a smile, "How about it? It can still fit into your young Qin's eyes, right? Too able. If you like it, you can shoot it tomorrow, haha." "Pull back, I don't have that much money." Xin Fan laughed out loud. He really wasn't bad with money. The Qin family, with a business wizard, was Qin Fan's aunt, causing the entire Qin family to not be poor in money at all. People don't even bother to make money in Daxia, earning money abroad, but also ruled several countries in the energy, power and other industries, proper top big brother, but also the Qin family status then a factor. After Qin Fan visited, more and more people entered the exhibition hall. The vast majority of them were glamorous rich people, and there were a huge number of middle-aged as well as elderly people. This grade of rich people is really able to come up with money at that time. Looking at that piece of imperial green surrounded by the group already, Yi Xiaoda smiled a smile. It seemed that there should be no shortage of money to spend in a short period of time. In the evening, Xin Fan was the host and invited a few of his friends, as well as Yi Xiaoda. As for Guo Hai, he very voluntarily did not go to participate. According to his own words, this bureau was a bit too high-end for him to participate in. In the Linjiang clubhouse, inside the top-class private room, the 4 big young men who came at Qin Fan's invitation and Qin Fan were already sitting there, chatting. "Brother Fan, that jewelry exhibition you took us to see today is really high-end. It's been a long time since I've participated in such a high-end jewelry exhibition." "Yeah, there's only some jadeite and dog's head gold in that one, but the quality is really good." That piece of landscape stone, to be honest, I like myself, just do not know whether I can shoot down. Ha, relying on yourself is definitely not possible, hurry to ask for money from home. Forget it, young man, don't play that. After seeing his cell phone ringing for a bit, Fan stood up and said to the ones who were doing it, I'll go out and pick up you guys chat first. Without waiting for the others to react, Fan had already left the private room, because Yi Xiaoda had already arrived at the door, and with no one to lead him, he couldn't find his way at all. Who is this? Surprisingly, Brother Fan personally went to pick him up. It seems like that jewelry exhibition today was made by this Brother De. Although it's powerful, it's not so bad that he's letting the Qin family's eldest young man go and pick it up. Before they even met, everyone was already extremely curious and interested in Yi Xiaoda. When Qin Fan brought Yi Xiaoda into the private room, the crowd became even more surprised. Because they could see that Qin Fan was extremely polite to Yi Xiaoda, and even let Yi Xiaoda walk in front of himself. Was this weak person of even higher status than Qin Fan? Brother De, let me introduce to you, these four are all my friends, sort of diehards. This is Xiao Wu from Yanjing, the family has some connections. This is Li Lang from Magic City, the family is not bad. This one is from Shu, the family is strange. There is also this guy, from Pengcheng, the family is also quite big. Yi Xiaoda also saw out, these people, either rich or noble, all of them are at the same level as Qin Fan, also very politely stretched out his hand and greeted politely, hello everyone, my name is Yi Xiaoda, just call me Xiaoda. Brother Fan calls you Brother D, if we call you Xiaoda, wouldn't that be looking for death? Let's just go by grade, just call me Xiaolang, I'll call you Brother De. Yi Xiaoda smiled and nodded. These four people, they were all very good. By the way, this time, I brought you all a small gift, the gift is light ha. Yi Xiaoda placed the black plastic bag in his hand on the table. These four people, he knew that they were all found by Qin Fan to stand for himself, a little gift was still needed. When this black plastic bag was placed on the table, it formed a clear contrast with the entire tabletop, and even the opulent decoration of the entire house. This bag looks like a garbage bag. Yi Xiaoda pulled out 8 small wooden boxes from it, with 2 different logos on them. 2 for 1. Brother Fan, how can I be ashamed to ask for your gifts? Although he said that, Li Lang still took the gifts handed over by Yi Xiaoda and put them on his lap. Next, that was to get to know each other and talk. Oftentimes, business was so talked out over the dinner table. Although, today was not. After all, they didn't have any knowledge of Yi Xiaoda at all. After getting to know each other and having dinner, Yi Xiaoda also left directly. He felt that, when he was with these big young men, it was still not particularly painful, far less comfortable than staying with Kai Long in the village. When Yi Xiaoda left, the atmosphere between the private rooms instantly relaxed a bit as well. Brother Fan, what exactly is the origin of this? I see that you are quite respectful. Li Lang asked. Qin Fan said, a very strange person, in fact, I can't understand it, but with him, I feel quite comfortable, and I also firmly believe that following him will be of great benefit to me. What? Following him? There are benefits for you, Brother Fan? Is this person that scary? That's right, you're the Qin family's youngest, who else can give you benefits? I don't believe it. This is what my grandfather personally told me. Qin Fan said indifferently. After saying this, the entire private room fell silent. Qin Fan's grandfather? These four people didn't dare to say anything anymore, but for Yi Xiaoda, they were even more curious. After all, there didn't seem to be many young men in this world who could make even Grandpa Qin pay attention to them. Right, the gift from Brother De, you guys open it and take a look. Soon, Li Lang opened both boxes. This one is an imperial green plaque, it's also worth $1 million, but what is this thing? It seems like a piece of ginseng? Qin Fan glanced at it and said, it's ginseng, top grade wild ginseng. If you old people in your family are not feeling well, you can try to use it, the effect is good. Ginseng? Well, it's effective, my grandfather is also using it. Oh, Elder Qin is also using it. That should be very precious indeed. As for the piece of imperial green plaque, none of these four were concerned about it. Although it was worth more than $1 million, for them, $1 million was just that. Usually, the gifts they gave to each other were even more expensive than this. Send each other a sports car house or something, are common. This circle, the view of money, and ordinary people are completely different. Money, for them, is really just a number. Chapter 90 Who exactly is unworthy? After this one-day exhibition, when Roe Jewelry became one of the most talked about and discussed brands in the jewelry world. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't allow live streaming or shooting videos, these babies would have flamed out of the circle. On this day, many more top jewelers, or top collectors, as well as some rich people, also temporarily dared to arrive in Xiangqing just to attend tomorrow's auction. Although many people knew that these things had nothing to do with them, it was quite good to see the world. The next day, the Ripple Rouge jewelry auction officially started. In the morning, it was those imperial green plaques, in the afternoon, it was most of the bracelets, and in the evening, it was those 5 pendants as well as the 4 imperial green bracelets. It was the evening that was the big headline. Therefore, Yi Xiaoda didn't go over during the day. Do not even know the auction in the end into what kind of fire. Anyway, from the tone of Gui Chanqian's phone call, this woman, this whole day is in a situation of extreme exuberance. Should be earned a lot. The evening auction, Gui Chanqian did not limit the number of people entering. The main reason is that it can show off the Ripple soft jewelry and greatly enhance the fame. Of course, the capital inspection is still necessary, and only those with more than $10 billion will be able to enter. The Gui family members who had dinner in the evening and intended to come to see the effect of Gui Chanqian were once again stopped at the entrance of the Ripple jewelry building, because the current Gui family combined was less than 1 billion. As for Song Jifei, it was very smooth to come in. Song's jewelry, 10 billion level, is still there. Of course, his position was not too good, basically already belonging to the very back. Originally, Song Jifei came in and saw his own position, but also wanted to make a scene, but when he saw the front seat, written on those names, completely lay down. The auction started at 8 o'clock, but Song Jifei arrived at 7 o'clock, originally wanted to find Gui Chanqian chat, did not expect to see anyone at all. There are two people also came very early. Yi Xiaoda and Gua Hai. After all, it is their own business. Yi Xiaoda came early as intended to venue, there are no mistakes. Only, as an amateur, he simply couldn't see anything. Therefore, simply sat in the first row of the most center seat with a big grin. In the first row, there were only 8 seats with not a single name on them. Song Jifei's familiarity with those top brands of jewelry and those top tycoons who loved jewelry was sitting from the second row. He thought that if the first row was not the leaders, then it would be the foreign ones, or those characters from the legends. When he saw Yi Xiaoda appeared in the middle of the first row and sat on his butt, his heart was dumbfounded. Originally, he thought that if he gave $10 million to the Manhwa people, he would never see this disgusting person again for the rest of his life, but he didn't expect to see him in Xiangqing. See, even if it's okay, but also scared himself enough. He must be killed. Right now, that was the best opportunity. Song Jifei hurriedly stood up. With a few healthy steps, he ran to Yi Xiaoda's side and directly pointed and shouted, "What the hell are you? Who let you sit here?" Yi Xiaoda was dumbfounded. "And you, the Gua family can't even get in, and you still dare to sit here?" Gua Hai was also dumbfounded. "It's none of your business if I sit here or not." Yi Xiaoda skimmed his lips and asked. "This is his own company, his own turf, if I don't sit in the first row, do you come?" Gua Hai is a little short of breath. Especially after seeing that the back rows are all hefty bigwigs, he even stood up directly. "Sit." Yi Xiaoda glanced at him and said. "Brother De, I think I'm more comfortable standing." Yi Xiaoda directly pulled him down with one hand. "If I tell you to sit, you sit." Song Jifei sneered at the side and said, "Look at the second row, the top are all top jewelers, this first row, definitely some old masters, or simply some local leaders, not something that kittens and puppies can sit." Yi Xiaoda took a look at the first row, and indeed, there were no names. Because, this was originally what he had asked Gui Chanqian to leave alone for himself and Gua Hai both, as well as Qin Fan and his friends. "Anyway, there's no name written, then I'll simply sit here, sit at your place, I'm afraid that I won't even be able to see the screen above clearly." Good lord, this was a bit hurtful. Song Jifei said that the screen above the auction small stage, their position is really not see clearly. All had to be stretched to see the cell phone camera. Song Jifei was still cheap, didn't nag with Yi Xiaoda, instead he turned around and called the several security guards at the door over. "This nobody, sitting in the first row of your auction house, do you care?" The few security guards glanced at each other and inwardly cursed Song Jifei's ancestors. To come here, it means that the family is definitely not a small security guard they cannot afford to mess with. The key is, this really have to manage, otherwise by the boss no, will not have to do. It is said that today will come to a huge number of big shots. These two people, so young, should not be any big shot at, sit in the first row, should be really casually sit. They do not recognize Yi Xiaoda, after all, as the boss of Yi Xiaoda hardly come here. So, one of the security guards bent down respectfully and said to Yi Xiaoda, "This gentleman, these first 10 rows are all arranged, do you want to go to the back? This first row, doesn't it have no name? Isn't that just sitting at random? This first row is specially set aside by our boss." Yi Xiaoda was bored anyway, and said with a smile, "Then I don't care, I'll sit here, there's no name anyway." Several security guards instantly became a bit black-faced, "Give you face, don't want it." A few people directly surrounded Yi Xiaoda. Song Jifei at the side of the coaxing, "Hurry up to throw him out, or later the real big shot over there is no place to sit. This kid I know, the family is actually the rural areas, just stepped on the luck of the dog, picked up a stone just, not a big shot." After hearing that it's not a big shot, the security guard once again said to Yi Xiaoda, "This gentleman, please don't make it difficult for us, there are still places behind." It had to be said that the quality of the security guards who spend a lot of money to hire them could be. Song Jifei's attitude towards the security guards was not good anymore. "What are you guys mumbling about? Hurry up and throw him out." "Throw? I will see who will throw me out." Yi Xiaoda sat on the chair, as steady as Mount Taishan. He even crossed his legs, and the melon seeds on the table in front of him were already knocked on. This kind of behavior, which made the security guards finally get a little angry, and they were about to make a move. Just in time, this time, Gui Chanqian came. She had been at the venue the entire time, and with the place being so lively, she naturally couldn't hide it from her. "You guys leave," Guo Qianqian said to a few security guards. Seeing that they were the ones paying their own salaries, the few security guards directly left. And Song Jifei, see Guo Qianqian, piggish for a while, then said, "Qianqian, this Yishoda is also too ignorant. You invited him to see the world, he is good, really will be a character, and even sat in the first row, simply is not to give you face ah." Guo Qianqian was a bit speechless. This person is young, how the brain is not very good. "Qianqian, hurry to drive people away ah, later the VIP you invited came to see someone sitting in his place, definitely not happy," Song Jifei said with an excited face. He had already seen the scene where Yi Xiaoda was mercilessly driven out. "First of all, I don't know why the Song family treats you as a baby. Elder Song really hit the eye in this aspect of choosing an heir," Guo Qianqian said with a serious face. Song Jifei's face instantly darkened. "This is not over," Guo Qianqian continued. "Know why the first row is empty and has no name? Because this is what I purposely left behind for Mr. Yi. There is no need for you to tell me what to do. In addition, your position is at the very back. Please leave here as soon as possible. This is a VIP area. You are not qualified to stay here." Good lord, after Guo Qianqian finished speaking, the security guard came again. This time, the eyes that looked at Song Jifei were even worse. A few security guards couldn't wait to throw Song Jifei out. "Good fellow, just now I almost listened to you and threw the boss's VIP out. If that was the case, I guess I don't need to do it myself." If Song Jifei in the past, after being taunted by Guo Qianqian this, he would probably immediately go ballistic. However, after that time from Main North, his character, indeed, is stoic, but also perverted a lot. Turning around, Song Jifei slowly walked towards the back. As soon as he turned around, his face became extremely hideous. This time, he had moved towards Yi Xiaoda and even Guo Qianqian, with a true killing intent. Chapter 91 9 Supreme Treasures. Gradually, more and more people arrived. None of them were bigwigs in the jewelry industry as well as top private collectors. Guo Qianqian was constantly greeting people at the venue, but Yi Xiaoda was just sitting in the front row like he was an idler, knocking on melon seeds. Many bigwigs saw that there was a young man they didn't know sitting in front of them, so naturally they weren't that comfortable. The gaze towards Yi Xiaoda was also filled with contempt. This rather made Song Jifei happy. However, seeing so many bigwigs that had come to participate in this auction, Song Jifei was envious and jealous inside. He had already guessed why Yi Xiaoda was sitting in the first row. Because, the emerald that is auctioned here today, it is estimated that they are all raw stones provided by Yi Xiaoda, dug up by picking up the leeks in Main North. Thinking of the north of Burma, Song Jifei is egg-broken. People pick up leaks, their own pick up beatings. Song Jifei looked at Gua Hai, also know why Yi Xiaoda pick up leakage from the raw stone will give Guo Qianqian. It should be introduced by Gua Hai. Perhaps this Yi Xiaoda also holds the idea of Toad wanting to eat swan meat, want to fix Guo Qianqian it. This time to provide jadeite raw stone, presumably is to want to obtain Guo Qianqian's heart. Sitting is also sitting, Song Jifei's mental activities are very frequent. If Yi Xiaoda knew that Song Jifei would even think so, it is estimated that he would also laugh his ass off. Because, the Ripple soft jewelry, was originally his own. After Yi Xiaoda picked up Qin Fan and a few of Qin Fan's friends and sat them in the first row, those top bigwigs in the second row instantly went quiet. Looking towards Qin Fan and Yi Xiaoda beside Qin Fan, they were filled with awe. These people, more or less, had heard of Qin Fan. Originally, they had some other ideas for the Ripple Rouge jewelry, but now they had all caved in, just wanting to spend a little more money later on, so that the Qin family's great young man would look at himself more. Yi Xiaoda didn't even know that Qin Fan's appearance would cause this auction to be unusually lively. Soon, Guo Qianqian, who was wearing a red dress, stood on the small auction stage, and this time, she was both the host and today's auctioneer. Excellent person, doing whatever. Welcome to tonight's auction. This auction, we have a total of 9 lots, all of which were specially made by our Ripple Rouge jewelry by inviting Master Su. I believe that everyone has already seen the lots, and everyone should be curious about where exactly these jadeite raw stones of our Ripple soft jewelry come from. Today, I'll reveal it to everyone. Everyone should still remember, not long ago in Dianan Jadeite Public Market someone with $9,000 to pick up the leakage of an Emperor Green, and then picked up the leakage of a mine in northern Burma's legendary Storiat. In that mine, excavated a large number of top-grade jadeite raw stone, and we grain soft jewelry become the only partner of this legend. The follow-up we will add mine all the jadeite raw stone all made into the top-grade jadeite jewelry. I hope you can advertise. Guo Qianqian naturally will not let go of such a good opportunity. She saw this group of bigwigs under the stage, she knew, he created this brand, this time is completely famous. From the creation, to famous, is just a few days. She couldn't help but glance at Yi Xiaoda once again, her eyes filled with gratitude. Without him, there would be no original stone, and Ripple soft jewelry wouldn't have been able to appear at all. Without him, Elder Su wouldn't have appeared either, then none of these top jewelers could have come to participate at all. Without him, Guo Qianqian think he will probably have completely given up the jewelry industry, has taken the money to go out to travel it. However, thinking of himself into Yi Xiaoda's wage earner, but also responsible for so many things, Guo Qianqian can't help but give him a blank look. This glance, flavorful. Even Qin Fan, who was on the side, joked, "Brother De, this woman, she seems to have some meaning for you." "Little Fan, don't talk nonsense." A casual Xiao Fan made Qin Fan's friends around him look at Yi Xiaoda dumbfounded. The point was that Qin Fan seemed to accept the fact that he was called Little Fan. This was enough to prove Yi Xiaoda's status in Qin Fan's mind. Alright, without further ado, the first lot of Ripple Rouge jewelry, an imperial green jadeite bracelet. After Guo Qianqian finished speaking, an imperial green bracelet appeared on the screen. The actual object also appeared in Guo Qianqian's hands. Guo Qianqian even wore it on her own hand, showing it off properly. The emperor green jadeite bracelet worn on her hand showed a green color with an oily texture. Under the illumination of the light, it seemed to glow with green light, as noble as an emperor. The surface of the bracelet is as smooth as a mirror, feels delicate to the touch, and has a certain hardness and fullness. Every time you touch it, you can feel its delicacy and vitality of life. This imperial green jadeite bracelet is a masterpiece of nature, which is quietly showing the power of life and the beauty of nature. In this world, there are many beautiful things waiting for us to discover and appreciate, just like this imperial green jadeite bracelet, which quietly accompanies the wearer and shines uniquely in the river of years. Imperial green jadeite bracelet, the circle or normal circle, a little cotton, no, the seed water is particularly good, such a bracelet now is to sell a less one. Basically is the market without price, demand exceeds supply. These days, there is no shortage of rich people. Although the starting price is as high as $10 million, but the people who call the price is endless. $10 million, $15 million, $20 million, $25 million, $30 million. The price kept soaring, and in less than a minute, it had already reached $30 million. This was almost the normal price of an imperial green bracelet. But obviously, this wasn't the price for this auction. $40 million, $50 million, $60 million. After the price reached $60 million, the growth slowed down. In the end, the price was fixed at $65 million. The second piece is also an imperial green jadeite bracelet, and it's still cut from the same stone as the first one. The starting price is also $10 million. Guo Qianqian had just finished speaking, when a person sitting in the second row shouted, "I'll bid $70 million directly, let's speed up the process a bit, everyone is rushing to the last treasure, right?" The venue laughed, but no one bid again. The third, the fourth were all equally the same bracelet. They all ended up fetching more than $60 million, and one of the young men sitting to Qin Fan's left and right wanted to auction one of them, but was directly stopped by Yi Xiaoda. "Don't shoot, waste of money, I have plenty of this stuff there, I'll get you one later," Yi Xiaoda said indifferently. Li Hongyu was dumbfounded. "Good guy, imperial green bracelet, you have more than enough?" But after Qin Fan also shook his head, he chose not to call for more. The 4 imperial greens were nothing more than a warm-up, and when the 5th lot started, everyone sat up and got serious. As long as they took any one of them, this trip, it would be considered not in vain. But after glancing at each other, they all instantly felt Alexander. The top rich people that had come were just too many, and the key was, one by one, they also had the eyes of a must-have, which made it even more terrifying. After the 4 bracelets were auctioned off, Guo Qianqian stood on the stage and smiled confidently, saying, "The next 5 lots, each one of them is unrivaled, each one of them is an exotic treasure, and each one of them is a superb item that has not been seen in Dasha for many years." At this point, she wasn't talking big. It also whetted everyone's appetite. Soon, 2 staff members carried a wooden board onto the stage, and on top of it was something covered by a red curtain. It had to be the size of a basketball. Guo Qianqian walked over, slowly opened the curtain. Inside, a basketball-sized purple emerald lion appeared in front of the crowd. A purple lion. Beautiful. There was also a hint of femininity in the dominance, as if towering over the crowd. It wasn't big, but it was exquisite and overwhelmingly imposing. Guo Qianqian pointed at the lion and said, "This was carved by Master Wen Gang and named the Purple Chui Jade Lion by Master Su himself. The entire lion is carved from a single piece of purple fei, most of the places are up to the glass seed, the color is bewitching, and together with the master's carving, it's mesmerizing. This is the 5th lot, our starting bid is 100 million. A small goal. Just 1 stone. And that's still the starting price." If outsiders knew about it, they would all have to suck in a breath of cold air, but those present, hearing this price, didn't have a single change in their expression. Instead, they all felt that it was a bit low. Chapter 92: The Shocking Black Dragon. The last 5 lots, the people in the first 10 rows had already seen them yesterday. As for the back rows, this was the first time they had seen them. None of them were in an uproar. Even if they were all bigwigs in the jadeite industry, this was the first time they had seen such an extremely high-quality purple jadeite. This is a purple jadeite. And it's also so big, with such good seed water. Or the master's carving, Su Lao personally named, this value is too high, right? The starting price of 100 million is indeed not high. This is only the starting price. For those who like it, this is simply a priceless treasure that can be passed on. This is still the penultimate piece. The previous 4 pieces don't know how precious they are. As for Song Jifei, he was already paralyzed in his seat. Upon seeing this purple emerald jade lion, the nails of his left thumb were bitten off. His thighs were swollen from the slap. He hated If he had bought the jadeite vein that Yi Xiaoda had picked up, wouldn't he be the one standing on the stage now? These top treasures are not all their own. Yi Xiaoda pick up leakage. The old man is to pick up the crime. Not only lost a few $100 million for nothing, but also in the north of Myanmar spent a lifetime of those unforgettable days. He could not wait till this will rush over to the Yi Xiaoda eaten alive. The auction began. The first offer made everyone in the back rows put down their right hands that were about to be raised. 500 million. Wang Long Jewelry bid 500 million. A small piece of stone, the first bid reached $500 million, which made even Yi Xiaoda in the first row couldn't help but turn around and look at this big injustice seed. To know, this level of emerald, he still had a lot more This made his little heart flutter wildly. What a thrill! This wasn't 500 million Zimbabwean dollars, this was 500 million Dacia currency full of purchasing power. The key was that this price, just after it was quoted, some people continued to quote one after another. $510 million. $550 million. $580 million. There weren't many people bidding. After all, the price was too expensive. And those top bigwigs in the second row didn't bid either, they were all waiting for the last piece of treasure. In the end, the price was set at $611 million. This price, Yi Xiaoda does not know what it means in the jadeite world, but he knows that the subsequent money for building his own factory should not be lacking. And home can also add some furniture. The next penultimate fourth lot, the same as also jadeite, have to have a monitor-size piece, but the emperor green quality is only a small strip, just be carved into a bamboo plant, very nice. Hua Qianqian will be introduced to some, because it is also carved by a famous artist. The price also has a premium, the price was set at 650 million. Well, the next is our last 3 lots, each, the world rare. Hua Qianqian also didn't talk nonsense, and soon, 2 people carried a piece that had to be about a meter long to the stage. After unraveling the curtain, most of the people at the venue, although they had already seen it, still exclaimed in shock when they saw it again. As for Song Jifei, those who had never seen it before, there were even quite a few who stood up directly. It was really too shocking. This is a piece of black jadeite that must be 1 meter long and about 20 centimeters in height. Was carved into a lifelike black dragon above the scales glittering, claws pale and powerful, the most shocking to count the dragon head. A beard that had to be 20 centimeters long and exceptionally tiny showed the caliber of the master carver. The whole was placed on a wooden shelf, striking. 800 million. The old man bids $800 million. Hua Qianqian hadn't even said the starting bid when someone shouted excitedly. Black dragon, some people don't like it, think it's not auspicious enough, but some people are extremely fond of it. For example, just this old man who stood up and directly shouted the price. Previously is also a person, after the whitewash, do the jewelry business, relying on some means, mixed is also prosperous, since childhood, like the dragon this thing, especially the black dragon. Seeing this old man stood up to bid, the others did not grab with him again. After all, if you offend such a person, there is no chance that they will give you a cold shot. After quoting the price, this old man even looked towards Qin Fan's direction and saw that Qin Fan didn't seem to be angry before he sat down with peace of mind. If Qin Fan wasn't here, and he couldn't see any characters here that he was afraid of, maybe he would have just quoted a few $1 million. Anyway, he felt that even if he only quoted a few $1 million, he guessed that no one would fight with him. There were not many people who did not want to die these days. But Qin Fan was there. If he still quoted a few million, then the one who didn't want to die would be him. This is the power of Qin Fan, a word without saying anything can scare people to death. Unexpectedly, this kind of forced purchase situation had still appeared in the end. The person who appeared, Yi Xiaoda, was also extremely shocked. Although this time there was only 1 round of offers, but $800 million basically has exceeded the value of this stone, Yi Xiaoda is not a loss. Hua Qianqian also smiled and said, then this black dragon belongs to this old man. The next lot is not a jadeite, but a piece of dog head gold. It's a huge piece of dog head gold. After Hua Qianqian finished speaking, several people carried what came onto the stage, and the skull was soon lifted. Yellow. Aristocratic. A yellow metal that had to be 70 to 80 centimeters, with a strange shape that seemed to have 4 legs in general, as if it was just standing there quietly. This is a piece of dog's head gold, weighing 41 kilograms, with an extremely high concentration of gold, shaped like a standing animal. Such a large dog's head gold, this is the first time we've ever seen it in the history of Dacia. Quite a few people present actually came specifically for this piece of dog head gold. Jadeite was liked by some, and gold was liked by quite a few. And it was still hard currency, unlike jade, which was actually a stone. More than 40 kilograms of gold, that is also worth a lot of money, of course, cannot be compared with the dog head gold. Guo Chanshan saw the excited expression of the crowd under the stage, knew that this thing, there should be a lot of people like, it is estimated to be able to earn a lot of money. Even quickly said, the starting price of this piece of dog head gold? The words were not even finished yet. On the first row of the stage, in the very center, there was a person who stood up, holding Guo Chanshan's starting bid back in his mouth. Seeing this silhouette, all the gazes of the venue were focused on him, and there was silence. Everyone didn't know why he stood up all of a sudden. I'll bid $1 million for this piece of dog's head gold. I hope everyone can give me face and hand it over. Just after the words were said, the eyes of the people in the front rows of the venue were extremely shocked, but not a single word was said. But there were some people in the back rows that were talking. Chapter 93 Heavenly Price. They, who were still not too clear about Qin Fan's energy. That's right, the person who stood up and wanted to purchase this priceless treasure, and still at the low price of 1 million, was none other than Qin Fan. 1 million? These 40 kilograms of gold are more than a million, right, and it's still dog's head gold. It won't be cheaper than that black dragon just now. Yeah, who the hell is this? Big talk, right, this thing is worth a few $100 million anyways. Why is he able to sit in the first row? Song Jifei was also confused. He just thought that Qin Fan was powerful, but was it this powerful? And how on earth did Zhu Yixioda get these dog head gold? Could it be that the mines in northern Burma also produce dog head gold in addition to superb jadeite? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This dog's head gold can never come from Yixioda's hand. Yixioda is also confused. Sitting beside himself, Qin Fan rubbed up. He had not reacted for a moment. When Qin Fan said he wanted to buy $1 million of this value of a few $100 million dog head gold, he was extremely puzzled. Could it be that Qin Fan wanted to make a profit here? Can't in the beginning to help their own big favor, even don't want money. And at a glance, Qin Fan is not a person who is poor in money. It is not this kind of person. Yixioda felt that he is still quite accurate in reading people. He couldn't understand why Qin Fan was doing this. Apart from him, including Guahai, and the few friends Qin Fan had brought with him, they all looked puzzled. They understood Qin Fan even better. Although it looked like this dog's head gold was a treasure, but what kind of treasure hadn't the other Qin family's great young man seen before? How could he covet such a thing? In this, there must be a problem. Guo Chanshan on the stage also did not know how to deal with it, secretly looked at Yixioda, saw Yixioda nodded, then hurriedly said, okay, this piece of dog's head gold belongs to this gentleman. Next, let's enjoy the last lot. Guo Chanshan spoke quickly and then immediately had the last lot brought up. Although she didn't know why Yixioda nodded his head, but there was definitely a problem inside. Now was not the time to pursue this. It was best for people to be able to forget this little episode. And bringing out the last lot was the best way to do so. Sure enough, when the curtain for the last lot was removed, everyone's eyes were already focused on this. Everyone was admiring it with unblinking eyes. It was a green pendant that had to be about 60 centimeters long, half a meter high, and 50 centimeters thick. There were landscapes and figures carved on it with different expressions, and there had to be at least 100 of them. This is not scary. Scary is this whole stone. All is emperor green. Hit the light that is translucent. Under the illumination of the light, extremely shocking. The one who introduced this pendant was not Guo Chanshan, but Su Jun, Elder Su. After trembling, a face of excitement on the stage, Su Lao's first sentence shocked the world. This is the most satisfying piece of work in my life. Half a century ago, Emperor Green is common. I have also carved a lot, but this one is my most satisfied. This pendulum, to say a word of pride, it is an extraordinary art treasure, contains infinite mysterious and magnificent artistic value. I'm talking about its material, not about my knife skills. This stone, it has a deep green color, like the purest lake water in emerald. This green color is rich and vivid, full of vitality and vigor, and it has a delicate texture, smooth as jade. This stone, in itself, is a gem. In the imperial green, it is all the absolute king. In the pendulum is the best representative. Every detail shows its noble and lively quality. To be honest, I just don't have the money, or else I will absolutely buy it. This is placed in whoever's home, can be used as a family heirloom of the existence of the treasure. Su old man seldom say so many words, this time on the stage, excited to say so much. It can be seen, for this piece of stone, he is really like. After Guo Chanshan helped Elder Su down, she went up to the stage with a smile on her face, first looking at Qin Fan, and after seeing that he didn't stand up, she was relieved. In addition to Qin Fan, other people stand up and casually offer, then let the security guards to drive out. Starting bid, $1 billion. Originally, the starting price was $1, which was still set by Yixioda, but after Qin Fan's 1 million offer, Guo Chanshan temporarily changed her mind. Regardless of any changes that occurred, at least this 1 billion should be stable. Now, she is really short of money. No, I should say that Yixioda is short of money. She is in a hurry. A stone only, the starting price is 10 figures. This in the jade world has been several years have not appeared things. Remember the last time or 3 tons of stone was auctioned out of the price of 1,200 million. 1 billion, how much? Much. Really a lot. Yixioda under a hair, are only 200 or 300 million, that thing is still not valuable. $1 billion is enough for a person to spend for thousands of years. For this stone, how much? Actually, not much. An emperor green bracelet on tens of millions of dollars. This stone, if cut, the bracelet alone can be at least dozens of, that is also almost $1 billion. So, after the starting bid of $1 billion, someone immediately followed. $1 billion. After hearing someone really bid, Song Jifei's head went black and almost didn't pass. Just one stone on a horse's foot was as much as 1/10 of his Song family's wealth. In the beginning, if he had bought that mine himself, how good would it have been? He hated Yi Xiaoda even more. 1.2 billion. These days, there was no shortage of rich people. Moreover, for this pendulum, a discerning person would know that it is extremely valuable for investment. These days, why is there less and less imperial green? It is because the good things have been hidden by the families. This thing, value preservation. Even more valuable than gold. Should not say that the value of the value, said the value added rate is more appropriate. Now 1.2 billion to buy back, after 10 years put out, may be worth 2 billion. Rich people here, not a little cute. Simply like there, but the investment of people more. After all, the desk to move a more than $1 billion worth of ornaments, the average person really cannot do. Quite a few of the big shots in the second row made a direct bid. Their bids made the price of the pendulum become more and more excessive. 1.3 billion. 1.5 billion. 18 billion. 9 billion. 2 billion, this is my last offer. 2.5 billion. 2.5 billion. When 2.5 billion was called out, the venue instantly fell silent. This was already an astronomical figure. There really weren't many people who could take out that much liquidity. In the end, the price was set at 2.5 billion. Yi Xiaoda was so excited that the speed of his melon seeds went a lot faster, and he almost bit his tongue. To this point, this auction, that is, Yi Xiaoda Convergence of Wealth auction, so ended. 9 lots with a total price of $47 or $18 billion. Even after paying what was due, Yi Xiaoda was able to profit at least $4 billion. Half of the Song family. This $4 billion was enough to keep spacetime technology running for a while. No matter how much money a technology company burns, this $4 billion is enough to burn for a period of time. Chapter 94 Being Discovered Your Secret. When the auction ended, the matter of sending off the honored guests was naturally left to Guo Qianqian. Otherwise, what was the point of hiring a CEO? As for Elder Su, it was Yi Xiaoda who personally sent him off and gave him a tiny stone. A fist-sized piece of imperial green jadeite. The seed water is particularly good, and the value is estimated to be tens of millions. This was considered Su Lao's wages. Su Lao also did not excuse himself. His labor was worth this price. He also knows that Yi Xiaoda has a lot of this stuff, there is no need to be polite. In the end, Yi Xiaoda brought several bags and handed them one by one to Qin Fan's friends. A small gift, no honor. Once they saw the special bag of Ripple Rouge jewelry, these people also guessed that the gift given by Yi Xiaoda should be a kind of emerald. But when they got in the car and opened the bag, they were also shocked when they saw the bracelet inside. Imperial green. And the auction of the few emerald green jadeite bracelet exactly the same, at first glance is from the same stone. This one, it was $60 million. Brother Fan's friend is so generous? It's too expensive, should I return it? Forget it, it looks like we're looking down on him, let's take it. Hey, it's hard to return a favor. But I really like this bracelet. You can't buy something with money. Guess, why did Brother Fan suddenly make a bid and buy that piece of dog's head gold? I don't know, it's reasonable to say that Brother Fan isn't interested in this thing. Even if he's interested, he should have bid justifiably. He bid before the starting price came out, and asked people to give him face, who would dare not to give him face. The Qin family is not poor. I don't know, it shouldn't be about money. After seeing everyone off, Yi Xiaoda, Qin Fan and Guahai arrived at the street of late-night snacks outside the university. Just after sitting down, Qin Fan said with a smile, listening to Guahai, eating late-night snacks with you, 9 times out of 10, you don't have to spend any money? Yi Xiaoda laughed loudly, that must be, I usually eat and eat easily spit blood, a spit blood, who still dare to charge me money unfortunately, now a lot of bosses know me, do not allow me to go to their homes to eat. Qin Fan was stunned for a while. But he didn't know that he could still use this method to eat a kingly meal. While eating, Yi Xiaoda suddenly said to Qin Fan, give me the bank card number. What for? Give you back the $1 million you just spent. You say you want dog head gold, just talk, but also spend money on it. I still have to return the money to you and pay taxes for nothing. Qin Fan froze, then laughed loudly. You are a person worth billions of dollars, still afraid of this tax? No matter how small a fly's leg is, it's still meat. Qin Fan really didn't treat him politely and really gave his bank card number to Yi Xiaoda, who gave him $1 million on the spot. It was equivalent to the dog's head gold not spending any money. Guahai on the side had a dumbfounded look on his face. He felt that although he was sitting here and had heard the conversation between these two people, but some of the behavior of these two people, how could he not understand it? But looking at the way these two people were drinking one cup after another, as if they understood each other, it seemed that he was the only one who was a cutie. This feeling makes Guahai's heart extremely itchy, and still dare not ask. The meal was quickly finished, during which also drank a lot. Xin Fan and Yi Xiaoda is very casual, let go of eating, let go of drinking, is Guahai, innerich. Obviously know that these two people must have something, must still be the story of that piece of dog head gold, he has always been, just do not know what the hell is going on. Could it be that he is an outsider? It was right to say so. When the meal was over, each went back to his own home. Guahai was really going home, but Yi Xiaoda and Xin Fan, but coincidentally came to the neighboring river clubhouse. All of this was not an appointment. Guahai, you still have something to ask me, right? Xin Fan, who had already arrived at the neighboring river clubhouse not long in advance, asked with a smile as soon as he saw Yi Xiaoda. Yi Xiaoda smiled back and then sat down at the table. Xin Fan asked with a smile, that piece of dog head gold of yours, at least it can be sold for several $100 million, if I shoot it down for $1 million, you won't blame me. Pull back, don't compare between us, hurry up and say. Xin Fan also no nonsense, directly and seriously said, dog head gold, in the future, do not take out to make money, take some emerald out of it. Coming, Yi Xiaoda's hand holding the tea stopped in mid-air. He knew that he was a bit foolish a while ago. Taking out the dog's head gold to make money was his mistake. Originally, the emerald was already enough, but also had to take out that big piece of dog head gold. In fact, after Xin Fan spent $1 million to shoot down, he regretted it. There must be a reason why Xin Fan did that. Could it be the question of the origin of the dog head gold? The origin of the jadeite raw stone, after Yi Xiaoda's layout, basically gained everyone's recognition, but the dog head gold, Yi Xiaoda just said that it was purchased in Australia. Such a large piece, or secretly purchased, is indeed easy to be investigated. Xin Fan's next sentence even made Yi Xiaoda fall into deep thought. Someone is investigating your dog's head gold, the origin is still very bullish. The first time you took out the dog's head gold and sent it to Gua's group for testing, they have already found out. Originally my grandpa has already suppressed this matter, but now that you have taken out such a big piece again, our Qin family is a little bit unable to suppress it. Someone investigating, Qin family, Qin Fan's grandfather? All of this was beyond Yi Xiaoda's expectations. He had thought that at best, it would be Song Jifei's kind of gadgets that were being investigated, but he hadn't expected that such a huge power would be involved. He was now aware of Qin Fan's origin, and even the Qin family's grandfather could not be suppressed. This matter, it could be big. He was not stupid. Qin Fan was obviously a dragon amongst men, and to be able to become friends with himself or be introduced by Guahai, he had naturally investigated. With the intelligent brain in place, to be honest, Qin Fan didn't have any secrets here in Yi Xiaoda. Even why Qin Fan approached himself, he had guessed a 9 out of 10 reason. It was only because Qin Fan had never shown any malice, and because he felt that Qin Fan was a character that he could befriend, that he had never picked a fight. After all, as long as he wanted to continue to develop in Daxia, he would need some connections, and Qin Fan was the best choice. To put it bluntly, he felt that Qin Fan was not a bad person. From his investigation, the Qin family was also very good, especially Elder Qin, who was someone he admired. What forces are investigating me? The Cutting Edge Research Institute. What the hell? Yi Xiaoda was confused. The small piece of dog's head gold that you provided to Gua's group, their group's researchers found out a substance. This substance is very important to the Daxia Cutting Edge Research Institute. They searched all over Daxia and couldn't find it. They didn't expect to have it inside your dog's head gold, and the content isn't low. So, they set their eyes on it. Qin Fan nodded. This substance is extremely important to Daxia, and although my grandfather personally greeted them, it's a bit impossible to stop them now. After all, this substance was too important, and it even involved the country's underpinnings. Chapter 95 Dog Head Gold by the Caddy. About the matter, Yi Xiaoda also knew about it. Apart from regretting taking out the dog's head gold, in fact, he had nothing to fear. Big deal, look for Bai Bing to ask for the Star Destroyer. Don't say Daxia, no one is good enough. So, he wasn't afraid. Seeing Yi Xiaoda so calm, it made Qin Fan curious. He knew that Yi Xiaoda was not some silly white sweetie. A substance that involved national security was not something you could control alone, not even the Qin family could control it. This piece of dog head gold, I will give it to them, they use it for research for the time being should be enough. In the future, no matter who comes to ask you, you just bite the bullet and die that you don't have any more dog head gold, and things should be able to be over. As for the origin of the dog head gold, I think that you should still say that it was picked up from the back of the mountains of your Beishan village. When Qin Fan spoke of Beishan village, Yi Xiaoda glanced at him. This information, he should not have mentioned it voluntarily. The problem is, I still have quite a bit of dog's head gold. After thinking about it, Yi Xiaoda drank his tea much more calmly. The big deal was that the fish died. No, the fish dying is certain, the net definitely can't be broken. The annihilator is not a joke. Qin Fan said breathlessly, don't bring it out in the future, and if you bring it out again, my grandfather won't be able to stop it. Perhaps, there is another way. Yi Xiaoda suddenly said. You say it. I'll take out all the dog's head gold, just don't let them find me in trouble in the future. That's also a way. Tomorrow, there will be a van arriving at your Qin family's door, so help me give it to So What Research Lab, and tell them not to come looking for me in the future. If you can find the North Mountain Village, I can also find your Qin family's old mansion. The Qin family's old mansion is unknown to the general public. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda directly stood up and left. When he walked to the door, Qin Fan suddenly said, "We can still be friends?" Yi Xiaoda froze for a moment and laughed, of course. Qin Fan was relieved when he heard that. Not to mention his grandfather's condition, even if it was Yi Xiaoda as a person, he wanted to truly befriend him. The next day, a 9-meter large truck drove slowly to the entrance of the Qin family's old mansion. It was in the middle of a quiet valley. It was not very far from Shangcheng. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin Fan had greeted him in advance, this van wouldn't have been able to come. In the past, all the cars that entered this place were Audi, and vans were especially rare. Qin Fan was already waiting at the door. Only to see this huge 9-meter van is also panic to some. This is too big. Could it be that the inside is all dog head gold? This shouldn't be possible. If it was all, then it would be too scary. This a car, shall not 20 or 30 tons? That value is too much to even think about. As soon as the driver saw Qin Fan, he said with a big grin, "Hello, I'm Cargo Lala driver, you're Mr. Qin Fan, right?" Qin Fan nodded. He was also convinced about Yi Xiaoda, such an expensive thing. "You're looking for a cargo Lala? This Thai place of yours is really hard to find." The driver complained. "Broken place?" Qin Fan smiled helplessly. "Here, this is what the cargo owner brought for you. Originally I was not responsible for bringing anything, but the cargo owner was being polite and gave me a pack of cigarettes, so I brought it for you." It was obvious that this cargo puller driver was very uncomfortable. It directly threw a black plastic bag to Qin Fan. Qin Fan opened it and instantly covered the bag tightly. Then with a pleasing face, he said to the driver, "Master, come this way please, have some tea first." When the driver left, as soon as Qin Fan opened the tailgate of the 9-meter truck, he instantly slapped it back. Yellow. Really yellow. The inside was densely packed with all dog head gold. It was like worthless wood that was directly thrown inside the wagon. After Qin Fan had people start unloading, he immediately found Master Qin, who was still eating breakfast. It hadn't been long since he returned to China, but Master Qin's body seemed to be getting thinner by the day. Seeing his most valued grandson coming to him in a panic, Elder Qin glared at him. "What kind of panic is that?" Qin Fan hurriedly took a deep breath before walking in front of Qin Lao and said respectfully, "Grandpa, as I reported to you yesterday, Yi Xiaoda has already sent the dog head gold over, and by the way, he also gave you a gift." "And also gave me a gift?" Qin Fan handed the plastic bag in his hand to Qin Lao. Qin Lao opened it, and even with his experience, he froze for a few seconds after seeing 5 radish-sized wild ginsengs inside a garbage bag. The stuff was too precious. This packaging, the garbage bag, was a bit trashy. Qin Lao placed the ginseng on the table and asked indifferently, "How much dog's head gold did he send over?" "There's a whole truck, a 9-meter truck, at least 20 tons inside," Qin Fan said excitedly. Although Qin Lao was still sitting, he closed his eyes, and judging from his unintelligible trembling eyelids, he was also quite shocked. "Give the dog head gold to that group of people, and don't forget to ask for a special identity for Yi Xiaoda." "Special identity?" "Well, with a special identity, it will also be easier for him to walk around in Daxia." Qin Fan nodded his head in a hurry. This kind of special identity, he also had it, only it was the lowest level. The origin of the dog's head gold, the origin of the jadeite, don't pursue it, don't let them pursue it either, just follow that youngster's excuse, it's all found from the big mountain. "Grandfather, that big mountain really?" "Don't ask, and don't inquire, just make good relations with him." "Grandpa. He should already know the purpose of my purposely approaching him. It doesn't matter, just be sincere with him, from the gifts he brought me, he doesn't resent my Qin family, that's a good sign." Qin Fan nodded and then went out. Elder Qin was left lying on the recliner, his mouth still muttering, "That big mountain, is it really that magical? What exactly did this youngster get? Strange. The next few days in Shangcheng, Yi Xiaoda is busy working on the village bridge. The money had already been called over, and the design had already been worked out. Because of Qin Fan's lead, this project, although it was only tens of millions of dollars, had already been treated as a major project by Shangcheng. There was even someone special following it. It is estimated that the construction speed will not be too slow. Years ago is sure to get it right. After all, it is just to get a bridge pier on each side of the cliff, and then get a suspended bridge. For the infrastructure fiend, there is no difficulty. During this time, he also made another hyperspace transaction. This time, he didn't choose randomization. After all, the last randomization scared him enough. It was better to honestly go for a trade with Xiong Hung. There weren't too many good things left, but at least he could earn some trading points. As for the content of the transaction, Yi Xiaoda also quickly thought of it. Chapter 96 I Won't Let You Build a House. As soon as Xiong Hung saw Yi Xiaoda, he quickly said, "Brother De, long time no see." Huh, it looks like you've been doing quite well during this time, look at your rosy cheeks. Xiong Hung smiled, it's okay, the tribe is developing okay. Can it not be okay? With the modern weapons provided by Yi Xiaoda, the steel swords, who else in the surrounding neighborhood dared to mess with Xiong Hung? It was good that he didn't go after others. Together with enough food, the fighting strength of the Xiong Hung tribe is increasing day by day, and now according to Yi Xiaoda's teachings, that already has thousands of slaves. Day after day, they were out conquering. This transaction, what do you want some things for yourself? Yi Xiaoda asked. Every time he traded with Xiong Hung, he was dominant, probably because Xiong Heng's world was indeed more elementary. But the transaction with Bai Bing always gave Yi Xiaoda the feeling that he was being missed, always feeling that this woman was not that simple. Weapons. I wish to get more weapons. Still bows and arrows and swords? Xiong Hung nodded excitedly in a hurry. Good, but you need to give me a bit of time, I'll have someone prepare it. No problem brother duh, what do you want? Yi Xiaoda thought for a moment and said, prepare a little more of that dog head gold for me, as for the rest, I don't really have anything missing. How embarrassing then? Xiong Hung said shyly. Not to mention, by the way, you have quite a few slaves now, don't you? Almost 1,000. In the future, when you do find some slaves, you can move towards a feudal society. Wouldn't it be nice to be an emperor yourself? Feudal society? Seeing that Xiong Hung didn't understand, Yi Xiaoda roughly talked to him about the pattern of feudal society that he saw from the TV series, and then added, tomorrow I will find you some books on pottery making, brick making for you, and planting techniques and so on, all of which will be given to you, and should be able to help you. Xiong Hung nodded excitedly once again. After the transaction was over, the system prompted that the points gained from this transaction was 89, which was considered very good. As for Xiong Heng's knives, handing them over to the thinking brain and letting him place an order in the system was sufficient, it was impossible for outsiders to find out. Major Yi. In the evening, Yi Xiaoda, who was planning to have dinner with Qin Fan, heard a very strange title from Qin Fan's mouth. Major? Is this what you entitled people like to be called? Yi Xiaoda asked in confusion. Qin Fan smiled and didn't say anything, only handing a bag to Yi Xiaoda. Yi Xiaoda opened it and saw that there wasn't much inside, the most important thing was a pamphlet. Inside was Yi Xiaoda's picture, and there was a rank on it, Major. This is? Qin Fan explained with an envious face, this is an identification certificate given to you by Daxia, yours is a major, mine is only a second lieutenant, I still rely on my grandfather for this second lieutenant, but you obtained yours on your own. Saying this, Yi Xiaoda was even more confused. This is the compensation that the Daxia official gave you for providing the dog's head gold to that research institute. This thing is quite good, it's kind of an identity. Anyway, in the future, in Daxia, it will be hard for someone to find trouble for you. You have this identity, you already have a name over in Xiangqing. In the future, if something happens, you can directly look for it. In addition, your identity information has been designated as top secret. Once someone checks it, there will be someone to help you deal with it. Anyway, with this thing, you can basically walk sideways in Daxia. Yi Xiaoda, however, did not expect this identity to be so precious, and asked, giving some dog's head gold to obtain such an identity? I go, just those? How much of that you don't know if you sell it, it's estimated to be tens of billions. Then it has to be sold to be counted your grandfather spoke. Qin Fan nodded. Yi Xiaoda also nodded and didn't say anything more. The meal was a pleasant one, especially for Qin Fan. From this meal, Yi Xiaoda still treated him as a friend, and that was enough. Early the next morning, Yi Xiaoda intended to go to his factory to have a look. That place was the headquarters of time and space technology, and although the design was perfect, it still needed to be visited often by himself. Only, while he was still on the highway, Beishan Village's phone call came over. He had to change his itinerary, didn't get off the highway, and drove directly towards Beishan Village. Originally was not going to return to the village. After all, there is no place to live in the village. Non-stop back to the village entrance, Yi Xiaoda got out of the car. After all, the front cannot pass, the car can only stay in the village entrance. As soon as he saw Yi Xiaoda, many people at the village entrance gathered around. Xiaoda, quickly go back to see it, Lu Banan blocked the road to your house Yeah, he's not letting you build a house. Hurry up and take a look. On the side, Yi Xiaoda's elder brother has been helping him to watch the house construction, is also a face of righteous indignation. In the morning Lu Banan will enter your home road blocked to get 2 large stone pier, do not allow large-scale machinery to go in, and now your home construction site basically paralyzed. How I say is not good to make, I had to give you a phone call. Yi Xiaoda patted his big brother's shoulder and said, Big brother, trouble you, this thing, leave it to me. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda hurriedly ran towards his own home. To be completed before the end of the year, the work schedule was very tight. It can't be delayed. As soon as he walked to the entrance of Lu Baonan's house, he saw 2 more huge stones on the road leading to his house. Each must have 1 or 2 tons. Originally, this road was not wide, just enough to accommodate a car to pass through, and now with the 2 large stones, not even a small car could pass through. Seeing these 2 stones, Yi Xiaoda became angry. For the Lu family, it also moved ruthlessly. It can't be that you keep setting me up and I don't fight back. When the site's Wu boss saw Yi Xiaoda, he also rushed over, and once he came, he poured out his grievances. Boss Yi, you're finally here, these 2 stones are in the way, our site needs so much material every day, and it's simply impossible to transport them. There is no way for you to move the 2 stones? Yi Xiaoda asked back. You guys have so much machinery, don't you just get rid of it? Boss Wu didn't say anything, but just pointed to Lu Baonan on top of the stone. Yi Xiaoda understood. It's just that if you want to move my stone, you can kill me. Scoundrels like this trick. Lu Baonan, what the hell do you want? Yi Xiaoda walked in front of him and asked breathlessly. Having earned billions of dollars only a short while ago, he was also considered a character. Yi Xiaoda felt that he was a little bit sorry for his status even talking to Lu Baonan. Yi Xiaoda. Your family built a house, why did you crush the road that my family repaired? Lu Baonan shouted as he pointed at the 4-meter wide concrete road. This road was built from the entrance of the village to Yi Xiaoda's house. The village, a few families along the way, had paid for it, including the Yi and Lu families. Which crushed. Look, the road is not even anymore, you guys have too many heavy vehicles coming and going, crushing the road, this road, you can't take heavy vehicles in the future. The year before last, when you built your house, didn't you also use this road? That was the year before last, and we only traveled a few heavy vehicles at that time, unlike your house, which travels heavy vehicles every day, and the road is broken. This was true. Yi Xiaoda construction site was walking heavy vehicles every day. Because these days happen to be in the main building, need a lot of materials, heavy vehicles every day there are more than a dozen, especially concrete mixer trucks, an endless stream. On the road, there is definitely an impact. Yi Xiaoda had to say, when my home construction site is over, this road, I am responsible for repairing it again, okay? This would be fine in the eyes of others, but Lu Baonan chose to firmly refuse. No. The road is already bad now, and the heavy vehicles are not good enough. Now that the road is bad, heavy vehicles can't continue to go any further. If you want to walk the heavy vehicle, unless you press over me. Lu Baonan said, simply directly lying on the stone. His mom also walked over with a proud face, directly moved a stool, sitting in the middle of the road, intends to protracted battle. This angry Wu boss directly cursed out, you tread on the horse is not reasonable. Road repair is not to let the car go it, not to mention the leaf boss also said, the end of the project will give you to rebuild the road, you still have what is not satisfied. No matter what Boss Wu said, Lu Baonan, as well as his mom, is indifferent. Yi Xiaoda also knows. This is clearly envy and jealousy, do not allow yourself to build a house. Chapter 97, What My Son Did Not Do, You Can. Boss Wu is not an honest person, and with a wave of his hand, 30 to 40 workers rushed over, and looking at the battle, he was going to make a move at the drop of a hat. Lu Baonan on the stone a little panicked, but his mom shouted, come, have the guts to beat the old lady to death. I see the world there is no justice. Really fight? No way. Yi Xiaoda can only helplessly shake his head, and then let Boss Wu's people back off, and he himself did not pay attention to Lu Baonan toward his own construction site. This scene made Lu Baonan feel that he had succeeded. Toward Yi Xiaoda's back, he shouted, I'm blocking your only road, let's see how you can build a house, I'll make it so that you can't build it for the rest of your life. Want to build a house, come and beg me. Come beg me, I'll give you a chance. At this moment, Lu Baonan directly stood on top of the stone, extremely arrogant. The villagers who came to watch the fun, looking at Lu Baonan's arrogant figure, also dared to be angry, after all, also did not step on their interests. Lu Baonan, this move is very powerful. Yes, after all, this road the Lu family did pay for, and Xiaoda this time the project is too big, there are too many vehicles. It seems that Yi family's construction site can only be stopped. It's good to stop, save the village every day there are big vehicles coming and going, not only unsafe, but also very noisy. You can't say that either, after all, people are building houses. You can build houses but building so many is their own problem. I think the Lu family did the right thing. I also don't know if Xiaoda still has any way to solve this problem. What method can this be? The main building of his house is not finished yet, it still needs a lot of materials, there is no car, does it rely on people to carry it over? How long would that take? Then his house is rotten? There shouldn't be any other way, unless Yi Xiaoda goes and begs Lu Baonan. That seems to be the only way. Walking on the construction site, Yi Xiaoda first looked at the overall progress. The progress was very satisfactory to him. It had only been 10 days that had passed, and the main works of the 3 houses were looking to be finished, and most of what was left was installing some things as well as decorating. Boss Wu, our materials, roughly how much more do we need? Boss Wu said bitterly, tiles, wooden boards, all kinds of windows, cement, sand, marble, etc., still need a lot. Boss Yi, this road has to be solved faster. I looked around, there's no other road around, even if we build a road ourselves, there's no place. This road in front of Lu Baonan's house is really the only passage in and out of Yi Xiaoda's house. Leave this matter to me, you guys do something else first, isn't the machinery already in? First deal with the 2 mountains. Don't worry about this, even if there are no materials, it's still no problem for us to work for a few days. After thinking about it, Yi Xiaoda directly found the village and asked the village people to step in to coordinate. Soon, Lu Baonan was called to the village, and Yi Xiaoda also came. This time, Yi Xiaoda was a bit sure of himself, because he had just gotten good news on his way here. Tomorrow, the bridge in Beishan village will start to be built. If he waited for the bridge to be repaired before repairing the house, then the material problem would be simple, but this time, Yi Xiaoda did not want to wait. After all, repairing the bridge would take at least 2 or 3 months. This time, it is not likely that the house is almost ready. In the village, a few respected old men all sat opposite Lu Baonan, and at the door also sat Yi Xiaoda, who had an indifferent face. Baonan, blocking the road is still not right. That road your family is paid for, but other people your family also paid for. Just give way, we're all from the same village. Or let Xiaoda give you a sum of money to compensate? After the project is over, you can let Xiaoda fix the road properly. Xiaoda, why don't you apologize to Baonan? Admit it? Why should I apologize? Yi Xiaoda at the doorway was at a loss. As for Lu Baonan, he looked arrogant, his hand resting on the back of the chair, putting down his legs, not putting the few old men in front of him in his eyes at all. After all, he was the one who had seen the boss of the county. Although it was from the next county. Not recognizing your mistake? Humph. Now you're just admitting your mistake and coming to beg me. I won't move the stone away. There are too many heavy vehicles for your family's project, it's already crushing the road, and it's already seriously affecting my rest. There's no way I'm going to let your family continue with the project. Yi Xiaoda at the door said, because your family paid for this road, you won't let me go. That's right. Is that what it means? Okay, I've recorded your words, so when I fix the bridge in Beishan village, you don't go either. The bridge in Beishan village? Beishan village has a fart bridge. Lu Baonan laughed out loud. A few old people were also confused. Yi Xiaoda pointed in the direction of his house and said, I plan to build a bridge there at the cliff in front of my house to link across the street, so that we are less than a kilometer away from the highway exit, which can be a lot more convenient. After saying that, the several old men who were still sitting properly all stood up in a dab. Faster than an elementary school student's speed of answering a question, they could not tell that they were already in their 70s. Moreover, there were all extremely shocked expressions on their faces. Little de, what do you mean? You want to build a bridge? The same bridge that your second uncle's son had planned before? That bridge that can change our North Mountain village? Yi Xiaoda nodded faintly. Lu Baonan froze for a moment, then said with disdain, that bridge, at least tens of millions of dollars. You're building it just because you say so. You don't even make a draft. You don't have to care if I'm pretending. Anyway, if you don't let my car walk on the road in front of your door today, after this bridge is fixed, your family won't want to walk either. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda left directly. He had already thought of a way. There would be no delay in the work schedule of his own house. After he left, the house was still discussing. Is Xiaoda serious? If it's true, it's a great thing for Beishan village. I don't know, it shouldn't be possible. After all, this bridge has to be tens of millions of dollars. He's just blowing smoke. Pussy, you guys still really believe? Lu Baonan laughed out loud when he finished. He felt that Yi Xiaoda was just being whimsical. The people in the village, when they learned that Yi Xiaoda was going to build the bridge by himself, they were also talking a lot. Basically, all of them are not very optimistic. Even Yi Xiaoda's second uncle also sighed, Xiaoda this child, no money still hard to pretend this bridge, even my son cannot handle. He can have this money? Yi Xiaoda stayed at Kai Long's house for the night, he had already thought of a good way. Tomorrow we'll start to build the bridge, will come some people there is also machinery see your 2 stones can block me, see if you can block them Chapter 98 Do you dare to block the road? The second day, almost to noon, Beishan village entrance suddenly came several engineering vehicles, without saying anything, drove into the door of Lu Baonan. As soon as he saw 2 huge stones on the road, the face of the first few people became much more somber. Especially the number 1 person in the town, he even directly shouted, Who? Who threw the stones onto the road? What are you trying to do? Lawlessness. How dare you block our city people? Village chief, you give me an explanation. The village chief was confused. He too had just been notified. He was asked to come out to pick up many big shots. Not only were there those from the town, but even the city had come. Once he saw that someone was actually blocking the road, how good could that mood be? Lu Baonan was even more confused. What, this is what you Yi Xiaoda came up with? Let the town or even the city help you drive in? That's a bit too much of a fuss. I am a bit scared. Lu Baonan hurriedly forward to explain, leaders mainly this road these days there are too many heavy vehicles, will be the road or crushed, this road is our own money to repair. The town does not care so much, in front of so many people in the city, do not dare to delay the big event. There had to be a groundbreaking ceremony later. Under the command of the town people, a bulldozer directly behind them came up and then pushed 2 huge stones directly into the reservoir. Lu Baonan did not dare to say a word of his mother also laid down. They are able to see clearly the form. This will be a lot of people staring at them. There are people wearing hats. As long as they dare to move, it is estimated that they will be invited to drink tea. Blocked in front of Yi Shota engineering 2 huge stone, so was done. Lu Baonan also dare not say a word of ass. Hate itchy teeth. At this time, Yi Xiaoda also appeared and walked directly towards the biggest man in the city. Brother Hong, this kind of small matter, how can I still trouble you to run personally? Ha, Xiaoda, this trip, but my boss personally urged, must come we still have to organize a groundbreaking ceremony today Okay, please. This is your homestead, right? Very spacious house you build it. Anyway, we bridge also have to be a while, the road should be clear. Hong said lightly. When he said it, he also deliberately glanced at Lu Baonan and the people in the town. Hong is a serious from the city, who dares to disobey in the town. The meaning is obvious, see who dares to move. A group of people simply took a picture. Even if the groundbreaking ceremony was over, Hong shouted loudly towards many people watching, our Beishan village has a special geographic location, this bridge, it's very critical Your Beishan village is also out of a big man. Mr. Yi Xiaoda donated $40 million himself, just to change the travel of our Beishan village. I think, everyone should give him a little applause. Everyone instantly applauded, looking very excited. This bridge, after it was built, the benefits to Beishan village were just too great. This was excitement from the bottom of their hearts. Even Lu Baonan fantasized about the moment he would be on the highway in 5 minutes. After the leaders had all left, construction quickly began. Many machines were moving on this side of the cliff, and the same on the other side of the cliff. Spanning dozens of meters of the bridge, both sides are still solid cliffs, construction, not so difficult. Speaking from above, the project can't be slowed down, the speed is fast. Estimated than Yi Xiaoda Manor are faster. And Yi Xiaoda Manor's progress went smoothly. Lu Baonan cannot dare to continue to block the road again. Who knows whether the big car that passed through is for Yi Xiaoda's family to build a house or for Beishan village to build a bridge If the bridge building car stopped, do not need the city or the town to intervene, the people of Beishan village will be able to eat him alive. In the past, you delayed Yi Xiaoda's project line, but now if you dare to delay the big event in Beishan village, then you are looking for death. How many people are waiting for the bridge to be fixed? The children will be able to come back in the new year, and they will be able to walk a lot less. Lu Baonan didn't dare to commit public anger, and could only keep dropping things at home. Mom, Yi Xiaoda this really has that much money? $40 million This number directly shocked Lu Baonan, a number he had never heard of in his life. I wonder what he does in the city. So damn rich. Donating $40 million, I think there is more in his hand. We are blocking the road this way is probably not going to work. Lu Baonan is still thinking about how to stop Yi Xiaoda from building a house, not knowing that in the future he will even use the bridge in Beishan village as a problem. Yi Xiaoda was unanimously recognized by the village. He instantly became the object of appreciation of the village's grandmothers and grandfathers. In the evening, when Yi Xiaoda left Beishan village, he even received a lot of local eggs and vegetables from the village. There were also a few chickens. Xiaoda, it's not good to buy earth eggs in the city, bring these eggs to your parents to eat And these chili peppers, I just had to Su Hui loves chili peppers the most, bring more over. And this pumpkin. And this winter melon. Take these chickens with you, Su Hui loves them. Although they were not expensive things, Yi Xiaoda could see that these people were sincere, so he put them all in the car. This feeling of being given a gift was quite good. $40 million. Xiaoda, you are really rich. It's because you got rich by opening a company in the city. Can my little belly go to your company as a security guard? My niece is a graduate student in Mordor, do you want to consider it? My girl is still in Yinjing, come back in the new year so you two can meet. My family is fine. My girl's man died and is now a widow, Xiaoda, you don't want to consider it? Yi Xiaoda could only tell Long Yi to hurry up and drive. This group of grandparents, now in order to be able to get on good terms with themselves and marry off the woman in their family, they can say anything. It was better to hurry up and go. After returning to the city, Yi Xiaoda began to live in deep seclusion. He planned to properly nourish his body. Although the cancer cells were no longer spreading, the discomfort in the stomach was still there, and the cancer cells in the stomach likewise still existed. The ginseng was just enough to make his body feel more comfortable, and as for the medical sleight of hand, it was just enough to keep the cancer cells from spreading. The speed at which it killed the cancer cells was basically the same as the speed at which the cancer cells spread, and it was definitely impossible to rely on this medical wrist to cure all of the advanced stomach cancers. He didn't know if White Ice was doing it on purpose, or if this medical wrist was just not very useful, but it was just right anyway. He felt that White Ice must have even more advanced medical techniques that could cure his cancer all at once. After all, in their world, cancer seemed to be as simple as a cold nowadays. But people just don't trade to you, and they don't know what their intentions are. This woman, Yi Xiaoda, was not going to deal with more. As for his stomach cancer, he would rely on the immune drugs on the Transcendence trading platform. The immune medicines on the platform can not only treat cancer, but also raise the body's immune level, making it much easier to deal with all kinds of diseases. If one's immune level is raised, and it is also multiplied, it will be difficult for Yi Xiaoda to get sick in the future. This is not all, this immune drug, there are other more important role. Chapter 99 The Goddess is Getting Married. The feeling of being a shirker is good, although it is the founder of time and space technology, but Yi Xiaoda seldom goes to the company, at most, it is with a white hat, pretending to go to the construction site to sneak around. Not to mention, the feeling is also quite good. Now he bought the piece of land that was the headquarters of space technology, but it is exceptionally lively. Driven by money, the day after the land came down, there were machinery to start leveling the land, and still dozens of large machinery. So a large piece of land, the first phase of the project is more than 100 acres, leveling the land is only used one day. The next day was already digging the foundation. Because this place is incredibly empty, basically nothing, so the engineering team is simply 3 shifts, people rest machine does not rest. Progress was rapid. The design drawings provided by Yi Xiaoda were extremely detailed, coupled with sufficient manpower and machinery, the speed naturally could not be slowed down. It was estimated that in a month's time, the laboratory could be completed. After all, this plan of solid-state battery and solar energy experimental building is just 4 layers, not what is difficult project. Ripple Rouge Jewelry also completely made a name for itself after that auction, and now the jewelers that came to Ripple Rouge Dacia, it was an endless stream of jewelers. Under Yi Xiaoda's continuous supply of top-grade jadeite stones, Ripple Jewelry could be considered to be making money every day. The whole Dacia jade industry feel all ushered in the second spring. Before his very rare Emperor Green jadeite bracelet, money cannot buy the kind, now as long as you have money, that in the grain soft jewelry is the price. As long as you have the money, that will certainly be able to buy. The price of the Imperial Green bracelet is now Yi Xiaoda one person to beat down. There is no way, in Yi Xiaoda's opinion, these bracelets, no one to buy, that is the stone, they have more than enough. The last few times are trading with Xiong Hung, each time you can get a large number of Emperor Green jadeite raw stone, do not sell, do not stay at home to have pups off. First, get the money in hand. This is to let the whole jadeite world are extremely speechless. Originally, you have Emperor Green, shall not hide cover it, even if the top jeweler, Emperor Green bracelet are able to on the annual auction. A year are not sold out a few. The main thing is to find a source of goods. You are good, every day there is a sale, the counter inside the display of a dozen, anyone to choose, clearly marked price, the quality is good not. Everyone in the industry also know, the reason why the grain soft jewelry can have so many superb jade, is not hooked up with the young man in the north of Maine to pick up a mine it. Mud, what Chanchan in the end stepped on what kind of? Surprisingly, she was able to handle the young man who picked up that mine. Must be with the beauty of the chant, what Chanchan but jadeite little princess. Unfortunately, I do not have beauty, or I have to try. That young man is too heavily, pick up the leakage of the mine, in the end, how many emperors green ah? In the future, Ripple Rouge Jewelry is considered to be the only one in the jadeite world. Pick up tens of billions of dollars ah. Song family supplies inside the pots and pans, this time, but suffered. As long as Song Jifei saw the news about Ripple Jewelry, then he had to throw a few. He was so angry that he couldn't even go out to look for women these days. Once angry, brothers are not good to use. Every day look at the grain soft jewelry income, look at the progress of the construction site, Yi Xiaoda that is also quite energetic. Boiled vegetables at home are not accustomed to eat, go out to find Xin Fan and Guahai rub a meal, the day is not too good. During this period, he traded with Xiong Hung twice more and gained quite a lot of trading points, so it is estimated that he is not far away from obtaining a real immunity potion. Although it was still only elementary. The rest of the time, that is to play with the phone. On this day, Yi Xiaoda opened the group chat and saw that the high school group that hadn't moved for a long time was suddenly bustling with activity. The reason was that someone had sent an invitation video for a wedding banquet. The protagonist of the wedding is Gu Tianyi and Su Lele. Both are Yi Xiaoda's high school classmates, of which Su Lele is also the object of his 2-year crush and ultimately failed confession. As for Gu Tianyi, that is Yi Xiaoda's mortal enemy, he represents the rich people in the class, and Yi Xiaoda represents the group of people in the class who study well but have bad conditions at home. Always been incompatible. They despise each other. Gu Tianyi looks down on Yi Xiaoda's poor family. Yi Xiaoda looks down on Gu Tianyi's rich man's dog posture. Not long ago, the 3 of them also met when buying a refrigerator. Gu Tianyi didn't buy a refrigerator that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, but Yi Xiaoda bought 5 of them. As soon as she saw that it was these 2 getting married, Yi Xiaoda felt that it was a bit interesting. Tianyi, congratulations, you finally nailed the class flower of our class. Definitely go. I'll definitely go anyway ha. I'll go, Tianhao Hotel ah, Tianyi, your family has put down blood money, this place is said to be quite expensive. Gu Tianyi said in the group, it's not bad, a table is 18,000, then you can all come to ha, we have not seen for a long time. Just say it, Gu Tianyi also specially eyed Yi Xiaoda, and then sent a picture of his wedding. On it, Su Lele was wearing a wedding gown, with an excited face, snuggling on Gu Tianyi's shoulder. Then there was a series of laughing emoticons. Yi Xiaoda, you must come tomorrow ha, so you can see your goddess in a wedding dress. Su Lele was really Yi Xiaoda's goddess in high school. Su Lele also said in the group, Yi Xiaoda, you come too, although it's not you who married me, but after all, you also had a crush on me for 2 years, so I'll let you see my happy days now. This was a bit disgusting. Originally Yi Xiaoda didn't want to go. But now, he felt that he could go and take a look. There were also quite a few people who were also up in arms. Yi Xiaoda, you must go then, to see your goddess being led away by someone else. Gu Tianyi's number one horseman, Song Lei, laughed. Isn't Yi Xiaoda still alive with terminal stomach cancer? People are still alive, but thieves are thin. Many people in the group were teasing, and the ones who were talking were the ones who had bad grades in the class and were close to Gu Tianyi. It seems that there are several others who are now working in Gu Tianyi's father's factory. Gu Tianyi is their rich man. If the rich man wanted to step on someone, they had to help. You guys are too much. If you don't know how to speak, don't say it, get married, where is all the bull? Just based on what you guys say, you guys can't catch up with Xiaoda in this life. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoda's mouth smiled slightly. This is the class study committee member, Chen Weiwei, second only to Yi Xiaoda. Her family is quite rich, her temperament is so good that many people like her, but she is very cold. Instead, and Yi Xiaoda can say a few words, after all, both of them have good grades. Next, there were quite a few people who also followed to help Yi Xiaoda speak. A bunch of trash. Talking is just farting. Brother De, don't mind them, a bunch of just. Yi Xiaoda's high school frenemy Li Wei said. Li Wei had been kicked out of the group chat. Good lord, the group was built by Gu Tianyi. Yi Xiaoda replied in the group, I will definitely be there tomorrow. Then he voluntarily withdrew from the group. Putting down his cell phone, the picture Gu Tianyi had just sent still surfaced in his mind. Su Lele was happily snuggled on his shoulder. Humph. To think, back then, I was a person who would have a crush on this kind of thing. Yi Xiaoda was also extremely speechless. Shanshan, tomorrow you don't need to go to work first, wait for me at home, 10 o'clock in the morning, I'll go to your house downstairs to pick you up, accompany me to do something, it may be late to go back. What Shanshan who received this message even had the urge to cry. Finally my boss remembers that there is still a wage earner like me. Got to go out on an errand tomorrow? It should be something important about time and space technology. Otherwise Yi Xiaoda wouldn't be so solemn. And Wei Shanshan also knows that if it's not something important, Yi Xiaoda usually doesn't care about anything in the company. As the founder of time and space technology, what he personally went to talk about must be the most important thing. Could it be that the solid-state battery has really come to fruition? It's about to open the conference? Wanted to find himself to discuss it? Or to meet the investment bigwigs? Or simply big leaders? Anyway, Wei Shanshan thought a lot. Chapter 100 Joyful One-Day Girlfriend. The next day, after Yi Xiaoda got up, he ate a breakfast not far from the entrance. Chili fried pork-covered noodles, the kind that doesn't need soup. It was equivalent to bibimbap. It is to use some of the soup inside the chili pepper fried meat to fully mix the noodles, and then add the pickled bean curd as well as a spoonful of chopped peppers, mix it, the flavor is excellent. It's just a little sour in the stomach after eating. Local chili peppers, or the last crop, a little spicy. After eating breakfast, Yi Xiaoda let Long Yi drive to Guo Shanshan's home downstairs. This chick, proper rich, big don't wild set, also with swimming pool. A see Guo Shanshan, Yi Xiaoda is happy, because people wearing a set of black work clothes. Small skirt, black stockings, above the lady's suit, a look is customized, very dignified. Going out to talk business so dressed is good, but it seems not quite suitable for today's occasion. But it didn't matter, just go to the mall later and fix it together. Get in the car. Yi Xiaoda said with a smile. The two sat in the boss seat of the Alpha. Mr. Yi, are there any major events today? As soon as they got on the car, Wei Shanshan asked. Mr. Yi? Just call me De in the future. It's better to call Mr. Yi at work. Alright, you might need to accompany me for a day today. Something important? Once he thought about it, today was the day he was pretending to be more than he was, and it was indeed important, so Yi Xiaoda nodded his head as well. This time, Wei Shanshan paid even more attention. Yi Xiaoda's kind of shirker even came out personally, she felt that today's matter, it was estimated that it would have to go to heaven. When Guo Shanshan sat in the car and arrived at one of the largest shopping malls in the city, it was indeed heaven. Last time, she still remembered, Yi Xiaoda brought her out, is on the sales office, today again to the mall? What is this about? Yi Xiaoda, don't tell me that your important thing today is to buy this mall down. Guo Shanshan glared at him and said. Are you stupid? I have nothing to do to buy a mall for, coming to the mall is naturally to buy things. Yi Xiaoda got out of the car after saying that and glanced at Guo Shanshan, signaling her to get out of the car as well. I won't get off until you make it clear. Yi Xiaoda's head lifted and turned, and quickly said, now, how can I be considered a big boss? Guo Shanshan nodded. Regardless of whether it was the Ripple soft jewelry or the time and space technology, that was all worth a lot of money, and Yi Xiaoda was exactly right when he said that he was a big boss. I'm already a big boss, but now look at me, wearing sneakers every day as well as sports clothes, isn't it inappropriate? Guo Qianqian glanced at Yi Xiaoda. Indeed, this time Yi Xiaoda was like a college student, all in sportswear. No, nowadays college students are more fashionable than him. Now Yi Xiaoda is like a freshly graduated program ape. Before I said I would give you a secretary, you don't want it, now you have to let me accompany you when you buy a dress. You don't know I have so many things to do every day. Then consider it as me giving you a day off today, how about it? Yi Xiaoda said sincerely. This woman is just too attached and responsible. Since working for Yi Xiaoda, she hadn't rested a day, every day until more than 10 o'clock at night, a proper working machine. Guo Qianqian sighed, got out of the car, blanked Yi Xiaoda, stepped on her high heels and walked towards the mall, walked less than 2 meters, then turned her head and said, there's nothing good here, I know a few customized clothes stores, my clothes are customized there, I'll take you there? No, I have to be here, I have to find a brand that everyone recognizes, what Armani or whatever, customized where out no one knows. Guo Qianqian does not understand Yi Xiaoda's thinking anymore, however, the boss said how to do it. Into the mall, Guo Qianqian became the head of the mall, all men and women watching the object. This is a fashionable shopping mall, come either young couples, is to bring children to play, like Guo Qianqian this kind of work uniform, feel like next door to the bathhouse out of the front desk. The key is that this bathhouse out of the uniform beauty, look also thief good looking, that long legs, many people look at all walk. What is even more exaggerated is that there is also a Yi Xiaoda in a tracksuit by his side. Although the two people are black, but how to look how not match. Therefore, Yi Xiaoda pulled Guo Qianqian first came to a high-end fashion women's clothing store, said to Guo Qianqian, pick it, I'll send you. Guo Qianqian's mouth turned away, embarrassed to say. Although this brand is the higher end of the mall, but it seems that the most expensive one is not as expensive as one of her stockings. Forget it, I'm not used to wearing the clothes here, I won't buy them. Guo Qianqian said. The guide on the side quickly said, this beauty, since this gentleman is so generous, let's try it first, the more expensive clothes are more comfortable to wear. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoda on the side almost laughed out directly. Try it on, choose a set of fashionable and younger ones, and accompany me to attend a classmate's wedding later. A classmate's wedding? Guo Qianqian was stunned and froze in place. Didn't you say you came out to talk about big business with me, and now you're going to attend a wedding? Anyway, Guo Qianqian was confused. But soon, she also chose a simple set of clothes. Solid color jeans, white t-shirt, plus a pair of long boots. Although simple, it was exceptionally stunning. When other people wore long boots, they felt like they wanted to work off the floor, but when a beautiful woman wore them, it was called fashion. When Guo Qianqian walked out from the fitting room, the shoppers in the store were stunned by her devilish figure and angelic face. Yi Xiaoda was also staring at a hill for a second. No, it was two. It turns out that wearing short sleeves can still have this effect. So big. Next, Yi Xiaoda went to a brand store and bought a whole set of casual clothes, even the watch cost more than $100,000. Not for anything else, just for a meal at noon today. After fixing the line, Yi Xiaoda took Guo Qianqian towards a hotel. Gu Tianyi and Su Leilei's wedding was being held at this hotel. Wedding? Yi Xiaoda, speak clearly. My high school crush girlfriend and a high school nemesis are getting married today. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda directly handed her his cell phone. After Guo Qianqian read the message in the group, she said to Yi Xiaoda with righteous indignation, leave it to me today. Get it done properly for you. A smart woman is good. Yi Xiaoda gets a free one-day girlfriend. The banquet hall on the 4th floor of the hotel, a grand wedding is being held, the guests are quite a lot, after all, a table of $10,000. High school classmates just sat at 2 whole tables. Do you guys think Yi Xiaoda will come today or not? A tall girl suddenly asked with a weird face. Shouldn't be able to, who can watch their goddess marry someone else or marry their nemesis. Hey, a nemesis getting married, the object is still one's crush, why do I feel Yi Xiaoda is so tragic? The key problem is, people still have terminal stomach cancer, can't live long, this is a horse. Okay, you guys don't say anything, Xiaoda said he will come, so he will definitely come. A fat and short young man said loudly. Li Wei, what are you shouting for, aren't you Yi Xiaoda's best friend, why, you also came over today. I see that gang from your high school, you're the only one who came. It's just that I want to taste the high-end banquet. I heard you got fired? Could it be that you're looking for today's groomsman to introduce you to a job? The crowd laughed out loud, in flirting with the out-of-place young man. Chapter 101, You're no longer worthy of being my goddess. Li Wei lowered his head, and in his eyes, it was extremely complicated and unwilling. These days, how can a job be that easy to find? Into the factory to play screws is still not willing. I heard that there are a few classmates in Gu Tianyi here to do a good job. Li Wei also had the idea, not to spend 2,000 of the gift money, to attend a wedding. Martyr, this is already his previous half a month's salary. But had to give people are given 2,000, you cannot be less Less still want a Gu Tianyi introduction of work it. It seems that everyone misses me. Yi Xiaoda's voice suddenly appeared, also patted Li Wei's shoulder. Li Wei turned his head and was surprised, Xiaoda. Long time no see. Yeah, long time no see. Li Wei hurriedly stood up and hugged Yi Xiaoda tightly. The crowd was also surprised to see Yi Xiaoda, and when they saw the woman on Yi Xiaoda's arm, those eyes looked out. Although it was just a simple t-shirt and jeans, Guo Qianqian's devilish figure, peerless looks, coupled with incomparable temperament, instantly made her the center of the entire hall. As long as the people who could see, they all stared at her. Yi Xiaoda pulled out one of the seats and let Guo Qianqian sit down, then held her shoulders and introduced, "Old classmates, this is my girlfriend, Guo Qianqian." Guo Qianqian also smiled appropriately, then as if a goddess, sat there quietly. When Yi Xiaoda also sat down beside her, it was even more sweet to look at him, this glance, but pretending not to come out, the eyes are all love. This makes all the men on the side want to kill Yi Xiaoda. All of them have a piggy face. "Yi Xiaoda, is this really your girlfriend?" Song Lei asked with an unbelievable face. He was one of Yi Xiaoda's high school rivals, and as soon as he saw Yi Xiaoda accompanied by such a beautiful woman, he was instantly overwhelmed. "Nonsense, it's not my girlfriend, it's your girlfriend." After saying that, Yi Xiaoda chatted with Li Wei on the side. The two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time and had a lot to say. Guo Qianqian was the one who kept serving tea and pouring water to Yi Xiaoda on the side, with the look of a good wife and mother. This table, in addition to Li Wei, are actually Gu Tianyi's wave of rich people faction. See, Yi Xiaoda brought a beautiful woman over, instantly even chatting mood are gone. All of them had a face of envy. Soon, the wedding started to take place. When Yi Xiaoda saw the happy-faced Su Lele being led onto the catwalk by his dad, he just smiled. He had already put it down. With the hyperspace trading platform, what kind of woman could not be found? Maybe even go to other worlds and find a vixen. Toasting session. When Gu Tianyi arrived at Yi Xiaoda's table with Su Lele, he first glanced at Guo Qianqian beside Yi Xiaoda before saying with a surprised face, "Yi Xiaoda, I didn't expect you to really come. I thought you were joking. That which can't be, coming when I say so. It's because you're looking at my 18,018 grand meal." Gu Tianyi pointed at the large lobster on the table and said, 2,000 gifts per person, 10 people at a table, you can still earn some here." "Earn what? All the peoples I will return, as long as you can find a daughter-in-law, can live until the day of marriage, you this, I also return to you." Yi Xiaoda kissed old Guo Qianqian's shoulders, a face of tenderness to Guo Qianqian said, "I have a girlfriend, I and Qianqian will soon be married, when I will certainly call you." Guo Qianqian even tenderly lay in Yi Xiaoda's arms. This bag of dog food almost didn't choke the surrounding people to death. Watching this scene, not only was Gu Tianyi angry, but even more angry was Su Lele. To know, in the past, Yi Xiaoda only had herself in his eyes. Now that a woman so much prettier than himself was snuggling in his arms, she was completely unable to accept it. It felt like it was about to go crazy. "I cannot want you, but you cannot have someone else. And it's still so good looking, surpassing your own, that's even more not okay. You can only have mine in your eyes." Su Lele asked Yi Xiaoda with a gloomy face, "Yi Xiaoda, why did you come to my wedding? Wasn't this something you guys invited in the group?" Yi Xiaoda said with a smile. "Then why are you still bringing her?" Su Lele nonchalantly pointed directly at Guo Qianqian. "You guys didn't say that you can't bring family members. If you think that my $2,000 of gift money isn't enough for the two of us, I can shell out another 2,000. You." Seeing the playful look on Yi Xiaoda's face, Su Lele instantly became furious. The powder on her face trembled so much that her eyes were about to fall off. Guo Qianqian was also understanding. Soon knew Yi Xiaoda's intention to bring himself here, also followed and stood beside Yi Xiaoda, gently snuggled up to him and whispered, "Hubby, is this the high school's first love that you said?" Yi Xiaoda nodded. When you were a child you could be really naughty, too much myopia, right? Fortunately when you grew up your eyes got better and found me." "You? What are you talking about? Stinking shameless. Who are you scolding?" Su Lele directly spilled her guts and started cursing on. "I said my husband had bad eyes in high school, can't I? Do you have a better body than me or a better temperament than me, or are you prettier than me?" Guo Qianqian said faintly. "Women pinch each other up, that men have only the part of admiration." At least Yi Xiaoda secretly gestured his thumbs up towards Guo Qianqian several times. "You? Humph. Covered in fakes, still wanna pretend to be rich, look at your bracelet, and your bag, which one is not fake?" Guo Qianqian raised her hand and glanced at her wrist just like Tsingtao Beer emerald green bracelet fell into deep thought. As one of the founders of Ripple Soft Jewelry, it was the first time that someone said that the bracelet she brought was fake. "This bracelet of yours, if it's real, it's at least $10 million. And your bag, at least $500,000. Just you? Can you afford it?" "Can afford to Yi Xiaoda's people, the family must also be too poor to get married. There is no money, the bride price is not it. Unlike my family Tianyi, the bride price is given to my family 300,000. You look okay, why do you like her ribs with advanced stomach cancer?" Su Lele is completely let go, directly as a chain of dislike, while Guo Qianqian and Yi Xiaoda directly to dislike shut up. Doing this, or Su Lele has a bit of an advantage. "Oh. I guessed it. Yi Xiaoda, this woman should be the one you found to deliberately piss me off." Is it because you saw that I'm married and your psyche is too hard to bear, so you want to find a one-day girlfriend to strengthen your face in front of me? Otherwise you wouldn't be able to find one like that and purposely buy some guys to wear on your body to make up for your pride? When I graduated from high school, fortunately I didn't agree to your confession, otherwise I would have lived a life that I still don't know how, and I would have to become an undead person. Disliking her, Su Lele felt that her guess was definitely true. Otherwise, a top-notch beauty like Guo Qianshan, who could be the very best in the entertainment industry, would not be able to look at such a village person like Yi Xiaoda, not to mention a village person who was about to hang up. Chapter 102, You Fake Girlfriend. Hearing Su Lele say this, Gu Tianyi also realized, and laughed out loud. Xiaoda, you want to smooth out your wounds, there's no need to invite someone to be your girlfriend. Not long ago you even bought a 300,000 plus refrigerator in front of us with a dead face. The savings of the past few years have all been used up, haven't they? The situation was instantly reversed. Almost everyone felt that Guo Qianshan was a guest girlfriend that Yi Xiaoda had found. Xiaoda, you're being unkind, huh? How can you still bring a fake girlfriend to I guess it also cost a lot of money. Next time directly bring an inflatable doll not on the line. Don't say that, people. Yi Xiaoda is still smart. After all, spend a gift, eat two people it. I should have known that I also brought my mom. If I had known I would have brought my sister-in-law. The entire table, who seemed to have figured it out, looked at Yi Xiaoda as a burst of teasing. The only one who fought for Yi Xiaoda was Li Wei, summoning up the courage to shout towards all of them. What the hell do you guys know? People find a girlfriend prettier than yours, you guys say that the person is fake. Do you want to be so hypocritical? Gu Tianyi, who was standing, said indifferently, Li Wei, I heard that you came here today with the intention of begging me to give you a job, right? This is your attitude of begging me to do something? After struggling with his expression for a while, Li Wei directly shouted towards Gu Tianyi, find a poo, even if I go to pick up garbage, I won't beg you to find a job. Line. You're a bullnose. You mustn't step on me later. There's a punishment for being impulsive. Yi Xiaoda turned his head to look at Li Wei, and from his struggling expression, it was clear that the goal of his visit today really seemed to be to ask Gu Tianyi for a job. This table was quite lively, everyone was looking at Yi Xiaoda and Guo Qianshan in a mocking manner. Naturally, this also caused many people to pay attention. Soon, a middle-aged man with a wine glass and wearing a suit jogged over from the main table. He recognized Guo Qianshan. Third uncle, what are you doing? Gu Tianyi was shocked when he saw his third uncle come to Guo Qianshan's side with a flattering face. This was his witness and the richest of the three Gu brothers, running several jewelry stores. After getting closer, the third uncle of the Gu clan was convinced that the one who came to his nephew's wedding was none other than the founder of the famous Ripple Rouge jewelry. Nowadays, Ripple Rouge jewelry was extremely famous in Daxia, and in Xiangqing, it was the unique boss. All the jewelers wanted to get some supplies from Ripple Rouge jewelry. Uncle Gu-san said politely, Good day, Mr. Gua. My name is Gu Fei, I'm the person in charge of Gu Fei jewelry, and I'm glad to be able to meet you at my nephew's wedding. Guo Qianshan looked up at him, this person, but he didn't recognize him. However, since someone knew him, it was a good thing. Gu Fei, right, your nephew is quite impressive, married a good daughter-in-law. To say that the bracelet I'm wearing is fake, I feel like she's the only one in all of Daxia who dares to say that, right? Gu Fei suddenly felt a little cold between his legs. Originally, he had planned to borrow his nephew's light and come over to get to know a big shot, but what he hadn't expected was that the entire big shot seemed to have been offended by his nephew. This was stealing a chicken without getting it. How is that possible? How could you possibly wear something fake? It's her who's blind, don't take it out on her. It's fine if I don't bother with her, but whether my boyfriend is bothering with her or not, then I don't know. Guo Qianshan finished and glanced at Yi Xiaoda with a happy face. Yi Xiaoda looked at Su Lele, who was wearing a wedding dress, and all of a sudden lost interest in continuing to stay here, and directly stood up, pulled up Guo Qianshan's hand, and intended to leave. Before leaving, he also said to Guo Qianshan, in the future, Ripple Rouge jewelry shouldn't provide anything to Gu Fei jewelry, right, and by the way, let the other jewelry stores in Xiangqing City unite to suppress it. Weizi, let's go out with me and find a place to rub a meal? Staying here is a bit disgusting. Li Wei dabbed and stood up, directly following behind Yi Xiaoda. The three of them slowly left the scene of the wedding. When the three left, Gu Fei glared at Gu Tianyi with an angry face and drank, you loser. If I have to ruin my jewelry store because of your woman, I'll kill you both. This woman is the founder of Ripple Soft Jewelry, her family is rich, at least $4 billion in one auction, you even said that people's bracelets and bags are guys, I think your whole body is a fake. Gu Fei scolded Su Lele for a while. He also pointed at people's chests and said that they were fake. The key is that people are so flat, and then say that they are fake, that would be really excessive. After saying that, Gu Fei directly flung his face and left the scene. Gu Tianyi was at a loss, while Su Lele was so ashamed that she wanted to find a place to drill in. At this time, a person on the table held a cell phone and shouted, yes. I searched online, this is the founder of Ripple Rouge Jewelry, who made $4 billion at the last auction. No wonder this woman has such a good temperament. So, this woman is really Yi Xiaoda's girlfriend? Or is she about to get married? Nonsense, otherwise what kind of status would she have to come over for a play? Holy, don't tell me Yi Xiaoda, this little ribs, has found a rich white beauty? Or a top-notch rich white beauty? Seems to be true. Why isn't Yi Xiaoda a terminal cancer survivor? He's so skinny, and although he's a bit handsome, why would a big CEO fall for him? Who knows, rich people may have eye problems. No more, I am really envious. If you're envious, get lost. Gu Tianyi directly slapped the table and roared. Then he huffed and turned his head directly away from the venue, and Su Lele behind him couldn't even catch up with her high heels. A wedding that was supposed to showcase the Gu family's financial strength ended a bit scribbly like this. Everyone knew that the Gu family's oldest three seemed to be about to be finished, and the reason was that their nephew had messed with a character he shouldn't have messed with. When Yi Xiaoda brought the two of them to the gate, Long Yi had already come to pick them up in his Alpha. After getting into the car, Li Wei was still shocked. Xiaoda, what the hell is going on here in Tama? Yi Xiaoda laughed and said, old man is handsome, there is a rich white beauty to look at me, or a top rich white beauty. Guo Qianqian gave him a glance, but let Li Wei think that all this is true. To Yi Xiaoda gave a thumbs up. Wei Zi, where are you working now? After the vehicle drove up, Yi Xiaoda suddenly asked. Hey, just got fired. Dismissed? You are not doing sales, how can you still be fired? Offended. Have you found your next home? Li Wei said awkwardly, if I had found the next home, I would not have spent $2,000 to come here to eat a meal. Originally wanted to find Gu Tianyi, see if you can help find a job. Shanshan, give a business card to him. Weizi, go to Ripple Soft Jewelry tomorrow morning. Shanshan will arrange it for you. Yi Xiaoda said to the two. Guo Shanshan hurriedly took out a gilt business card and handed it to Li Wei. Li Wei waved his hand and said, Xiaoda, it's no trouble for you, I'll go look for it again. I've never touched the jewelry industry. Sales are the same, and in the grain soft jewelry sales are very simple. People are grabbing goods, no difficulty at all. You do not come, but look down on me. Oh. Look at what you said. I'll go. I will definitely go tomorrow. Good, let's find a place to rub a meal. Yi Xiaoda brought the two of them to a big stall in front of their high school in the end, which was also a wave of memories. Chapter 103 Revolution in the Field of Batteries. After sending Li Wei home, Yi Xiaoda planned to send Guo Qianqian back as well. Qianqian, I'll send you home. It's still early, I'll send you back to the company directly. Didn't we say we'll give you a day off? If you take a day off, you have to take a day off. Ha ha. Alright, everything is on track now anyway, so a day off is fine. Vehicles drive out less than 5 minutes when Yi Xiaoda received a message. Towards the side of Guo Qianqian bitter smile, it seems that today you cannot rest. What, I still have to act as your girlfriend once? Or do you want to buy a house again? Guo Qianqian said with a grumpy face. Yi Xiaoda smiled, didn't say anything, and directly closed his eyes. Good guy, his own boss called himself out twice, and he thought they were both extremely important things. After all, his own boss is a handful, called himself to do things, that must only be extremely important things. However, the first time is to help him buy a house, the second time is even more excessive, directly pretend girlfriend, this time do not know what to pretend. I don't know what I'm going to do this time. I'm not going to pretend to be his girlfriend and go home to see his parents. Now there are a lot of parents who are forcing their sons to find a partner, and they won't even let them go home if they can't find a partner. Now that his boss is also rich, the boss's parents are not even more anxious to find him an object? After all, their boss is still sick, is it to leave behind grandchildren? The more Guo Qianqian thought, the greater this possibility. Anyway, she thought about it a lot. Even took out a mirror to make up for herself, and then took out her cell phone and began to search for the first time to see the mother-in-law. All need to pay attention to somewhat. The vehicle came to the city and then stopped at a place that Guo Qianqian was very familiar with. Because, this place, was what she herself had found for Yin Dian's team. This building, she had rented several floors, one of which was dedicated to solid-state batteries, and the others were all about solar energy. When Yi Xiaoda got on the elevator and brought her directly to the third floor, Guo Qianqian asked suspiciously, what are you bringing me to find Yin expert for? The solid-state battery has come out with a product. What? The solid-state battery has come out with a product? Guo Qianqian asked in shock. Yi Xiaoda smiled and nodded. Just now, he had received a message from Yin Dian in the car that the first sample of the solid-state battery from Timeless Technology had been produced. After hearing the affirmative reply, Guo Qianqian no longer cared about Yi Xiaoda and directly rushed towards Yin Dian's office. She was even more excited. She was now aware of what the people of time and space technology were actually researching, and as long as they produced a single result, it would be transgenerational. After the two of them arrived at Yin Dian's office, Yin Dian was holding a business card-sized battery, circling around the room and laughing exaggeratedly from time to time. It wasn't much different from being crazy. As soon as he saw Yi Xiaoda, Yin Dian directly jumped over and hugged him. Teacher Yi. Teacher Yi. According to the materials you provided, we have finally researched the first solid-state battery of our time and space technology, and in the entire world, the first true solid-state battery. Yi Xiaoda pushed Yan Dian away with a disgusted face, then slowly sat down on the sofa, signaling the excited two to exercise a little restraint. Don't get excited, isn't it our expected thing to produce results? By the way, don't call me teacher in the future, it always feels that this name is strange and weird, call me General Manager Yi. Under Yi Xiaoda's calm expression, the two also gradually quieted down, then sat on both sides of him. Yi Xiaoda lay on the sofa and asked, tell me about the parameters of this battery. The conductivity of this battery is. Before Yan Dian could finish, he was directly interrupted by Yi Xiaoda. You just need to tell me how many times the capacity of this battery is of the current batteries in the world, and what is the charging speed. Yan Dian said with an excited face, Mr. Yi, this battery in my hand is 10 times the capacity of the current cell phone batteries in the world. Charging speed is also extremely fast, paired with a specialized charger, only need 10 minutes of time, will be able to fill 80%, half an hour do not, will be able to fill all. Hearing this parameter, the side of Gui Chanxian directly froze in place, a long time before reacting, exclaimed, so perverted? This, it's too awesome. Yan Dian proudly nodded, then continued, and this battery of ours is even lighter, 1/3 of the weight of a traditional battery. What about safety? Yi Xiaoda asked. Absolutely safe. The solid electrolyte you provided us with is extremely stable, and when fully charged, even if it is thrown directly into the fire, it will not be afraid in the slightest, there will not be any explosions, feel free to smash it, and even if it breaks, there will not be any safety problems at all. Yi Xiaoda nodded. This solid-state battery basically has reached Yi Xiaoda's expected effect, although there is still a gap from those solid-state batteries in the white ice world, but in the blue star, it is already unique. Think about your cell phone power becomes 10 times, your trolley's range is 10 times of the current one, that is a concept. At least Gui Chanxian is already dying of excitement. It's only been a month or so. The legendary solid-state battery has already been researched, the effect is still so good. The key is still their own company research out, they are still the vice president, this kind of happiness, extremely easy on the head. Gui Chanxian also cannot help but once again looked at the sofa lying in the extremely calm Yi Xiaoda. Can't figure out why he is so calm. Could it be that he already knew that his research could produce results? Why? Could it be that there are really geniuses in this world that they can't understand? Maybe it's true. Anyway, for this young man lying on the sofa, she was getting more and more confused. Chanxian, make arrangements, in the next few days, organize a press conference, and then immediately after that, organize a product launch. You come to the press conference, and I will personally participate in the product launch. In these few days, first warm up. Yan Dian, you assist, you should know a lot of people in this industry of solid-state batteries, you can appropriately leak some parameters out, don't be too shocking at once. The first product, the battery's capacity is about 5 times, right? In addition, Chanxian, how is the construction of our new headquarters going? Gui Chanxian hurriedly said, the laboratory has been constructed and is now being renovated, the experimental equipment has also arrived, it is estimated that in a few days, the solid-state battery team will be able to move over, and in another week, the solar team will all be able to move over. Well, remember that the cafeteria and the recreational space must all have the conditions for commissioning together. Don't worry about this, you don't need to be responsible for any of these trivial matters, just focus on your research. Gui Chanxian said. Next to Yan Dian is also a face of agreement. Mr. Yi, trivia is too delayed effort, your time should be used in the research, you an hour, may be worth several years of my. Yi Xiaoda couldn't help but blush when he heard this. What about the plant? Gui Chanxian hurriedly said, the site has been leveled out, now in the construction of the plant, the equipment has also been ordered, a month will be able to be put into use. Yi Xiaoda nodded. Okay, you guys go and get busy, I'll continue to research. Research? Researching food and girls to go. Chapter 104. This thing is just too important. Seeing that Yi Xiaoda was about to stand up and leave, Gui Chanxian was also speechless. Such an important thing, and you're just going to leave? This is transgressive. Shouldn't we apply for the patent first? Gui Chanxian asked. Yan Dian also nodded his head in a hurry, after applying for a patent others won't be able to copy it. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaoda shook his head and said, patent, it will only hinder the progress of the industry only, powerful enterprises, powerful technology, never need patents, let them copy it, they can't even catch up with our shadow. Yi Xiaoda had a confident face. Because the brain told him that with Blue Star's current level of technology, if he wanted to research and crack the mystery of his own solid-state battery electrolyte, it would be absolutely impossible without a 30 to 50 years. Even if it was put in front of them and casually researched by them, any country, any power would not be able to research it. This also applies for a fart patent. However, in Gui Chanxian's opinion, that is extremely confident in themselves. Seeing such a talented and confident man, her eyes began to glow. Even really hoped to be able to go to meet their future wife. As for Yan Dian, that was even more directly treating Yi Xiaoda as the idol of this lifetime, the kind that would never defect. The patent cannot go get it, but at least we have to finalize the name first. Gui Chanxian's suggestion, Yi Xiaoda also nodded. Yan Dian hurriedly said, then let's just call it Xiaoda Battery. How nice. Scram. If you don't know how to pick a name, don't do it the hard way. Yi Xiaoda directly glared at Yan Dian. Xiaoda battery? It's being used every day. Yi Xiaoda couldn't accept it. Guo Qianqian said, how about calling it Diyuan? The source of energy. Don't take it even if you don't know how to take it, ha, I'll think of the name. Before leaving, Yi Xiaoda thought about it and still said to Yan Dian, before 6 o'clock today, give me a copy of the material about solid-state batteries, and then give me a few samples, I'll show it to the official people, so that they can cover it. Yan Dian hurriedly nodded and arranged to go. In Daxia, with such a transgenerational technological achievement, Yi Xiaoda felt that he needed to say something. That afternoon, the official platform of time and space technology released an announcement. There weren't many words, but the information was frightening. Timeless Technologies' solid-state battery research has gained a major breakthrough, researching the world's first true solid-state battery, with a capacity, safety, and charging speed that far exceeds that of existing batteries, and will be the most important revolution in the battery industry. There were not many words, just one sentence, and at first, it didn't gain much attention. Although many people in the industry knew that there was such an emerging technology company that was researching solid-state batteries, but after seeing this news, none of them took it seriously at all. Everyone felt that this was just another form of claptrap. Even after Yan Dian and a few top experts in the field of Tianyang energy forwarded this announcement, it didn't gain much attention. Those who were paying attention were also looking at the effects. Solid-state batteries? How is that possible? It's impossible for a truly solid-state battery to appear within 100 years. Timeless technology is nothing but claptrap. Even if it is researched, it is estimated that the effect will be similar to the current one, or even worse. At best, it's a laboratory product. Even if it's real, it's estimated that it's impossible without a few decades from mass production. Is it researched by the Yan Dian team? Although the Yan Dian team is at the forefront of solid-state batteries, it is absolutely impossible to research solid-state batteries in these few years. People in the industry naturally didn't believe it. In particular, several large domestic companies in the field of energy storage that already had solid-state battery research laboratories simply did not believe that solid-state batteries could be produced in this era. There are too many technical barriers. Not a moment can be studied. The general public, that was even more directly under the announcement of the time and space technology, cursed. The researchers and research companies in Daxia are all like this, just know how to clamor. Just know how to talk nonsense. Not sinking their teeth into research, just engaging in words. Still solid-state batteries, I still have nuclear fusion. Pull into the blacklist. This announcement attention was not much, but also all scolded, so Guo Qianqian did not know how to start publicity. In the office in a hurry. Good guy, now has begun in the preparation of the press conference. By the time a person did not come, that would be embarrassing. Although I know my own things are really good things, but others do not believe. Guo Qianqian is really worried, with their own team constantly thinking of ways. Come to think of it, did not think of any good way. Mr. Guo, why don't we spend some money to buy a hot search? Guo Qianqian replied with a reluctant face, buy a hot search to find more people to scold? Mr. Guo, that solid-state battery of ours, is it really that powerful or not? A person eventually asked, the concern of everyone in the logistics department of spacetime technology. In fact, even within spacetime technology, apart from those on the Yan Dian team, others were extremely skeptical about their company's first product. What the hell? A 10-fold increase in battery capacity? Charging speed is only 10 minutes. Throw into the fire are all fine? How so? Do not believe it. Guo Qianqian glared at him and said, you don't believe in your own company's products, do you not want to do it? The product I have seen, absolutely no problem. Just as Guo Qianqian they are thinking of ways, Yi Xiaoda has about Qinfan came to the Linjiang clubhouse. This clubhouse has become a place where Yi Xiaoda and Qinfan gather. Originally, there were not many chefs who could cook Hunan cuisine in this clubhouse, but for Yi Xiaoda, Qinfan even specially invited several specialized Hunan cooks. Just after sitting down and serving the food, Yi Xiaoda threw a document and a black bag to Qinfan. Take a look. Then he started eating on his own. There is no way, the home control is strict, every day is boiled vegetables, it is not easy to be able to make a feast here, that must not be good to eat. Moreover, the cook here is not a vegetarian, the flavor is excellent. Qinfan opened the document and looked at it, the shocked expression on his face became heavier and heavier. The hand holding the document was trembling slightly. Brother Da, is this true? Yi Xiaoda nodded. Qinfan swallowed a mouthful of water and continued to ask, Brother Da, don't lie to me. Won't you be given a sample, find someone to test it yourself. Good. Is it your tech company that came up with this? Aha! When can we mass produce it? The production line should be able to finish arranging at the end of this year, and mass production can start next year. This Yi Xiaoda was still conservative. It wasn't likely that the first assembly line would be ready for production a month later. Brother, you eat first, I'll go first. Qinfan picked up the documents and a few samples of solid-state batteries and flew away. You stepped on the horse and remembered to settle the bill. Fan didn't pay any attention to Yi Xiaoda at all and rushed straight to the door, and after getting into the Mirage, he shouted towards the driver, go home. Find my grandfather. What's more, Fan simply picked up his cell phone and made a call to his grandfather's secretary. Secretary Song, tell my grandfather, don't go to sleep first, wait for me. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. At the Qin family, Secretary Song was baffled. Holy, you, a grandson, telling your own grandfather to stay awake and wait for you? Your grandfather is not an ordinary person, alright. However, thinking that Fan has always been very stable and his tone is still so anxious, there must be something big going on. Secretary Song also reported it truthfully. Fan was aware of the importance of what he was holding. Even more than Yi Xiaoda knew. This thing, more than Yi Xiaoda himself had imagined, was much more important. Chapter 105 I have the most powerful way of publicity. On the same day, there was a military airplane that flew to Yanjing carrying Fan and the information as well as samples of the solid-state battery. Fan, who was on the airplane, still remembered the few words his grandfather had instructed him. I'll talk to those old guys, and won't interfere with anything in space-time technology. This is something you can let Xiaoda rest assured that Daxia will fully support him. In the future, you'll be inducted into that special department of Daxia, specializing in contacting Little D, and responsible for coordinating all things between time and space technology and Daxia's officials. Find an opportunity to bring Little D to meet me, or if not, I'll meet him in person. The next day, the Daxia officials who had gotten the results of the experiment immediately held an extremely high-profile meeting and eventually reached a series of agreements. Fan could only listen in a corner shivering. Everyone present, the status is not lower than his grandfather, or in office. In the evening, Fan hurriedly returned from Yanjing to Xiangqing, then found Yi Xiaoda. Brother De, tell me honestly, is this solid-state battery really something your time and space technology came up with? It has its own intellectual property rights? Yi Xiaoda nodded his head affirmatively. Apply for a patent first. It will definitely come down within 3 days. I will personally coordinate it. No need, the patent is unnecessary. Even if we let them study it, they won't be able to study it in 100 years. Really? Fan didn't believe it 100 times. You have to know that Daxia is a professional in imitation. Your fruit cell phone just came out today. Tomorrow you will be able to find the exact same high imitation in Daxia. If people in the country, or foreign countries want to research a technology, there may really be no secret. Don't worry, the most important thing about solid-state batteries is the solid-state electrolyte. This I have absolute certainty, except for time and space technology. Anyone who gives them, they can't study it. If you don't believe me, you can let someone study it. Seeing Yi Xiaoda so sure, Fan was also relieved, but this would be the time when the Daxia officials would probably have already started their research. By the way, brother De, subsequent to that I'll be the middleman between you and Daxia. You can tell me anything you need. Daxia will do its best to satisfy you. Can you give money? No? You still need money? Thinking about it, Yi Xiaoda could only say, give a little policy on time and space technology in the future. Now? Time and space technology is going to have a press conference and a product launch in 3 days, but no one seems to believe that we have researched solid-state batteries that can be mass-produced. Leave this to me. I'll make sure that your press conference and product launch 3 days from now will blow up the entire world. Yi Xiaoda nodded. This was the reason why he had told his motherland about the solid-state battery research results in the first place. This was his own motherland. When facing the entire industry and other forces, he might be weak, but don't forget that there is a motherland behind us. There is also an incomparable hard mountain. When Boy Qianqian is still angry, while brushing the company's announcement under the bad reviews, suddenly realized that their company's announcement was suddenly forwarded by many official channels. This is a revolution in energy storage. Even a revolution in energy. Space-time technology. Crossing space-time. From the public account of the Daxia Energy Bureau. Please join us in watching the press conference of space-time technology in 3 days. Please reserve a spot for us. From the official channel of Daxia. There were many other official accounts that didn't say a word, but simply retweeted the announcement. The number of retweets instantly reached over 30. The number of times was really not much. The key was, these 30 or so accounts, all of them were official. And they were also all extremely important. This instantly triggered a hot debate on the internet. Guo Qianqian's hand holding the cell phone was trembling. She kind of knew why Yi Xiaoda had reassured himself during the day today, letting himself not have to worry about the publicity. It turned out that he had already made arrangements long ago. What could be more shocking than the official publicity? But how did he get all these official accounts to forward it at the same time? How in the world did his own boss do it? Was this really something an ordinary rural person could do? Retweeting could mean recognition. Approval from the official. According to the official's caution, it was impossible to say so without absolute certainty. If it was fake, who would retweet it? This is an official and explicit account, and it must not be spoken of indiscriminately. A dozen companies engaged in the battery industry, from this announcement, suddenly smelled a hint of uneventfulness. These dozen bosses suddenly panicked inside. Rub. I'm not going to go out of business soon. But no, as long as the solid-state battery out, they all have to close down. As for the network watching the people above, the attitude of this moment has changed. The main thing is that the official attitude is too authoritative. Could it be true? What the hell is a solid-state battery? How many times more energy can be stored than the current batteries? This is very important. Will all trolleys have to use solid-state batteries in the future? Is it safe? This time and space technology in the end is a ghost, I see as a newly established company. It looks like the head is a woman. No matter what, I have to squat for the press conference in 3 days. It's rumored that there will be a live broadcast. It's mainly the product launch at night, right? But unfortunately I can't go to the scene. Revolution. What exactly is a revolution? When the next night, Dasha's 7 o'clock most important news directly began to praise on the solid-state battery as well as the time and space technology, the influence of this announcement reached an unprecedented. Hot search number 1. The expected number of viewers of the product launch broke 100 million. The number of reservations exceeded 10 million. The short video platform had to purposely start increasing its servers. Everyone couldn't wait to know the specific parameters of this solid-state battery, exactly how many times the current energy storage capacity was, and exactly how fast the charging speed was. This has become a topic of conversation for everyone after dinner or during office groping. Especially some people who are passionate about science and technology, but also the products of this time and space technology as a technology community event. 2 days later, 10 o'clock in the morning. Ripple Jewelry Dasha, which was also the temporary office space of Spacetime Technology, welcomed more than 100 media as well as self-media. If it wasn't for the limited reception capacity of Spacetime Technology and its premises, the number of people coming would have been estimated to be several times higher. At the press conference, there were only 2 people. One was Guo Qianqian, and the other was Yen Dian. The sign above Guo Qianqian's sign said CEO of Time and Space Technology, and the sign above Yen Dian's sign said Team Leader of Time and Space Technology's solid-state battery team. 1 management, 1 technology. 1 CEO, 1 CTO. At least that's what was seen in the eyes of everyone who came. Almost everyone felt that the protagonist of this time was Yen Dian, this leader of the domestic solid-state battery industry. The products of time and space technology must have been researched by him. Chapter 106, turning into a research maniac for a second. Dear reporters and friends, good morning everyone, welcome to the press conference of Time and Space Technology. I am the Vice President of Time and Space Technology. The main content of this conference is about our company's first product, solid-state battery. Any questions, we will give answers to everyone. Guo Qianqian finished speaking, all the memorized raised their hands. The first thing Guo Qianqian did was to point out the note-taker from the largest official media in Dasha. May I ask Mr. Guo, a few days ago your company released an announcement about solid-state batteries, can you talk to us carefully? Guo Qianqian smiled, then said with extreme confidence, this will be a revolution in the field of batteries. This solid-state battery researched by our time and space technology, no matter from the energy storage capacity or safety, it is unrivaled by the batteries on the market in front of us. The reporter continued to ask, then how much is the storage energy in the end? At 8 o'clock in the evening, the first product conference of time and space technology will be told by the founder of our time and space technology, personally. The words were, speaking was equal to not speaking. Another reporter asked, is this solid-state battery the result of your team, expert Yen? Yen Dian on the stage hurriedly shook his head and said, no, this is the result of our founder of time and space technology. We are only perfecting some marginal research for him. The core technology is all our founder's research alone. Alone's research? Is that possible? The reporter asked with a direct face. Of course, he's a genius. Can this solid-state battery be applied to our tram? Can it improve the range of our trams? Guo Qianqian was still smiling, of course it can. Exactly how much range can it be raised to? At the product conference at 8 o'clock in the evening, we will release 3 products, one of which is specifically for the tram. At that time, our founder will give you a detailed explanation of the range. There were many more reporters asking. Guo Qianqian's answers were all very official, some of the irrelevant ones were answered, but the ones that involved the real content of solid-state batteries were pushed to the product conference in the evening that Yi Xiaoda personally hosted. More than an hour of the press conference is over, all the reporters have a feeling, people do come, also participated in the conference, but it seems to feel and did not come, did not participate. Because, all the things that wanted to know, people did not say a single thing. In the end, Guo Qianqian said, the journalist sitting here, Time and Space Technology has arranged a resting place for all of you, and the 8 o'clock in the evening product conference has also reserved a place for all of you, so you can shoot and live broadcast. It was only with these words that the reporters didn't make a scene. Otherwise, Guo Qianqian can still go? Wanting to leave without saying anything, how could it be possible? The press conference ended like this. Not only were the reporters blinded, but the people who had been paying attention to this matter were all blinded as well. This press conference has the essence of our daxia, said a lot, but it feels like nothing to say. That's right, there is no useful information. Everything has to wait until the product launch at night. Why do I feel that they are learning from Steve Jobs of the Eagle Kingdom and have also organized a launch event? Can Time and Space Technologies products compare to the fruit company's products? Definitely can't compare to they have created the era of smartphones. Now the fruit company is the number one in market capitalization, the world's number one. What makes Time and Space Technology comparable? According to the press conference, this solid-state battery was not developed by Yin Dian. Then who is it? Who exactly is the founder of this time and space technology? I don't know, it's too mysterious. Well, even on the internet cannot find a bit of news. According to theory, the founder of any company can be searched on the internet, but a search of space-time technology, the legal person above is actually shown as so-and-so. This is too strange. It seems that the identity is not simple. What was Yi Xiaoda, the founder of space-time technology, doing at this time? Eating chili fried meat with noodles. After eating the noodles, he skipped around the river like an old man, watched fishing for a while, and then returned home to take a nap. It was only at 4 o'clock in the afternoon that he slowly arrived at his own office in Time and Space Technology. Big brother, you can finally come. If you don't come again, I'm going to look for you. Guo Qianqian was furious when she saw Yi Xiaoda's couldn't care less and didn't put the 8 o'clock product launch in her heart at all. What's the hurry? There are still several hours. We do not need to rehearse? Already, still rehearsing what? Big brother, the people watching the live broadcast may be more than 10 million, you do not need to rehearse? Rehearse what? Geniuses improvise. Yi Xiaoda said proudly. Nothing else for their own products is so confident, just say anything. When Guo Qianqian left, Yi Xiaoda rushed to the door in one stride, secretly locked the door, and then will launch the process in the mind a few times, and then let the brain to write a script for himself. After reading it a few times, it was just about right. At least the general content was remembered. After simply having a dinner with Guo Qianqian, Yi Xiaoda said, "Did you find the makeup artist that I asked you to find?" Guo Qianqian nodded, and then let her secretary call someone to go. Indeed, I should dress up. After all, this is a live broadcast in front of 10 million people, and the people who will follow up to watch it are estimated to be more than 100 million. For Yi Xiaoda himself to find a makeup artist, Guo Qianqian was still very satisfied. Finally, his boss was still a little bit serious about this launch. When a fashionable and beautiful makeup artist came in front of Yi Xiaoda said, "Beauty, please." Xiaomei hurriedly said, "You can rest assured. You can rest assured. I will definitely make you appear in front of the camera with extreme spirit." She was aware that the one in front of her was the founder of Time and Space Technology, the protagonist of this unprecedented product launch. This was the Steve Jobs of daxia. Putting makeup on her would allow Xiaomei to brag about it for the rest of her life, not to mention the income wasn't low either. There's only one request, make me up so that I don't look like myself, and then I also have to be slightly shriveled up in spirit, or not so spirited. After Yi Xiaoda's request was finished, Xiaomei was confused. This was the first time she had heard of such a request. Makeup to not look like yourself? What kind of request was this? There was even a request to make herself look shriveled. What kind of strange requests were these? Guo Qianqian even directly disagreed and shouted, "Big brother! What exactly do you want to do? Tens of millions of people are looking at you, and you want to shrivel up a bit? And, why should you be made to look unlike you? This is a great opportunity for you to become famous." Famous? I don't want to be famous, and in the future, I'll go out looking like a mascot, with people staring at you every day. Besides, I'm a research fanatic. It's nothing for a research fanatic to have a poor body, and I already have terminal cancer. Late-stage cancer, can you have a spirit like yours? Anyway, Xiaomei didn't believe it. Guo Qianqian didn't believe it either. You said yourself how long you've had terminal cancer, how come you're still alive and well now? The boss is the boss, because everything the boss says is right. In the end, Xiaomei still followed Yi Xiaoda's request and carefully worked on his face for almost an hour. It was only when Yi Xiaoda was about to get impatient that he finally stopped. You see? Yi Xiaoda took a look in the mirror, and inside the mirror appeared a young man with an extremely simple hairstyle, a slightly pale face, and an extremely ordinary face that no one would pay attention to when thrown in the crowd. It looked a few years older than the previous Yi Xiaoda, and his eyes had collapsed a bit. Coupled with Yi Xiaoda's bone-thin torso, this is the appearance of a research maniac. Or is about to hang up research maniac. A bit like Stephen Hawking, just missing a wheelchair. Yi Xiaoda nodded his head with great satisfaction. Not bad. From now on, you'll be my royal makeup artist, huh? But remember to keep it a secret. Xiaomei nodded her head in a hurry. After sending Xiaomei away, Guo Qianqian really couldn't help it. You're good and good looking, why don't you primp yourself properly, instead of making it harder and harder to look good? Yi Xiaoda didn't take care of him. Long Yi knocked on the door and came in, with a wheelchair in his hand. Yi Xiaoda slowly sat on the wheelchair. Just sit. Long Yi also put a blanket on his thighs. He to the wheelchair so ally, instantly in line with the appearance of a terminal cancer patient, if the head then tilted back, that is a Hawking second generation. Guo Qianshan had 100,000 reasons on her face, pointing at him, hard to know what to ask. Let's go, the conference will start soon, you push me to participate. Guo Qianshan didn't even know how she pushed Yi Xiaoda to walk to the product launch site. She had been confused the whole time. A handsome man who was able to make a name for himself at this moment, instantly turned into a scruffy man who was going to hang up soon. Really don't understand. Chapter 107 Product Launch. The first floor of Ripple Soft Jewelry Daxia, this floor, had been dressed up as a huge launch hall. More than 100 reporters, and hundreds of randomly selected viewers, were all quietly waiting for 8 o'clock at this moment. All the cameras were ready. Many short video platforms had already begun their live broadcasts, and the anchors were all already starting to warm up. In the last 3 minutes before the launch, the lights in the entire hall suddenly went out. All the people at the scene knew that the conference was about to start, so they all quieted down and stared at the stage without moving, afraid of missing something. The scene of more than 200 people was silent. As the time slowly approached 8 o'clock, the lights on the scene also changed. The first thing that appeared was the 3 huge screens overhead, only now there was only one icon on it. That is, the icon of time and space technology. The company icon of spacetime technology was very simple, it was a miniature of the universe, a circular pattern made up of countless planets. After reaching 8 o'clock, a beam of light suddenly hit the entrance of the stage, and then, a person in a wheelchair appeared in front of the crowd. As Guo Qianshan pushed Yi Xiaoda and slowly stepped into the center of the stage, the lights were slowly moving along with it, all the way to the center of the stage. When Yi Xiaoda's wheelchair stopped at the center of the stage, the darkness slowly lit up some lights, but the lights still highlighted Yi Xiaoda. Yi Xiaoda, who had a microphone hanging from his mouth, smiled confidently and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm the founder of Time and Space Technology, and the product of this conference is also something that I, as well as my team, researched together. Everyone can call me Time and Space. Time and Space? You're called Timeless? The hundreds of people in the venue, as well as the tens of millions of people in front of their cell phones, instantly felt that Yi Xiaoda was a pretentious thing. Still Time and Space. Why don't you call it the universe? Hate this kind of pretentious thing. However, hate is hate, it's time to keep watching. After my team's unremitting efforts, our time and space technology has finally overcome the heavy problems of solid-state batteries, solved the problems of solid-solid contact, low conductivity, etc., and researched a highly efficient and safe solid-state electrolyte, and finally, there is a solid-state battery that can be mass-produced. This solid-state battery, I call it Dragon Source. This is a solid-state battery that is completely different from the current batteries. First of all, let's talk about the safety of this battery. After saying that, there was suddenly a fireplace beside the stage, and a staff member even lit the fire. Guo Qianshan pushed Yi Xiaoda to slowly approach this fireplace. This is the solid-state battery developed by our company, the safety exceeds all batteries on the market now. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda directly threw the battery into the fire. After waiting for a long time, there was no reaction. Long Yuan, not afraid of fire. Feel free to burn. Next was the collision experiment. No matter if it was a hammer or a forging machine, although it could damage the battery, there wouldn't be any explosion. The batteries we experimented with were all already fully charged, and the subsequent ones we mass-produced are also of this quality, so in the future, as long as any accidents are caused by our solid-state batteries from timeless technology, we'll be responsible to the end. Now, please look at our product based on the first generation of Dragon Source design, the Dragon Source Small Battery. The first of the 3 huge screens suddenly lit up, and several fast-rounded batteries appeared on it, some 5-sized, some 7-sized, and other models. The amount of energy stored is 4 times that of a certain NAND battery on the market in front of you. After saying that, the boss of Nanfu battery was trembling in front of the cell phone. You're still a certain self. I'm the only one who makes this kind of battery in Daxia. Why don't you just call me by my name? You're 4 times my size, how can I play? Angry, this big boss directly smashed the cell phone to fly. Then he hurriedly asked his secretary to bring another cell phone and proceeded to read it. In the future, everyone's TV remotes, air conditioner remotes, and children's toys will never need to change their batteries. The toys are broken and the batteries are still fine. Yi Xiaoda joked. Our pricing isn't too high, just twice as much as Somnan's, and since the amount of energy stored is 4 times as much, it's quite a bit cheaper when you do the math. The boss of Nanfu battery threw another cell phone. When the first product Yi Xiaoda had finished introducing, in fact, most people did not have much of a change of expression. Because, a small toy battery only, a little more electricity, a little less electricity, on everyone's influence is not big, after all, now South House battery power is enough, also almost not too much battery replacement. This product is at best the icing on the cake, for everyone, it is dispensable. So the people watching the live broadcast seemed a little less than happy. What the hell is this, isn't it just an enhanced version of the battery, causing me to wait for so long, I might as well go watch the Hush Baby Landlord. This battery, on the contrary, doesn't do much. You said the founder of this time and space technology why is still sitting in a wheelchair, want to die look. Let's go, let's watch fishing. Watch fighting the landlord go. Various short video platforms, the heat about space-time technology's solid-state batteries came down all of a sudden. Expectations were high, but the product that came out was like this, and people had a strong sense of loss. Of course, there are also many people who persisted. After all, there are still two products. May also see the scene atmosphere a little cool. What Chanshan directly pushed Yi Xiaoda came to the front of the second big screen. Simply ignore Yi Xiaoda's objections. Opposition is useless. He is now positioned as a terminal cancer patient, simply cannot walk. Yi Xiaoda had to say, now, let's look at the second product. This is a solid-state battery that we at Time and Space Technology have specially designed for cell phones. In fact, it's fundamentally the same as the first product, except that it's just a different shape. A solid-state battery that can change its shape almost at will. Seeing Yi Xiaoda trying to improvise again, Guo Chanshan hurriedly commanded to turn the second screen on. On it was a business card-sized, 2mm only thickness battery block. This is the Dragon source for cell phones. The size is comparable to the batteries in the world now, but the thickness is half of the current batteries, and the weight is only a third of the current batteries. Yi Xiaoda shouted. There was some chatter in the meeting room when they heard this. The thickness difference is so much, it seems that in the future, cell phones will become thinner and thinner. Impossible, the camera is thick. It's good that the weight is lighter, just look at this energy storage. 3 huge words suddenly appeared on the screen, energy storage. Everyone should be very curious about the energy storage of our first Dragon source solid-state battery, right? Nowadays, the average cell phone's battery storage energy is about 3,000 to 4,000 mAh, and a brick-sized mobile power supply is 10,000 mAh of storage energy. Of course, this is a bit exaggerated. Mobile power is not as big as a rotating head, but the exaggerated technique still needs to be used. But our Time and Space Technology, Dragon source battery generation, cell phone battery, the same size, thickness is only half the case, energy storage for 20,000 mAh. It's at least 5 times the energy storage of the current cell phone battery. Yi Xiaoda suddenly turned his voice up a lot and shouted. If we are willing, increasing the thickness to the level of the current battery, the storage energy can reach 10 times that of the current battery. But we are not willing to. Because it would increase the weight of the phone and be unfriendly to our hands. We at Timeless Technology believe that it won't take long. Under the same volume, under the same weight, our next generation of solid-state batteries will also be able to double the amount of stored energy from the current level. As Yi Xiaoda spoke, his own emotions were agitated. This was a revolution in cell phone batteries. A cell phone that could only be used for 1 day before could now be used for 5 days before needing to be recharged once, which was much more convenient. Chapter 108 Time and Space Technology, Beyond Time and Space. Not only was he excited, the people at the venue, the people in front of the cell phones, and even a group of old people in Yanjing were also excited. Finally, Daxia had a product that surpassed the level of Blue Star technology. Bull. Forceful. I absolutely support one. Which cell phone carries this solid-state battery? I absolutely support it. 5 days without charging, bar none. Looks like I don't need to bring a charger on business trips anymore. Maybe I won't need to charge for a month. I don't know if the Fruit cell phone can use this battery in the future. If it can't, then it's a pity. All kinds of techies, anyway, were extremely shocked. The most miserable ones were going to be those few companies in Daxia that specialized in producing cell phone batteries, and they felt that their factories seemed to be about to be finished. Among them, there were even giants in the energy storage industry like Screwdriver Times and Bai. The shock continued. Yi Xiaoda continued, a cell phone equipped with our first-generation Dragon source solid-state battery, which is used frequently, only needs to be charged once in 5 days, and the time for a single charge is only half an hour. 10 minutes of time can be filled with 80%, enough for 4 days, and it only takes half an hour to fill it up. It's only the time it takes to go to the restroom. Extremely fast charging speed, great energy storage, and extremely safe. This was the first solid-state battery for cell phones published by Timeless Technology. A revolution that turned the industry upside down. This wasn't the end. The shock brought to the crowd by space-time technology continued. When Gui Chanshan pushed Yi Xiaoda to slowly approach the third big screen, the crowd held their breath, waiting. Everyone, it seems, thought of what would appear on this screen. The first product was a toy battery, not much use. The second product was a cell phone battery, which was shocking, but at best, it would slightly change the habits of people using cell phones. After all, now the cell phone charging speed is quite fast. At most, bring a charger on the body only. According to this rule, the third product, the subversive role should be the biggest, is the most important. As expected, after Yi Xiaoda smiled, he opened this screen. On the screen appeared a huge battery that probably had to be about the size of a square, with a thickness of about 10 centimeters. As you should have guessed, the third product that we at Timeless Technology have developed utilizing the Dragon source solid-state battery, which is the automotive battery pack. No, we should call it a vehicle power supply. Because ours isn't a battery pack, it's not some small batteries connected in series. What we have here is a whole huge battery. The size can be arbitrarily changed, the shape can be arbitrarily designed. As the energy density is getting higher and higher, in the near future, the batteries we use in our vehicles may only be the size of a briefcase, less than the size of the current automobile fuel tank. Solid-state batteries used in automobiles, safety is naturally the top priority. After our test, space-time technology has not been any way to make this piece of battery fire, let alone explode. Just as we just experimented, throwing it into the fire is not a problem at all. Even if the vehicles collide, the battery will not have any leakage, and there will not be any danger. This is our Dragon Source's safety guarantee for users. These weren't what everyone wanted to see yet, no matter if it was the people at the venue or the people in front of their cell phones, they were all waiting for Yi Xiaoda's later introduction. I know, there should only be one issue that everyone is concerned about. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda paused for a moment and looked at everyone in the venue with a smile. Then on the large screen above his head, a number appeared, 10. This 10, it's not that the range of the new energy car equipped with our battery is only 10 kilometers. 10 times. It's 10 times. Yi Xiaoda suddenly raised his arms and shouted. The new energy car equipped with our Longyuan generation solid-state battery will have 10 times the range of the previous one. Another car appeared on the screen, along with a 300 range character. This is a model from BYA, the previous range was around 300 kilometers, but it just needs to be equipped with our Dragon Source generation solid-state batteries, and with the exact same dimensions, its range can reach 3,000 kilometers. The screen changed to another car. This is one of Tesla's models. The original range is about 500 kilometers, equipped with our Dragon Source generation of solid-state batteries, under the exact same size, the range will reach 5,000 kilometers. 10 times the range? This was undoubtedly a thunderbolt that shocked everyone at the venue, everyone in the industry, and likewise all the world. What a concept! A tank of gas can only run a few hundred kilometers, a new energy car, a full charge, can run 5,000 kilometers. This horse is not half a year, do not need to charge off. After all, most of the vehicles, a year is to run about 10,000 kilometers. And our Dragon Source battery is not subject to changes in temperature and environment, all year round. No matter what the temperature, the range remains the same. A piece of this battery is enough to support several hundred recharges. In other words, the total range of this battery is over 1,000,000 kilometers. Change the battery? Doesn't exist. Your vehicle is scrapped, my battery is still working. In the future, everyone will just change their vehicles, leaving the battery behind. It can still be used for several vehicles. Yi Xiaoda paused for a moment, looked at the venue excited crowd, and said, charging speed, we should no longer pay too much attention to it. After all, a full charge, range of several thousand kilometers, there will never be a highway with no power, we can slowly charge at home. No. The products of time and space technology will definitely be as good as they can be. Our charging speed is not slow at all, and even far exceeds that of all new energy vehicles nowadays. Using our specialized charging piles, within 3 minutes, it can be fully charged to 10%, which means that in the time it takes to fill up a tank of gas, you can run an extra 400 or 500 kilometers. Fully charged, using the charging pile, it's only an hour's time. Of course, I don't recommend that you use a charging post. We have this battery, with a household outlet will be able to charge, you sleep a night's time, probably be able to let you run an extra 1,000 kilometers. This charging speed, everyone should be satisfied. With a wave of his hand, the 3 screens above Yi Xiaoda's head all lit up at the same time, and on them were pictures of the 3 types of batteries, as well as some detailed parameters. Each kind of battery, space-time technology will take out 100 samples, provided to the industry's relevant monitoring organizations, as well as the network above some of the popular testing bloggers. All the testing process you can supervise. If there is beyond what I said today, space-time technology announced the dissolution of the day. Thank you everyone, this is our first product launch of space-time technology. In the future, we will bring more products to change our country, change our world. Space-time technology, beyond time and space. Thank you everyone. After saying that, the lights of the venue suddenly and directly all went dark, and a minute later, when the lights came on again, the image of Yi Xiaoda sitting in a wheelchair was no longer on the field. Only Guo Qianqian was left standing there alone. Thank you everyone, please leave the stage in an orderly manner. This conference ended just like that, but the shock brought to the world had only just begun. Chapter 109: The Crawling Giant. People in the industry, while shocked, still had that little bit of disbelief. Especially those in the field of new energy vehicles. A new energy tram with a range of 5,000 kilometers? It only needs to be charged twice a year to run 10,000 kilometers? This is too much of an exaggeration. The energy density of this battery must be how big? The key is also so safe, charging speed is also so fast, this let the future fuel car to go? At the same time, every company that has some relationship with energy has sent a letter to time and space technology, applying for a piece of Longyuan solid-state battery, and then carry out the relevant test work. The general public, there were also quite a few who didn't believe it. If it's true, then this is really a cross-generation technology. Why am I so skeptical about the authenticity of this? These days, there are too many exaggerators. It's not likely that the range will only increase by 1 or 2 times at most. 1 or 2 times is also very exaggerated, okay. This time and space technology has only been established for a month or two, and to come out with this kind of cross-generation technology, I'm afraid it's unlikely. But hasn't the official already helped publicize it? That's standing out. I think the credibility is still quite big. Wait and see, didn't they say that there will be many organizations that will start testing tomorrow? Let's wait and see. This night, time and space technology, solid-state batteries, dragon source, these words, destined to become the object of the world's discussion. Even abroad, it had caused a considerable amount of repercussions. After all, this was a cross-generation technology. For the energy industry, the impact was too great. The top 10 hot searches, there had to be 3 or 4 hanging above. As many news media began to report on this time space technology product launch, the entire Dacia basically knew that there was such a thing. Apart from the shock, the people of Dacia were more excited and thrilled. Finally, Dacia had something that could be put on the stage to be envied. In the past, perhaps there was only traditional culture, or there was another drone company that claimed to be the crown of the world, but now, there was one more tech company. The next day, various evaluation organizations gave their professional test reports one after another. Without exception, for space-time technology, it was all praise. This battery from space-time technology, whether it's the energy storage or charging efficiency, or the craftsmanship level, it's the only one you'll ever see in your life. Our organization is responsible for testing the safety of the Dragon Source battery. Really, we've tried our best, but we still couldn't make it produce the slightest bit of danger. Good guy, under the temperature of 1,000 degrees, people don't even carry fire, that is, it just melts directly. As for the collision, it's useless even if the forging machine comes. Perfect. This is a perfect product. The founder of time and space technology might still be more subtle. The storage capacity of the Dragon Source solid-state battery seems to be a little more than what he said. At 7 o'clock that night, the most important news program in Dacia even spent 3 minutes carefully introducing the relevant parameters of the Dragon Source solid-state battery. The host was also extremely complimentary. This official statement let everyone know that this battery didn't have any problems. Time and space technology was going to take off. The Dragon Source solid-state battery was going to start popularizing, and people's lifestyles were going to change. On this day, Yi Xiaoda also met a group of people from Yanjing. Xin Fan had brought them over. Brother De, this is from the Dacia Cutting Edge Research Institute, as well as the Energy Bureau, and these are from the military. Xin Fan introduced. Yi Xiaoda looked at the few people in military uniforms. The stars above their shoulders were shocking. Surprisingly, they were generals. Seeing so many people, originally Yi Xiaoda thought that this group of people were planning to come over to ask for their solid-state battery-related technology, but to his surprise, he completely misunderstood. Generally, we still have some research information on solid-state batteries over here, although it's not very high-end, but you see if there is anything you can look at. If you can look at it, just take it away. Mr. Yi, do you need funds? The above arrangement I specialize in serving you. How much money is not a big problem, do not interest. Mr. Yi, I'm from Xiangqing, do you need land? The land around your new company can be granted to you. I'm from the patent office. Do you need to apply for a patent for your technology? I've got the green light, and I've brought all the stamps. The raw materials you need to produce solid-state batteries, please provide a list. We Dacia full support, as much as you want. At this point, Yi Xiaoda was quick to say, I hope that the leaders will help. The raw materials for solid-state battery production are actually very simple. Dacia has them all, and I will have to trouble you all at that time. No problem at all. As long as Dacia has it, I'll get it for you. Unexpectedly, these people came over, all for Yi Xiaoda to make requests. He naturally knew what these people's arrival meant. The top looked like they were satisfied with themselves. In the end, only Qin Fan and a few people from the military were left. Mr. Yi, can you provide a batch of solid-state batteries for our military to study and research? This is no problem. After the new products come out in the future, I will send a batch of them to the military. They will definitely be the top of the line. If the military has any needs, just mention them. We, Spacetime Technology, will absolutely cooperate unconditionally. A few people with stars on their shoulders patted Yi Xiaoda's shoulder before leaving and said, look for me if you need anything in the future. No matter what. Yi Xiaoda gained the friendship of the military. After Qin Fan saw the military man leave, he smiled and said, Brother De, from now on, you can walk sideways. Pull back. By the way, my grandfather instructed me to tell you 2 things. Yi Xiaoda hurriedly said, tell me. The first is the secrecy of your technology. Although others can't crack it, the secrecy should still be done well, and there is also the issue of security. This we will have someone specialized in this. Yi Xiaoda nodded in agreement. Such a technology, what kind of power wouldn't want it? If they couldn't crack it, they could only do it through other means. There was no problem with his own safety, but it was hard to say about the people of the Yandian team. With Dacia helping with this, Yi Xiaoda was naturally happy. Especially your own safety, although Dacia is already doing its best to hide your personal information, but there is no chance that someone will still be able to find out. Should we find some people to protect you? Whether it's from the military or a special department, it's fine. No, I don't need to. The founder of Spacetime Technology is wheelchair-bound, that's not me. Hearing this, Sheen Fan also laughed out loud. I didn't expect you to be quite good with this wheelchair. But no, now everyone in the world knew that the founder of time and space technology was a disabled person. The second thing is, my grandfather asked me to tell you one more thing. Dacia will always stand behind you. Yi Xiaoda nodded without saying much. This was his own homeland. This giant that had been still crawling forward, sweeping away the humiliation from itself, would one day stand on top of the world. The previous Yi Xiaoda was an even smaller speck of dust on this giant. But after possessing the superspace trading platform, the current Yi Xiaoda was already able to play a role in this giant's prostrate figure. He was able to give it a push. Chapter 110: The Price of New Technology Development. The entire network was singing the praises of spacetime technology, but there were always some people who couldn't stand to look at it. It can be said that human nature is so. There is also part of the push and pull. Long Yuan battery good is good, but the problem is also very big. He monopolized the market. Our Dacia battery factory are not now have to close down? What about the workers after the closure? And after timeless technology monopolizes the battery industry, won't it be able to raise prices at will in the future? Will it be able to trample on our consumers at will? We won't even be able to afford cell phones in the future. It's possible that spacetime technology will first kill off all the traditional battery vendors, and when he's the only one left, he'll be able to ask for a lot of money. Don't talk about it. In the future, new energy cars, I guess the price will have to go up to the sky. I'd better honestly buy an oil car. Pity the millions of people who are about to lose their jobs. That's millions of families. Monopolization is still bad. We should let timeless technology publicize all the technology related to the Dragon Source solid-state battery. The number of people who said this on the internet poured in. They also occupied a certain percentage in the midst of the various singing of praises. Guo Qianshan, however, couldn't stand to see it and directly found Yi Xiaoda, so she said, "Brother, find someone to step in and block all these people who are talking about our spacetime technology." She was aware that right now, Xia and her boss were especially good, like iron brothers who grew up wearing a pair of crotchless pants. Doing this, it was easy. We pioneered a cross-generation technology, and they're even thinking about those some laid-off people. What does it have to do with us? It's their own technology that can't keep up. Seeing Guo Qianshan still complaining loudly, Yi Xiaoda waved his hand and said, "They actually have a little bit of truth in what they said. Tomorrow, open a press conference, some questions, I'll tell you how you should answer." The next day, such a trend still intensified. There are always people who look down on those who are better off than themselves. Especially those who are engaged in the traditional battery industry. Millions are there, and none of them are worried about whether they are about to lose their jobs. After all, the effect of this solid-state battery is just a little too sick. As long as this battery was introduced, the traditional battery would be useless. Boycott. Be sure to boycott any product from time and space technology. It cannot be monopolized. Strongly request the state to step in and nationalize spacetime technology's technology. Let spacetime technology get out of Dacia. In the evening, still in the same place, after 2 days, another press conference of spacetime technology was held as scheduled. This time, more people came. Because everyone knew that spacetime technology was already ahead of the world, and already had cross-generation technologies, and the next step was to see how to utilize these technologies. This time, a lot of foreign reporters came. It was also some very famous media. The whole world was also paying attention. In this press conference, there was only one person on the stage, Guo Qianshan. Only, she had headphones in her ears and was in constant communication with Yi Xiaoda. Just as the press conference started, a small reporter asked, "Mr. Guo, why didn't the founder of time and space technology participate in such an important press conference?" Guo Qianshan's temper could not be very good, and directly said, "Our time and space technology's press conference, whoever wants to participate can participate. If you think I can't answer your doubts, please leave." The tone was tough. This was what Yi Xiaoda had told her. In the beginning, this press conference, it was important to set this tough tone. Lao Zi invented a cross-generation technology. What are you guys comparing? Just listen and be done with it. The small reporter had an angry face, but still honestly sat down, letting him go. Soon after, another person asked, "Mr. Guo, may I ask what will be the subsequent use of Dragon Source solid-state battery by timeless technology? We are already building the assembly line now, and will realize mass production as fast as possible. It is estimated that the first batch of Dragon Source solid-state batteries will be available after a year. Are they used in cell phones or cars?" Guo Qianshan replied, "We plan to produce the first batch of cell phone batteries first, but it won't take half a year for a large batch of new energy car batteries to come out as well." Then Mr. Guo, in the face of the online concerns now, how do you make an explanation? Can you tell me what issues the internet is worried about now? Guo Qianshan asked in return. It's that the rise of solid-state batteries will make the current traditional battery companies close down, countless people lose their jobs, and countless families lose their source of livelihood. This question, Yi Xiaoda had already told Guo Qianqian the answer a long time ago. Any technological leap will eliminate the original technology. This is the inevitable trend of social development, cannot let science and technology move forward because of the consideration of these unemployed people. Guo Qianqian said lightly. The venue was in an uproar. Although they knew that this was the case, the thought that so many people were about to lose their jobs was still unacceptable for a short period of time. However, Guo Qianqian immediately added, the industry of solid-state batteries is incomparably huge, and I have received instructions from the founder of time and space technology to follow up by organizing a meeting within the industry to discuss the future mode of development. But what I can tell you in advance is that the current traditional battery industry, as long as it follows the principles we have set out, not only will it not go out of business, but it will become more and more prosperous. We, time and space technology, are mainly engaged in top-level scientific research. As for production, we don't really value it, so the vast majority of the production work for solid-state batteries will still be produced by existing battery manufacturers. We're just providing some technical support. The detailed cooperation program will be discussed at a meeting of the same industry in the near future. It turns out that it won't go out of business, and it will prosper even more? The vast majority of people were satisfied now. Once again, they sang the praises of timeless technology. It's really good, surprisingly willing to take out the technology and share it. Sharing my ass, surely the core technology is still in the hands of others, just looking for some foundry. Being a foundry is better than going bankrupt. As the press conference continued, another person asked, will timeless technology continue to research solid-state batteries in the future? This is of course, because solid-state batteries are still far from perfect, but performance can still be greatly improved, and we at Time and Space Technology will continue to research. Then will space-time technology also engage in research in other industries? Naturally, right now we have already set up another research team that has already made a small progress in solar energy utilization, and we should have news about it soon. Little progress? Everyone in the meeting room sucked in a breath of cool air. Everyone knew that this small progress of timeless technology would not be expected to scare people again. After Daxia's reporter finished asking questions, Guo Qianqian finally gave a chance to a representative of the Eagle Kingdom. Hello? May I ask, will timeless technology solid-state batteries be sold abroad? Or will there be barriers? Guo Qianqian said with embarrassment, I'm sorry, we're just a technology company, the research is our responsibility, but whether it can be sold abroad or not, it depends on the Daxia officials, I can't answer you for now. However, if foreign companies are interested, they can also come and talk about it, we are happy to see such a situation. Saying it was the same as not saying it. Whether to go abroad or not, Yi Xiaoda didn't say, so Guo Qianqian didn't know either. For the foreign market, although it was huge, Yi Xiaoda had his own considerations, and he also communicated with Daxia through Qin Fan. Daxia also agreed with him and fully supported him to do so. Chapter 111. The press conference turned into a memorial service in seconds. Towards the end of the press conference, a domestic reporter asked Guo Qianqian with an adoring face, Mr. Guo, the founder of Time and Space Technology, yesterday's product conference didn't have an introduction of himself, can you tell us something about him? Yi Xiaoda. It was now one of the most talked about young people in the world. Everyone knew that timeless technology had come up with a cross-generation technological product, and it was also a young man who had taken the lead in coming up with it. The key problem was that everyone was concerned, but other than an extremely limited number of people, no one knew his name. I'm sorry, I can only keep the identity of our company's founder a secret as I'm not too sure myself, except that he's a genius, a research fanatic who won't waste any of his time on anything other than research. This made even Yi Xiaoda, who was watching the press conference, blush a little. Is he a Daxia native? A native of Daxia. May I ask, his body? He is very unfortunate because of the long hours of research, resulting in extremely poor health. Not long ago it has even been diagnosed with terminal cancer, and has been unable to walk. Guo Qianqian said, and suddenly her mood went down. After all, now Yi Xiaoda is indeed still terminal cancer, although quite good. The people who were listening also fell into a kind of inexplicable sadness. There was even a reporter who even directly said out loud, the heavens are unjust. Why do we have a genius in Daxia? Surprisingly, he was still left with a serious illness. Heaven envies a genius. It's so unfair. The conference site was vaguely turning into a memorial service for Yi Xiaoda. After the press conference, Guo Qianqian returned directly to her office. Ever since the release of the Dragon Source solid-state battery, she hadn't rested for a single moment except for sleeping. Although a lot of people had been recruited, but just relying on these people who were temporarily found, it was still far from enough. All sorts of things, it was just too much. After Guo Qianqian opened her mailbox, she saw that Yi Xiaoda had already sent him an email with a list of personnel. Shanshan, this list above is my research, can help me. Time and space technology are some of the management side of the people. There are legal, contractual, human resources, all kinds of talent have some. I have sent them an email. They are also willing to join the time and space technology. The time of these few days will be one after another to come over to report. You let the people prepare to receive it. When Gui Qianshan opened this list, she was confused for a moment. It was densely packed with names of people, as well as their areas of specialization. There were several that she recognized alone. None of them are famous in China, the leaders of various industries. Just the original CEO of other companies. There are several. Gui Qianshan even heard of these names in the country, are considered to be the top professional managers. And all of these people have agreed to join time and space technology? Inside this list, there are more than 200 people. Such a huge team, as long as it was received, it would be able to relieve itself of too much burden in minutes, allowing the entire space-time technology to operate efficiently. These were not enough. Yi Xiaoda sent another thing to Gui Qianshan. This is an enterprises management system that I found someone to specialize in. It's very advanced, and we'll be using this system for our subsequent space-time technology. Just studying this system, Gui Qianshan studied it until 12 o'clock at night. She also only figured out a little bit of it. After all, this enterprise management system, which was made by Yi Xiaoda's brain, exceeded any management system of Blue Star by several levels. It was considered an enterprise management system with primary intelligence. Gui Qianshan, as an elite person who had been in charge of a company, naturally knew how terrifying this system was. Already completely intelligent. The work efficiency has increased at least 10 times. For example, organizing a press conference. Originally, Gui Qianshan need to find someone to determine the list of participants in the news media, and then one by one to send an email, one by one to arrange the accommodation, and so on. Some of the columns of the mess. Come 100 people, space-time technology logistics department must have at least dozens of people, must be good service. However, when this system is online, only need to initiate a task, the task of the press conference, and then the system will intelligently provide a series of lists. All that was needed was for Gui Qianshan to choose the relevant personnel herself. The system would then automatically send emails, automatically book hotels, automatically make name tags, and so on. The work efficiency would at least double several times. There was also this time, in these few days' time, there might be 200 people who would be centralized into time and space technology. According to the original method, there must be personal contact on a one-to-one basis, but now, the basic contact work can all be done by the system alone. From the smallest to the booking of air tickets, to the largest to the various processes of employment, the Human Resources Department of Spacetime Technology almost does not need to care much. You only need to do the tasks sent to you by the system. Also, the industry-wide meeting in a few days won't need to be done personally. Who to invite, meeting materials, agenda, etc., almost all can be handled by this set of intelligent enterprise management system. Inside this system, human resources, finance, logistics, and so on, everything. After understanding the terrible nature of this system, Gui Qianshan has not so surprised. After all, this is their own boss out. He has already come up with Ginseng, Dog's Head Gold, Emerald, and now come up with a cross-generation, so that the whole world is excited about solid-state batteries. So a small enterprise management system, Gui Qianshan thing, for Yi Xiaoda, simply do not be too simple. She also does not understand why geniuses are so horrible. Do what all-powerful. Gui Qianshan was busy, Yi Xiaoda was not idle. Because, it was already time for the Transcendence trading platform to trade. Several times have continuously traded with Xiong Hong. Yi Xiaoda felt a little bored, or a little enough. Being able to randomize, one doesn't like the previous ones. Yi Xiaoda thought, what if he matches himself with another awesome world? The system can protect me anyway, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Even if I'm matched to a world where demons are born, at most I'll just be shocked. I'm sure I'll survive anyway. And the point is, as I traded with Xiong Hong more and more frequently, the points I received became less and less, and the last time was even a single digit. This is not a problem. The key is, and the same world transactions cannot be repeated to calculate the number of valid transactions. The Supertime trading platform can be upgraded after 10 valid transactions. Yi Xiaoda was very curious about how this system would change after the upgrade. But this number of valid transactions, and trading in the same world, didn't count. Even if he traded with Xiong Hong 100 times, then he could not upgrade. Right now, Yi Xiaoda's effective number of transactions was just 2. Once with Xiong Hong, and once with Bai Bing. During that time, it was also randomized, but the match was either a demon or something messy, and the person didn't even talk at all, so let's not talk about effective transactions. Anyway, the body was still holding up, at most it would just vomit a few more mouthfuls of blood, and with the ginseng, it wasn't much of a problem, so Yi Xiaoda thought about it before deciding to have another random match. If it doesn't work this time, I won't come next time, Yi Xiaoda said secretly. He took a bath, put on clean and dry clothes, worshipped, and was close to burning incense and bathing. Getting clean, he felt that his luck could be slightly better. After making all the preparations, Yi Xiaoda was ready to enter into the superspace trading platform. Only, suddenly, a phone call came in, interrupting his further actions. Scratch that. Who is it? It better be something important. Yi Xiaoda was not happy. Everything was ready, and this would you come in with a phone call and interrupt everything. When Yi Xiaoda picked up the phone, his face became more and more gloomy. Something has happened. And it's really something big. Chapter 112 Relatives Kidnapped. Xiaoda, hurry home. Lin is missing. Su Hui shouted anxiously towards Yi Xiaoda on the other end of the phone. What's going on? I took her to play in the square, just a slip of smoke. I couldn't find her. We searched for a long time. We couldn't find her. Come back quickly. Su Hui was already crying on the other end. Mom! Don't be anxious first, you guys call the police first. I'll rush over right away. Good. When Yi Xiaoda rushed to this small plaza, the plaza had already gathered people, and one of the police cars was also flashing harsh lights. Auntie, the disappearance has not exceeded 24 hours, we cannot file a case. Mobilize the surrounding masses to look for a search on the line. It is possible that your child is in the surrounding which place to play it. Su Hui said with an anxious face, we have been looking for almost 2 hours, everyone in the square is helping us to look for, we really did not find. Quickly go to adjust the surveillance. Adjusting the surveillance we also have to spend time, also have to go through the procedures, but it's not that simple. Yi Xiaoda rushed forward and said loudly, I have a special identity, my niece is kidnapped in all likelihood, you guys hurry up and use all your power, hurry up and go check for me. He looked very agitated. Your identity is special? What's so special about it? Where are the documents? Documents, Yi Xiaoda did have them, but didn't bring them. Even if he had brought it, it was estimated that these two didn't recognize it. In the entire Xiangqing city, there wouldn't be more than 5 people who knew his documents. There was no way out. If he wanted to find someone as soon as possible, he could only look for Qin Fan. Xiao Fan, my niece has disappeared in Mingneng Plaza, hurry up and use all manpower to help me find someone. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda directly hung up the phone. He knew that Qin Fan was aware of the seriousness of the situation. Qin Fan on the other end of the phone, sure enough, hung up the phone and ran out of the house, then contacted several departments in Xiangqing, 100,000 emergency. Yi Xiaoda lazily ignored everyone and said to Su Hui, Mom, where did Lin disappear? It should be in the toilet. After going to the toilet, for a long time did not come out, I went in to look for it, but never found it. Quickly, Xiaoda, quickly look for it. Su Hui had already cried out and was spread out on the floor. The eldest sister was pretty much the same, frantically crying while frantically searching. Second sister, you take mom and big sister to rest first. Brother-in-law, you help too. I'll go look for Lin. I promise to get her back. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda brought Long Yi and Long Air to the outside of the restroom, and after directly emptying the women's restroom, she said, Long Yi, Long Air, quick. Look carefully and see if there are any clues. Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 started probing with expressionless faces. Although these two were escorting biochemicals, the functions that should be there, were there. Soon, Long Yi said, I smell the special potion here, it's a kind of psychedelic agent from your blue star, there's a man's footprints here, and then left through the window here. Yi Xiaoda hurriedly opened the window to take a look. Outside is the main road. If there is a car in the neighborhood, the kidnapper can have left a long time ago. Is there any surveillance here? Long Yi shook his head. Are there any more clues? The traces of LSD disappeared from the roadside. The probability is that they fled in a car. According to the time that this kind of LSD disappeared to project, the time that they left in a car is about 118 minutes to 119 minutes. Long Yi said with certainty. Yi Xiaoda would not doubt the authenticity of this statement in the slightest, although it was fantastical. Brain, check all the surveillance in the neighborhood for me, find all the vehicles from that time period and check them one by one for me. Yi Xiaoda's cell phone flew into action, and soon, a black SUV entered Yi Xiaoda's real line of sight. This car is a license plate car. The time it appeared in the surveillance matches Long Yi's deduction, and it's exceptionally fast. Track this car's trail for me. Inside the city, all the cameras, coupled with the tracking of the brain, soon, the final destination of the vehicle appeared on Yi Xiaoda's cell phone. In the big mountains? Yi Xiaoda was a bit flustered now. The vehicle eventually disappeared into the mountains. Xiangqing was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the mountain range and the mountains behind Yi Xiaoda's village all belonged to the same vein. As long as they entered the mountains, it was a continuous mountainous area, and trying to find a few people was tantamount to a fool's errand. First go to the place where the vehicle disappeared. When Yi Xiaoda reached the place where the car disappeared, the entire Mingneng Plaza had been surrounded by all of them, and there were dozens of cars that came, all of them with flashing lights. The 2 people in uniform who came before were blinded. Have not seen the leadership, have asked them a dozen times. After learning that Yi Xiaoda had left the city, these dozens of cars followed again. To the place where the vehicle disappeared to the last monitoring, Yi Xiaoda nervously asked Long Yi, can you find out where the car went? Long Yi sniffed and said, yes, wait a moment. Long Yi disappeared. The speed was extremely fast. He searched the surroundings with extreme speed. Soon, Long Yi was notified and picked up Yi Xiaoda and disappeared with a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour. Yi Xiaoda felt like he was tied to the front of a high-speed train, thief fast. In a few moments, he came to the place where Long Yi called out, and beside him, there was an off-road vehicle. As Yi Xiaoda was leaving, he purposely took Lin Lin's small backpack out of Su Hui's hands. Smell it, there's no smell of this school bag in this car either. Long Yi nodded with certainty. By this point, Yi Xiaoda could be sure that his niece was kidnapped here and then taken into the mountains. Because of the worry, Yi Xiaoda anxiously asked Long Yi, "Can you follow the odor and find me Lin Lin? The odor is a bit faint, I need some time." "Okay. You and Long Yi both go look for it." Long Yi shook his head in a very rare way and said, "I alone is enough, we both have the same ability, one more is useless, Long Air can still protect you here." After saying that, Long Yi disappeared. It was as if it was instantaneous. Seeing Long Yi leaving, Yi Xiaoda could only anxiously wait up in the same place. This kidnapping was, in fact, perfect. Inside a cave in the big mountain, 3 big men were excitedly eating the bread in their hands, oblivious to the fact that 1 person and 2 biochemicals had already checked over. "Big brother. After we finish this ticket, can we leave the country in style? This is $10 million. It's enough for the 3 of us to have a good time." "Aha! Let's go after this one." I don't know what kind of identity this little girl has, that someone would spend so much money to kidnap her. One of the big men looked at a little girl lying on the ground behind him and said, "Whatever. We just need to hide in this cave for 3 days and everything will be fine." "Big brother, this little girl hasn't woken up yet, is it that we overdosed on the medicine?" "Who cares, anyway, as long as we hide for 3 days, it's much drier to die." Also, they were not worried at all. Because, this operation was perfect. Coming out from the plaza's toilets, the action was extremely swift, and the place where they put the car didn't have any surveillance yet, so they really couldn't think of anyone being able to find them. Even if they found their lost vehicle, but after entering the mountains, this sheer mass of mountains, even if you sent out 100,000 people, they wouldn't be able to find themselves in a short period of time. If you hide here for 3 days, you can leave. As for the death of this little girl, they don't care. After taking a picture of the little girl and sending it out, the 3 robbers should eat and drink, and there are even 2 who plan to sleep first. Chapter 113: A Life-Saving Deal. Long Yi's nose was much better than a dog's nose. The odor of the psychedelic agent on Lin Lin's body, together with her own scent, had been emanating in the air. Because time hadn't passed for too long, Long Yi took his time and directly sought along the odor. It kept finding a cave outside and then slowly walked in. The 3 robbers were blinded. Because they saw a young man covered in black walk directly in, just wanted to pull out the weapon in their hands, before their eyes was a wobble, then completely lost consciousness. Long Yi hugged Lin Lin and carefully headed towards Yi Xiaoda's position. Yi Xiaoda didn't have to wait long. In less than half an hour, he saw Long Yi walking out from the middle of the big mountain with a little girl in his arms. "Lin Lin! Lin Lin!" Yi Xiaoda hugged Lin Lin and shouted nervously. However, no matter how much he shouted, the little girl in his arms acted as if she was asleep, not moving at all. Yi Xiaoda, who was a little panicked inside, hurriedly put his wrist's medical watch on Lin Lin's wrist and started the detection. "Unknown psychedelic type agent overdose, unable to handle for now." Soon, the medical watch had such a prompt. Scratch that. The invincible medical watch was of no use at all at this point. Because, in Bai Bing's world, there was no such psychedelic medicine, and there was no treatment method in the watch. "Qin Fan, hurry up and prepare a hospital for me. I've found Lin Lin. She overdosed on LSD, hurry and find a doctor." Yi Xiaoda called Qin Fan's phone. "Good. People's Hospital. Hurry." Qin Fan, who was still on the road, changed his destination once again. When Yi Xiaoda arrived at the People's Hospital, the light was green all the way, and Lin Lin quickly entered the ward of the People's Hospital, where the doctor began to nervously examine her. Sitting outside the ward, Yi Xiaoda's face was as gloomy as the weather that was about to rain, extremely depressing. When Qin Fan arrived and saw such Yi Xiaoda, he didn't dare to say anything for a while. "Qin Fan, I sent you a location, there are 3 kidnappers in this location, you send someone to deal with it." Yi Xiaoda took the initiative to speak. Qin Fan hurriedly nodded his head and pulled over a young man before introducing, "Brother De, this is from the Special Department of Daxia, specially sent to Shangqing to take care of the safety of you and your family as well as the solid-state battery research team." A young man who was only in his early 20s hurriedly walked to Yi Xiaoda's side. Yi Xiaoda glared at him and said indifferently towards Qin Fan, "Change." "You." Wu Hao's face instantly became untenable. "I'm from Yanjing, it's good enough that I can personally protect you, a little commoner, and now you're asking me to change?" Only, what he didn't expect was that Qin Fan hurriedly said, "Good. I'll have a good word with his leader." Qin Fan was also angry. After saying that Daxia would be responsible for the safety of Yi Xiaoda's family, this solid-state battery had only been out for a few days, so how could something so big happen? A few moments later, a doctor came out from the ward. Yi Xiaoda hurriedly stood up. This doctor closed his eyes and slightly shook his head with an inscrutable look. "Rub. You step on the horse quickly, give me say how it is." Yi Xiaoda was not accustomed to him directly carrying his collar. He shouted, "You! Say! You let go of me first!" Although Yi Xiaoda let go of this doctor, but the vicious eyes stared at him motionless. This little girl has overdosed on psychedelic drugs and has violated her brain nerves. She shouldn't be able to wake up. What did you say? I'm saying, there's nothing I can do. This girl will be a vegetable for the rest of her life. A vegetable? Hearing these 3 words, Yi Xiaoda lost his mind as if he was paralyzed. His head went black and he almost didn't slow down. Brother De, I'll go to my grandfather right now and ask him to find experts from all over the country. Yi Xiaoda, who had slowed down, shook his head and said, Xin Fan, watch this door for me. No one can come in. Including your grandfather, can you do it? Looking at Yi Xiaoda's firm eyes, Xin Fan hurriedly nodded. Yi Xiaoda was still uneasy and placed long air outside the door as well. Anyone who dares to come in, no matter who it is, kill. After saying that, he brought Long Yi inside the ward. Inside the ward, on a snow-white bed, the lovely Linlin was quietly lying there, as if she was asleep. Yi Xiaoda slowly approached the window, then whispered, Linlin, wait for Uncle for a while, Uncle will be right back. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda disappeared within the room. In the Hyperspace Trading Platform Center 1, Yi Xiaoda once again chose to trade with White Ice. How come you haven't traded with me all this time? I've initiated no less than 5 trade requests, but you didn't even bother with me. As soon as he saw Yi Xiaoda, White Ice had a look of displeasure on his face. Forcibly enduring the anxiety inside, Yi Xiaoda said indifferently, Isn't it true that I'm here? We can still trade. Good, what do you need this time? Don't get some solid-state batteries, those things are too low level. I have a lot of high technology here. Let's see what you want first. It's just food, that's what we need the most. Yes, I have an endless supply of food here. Hearing Yi Xiaoda's such a confident statement, Bai Bing was close to licking his lips and said with an envious face, Your world is so nice, if I also live in your world, how happy would I be? What do you want? Give me a top-of-the-line medical device, the kind that can cure all diseases in the world. This one isn't really available. Ha? You don't even have this one? Yi Xiaoda asked anxiously. He was a bit anxious. Seeing Yi Xiaoda's very anxious expression, a trace of an imperceptible smile appeared on Bai Bing's face. How can there be an instrument that can treat all diseases? We have medical pods for external injuries, we also have medical pods for internal injuries, and for other diseases, there are many medical pods. Bai Bing was in no hurry. Here, this is the medical risk test report, one of my relatives is sick, see if there's anything you can do. Yi Xiaoda couldn't hide anything anymore and directly showed his cards. Bai Bing took it and looked at it, then said, I have to bring it back to my people to study it, can you wait for me for a while? Good. As soon as possible. White Ice disappeared. Inside an underground dimly lit hall, the corners of White Ice's mouth, dressed in white, leaked out a smile, and then said to the person beside him, Go and study this disease, get a specialized treatment machine out of it, and remember, embed the signal generator that was developed into it. Chief, is it embedded into the machine? You're silly. Of course it's embedded into this patient's body. Since it's Yi Xiaoda's relative, and he even made a special deal with me for this relative, then this relative must be very important to him. This kind of psychedelic agent couldn't be simpler for White Ice's world to find a medical treatment for, but fitting the nanoscale micro-signal generator inside the potion took them quite a bit of time. Sorry to keep you waiting. Bai Bing saw Yi Xiaoda again and apologized. It's okay, is there a way? White Ice took out a potion that was only the size of a small thumb and said, This is something that my people have specially researched on an ad hoc basis. As long as it is injected in, your loved one will naturally be able to wake up, and there won't be any side effects at all. Is it safe? Of course it's safe. Good. Quickly give it to me. Bai Bing handed the potion to Yi Xiaoda, who left a sentence saying, 1,000 tons of grain, I'll give it to you in 3 days. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Leaving Bai Bing alone, he sat within the trading room. Sure enough, as long as you don't say much, the trading platform won't say much either. After saying that, White Ice left with a smile on his face. As long as the potion White Ice said did have this effect, the trading platform didn't care what was added inside your potion. After returning to the hospital room, Yi Xiaoda took the potion, looked at Linlin, and muttered, Don't worry, Uncle definitely won't let you fail to wake up. White Ice, don't lie to me about the Transcendence trading platform. Because the items traded in had been verified by the platform, Yi Xiaoda was still relatively relieved about this, and then he slowly injected the potion slowly into her body. Chapter 114, Everything Seems Unlikely. After less than 3 minutes, Yi Xiaoda realized that Linlin's fingers began to move slightly. Linlin! Yi Xiaoda hurriedly shouted in excitement. Linlin, who was lying on the bed, finally slowly opened her eyes. Uncle. Why am I in the hospital? You were careless yourself, fell down after coming out of the toilet, and fell on your head, fainted for a while, only woke up now, pay attention next time, got it? Yi Xiaoda touched Linlin's small hand and whispered. Won't next time. After stretching a bit, seeing that Linlin didn't have any problems at all, Yi Xiaoda also led her to open the door of the room and directly left. This? What's going on? At the door of the ward, not only Qin Fan, the doctor was also baffled. Wasn't it said that she was going to become a vegetable? How come it's fine now? Qin Fan asked the doctor strangely. I don't know, it shouldn't be able to wake up. The brain nerves are completely dead. How come it woke up in a while? This is not scientific. The doctor muttered. This scene was the opposite of what he had learned all his life. After Yi Xiaoda sent Lin Lin back home, he returned to Ripple Jewelry's own office. He wanted to settle accounts after the fall. Qin Fan also came, as did some people from the special department. How are those 3 people doing? Yi Xiaoda asked Qin Fan. The people were found, but they don't know anything. Someone found them and gave them $10 million to kidnap a little girl. They were only responsible for the action. The plan was all made by someone else. They don't know anything at all? Aha! After these 3 arrived at the cave, they took a picture of Lin and sent it out. We tracked it and sent it abroad. Who saw it is unknown. Yi Xiaoda secretly let the thinking brain check it out as well, and the result was that it didn't find anything either. As long as it wasn't on top of the network, as long as there were no cameras, the brain was useless. While slowly pacing within the room, Yi Xiaoda muttered, LSD. It's so well planned, it must be aimed at me. There aren't many people who know my identity. Because of the solid-state battery secret to tie up their loved ones is the most likely, but no one should know their true identity. How could they find Lin's head? Knowing that he was the founder of time and space technology, in the whole of Daxia, there didn't seem to be more than 10 of them. Even his own family didn't know. Each and every one of them were ones that one trusted. Guo Qianqian, Qin Fan's grandfather, a few bigwigs up there. None of these people should say anything. Hua Hai wouldn't either. Then who else is there? Could it be someone from the Yandian team? They were also aware of their identity. However, these people had all been investigated and had also been within Daxia's surveillance, so it shouldn't be possible to contact the person who kidnapped Lin Lin. All communications and movements were monitored, and these days, there wasn't that much freedom. Could it be one's own enemies? There weren't many of his own enemies. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoda had one more figure in his mind, Song Jifei. This person probably hated himself to the point of hatred. Sitting on the office chair, Yi Xiaoda let the brain go to investigate Song Jifei. Soon, the results were there. From Song Jifei's cell phone, Yi Xiaoda knew the ins and outs of it all. Song Jifei, who hated Yi Xiaoda, also hated Guo Qianqian. A lot of people, especially a lot of people from abroad, also stared at time and space technology. Couldn't find out the founder of time and space technology, but Guo Qianqian as a person was still very easy to find out. Soon, Song Jifei entered the eyes of some people. As the saying goes, an enemy of an enemy is a friend. Some people contacted Song Jifei. Who could possibly be the founder of timeless technology? When Song Jifei was looking at the photo of Yi Xiaoda sitting in a wheelchair at the launch of time and space technology, he was thinking about who this person really was. Yi Xiaoda's figure seemed to overlap with this person in the wheelchair. Although the faces didn't look too similar, but on closer inspection, there were quite a few similarities. This founder also had terminal cancer? Yi Xiaoda was also After he sent Yi Xiaoda's photo to a foreign power, he instantly received a reply. This Yi Xiaoda, and the founder of time and space technology in the wheelchair at the launch, were actually one and the same person. It was impossible for a simple makeup technique to fool a major power at the national level. Now, for Yi Xiaoda, Song Jifei became even more hateful. You stepped on the horse, why are you better than me? This is simply too much to bear. With some temptation from foreign forces, Song Jifei started this plan. After his investigation, it just so happened that one of the people who came to beg for himself had met Yi Xiaoda. That is, the oldest member of the Gu family. Also a jeweler. He had seen Yi Xiaoda at Gu Tianyi's wedding, still with Guo Qianqian. Then Song Jifei knew about Yi Xiaoda's high school, and also knew that Yi Xiaoda had a sister who taught at this high school. Then he knew that Lin Lin existed. He knew that by capturing Lin Lin, Yi Xiaoda would definitely give everything. The original plan was to first hang Yi Xiaoda out to dry, and wait until Yi Xiaoda was completely anxious, and then come back to ask for all the technical information of the solid-state battery. At that time, with this technical information, he can move to the Eagle country and get a green card from the Eagle country, how fragrant it is. Can also properly discuss Yi Xiaoda a hand, this one two things, then must do Unfortunately, he did not know, he messed with in the end is what kind of characters. He also didn't know that Yi Xiaoda had even found Lin Lin in just a few hours. Looking up at Qin Fan, as well as the several official people sitting across from him, Yi Xiaoda did not give Song Jifei away. This matter, I hope that you guys check it out properly, otherwise, the future cooperation between timeless technology and Daxia, I will also carefully reconsider it. In addition, the safety of my family, please Daxia also in not disturbing my family's normal life, to guarantee in place. Qin Fan quickly said, Brother don't worry about this, my grandfather personally explained, he scolded a lot of people, a specialized team will come over tomorrow to protect you as well as your family. I don't need it, just protect my family. This? Don't worry about me, I can do it myself. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda left. He still had things that needed to be done right away. When Yi Xiaoda left, one of the people sitting there asked Qin Fan, Prince Qin, Mr. Yi obviously still has a lot of things he hasn't told us, should we ask again? Qin Fan shook his head. He naturally knew. Why could Yi Xiaoda find Lin Lin in such a short period of time? Qin Fan couldn't figure it out either. Even if Da Xiu went all out, he wouldn't be able to find these few people in the middle of a big mountain in such a short period of time. Wasn't there just 2 bodyguards around him? How in the world did this happen? From the surveillance, Yi Xiaoda basically made no mistakes at all from the time he left the square, and went straight to the camera location where the suspect vehicle eventually disappeared. And then in less than half an hour, he found the target in the middle of the sheer mountains, which is almost impossible. Unless someone was leading the way. There must be a lot of mystery in this. As for why Lin Lin suddenly woke up directly from a vegetable, this also seemed difficult to explain. Qin Fan had repeatedly asked the doctor, the probability of Lin Lin waking up was less than 1 in 10,000. Not to mention the fact that she had recovered in a short period of time, which seemed simply impossible. However, Qin Fan didn't go deeper. His grandfather had told him. Everything that happened to Yi Xiaoda that couldn't be explained by common sense, just don't go deeper. Chapter 115 Dead or Deadly. Within an upscale villa. Song Jifei was walking around excitedly within his room. He had already received the news that the operation was successful. Thinking that he would be able to step on Yi Xiaoda tomorrow and do whatever he wanted, he was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Regardless of whether he wanted the solid-state battery technology or not, let Yi Xiaoda kneel in front of him and kowtow a few times first. And after the matter was accomplished, he could move to the Eagle Kingdom, which was why he was so excited. A green card, it wasn't that easy to get. It looks like you're very happy. Within the room, a voice suddenly rang out. Song Jifei turned around with a shocked face, and saw 3 people who had appeared inside his room extremely abruptly. The door to the room was closed. How did the window open? This was the 3rd floor. The window came in? Song Jifei didn't even react for a moment. However, once he thought that Yi Xiaoda's reverse scale was in his hands, Song Jifei instantly calmed down. I still wanted to go look for you, but I didn't expect you to find me first. Song Jifei said calmly. What are you looking for me for? There's naturally something to look for you, what about you looking for me? It should be for the same thing. The two played a riddle. Song Jifei couldn't help but panic a little inside, but still quickly calmed down. No matter what, no matter why you know it was me, at least I still have a trump card in my hand. My niece's disappearance, you did it, right? Yi Xiaoda suddenly asked directly. Song Jifei smiled and didn't say anything. There were some things that although everyone knew to be true, they just couldn't come out of their own mouths. What if people videotaped it? What exactly do you want? Yi Xiaoda decided to pry into the source of that foreign power. You're amazing, you actually researched Dragon Source and became the founder of time and space technology. You know? Humph. You can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me. You want information on solid-state batteries? Song Jifei still didn't answer, but the smile at the corner of his mouth told Yi Xiaoda, congratulations, you guessed right. I'll only give you one chance, tell me how the foreign forces contacted you and who they really are, maybe I can let you die a dry death. Yi Xiaoda suddenly said. With these words, Song Jifei was directly blinded. Let me die a little bit drier? Shouldn't that be something I should say? Yi Xiaoda, is your brain being attacked by cancer cells right now? How did you say this? It's you who has to beg me, otherwise, you know. Song Jifei said indifferently. Yi Xiaoda laughed, didn't say anything, took his cell phone out and dialed his big sister's video. Sis, is Lin Lin asleep? No, still playing. Let me see. Soon, Lin Lin appeared inside Yi Xiaoda's cell phone. Yi Xiaoda said with a reproachful face, Lin Lin, rest, you just fell down, you don't know. Oh, okay. Uncle, when are you coming back? I'll be back later, I'm having dinner with a friend, quickly call uncle. Yi Xiaoda put the cell phone in front of Song Jifei. On the cell phone, Lin Lin smiled politely towards Song Jifei and greeted, hello uncle. Alright, go to sleep. Yi Xiaoda hung up the video, then sat beside Song Jifei. Song Jifei's head was still racing. Obviously, only half an hour ago, he had received the news of the success of the operation. How come the target would be playing so happily? Yi Xiaoda patted Song Jifei's shoulder and said, hurry up and tell me, they're actually all lying to you, tell me their identities and I can spare your life. Che, you step on a horse counts for nothing, and you'll spare my life. Well, you have a lot of backbone. Yi Xiaoda stood up, then gestured towards Long Yi, who smoothly picked up the charging cable on the coffee table, then walked behind Song Jifei. Without waiting for Song Jifei to have any reaction, there was already a snow-white charging cable around his neck, and it was getting tighter and tighter. Yi Xiaoda, what do you want? Hurry up and let go. You're stepping on a horse that's killing people, hurry up and let go. Ahem. Yi Xiaoda, let them loose. I really don't know anything. Quickly let go of me. Song Jifei's voice became smaller and smaller, until finally no sound came out at all, only his mouth was open and his limbs were struggling violently. But his strength was futile in front of Long Yi. In the end, the struggling movement slowly stopped. Long Yi placed his hand on his carotid artery and after a while he nodded towards Yi Xiaoda. Since you don't know anything, I'm sorry. Long Yi, take away his cell phone, clean up the traces of our presence and retreat. A man died in front of him, and because of his own orders, Yi Xiaoda's expression changed but not much. Song Jifei shouldn't have messed with Yi Xiaoda's family. No one should. Even if he messed with Yi Xiaoda himself, he probably wouldn't be that angry. But touching his family, this was definitely looking for death. He didn't want Qin Fan and the others to come and investigate, it was too troublesome, not to mention that he wouldn't necessarily be able to take Song Jifei's life. Then simply do it himself. After leaving Song Jifei's home, the brain analyzed Song Jifei's cell phone, analyzed everything in it, and everything that could be traced had been traced to the best of its ability. The clues were completely broken when they reached the Eagle Kingdom. It looked like this organization, still very cautious, hadn't left much on the network. Song Jifei's death in Xiangqing also kind of set off a little bit of a storm. After all, this is the only heir of the Song family. The Song family went straight to madness. The entire Xiangqing was also tense. After all, a rich man being killed in his own home, that was still rather egregious. Unfortunately, no matter who it was, not a single clue was found. No one could imagine that Song Jifei's death had anything to do with Yi Xiaoda. Just Qin Fan hesitantly felt that this matter was a bit of a coincidence. Yi Xiaoda's niece has just had an accident, has just been uncovered. Song Jifei had an accident. And also so bizarre, a little clue did not find, and even how people enter the room cannot be found. After all, the third floor, more than 10 meters high, no matter who wants to climb up, there will certainly be a trace. Now that is not a trace, unless the murderer is flying up. Thinking of Yi Xiaoda suddenly directly defined his niece into a coma was thought to be sure lifetime vegetable Linlin suddenly woke up. All of this seems to be not too unusual. Song Jifei's death is unusual, and everything on Yi Xiaoda is also unusual. Was there some relationship here? Qin Fan didn't know, and he didn't bother to investigate. Whether he has a relationship or not, Yi Xiaoda is his buddy, Song Jifei is just a dispensable ordinary person. In Qin Fan's opinion, Song Jifei, who is worth $10 billion, is really nothing. Although Guo Qianqian also knew that Song Jifei was dead, there was no additional change in her expression. After all, she was too busy. Immediately as the meeting within the industry, this meeting will determine the future order of the battery industry in Daxia, will determine the livelihood of nearly 1 million people. Naturally, not a single error cannot have. In addition to the meeting within the industry, there are no less than 50 cell phone and automobile companies have sent a letter over, want to come to Spacetime Technology, discuss cooperation matters. In addition, there is a huge delegation from abroad that will be coming to Xiangqing soon. Their goal, naturally, was also Spacetime Technology. All of this made her quite busy. Chapter 116 Love to come or not, don't come and get lost. After 2 days, more than 20 battery producers in Daxia gathered in Xiangqing and gathered at Timeless Technology. When these 20-plus bosses saw the cooperation program prepared by Spacetime Technology, they all laughed bitterly. Mr. Gua, can Spacetime Technology really not sell us the formula for the solid-state electrolyte? We'll definitely keep it a secret. Guo Qianqian shook her head calmly. The others didn't ask much. After all, this was someone's core secret. Mr. Gua, your company provides the technology, provides the solid-state electrolyte, and we come to produce the solid-state batteries. It's all fine. The price of the solid-state batteries is uniform, which we can also accept, but the dispatching of this order will also be done by Time and Space Technology. Isn't that not quite appropriate? Yes, if that's the case, then these 20 or so companies of ours will really become your company's production machines. Guo Qianqian shook her head calmly once again. The cooperation program was actually very simple. Timeless Technology provided all the technology of the solid-state battery, except for the solid-state electrolyte, which was the core secret. The solid-state electrolyte, produced by Timeless Technology itself, and then transported to the various battery producers. The price of solid-state batteries is set by Spacetime Technology and is uniform throughout the country. Orders are also uniformly distributed by Spacetime Technology. It means that other manufacturers can only produce according to the requirements of Spacetime Technology. To whom to produce solid-state batteries, specific models, how much volume, all by the demand side and Spacetime Technology to talk about good, Spacetime Technology and then let them produce. In this way, they have no autonomy at all. Their lives are in the hands of Spacetime Technology. This time, we invited everyone over, not to discuss, but to cooperate. If you all feel that there is no problem with the cooperation program, sign it. If you feel that you can't accept it, we won't force ourselves and reimburse everyone's travel expenses. Reimburse travel expenses? Who stepped on the horse rare? There were more than 20 big bosses sitting there, among them there were also chiropractic companies such as Screwdriver Times as well as BYDT, but there was nothing that could be done about it. If you don't sign, it means that the future battery market, you don't have any, the company can only go bankrupt. Because, the traditional battery disappears, just a matter of time. And Yi Xiaoda will not be so saintly as to unconditionally provide their core secrets to other companies. What can be mastered by oneself must be mastered in one's own hands. Only when you have hard goods in your hands will you not panic. In the end, all the companies signed the contract. Yi Xiaoda also grabbed the entire battery market of Daxia into his own hands. In these few days, the company has very many things. Yi Xiaoda also rarely sat in the Ripple Soft Jewelry building, hiding in his own conference room, fighting the landlord, playing with the phone. The time passes very quickly. Yi total. Today at noon, the special airplane of the foreign delegation will land in Shangqing. Should we go to pick up the airplane? Pick up the plane? Pick up a poop, love to come or not, it's not like I invited them. Yi Xiaoda didn't even look up, still obsessed with his landlord business. This team is huge, 30 to 40 people, including the top investment team, as well as the top management of the Fruit cell phone, the top management of Tesla, etc. You don't personally go to the airport to pick up? Yi Xiaoda rarely looked up at Guo Qianxian, then did not say anything. What the hell, also let himself to pick up, love a few to come not. In addition to this delegation, our neighboring countries also have 2 countries coming over in the afternoon, or else we receive the delegation at noon and these 2 countries in the afternoon? Didn't you say that there are still some enterprises in the country that want to talk to me? Well, the time arranged for them is tomorrow. Then let's do it. All those that need me to come out are arranged for tomorrow morning foreign ones, afternoon domestic ones. You see to it, I'll take out 2 hours in the morning and 1 hour out in the afternoon. You make the arrangements. Guo Qianxian heard this arrangement, slightly expressed herself a little panic. Foreign delegation specifications are very high. Shangqing's leaders will come out. We will leave them hanging in the hotel for a day is not too good? What's not so good about it? I still have to put on my makeup, just tomorrow. Yi Xiaoda finished and buried his head. No matter how much Guo Qianxian said, he didn't care. Guo Qianxian could only cover her forehead and leave. Although Yi Xiaoda couldn't look away, Guo Qianxian still arranged for a few cars to go to the airport. Only, when this line of people who left the airport with proud steps learned that the founder of time and space technology had not even honestly greeted outside the airport, they were a little unhappy. Once they saw that none of the vice presidents had come, their faces became even more ugly. The one who came was just a manager from the reception department of timeless technology. A translator walked over. Where is the founder of your time and space technology? Why didn't he come to greet the foreign dignitaries? The translator was actually a Daxia person. As the interpreter of this expedition, that was extremely confident wherever he went, because he really had something to offer. He felt that even if he was a dog of the Eagle Kingdom, his status that was still so much higher than you, the founder of a space-time technology. There was an inexplicable sense of foreign superiority. We came a bus, hurry up and get on, send you to the hotel. The reception manager was also too lazy to bother with them. Under Yi Xiaoda's influence, the employees of time and space technology were now more confident and arrogant than one another. According to Yi Xiaoda, this was called cultural confidence, this was called technical confidence. You send us directly to time and space technology. The presidents of our expedition want to see your founder directly. No time, our founder's meeting with you is scheduled for tomorrow at 10 o'clock. The reception manager finished, sidestepped, pointed to the bus not far away, and then left. Love to sit or not? If not, take a plane and roll back. After learning that they did not get the attention they deserved, this group of white people, one person at a time, all of them were fact. There were even a few short-tempered ones that already wanted to cast a spell. However, there was nothing they could do at all. One could only obediently listen. They came to Daxia, to time and space technology. They took the initiative to ask for it. Could this be going straight back? At 9 o'clock the next morning, Yi Xiaoda arrived at the company early, where Guo Qianxian was already jumping back and forth in anxiety. Big brother, starting at 10 o'clock, your makeup will take at least an hour, can't you be earlier? As soon as she saw Yi Xiaoda, Guo Qianxian complained. Yi Xiaoda was carrying a cup of soy milk in his right hand and a bag of buns in his left hand, slowly sitting on the stool. What's the hurry? Hurry up, make up. Don't be in a hurry, I haven't eaten yet. After saying that, he slowly ate a big meat bun, and also had a mouthful of soy milk from time to time, a bag of buns, and ate for what must have been 10 minutes. The pretty girl who was specially responsible for giving Yi Xiaoda makeup couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh on the side. Slowly, the makeup took an hour to get done. When Yi Xiaoda stood up and intended to go to the meeting room to meet the people of the expedition, it was already 10 minutes past 10. Chapter 117. It's all about vampires. Inside one of the largest conference rooms of time and space technology, it was filled to the brim. Except for the interpreter, it was full of white people. This time, it was already noisy, just like a food market. Especially the interpreter, but also directly stood up and yelled, "What the hell is wrong with you, time and space technology? About 10 o'clock, now it's 10 minutes past 10. The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is in a hurry. We came 10 minutes ahead of time, you Daxia people, can't you have a little sense of time?" At this time, the door pushed open, Guo Qianxian pushed her wheelchair and slowly entered the conference room. Yi Xiaoda in the wheelchair glanced at the interpreter who was scurrying around like a monkey, and faintly asked, "Aren't you a Daxia person?" The translator raised his head and said proudly, I already have an Eagle Country green card. I'm an Eagle Country person now. Yi Xiaoda raised his head, glanced at Guo Qianqian, and asked, do you know Eagle language? Of course. Then throw this guy out, I don't want to see garbage, I tend to get sick when I see garbage. Yi Xiaoda pointed at the translator and said, you. The interpreter's one word had just finished speaking when he was carried out by long air behind Yi Xiaoda. It was like carrying a small chicken. Instantly, the venue was quiet. Coming over for an expedition, the interpreter being thrown out, this was a first for this group of white people. This was just a small episode. When Yi Xiaoda slowly came to the opposite side of the group of whites, he instantly became the absolute center of the venue. Everyone was watching Yi Xiaoda. Guo Qianqian, as the host as well as the interpreter, said to everyone on the opposite side, everyone who has anything to consult with the founder of our time and space technology this time, you can now ask questions. Everyone's time is only 50 minutes, no, it's only 45 minutes now, your own stupid interpreter has already wasted 5 minutes, 11 o'clock, Mr. Long has other things. Mr. Long, naturally, was Yi Xiaoda. 45 minutes? The 20 to 30 people of this expedition looked at each other in dismay, and the anger that had been suppressed since yesterday seemed to be about to explode out at this moment. Among them, a big man who had to be 1 meter 9, directly stood up and shouted in broken Daxia language, we arrived yesterday, you made us wait for a whole day, and then you give us 45 minutes? Do you know who we are? Could this be your Daxia hospitality? It had to be said that people had so much sense, Guo Qianqian didn't even know how to answer. On the wheelchair, Yi Xiaoda, who still had the blanket, coughed, ahem, Daxia's hospitality is to treat guests, I didn't invite all of you to come to my time and space technology, no one will stop you if you want to leave, right, everyone still has 40 minutes. 5 minutes passed again. At this time, someone couldn't help it and hurriedly stood up and said to Yi Xiaoda, I'm from Wall Street and I want to invest in your spacetime technology. Well, tell me, how to invest? We offer $10 billion, we need to take up 50% of the shares of time and space technology, of which this $10 billion, you can directly cash out. Yi Xiaoda laughed a little. $10 billion, 50% shareholding, that would be a valuation of time and space technology of $20 billion. No wonder Yi Xiaoda was laughing. How many other investment companies are here? 4 or 5 more raised their hands. You guys go away, as long as I'm still around for a day, time and space technology will never be able to accept capital injections from foreign assets, not a penny. Yi Xiaoda said decisively. Then Long Yi politely invited these people to leave. The people from these large investment companies were so angry that they couldn't wait for Yi Xiaoda to die this time. That way, they would be able to invest in spacetime technology. With a few less people, the air is quite a bit better. Continue, does anyone else want to talk about something? Another person said directly, Mr. Long, I'm from the Blackstone Group. I think you should be clear about our group's energy. We want the right to sell the Dragon Source solid-state battery in all the countries except Daxia, and it's still the only one. We also need authorization for us to build factories abroad for the production of solid-state batteries. We, Blackstone Group, have business all over the world. With our help, timeless technology will be able to open up foreign markets in a short period of time, and be able to make many manly. Yi Xiaoda smiled again, do you think I will be short of money? With the solid-state battery technology in place, it could be poor in money. Mr. Long, the foreign market is much bigger than Daxia. Without our Blackstone Group, it's simply impossible for your products to be sold abroad. How many other people are the ones who want the Long Yuan agency? A few more people raised their hands. Yi Xiaoda pointed in the direction of the door and said, let's go, do what you need to do. Even if Timeless Technology intends to sell Dragon Source solid-state batteries abroad, they will have to be produced in China. You guys will have to find your own people to come over and transport them. I won't be looking for any agents either, just come directly to my company to talk. Another 10 or so people left. It won't work if you don't leave. Long Yi is staring at you, don't look at them as big and thick. After being carried by Long Yi's arm, they don't have any resistance left. Long Yi is more powerful than a horse excavator, his hand is like a steel vise. Finally, what was left were some manufacturers. The investors who wanted to draw blood had all been driven away by Yi Xiaoda. Everyone left was quietly looking at a middle-aged white man in a suit with slightly closed eyes at the very front. It seemed that if he didn't speak, no one else dared to speak. Don't be a horses pretending, if you don't speak again, I can leave. As soon as he looked at the person who was pretending in front of him, Yi Xiaoda had a face of impatience. I can pretend, you can't. After Yi Xiaoda finished, he signaled Guo Qianqian to take himself away. At this time, the fruit company's talent slowly opened his eyes, smiled towards Yi Xiaoda and said, Mr. Long, don't be in a hurry, we can have a good talk. Okay, you still have 8 minutes. I'm from Fruit, I'm sure you're well aware of our fruit's energy, and I'm honored to tell you that your Timeless Technologies product, the Dragon Source solid-state battery, has already passed our fruit's initial review, and has entered our supply chain. If it can pass our final review, Dragon Source battery will become the battery supplier of the great fruit company. This person said just that, and his tone was getting more and more exuberant, as if this was a gift to Yi Xiaoda. The great fruit company? Great in the past, but the current Yi Xiaoda, too, was a little bit unable to look at it. If it was any other company, after learning that they could potentially become a supplier to the fruit company, they would probably be so excited that they wouldn't be able to sleep all night. After all, this represented that your family's stuff was looked at by the fruit and the quality was recognized. Everyone would be grateful to take care of this whatever supply chain vice president in a clear way. But Yi Xiaoda, not interested at all. This person continued, only need you time and space technology to provide a detailed technical report of solid-state battery. You have a high probability will become our next generation of cell phone battery supplier. At that time, you will be completely famous, can become our company's supplier. Other manufacturers are absolutely recognized, but this technical material inside, there must be solid-state electrolytes related content. Yi Xiaoda pointed in the direction of the door and sent him a word, roll. Although this person didn't know the meaning of roll, but one look at Yi Xiaoda's gesture and expression, he also knew that he should be scolded. You! Don't you want to be our great fruit company's supplier? Yi Xiaoda looked up at Guo Chanshan and said, what the hell is all this, waste of time, numbly push me back. Regardless of how much the room roared and threatened, Yi Xiaoda slowly and leisurely left the conference room and returned to his office. Chapter 118 Long sang. Roll. Not long after, Guo Chanshan brought 3 more short as hell people dressed formally and came in front of Yi Xiaoda. As soon as they saw Yi Xiaoda, these 3 people hurriedly nodded their heads and shouted in unison, Long sang. Nice to meet you. Long sang? Yi Xiaoda knew where they came from. Raising his head, he focused on the female of the 3. It was a translator. Wearing a white shirt with one of the top buttons still unbuttoned and a short black skirt underneath. Plus black stockings and high heels. Satisfying Yi Xiaoda's only knowledge of this country. Translator, secretary, are they all the same? This kind of clothes, it's quite attractive. The skirt is also very convenient, it is too short to be lifted. Maybe also learned that this Longsong's temper is not very good. The previous expeditions people are invariably cursing and leaving, these short people are much more polite. Long sang, this time we came over, we also want to cooperate with you, we are willing to buy a large number of solid-state batteries from you, as many as we want, we are responsible for transportation ourselves, do you think it's okay? As for the price, I still hope it's not too expensive. The gesture was very low, and it was also very consistent with Yi Xiaoda's definition of the foreign market. For whether solid-state batteries were sold abroad. Yi Xiaoda also thought a lot. In the end, he decided to sell. As for the price, it must be more expensive than the domestic price, and also a lot more expensive. Transportation are your own responsibility, love it or not. The purpose is naturally to sell the past, the first market will occupy down again. People's Fruit Company is not just a cell phone computer from Dasha Money. Why Dasha's enterprises cannot go abroad to circle money? It fits, but Yi Xiaoda directly pointed to the door. Let's go. By the way, trouble to do me a favor, go back and tell all the enterprises in your country, don't come to my time and space technology anymore. Seeing you guys makes me angry. As long as I'm here, all the products of time and space technology will be impossible to use for you bunch of dwarfs. Bugger off. As for the reason, it was also very simple. Yi Xiaoda was still a patriotic angry young man. There are some things that cannot be forgotten. Some injuries cannot be forgotten. Some hatred cannot be forgotten. These 3 people were dumbfounded, completely unaware of exactly why they had been kicked out. The request made was very low and reasonable. The gesture is also very low. How can this young man say that he is angry, say that he is angry, say that he is driving people away? This is too much. These 3 little short than when they left, just in the doorway and ran into 3 other people. Also in formal attire, also 2 men and 1 woman, but much taller and more handsome. Ani Yasai there. Ani Yasai have. Ani Yasai there. 3 more were seen. These 3 were much more eye-catching, and the women were beautiful, only a little too familiar. It always felt like everyone in their country, especially the women, were the same. But the figure was good, the legs were really long. With the flesh-colored stockings, it made Yi Xiaoda even look a few more times. Greetings! We are from Sanqing Group, and we are very happy to be able to meet you. First of all, congratulations on achieving such great results, your ancestors might still be from our country. Now, Yi Xiaoda couldn't even help but be directly happy and laughed out loud. I'm still from your country? Yes, look at you, with your tall stature and handsome appearance, it is highly likely that you are from our country. Handsome appearance is fine, but for you to say that I have a tall stature, that's too much. I'm sitting in a wheelchair. Where do you see that I'm tall? Before these 3 people could say what they wanted, Yi Xiaoda also pointed to the door, signaling that they could leave. He also did not have any good feelings towards the people of this Similac country. Together with the country that just left, the only thing Yi Xiaoda was interested in was the women of these 2 countries. One had a good life and one had long legs, which he still preferred. As for providing them with solid-state batteries? Then don't think about it. African friends are using them, they shouldn't even have them yet. It's just to make you guys envious. Didn't you say you're the best, and Dasha is far behind? Then you can watch others use them. In the future, the technology of spacetime technology will not be given to you. In one morning's time, actually less than an hour, Yi Xiaoda finished receiving the representatives from several countries. It was said to be a reception, but it was actually a dislike. After disliking someone, let them get lost. Anyway, from noon onwards, as long as the foreigners who came to spacetime technology, then one by one, they started protesting outside. Time and space technology doesn't respect international friends. Arrogant attitude. Engaging in a technological blockade, unwilling to let mankind progress together. Resolutely oppose. Not only did they protest, even the country behind them, that directly expressed their dissatisfaction openly in front of the TV. There were even quite a few reporters who directly asked Dacia's press spokesperson why time and space technology was like this. This is the private behavior of Dacia's enterprises, we can't control it, if there are any problems we can continue to negotiate. The next question. The people abroad were not satisfied, but the people of Dacia were quite satisfied. Not for any other reason, just for the fact that it had been a long time since it had been this enjoyable. In the past, it was all about Dacia protesting, now it's the turn of foreign countries to protest. This feeling, it's all very cool to think about. Anyway, feel free to protest. If you protest, it means you are envious. Almost all the foreign companies that are engaged in the battery field have formed an alliance that intends to work together to overcome the technical barriers of solid-state batteries. Almost all of the countries have made public statements that they will uniformly boycott any products from time and space technology. Isn't this too much of an impact on US? Should we issue a statement? Guo Qianqian asked with an anxious face. After learning the second news, her head was in a daze. Because, once the foreign countries start boycotting, then the products of time and space technology, it is impossible to enter the foreign market, so the impact can be too great. What she didn't expect was that after learning this news, Yi Xiaoda didn't even react at all, and was still slowly eating his boxed lunch. I'll take a nap in the afternoon, start at 3 o'clock, let those domestic manufacturers come over, let's talk. Guo Qianqian asked anxiously, brother right now it's the foreign market that's the problem. The domestic problem is not big. Foreign market? Why do we need foreign markets? The domestic ones are already enough for us to produce for a long time, and, as long as the product is good, even if they boycott it, does it serve a purpose? Even if they don't use it, if they don't use it then they don't use it, it's none of my business. As for joint research, that's even more bull. Give them 100 years and they won't be able to research anything. You guys do the research first, and if you get any results, I'll count you as great. If you have results, I'll go find another one that exceeds your results tenfold. Let's see if it's you guys who are faster at researching, or if it's me who is faster at going to the white ice world and copying homework. Chapter 119, Automobile Industry, I Want It. After a beautiful sleep, in the afternoon Yi Xiaoda met with some domestic manufacturers. The main thing is the cell phone as well as the car manufacturers. First is the cell phone. Yi Xiaoda met almost all the domestic cell phone brands, basically all of them are above the vice president. Of course, there were a few stormtroopers that Yi Xiaoda still hadn't seen. Everyone wants Long Yuan solid-state batteries? Yi Xiaoda asked with a smile. The dozen executives present almost didn't nod their heads to the ground. Let's do it this way, everyone provide the solid-state battery sizes you need for your new products as soon as possible, and we'll be able to produce them after the first of the year. All orders are sent to us at Timeless Technology, and we will arrange for the foundry to produce them one by one. The foundries, naturally, were all the previous battery producers in Dacia. You guys contact them yourselves, that won't work, you have to go through me. I'll distribute them, and then I can control the entire cell phone battery industry in Dacia. Monopolization is the most fragrant. By the way, because the size of our solid-state batteries can be made smaller and lighter in weight, when you design your new cell phone, you can take it into consideration, the specific parameters, and subsequently, you can directly contact the contact person of our company. The cell phones were so done. After these people left, there was another person in charge of Mimi's cell phone, who intentionally dragged behind, and waited until everyone was gone, then quietly said to Yi Xiaoda, hello. I know that the Dragon Source solid-state battery can still be designed to be a bit bigger, and the energy storage can also be bigger. Can we, little Mimi's cell phone, customize one with a bigger energy storage? Yi Xiaoda smiled and shook his head. The solid-state battery storage energy I gave to the phone and other parameters are the same. You can customize the size according to your requirements, but the other parameters cannot be changed. This was something he had figured out a long time ago. Although it was possible to come up with these strange batteries that could make more money, there was no need. The most important thing now was to seize the market first, so that the world could get used to solid-state batteries, and after getting used to it, the money would naturally be earned. Mimi's man could only leave with a bitter smile. He didn't dare to refuse or even say more. Although the pricing is a bit more expensive than the previous batteries, but no one dares to say a word of no. As long as you don't accept this solid-state battery, then the consumers in the future will not accept your cell phone. Immediately after that, there is a new energy vehicle manufacturer. This is Yi Xiaoda layout for a long time. Unlike cell phones, solid-state batteries are just the icing on the cake, although the effect is very good, but not necessary. For new energy vehicles, solid-state batteries, that is subversive. Range is now the biggest constraint on the development of the tram, followed by security, both of which, solid-state batteries can be a perfect solution. To put it politely, once the solid-state battery is mounted on the tram, the original fuel car may also become history. The change is disruptive. The dozen or so big bosses present were looking at Yi Xiaoda with excited faces. They had already thought of the moment when their cars would take over the market. They also knew that on the cell phone battery, although Yi Xiaoda had made some demands, the overall cooperation was very pleasant. Seeing that the batteries of cell phones would all be Longyuan solid-state batteries in the future, these car bosses were naturally excited. Only, what they did not expect was that on the wheelchair, Yi Xiaoda's first sentence made their mood seem to instantly fall into the abyss. I don't intend to sell Longyuan solid-state batteries to all of you. The dozen or so people who were originally smiling happily were silenced in a moment, their faces shocked. Soon after, there was a person who directly asked with an agitated expression, "Why? Didn't you already provide solid-state batteries to cell phone manufacturers, why not us?" Yes, solid-state batteries are really playing its role in new energy vehicles. We can completely replace fuel cars, this is a revolution, why are you refusing? Xia officials won't even allow you to refuse. Our strategy is to control pollution, your solid-state battery is the best choice, you can't be so selfish. Yi Xiaoda directly raised his head and swept everyone around, waiting until everyone was quiet before he said faintly, I only said that I won't sell the solid-state batteries to you, it's not like I said that I won't apply my Dragon Source solid-state batteries to new energy vehicles. Then how exactly are you planning to get it? Yi Xiaoda said indifferently, I, Timeless Technology, intend to set up a new energy automobile company, and it won't take long for new energy automobiles equipped with Dragon Source solid-state batteries to be designed and produced from Timeless Technology. A word of thunder. What was said was this situation in the room right now. Anyway, these dozen or so bigwigs were completely dumbfounded. You, Space-Time Technology, want to produce your own automobile? Big brother, you don't think it's that easy to produce a car? Designed to so many suppliers, so much technology, plant, this is you can produce a moment? Which automobile company doesn't have decades of seniority? Mr. Long, producing cars isn't as easy as you think, it involves every aspect. Why don't you authorize Longyuan solid-state batteries to us? You produce solid-state batteries, we produce cars, the best of both worlds. Yes, Mr. Long, as long as you can provide solid-state batteries as soon as possible, after next year, our first batch of new cars will leave the factory without much problem. Everything was readily available, and the size of the solid-state batteries could also be changed at will, so that other manufacturers' automobile design plans wouldn't need to be changed at all, and would be able to be used directly. Think about it, we'll be able to come out with a batch of new energy cars with a range of 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers after the year, which is transgenerational and changes the way we travel. This is cross-generation? The corner of Yi Xiaoda's mouth rose slightly, not quite recognizing it. Wasn't it just a little longer range? This was different from the automobile revolution he had planned. Sorry, solid-state batteries really can't be sold to you all. Yi Xiaoda once again clarified his decision. Now, everyone present was dissatisfied. Good fellow, they came all the way here, and you're telling me that it's not for sale? What the hell, then why did we come? Mr. Long, if you're not willing to sell it to us, then why did you ask us to come all the way here? It's not me who told you to come, it's you who came on your own initiative. If the hospitality is not good, feel free to do as you please, the door is open at any time, love to go or not. Yi Xiaoda pointed to the door and said directly. Now, the bad-tempered one, then directly stood up, and also directly sneered, Humph. Is an automobile that good to produce? I'll see if you can produce a car in 5 years. That's not true, design, testing, production, approval, how many procedures? You're kidding when you say you'll get it done. There were quite a few people who walked away. Those who can produce new energy vehicles are sitting here, let's unify, you don't want to find any technical support from us. Isn't that right? Upstream and downstream we can talk, you want to get a piece of the pie, it's not that easy. Most people retreated. However, in the end, there were still 3 automobile companies left. They probably still wanted to continue to persuade Yi Xiaoda, after all, solid-state batteries were too important to them. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaoda seemed to know what they meant, and directly said to them, solid-state batteries will not be carried on other new energy vehicles. I, Timeless Technology, definitely want to design and produce our own car, however, subsequently, I hope that we can continue to cooperate. With these words, it was also equivalent to driving people away. Everyone was human, and could only sigh and shake their heads before leaving directly. Of course, after leaving, these people got together again, nothing else, that is, to firmly suppress space-time technology. Otherwise, by the time Space-Time Technology's car with solid-state batteries came out, then they could wash their hands of it. They decided to form an alliance, and one that would be the easiest to disband. Chapter 120, Space-Time Technology, Human Resources is the busiest. In the past 2 days, Space-Time Technology, that was always hanging on the hot search list. From the beginning of the launch until the time when it drove the various automobile manufacturers away, time and space technology had always been the object of hot discussion on the internet. In the future, it looks like all the new cell phones that come out are equipped with solid-state batteries. That's really great, but it's rumored that fruit phones won't carry them? Well, it seems like Timeless Technology and the fruit company didn't reach an agreement. Then I won't buy a fruit phone, I'll support domestic production. It's pretty good, fruit phones aren't much better. I'm still looking forward to when the trolley will be able to use solid-state batteries. You don't know about this, right? It's said that Timeless Technology and all the new energy vehicle manufacturers have talked it over. As far as I know, it's not that the talks fell apart, it's that there were no talks at all, and Time and Space Technology doesn't intend to sell solid-state batteries to them at all. Why? It seems like Timeless Technology has plans to produce their own cars. How can that be possible? Cars are not that easy to produce, they won't come out for a while. Yeah, I don't know what Spacetime Technology is thinking. Too unintelligent. If we give it to BYD, won't we soon be able to use cars with a range of several thousand kilometers? That's for sure. The Dragon Source solid-state battery can change shape and size at will, it can match any vehicle. That won't do, we can't accept it, it must go on immediately. We're going to make Timeless Technology sell the battery to BYD. We want to claim it. Private enterprises can't block the development of the industry for their own interests. This practice of timeless technology is immoral and should be condemned. That was how it was on the internet. As long as there was one person who started to vocalize, then more and more people would join in. After all, there are just too many idle people these days. The number one hot search quickly became, Time and Space Technology, the nation's sinner. Why don't you let new energy vehicles use your solid-state batteries? You guys are committing a crime. It's hindering the development of the industry. It's hindering the development of human civilization. It's causing intense damage to the environment of Daxia. These claims even had a tendency to intensify. Yi Xiaoda didn't care about this, and in Guo Qianxian's bewildered eyes, issued an order to continue digging. Qianxian, go dig some automobile teams over to me, no matter if they are designing or testing engines, transmissions, as long as they are willing to join Time and Space Technology, all of them are fine. I need all the researchers for the automobile production process. Moreover, I also want top-notch ones. Directly give me money to smash. When Guo Qianxian heard this, she felt like she was going crazy. Before digging for people, at most, it was digging for a solid-state battery's strict electricity team. There is also some research team of solar energy, and Yi Xiaoda also all directly gave her the list. Now, what do you want me to do? Directly digging an industrial chain over? Big brother, now you really are not bad money. Fame is also big, but digging people cannot be so digging it. However, when Guo Qianxian thought about it, big brother, you can't help it if you don't dig like this. Mr. Yi, brother de, Mr. Long, can I ask, why do you have to get your own tram? This thing, it's not easy. Guo Qianxian still couldn't stand it and asked. Because I can't look at any of the current cars, and my solid-state batteries mounted on their cars is an insult to me. This was Yi Xiaoda's real thought. But it's really not that easy for you to design a good car on your own. Don't you know that I'm a genius? Yi Xiaoda laughed before continuing. You can start by finding someone who specializes in the automotive industry, that is, finding a general manager. Underneath Time and Space Technology, set up a new division, right, specializing in automobiles. I'll send you a few names, and you can see if you can dig them over. In addition, those involved in the automobile industry, I'll give you a list. You follow the list of people, just go directly to dig people. This list will be a bit long. You human resources had better find some more people. To ask what department in Timeless Technology was the busiest? That would be human resources. Day after day, they were either digging for people or on their way to dig for people. Just digging people was still not enough. Yi Xiaoda chose to trade with white ice once again. Anyway, it had already been traded several times, so it didn't seem like a big problem to trade again, right? Therefore, Yi Xiaoda used some food and exchanged it to get some of the ancient technical information of white ice's world. For white ice, it was ancient, but for the world Yi Xiaoda was in, it was about half a century ahead. Especially the intelligent driving technology, it was Yi Xiaoda's trump card to control the entire automobile industry in the future. With the help of the intelligent brain, these technologies will slowly turn into the scientific research results of Time and Space Technology, and then slowly will have their first car out. To put it bluntly, the car is not so three major components. The most important thing is not the battery, motor, electronic control it. Batteries have their own, the motor is also good to get. White ice world technology is quite perfect, only need localization. As for the electronic control, a little more complex, but with the brain in, localization is not difficult. Together with their own intelligent driving technology, the design of a car really does not need too long. Some other auxiliary things, some small factories can handle. Yi Xiaoda's digging action has caused quite a stir in the industry. Because he dug people, all the top big brother, and it is very strange, these big brother, really many have chosen to join. 1. Timeless technology wasn't bad at all, and wouldn't be bad in the future. 2. They also looked at the future of solid-state batteries. As long as time and space technology came up with a tram, it would definitely be cross-genre, and at that time, they would be the cross-genre participants. 3. The brain also slightly revealed some future technologies, making them rush to them. As for how these technologies came about, just say that they were bought from all over the world. I'm not poor anyway. And with the help of the thinking brain, a lot of times it just gives them an inspiration for their research, making them think that they researched these things themselves. Although there were sanctions and crackdowns in the industry, Timeless Technologies' research on the trolley had been growing by leaps and bounds. Once everything was on track, Yi Xiaoda once again chose to randomly go on the hyperspace trading platform and match the trading objects. Xiong didn't have too many things there anymore, and White Ice had quite a few things there, but for the time being, he couldn't use them now. The technology that time and space technology needed to digest was a bit much now, and everything had to be taken slowly. So, he chose random. Of course, with random came the possibility that there was no at all. After Yi Xiaoda entered the white trading room and chose random, a woman around 30 years old appeared on the opposite side of the room, causing him to gulp. Chapter 121, Your binoculars are quite hard. This woman, wearing a white Taoist robe, her hair still fixed with a wooden pin, her skin crystal clear, her whole person exuded a different kind of charm that made people excited. It looks like she is in her early 30s, and although she is dressed in white, no matter whether it is her face or her figure, there is really only one word that can describe it: familiar. Really too ripe. Cooked through already. This kind of familiar, let a person cannot help but think of in a big bed, red curtains, with a white woman, constantly lingering. Upon seeing Yi Xiaoda, Yan Wanting was obviously excited and bent over to greet him. This bending over almost didn't disintegrate her clothes. Fellow Taoist, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yan Wanting, and I come from a vast and boundless cultivation world. A cultivation world? Holy crap. Boy, this is a fairy. Yi Xiaoda was even more excited. If a fairy could be looked at, couldn't it also be conquered? Nice to meet you, Fairy White. My name is Yi Xiaoda. I come from a technological world with more abundant supplies. Yi Xiaoda didn't even know how he should introduce where he came from. After all, the technology was not as good as Bai Bing, and the level of primitiveness was not as good as Xiong. Oops, it's good to be human. I joined the platform and you're still the first person I traded with. The previous matches were either nightmare or monkey. When he thought of this woman's helpless scene when she saw the monkey's red ass, Yi Xiaoda couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seemed that one's luck was still okay. He had now been matched to at least 3 occupied worlds. And as far as he knew, no matter if it was Yan Wanting or Bai Bing in front of him, or Xiong, all of them still seemed to have matched to only one valuable world, which was him. Cultivation worlds. Yi Xiaoda was still quite interested, and hurriedly asked, Fairy Bai, what kind of cultivation worlds do you all have? What level are you at now? Well, I'm only at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation now. There's still foundation building and so on up there. As for our world, it's extremely huge and incomparable, and the great powers are all over the place, so it's hard for small people like us. Practicing Qi 3rd layer? Quite impressive. At your age this level should be fine. Yi Xiaoda tried to ask. Yan Wanting gave him a blank look, a look that almost didn't make Yi Xiaoda end it directly. What? I'm 50, only the 3rd level of Qi practicing. The talent is considered to be the least, right? In this lifetime, there is no hope for foundation building. My goodness? This is 50? It looks like 30 at most. 50, too hot. Qi practicing layer, how much is the average lifespan? Generally got to be 200 or 300, at least. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoda was even more excited than seeing Yan Wanting, a great beauty. To be. Lousy must start cultivating. Even for the sake of longevity, I must start cultivating. Good. I want your world's cultivation technique. What do you want? As soon as Yan Wanting saw that Yi Xiaoda wanted cultivation techniques, she stared at him carefully for a while and said awkwardly that, your foundation is a little bit poor, there is too much dirt inside your body, it's not very suitable for cultivation, you probably won't even be able to get to the Qi cultivation layer, the cultivation techniques won't be of much use to you. The qualification doesn't work? Then you have to try just in case you succeed. Just give me a cultivation technique, what do you want? Yi Xiaoda said firmly. Okay, I only have the lowest grade Qi cultivation decree for the Gong method, I can give it to you, and I can also give you a lower grade spirit stone. There should be no spiritual Qi in your world, so you can't cultivate at all. As for me, I want some resources for cultivation. Resources for cultivation? Yi Xiaoda thought for a moment, then projected 100-year-old wild ginseng obtained from the Xiong world. Ginseng? It's just a little bit worse in terms of vintage, not very useful, and at most it's worth 2 lower grade spirit stones. Yan Wanting was clearly not very satisfied. Even though her Gongfu was a ground-level product, 10 lower-grade spirit stones were still worth it, and with a deal like this, she would still have to lose money. Then I'll give you 10 such ginsengs. Can we trade? Only then did Yan Wanting nod. At this price, she wasn't losing money. The deal was quickly completed. Before leaving, Yan Wanting also said to Yi Xiaoda, help find something in your world that can increase my combat power. I plan to go to the Misty Forest in 8 days. What the heck was the misty forest? Yi Xiaoda didn't know, but he did think of a good thing, maybe she could use it. Ginseng, which Yi Xiaoda had in his warehouse, the transaction ended directly. After seeing that the points gained are not much, Yi Xiaoda also knows that the ginseng is probably not too useful for Yan Wanting. After returning home, Yi Xiaoda locked the door, and then took out a yellowed villain book, read it seriously. On the shirtless villain, black lines labeled some meridians. This was the Qi practicing decree. While reading it, he was also holding a ping-pong ball-sized piece of white jade in his hand, very much like Hutan jade seed material, but much more translucent and a little bit cooler on his grip. According to Yan Wanting, as long as one felt the spiritual qi in the spirit stone and then absorbed it into the body and ran it for a week according to the lines on the gong method, that would be the first level of qi cultivation. Therefore, Yi Xiaoda stayed sitting for a day. Other than numbness in his legs and coldness in his hands, he didn't feel anything else. As for the spiritual qi, the spirit stone was almost broken by holding it, and he didn't feel a damn thing either. Yi Xiaoda sighed, it seems that he really isn't this material for cultivation. Xin Fan, prepare a night vision device for me, make it military grade huh? Give me the best one. There's a pretty girl coming from across your house? Want to take a look tonight? Bull. Get out of here. A beauty? Yan Wanting, that's not even a beauty anymore, that Tama is already a fairy, after all, people are cultivated. Temperament and body really cannot be compared to the average person. The key is also familiar They are 50 years old. It looks only 30. Such a most people linger. Talent cannot, efforts to come together. These 7 days, Yi Xiaoda did not go out, every day sitting on the bed to practice. The hands of the lower grade spirit stone is more are coiled out of pulp, but Yi Xiaoda body or a trace of aura are not. Soon, it was the day of the transaction. Yi Xiaoda naturally chose Yan Wanting again. There is no way, this cultivation beauty, for Yi Xiaoda is still fresh. Although Bai Bing was also very good looking, but after all, he had already seen her a few times, and he wasn't as familiar as the others. Nice to see you again. Yan Wanting was very happy to see Yi Xiaoda. After all, Yi Xiaoda was her only choice. She had become the spokesperson of the Supertime trading platform much earlier than Yi Xiaoda, but her luck was really bad. Yi Xiaoda was still her first time. It was all too late to dare to randomly go and match the trading partner. After sitting down, Yi Xiaoda shook the night vision device in his hand and asked, "You plan to go to the Misty Forest tomorrow?" Yan Wanting nodded, but her sight kept looking at the night vision device in Yi Xiaoda's hand. This two black cylindrical objects, connected together, was it useful? Quite thick still. It's just that the two connected together is a bit unsure of what it's going to do. What kind of place is the Misty Forest in the end? Yi Xiaoda asked again. The Misty Forest is a famous dangerous place in the Hanglian mountain range, huge and incomparable. It is said that there are spirit beasts above the Jindan stage inside. Then why did you go? Although it's dangerous, the Misty Forest also has a lot of spirit medicines. If I can dig one up, I'll be rich. Dangerous means rewarding. The most dangerous thing about the Misty Forest? Naturally, it's the spirit beasts. Yi Xiaoda heard this and confidently threw the night vision device in his hand over. Try this one. What is this? Yan Wanting held the night vision device in her hand and compared it, and also stroked it up and down several times. Hard indeed, just too dark. Chapter 122 Obtaining the platform's first reward. This is called a night vision device. It's placed on your eyes and can help you see everything outside clearly in the dark. This was the highest level night vision device with various functions, and Yi Xiaoda had told her about it for a long time. When Yan Wanting learned that relying on this contraption, she was able to see spirit beasts from a long distance in the Misty Forest, she was instantly thrilled. Why was the Misty Forest so dangerous? It wasn't because of the spirit beasts inside, but because it was as if it was night, and the visibility was just 1 meter, which was the root cause of the danger. If one could see the spirit beasts from afar and then avoid them, wouldn't that make it possible to freely enter and exit the Misty Forest? Is this really good? Yan Wanting asked excitedly. Yi Xiaoda nodded confidently. At least it is useful in Blue Star. At night you can see people moving in the opposite building from a long distance away. As for whether or not this night vision device works in your world, that's out of my hands. I'm not responsible for after sales. If it doesn't work, I guess you won't be able to settle the score with me. After all, the Misty Forest, once you go in, seems to be a 1 in 9 death situation. Good. But I only have these spirit stones, and nothing else. Can I exchange them? Yan Wanting took out 2 lower grade spirit stones. It had to be said that as a cultivator, or a beautiful cultivator, Yan Wanting was truly poor. It was the same whether to take it or not. After all, one of the lower grade spirit stones in her hand was also still unused. Next time, let's trade when you find something good in the Misty Forest. How long do you need for this expedition? About half a month or so. Then let's trade next time. You first send me a list of some of your world's precious elixirs. I'll go look for them and see if there are any. Soon, Yan Wanting provided it, still a small stone. This is the retaining shadow stone, and it contains the types of all the spirit medicines as well as their descriptions. Good stuff. There had to be tens of thousands of types of spirit medicines in there, but Yi Xiaoda's blue star didn't have any, so he could only try to find Xiong. In the next few days, Yi Xiaoda wasn't idle either. He continued to cultivate. How can I say this? Although he still didn't feel the presence of aura in his body already clearly felt a lot better. Eating a barbecue outside didn't even bring blood spitting. It looked like this cultivation, for his advanced stomach cancer, was also very useful. After a few days, he chose to trade with Xiong. It wasn't that he didn't want to trade with Yan Wanting, it was just that after choosing her, Yan Wanting hadn't accepted the trade request. 9 times out of 10, she was busy, otherwise she wouldn't have not agreed to Yi Xiaoda's trade application. After all, right now Yi Xiaoda was her only one. Xiong, now in your tribe, there should be a lot of people. The still so sturdy Xiong smiled shyly, then said, Brother De, now I have established a dynasty, Xiong Kingdom. How's that? Overbearing, isn't it? Xiong Kingdom? Sure enough, the people in Xiong's world were still a bit low on culture. Right now, I already have more than 100,000 people below me, all listening to me. The territory is also as far as the eye can see. To say that the development was fast, it was still Xiong. It was mainly because what Yi Xiaoda had given him was just too heaven-defying when viewed from his world. That's great, I'll give you something that has quite a few spirit medicines in it, see if all of your worlds have them. Yi Xiaoda gave Xiong the retention stone that Yan Wanting had given him. Xiong briefly looked at it and said, there should be some in there, I'll send someone to look for it right away, and when I find it, I'll trade it to you next time. Hearing that Xiong's world had it, Yi Xiaoda was happy. Getting spiritual medicine from him, then trading it to Yan Wanting, then going to Yan Wanting's world to get something good, this middleman was just so happy. In exchange, I'll give you a technique, haha. Next, Yi Xiaoda told Xiong a lot and traded him a lot of information. It even came with videos. All of them were knowledge of iron refining. From how to discover iron ore, to iron ore mining, refining, and then to iron refining, everything was there, extremely detailed. This was the result of Yi Xiaoda letting his brain work for a second. It can definitely turn a white person into an expert in casting iron weapons. As he listened, Xiong's breathing became louder and louder, and at the back, he even began to gasp. He was really overly excited. He was aware of the terrifying nature of iron weapons. Why was he himself able to establish his own dynasty? Wasn't it because he had obtained a large amount of iron weapons from Yi Xiaoda? Using iron weapons against stone weapons was simply like an adult bullying a child, just beating it up. Not only is there a method to build weapons here, there is also armor, and I've even given you a whole lot of drawings for some large-scale weapons, such as stone throwers. With these things, you want to rule your entire world easily. Thanks. Thank you so much. Duh. I'll definitely be able to rule my world and then go get you everything you want. Good. Yi Xiaoda was naturally happy. After all, he hardly had to pay anything for these things. Upon ending this transaction, the Transcendence trading platform gave Yi Xiaoda a big surprise. Gained points 99. This time, the points were the most. It was because what Yi Xiaoda had provided was just too much of a change for Xiong's world. What made him even happier was that the points had finally come together. It was possible to purchase the primary immunity potion. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaoda emptied all his points and purchased the first item from the platform. Said to be a potion, it was actually just a thumb-sized pink pill that looked quite cute. For this potion, the platform was introduced. Improve the body's immunity, improve the body's qualifications, improve the body's spiritual power, and fundamentally change one's physique. This stuff, not all of it could cure cancer. Based on his absolute trust in the platform, Yi Xiaoda swallowed this pink pill into his mouth without hesitation. There wasn't much heat flow, and after waiting for a while with no dirt on his body, Yi Xiaoda felt a bit groggy instead. I rub. Fake medicine? Groggy, Yi Xiaoda collapsed on the bed and directly fell asleep. And no one knew. Anyway, when Yi Xiaoda got up, it seemed like there were only 2 days until the next transaction. 5 days, just like that, passed. Yi Xiaoda molded his stomach, white, not hungry at all. 5 days have passed, no food or drink, and still not hungry at all. After returning all the messages on his cell phone, Yi Xiaoda still continued to study his body. Shu Yun. Nothing else, just soothing. It felt exactly the same as a normal person right now. The advanced stomach cancer should be completely fine. Anyway, he gave himself a punch in the stomach and there was no pain at all. Instead of going to the hospital to check if his cancer was completely finished, he went to a very famous fly restaurant in Xiangcheng. What boiled fish, hairy blood wonton, liver and waist joint fried, what spicy to what, eat a painful say. In the evening, as usual, Yi Xiaoda sat on the floor, holding the inferior spirit stone, began to cultivate up. As he practiced, he felt that it was not quite the same as usual. In the past, it was only the hand holding the spirit stone that had a bit of a cool sensation, so how come there was now suddenly a cool sensation in his body as well? Starting from the abdomen, this feeling was constantly going around and around. Yi Xiaoda used his spirit to start controlling this cool feeling to travel inside his body, following the route of the qi practicing decree. For hours later, Yi Xiaoda's eyes that had been closed opened, and he also took a long breath. The lower-grade spirit stone in his hand had also turned into powder at this moment. Chapter 123. Buy a luxury car. Yi Xiaoda's face was joyful. Successfully stepping into the first level of Qi practicing cultivator. Truly opened the cultivation of his body. Without asking for anything else, the normal lifespan of a Qi practicing first-level cultivator can break through 120 years of age. Just this point is worth celebrating. Taking care of the cancer and entering the cultivation world could be considered a double blessing. He decided to celebrate. Let's go buy a car first. Before it was all in an alpha. It was a nice car, very comfortable to sit in, but if he had to drive it himself, it wouldn't be appropriate. The body as well, as a young man, you have to drive your own car, then you have to drive the big G. That's what men play. So, Yi Xiaoda decided to go out and buy a car. Naturally buy the current car, so he also took the money, his own taxi to go, and then drive back. In Daxia, and not many people know themselves, Yi Xiaoda can't even imagine that he still has a security problem. Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 could also rest. And to be honest, the people who are secretly following, that too. Since the last time the family's Linlin had an accident, under Qin Lao's coordination, Yi Xiaoda's family had people from special departments around them. Besides, Xiangqing was considered a very safe place, and after the arrangement, it wasn't easy to come in a new face. Took a taxi to the nearest home of a Four Sun store. Yi Xiaoda as soon as he entered the door to find the sales manager to chatter. Big G, there is no existing car. Give me a top match. The face of the rich man is very prominent. A look at Yi Xiaoda's face, the sales manager was happy, and quickly said with a pleasing face, hello, you want to buy a big G? Yi Xiaoda nodded. This is your first car, right? Does it matter? Yi Xiaoda asked strangely. It doesn't matter, but we don't have a current car in the store for now, we may need to wait for 2 months, do you think it's acceptable? What the hell? Still need to wait for 2 months? Yi Xiaoda directly frowned, very unhappy. Aha! There's really no current car? We don't have it in the store, but I do know a place that should have a current car. Oh, tell me. Not far away, there is a Hali car dealership, specializing in selling luxury cars, the entire Xiangqing, to say who has a current car, it should be his home. Okay, I'll go and take a look. Yi Xiaoda was also a bit strange while walking out. How is it that a sales of a Four Sun store is instead pushing himself onto others? But anyway, it's to buy a new car, and it's still a full payment, so there's definitely no risk, so Yi Xiaoda didn't care. After all, buy a new car is not like a used car, but also have to inspect the car and so on, give money to the car will drive away on the line. See Yi Xiaoda out the door, the sales manager quickly picked up his cell phone and sent a message, Biaozi, there is a black tracksuit wearing 2 then, soon to your store, should be the first time to buy a car, the big G, understand it. Brother Long, got it. After it's done? 100,000 won't be missing, Brother Long. Great. The sales ha-has laughed. When Yi Xiaoda arrived at Daheoli car dealership, there was a strong man wearing a suit, with a slab of hair and a face of horizontal meat at the door to greet him. Brother, welcome, come in and take a look. Seeing that it was the burly man who greeted him, Yi Xiaoda was inexplicably a bit disgusted. Isn't it said that this kind of luxury car sales are all beautiful women wearing black silk, and even some of them can be in the car? Laozi is here to buy a car, but not to look at beautiful women, so Yi Xiaoda still entered the store and directly asked, Boss, does your family have a black top of the line big G? I want the current car. Little brother, this you are looking for the right place, the whole Xiangqing can come up with the big G present car, is R1. Good. See the car. Yi Xiaoda said in surprise. Inwardly, he was still thanking the sales of the Fourth Sun store. Sure enough, there are still many good people in the world. This person, who was obviously the owner, brought Yi Xiaoda to the garage and pointed to a black big G and said, Brother, take a look, this is probably the only one in Xiangqing. As soon as he saw this black and square appearance, Yi Xiaoda fell in love with it. When he was in school, his dream was to own such a luxury car. For the car, he actually does not know much about anything, opened the door to see, inside the chair's plastic film are still there, obviously very new. The boss also kindly opened the engine, let Yi Xiaoda look at the mileage, and even began to teach Yi Xiaoda the role of some control buttons. Half an hour later, Yi Xiaoda got out of the car, very satisfied, said, very good. This is the one. It's worthy of being a luxury car, even that newbie's exciting smell is not there. When the boss heard this, his heart thumped, and it took him a while to calm down. Brother, but I have to tell you in advance, this big G if you go to the Four Sun store and wait for 2 months, the price is only about 2,800,000, but because we are the current car, so it is expensive by $100,000, I don't know if you can accept it. That's $100,000, you can give it to the referral. $100,000 more expensive? The previous Yi Xiaoda would definitely not be able to accept it, 100,000 was his 1 year's salary. But now, he nodded without hesitation. $100,000, it is not worth coming to the next time, the effort of eating a meal, $100,000 have been earned. The boss was extremely excited, then let's go sign the contract? Then I'll have someone go get you a license. You can still get a license plate? We can still do this, it won't take an hour, and the license plate will be put in place for you. The gas tank will also be filled up for you. Just give me your driver's license. Speak up. Yi Xiaoda happily went to sign the contract. Need to sign the places really a lot. At first Yi Xiaoda also look at the back, simply boss pointed, and then he signed, fingerprints, also do not look carefully. After all, around a few black silk beauty in his handing grapes, and his handing tea, simply do not have eyes to see the contract. When all the words are signed, Yi Xiaoda directly to the $2,900,000 in the past, received the money of the boss, a sigh of relief. Not long after, the vehicle on the license plate, the gas tank is also full. Yi Xiaoda drove the car and left the garage. When he left also waved his hand towards the boss happily. After seeing Yi Xiaoda leave completely, the boss and the few black silk beauties in the neighborhood were so happy that they laughed directly. I'll treat you at night. Everyone don't get drunk. Boss atmosphere. Ha, this order, the income is at least $500,000. It's just a treat for you guys. After dinner, we'll go sing, and after singing, we can still find a place to continue talking. The boss had a cheap look on his face. Boss, you're so bad. We have so many beautiful women in the store, can you handle it? This too. I don't know whose family he belongs to, he's so rich and so stupid. That's true. To be honest, who would come to our house to buy a car if they weren't stupid? Hearing this, the boss was stunned, then laughed out loud. You seem to have a point. Driving the car home, right in the car, Yi Xiaoda intended to put all the car's information inside the armrest box. The moment he saw the big green book, he suddenly wanted to see the first motor vehicle registration certificate in his life. Just now at the car dealership, haven't looked at it yet. When I opened it, I was instantly confused. Chapter 124, How dare you lie to me? New car, how there is a record of transfer. This big green book, clearly written, this car transferred it. Yi Xiaoda was completely confused. Then quickly checked his insurance. Oh look, good guy, only 3 months. No wonder in the store did not let themselves buy insurance. A look at the production date of the vehicle, good guy, more than a year. This horse, this is no longer a stock car, this horse is a used car. Yi Xiaoda instantly rage. Lousy daily billions of business, and then just so buy you to cheat? Without saying a word, a foot of gas, Yi Xiaoda toward the luxury car dealership. Yi Xiaoda drove the car directly to the store, and as soon as he got out of the car, he shouted, Boss! Boss! Hurry up and get the hell out. He hadn't been this angry for a long time. Happy to come out and buy a new car, or his dream car, good guy, raise the price by $100,000 and buy a used car. That's totally treating himself like a cutie. Let's do it. The boss is here. Or this middle-aged man, the top of the head plate inch, and tattoos, this will not have a good expression in the morning. Yi Xiaoda look, the morning how to be blind, buy it here, a look at this boss is not a good person. No matter what, first call the Dragon 1 Dragon 2 to say. Shout what to shout. Don't disturb my business, okay? Brother Biao had a disdainful face and drank towards Yi Xiaoda. This time, it confused Yi Xiaoda. In the morning, he was still welcoming with a smiling face, but now he has a face of cross flesh, his face has changed too fast. Boss Wang, you're overdoing it, I came here to buy a new car, you give me a used car? Used car? There's a transfer record on the green book, and the insurance has been used for half a year, so you're telling me it's not a used car? The mileage is only 50 kilometers, but it's definitely been tuned by you guys. Wang Biao said with a disdainful face, we were not selling new cars, we are selling the current car. The morning told you that it is also the current car, and is not a newbie, right? The contract, written is also the current car. Who told you that this car is a new car? I rub. Yi Xiaoda is really confused. This year can still be like this? He quickly took out the car purchase contract, looked carefully once, there is really no place to reflect the car in the end is a used car or a new car. He is also the first time to buy a car, this thing simply do not understand. See Yi Xiaoda face angry look, Wang Biao secretly that is quite happy. The pit is your kind of too. Goods, do not know anything, a little money to come over to mention the car, mention it, I will give you a used car, a small profit of 800,000. You are cheating. Can a used car be the same price as a new car, not to mention that you've increased the price by $100,000 to sell it to me? This you don't know right, now the big G because there are very few, or luxury cars, but also value added, used cars are just more expensive than the current car, it can't be helped. You. Yi Xiaoda was really rare angry. This kind of treacherous businessman, this was really the first time he had heard of it. Okay, this is a second-hand car, but before or a big net red, or beautiful big net red open, there is still a cent in it, cheap you, and did not drive for a long time, I'll send you another set of cushions, you do not lose. Netflix big beauty? And then live in the car, and even passionate with the fans to have a hair? Yi Xiaoda instantly felt a little sick inside this car. No way. I don't want this car, you give me a refund. Yi Xiaoda said with a resolute attitude. Wang Biao face sneer, you say return the car and no problem, the contract signed originally is a used car, sorry, cannot return. Then I will complain about you. You casually, originally you are here to buy a used car. Wang Biao ate up Yi Xiaoda. This $800,000, he's going to earn it. Looking at Wang Biao's face of not caring, Yi Xiaoda felt that he had to get out of the way. Boss Wang, being able to afford a big G, you don't think I'm a piece of trash, I won't take it lying down after taking a loss. You can try. You are very brave, aren't you? I, Wang Biao, have been in Xiangqing for decades, and I'm still afraid of a gadget from you? Good. You're good. This loss, today designated not to be eaten. Yi Xiaoda was also completely pissed off, intending to show off the power of his identity, and had to this boss Wang into submission. Called Xin Fan's phone. Well, things said again, Yi Xiaoda said lightly. Fan, you de brother, I am really angry today. I want to let this store cannot pass today. This pass can do? Xin Fan on the other end of the phone quietly listened to Yi Xiaoda's words, and then suddenly burst out laughing. Brother Dut, you raised the price to buy a used car? Or did you buy it as a new car? Yes. Laugh me to death. You wait for me, you let me laugh first, huh? Stop laughing, can you do something? Don't worry, wait for me for half an hour. Yi Xiaoda, who hung up the phone, directly sat on the sofa, looking at Wang Biao with a disdainful face. Wang Biao was even more disdainful. He had seen too many people who were pretending to be more than they were. In terms of connections, he wasn't afraid at all. He also began to call people. Then said to Yi Xiaoda, brothers, there is nothing to do, get lost, we still have to do business. Can't we sit down? No. After Wang Biao finished speaking, he reached out his hand with the intention of carrying Yi Xiaoda out. He was almost 1 meter 9 and weighed almost 200 pounds, Yi Xiaoda was almost half his size. Only, when his hand reached out, he could no longer move it, and a sharp pain came from his wrist. Long air came. Who the hell are you stepping on? Wang Biao stretched his hand back, shook it off, and glared at Long Yi. Long Yi didn't say anything, so he quietly stood behind Yi Xiaoda. Me, you even got a bodyguard, bull. Today I'll let you see if your 2 bodyguards can outfox my brothers. In less than 10 minutes, a large group of flower-armed young men came inside the store, one of them leading the way, even carrying a baseball bat in his hand, shouting with a big grin, Brother Biao, someone is causing trouble? This little is staying in my store, help me throw him out. Small matter. Tonight? I'll treat the brothers to a sauna tonight. Brother Biao. A group of about 20 people directly cursed and walked in front of Yi Xiaoda. The young man in the lead was directly holding a baseball bat and pointing at Yi Xiaoda and drank, dare to come to Brother Biao's store to cause trouble. You're afraid you want to die. Get the hell out of here. Yi Xiaoda didn't even lift his head, just said lightly, Long Yi, go easy on him. A minute later, a group of people were lying on the ground. Long Yi returned behind Yi Xiaoda. Wang Biao's open mouth never closed again. What did he see? He saw this young man in black clothes, just like an instantaneous movement rushing into the crowd, and then one punch at a time, in less than a minute, more than 20 people, all lying on the ground. This would be constantly shouting in pain. Knock out, it's annoying. Yi Xiaoda also said again. Half a minute, the inside of the room was completely quiet. Not far away, a group of black silk sails were hiding together and shivering. Wang Biao's pupils had all dilated. At this moment, he felt as if he had kicked a steel plate today. That little brother, I'll give you back the $100,000 of the price increase, let's just forget about it. Wang Biao said carefully. Yi Xiaoda looked up at him and smiled, then shook his head. Or else your car, I'll give you a new one? Or else a refund will do. Brother, I'm calling you brother. What the hell do you want? Wang Biao felt like crying. He felt like he definitely couldn't afford to mess with someone who had such a formidable bodyguard. It wasn't enough. Yi Xiaoda continued to lie on the sofa and wait. Chapter 125 Negotiating Higher Prices. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, the entrance of this luxury car dealership was instantly bustling with activity. One sports car after another, accompanied by a loud roar, then stopped at the entrance of the car dealership. At the forefront was a Mirage. From these vehicles, a group of young men slowly came down, and after entering the store, they came to Yi Xiaoda's side in unison. Brother die. Brother die. Led by Qin Fan, the crowd greeted Yi Xiaoda respectfully. The group of people in Xiang City knew a fact during this time. In Xiang City, there was a mysterious young man that young Qin De was extremely respectful of, and it should be the young man in front of him. Fan, start. Qin Fan glanced at his boss, Wang Biao, and then at the more than 20 people lying on the ground. His eyes first looked at a very stout-looking young man. Tiger, these people? Li Hu hurriedly threw out a socialite behind himself and shouted, is this turf yours? Brother Tiger, I'll let them roll right away. Immediately let them roll. Well, do you recognize this store owner? Do you still know him? No, I don't know him. Wang Biao will be my enemy for the rest of my life. Okay, take your people and get lost. The group of people rolled away, and the eyes of the leader looking at Wang Biao were itching to directly him to death. Wang Biao had been completely confused. The group of people that came in, he knew for sure that they were either rich or noble, and he only knew the last person. And this last person was also someone he could not afford to mess with in his life. However, this person had already been driven away. Before he was driven away, he was still looking at himself viciously, so he guessed that after the look was over, a beating was unavoidable. Everyone, let's start the store. I think there are many problems. After Chin Fan finished speaking, many young people took out their cell phones. Brother Fan, I'll give the fire department a call and have them come over to check it out. Brother Fan, the boss of the Consumer Association will be coming over soon. The TV stations are coming over soon. The industrial and commercial ones are already on their way. The city police will be here soon. The health department is farther away, it'll probably take another 10 minutes. Every heard a word here, Wang Biao heart will sink a little bit, to the back, not only the heart completely sunk, even people have been paralyzed on the ground. Originally belongs to a black store, want to check, are not the problem of losing money, have to go and Paralyzed on the ground, Wang Biao suddenly thought of the only way to solve the problem, quickly rolled and crawled to the feet of Yi Xiaoda, directly holding his legs, began to cry and howl on. Big brother, I'm really wrong. Refund money. I refund the money. You just let me go, I have an old man and a young man. Please, let me go. Just say it, but also a handful of snot and tears. Yi Xiaoda directly kicked him out. Compensate money? How did I hear that now it's all fake 1 for 3? Yi Xiaoda said idly. I'll accompany. Wang Biao said in a hurry. If you don't lose money, you have to go in. Although the heartache of these millions, but one cannot really go in. I didn't force you you voluntarily fake 1 for 3, everyone heard it Yi Xiaoda said with a smile. Wang Biao quickly nodded, yes, I volunteered, I sold the used car as a new car, deserved it, it's all my own self-inflicted. Soon, Yi Xiaoda got his hands on $10 million out of the money, fake 1 to compensate for 3, the money he gave himself to be returned, but also to pay 3 times. When transferring money to Yi Xiaoda, Wang Biao's heart is dripping blood. This half-life earned money, this time all give out. Fan, let's go, I'll treat everyone to dinner. Yi Xiaoda, who had earned the money, laughed loudly. Go! Seeing that Yi Xiaoda was leaving, and that there was another group of people in uniform at the door, Wang Biao was confused. Big brother, I've already compensated the money, are you letting these people can leave? Wang Biao carefully suggested. Yi Xiaoda took a bite of the large force at the entrance, and then looked at Wang Biao, and said lightly, these people are not called by me, I have no right to let people go and this money was originally what I should get. After saying that, Yi Xiaoda patted his butt and left. Wang Biao instantly knew that this big brother was teasing himself, now it was the money that was gone, and then the people who were checking the store, came as usual. No! I'm going to kill you. Wang Biao shouted furiously towards Yi Xiaoda's back. Then he heard Yi Xiaoda calmly say, I suggest you guys check him out, how dare you threaten me, check it out properly be serious. After walking out of the gate and getting into Chin Fan's car, Chin Fan still couldn't help but laugh. As soon as he thought about his grandfather's valued Yi Xiaoda buying a car bought a second-hand car, Chin Fan couldn't help himself a bit. Stop laughing, if you laugh again I won't go to your grandfather's house at night. Instantly, Chin Fan shut up, then said with a shocked face, Brother D, are you finally willing to go see my grandfather? It's not whether I'm willing or not, it's that I need to find a little something, if there's no result today, I still won't go to your grandfather's at night. Good. My grandfather has been waiting for you. Don't worry, I will definitely make a trip, just sooner or later. Chin Fan looked at Yi Xiaoda again, truly worthy of being the young man that his own grandfather had his eye on. In Daxia, the only one that his own grandfather had invited but hadn't replied in such a long time was him, right? Brother Da, let me take you to one of my friend's store, he has quite a few good cars in his store, you can pick as many as you want. Okay. Chin Fan picked up and put away and dialed a phone number. Ahong, lead the way with your car in front, go to your store, Brother Da is looking for you to buy a car. Soon, an extremely cool McLaren came to the front of the convoy. This extremely exaggerated appearance, it made Yi Xiaoda look at it a few more times. Chin Fan hurriedly said, Brother Da, he still has quite a few sports cars in his store, so you can also pick one at that time. Yi Xiaoda shook his head instead. Soon, the fleet arrived at the outskirts of Xiang City, a very spacious place. Yi Xiaoda didn't even know that this place, there was such a large venue, and there was even a large driveway. Brother Da, this is a racing track, sometimes a few of our brothers run around on it, today there happens to be one, do you want to participate in it? Ahong said to Yi Xiaoda with a polite face. Seeing that Yi Xiaoda after getting off the car was still standing vaguely in front of Chin Fan, Ahong spoke to Yi Xiaoda with his head down. This one doesn't interest me much, do you have a big G in your house, take me to see it? There are a few of various versions. After coming inside a huge garage, Yi Xiaoda saw countless sports cars in various colors, very cool. Brother Da, the car's here, you can choose whatever you want, Ahong will send you. Yi Xiaoda shook his head. This thing, favor, is the worst thing to return, one is not poor in money, why let people send cars? In the end, Yi Xiaoda walked to a dozen black big G in front of him, and only then did this face agitated some. Some of these are different? Well, various versions. Just give me the one with the safest and highest configuration. This one, then, is the safest and most luxurious, equipped with innovative safety systems such as 100% differential locks, all-wheel drive system, intelligent pilot limit function, active brake assist, active lane keeping assist, and comfort features. Stop, I can't even understand. Don't worry, this car, surely the most luxurious inside the Big G, has been remodeled by me, and the interior comfort has been improved a lot, and don't worry, absolutely no one has ever driven it, a proper new car. Shinfan also said at the side, Ahung still has a way of modifying cars, he got all our cars. Okay, how much? I can tell you don't send, I'm not poor. Yi Xiaoda laughed loudly. $2,700,000. $2,700,000? I remember the domestic ordinary is this price, right? This is modified and top of the line, also this price? I'll give you $4 million. Ahung smiled awkwardly and looked at Shinfan on the side. Shinfan hurriedly took Yi Xiaoda's shoulder and said, this price Ahang is not a loss, friendship price, don't talk about it to talk about it again is to look down on my brother. Yi Xiaoda also smiled bitterly, then nodded. Other people negotiate the price is to talk lower, just here, is to talk higher. Although there were so many beautiful women following behind him, and there were definitely more beautiful women in the hall above, but Yi Xiaoda had little interest in it, and drove his favorite car in his life, and returned home. Then locking the door, he entered into the hyperspace trading platform. This time, he was looking forward to the transaction.